Chapter 1 Rebirth. The ground was trembling violently. Countless concrete buildings collapsed almost instantly like tofu. The ground split open, with enormous cracks like horrifying scars slicing through the city and mercilessly swallowing struggling, fragile lives. Screams, cries, and crashes resounded like wails from hell. But Billy could no longer hear them at this moment. Watching various sizes of concrete blocks and sharp rebar whistle down endlessly from above, landing heavily on her body. With her rising and falling breaths, a large amount of pungent soil rushed into her nostrils one after another. Finally, it's over. Under the attack of pain and suffocation, Billy gradually sank into an endless darkness. Drip, drip, drip. In the midst of the mechanical beeping sound, Billy opened her heavy eyelids. The smell of antiseptic shot into her nose. The glaring white fluorescent lights above stung her eyes. A dull ache emanated from her forehead. Without blinking, Billy's bloodshot eyes filled with turmoil. I'm not dead. She couldn't believe it. When the catastrophic earthquake struck, she had run desperately with the panicked crowd to find shelter. However, in the end, she still fell into a fissure. Sturdy rebar pierced through her chest, followed by countless rocks and soil that snatched away all her oxygen, as if a giant hand had choked her neck. Under such circumstances, she would have surely not survived then. Looking at the syringe in her hand and the pristine hospital room with plane tree leaves outside sprouting new buds, Billy was startled. Ignoring the pain in her body, she struggled to sit up. Bathed in the sunset, neatly aligned asphalt roads stretched out, flanked by rows of plane trees standing quietly like sentinels, and the distant honking of cars occasionally came from afar. Billy's heart thudded fiercely. This was absolutely not the scene of the end times. She had been reborn. Looking around, she found herself alone in the spacious hospital room. An overcoat hung on the bedside table. Billy searched through it and indeed found a phone in the coat pocket. Just as her trembling hands opened the screen, April 4th, 2023, 1 month before the apocalypse, 5 years before her death. In her previous life, on May 2nd, 2023, her city experienced an unprecedented super typhoon that brought heavy rain. When everyone thought things would return to normal after the typhoon passed, the torrential rain didn't stop. It rained continuously for a month, gradually flooding the city. For nearly half a year, the floodwaters did not recede. Summer brought extreme heat, followed by severe cold, eternal night, acid rain, plagues, earthquakes. Each disaster barely allowed time to catch their breath before another hit hard. Billy didn't want to continue recalling those memories. She had managed to survive in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years before dying in the earthquake. Opening her eyes again, she had been reborn 1 month before the apocalypse. At this time in her past life, Billy was engaged to Devin. On April 3rd, 2023, the day before yesterday, her boyfriend Devin suddenly proposed to her. Although Billy hesitated, she eventually agreed. Afterward, Devin once again brought up selling Billy's house for marriage. Although the house belonged to Billy, it was currently lived in by her maternal grandparents who raised her, so how could it be sold? Whenever this topic came up, they always parted on bad terms. That day, Billy felt somewhat vexed and did not wish to argue with Devin, pushing him aside wanting to leave first. Seeing her cold expression, Devin, looking aloof, instantly became furious. Money, money, money. Besides money, what can you say? I think you're still thinking about your ex-boyfriend. Devin pushed Billy fiercely in his anger, causing her to fall unprepared, hitting her head on the corner of a flower bed forcefully. The memory abruptly ended, and Billy closed her eyes painfully. How could she have been reborn at this time? Suddenly, something occurred to her, and Billy hurriedly felt her neck. A thumb-sized jade gourd quietly hung from a red string, its smooth touch immediately soothing her unease. Thank goodness the gourd is still here. Billy closed her eyes and tried to enter the gourd space using her mind. As expected, there was no response. This jade gourd was a gift from her maternal grandmother Aspen, allegedly handed down from generation to generation, and given to Billy when she came of age. Billy, who grew up with her maternal grandparents, cherished this jade gourd and wore it around her neck all the time. What even her grandmother didn't know was that this jade gourd had its own space, a large one at that, measuring over 600 square meters. Anything placed inside except living creatures would remain in the exact state as when they were put in. In her previous life, Billy didn't know the secret of the gourd space either. She always wore it around her neck as a memento. It wasn't until after the apocalypse, during one frantic escape, that she encountered robbers. They took away her last half piece of corn cake, and the sharp blade cut her neck, with blood soaking the jade gourd. Billy fell into unconsciousness but unexpectedly entered the gourd space. She guessed that perhaps her blood had formed some mysterious connection with the jade gourd. Ironically, even though she possessed this miraculous treasure, it was already too late. At that time, she was emaciated, barely surviving by crouching in a dilapidated hut and drinking stinky ditch water. During the impending earthquake, a concrete stone hit her chest, shattering the jade gourd. Now, she had been reborn. In this lifetime, the people she loved were still alive, and the apocalypse hadn't come yet. She had to live on with her family. Looking around, aside from the monotonous beeping sound of the monitor, the ward was eerily quiet, not even a cup of water by the bedside. Billy smiled wryly to herself. I must have been blind back then. Quickly removing the needle from her hand, she got out of bed carefully. As soon as she touched the ground, her body swayed involuntarily. Just as her body wasn't fully recovered, but she couldn't afford to wait. Changing into her own clothes quickly, she checked and found her phone, ID card, and medical insurance card all intact. Billy pushed open the ward door and walked straight out. The corridor outside the ward bustled with people, none of whom noticed her sneaking out. On the road, cars flowed incessantly, while only a few pedestrians on the sidewalk walked along, heads down, engrossed in their phones. A delivery guy in blue overalls dashed through the red light amidst traffic, leaving the car driver's complaints behind. Billy looked at the bustling world before her, feeling sentimental. Such ordinary days would become a luxury after a month. Just as her hometown was in City C, where her family lived. She had no doubt that she needed to go back immediately to prepare. But in her previous life, she had been tricked, deceived, and enslaved by that devilish family, living worse than a dog during the apocalypse. This lifetime, she would never let it go like that again. Chapter 2. I agree to sell the house. Half an hour later, Billy smoothly returned to her rented house in City B. The room was tiny, easily seen through at a glance. Without hesitation, Billy quickly packed her belongings. Whether it was luck or misfortune, at this moment, she had only a few pieces of jewelry, a computer, a pad, and another 10 or so thousand yuan in savings. She didn't have much valuable property, making the packing very simple. All valuables were packed into her suitcase, clothes and such were boxed up in cardboard boxes, ready to be mailed back when time permitted. Closing the lid of the suitcase gently, Billy sat on the bed and called her landlord. At the time, she had paid for 6 months' rent upfront and also put down a deposit for half a year. Now, calculating the time, the lease would be expiring in about 10 days. Billy told Auntie Landlord over the phone that she was returning home and would not be renewing the lease. Auntie Landlord was kind and straightforward. She said Billy could inform her once she vacated the place, and after inspecting and finding no issues, the deposit would be refunded. After finishing the call, Billy suddenly became silent. In her past life, she had been pushed by Devin and hit her head, requiring hospitalization. Ruan's parents approached her and had Devin apologize. During the negotiation of the wedding, they also insisted on meeting her maternal grandparents. She had been incredibly foolish then, not only forgiving them easily but even agreeing to meet the parents. Just as her maternal grandparents always hoped for her early marriage, certainly unwilling to hinder their granddaughter's happiness by refusing to sell the house. Later, the house sold quickly, and the father and son, having tasted the benefits, used the issue of gifts to make more demands, implying that they would return the gifts later. Just as her grandparents, being gentle and not wanting her to be troubled after marriage, mostly agreed. Thinking about it, Billy wished she could slap herself. During the end times, Billy was called by Ruan's parents to discuss the wedding specifics at their home, eventually getting trapped there and beginning her tragic life. Billy looked up at the wall clock. It was now 2 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. Soon, Alex's call would come, asking to meet with her. Sure enough, at 5:15 in the afternoon, the phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number, which should be from Alexei. Billy pressed the answer button. Justicello? Are you Jiayu? This is Devin's father. Alberts, it's me. Jiayu, we heard from Xiao Yu about your situation. Are you feeling better? Your doctor said you had left the hospital. Alberts, I'm fine. Jiayu, it was Xiao Yu's fault this time. Christopher apologizes on his behalf. Do you have time tonight to come over for a simple dinner with us? Billy did not hesitate and agreed, requesting that everyone meet at Devin's place. Alexei readily agreed. Just as she hung up, the delivery man arrived. Together, they loaded all the packages onto the delivery truck, causing her to break a light sweat. Billy walked to the bathroom intending to wash her face before leaving. Pushing open the door, she saw her reflection, her silky black hair draped around her face like a gentle cloud, occasionally drifting across her fair complexion. Just as her slender almond-shaped eyes, though beautiful, held a hint of frost. She reached up and tore off the white bandage on her forehead, revealing a nasty thumb-sized wound near her hairline. Lacking any medicine, she simply replaced the bandage. Checking the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It was about time. Half an hour later, Billy stood at the entrance of the familiar neighborhood where she had suffered countless painful memories in her past life. Finding her way effortlessly, she reached Devin's home. Mr. Riker answered the door and greeted her warmly. The table was already set with 4 dishes, but Billy knew these were takeaway food, the packaging clearly visible in the trash bin. This family had never hidden their disregard for her, just as she had been blind to it in her past life. Today was supposed to be her formal meeting with Juan's parents, but instead of treating her properly, they offered her nothing more than a takeaway meal. Moreover, she didn't eat spicy food. If they genuinely intended to apologize, they would have found out her dietary preferences. Considering her injury, anyone with common sense would know that spicy foods should be avoided, yet every dish on the table contained chili. Following Mr. Riker's gesture, Devin pulled out a chair for Billy to sit down. Seeing that Zena wasn't there, Billy asked, "Where is Auntie?" Mrs. Ophelia, Devin's mother, had been the only decent person in this family. She had secretly given Billy food multiple times when she was starving and almost fainting. "Your auntie had to work overtime due to an emergency at the factory and won't be coming." Oh. Billy knew very well that it was not about having an emergency at work. Ophelia earned piecework wages, and to make more money, she almost always worked overtime until 10 o'clock every night. Seeing Billy's lack of interest, Riker gave Devin a light kick under the table. Realizing this, Devin reluctantly raised his wine glass and said to her, "Jiayu, it was my fault last time, don't be mad anymore. Alberts, little you, I've already scolded Xiao Yu. Let's just let this go. Also, you two are not young anymore. In the future, when you encounter problems, don't be impetuous. Talk things through and avoid fighting, it's inappropriate. Billy looked up, surprised at how they could distort facts so easily. Fighting. Now it became her fault when clearly it was Devin who started it unilaterally. This father and son really have some nerve. Billy stared straight at the hypocritical father and son across from her, her eyes flashing with resolve. I also take responsibility for this. Just as a quick capitulation made Riker believe that his preaching had taken effect, and he instantly put on an elder's airs. It's good that you know. You're not young either. The priority is getting married and having children. According to Xiao Yu, you're from out of town. Ideally, matters between you and Xiao Yu should be discussed with your parents. Christopher, I can decide for myself. Alright then, among family, there's no need for formalities. My wife and I don't earn much working in the factory. 100 square meters house here costs 4 to 5 million yuan, which we can't afford. Your marriage to Xiao Yu will depend on the two of you. What Xiao Yu said before, though a bit too hasty, still makes sense. If you sell the house, it would ease your life after marriage. Rest assured, after you get married, we'll all be one family. I will treat you like my own daughter. When my wife and I are gone, everything will be yours. Suppressing the nausea in her heart, Billy fell silent for a while before speaking. I came today to discuss this matter as well. Immediately, 2 pairs of eyes fixed intently on her. I agree to sell the house. Chapter 3, Deceptive Appearances. I've been thinking for a long time, and I think what Devin said before makes sense. We are going to be one family from now on. We should prioritize our own lives. Really? Devin looked at Billy with pleasant surprise. Millimeter HM. So I thought I would take advantage of my sick leave and go back to my hometown to sell the house. Devin grasped her hand happily, looking deeply into Billy's eyes. Jiayu, it's wonderful that you're thinking this way. Billy withdrew her hand inconspicuously, fighting off a wave of nausea. She maintained an expressionless face but spoke softly, but as you know, that house is allocated housing. My grandparents provided the resettlement quota and all their retirement savings. They put in 600,000 in cash, while I only contributed about 10,000. They don't have any other children to rely on, and moving them back to the dilapidated old house really isn't right. Devin was about to say something, frowning, but was cut off by Riker's glance. There's no rush, listen to her first. Billy glanced at them and continued, I think the value of that house has increased several times over these years. It could fetch around 2.8 million yuan. I thought of giving the elders 800,000, and we can use 2 million for the down payment. Firstly, it repays their financial contributions. Secondly, they can use this sum for living expenses and rent a place. This will persuade them easily, and we won't get criticized. What do you two think? Billy finished and looked at the two opposite her. Riker exchanged glances with his son, agreeing that Billy had made a reasonable suggestion. Taking all the money from selling the house might seem too greedy. Besides, Billy was initially unwilling to sell it, so her willingness to compromise shouldn't be taken for granted. Riker nodded in agreement. Seeing their consent, Billy added calmly, however, the 800,000 needs to be given to them first. What? Devin stood up abruptly, shouting at Billy loudly, such a large amount, why give it to them first? Though Riker shot his unambitious son a stern look, he didn't refute it either. 800,000 is not a small amount. To get a good price for the house, it might take some time. Moreover, without showing sincerity by giving them the money first, how can I convince them? Where would they get the money to move out? Billy feigned hesitation. If it's too difficult for you, never mind. They raised me, and I can't bear to force them out of their home. Let's forget this plan. No, let us discuss this. 800,000 is indeed a significant amount. Devin immediately stopped Billy from retracting her offer and pulled Riker into the room. Billy sat quietly, waiting for their concession. In her past life, this father and son had played countless tricks to obtain her house. She and Devin had countless arguments because of this. Now, she proactively proposed selling the house, even if it meant giving up 800,000. With over 2 million still remaining, it was a tempting deal they wouldn't let go of. Sure enough, after a short while, they came out of the room, and Devin spoke first. Okay, as you said. I'll give you 800,000 first, and you can go to see City soon. Billy knew this father-son duo well. The son was greedy and lustful, and the father selfish and self-serving. They were too eager, foregoing even the pretense of caring for her health. Devin went upstairs and shortly returned, handing Billy an envelope. There's 300,000 in cash here. The rest I'll transfer to your account. Billy took the envelope. They hadn't claimed they were short on money but managed to come up with 800,000 so effortlessly. A moment later. Ding. Just as her phone chimed with a message notification. Dear Ms. Lin, 500,000 renminbi has been credited to your account ending 3155, new balance 703,180.63 yuan. Relieved, Billy sighed inwardly. The first step succeeded. Seeing their goal achieved, Riker got up to leave under the guise of not disturbing them further. After Riker left, Devin moved his chair next to Billy, ready to take her hand. Billy raised a glass and toasted to him, just to see us to our future, cheers. Though he didn't touch her hand, Devin was still delighted. For the whole evening, Billy continuously urged him to drink. Caught up in the joy of his scheming success, Devin drank excessively and eventually slumped onto the table, spilling the drink. Billy nudged him with no response. Without restraint, she slapped him hard twice across the face. Justice merely scratched his face absent-mindedly. Earlier, while the father and son discussed how to trick her, Billy had swapped out her beer for tea. Confirming that Devin was completely drunk and unconscious, she quickly ascended to the attic, easily finding the bottom drawer of the cabinet, rummaging through it. Sure enough, it's here. Billy held a small wooden box in her palm, feeling elated inside. Devin's current job still granted him some power, and over the years, he had privately received quite a few benefits. Justice kept those yet-to-be-dealt-with items in this box. This was something Devin had accidentally revealed after the apocalypse began. Before that, Devin had always pretended to be poor in front of Billy, never uttering a truthful word. Apart from his work being real, Billy knew nothing about his financial situation. These father and son always claimed they were poor and couldn't afford to buy a house. They said their family only had a small bungalow in the countryside, and the apartment Devin was living in was rented. However, at the start of the apocalypse, when the government was tallying people for the distribution of supplies and required families to register with property certificates, Billy discovered that the name on the property deed was actually Devin's. In the post-apocalypse world, money was already like scrap paper, so they didn't bother to hide it anymore. Billy then realized that Devin had more than enough money to buy a spacious apartment. Billy carefully opened the wooden box. The first thing she saw was a stack of supermarket gift cards and fuel cards, each marked with 2,000 yuan on the back. She counted. There were 26 supermarket cards and 12 fuel cards. Next was a black velvet bag, inside which were 4 gold bars as thick as fingers, and a golden pisho. The gold bars were inscribed with Huaguo Xuanli Bank 50G. There was also a Xuanli Bank savings card, under the name of Riker. At the very bottom were 2 envelopes identical to the one given to her earlier, but they were now empty, suggesting that the 300,000 given to her came from here. Billy recalled how Devin once mentioned when drunk that after receiving bribes, he dared not immediately deal with these items but waited for 6 months before daring to convert them into cash or gold bars or deposit them into Riker's account. That was why she dared to touch these items now. On one hand, within this month, Devin likely wouldn't check. On the other hand, even if he found out they were gone, he wouldn't dare to make a fuss since all these things were illegal and shouldn't see the light of day. The supermarket gift cards could be used to buy supplies, and the fuel cards and gold bars could be converted into cash. As for the bank card, Billy was fairly confident she could guess the password. Devin once joked that he had a poor memory and used the same password for various apps. By observing him unlock his phone multiple times, she had guessed the general password. The only trouble was that once Billy withdrew money, the bank would send a text message to Devin's phone. Billy didn't want to expose her intentions too soon. Chapter 4, You Must Believe Me. Billy stuffed everything from the box into her pockets and walked downstairs. Devin remained in the same position, snoring loudly with his head on the table. She took out his phone from his pocket. After 2 attempts, Billy unlocked the screen. She found the Xuanli Bank mobile app, carefully pressed Devin's finger for fingerprint login, and eagerly checked the balance. 1,850,000 yuan. She knew he had received a lot of benefits, but she didn't expect it to be this much. Even though she was prepared, Billy was still slightly shocked by Devin's shamelessness. Without hesitation, she clicked the transfer button. Tensely inputting the password, the transaction was successful. Billy sighed in relief. After a brief rest, she began downloading various loan apps and started borrowing money from different platforms using Devin's account, Huabei, Dumamian, etc. 4 hours later, everything went smoothly. Billy quickly deleted the text messages, loan apps, and browsing history. She placed the phone back into Devin's pocket. Thinking for a moment, she dragged him to the sofa nearby. Devin still reeked of alcohol, showing no signs of waking up despite Billy's actions. It was already past 3 in the morning, and Billy didn't plan to leave. Finding a chair, she sat down to plan the next steps. Looking at the extra digits on her bank card, her inner hatred eased slightly. Using Devin's name, she borrowed from various platforms. Since they were all credit loans, the amounts weren't high, the highest being 200,000 yuan, and the lowest only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. But due to their quantity, the total reached around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. These loans were set to remind repayment at the end of the next month, which was already too late when the apocalypse came. Even if Devin discovered it then, it would be futile. Just hearing the snores from the sofa, Billy moved farther away in disgust. Just wait, this is just the beginning of a new life. The next day, when Devin woke up, Billy had already bought tickets back to City C. Devin was also happy and wished her an early return before rushing off to work. Billy returned to her rented apartment, packed her already prepared luggage, and carefully covered her forehead wound with her bangs. By morning, she boarded the train back to City C. Sitting on the speeding train, Billy wasn't interested in the scenery outside the window. She lowered her head and organized her thoughts. Currently, she had 300,000 yuan in cash, and last night's operations left her with over 2.9 million yuan in her bank account. After returning, she would liquidate Devin's 4 gold bars, fuel cards, supermarket cards, and her own jewelry. Then she would borrow more from loan platforms and mortgage her house. If all went well, she would have about 5 million yuan. Though not much, it wasn't negligible with careful spending, enough to survive the initial years of the disaster. As for later, she could only take one step at a time. Billy sighed, leaned back in her seat, and picked up her phone to start planning the supplies list. 2 hours later, Billy stood in front of her home with her luggage in hand. Knock knock. Ari Yin, go open the door. Grandfather Gorant's loud voice echoed from inside. Coming, who is it? The door creaked open, revealing her grandmother Aspen's slightly aged face. Oh, Juyu has returned, Xuanli, come quickly, Juyu has returned. Aspen was so delighted to see her long-lost granddaughter that she couldn't stop smiling. Grandfather Goran, wearing an apron, hurried from the kitchen, wiping his hands while taking over Billy's suitcase. Thompson, Amy, I'm back. Billy almost couldn't hold back her tears at seeing faces she had only dreamed of many times. In her previous life, she sold the house based on Devin's advice, and the two elders later rented a small house in the countryside. In the desolate world post-apocalypse, after escaping the Devil's Den, she roamed alone with nowhere to turn, dragging her battered body all the way back to City C, determined to survive every step of the way. But upon arrival, what she saw was utter devastation. Her grandparents' rented house was in ruins, and her family members were nowhere to be found. In such a catastrophic disaster, corpses lay everywhere, and her grandparents' rented place was likely. Seeing her parents still alive now, how could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? At the dining table, Billy buried herself in eating, finishing bowl after bowl without stopping to catch up. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, Billy often went hungry, and in the later years, even tree bark and wild grass were beyond her reach. She was frequently beaten for a single bite of food. Reborn, she rushed to get back to her family as quickly as possible and hadn't eaten much. Now, the steaming white rice tasted so sweet that Billy almost cried. Juyu, eat slowly, eat slowly. How did you get so thin, and your complexion looks so poor? Did Devin bully you? Aspen was stunned by Billy's eating speed and quickly expressed her concern. Justice hearing this, Goran became anxious immediately. Justice put down his chopsticks heavily. If that guy dares to bully you, I won't forgive him. Don't be afraid, tell your grandfather. Billy felt a sudden warmth in her heart looking at the caring faces of her grandparents. She put down her chopsticks, took a sip of water, and slowly said, Thompson, Amy, I have something important to tell you. On her way back, Billy had hesitated about whether to tell the two elders the truth. Although it would be hard for them to believe, the series of actions she was going to take would be impossible without their cooperation. Finally, she decided to tell them the truth. Thompson, Amy, what I'm about to say might sound absurd, but my mind is absolutely sound. You must believe me. Justice hearing this, Goran instantly became serious. 1 month from now, there will be an extremely powerful typhoon, followed by continuous heavy rain and flooding. The floodwaters will submerge the entire city for 2 years. After the floods come extreme cold weather, then scorching heat. In short, the end times are coming. After finishing solemnly, Billy anxiously looked at the reactions of Goran and Aspen. What are you talking about? How could floods last for 2 years, and how can it be so hot and cold? Aspen reached out to touch Billy's forehead, wondering if she had a fever. Actually, I died in a major earthquake 5 years from now. When I woke up yesterday, I found myself reborn. Aspen seemed completely unable to believe it, looking dazed. Billy sighed and continued, I know you won't believe me, but I'll prove it to you. Amy, do you remember the jade gourd you gave me? Aspen snapped back to reality. Alberts, I remember. In fact, this gourd has a space inside, about 600 square meters. I can store anything inside. But living things cannot enter. Billy had already secretly pricked her finger with a pin on the train and dropped blood on the jade gourd, causing the space to appear. As she spoke, Billy glanced at the fruit plate on the table, where a few apples lay. She picked one up casually, held it in her palm, and showed it to them, saying, watch. In an instant, the apple in Billy's hand vanished into thin air. The two elders were startled. Aspen's chopsticks clattered onto the table. In the next second, the bright red apple reappeared perfectly in Billy's hand. Chapter 5 Persuading the Elders. Goran rubbed his eyes. Was that just an illusion? The two elders exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. No matter how outrageous it seemed, they had to accept it in the face of reality. If something like spatial ability existed, then what their granddaughter said about rebirth and the apocalypse wasn't impossible. Seeing the two elders half convinced, Billy decided to fan the flames a bit more. Amy, call Aunt Feiyun. She should be more than a month pregnant by now. Paige was Aspen's good friend Janice's granddaughter. In her previous life, Billy learned this news 2 months later from Aspen over the phone. Aspen, somewhat doubtful, dialed her friend's number. Justicello? The speakerphone was on. Justicey, Iphone, is Yunyun there? She's at home. What's up? Do you want to talk to Yunyun? Aspen quickly replied, no need, I just wanted to ask if Yunyun is pregnant. How did you know? Janice was extremely surprised. She always heard that one shouldn't tell outsiders during the first 3 months. They had only just found out Yunyun was pregnant, and besides her and her son-in-law, even her in-laws hadn't been told yet. How could Aspen know? Upon hearing Janice's words, any remaining doubts Goran and Aspen had disappeared. Oh, really? Congratulations. Make sure Yunyun rests well and takes care of herself. Don't let her work too hard. I have some things to attend to, I'll call you back later. Not so fast, how did you know? Without waiting for a response, Aspen hung up the phone. The three of them were silent for a long time. Billy wasn't familiar with the Atticus family at all. There was no way the Atticus would tell Billy, who was only distantly related, such detailed information. So, there was only one possibility. The two elders exchanged serious looks, and finally, Goran spoke. Inna, we believe you. Just tell us what to do next, Thompson and Amy will follow your lead. Seeing the elders' minds set, Billy showed them the shopping list she made on the train and explained her plan. The house they lived in was newly built over the past 2 years and very sturdy, capable of withstanding initial typhoons and floods without any problem. According to Billy's memories from her previous life, the floodwaters would never rise above the 5th floor, and their apartment was on the 16th floor, the top floor, so they wouldn't have to worry about flooding. The extreme heat and cold to come could be managed as long as they stocked up on enough supplies. As for the major earthquake, most buildings collapsed, which happened in the 5th year of the disasters. They could only deal with that when it came. The immediate priority was to reinforce the doors and windows before the typhoon arrived, taking every possible safety measure. While the natural disasters were terrifying, human nature was even darker. To survive steadily in the apocalyptic world, they needed to be wary of outsiders. Though Billy wasn't overly benevolent in her past life and was quite cautious, she still suffered many losses. She briefly recounted some of her past experiences to the elders. She shared these stories to remind the elders not to be overly compassionate or helpful in the future. While being kind-hearted was good, excessive kindness in such a harsh environment would invite disaster. Listening to Billy's accounts, Aspen couldn't help but wipe away tears. Justicer pampered darling had been bullied so badly. Goran also looked solemn. Inna, we understand. Rest assured, your grandma and I won't drag you down. If relatives or friends need help in the future, we'll do what we can, but if you don't want to help, that's fine too. Actually, for close relatives and friends, you can subtly warn them. Just say I have a friend working in the government who has insider information about extreme weather ahead, advising them to stockpile supplies. Billy knew the elders' kindness and offered a plausible excuse. After all, they were longtime friends and relatives, and ignoring them completely wasn't realistic. As for whether others believed this reason, that was up to fate. Pausing for a moment, Billy finally spoke again. Amy, if you wish, you can give her a heads up. Justicer, meaning Kate, her biological mother. Okay, I'll call them right now. Just hearing this, Aspen heaved a sigh of relief and quickly went to make the calls. Billy's parents divorced when she was about 1 year old. Just as her father, Lin Zhengning, left her with her rural grandparents. In her limited memory, those days were filled with her grandmother's curses. Even at a young age, she understood what it meant to be a burden. Initially, her mother Kate visited her occasionally, but after remarrying and quickly having another son, she gradually stopped asking about Billy. It was her maternal grandparents who couldn't bear to see her suffering and took her away from the countryside. Billy had no affection for her birth father and mother, in fact, she even harbored a slight resentment. But she had to consider the feelings of her grandparents. No matter what, she could not persuade them to abandon their daughter, Kate. Watching the two elders on the phone, Billy thought for a moment and dialed another number. Judja, why are you calling now? I'm still at work. Bonnie's voice on the phone was clearly lowered. Bonnie was Billy's best friend since childhood. They grew up together, and after the village was demolished, they were both relocated to the county town. Although they lived in different complexes, they were quite close to each other. Bonnie returned to City C after graduation, while Billy stayed in City B. Despite being apart, their relationship remained unchanged, and Bonnie was one of the few people who truly cared about her. Bonnie, listen to me. I have reliable information that there will be prolonged extreme weather with heavy flooding in a month. Tell your parents to stockpile supplies as much as possible. What nonsense. And don't stay in your dormitory anymore. Move back to your parents' place by the end of the month, Billy said seriously. Just hearing Billy's tone, Bonnie frowned. I haven't heard anything about this. Is your information reliable? I can't tell you specifics, it's government confidential. But I swear it on my life. Also, don't tell anyone else about this. Use all your savings to buy supplies. Don't let others find out that you're stockpiling, and prepare for long-term home confinement. Okay, I need to get back to work, my boss is looking at me. Bonnie quickly hung up the phone. Holding her phone, Billy listened to the dial tone for a long time without moving. She knew that just a few words from her would be hard to convince anyone. Even if Bonnie believed her, she wouldn't take it too seriously. Forget it, I'll bring her some supplies when I visit her later. Billy sighed helplessly. Chapter 6, Bring me 5,000 gin of pork. Time was tight. Early the next morning, Billy's family began to act separately. Just as her maternal grandparents were responsible for contacting workers to reinforce doors and windows and install solar generators, Billy took charge of purchasing living supplies. Just as Billy was about to transfer money to Goran, she saw him wave his hands. I still have some savings with your grandma. We'll ask you if we run short. You just focus on your business. Billy did not refuse, time was life. Billy first went to the bank counter and stated that she wanted a mortgage loan. The staff escorted her to the financial management room because she had all the documents ready and no bad credit history, so the loan procedures were completed quickly. This house could only get a loan of 1 million yuan, which would be transferred within a week without any accidents. After leaving the bank, Billy rented a warehouse in the outskirts through a real estate agent at once, paying 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent. Transporting large quantities of goods into the residential area would certainly draw too much attention. It was safest to transport all the supplies to the warehouse first, and then secretly load them into space. It was already noon after renting the warehouse. Billy rented a small minivan and drove straight to see city's largest agricultural products wholesale market. First, she needed to buy slaughtered beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and duck meat. Billy came to a stall operated by a boss who looked fairly honest. Using the excuse of holding banquets at a hotel, she ordered 5,000 jin each of pork and beef, and 2,000 jin each of chicken, duck, and mutton. The stall owner had never encountered such a big order before. His old face instantly showed wrinkles from laughing, his fingers flew on the calculator. In the end, he even gave Billy a discount, asking for only a 30% down payment. The boss promised that the goods would be delivered to the warehouse address provided by Billy within a week. Billy repeatedly instructed the boss to thoroughly clean the meat and vacuum pack it by weight before delivering it. Similarly, Billy ordered 2,000 jin each of various fish, shrimp, shellfish, and other seafood. Water was too precious in the apocalyptic world, so Billy also asked the boss to slaughter all live seafood and clean it before sending it over. It must be alive. If I find that you are passing off dead ones as good ones, I won't pay you the remaining balance. The boss assured her with a grin, absolutely. Then came the most important item, rice, 30,000 jin, 5,000 jin each of various grains and flour. Billy wiped the fine sweat off her forehead and took a brief rest before heading straight to the vegetable area. Standing in front of a vegetable wholesaler, Billy didn't blink an eye as she rapidly announced the names of vegetables and the amounts she wanted based on the pre-prepared list, needing 1,000 jin of each type. The middle-aged owner, holding a little notebook, looked incredulous. After confirming multiple times with Billy that she wasn't joking, he finally burst into laughter. This order alone would keep him busy for half a year. Walking around the market again, she slapped her head. She had forgotten eggs. There were fresh stocks available in the market, and Billy bought 50 boxes directly, paying the money and getting them loaded into her van on the spot. Leaving the agricultural products market, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Billy hastily ate some boxed meal at a nearby fast food shop, then returned to the scene. Cooking oil and various seasonings were absolute necessities. Combining usage frequency, she ordered 500 boxes for the more used ones, and 100 boxes for the less used. Billy felt infinitely grateful to see city leaders at that moment, for having all major wholesale markets in one place, saving her much time. Exiting the agricultural products market, right across was the fruit wholesale market. It was almost 5 o'clock, near closing time. Billy quickly walked into the market, without further selection, but chose a relatively larger stall and openly explained her intention. Each stall had limited varieties of fruits, and Billy did not have extra time to buy from different stalls one by one. She directly negotiated with the boss to help her procure the items, adding 3 yuan per item on top of the cost price. After agreeing, Billy reported her needs to the boss. She wanted 100 jin of each seasonal fresh fruit. 4 fruits out of season, Billy did not give up either. She requested the boss to help purchase fruit preserves and dried fruits instead. When Billy left the fruit market, it was already dusk. Although her body was exhausted, her heart was full. She had calculated these foods beforehand. With 4 people economizing, they would last for more than 10 years. Just as her phone rang, Billy answered. "Inna, are you done? Come home quickly for dinner." Aspin's warm voice came through. "Sure, Amy. I'm already on my way back." Finishing the call, Billy looked up at the scattered lights gradually lighting up in the residential buildings in the distance. Even if the world was eventually going to be destroyed, at least she had tried her best. Being able to spend the last moments with her family was happiness. After returning home, Billy saw stacks of cardboard boxes and steel frames piled up everywhere outside her front door and in the hallway. The ones that couldn't fit inside were moved into the corridor. Dust flew with every step on the ground, leaving a mess behind. The original dark liver-colored anti-theft door was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a carbon steel anti-theft door gleaming with a silvery grey sheen. Billy knocked on it, hearing a deep and muffled sound in response. Very secure. It was Goran who opened the door, his clothes covered in dust and mud spots. As he made way for Billy, he reminded her, "It's dirty inside. No need to change shoes, be careful of the rebar on the floor." Billy glanced around and noticed not only had they replaced the super thick anti-theft door but also removed all window glasses and frames. The empty window openings were now blowing cool winds into the house. All the furniture in the living room had been moved away. In its place were piles of brand new thick vacuum glass. Most of the wall plaster in the inner rooms had been removed, with cement, mortar, and insulation cotton already in place. It seemed that her grandparents hadn't been idle all day either. Goran waved Billy over to finish dinner first. The family sat around the dining table, sharing their accomplishments of the day while enjoying their meal. The door has been replaced with the best and most expensive one from the factory. According to the owner, even bank vault doors use this material. It guarantees no knife or axe can break through. Tomorrow, the workers will come to install insulated glass and security windows. If everything goes smoothly, it should be done in 2 or 3 days. It's just that adding insulation cotton to the rooms is more complicated. Right now, the rooms are full of lime, so we'll have to sleep on mats in the living room for the next few days. Good. Thompson and Amy, please make sure the workers finish the installation quickly. Ensure the seal is perfect. I'll head to the market tomorrow to check out solar generators and filters. Once the typhoon arrives, the entire city will lose power and water supply soon. Generators and filters must be arranged as well. During the early stages of the apocalypse, solar power can be used, but considering the 2-year-long eternal night ahead, a diesel generator must also be found. For water, most of it will be contaminated post-apocalypse. Drinking water can be stored in space, but daily use water can only be filtered with filters. Chapter 7. Exchanging gold bars for supplies. The next morning, Billy was woken up by a knock on the door. Glancing at her phone, it was only 7 in the morning. Goran and his companion, being elderly with less sleep, had already risen early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. Just as hearing the knock, they hurried to open the door. The window installer was already waiting outside with his toolbox on his shoulder. Albert's day, when the two elders placed their order at the factory, they were told it would take a week for material processing and scheduling the installation, totaling about half a month. However, Billy had previously discussed with them that they should add money if encountering delays, ensuring immediate arrangements without hesitation, as delaying the project was unacceptable. Money would be worthless paper in the apocalypse, but now it was quite useful. The two elders stayed home to supervise the work while Billy finished a bowl of seafood noodles and hurried out. As she left, the insulation installer also arrived. Today, she needed to buy water. There was no clean tap water in the post-apocalyptic world. Initially, the government provided water as part of its supplies, but as the disaster worsened, even basic drinking water became scarce. During the floods, many people had no choice but to drink contaminated water even after filtration and boiling. Pathogens still managed to invade, causing mass vomiting, diarrhea, and even death. Billy found a local water supply company online and called them using the contact number on their webpage. Farron from the company warmly informed her that they had some large water tanks in stock and invited her to come see them. Billy obtained the factory's address and drove there in a rented minivan. When she arrived, Farron was already waiting at the entrance. "Are you Ms. Lin?" Farron smiled at Billy. Billy nodded, parked the car, and followed Farron into the factory. "What kind of water tank does Ms. Lin need?" "We offer assembled, modular ones made of stainless steel, enameled steel, and fiberglass, available in various sizes." After understanding the pros and cons of different types along with their prices, Billy decided to purchase a 10*10*5 meter stainless steel water tank. Although the largest size could be 40 by 60 by 10 meters, her space was only 5 meters high, which wouldn't accommodate it. She had researched online that an individual consumes approximately 1,200 tons of water annually. However, modern households waste water with appliances like washing machines, dishwashers, and showers. Most water is wasted due to lack of conservation habits. Carefully calculating, one person's basic drinking water, plus cooking and bathing needs, could suffice with 12 tons per year if used frugally. If daily drinking water was sourced internally and other uses relied on filtered water, one person only needing 1 liter of water per day could be even more efficient. Conservatively speaking, a single tank holding 500 tons of water, 2 tanks would support 4 people for over a century. Biting the bullet, Billy finally ordered 2 tanks. Water was most crucial, other supplies could be acquired later, but she didn't want to endure the polluted water again. The jade gourd space was only 600 square meters, so 2 tanks would occupy a third of it. If not for storage concerns, she would have bought more. Additionally, Billy purchased 10 stainless steel water barrels, each as tall as a person, planning to store ice cubes for summer relief. Paying a down payment of 50,000 yuan smoothly, Farron promised multiple times to deliver within 5 days. Billy's rented warehouse had utilities connected, allowing her to place the water tanks directly inside and then transfer them into her space. In the afternoon, Billy visited a seemingly reputable gold shop, intending to sell the gold bars taken from Devin quickly. Upon entering, the owner greeted her with a warm smile. "Do you buy gold bars?" Billy got straight to the point. "We do buy gold bars, but we need to inspect them first," the owner replied. Billy took out a gold bar from her bag and placed it on the counter. The owner examined it meticulously for a long time. "Ms., this is a bank gold bar, usually fine, but industry rules require us to clip and burn a bit for verification. Is that okay?" Billy waved her hand. "No problem, go ahead." Seeing her readiness, the owner continued, "We recycle based on international gold prices. Today's price is 443 yuan per gram. How does that sound? Additionally, we need proof of purchase when you bought the gold bars." Billy understood their concern about the origin of the gold bars. Fortunately, Devin bought them from a reputable bank, and all documents were in the box, which Billy also took with her. Handing over the purchase records to the owner, Billy said, "The price is fine. These gold bars were bought by my Nikki, there are 4 of them in total. Do you need to see our marriage certificate? I also have some small jewelry pieces. I've had them for so long that I no longer have any receipts." Billy took out another small cloth bag from her bag and spilled its contents on the counter. 3 24-carat gold necklaces, 2 gold rings, a gold bracelet, a jade bracelet, and a gold pai yao. Except for the gold pai yarrow which she took from Devin, part of these gold accessories were given to her by Aspen when she learned Billy was preparing for her wedding. Last night, upon hearing that Billy was going to sell her jewelry at the gold shop, Aspen specifically took out the gold ring and jade bracelet she had. According to local customs for a daughter's marriage, this jewelry should have been prepared by her mother. However, her biological mother had almost vanished without a trace over the years, let alone prepare a dowry for her. Billy originally did not want to sell them, hoping to keep them as mementos. But Aspen insisted that if the end times really came, holding on to these pieces of jewelry wouldn't be as practical as having an extra down jacket. Seeing Billy's confident demeanor, the owner didn't suspect further, verifying their authenticity before calculating the total amount. Ms. Lin, we can take the gold, but jade is quite difficult to value and we can't accept it here. Perhaps you could try elsewhere. Alright. The total weight of your gold bars and jewelry combined is 260 grams, totaling 115,180 yuan. Let me round it up to 115,200 yuan for you. Fine. If you ever need to buy jewelry again, feel free to come back, and I'll give you the international gold price with the lowest craftsmanship fee. Okay. Billy accepted the money without hesitation and, turning right as she left, threw the box and receipt into the trash. Afraid the bracelets would get scratched or damaged, she placed them directly into the jade gourd space. Not long after leaving the gold shop, Billy's phone rang. It was the delivery of rice, flour, oil, and other supplies she ordered yesterday. The delivery was surprisingly fast. Billy drove to the warehouse. Upon arrival, she saw that workers had already unloaded more than half of the items. She hurriedly opened the warehouse door. After checking each box, she found everything was in order. After the workers left, Billy closed the warehouse gate. Chapter 8. Continue shopping. Looking at the piles of rice bags and crates of eggs and flour stacked up like a small mountain before her, Billy suddenly realized she should buy some shelves. Otherwise, finding things would be really inconvenient, and the space utilization would be inefficient. Without further ado, Billy plopped down on one of the boxes and took out her phone to purchase shelves online. She ordered 20 carbon steel heavy-duty shelves, confirming the dimensions and delivery address with customer service. Ding. Dear Ms. Lin, your bank account ending in 3155 has spent 60,000 renminbi, leaving a balance of 3,118,512 renminbi and 14 cents. Billy sighed as she looked at the remaining balance on her bank card. She had only just started purchasing supplies these past couple of days, yet had already spent over 1 million yuan on miscellaneous items. Money really doesn't last long. However, the mortgage loan from the bank had not arrived yet, so she planned to borrow some more from various online lending platforms tonight. That should keep her going. Spending money felt so fucking great. In the following days, the loans came in gradually. With money in hand, Billy let loose and immersed herself in purchasing supplies. She had over 20 supermarket cards. Originally, Billy intended to use them at supermarkets since they were part of a chain store network, with one located just 4 kilometers away from her home. After discussing it with Goran, considering their empty wallets, they decided to sell each card at a 50 yuan loss. This way was more troublesome but cheaper than buying wholesale, allowing them to acquire more supplies compared to shopping at the supermarket. Goran knew many people locally, so he took charge of selling the supermarket cards. Facing the 12 fuel cards, Billy was stumped. The generator needed fuel, but gas stations had limits on bulk fuel purchases, making it problematic to buy a large amount of diesel at once. Unable to think of a solution, she decided to stop worrying about it for now and focus on getting what she could first. Food supplies were almost complete, so Billy proceeded to purchase a batch of drinks. Considering Aspen's fondness for alcohol and its warming effects during extreme cold weather, Billy also bought 20 cases of liquor. As she liked snacks and sweets, she bought a variety of snacks as well. Since the space could preserve food, there was no need to worry about spoilage. April 12, 2023. 20 days until the apocalypse. All the windows and doors at home had been replaced with reinforced materials. Both bedrooms were fully insulated. Solar panels and a diesel generator were installed on the balcony of the attic. The originally open-air balcony had also been enclosed with a thick layer of glass. To be on the safe side, Billy asked Goran to order another generator and replacement panels from the manufacturer as backup. For heating, Billy initially considered installing underfloor heating at home but learned that it consumed a lot of electricity, which the generator might not be able to supply. Moreover, if the floor temperature rose, neighbors downstairs might feel it, potentially causing unnecessary trouble. When Billy drew this house through a lottery, she thought the top floor was undesirable due to its winter cold and summer heat, as well as the supposed leakage problem. Goran and his companion found it excellent. The developer included a small attic with a small balcony as a bonus for the top floor residents. Elders who lived on the land all their lives, occasionally longing for the countryside, could plant some green onions or garlic and dry sweet potatoes on an outdoor balcony. Therefore, they didn't consider changing houses at that time. Now it turned out to be perfect. The complex had almost the highest floors in town. The balcony fence in the attic blocked any prying eyes, ensuring the generator remained unnoticed. Besides the generator, Billy also purchased large quantities of hand warmers, electric blankets, cotton quilts, and other heating supplies online. That afternoon, Goran managed to visit the market and returned with a minivan full of charcoal. That day, Billy packed a small bag and prepared to go out shopping again. In the elevator, she met Hayden, a neighbor from her grandfather's village. Just as her family was allocated to the same building, apparently living on the 8th floor. Just as her grandfather's village was entirely relocated to this neighborhood, so familiar faces were often encountered just by walking a few steps. "Oh, you has come back." Hayden, holding her little grandson, spotted Billy and greeted her with surprise. "Alberts, the company gave us a holiday, so I came back to see Thompson and Amy." During her childhood, when Billy lived with her grandparents in the mountain village, she often went to Hayden's house to watch TV, the only house in the village with a television. Hayden was very kind-hearted. Pitying Billy's background, she often shared leftover treats with her. Good, you live far away, and your grandpa and grandma miss you every day, eagerly waiting for you to come back. By the way, how long are you staying this time? Hayden's eyes crinkled with happiness. I've taken annual leave, so I can stay for nearly a month. I plan to spend quality time with them. You're a good child, your grandparents' care wasn't wasted on you. Is this your grandson, Hayden? Billy looked at the small, shy child hiding behind Hayden and rummaged in her pocket. She pulled out a small piece of chocolate and handed it to the boy. Alberts, yes, this is my little grandson, named Ronnie. Justice is 3 years old. I also have a granddaughter who's already in elementary school. Ronnie, thank you to the auntie. The little boy took the chocolate and murmured in a soft, babyish voice, thank you, auntie. Well-behaved Tilda. Billy couldn't help but ruffle the little boy's hair, it felt really good. Inna, you're not young anymore. Your grandmother told me you're married now. Why don't you have children yet? Realizing where Hayden was going with this, Billy felt trouble coming and quickly tried to escape. Amy, I have something to do first. See you later when I come visit. Just as Billy's family was frantically preparing supplies, Devin called. Listening to Devin eagerly asking about the progress of selling the house, Billy rolled her eyes disgustingly while maintaining a gentle tone. I've convinced them to sell the house. Alberts, I've found a real estate agent. Now we're just waiting for buyers to come see the house. When will it be sold? You know this house is in the county town, not as easy to sell as those in the city center. It might take some time. If you're in a hurry, I can tell the agent to sell it at a discount. Just as hearing Billy talking about selling at a discount, Devin panicked immediately. Absolutely no discounts. I checked. Your neighborhood is newly built, with the best facilities in that area. Other housing units are selling well. There will definitely be buyers, just be patient. Okay. Billy almost laughed out loud, it was truly difficult for him, scheming so meticulously. Alright, I'll wait a bit more. Recently, I'm helping Thompson and Amy move and clean the house, which is quite busy. I'll contact you when I have time. Alright, take care of yourself. Without waiting for Devin to finish, Billy hung up directly. Talking to this person any longer made her feel sick. However, Devin's call reminded Billy that she had been so busy these days that she almost forgot about this scumbag completely. In her previous life, even though Devin and his family had money, they tricked her into selling the house. During the apocalypse, despite having initially ample supplies, they only fed her 1 meal a day under the pretense of saving food, often just cold leftovers. Despite appearing so frugal, the family's food didn't seem to decrease much. Billy later realized that only she didn't get enough to eat. After the heavy rain, extreme heat arrived. Riker announced that their food supply was depleted and forced her to retrieve supplies from contaminated water, leading to bacterial infection and a serious illness that nearly killed her. As things progressed, it got even worse. Thinking of this, Billy felt almost ready to burst with anger. How could she forget this family? Chapter 9, Devin, get your ass out, Justice here. The next day, in an office building in the high-tech zone of City B, hundreds of kilometers away, Devin had just brewed a cup of tea and slowly sat down at his workstation. Thinking about how his boss Chevy hinted yesterday that if nothing went wrong, he would be the one to get the annual excellence nomination for last year. Being the outstanding employee of the year by the headquarters was not only an honor, it also came with more than 10,000 extra as a year-end bonus and would affect his promotion this year. Justice had been working as a team leader for almost 5 years now. If he could successfully obtain the title of outstanding employee this time, then getting the position of Department 2 director would be like taking candy from a baby. To get this position, he had given quite a few good things to Chevy over the past 2 years. Thinking about it made him cringe. But compared to long-term benefits, this little sacrifice was nothing much. Looking at the colleagues around him who were working diligently, a smile involuntarily crept up on Devin's face. Bang! The loud sound of glass being hit nearly made Devin drop his cup. Don't you King stop me, let me in, bastard. Get out here. Please don't go. No. You bitch, you have the nerve to cry. I'll deal with you later. Get the hell out of my way. The noise outside the door accompanied by a Rosa's sharp crying reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing the commotion, all the people in the office straightened their necks and cast curious glances towards the entrance. Soon enough, everyone saw the source of the sound. A burly middle-aged man dressed in blue work clothes, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his neck, as if they might burst any second. His rough black hands were shoving the security guard, shouting with eyes full of anger, scanning the entire office area as if looking for someone. Behind him, a Rosa was crying her heart out, desperately pulling the man's arm trying to drag him out, but was instead slapped to the ground. Who is Devin? Devin, get your ass out here, the man roared at everyone. When Devin saw the Rosa behind the man clearly, his heart sank. That Rosa was none other than Laura, Billy's colleague and best friend. And also his mistress. All eyes turned toward Devin, each revealing a look of amusement. Seeing everyone's attention focused on one point, the troublemaker quickly locked onto Devin's location. Without waiting for Devin to react, the man strode forward, grabbed Devin's collar, and landed a punch on his face. Facing the overwhelming force of the burly man, Devin was powerless. No matter how he tried to avoid, he could only be beaten like a chicken on the ground. With bruises covering his face, Devin sat silently in Enoch Chevy's office. The troublemaker had already been taken away by the security guards, but he still got beaten for a while. It was too brutal. Devin gently rubbed his left arm, every press sending piercing pain through it. His bone must be cracked. Thinking of his colleagues watching the scene with malicious pleasure without helping, Devin felt a layer of hatred cover his eyes. Once he sat in that position, none of them would escape. However, he did not know how the man found out about him and Laura. Justice had been extremely careful, even phone contacts with her were basically for work purposes. Even when going out to rent rooms, they used other people's IDs, leaving no records whatsoever. But obviously, now was not the time for Devin to reflect on it. Devin, not to criticize you, but you're no longer a young guy in your 20s. You need to handle personal matters well. Causing such a ruckus at the workplace is shameful. How bad an impact it creates. Enoch Chevy slammed his hand heavily on the table. Ouch, the sudden pain made him suck in a breath. When he heard the noise outside, he came out to see his subordinate being thrashed by a big man and hurried to intervene. During the process, his backhand got scratched, now turning red. Seeing this, Devin hurriedly offered a wet wipe, which was slapped away by Chevy. Manager Jew, I really didn't do anything with that Rosa. We only communicated about work. I don't know why her Nikki suddenly went crazy. You have to believe me. Devin cried for justice. Devin knew he absolutely couldn't admit it and insisted he was wrongly accused. Chevy stared at Devin for a moment. An employee under his department created such a huge scandal during the key period of headquarters selection. Not mentioning how others might laugh at them if his competition for regional manager was affected. I don't care whether you are telling the truth or not, but this kind of thing can never happen again. I'm giving you a week off, handle it properly before coming back. Devin hurriedly stood up and quickly walked to Chevy's side, pleading pitifully, Manager, the selection meeting is tomorrow. If you give me a holiday at this time, it's as good as. Before Devin could finish his sentence, Chevy sternly interrupted, to have caused such an uproar, it's already fortunate that the company hasn't fired you. If the other party provides any substantial evidence, I wouldn't be able to protect you even if I wanted to. As he spoke, buzz. Both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Devin picked up his phone for a look. A photo had been posted in the company group chat. In the picture, A3-sized posters were plastered all over the entrance of the company building and inside the elevators. On these posters were entwined naked bodies. The faces, those faces were. Devin's vision went dark when he realized the contents of the poster, and he fell to the ground. Finished. At the same moment, Billy put away her phone contentedly, humming a tune unconsciously, as she patiently sorted out newly arrived supplies on the shelves in her space. After hanging up the call with Devin yesterday, Billy immediately found a merchant on Daobao who sold disposable SIM cards. She paid more than enough money for the service and asked the merchant to send a text message to Ami, Laura's Nikki. The content read, "Take a look at what's on your wife's purple hard drive." In her previous life, Billy discovered the affair between Devin and Laura 3 years into the apocalypse. By then, after the massive flood, extreme cold, and heat waves, societal order had already disintegrated. Government relief supplies were barely sufficient. People had formed groups of various sizes to survive the harsh times together, struggling for survival. In an attempt to ingratiate themselves with Song, the leader of their group, Devin, and his father did not hesitate to drug her and handed her over to the Zechariah's bed. And it was her former colleague and best friend, Laura, who came up with this idea and took her place. Billy would never forget the day she felt dead inside, her bruised body sprawled helplessly on the floor due to the drug's effects, discarded like a rag doll in a room. Laura clung to Devin's shoulder at the door, no longer showing her usual understanding demeanor, laughing triumphantly at Billy. If it weren't for her later struggle and successfully knocking the Zechariah unconscious, that despicable couple would have succeeded. Chapter 10, The Legal Wife Comes to Confront. Pulling herself out of the memories, Ariel watched as Billy put aside her pride and begged humbly, but she remained unmoved. As if fearing that Billy hadn't suffered enough, she took out a purple hard drive and plugged it into the computer. On the monitor screen, one by one, intimate photos of Ariel and her boyfriend Devin appeared before Billy's eyes. The earliest photos were taken even before she met Devin. In this life, Ami received an anonymous message from Billy. When he called back, it turned out to be an invalid number. Driven by curiosity, he searched his house following the instructions in the text message. Indeed, he found a purple hard drive in a locked drawer. Ami opened it on his computer and immediately flew into a rage. How could he possibly tolerate such a vast green prairie above his head? Returning home from work, Ariel was humming a song and still changing her shoes at the entrance. Without any explanation, Ami grabbed her hair and slammed her to the ground, beating her with fists and kicks. Ami, what are you doing? You're insane. Ariel screamed in pain, trying to block his attacks. Do you have the nerve to ask me? Can't I satisfy you, so you dare wear my horns? Slut. Tell me, who is your lover? Ami threw the computer monitor at her in a fit of anger, and she cried out in shock, but upon seeing the photos of her and Devin, her face turned pale, and she collapsed helplessly. Without allowing her to defend herself, Ami pummeled her body and face with his large fists. Stop, Ahu, please stop, listen to me. Ariel wept bitterly, crawling to Ami's feet, hugging his legs for mercy. Don't touch me. Ami kicked her down. I'll deal with you later, tell me, who is it? After forcing her to confess the name of her lover, Ami went to Devin's company the next day to cause trouble. After being escorted out by security, Ami grew angrier. Justice turned around and went to a print shop to print out a large number of their explicit photos, plastering them all over the lobby, elevators, and hallways of the entire office building. The security guards watched the burly Ami, along with the walls covered in scandalous photos, but did not interfere. After this incident, Devin was fired the next day. But Ami didn't let him off. When Devin, exhausted, returned to the neighborhood, he found a crowd of neighbors gathered outside his door, pointing and whispering. Seeing him return, the crowd automatically parted, giving him strange looks, some mocking, some enjoying the drama. Devin quickly walked to his front door. Inside, the open door revealed a scene of chaos. Furniture had been smashed and strewn about. Seeing Devin return, his mother, Zena, let out a wail and lunged at him. Xiaoyu, you're finally back. These people broke in and destroyed our things, accusing you of luring someone else's wife. They even attacked your father. Call the police quickly. Standing in the living room were 5 or 6 young men with tattoos, holding cigarettes between their teeth, glaring menacingly. Leading them was none other than Ami. Justicieing Zena, one of the thugs instantly retorted. Old Rosa, you can eat anything you want, but you can't just spout lies. When did we break anything here? That Zechariah started attacking Brother Hu, and we only pushed him back. What's that called in law? Self-defense. Self-defense, another thug chimed in. Oh, right, self-defense. You broke these furnishings yourself when you fell, has nothing to do with us. Stop spreading lies, or we'll sue you for defamation. Right, no one saw us hit anyone, did they? They demanded, looking around. The crowd exchanged glances and shook their heads. Devin threw his bag to the ground in fury. What do you want? You've already cost me my job, isn't that enough? What? Xiaoyu, did you lose your job? Alexei was incredulous. His son's outstanding career was his greatest pride, something he often boasted about to family and friends. Ami sneered. Really funny. So what if you lost your job? If you have the guts to sleep with someone else's wife, why can't you admit it like a man? You're lying. My son is not the kind of person who would look at a trashy Rosa like yours. Lying. Brothers, show everyone the photos. Let's see how excellent his son is in bed. Devin's pupils constricted, and he blurted out, no, if the neighbors saw those photos, how could he ever hold his head up again? Everyone turned to look at him. Taking a deep breath, Devin asked gravely, what do you want? Seeing his reaction, the onlookers realized the truth and looked at Devin with disdain. I can't believe old Ron always boasted to me about how excellent and outstanding his son is, as if our old small house could barely contain their family. Turns out he's that kind of person. Exactly, what a shame. Instead of doing something decent, he chose to be a third wheel and even caused a scene at home. Disgusting. Justiciared he had a girlfriend and they were about to get married. Poor girl, I've seen her before, she's fair-skinned and looked so obedient. What a pity she got involved with him. Whispers spread among the crowd, the voices low but clear enough for the ones to hear. Ami was not one to beat around the bush, and he directly put a price tag on it, 3 million. Why don't you just rob us? Alexei exploded instantly. 3 million was more than he could earn in a lifetime working in the factory. F***CK. Unable to bear the thought of losing the job he had worked hard for years to build, Devin lost control and lunged at Ami, grappling with him. Seeing their son being beaten, Mr. and Zena also joined in, causing a chaotic scene. The police arrived 10 minutes later, and both parties were taken to the station. Due to no severe injuries and considering it was an emotional dispute, they were released after verbal warnings. Before leaving, Ami threatened the Ron family menacingly, you watch out. Later, Ami not only repeated his tactics by posting posters in Devin's neighborhood but also went to the factory where Mr. and Zena worked, causing trouble. This made the situation known to all their acquaintances and friends. The Rwans avoided going out for a long time afterward. Eventually, they compromised, gathering money to pay a substantial amount as compensation for mental distress to get rid of Ami. Of course, this was another story. Given Ami's temper, it was unknown what fate awaited this dissolute Rosa in this life. In contrast to the gloom over there, Billy had been having a particularly pleasant few days. These days, with the efforts of her and her grandparents, all necessary supplies were being prepared systematically and smoothly. As she watched the space gradually fill up with supplies, Billy should have felt more secure. But, something just felt off. Chapter 11, If you don't come, you will never see me again. Not finding anything amiss, Billy stopped fretting and plunged into the next round of stockpiling. She had to prepare conventional trauma medicine, heart medication, vitamins, household medical devices, gas masks, and so on. Okay. Billy meticulously checked off her list of medicines. Besides the regular medications, she had to be especially mindful of Goran's heart condition. The doctor had instructed that his medicine must never stop, and since Goran was only in his 60s, at least a 40-year supply should be prepared. The hospital could only prescribe a week's worth of medication, and pharmacies wouldn't provide any more even if she went to every pharmacy in town. Gathering a year's worth would have been challenging. Billy indeed went through great lengths, eventually buying the required amount from friends in pharmaceutical companies. Since it wasn't through official channels, the prices were much higher than the market rate. However, it was all worth it. Apart from medicines, daily necessities were also fully stocked. Billy even purchased building cement, self-defense weapons, farming tools, seeds, and various outdoor survival items. Essentially, everything they might need or possibly use had been bought. At the same time, most of Billy's money had already been spent. The clock struck April 25, 2023. A week before the apocalypse. Billy was conducting the final inventory check. The storage space was packed to the brim, with almost no room left. Apart from Billy's storage, their home, except for the living room and kitchen, which remained normal, all other rooms were piled with cat litter and some durable supplies, except for the beds. Once water services stopped, toilets would become unusable. Using cat litter as an absorbent was a practical choice. With all preparations complete, Billy could finally rest today. After lunch, she lay down to rest, holding a photo in her hand, trembling slightly. The yellowed photograph showed two young faces, full of innocence. The girl in the picture smiled radiantly at the camera, while the boy wore a white t-shirt, one arm around the girl's shoulders, looking tenderly at her. Tracing the boy's face, tears welled up in her eyes. Just as her thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. Back then, Billy had a boyfriend named Bernie, whom she had dated for 6 years since high school. They met on campus, competed academically, encouraged each other, and planned to study at the same university. They were each other's emotional pillars. But life is unpredictable. During Bernie's crucial senior year, his parents died in an accident, severely impacting him and leading to his failure in the college entrance exam. Billy, on the other hand, successfully entered her dream university. Bernie struggled financially after borrowing to finish junior college and later moved to City B where Billy attended university. Bernie treated Billy with utmost care despite his low educational background and lack of family financial support, making his career path particularly tough, leading to a very tight budget. The pressure increased when Billy started working after graduation. During her one-year internship, she faced relentless exploitation by her boss, frequent overtime, and earned only the minimum wage of 1,800 yuan per month. Despite Bernie's frugality, it barely covered living costs in the big city. Often, after paying rent for 3 months, the combined savings amounted to less than 100 yuan. Occasionally, sitting in their small rented apartment, Billy felt lost about the future. It was during this period she met Devin through her best friend and became friends. These two individuals set a trap, making Billy believe she had cheated on Bernie while drunk, forcing Devin into intimacy. In reality, nothing happened between them. But Billy, unaware of the truth, felt extremely guilty after the drunken night and couldn't face Bernie. While hesitating whether to confess to Bernie, he learned of the incident indirectly from Summer. Unable to stay, she ended the relationship and left. Later, Devin demanded responsibility, exploiting her guilt to trap her into a relationship. Recalling Bernie's pained expression when she left, Billy's trembling fingers hovered over the dialing pad. Billy knew she had to make this call but feared hearing either cold rejection or dead air. Unknowingly, night fell, shrouding everything nearby. Finally, after a long time, Billy made up her mind. She had no right to disturb him, but no matter what, she just wanted him to live safely in the post-apocalyptic world. No matter if he hated her or despised her, she only wanted to ensure that he could live well. Beep, beep, beep. Each ring struck Billy's heart heavily. Billy unconsciously held her breath, staring at the phone screen without blinking. The short dozen seconds felt like several centuries long. Just as Billy thought Bernie wouldn't pick up. Justicello. A low, familiar voice came through the receiver. Just as her heart skipped a beat for a moment. Steamy moisture blurred Billy's vision, and then it flowed down her face like a breached dam. Justicello? Bernie's voice came again from the other end of the line, with a hint of confusion. Billy took a deep breath and finally whispered after a long pause, "It's me. Alberta, I know. Aha." Both fell silent simultaneously. "Are you okay?" Bernie broke the silence first. Not really. So that's good. What's wrong with you?" Bernie's tone grew increasingly anxious. "I'm not doing well at all." Billy seemed to vent years of pent-up grievances. Her voice was hoarse. Just as hearing the faint crying through the phone, Bernie straightened up immediately and pursued, "Inna, what happened? Tell me quickly. Stevie, are you still single?" Billy probed. Billy had decided that if Bernie already had someone else, he would presumably want to be with his lover during the apocalypse. If so, she would choose not to disturb him. But considering their past, she still needed to inform him about the impending apocalypse. If he didn't believe her, there was nothing else she could do. Silence on the other end of the line. Billy sighed inwardly. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. But there's something." "No. What?" Billy hesitated. "I said, I'm still single," Bernie repeated. Upon hearing this, she turned away from the phone, covering her mouth and sobbing uncontrollably. Not receiving a response from Billy for a long time, Bernie softly called out, "Inna?" Without adjusting her emotions, Billy spoke with a trembling cry, "Stevie, come over now. Right now." Immediately, Bernie's clear face creased into a frown. When he and Billy were dating, whenever she threw a tantrum, she used this same tone. Had Devin bullied her? At this thought, Bernie was about to ask, but he instantly deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, having no grounds to care for her anymore. "Inna, Bernie hesitated to speak. "Stevie, something's going to happen. Come find me." "Inna, what's going on?" Billy choked out, "It can't be explained over the phone. Come find me, or you'll never see me again." Chapter 12. Diesel ready. After hanging up the phone, Bernie's heart couldn't settle down for a long time. Ever since Billy stayed out all night one day, she had inexplicably started to distance herself from him. At first, Bernie thought he had done something wrong and made her upset. The more he tried to please her, the more distant she became. Until one day, he heard from her colleagues. Such shocking news, how could he dare to believe it? Justice was eager for her to deny it, to tell him that it was just a rumor, but she didn't say anything, only cried. What was there left to misunderstand? But how could 6 years of affection be cast aside so easily? Regarding that incident, it would be a lie to say that Bernie wasn't at all resentful toward Billy. 6 years of relationship, Billy betrayed him so thoroughly, without leaving any room. Why did she do it? No matter how hard Bernie tried to figure it out, he couldn't understand. Indeed, that man came from a wealthier family, but there were richer colleagues who pursued Billy. Filled with resentment and doubts, he questioned her repeatedly but never got an answer. After that, Bernie closed his heart and threw himself into his career entirely. Justice climbed the ranks desperately, driven by an urge to prove himself through success in his career. In fact, he did prove himself. Now, he was not only the project manager of the company in City A, but the company had preliminarily approved his application to join as a partner, awaiting formal approval at next month's partner meeting. The desk lamp emitted a soft white light, while only the occasional faint hum of the distant printer broke the exceptionally quiet air. Bernie clearly heard his own pounding heartbeat. Unconsciously, sweat dripped from his palms, leaving water stains on his phone. Justice secretly made up his mind. City C. After confirming that Bernie would be coming soon, Billy put down her phone. It felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body as she fell straight onto the bed. Billy knew that if she told Bernie about the impending end times over the phone, he might not immediately believe her. The most direct method was to make Bernie think that something serious had happened to her, and then try to convince him once he arrived. The next day, Billy and Goran went to Gabriel's house to borrow a large truck, while Aspen stayed home to prepare food. After they inventoried their supplies last night, they found that almost everything else was ready except for diesel fuel. They needed such a large amount, but nearby gas stations did not sell loose diesel. After discussing, the family decided to use the cumbersome method, drive to refuel, fill up, then siphon the fuel from the tank back into barrels, and repeat the process. But the small car's tank was too tiny, and to improve efficiency, they needed to borrow a truck. Luckily, Gabriel and his son operated a large trucking business. Goran immediately called them, and fortunately, Gabriel had no jobs today and was resting at home. Billy and Goran carried a box of milk and a bag of fruit to Gabriel's door. Gabriel knew they were coming and had been waiting. Ah, Jayu, you've come. Gabriel. Billy smiled sweetly. Christopher, you really shouldn't have. When did Jayu return? You didn't even tell me. And you're carrying things over. Gabriel pretended to be unhappy to Goran. The three sat down in the living room and chatted a bit before Goran got to the point. When he learned that Billy and Goran wanted to borrow his truck, he asked curiously, borrowing the truck is fine, what do you need it for? Just tell me directly if there's something. I'm off duty today and can help you right away. Billy and Goran exchanged glances. Well, Jayu wants to renovate our place to make it more comfortable for us to live in. We need to haul furniture and building materials these days. It's expensive to hire others from the market, so we thought since you've been resting at home lately, we'd ask to borrow the truck. Goran rubbed his hands nervously, somewhat guiltily explaining. True, it costs hundreds each time to hire them. Their vans are small too, and charge extra for longer distances. Better this way, Gabriel nodded, but driving my truck requires a B2 license, let me go with you. If Gabriel went with them, they would reveal the truth. Billy hurriedly replied, Christopher, I have a license. You've just finished a long run, you should rest. Thompson and I will be fine. Gabriel was doubtful. How did you get a B2 license? If you don't drive often, you won't be familiar. Let me do it. After several rejections, Billy and Goran finally got the car keys. Finding the truck in the parking lot, Billy climbed into the driver's seat and fumbled with inserting the key and starting the engine. Of course, she didn't have a B2 license. There was a noticeable difference in the operation of a large truck compared to a small car. Although she had crammed a lot of knowledge about driving a large truck before coming, she still felt a bit flustered. Goran nervously swallowed beside her. Inna, don't push yourself. After 2 failed attempts that stalled the engine, she finally succeeded on the 3rd try. Billy cautiously drove the truck out of the parking lot. Please don't let us run into traffic police. Billy prayed silently as she carefully watched the road ahead. The large truck moved slowly on the road, drawing honks of dissatisfaction from other drivers. Upon arriving at the gas station, Billy naturally queued up behind the 92-hash gasoline pump, causing the staff to be speechless. Under the staff's guidance, she parked the truck at the diesel fuel nozzle. Handing over the fuel card, luckily this type didn't require a password. Soon, the tank was full. Billy drove the truck to a secluded corner nearby and turned off the engine. Goran stood not far away, keeping watch. Using the trees as cover, Billy used a screwdriver to open the drain valve at the bottom of the fuel tank and collected the fuel in the prepared barrels below. After filling one, she stored it in their storage space. After finishing, they continued to another gas station to repeat the process. For the next 2 days, Billy and Goran shuttled between different gas stations. They had already refueled at all the nearby stations. To avoid arousing suspicion, they had to drive further, fortunately encountering no traffic police along the way. Not until all 12 fuel cards were used up did they collect around 3,000 liters of diesel. Chapter 13. Tranquility Before the Apocalypse. April 29, 2023. 3 days before the end of the world. Billy was downloading all sorts of professional books, TV series, novels, and even city maps on her computer. Almost all the outlets in the room were occupied by large power banks charging. These things could not only pass the time in the post-apocalyptic world but also provide essential knowledge about medicine, emergency escape, architecture, farming, etc., which might be helpful in critical moments. In the evening, Bernie sent a text message. Justice would land at 7 that night. Billy rarely put on makeup. She changed into a dress and stood in front of the mirror to check herself for quite some time before leaving, drawing curious glances from her parents. She arrived at the airport half an hour early. It had been 7 years since they broke up 2 years ago and the apocalypse began 5 years ago. She hadn't seen Bernie in all that time. Snow like flowers when I left, flowers like snow now I return. Billy stood in the arrivals hall, staring intently at the exit passage, reluctant to blink for fear of missing him. Time passed slowly, and after what felt like ages, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Justice stood straight in front of her. They just stood there, their eyes meeting across the crowd, locked on each other. Justice opened his mouth but found his voice hoarse, finally managing only a light smile. In a private dining room. The two sat awkwardly, like students waiting for punishment. A waiter came in to take their order, breaking the tense silence. Billy quickly ordered several dishes based on her memory of Bernie's preferences. Bernie looked at the radiant Billy before him, hesitating several times to speak. After much deliberation, he finally mustered the courage. "Inna, what happened to you?" When Bernie heard Billy say it was serious, he had been uneasy these past days. Justice had taken leave as soon as he finished his work. Justice was terribly afraid that Billy had some incurable disease. Seeing the man who was sweating nervously, Billy felt warmth in her heart. "Ayo, no matter what I say, will you choose to believe me?" Bernie was confused. "I mean, if what I tell you is too bizarre, and I don't have much evidence, will you believe me?" Apart from a space, Billy currently had no solid evidence to support her claims about the apocalypse. Though the private room was secluded, she couldn't risk revealing the existence of the space here. She didn't know if Bernie would think she was fooling him and leave after hearing her story. "Inna, what do you want to say?" Billy organized her thoughts, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. "Actually, when I said you'd never see me again, it's because in 3 days, this world will face the greatest disaster in human history." Looking into Bernie's eyes, Billy said each word carefully. "Ayo, the end is coming." Bernie froze. On the evening of the 3rd day, Sea City Meteorological Bureau will issue an urgent warning about Typhoon Morami, urging citizens to prepare for the emergency. I don't know what it's like in other provinces, but according to what I know, this super typhoon, accompanied by heavy rain, will ravage Z province for a week, followed by endless floods submerging the entire city. For half a year, the flood won't recede, and humans will experience extreme heat, extreme cold, and eternal night. Bernie listened, dumbfounded, almost incredulous, glancing out the window. It was sunny and peaceful. It was only April, a typhoon? And the apocalypse? "Inna, stop joking around." Bernie couldn't help interrupting Billy, even though he had braced himself. Justice's words were too outrageous. "Ayo, I know you don't believe me. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't either." Billy seemed lost in a long, painful memory. "Do you know, during those long dark days, I barely survived, fighting dogs for food, drinking dirty water from gutters. I've killed people, many people." Tears slid down Billy's cheeks as she spoke. "During the earthquake, I was buried under rubble, feeling my body grow colder inch by inch. When I woke up in a hospital ward, the date was April 4th, 2023. Bernie, at a loss, gently wiped away Billy's tears with a napkin. Justice didn't know how to comfort her, everything was too absurd. Both ate distractedly throughout the meal. Bernie dropped Billy off at the entrance of her neighborhood. As they parted ways, Billy said earnestly, "Ayo, you can choose not to believe me, but I'll prove myself soon. Please give me 3 days. Stay here for the next 3 days, alright?" Bernie agreed. Given Billy's state, even if he left, he wouldn't feel at ease. Justice could only find a good psychologist in a few days to take her to see. However, thinking about the pained expression on Billy's face when she spoke of those things made it seem less like a fabrication. Bernie watched as Billy walked upstairs, then turned and headed towards his hotel. Over the next few days, Billy did not mention the apocalypse to Bernie again. Bernie breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't know how to counsel Billy, so he could only accompany her, hoping to make her happy, thinking perhaps she would be fine in no time. The two spent their days like lovers, going on dates, hiking mountains, watching movies, and shopping at malls, while strolling along the riverside promenade in the evening, enjoying the gentle spring breeze. These peaceful and blissful days were slipping away one by one, and Billy seized every opportunity to enjoy the tranquility before the apocalypse. During this period, Billy visited Bonnie's home once. When Billy arrived at Bonnie's doorstep, she confirmed that there was no one around and no surveillance cameras before quietly taking out the supplies she had prepared earlier from her space. They were all durable foods like rice, noodles, cured meat, a small amount of medicine, and a deflated inflatable boat. This supply could probably last a family of 3 for about 3 months if they rationed carefully. Stacking the boxes at the elevator entrance, she took several deep breaths, pretending to be out of breath from carrying them. "Alberta, got the hang of it now." Billy knocked on Bonnie's door. Seeing Billy come with several large boxes of food, Bonnie's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought she was crazy enough for stockpiling so much food, but never imagined Billy would be even crazier, wondering how long this food would need to last. Seeing Bonnie's modest supply, it was clear her friend hadn't taken her words seriously. Although her best friend had moved back to live with her parents as advised, she only bought some symbolic amount of food, barely enough for a month. Billy felt exasperated and pulled Bonnie's ear, sternly ordering her to buy more supplies before the first. Bonnie kept asking what was happening, finding it terrifying. No matter how much Bonnie pressed her, Billy insisted it was classified information. Would you believe me if I told you the truth? Seeing Billy's serious demeanor, Bonnie finally patted her chest, promising to listen and purchase more supplies over the next few days. Before leaving, Billy warned Bonnie once again not to let anyone know about the supplies at home. The evening wind had gradually started to pick up. One evening, while Billy and Bernie were walking, a dark shadow suddenly darted in front of them. It was Bernie who reacted quickly, kicking the shadow away. In the darkness, a squeaking sound came. Though the streetlights were dim, they could clearly see the true identity of the shadow. It was a large grey-black rat, scurrying toward the roadside greenery. Just as they relaxed, a loud damn sounded ahead. Under the distant streetlight, more black shadows continuously emerged from the source, causing passers-by to scream in fright. Bernie teased that the moral decay of society was such that even rats dared to parade openly. Only Billy knew that these rats might have sensed something, signaling that a disaster was imminent. Chapter 14. The Apocalypse Arrives. May 2nd, 2023, 7:32 a.m. Billy was awakened by the pattering sound of rain outside the window. Pulling back the curtains, the sky was overcast with a light drizzle falling steadily. On the road outside the neighborhood, a group of early risers huddled under the bus stop sign for shelter. As they waited for the bus, one hand held their bags while the other stuffed pancakes and steamed buns into their mouths. Everything was proceeding as usual, following a routine pattern. Pushing open the door, Goran and another person had already risen and were cooking noodles in the kitchen. Seeing Billy come out, Goran walked over with a serious expression and asked Billy for confirmation. "Is it today?" Billy nodded. It was still a light rain now, but in the afternoon, the rainfall would suddenly intensify, and everyone would receive a typhoon warning from the Meteorological Bureau. By around 2 a.m., an extremely strong typhoon would suddenly hit. However, this was just the beginning. After breakfast, Aspen and the other person started busy work in the kitchen again. Billy called her best friend Bonnie. "Inna, you don't know how much my parents have been scolding me. After you left last time, I bought a bunch of stuff again, and they've been nagging at me for having too much money to spend. Did you tell them about the meteorological disaster?" "Albert's, but they kept questioning where I got this insider information. Since you told me it was a secret, I couldn't say more, so they thought I was being fooled and kept urging me to return the items quickly. The weather will change tonight, try not to go out if it's unnecessary," Billy reminded. Oh, it still feels so unreal. Is there really going to be a flood? Then I should move my car to higher ground. Not wanting to listen to the chatter on the other end, Billy replied casually and hung up. "Thompson, Amy, I'm going out, I'll come back for dinner tonight." Billy put on her coat, grabbed her phone, and walked out. "It's dangerous outside, be careful and come back early," Goran said worriedly. The night before, during dinner, Billy had completely opened up to the two elders, telling them about her past with Bernie and her plans. Actually, the two elders had met Bernie before. Since they were eventually planning to marry, Billy had introduced him to her family when she was nearing graduation. The two elders had a good impression of Bernie, but unfortunately, Billy suddenly announced the wedding without explaining further, and the elderly did not dare to ask more. In recent days, while at home, Billy had gradually told them about her previous life and the maliciousness of the Devin family. This included how, half a year after the apocalypse, Bernie found her in a ragged state in B City, wanting to take her away when he saw her emaciated form but was beaten by the Devin family and left dejectedly. The two elders were so angry at hearing this that they almost wanted to seek revenge on the Rwan family. They also agreed with Billy's decision to invite Bernie to live with them. In such a dangerous post-apocalyptic environment, for Bernie to travel thousands of miles from City A to City B to find Billy, his character and feelings for her were unquestionable. With their advancing age, they might not be able to protect Billy if anything happened, and it was good to have someone who could take care of her. At noon, Billy and Bernie went to a spicy hot pot restaurant with umbrellas. The restaurant was bustling. As soon as the hot pot was served, a rich and spicy aroma filled the air, immediately stimulating the appetite. Even if one only smelled it without eating, it was irresistible. Billy picked up a piece of pork belly, mixed it with a mouthful of rice, and eagerly put it in her mouth. The saltiness of the meat was perfectly balanced by the rice, neither greasy nor overly spicy but slightly numbing, leaving a lingering taste. With a loud slurp, she finished a large bowl but still felt unsatisfied. Billy ordered another serving of rice. This kind of flavorful meal would become less available after the apocalypse. Finishing the plate, Billy downed half a bottle of chilled cola and let out a burp without any regard for her image. This hungry ghost-like appearance made Bernie laugh involuntarily. "Whoa, honey, look at the group chat, it says there's a typhoon coming tonight." A low voice came from the next table. "No way, where did you see that?" Her companion seemed skeptical. "In the class group. Check it out," someone shared official meteorological information. "There's an unprecedented super typhoon forming over the Pacific Ocean and developing rapidly. It is expected to make landfall in Z province tomorrow morning with maximum wind speeds reaching over 16 on the Beaufort scale. WC. I saw it too. What the heck, a typhoon in May? Right. And it's so sudden, plus a super typhoon, why no early warning? Should we still go back to school this afternoon? Let's go back first." The two girls spoke as they stood up, packed their bags, and paid the bill. "Ha ha ha, maybe we can have a holiday. Alberta, ha ha ha, but don't get too excited." In the past, every time they said a typhoon was going to make landfall, it always turned away at the last minute. Even though the two girls had already walked far away, the wind still carried their tinkling laughter. Billy came back to her senses and found that Bernie was frowning at his phone screen. Tianhao, what are you looking at? I'm reading the Meteorological Bureau's Weibo. A tempest raged inside Bernie. The Bureau's Weibo account had just updated a typhoon warning at 13:58. This super typhoon was called Molame. Before this post, there was absolutely no warning information about the typhoon. Everything happened exactly as Billy had mentioned before. Was this just a coincidence? Bernie looked at Billy with complicated eyes. She was scrolling through news about the typhoon, her face showing no surprise. After finishing their meal and coming out, they found that the rain outside was much heavier than in the morning, pattering loudly on the umbrella. It was only 2 p.m., yet the sky was dark like it was 6 p.m. Dark clouds were rolling overhead, and the sky seemed like an overturned giant iron pot, pressing down so heavily that it felt hard to breathe. Bernie held the umbrella, walking alongside Billy on the way back. Billy knew that Bernie was wavering. Tianhao, pack up your luggage, let's go to my place first. Even if you don't believe me, a typhoon is coming soon, and it's not safe for you to stay in the hotel alone. My family has an extra room. Is it convenient? Bernie hesitated. After all, he was the ex-boyfriend, and it would be somewhat awkward to go over like this. Don't worry, I've already talked to Thompson and Amy. They're happy you can come over. Before leaving, they especially asked me to invite you for dinner. Mentioning the elders made it clear that Bernie should feel embarrassed to refuse. Sure enough, he nodded. On the way back to the hotel, Billy saw some residents with crisis awareness already moving appliances upstairs with their sleeves rolled up. Many private cars drove out of the underground garage and parked on the ground one by one. However, there were also mocking voices saying they were overreacting, asking when there hadn't been any typhoons each year, none of which really made landfall. It was mostly thunder without much rain, and the last flood happened more than 20 years ago. The trip from the restaurant to the hotel only took about 20 minutes, but Billy could clearly feel the wind getting stronger. The large raindrops hit their faces painfully due to the wind, so the two sped up their steps. After arriving at the hotel, Bernie quickly packed his luggage. Meanwhile, Billy received a call from Goran. Inna, the wind is getting stronger, where are you? Get back here right now. Okay, I'm already on my way back. Be careful on the road. After hanging up, Bernie had already finished packing. The two grabbed their suitcases and quickly checked out of the hotel. Billy used an app to order a taxi. Looking at the app showing that the car was still 2 kilometers away, she felt anxious. In just this short while, the wind had grown even stronger, almost reaching typhoon strength. In her previous life, the typhoon didn't arrive until 2 a.m. the next day, but it seemed to have started early this time. 5 minutes later, the taxi still hadn't shown up. Billy kept refreshing the vehicle's location. Your order has been cancelled by the driver. Trying again, no one accepted the order for a long time. What's happening? Bernie couldn't help but ask when he saw Billy frantically tapping the screen. No one is accepting the order. What should we do? It's 1.5 kilometers back, and the wind is so strong. Bernie immediately took off his coat and put it on Billy. What are you doing? With such heavy rain and wind, drivers can't see anything through their windshields. No one will accept orders, and it's useless to wait here. Let's walk back while we still can. Bernie put the umbrella into his backpack, slung it over his chest, and pulled the suitcase with one hand while firmly holding Billy's shoulder with the other. The warm touch made Billy's heart tremble. Hold on to my clothes and follow me. Billy bit her lip and decided not to be stubborn anymore, then followed Bernie into the rain. The wind and rain swirled together, striking their faces like dense bullets, causing sharp pain. Their clothes were instantly drenched, sticking tightly to their bodies when the wind blew. The branches of the greenery along the roadside were bending, and rows of bicycles fell over. Cars turned on their hazard lights and stopped on the road, making every step extremely difficult. Bernie tried his best to shelter Billy behind him, hoping to block part of the wind and rain for her. A route that usually took over 20 minutes ended up taking them nearly an hour. Goran opened the door to find two soaked figures. After taking a shower and sitting on the sofa sipping hot ginger soup, Billy sighed contentedly. Home was indeed more comfortable. The elders had already prepared the guest room in advance. By prepared, they simply laid out clean bedding on the small bed, and the room was still filled with supplies, with only a narrow path cleared for one person to pass through. As the door opened, Bernie's eyes and luggage both dropped to the ground with a thud. Chapter 15, All Gone. At 9 p.m., the super typhoon made landfall with torrential rain, turning the world into a whirlwind of sand and rocks. The sounds of heavy objects falling and glass shattering could be heard intermittently. Before going to bed, Goran and Bernie had meticulously checked the windows inch by inch to ensure they were sturdy enough and wouldn't leak before feeling reassured enough to sleep. Even though they had installed thick double-layer vacuum-strengthened glass, the furious howling of the wind outside was still clearly audible. However, this night was the most peaceful Billy had slept in her entire life. The next day, when she woke up and glanced at her phone, it was 8:45 a.m. Billy got out of bed, opened the curtains, and looked outside. The wind hadn't weakened one bit. The trees in the residential area's garden were almost entirely uprooted, lying toppled everywhere. One tree had even severed a power line, which now slanted into the driver's seat of a black private car, shards of glass scattered on the ground. The power lines that lay atop the debris still sizzled with electricity, making it unclear if the driver inside was safe. Not far away, the awning over the electric scooters outside the mall's entrance was nowhere to be seen, and the scooters inside were all overturned. The two huge glass doors of the mall had been torn open, leaving only a gaping hole through which the wind and rain were being whipped indoors. Broken glass littered the ground everywhere. Billy saw that several households opposite had shattered window panes, with residents waving their hands frantically for help. Billy stopped looking, drew the curtains closed, changed out of her pajamas, and walked out of the bedroom. Bernie was assisting Aspen in the kitchen. Justice said something that made Aspen laugh. Feeling like his work had been usurped, Goran wore a mournful expression as he saw Billy come out. "Inner's up, come, have breakfast," Tilda Aspen called out. Billy nodded and quickly went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Breakfast was abundant. 2 steaming baskets of dumplings, a plate of golden fried eggs, a big pot of century egg and lean meat congee, and freshly ground soy milk with a rich bean fragrance. "Hurry and try. How did all of this early this morning? I've just become his assistant, he really is capable." Aspen was very satisfied with Bernie, laughing so much her eyes nearly shut. Blushing from the praise, Bernie scratched his head awkwardly. Back when Billy was still with him, to save money, it was always Bernie who cooked, gradually honing his culinary skills over those years. She hadn't expected that after so many years, he seemed to have improved even more. The family laughed heartily around the table, enjoying the warm breakfast. While eating, Billy browsed the messages in the homeowners group. The homeowners group was filled with lamentations. Some homeowners wailed about how the glass in their living room windows was shattered by the wind last night, and they couldn't fix it because the wind was too strong, causing water to flood their homes. The whole family had to huddle in a small room, and even now, someone had to keep the kitchen door from blowing open while others tried to cook, leading to great hardship. There were quite a few families suffering similarly. Another person broke down when they received news early in the morning that their home in their hometown couldn't withstand the storm and collapsed overnight, leaving their parents under the rubble with uncertain fates, yet they were trapped here unable to even say a final goodbye. However, these messages were soon overtaken by people calling for property management repairs. Surprisingly, some people were laughing and joking about not having to go to work these days. Finding it uninteresting, Billy put her phone down. But soon, new messages came in. All from Bonnie. Opening the voice messages, Bonnie's chatty voice rang out. First, she asked if Billy was safe and expressed amazement that Billy's message was indeed true. Then, she recounted being almost scared to death last night but was grateful for having listened to her advice, or else she might have been huddled under her dormitory blanket crying to heaven and earth. Just as her voice was noisy yet warm. Worried and maternal, Billy repeated instructions to lock the door tightly and not go out, to which Bonnie assented repeatedly. Imagining Bonnie nodding fervently, she couldn't help but chuckle. After breakfast, Bernie insisted on cleaning up the dishes, making Aspen smile from ear to ear. Goran was flabbergasted. What a show-off. Outside, the wind continued to rage. The family shut themselves indoors to prepare meals. Taking advantage of the ample supplies they still had, cooking wouldn't draw much attention due to its smell. Once supplies became scarce in the future, cooking would be risky, especially for strongly flavored dishes. Thus, the 4 divided tasks. Billy was responsible for washing and preparing vegetables and cooking rice. Aspen and Bernie handled cooking. Again left out, Goran squatted on the balcony sulking and playing with vegetable seeds. To simplify things, all the dishes were cooked in large pots. Initially puzzled, Bernie thought it wouldn't fit in the fridge, and they wouldn't be able to finish it all, leading to spoilage. But recalling what Billy had previously mentioned, he didn't dwell on it and fully committed himself. Cooking on both burners simultaneously. Before long, the stir-fried green pepper with pork came out of the kitchen pot by pot, all packed into large stainless steel buckets prepared in advance. Then came the braised pork, potato-stewed beef short ribs, mapo tofu, pickled cabbage fish, and curry chicken cubes. Even with the range hood running at full blast, it made little difference. The whole kitchen was filled with mouth-watering aromas. The scents seeped through the gaps in the windows but were soon washed away completely by the rain. The family worked from morning until 9 p.m., hastily eating lunch with the leftover congee from breakfast. When everything was finally done, they all collapsed on the sofa, too exhausted to move another inch. Rumble. Someone's stomach protested. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. After some hesitation, Billy struggled to get up, heading to the kitchen where rice remained in the rice cooker. She ladled 4 bowls of rice and fetched the braised pork and mapo tofu cooked earlier, placing them in dishes. She quickly prepared a side of seaweed salad as well. Finally, she brought everything to the dining table and called everyone for dinner. Bernie's eyes lit up with surprise at the steaming hot braised pork on the table. The dishes prepared in the morning were still hot in the evening, and those stainless steel buckets used for storing food were clearly moved to the hallway between the living room and dining area. How did Billy manage to bring the dishes out from the kitchen? No. Where did those buckets go? Each bucket stood about 7 feet tall and nearly a meter in diameter, requiring 2 people working together just to barely move them. Everyone had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, and Billy had only briefly left in between. Damn it, they vanished into thin air. Bernie sharply turned his gaze to Billy. Sensing Bernie's shock and curiosity, Billy inwardly understood but continued to eat with a smile. Throughout the meal, Bernie could hardly focus. After washing off the cooking oil and smell, Billy half reclined on the bed, drying her hair with a towel while scrolling through messages on her phone. Knock, knock, knock. The door's not locked, come in. Bernie opened the door with a complicated expression. Billy's room was also cluttered with various cardboard boxes, barely leaving any walking space. Bernie moved a box to sit down, watching Billy dry her hair, unsure how to start the conversation. Over the past couple of days, he had seen every room stuffed with supplies and witnessed the tacit cooperation between Billy and the elders. Justice couldn't deny the truth anymore. But today's incident. Chapter 16. We must be good. What's coming will eventually come. Billy put down the towel in her hand and sat up straight. Actually, there's something from last time I didn't tell you. Bernie immediately perked up, sitting at attention. I'm sure you're very confused about where those stainless steel buckets filled with vegetables went today. Billy casually dropped a bomb. In fact, I have a personal space where I can store and retrieve anything out of nowhere. Bernie felt scorched inside and out. Not giving him a chance to recover, Billy conjured up a handful of sunflower seeds out of thin air. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Bernie blinked. Magic. Justice glanced behind Billy. Bang. A folding bed appeared out of nowhere and landed heavily on the bed. It made Bernie's heart tremble. Do you believe it now? It seemed he couldn't digest it. Billy wasn't in a hurry, she quietly waited for him to accept the reality. The clock by the bed ticked away minute after minute. Bernie's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. But then, as if remembering something, his expression turned a bit sad. Justice lifted his head and stared unblinkingly at Billy's bright face. His hands, resting on his legs, were trembling slightly if what she said was true. The apocalypse, rebirth, space. She said she struggled and survived alone during the apocalypse, killing until death found her. So why are you alone? Where is that person? Bernie was very smart. Justice had almost guessed the truth but dared not believe it. If so, what unimaginable torture did Billy endure? Justice couldn't picture how this bright and lovely girl could wield a blade to fend off demons surrounding her. And where was he back then? Thinking of this, Bernie blamed himself. You actually came looking for me, probably around a week after the typhoon stopped. She noticed the guilt in Bernie's eyes, but I was locked in the attic at the time because I had quarreled with them over their fake marriage proposal. Justice was Devin. The neighbors later told me that on that day, you just wanted to check if I was safe. They said I didn't want to see you and pushed you out, hitting you at the door and shoving you down the stairs. Billy choked up. You were bleeding from your head when they chased you away. It's all my fault. Bernie's eyes reddened as he listened. Justice's beautiful dark eyes turned cold. I only found out much later that everything back then was just a show staged by him and my so-called good friend to trick me. Even they had been having an affair. But by the time I discovered the truth, it was too late. I was trapped by the disaster and had to dive into the water repeatedly to scavenge supplies just to survive. I thought the disaster would end one day, and I could leave. But I never expected them to be so despicable. They even. Billy gripped the smooth sheet beneath her, creating creases. Closing her eyes to hide her sorrow, she whimpered, they even drugged me to offer me as a gift to someone else. What? Bernie jumped up, fuming, unable to speak, his hands shaking. It took him a while to shout. Beasts. Beasts. A pack of beasts. No wonder Billy wouldn't mention that man who was supposed to protect her and cherish her during the apocalypse. No wonder when she first talked about the apocalypse, besides the bleak struggle for survival, her soul looked like dead ashes extinguished. Bernie regretted letting go so easily back then, why he didn't forcibly keep her by his side. Then none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as if only. Billy patted her face, trying to calm herself. But fortunately, they didn't succeed, though I nearly died several times before escaping. You know what happened after. Now it's good. I have you, and Thompson and Amy, and all the important people are safe with me. I'm already very content, she smiled at Bernie. In this life, we must take good care of each other. Alberts, we will definitely be good. After helping Billy turn off the light, Bernie returned to his room. Lying in bed, anger, regret, and self-reproach intertwined, making it impossible for him to calm down. The next day, both appeared at the dining table with big black circles under their eyes, startling the elderly couple. Goran and the other two had experienced such situations themselves. Glancing at each other, they guessed what had happened but didn't ask. They just invited the two to eat more. After finishing the meal, Aspen silently boiled some eggs for them to apply on their eyes. As usual, they spent some time browsing the group chat messages. Unbeknownst to anyone, the conversation turned to people gleefully sharing photos of the supplies they had stored at home, oblivious to the price they might pay in the future. Who still looks down on us Otakus now? Look at these boxes of instant noodles and happiness water I have. What do you think? Envious, right? As he said this, he also posted a photo of his bed piled high with instant noodles. Woof, woof, I usually just order takeout and never buy any grains. I've been eating snacks for 2 days straight, almost puking. This was clearly a young office worker. Ha ha ha, Missy, my house has plenty of food. Come over and I'll treat you to a feast, French red wine, Australian lobsters, the works. A tattooed brother sent a video showing off his collection of red wines in a cabinet, boasting about his treasures. An owner who had no food at home and had been gnawing on dry bread for 2 days. Albert's today, someone's place kept wafting various meat aromas all day long. It made me crave so much that I even dreamt of braised pork belly. Once the typhoon passes, I'm going to the restaurant for a hearty meal. The group was instantly flooded with pictures of all kinds of delicious food. Some were worried that after this typhoon, which raged for 2 days and nights, if it delayed further, their boss would deduct their wages again. Despite the lively chatter in the group, safety reminders from the property management quickly got buried and had to be reposted several times. After exiting the group chat, Billy browsed today's news. The official Weibo of Sea City government announced that rescue teams dispatched yesterday encountered sudden dangers shortly after starting operations, resulting in the unfortunate loss of more than 10 people. Rescue efforts have been suspended until the wind subsides. With relentless storms and heavy rain expected to last a month, the harsh conditions would not allow for any rescue operations. This meant everyone would have to rely on stored food for the next month. But how many households would actually have a month's worth of food in their refrigerators? Those flaunting their food now would only appear as plump lambs to those starving for over a month. Billy stopped looking at her phone. The food she prepared yesterday was far from enough. In the future, there would be no gas or electricity. Although her personal space had a generator and fuel, each use depleted it. While gas was still available, she had to hurry up and cook more. Another day spent waging war in the kitchen. In the following week, Billy, along with Aspen and others, worked tirelessly in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up. Just as her personal space gradually filled with all sorts of delicacies. Braised meatballs, twice-cooked pork, braised pork, spicy mutton stew, stir-fried liver, chopped pepper fish head, dry pot sausage. All these dishes required considerable gas and effort to prepare. As soon as they were done and still steaming hot, Billy would store them in her personal space. Chapter 17 Lee Amy's Favor. The typhoon raged mercilessly for a week. The city's drainage system was built over 10 years ago. On rainy days, low-lying areas would usually flood easily. After a week of heavy rain, the road below the residential complex was now covered in murky yellow water, with the deepest spots likely reaching mid-calf. The small stream surrounding the complex, which had been dry before, was now gushing brown mud onto the roads, its ripples distorted by the fierce wind. The typhoon showed no signs of stopping and was even intensifying. Tension spread through the homeowners group chat. Some were almost out of food, desperately calling for help from property management in the chat. But the reply was that the property management couldn't do anything, they weren't idle. The gates to the complex were stuck shut by the wind, making it impossible to push open, and people were nearly knocked over as soon as they stepped outside. Even the on-duty staff were trapped in the property office. They could only suggest this homeowner seek help from other residents in the same building. Who has rice? I can trade instant noodles. I'm sick of eating this stuff every day. This was the overweight person who had previously posted photos of huge boxes of instant noodles. Me. I still have rice at my place, but all the vegetables are gone. Plain rice is hard to swallow. At least the instant noodles have some green veggies. Which building are you in, bro? I'm in Unit 302 of Building 4. I'm in Building 6. Ah. The overweight person sighed. 55555 food at home is about to run out. Didn't someone say they would treat me to a meal? Someone immediately tagged Bridger Bay, tattooed brother. No one responded. If this keeps up, we'll die. Is the government not going to help us? How can they help? Haven't you seen the news? It's not just here. Almost all of Huaguo, China, has been hit. The national and governmental rescue teams have lost so many people. Only a few have been saved. We can only rely on ourselves. The previous floor is right. This is almost a global disaster. My aunt in Malaysia, USA, is in the same situation. It's worse there. The government hasn't helped them at all. Justice even. At this moment, someone sent a message that instantly drew everyone's attention. Apparently, there's a young couple renting in our building who have been without food for 2 days. Last night, the boy ventured out, tying fitness sandbags to his feet and carrying dumbbells in his backpack. Justice barely made it out of the complex entrance when he was thrown into a rock by the wind. The girl cried for a long time before getting enough neighbors to help drag him back. No one knows if he survived. This sparked an uproar, and the group chat suddenly turned into a bustling marketplace. Last night, Billy did hear faint cries mixed in with the howling wind, though she wasn't sure. In contrast to the tense mood among other homeowners, things were harmonious here. In the living room, Bernie was playing chess with Goran. Alberic seemed to have met his match, frowning and staring intently at the board. Billy thought for a moment and also posted a plea for help in the group chat. She claimed that because her family had been renovating recently, they hadn't stocked up on food and were running out. She hoped kind-hearted people could help, promising repayment later. Though the elders had brought back some supplies, they kept them hidden in boxes. But she feared someone might covet them. Playing the victim was never wrong. She posted this message to prevent anyone from eyeing their stash, not expecting any donations. Sure enough, her message was quickly buried. A week ago, Goran planted vegetable seeds on the balcony in a sunroom. Now, tender green sprouts emerged, clustering together vividly. Goran carefully peeled off the plastic film covering them and watered them. Though the space contained 1,000 pounds of vegetables, ordinary vegetables would be difficult to grow in extreme weather, especially during those 2 years of eternal night with no sunlight. Fresh vegetables would be a fantasy. Justice decided to plant what he could now and save the stored produce for future use. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table for dinner. After these few days, the elderly couple was thoroughly satisfied with Bernie. Besides cooking well, Bernie was very observant, taking on all the heavy and dirty work. This made Aspen smile constantly. Initially, Goran felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing Bernie working so hard to make his wife so happy. However, after Bernie repaired his old antique watch, who was jealous? No one. At dinner, Goran kept serving Bernie more dishes, even ignoring his granddaughter. As the family was happily eating, the doorbell rang. Everyone paused with their chopsticks mid-air, exchanging glances. Goran gave Aspen a look. She understood immediately. Who is it? Aspen called out toward the door, deftly lifting the dishes from the dining table and quickly walking into the kitchen. Bernie swiftly opened a small gap in the window beside the dining area. The cold wind instantly swept through the entire house, significantly diluting the aroma of the food. "It's me, Heather. It's Hayden." Billy recognized the voice at the door. Seeing that there was only one plate of garlic stir-fried water spinach left with just a few bites remaining, and 4 empty rice bowls on the table, confirming there was nothing unusual, she walked over and opened the door. "Coming." The door opened. Hayden stood at the entrance, holding a red plastic bag. "Hayden, why are you here?" Upon recognizing her old friend from the same village, Aspen also came over and hurriedly greeted her. "Shana, how did you come on such a typhoon day? Come in and sit down quickly." Hayden waved her hand to refuse. "No need, I just dropped by to bring something and will leave." As she spoke, she opened the plastic bag in her hand and handed it over. Inside were potatoes, still covered in soil, weighing about 2 or 3 pounds. Aspen looked puzzled at Hayden, unsure of what was happening. "Why did you suddenly bring us potatoes?" Though Aspen didn't know, Billy certainly did. It must have been because of the help request she posted in the group chat this morning. But she really hadn't expected that someone would actually be willing to give up supplies in this situation. Seeing that Aspen wasn't taking the potatoes, Hayden tried to put them into Billy's hands. "It's not anything special, just take it. My granddaughter saw your plea for help on my daughter-in-law's phone this morning." Billy glanced guiltily at Aspen, who seemed to understand. "Shana, take it back. Yu is too irresponsible. Although we don't have much food left, we won't starve. Your family has 6 people, it must be more difficult for you." "Alberts, Hayden, I was just exaggerating online." Billy hurriedly pushed the potatoes back. "Xiaoyi, we've known each other for so many years, why the formality? Just take it. My Nikki recently harvested some potatoes from our little plot of land. We still have enough." Without waiting for a response, Hayden placed the bag of potatoes in Billy's arms and turned to leave. "Justicey. Shana, why don't you come in and sit for a bit before you go?" Hayden waved back. "No, I need to get back to check on Chocho." Billy stood there holding the potatoes, exchanging glances with Aspen and the others. Now they owed her a favor, they could only repay it in the future. Chapter 18, Water reaches the 2nd floor. Every day, Billy's first action upon waking up was to pull the curtains aside and check the flood level downstairs. The water level had been rising rapidly over the past few days. In just 10 days, it had already submerged the 1st floor rooftops. Fortunately, the ground floors of the housing complex were elevator lobbies, and residences started from the 2nd floor. However, despite not being flooded yet, the storm showed no sign of weakening, indicating that the flooding of the 2nd floor was inevitable. Residents on the 2nd floor were already restless, developing mouth ulcers from stress and complaining in the group chats every day. Another household took a risk and went out, but unlike the lucky boy previously, they were swept away by the floodwaters and never returned. Property management frantically issued several messages, reminding residents not to venture outside to meet their doom and wait for government rescue at home. The atmosphere in the homeowners group chat was no longer as light-hearted and joyful as it was a week ago but was filled with grievances and quarrels. Before the typhoon, residents only needed to place their garbage at the doorsteps for the cleaning aunties dispatched by property management to collect the next day. However, since the typhoon, the complex's management had almost completely shut down. The trash accumulated for 10 days in the hallway, fermenting for a long time, emitting a rancid stench that spread throughout the entire building. Some morally lacking households, unable to tolerate the piled-up garbage in the hallway, directly threw garbage bags into the water below. Countless garbage bags were scattered everywhere by the wind. Some hung on tree branches, some torn by sharp objects, spilling waste everywhere. This caused great hardship for lower-floor residents. The foul smell permeated everywhere due to the continuous wind, making people gag even with windows closed. There was a wave of angry cursing in the group. But there were still people on the upper floors who continued behaving selfishly, causing suffering to others rather than to themselves. Unable to bear it any longer, low-floor residents finally identified the source of the thrown garbage to be Unit 901 after days of observation. Residents from the 2nd and 3rd floors led a crowd to confront them. Unit 901 initially refused to open the door, shouting through the barrier. This act enraged everyone. They picked up bricks from the hallway, smashing at the door until 901 unwillingly opened it. Seeming to have harbored much suppressed anger, the lower-floor residents, seeing the arrogance of Unit 901, rushed forward to fight, leading to a chaotic scene. However, things did improve significantly after that incident. Billy's residence on the 16th floor seemed to exist in isolation, peaceful amidst all the chaos. Just as her neighbor Thomas knocked on her door only once to discuss garbage disposal. Both parties eventually agreed to avoid taking out wet waste as much as possible and seal it tightly if necessary. All garbage would be placed on the platform between floors 16 and 15 of the fire escape staircase. Thus, closing the fire door would prevent smells from easily entering. Afterwards, Billy's family lived their simple lives quietly behind closed doors. Cooking meals, planting vegetables, their life was colorful and fulfilling. During this period, Devin sent several messages, inquiring about Billy's situation. Billy pretended not to see them, ignoring his inquiries. When he saw she didn't reply, Devin soon followed up with phone calls. She simply turned off her phone. Devin lived in an old complex with only 5 floors. His family resided on the 4th floor. In their previous life, the flood had reached the 5th floor. Back then, the family hurriedly rescued electrical appliances. Initially, when their home was flooded, they had to squeeze into a small attic less than 5 square meters, too cramped for movement. Soon, the water rose higher, forcing the family to move to the 5th-floor hallway, which was already crowded with several other families like beggars. Their food supply had run out half a month prior, and they relied solely on Billy scavenging for supplies until the government started distributing relief materials. In this life, that family could not exploit her, and heaven itself would punish them. After a busy day, they poured some wine, turned off the lights, and watched movies together as a family. Waking up the next morning, the water had already risen to the 2nd-floor ground. Billy walked downstairs to check and found a crowd gathered in the middle of the 4th-floor hallway, observing the flooding. People huddled together, discussing the harsh weather and expressing grievances. Damn this typhoon, how are we supposed to live? In my whole life, I've never encountered such a powerful typhoon. The last time Sea City experienced a typhoon and flood was over 10 years ago when I was in elementary school. Back then, it barely reached the 1st floor. Not like this time, showing no signs of stopping. Have you ever seen a typhoon lasting more than 10 days without pause? It's so strange. Could it be the end of the world? A weak voice asked. It was a correct assumption. Billy glanced at the girl, a quiet, gentle one, apparently from the 5th floor. You watch too many movies, it might stop tomorrow, someone retorted. Sigh, it's been almost half a month since we last went to work. In our factory, we're paid by the piece with no minimum wage. How much money have we lost? There are still mortgages and car loans to pay. How can we live like this if it goes on? Have you heard? The reservoir on the hillside of Panku village suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night, and the whole village was buried under debris flows. Justice even. The residents on the 2nd floor were wading through ankle-deep sewage, rescuing furniture while cursing. Televisions, refrigerators, robotic vacuum cleaners, bedsheets, quilts, food. All these large items were moved upstairs and placed in the stairwells, making the narrow corridors unbearably crowded. Furniture could be temporarily piled up in the stairwell of the 3rd floor, but people couldn't live in the hallway. Emergency calls were always busy. People on the 2nd floor dialed for a long time without success. Finally, when they got through, they were told that due to too many affected civilians and limited police force, their address had only been registered, and they were advised to wait on site for rescue. Outside, the wind howled fiercely. Everyone knew whether help would come or not. Ralph, I remember it's only you and your wife living at your place. See my situation, what can I do? Can we stay at your place for a few days? We'll leave as soon as the rain stops. The man mentioned looked uneasy. Christopher, my wife is 6 months pregnant, and her mother came to take care of her half a month ago. There's really no room left in the house. 201, disappointed, turned to look at the others with hopeful eyes. But all he saw were evasive looks. No one dared to offer help. Who would casually agree, considering if the rain never stopped, it would be easy to invite but hard to get rid of guests who might linger. And there wasn't much food left at home. How could they share it? If the newcomers ran out of supplies, it wouldn't be right to eat in front of them while they starved. It was better to keep quiet. The entire hallway fell silent. Billy watched for a while and then went upstairs. 201 and 202 started knocking on the doors of neighbors they usually got along with, but they either said they had no room or simply ignored them. Finally, the two families could only return to the hallway and lay down mats dejectedly. Residents on the 3rd floor also looked worried upon seeing this scene. Water levels were visibly rising. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before the flood reached their homes. Chapter 19 Justice Art Troubles. Billy stood by the window, looking outside where misty fog obscured everything. Debris floated in the water below, swirling around as if the water level had risen again. What are you thinking about? Bernie had come up behind her without her noticing. Stevie, something seems amiss. Billy turned, her expression serious. What is it? I clearly remember that last life, the super typhoon didn't make landfall until early morning on May 3rd, but this time it arrived at dusk on the 2nd. Billy tried hard to recall details from her past life. Also, the typhoon stopped on the 12th day, yet the rain hasn't ceased. Look now, this wind shows no sign of weakening. Bernie gazed out the window and admitted it was indeed true. Stevie, I'm a little worried. If things deviate from how they were in my previous life, we have no idea what might happen next, and all our efforts could go to waste. Billy became increasingly apprehensive as she spoke. Seeing her distress, Bernie gently pulled her to sit on the sofa. Looking into her slightly disordered eyes, he reassured her calmly, "You've done an excellent job, preparing so many supplies. In this lifetime, even if the natural disaster arrives earlier or later, things still seem to be unfolding similarly to your past life, don't they? Our efforts should be heading in the right direction." Bernie declared firmly, "No matter what happens in the future, you'll still have me, Thompson, and Amy. You will never face anything alone. Since Justice Even has given you a second chance, bringing you back to your loved ones, it must pity your past suffering and won't torment you anymore. Don't be afraid, let's work together." After all these years, the man before her still looked just like he did in her memories. His sharp facial features cast soft shadows under the dim yellow light, his thick long lashes creating a gentle effect. His deep eyes seemed to hold stars within them, and his warm smile was comforting and stabilizing. Suddenly, Billy felt relieved. Indeed, even if things differ from her past life, she's not alone anymore. All right, let's go eat. Seeing Billy's mood improve, he called her to join for lunch. Today Goran cooked one of Billy's favorite dishes, pickled cabbage with spring bamboo shoots. After heating the wok and adding oil, he tossed in ginger, garlic, a bit of chili, pickled cabbage, and cured meat to fry until fragrant. Finally, Pre-boiled spring bamboo shoots were added to stir-fry for a while before being seasoned with salt, sugar, and MSG just before serving. The crispy and tender spring bamboo shoots were delightful with a hint of sweetness amidst the salty flavor. Paired with plain rice, it was absolutely mouthwatering, and Billy enjoyed every bite. Eat more, it's good for clearing heat and phlegm. Watching Billy savor the dish, Goran smiled warmly. These were dug up by your grandfather from the bamboo forest near our old house last month. Justice picked only the tender shoots, bringing 2 sacks back home, which took us over 10 large pots to blanch. There's also some water dropwort growing there, amazing when stir-fried with cured meat. It will soon be too old to use, but unfortunately, we can't go out now. Aspen felt a bit regretful. After the meal, Bernie washed the dishes. They waited half an hour to aid digestion. Billy plugged a USB drive into the TV, played downloaded exercise videos, and encouraged the elderly couple to join her in working out. Stuck in this 100 square meter space every day, their physical activity was severely lacking. In such times, maintaining a robust body was crucial, especially for the elders who needed more exercise as they aged. After a half-hour workout, all 3 sweated profusely, taking turns to shower. When Aspen turned on the shower head, it made hissing sounds after a few seconds but released no water. She tried the tap again with no success. Schwanley. It seems there's no water, she yelled out. Billy rushed to the kitchen and confirmed that once the residual water in the pipes drained out, no more water came through. In her previous life in City B, water and gas interruptions had occurred simultaneously. When she checked the gas stove, it still ignited. However, the supply would likely run out soon. Amy, put on clothes first so you don't catch a cold. I'll boil some water for you. Billy fetched a small bucket of water from the spatial storage tank, poured it into a kettle using a dipper, heated it on the gas stove until boiling, then diluted it to a lukewarm temperature before carrying it to the bathroom. Each family member took turns doing this simple rinse. Other residents also discovered the water stoppage and had no choice but to curse fate, eventually resorting to collecting rainwater. Some with leftover bottled water planned to save it for cooking, deeming it too luxurious for bathing. Throughout the building, except for apartment 1602, anxiety permeated the air. Around 11 p.m. that night, the family had gone to bed as usual. Fierce arguments erupted from downstairs, followed shortly by a loud thud as if a heavy object had hit the ground. Disturbed by the noise, Billy couldn't sleep and changed out of her pajamas, preparing to investigate. As she opened the door, Billy coincidentally encountered Bernie and Goran about to head out as well. The 3 of them went downstairs. Outside apartment 1502, a crowd had gathered. It has nothing to do with me, I didn't touch her. Besides, I only wanted to stay here temporarily. If you don't want to lend, that's fine. There's no need to lie on the ground faking it or extorting people. As they got closer, they saw an elderly Rosa lying in the middle of the crowd, her face deathly pale and her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Just as her hands were limp by her sides, barely breathing. A young man was kneeling beside her, his lips pressed tightly together as he performed CPR. Billy recognized the young man as Godwin, the owner of apartment 1502, and the elderly Rosa was his mother. Godwin himself was a doctor, specializing in general surgery. Bylin, the oxygen is here, move aside quickly. Godwin's father pushed a large cart carrying a blue oxygen tank, with an oxygen mask hanging from it. His eyes red, he struggled through the crowd. Godwin quickly set up the equipment, placed the mask over his mother's nose and mouth, confirmed the oxygen apparatus was running, then leaned down to listen to her heartbeat. Justice frowned deeply and carefully examined her eyelids. After some resuscitation efforts, the situation slightly improved but remained perilous. Godwin looked up, his eyes blazing like daggers at the culprit. His face flushed with anger, ready to unleash his fury. If anything happens to my mother, I will never forgive you. The accused man instinctively shrank back guiltily, then stiffened his neck in protest. Don't scare me. I did nothing wrong. How could I have known she was sick? A few words made her heart attack. How can this be blamed on me? Infuriated by the man's shamelessness, Godwin tried to punch him but was held back by the crowd. I've told you many times my place has no room for you to borrow. You didn't believe me and insulted my mother indirectly. She responded angrily, and you started insulting us, causing her heart attack. Who else should I hit if not you? You knew she was ill but didn't take care. Who's to blame? It turned out that the residents of apartment 301, seeing the rising water levels, came upstairs to seek refuge, but were refused by Godwin's mother. 301 refused to give up, morally blackmailing Godwin, saying he was unfit as a doctor for not saving lives. When Huang's mother heard this slander against her son, she immediately retaliated, leading to a heated argument which triggered her heart attack. Bylin, quick, your mom doesn't look good. Huang's father noticed his wife's complexion worsening. Upon hearing this, Godwin hurriedly squatted down to examine her, growing more concerned. Justice looked up, tears welling in his eyes, pleading with the crowd, who has any speed heart pills or angina relief? Please, if anyone has some, lend them to save my mother's life. Their supply of medication had been exhausted days ago. The onlookers exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. Many families had elderly members with heart problems, but none dared to lend their life-saving medication in such dire circumstances. Goran tugged gently at Billy's sleeve, whispering, "Inna, the Huang family has always been kind to us. Whenever Thompson or Amy felt unwell, Joe treated us free of charge. If you still have any of those medications you stockpiled." Billy understood what Goran meant. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, she would have acted anyway. With so much time left in this apocalypse, owing a favor to a doctor might be more valuable than hoarding supplies. A clear female voice echoed through the crowd. I have it. Chapter 20 Gratitude for Saving a Life. Billy turned and walked upstairs immediately after speaking. She closed the door, then retrieved a box of fast-acting heart-saving pills from her spatial ring. Opening the box, she found 3 small yellow gourd-shaped bottles inside. Billy took one gourd, putting the rest of the medicine back into her spatial ring. Then she opened the door and ran downstairs. Seeing her approach, people moved aside to make way for her. Godwin took over the bottle, thanked her, and opened the bottle cap. Justice poured out 15 small pills, supported his mother's upper body with one hand, and gently pried open her mouth with the other, placing all the pills under her tongue. After 3 minutes, Huang Freya's complexion visibly improved, and her breathing gradually stabilized. Another 2 minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes, meeting the worried gazes of her Nikki and son, a tear rolling down her cheek. Godwin checked again, confirming that his mother was out of danger, heaving a sigh of relief. Seeing that Huang Freya was safe, the crowd murmured a few words about resting well and then left one by one. The real culprit had disappeared long before anyone noticed. Alton carefully helped Huang Freya back to her room to rest. Billy and others also turned to leave. Wait. Behind them came Godwin's anxious call. Turning around, they saw Godwin holding the small gourd bottle, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Thank you so much today. Without your medicine, my mom might not have made it. You're welcome. We're neighbors, it's only natural. These are Mr. Liu's pills. There are still 35 pills left. You should keep them. Godwin handed the bottle to Billy, but she didn't take it after glancing at it. Keep the bottle. Right now, Fern needs it more than we do. Although Godwin desperately wanted it, he knew what a single pill meant to someone with heart disease. If he took it, and Goran needed it later, the consequences could be disastrous. Seeing his clear, unselfish eyes, Billy felt her admiration rise. Not wanting to give the impression that she had plenty of medicine, she accepted the bottle without further argument. I'll go back now. Take good care of Fern. If you need anything, let me know. All right, thank you very much. The house was in chaos today. I'll come visit another day to express my gratitude. Goran said, don't be too formal. Haven't you treated me and Aunt Young countless times? Just ask if you need anything. We'll help if we can. The 3 bade farewell to Godwin and went back upstairs to 1602. Aspen was sitting in the living room, wearing a coat. After hearing the whole story, she said angrily, Joe is a great doctor, and Christopher Huang and his family are kind-hearted. People used to seek Joe's help for minor illnesses without paying. Albert, those ungrateful people even dared to force them like this. It's fortunate that nothing worse happened, otherwise, it would have been a terrible sin. After chatting for a bit, the family each returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, water had risen to between the 2nd and 3rd floors. The residents who had been sleeping on makeshift beds on the 3rd floor terrace cursed as they moved again, directly to the 5th floor this time to avoid future relocations. Unconsciously, they began to believe the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. Those who had created a grudge with Joe yesterday were now even more anxious as the water level rose dramatically overnight. They did not want to live in the hallway like those on the 2nd floor, dealing with everything in a tiny space. After last night's incident, no one was willing to take them in, leaving them to pray for the rain to stop. Today, Billy's family ate coarse grains for lunch, accompanied by a dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried cauliflower. After indulging in rich food recently, occasional light meals were better for health. The potatoes were still those given by Hayden, grown in the countryside, organic and healthy. In the afternoon, Godwin knocked on their door. Billy invited him in and offered him a glass of water. Seeing the water, Godwin accepted the cup but didn't drink it, placing it back on the coffee table. Since the water supply stopped, clean water at home was reserved for eating. His family's stored water was nearly gone, and they could only filter dirty rainwater from now on. Knowing how precious water was, he didn't drink it. How is Fern? Billy asked first. She's much better, really thankful to you all. When my mom woke up and learned that you saved her with your medicine, she insisted I come over quickly to thank you. It was just a small gesture. You're too polite. You saved my mom's life. Thank you feels inadequate. And I know, in these times, everyone is trying to survive. Few would be willing to give up such crucial medicine to strangers. Godwin, with a serious expression, took out a small red velvet box from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Today, I've come to express our family's gratitude for your kindness. I know what we need most now is food. But to be honest, our supplies are also running low. We can barely manage to eat half full each day, so we really have no food to give. We debated how much money would be appropriate, and finally decided to give you this. This is. Aspen saw Godwin was about to give something and was about to refuse. But Godwin looked even more serious as he said, Aunt, please don't refuse me. I'm not just being polite. Nothing is too much when it comes to thanking you for saving my mother's life. Besides, this isn't anything very valuable, it's just a trinket my mom found a few years ago. When I saw Yu wearing a jade pendant yesterday, I thought you might like jade, so I dug this out. Aspen picked up the box from the coffee table and tried to hand it back to Godwin, but he was faster. Justice stood up from the sofa and quickly walked to the door, opening it and saying goodbye to everyone. Seeing this, the family did not press further, rising to see Godwin off as he went downstairs. After closing the door, Billy opened the red velvet box, revealing an ancient jade thumb ring lying inside quietly. Goran leaned in to look, This ring doesn't seem cheap at all. Bernie picked it up to examine carefully, indeed not cheap. I once saw a similar one while discussing business with a boss. It reportedly cost over 200,000 yuan. Judging by the quality of this one, it should be even more expensive. Upon hearing it was over 200,000 yuan, Liu Xiaoyi was shocked. Such an expensive item. We must return it. One pill isn't worth this much. Billy sized it up for a moment before closing the lid. Let it go. A ring for Fern's life is worth it. And it's their gesture, even if we returned it, they wouldn't take it back. Bernie nodded in agreement. Billy casually dropped the box into her spatial ring, then began to pester Aspen by clinging to her arm. Granny, I want to eat chicken soup with spinach tonight. This morning, I went to the balcony and saw that Thompson's spinach is ready to harvest. It's so fresh and tender, perfect for eating. All right. Tonight, I'll cook spinach soup for Yu, and add some braised pork with pickled vegetables and simmered chicken with mushrooms. Well, healthy eating plan failed. Chapter 21. The space grew larger. After dinner, as usual, the family practiced calisthenics in the living room after a little digestion. After seeing Huang Freya's condition yesterday, the two elders had an unprecedented sense of crisis about their health and were determined not to become burdens to Billy and her Nikki in the future. Thus, they practiced with great seriousness, all ending up drenched in sweat. After showering with hot water and bathing, they comfortably went to bed. Billy was leaning on a soft goose-down pillow, covered by a light blanket over her legs. She entered the space mentally. She wanted to take another look at the jade ring. She hadn't examined it closely in the afternoon. At that time, she only noticed its antique glow, which suggested it wasn't an ordinary piece. However, when she took out the velvet box from the space and opened it again, it was empty inside. Unbelievably, Billy closed and reopened the box several times. Still nothing. Returning to the space, she carefully searched but found nothing. The box was still there, but the jade had vanished into thin air. Billy was baffled, quite certain that the jade ring was in the box when she put it away this afternoon. Entering the space once more, she looked around and felt something was off. She remembered the last time she entered, the 20 large shelves inside were tightly packed together, with no spare space between the boxes. But now, there were gaps of about 2 handspans between the shelves. Could the space have grown larger? Billy couldn't believe it, and she confirmed it carefully again. She used her mind to push all the shelves back together, leaving an extra area of at least 8 square meters. The height of the entire space remained 5 meters, which meant an additional volume of 40 cubic meters appeared out of nowhere. Thinking about the missing jade ring, Billy fell into deep thought. Could jade make the space grow larger? Billy suddenly recalled the jade bracelet she casually tossed into the space after leaving the jewelry store. She hurriedly checked. It was indeed gone. No wonder it always felt strange before when she was stockpiling supplies. It seemed that the space grew larger after consuming the jade bracelet, but maybe that change was too small for her to notice then. This time, after absorbing the jade ring, the change was so significant. Could different qualities of jade affect how much the space grows? If jade can increase the space, she could continue to stockpile supplies in the future. In that case, she would never have to worry about running out of storage space. Finding such invigorating information, Billy wished she had more jade items to test, but unfortunately, she had none left. She would have to wait for another opportunity. Billy was so excited that she couldn't sleep at all. She finally managed to wait until dawn and got up eagerly to brush her teeth and wash her face. The two elders were already awake. Seeing Billy getting up so early for the first time ever, they both showed looks of surprise. The hot water isn't ready yet. You need to wait. Okay. Billy sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone while humming a tune. Why was she in such a good mood this early? The two elders became even more curious. At breakfast, Billy couldn't wait to announce the surprise she discovered the previous night. Upon hearing that the space could grow, the three were amazed. Are you saying that if you give it jade, it will expand? That's just my guess. I don't know if only jade works or if other materials would do. Also, whether the quality of jade matters. Previously, when grandmother's jade bracelet was absorbed by the space, I didn't notice any significant changes. Goran immediately stopped eating, put down his bowl, and quickly went to his room. Justice rummaged under his bed for a while and finally brought out a pie show ornament, placing it on the table. Justice, it's made of jade, shall we try? This ornament was something Goran bought from a street vendor because he thought it was auspicious. It cost only 500 yuan and was technically made of jade. The family watched Billy with anticipation. Billy also wondered if the space would absorb it, so she placed her hand over the ornament, which instantly disappeared. Just as her consciousness followed into the space but found the ornament still intact on the ground. Billy was disheartened and shook her head at the three. It seems not just any jade will do. This ornament is only made of the most ordinary Justician jade and is of poor quality compared to the doctor's jade ring. In that case, we'll have to wait for another opportunity to test. Though they stayed home every day, the Lin family's life remained full of vitality. After breakfast, Billy studied an emergency surgery handbook with a serious expression. Goran happily took Bernie upstairs to weed and fertilize the vegetables. Aspen, meanwhile, watched a soap opera while knitting a sweater. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Just as Aspen put down her knitting needles to prepare lunch, she heard cries coming from the hallway. She listened carefully. They seem to be saying the gas supply has been cut off. Billy was not surprised at all. In her previous life, the natural gas supply had been cut off simultaneously during the water outage. Aspen went to the kitchen to check, and indeed, she could no longer ignite the stove. However, since Billy had already warned them, they only panicked for a moment before quickly calming down and retrieved the electric cooker from home to continue preparing lunch. In the homeowners group, complaints were pouring in. Without water or natural gas, life couldn't go on. If they can't stand it now, Billy knew that soon there would be power and internet outages as well. With no electricity, no internet, no water, and no gas, they would truly be in dire straits. To survive, homeowners each showed their skills. Those who had electric cookers like Billy's family began using them. Those without had to dismantle wooden furniture, use stainless steel buckets or basins to catch the wood to prevent burning the floor, and resort to the most primitive methods of starting fires and cooking. It rained every day, and the air was very humid. The damp wood burned with thick smoke, causing the homes to fill with black smoke. They couldn't open windows to ventilate, making people cough and cry continuously from the smoke. However, Billy didn't have the leisure to pay attention to others. She soon immersed herself in her daily studies. Before long, the water level had risen to the third-floor balcony. With no rescue in sight, the residents of 301 and 302 could only fend for themselves, just like those on the second floor, salvaging important furniture, food, bedding, and other essentials. Though they knew others wouldn't take them in, both families still knocked on doors upstairs hoping for shelter. As expected, no one offered to help them, and at apartment 901, they were even mocked. A few days ago, 901 had thrown trash downstairs, leading to fights with the second and third floors. Now with the tables turned, they seized this chance to retaliate. The residents of 302 left angrily, determined to camp in the hallway rather than endure the humiliation. If the second floor could live there, so could they. Only 301 didn't give up. They went straight to the rooftop, thinking it wouldn't be flooded. When 301 knocked on the door of 1602, Billy was sulking because she couldn't understand the technical terms in her book. So when she opened the door, her face was grim. Chapter 22 Roll or Not. Billy pushed open the door. What? Standing at the door were a middle-aged couple who, after Billy opened the door, kept looking over her and into the room behind her, their eyes darting around with a look of shrewdness. An elderly man was holding the hand of a boy around 6 or 7 years old, who was fussing to watch TV and was reprimanded by the elderly man. Billy recognized the middle-aged man among them. He was the one who nearly killed Fern the day before yesterday, so her expression turned even colder. Seeing Billy's unfriendly attitude, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and put on a smile. Well, you see, I'm the owner of apartment 301. Water has flooded up here, and we have nowhere else to go. We're all neighbors. Could we borrow your place for a few days? Before Billy could refuse, the middle-aged man quickly added, we won't stay for free, we can pay. There's no room in my home, so no. This man had caused Fern's heart attack and almost killed her, and yet he did not offer an apology, instead trying to blame her. Billy would be foolish to invite such a wolf into her home. Just as she was about to close the door, the other party rushed forward, blocking the door from closing, even trying to push inside. Please, little miss, just for one night, we'll sleep in the living room. Don't come any closer. I've already said there's no place for you to stay, and we're not familiar with each other, so please ask someone else. Seeing Billy's cold indifference, the Rosa sat down right there in the doorway and began crying loudly. How can people be so cold-blooded nowadays? Living in such a big house but refusing to help us. This is watching us die without lifting a finger. The neighbor from 1601 seemed to hear the commotion and opened the door to look over. The Rosa cried louder. Oh Lord, open your eyes and see, we are being driven to our death. Bernie and others had already come over when the man started forcing his way in. Seeing the Rosa making a scene, they felt an instant aversion. The noise attracted many curious neighbors to gather and watch. I'm not your mother, and it's none of my business. If you have the energy to scream here, you might as well move more things out. Just as hearing this, the Rosa became furious and pointed at Billy, saying to everyone, look at how vicious this young girl is. I wonder how her parents raised her. Some thought that Billy's words were inappropriate and advised, young lady, don't speak so harshly, they only wanted a place to spend the night. It's not necessary to insult them. Billy gave a cold glance at the onlookers, including the person from 1601. Just for the night. Why don't you let them stay at your place? Anyone who feels sorry for them can take them in, but my home has no room. All eyes turned toward 1601, and 301 also looked expectantly. 1601, frightened, immediately closed the door. Seeing his wife escalate the situation, the middle-aged man's eyes darted and signaled to the elderly man. Miss, don't get angry. My wife is just too anxious and doesn't know how to talk properly. There's no ill will. We adults can sleep in the hallway, but look at my mom and son. They can't bear such an environment. Can you at least let the elderly and child stay tonight? We'll leave once we find a solution tomorrow. Behind him, the elderly man understood the signal and pulled the little boy, about to kneel down to Billy's family. This was outright moral coercion, and Billy couldn't stand it. Just as they were pressing to make the child kneel, Billy suddenly pulled out a bone-chopping knife from behind her back and slashed twice against the marble wall by the door. Everyone saw a flash of silver, followed by cracks spreading across the wall and chunks of stone falling. Everyone was stunned by Billy's sudden action. Billy pointed the knife at 301 and coldly said, will you roll or not? Seeing Billy wasn't backing down, 301 finally grumbled and left. After locking the door, Billy put the knife back in the kitchen and came out to face Goran and others' complicated gazes. Actually, when Billy pulled out the knife, not only did others get scared, but they themselves were shocked too. The usual soft and affectionate little girl who liked to cling to them suddenly became full of hostility and wielded a knife. For a moment, the atmosphere in the house became somewhat serious and heavy. Bernie walked to Billy's side, took her hand, and examined it carefully. Meeting her puzzled gaze, Bernie replied seriously, "I'm glad you didn't hurt your hand. For situations like this, you should call me. How reckless you are. Weapons are dangerous, and as a girl, you shouldn't be handling them." Billy chuckled. The elders also reacted, remembering what Billy had previously mentioned about cannibalism during the apocalypse. If they hesitated today, they might not have been able to get rid of 301. If these people stayed, how could they be forced out, especially if their supplies were discovered? The consequences were unimaginable. Billy's actions seemed excessive, but it would indeed save them from a lot of trouble down the line. At least for now, others wouldn't dare to easily target their family. But thinking about how Billy had secretly brought the knife when she opened the door and how smoothly she wielded it, they knew that she must have gone through similar ordeals countless times in her previous life. This thought made the two elders' hearts ache. "Good child, you've suffered so much." Aspen hugged Billy, wiping away her tears with one hand. "Granny, it's fine. I'm all right, aren't I?" Goran also comforted her. All right, don't cry." These neighbors seemed harmonious every day, but who would have thought they could act like this in times of crisis? People are unpredictable. In the future, we won't initiate conflicts with others, but we should be cautious of petty people. No matter who knocks on our door, don't open it alone and always bring a knife. The whole family nodded in agreement. Today's drama at 1602 also stirred up discussions in the WeChat group. Some criticized Billy for being cold-blooded, saying no one should use a knife regardless of their dissatisfaction. A few felt that Billy's response was justified. 301 clearly wanted to freeload and refused to leave after being denied. They had almost harmed Joe's mother last time. There was no need to be polite to such people. Billy didn't care what others thought of her, but she noticed someone mentioned that 301 was taken in by 501. 501? Billy tried to recall. 501 seemed to be rented by a young girl, not the homeowner. She remembered meeting her once in the elevator shortly after moving back. The girl wore black-framed glasses and had clean-cut shoulder-length hair pinned behind her ears, looking around 20 years old, quiet and somewhat introverted. The discussion in the group continued as people talked about how 301 saw that the girl lived alone and was shy. They repeated their speech from Billy's door at 501's entrance, and the girl, unwilling to refuse and feeling soft-hearted, agreed to let them stay for one night. Billy only felt pity. Introducing wolves into the home at 501 might make it hard to get rid of them later, but everyone makes their own choices and must take responsibility for them. She wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. No matter what storms raged outside, the family decided to shut the door and live quietly on their own. Chapter 23, Fierce but Laconic. As the water level kept rising, life for residents on lower floors became increasingly unbearable. Apart from the inconveniences caused by the cutoff of water and gas supply, just the waste disposal at home was a huge issue. Initially, people still put trash in the hallway, but as time passed, wet garbage rotted inside, making the air unbearable and attracting countless flies to fly around the hallways for long periods. Thus, some people started throwing their garbage into the toilet, like tissues, melon rinds, fruit pits, cigarette butts, etc., and flushed them with collected rainwater. However, over time, the sewage pipes of the residential area gradually got completely clogged with garbage, causing toilets and floor drains on the lower floors to start backing up sewage. Albert low-brown sewage mixed with feces flowed freely across the floorboards, blocking one end only to leak from another. That smell, it was simply too disgusting. Topics in the homeowners group once again turned noisy and chaotic. Lower floor resident. People on higher floors should have some sense of social responsibility. Stop flushing your shit and garbage down the toilet. There's shit all over my floor now. Not letting us flush into the toilet nor throw out of the window. Do you want us to put it in your bowl? Those who live in the hallways, can you please stop defecating in the stairwells? It's too disgusting. Even with doors closed, the smell is unblockable. People living on the 5th floor running up to the 7th to shit. What kind of person is this? I once stepped on doggadoo when I went out. Right, can't they clean up after themselves? It'd be better if they threw it in the water. Billy lived on a high floor but wasn't completely unaffected either. Toilets and saws occasionally emitted faint stench. One day, Bernie discovered several cockroaches near the toilet drain. Thankfully, he caught them early enough, smashing them all before they could enter the room. Since the bathroom was already unusable, Billy decided to seal off all the drainage completely. She took out cement and sand from her space, leaving this task to the two men of the household. The two grunted as they mixed the cement and squatted beside the drainage outlet, pouring it bit by bit inside. Due to the bends in the pipe, not much cement was needed to fill it up. They soon sealed off all outlets in the house. Beside the toilet, Billy placed a rectangular litter box, so using cat litter would be the future bathroom solution. Since they had started working, Billy also installed double-layer insect nets on all vents and windows. When the weather heated up later, it would breed countless insects, and even living on the 16th floor wouldn't be immune. After that day, no one bothered or could control people dumping garbage into the water anymore. On the 15th day of the typhoon, power and internet were cut off. People no longer had the energy to complain. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't send messages anymore. Billy had just finished a call with her best friend Bonnie before the internet went out, confirming everything was fine on her side before hanging up. Once the internet was gone, the world suddenly became quiet. Though they had a solar-powered generator at home, with the storm outside howling fiercely and continuous heavy rain, the sky was almost always dark, there was no sunlight to be found. Before the rain stopped, they switched to a diesel generator. Luckily, the strong wind and heavy rain, coupled with its installation on the rooftop, made the machine's operating sound barely audible. Bernie, a science and technology graduate, handled switching generators easily. Justice and Goran completed the job before it got dark. The dismantled solar generator was temporarily stored in the space. Afraid of being discovered as having electricity, Billy and Aspen spent the afternoon covering all windows and any light-transmitting spots with thick curtains. To conserve diesel, the family only used one light in the living room at night, dim but sufficient to see clearly. They also avoided using the electric cooker and took dinner from what they had previously stored in the space. After a busy afternoon, Billy brought out braised pork meatballs, garlic sprout stir-fried pork, steamed opium fish head, and boiled Chinese cabbage for everyone to enjoy as nourishment. In the dim light, the family ate especially well. Outside, some windows showed flickering candlelight in the darkness, while most remained pitch black. After dinner, the family, as usual, did half an hour of exercises. Before they finished, familiar cries sounded from downstairs. How long is this going to last? Muttering, Billy went to the kitchen to take a knife to check downstairs. But before she left, Bernie snatched the knife away. Looking up at his gloomy face, Billy guiltily touched her nose. Justice didn't say anything, just held a candle in one hand and led the way out the door. Billy reluctantly followed closely behind. Again, it was at Unit 1502. This time, a different person lay on the floor of Joe's living room, whom Billy didn't recognize. Spectators chatted around, and Billy pieced together most of the story. Apparently, Ralph's pregnant wife from 601 tripped over a stool in the dark, fell down, and started having stomach pain, so they had no choice but to seek Joe's help. But Dr. Godwin specialized in general surgery and knew nothing about obstetrics and gynecology. Chapter 23, Fierce but Laconic, continued. When the family from apartment 601 came for help, as a doctor, Godwin had no choice but to let them in. Justice conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that Ralph's wife had only broken her fall with her hands, she hadn't directly hit her abdomen. The baby's movements still sounded normal, and there was no bleeding, so it seemed she would be fine. However, given his lack of specialization in obstetrics, he couldn't provide a definitive diagnosis. Worse yet, due to prolonged malnutrition, her condition could severely impact the fetus's development if it continued. Ralph's wife kept complaining about stomach pain, leaving him at a loss with no relevant medication available. Ralph, supporting his wife, was caught between a rock and a hard place. His mother-in-law refused to leave Joe's house. How can you, a doctor, not care about your patient's life? Last time, your mother was also saved by you, and now you're telling me there's nothing you can do for my daughter who just has stomach pain? Godwin tried to explain again patiently, but she wouldn't listen. I don't have the medication, and even if I did, I'm not an obstetrician, so I wouldn't dare prescribe anything randomly. It would be better for the patient to rest at home and supplement her nutrition. I don't care. As a doctor, you need to find a way to save my daughter. If anything happens to her or my grandson today, I'll die here at your place. Joe's father, who was resting with his wife in another room, could no longer tolerate this and rushed out to scold Ralph's mother-in-law. Old hag, you're being unreasonable. Ralph, holding his wife with one hand, tried to pull his mother-in-law up from the floor with the other. Mom, stop arguing. Don't make things difficult for Joe. Let's go back. You useless thing. How could my daughter marry someone like you? You can't earn enough money, and now she can't even have a hot meal, not to mention the baby inside her. The old Rosa turned around and slapped Ralph. To think he'd get beaten by his own family. The crowd watching backed away, fearing they might get involved. Billy took the opportunity to squeeze beside Godwin. Stunned by the slap from his mother-in-law, Ralph stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The old Rosa then lunged at Godwin. In a split second, Billy kicked her, sending her flying half a meter away. Everyone! Ralph's wife screamed, how could you hit someone? The onlookers also condemned her actions. Alberts, you should talk it out, not resort to violence. Bernie pulled out a large machete from his jacket. Everyone! Billy looked fierce. Keep nagging, and I'll beat you too. Get lost. Knowing Billy wasn't one to bluff, Ralph quickly dragged his wife and mother-in-law away. Billy turned to the crowd. You got any objections? No, no. Ha, everyone, let's all head back and wash up for bed. The crowd instantly dispersed. With that, peace was temporarily restored. Chapter 24, The wind has lessened. After everyone had left, Godwin thanked Billy and Bernie with a bitter smile. Once again, we owe it to you two for getting us out of that situation. Billy waved her hand. It's nothing. We're all neighbors after all. The surprise of the large bracelet Godwin gave her made this small favor seem insignificant in comparison. Though you say so, that one kick just made you an enemy of that family. Billy shrugged indifferently. One more or less doesn't matter. I just couldn't stand how she acted. Since she wouldn't listen to reason, there was no choice but to use force. Abel laughed heartily, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Billy. His own son was too kind-hearted and wasn't good at refusing others. Often, after a tiring day at the hospital, he would encounter neighbors coming over for medical help and couldn't bring himself to turn them away, working overtime at home. In today's world, being overly kind could lead to trouble. If not for his son's inability to refuse earlier, they wouldn't have given 601 a chance to cause trouble. I owe you another favor this time, I don't even know how to repay it. Godwin didn't like owing favors, he always returned kindnesses and had a rather meticulous personality. However, Billy's involvement tonight wasn't entirely out of chivalry, she also had her own motives. Recently, she had been reading medical books at home. Initially, the content was quite basic, which she could understand. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she could look it up online. But since the internet connection was cut off, her progress came to a halt. If she could get guidance from Dr. Godwin, she would surely make much faster progress. Joe, if you really want to repay this favor, then please do me a favor. Go ahead. I've been studying medicine at home recently and have many questions. If Joe isn't too busy, could you give me some occasional guidance? When Godwin heard that Billy was studying medicine, he was very surprised. But thinking about Goran's heart condition, it didn't seem odd anymore. Certainly. What book are you currently using? Billy told him what book she was reading. After hearing this, Godwin frowned in thought and turned around to fetch a stack of slightly old books from his room. These are my textbooks from medical school. They are suitable for someone starting from scratch. The book you're currently reading is a bit too advanced for you right now. Once you finish these books, you can move on to others. Joe truly is a good person. Billy was delighted. This was much better than fumbling around by herself. Thanking Godwin, Billy and Bernie returned home with the books. Bernie felt somewhat depressed. Although he had seized the knife today, he hadn't matched Billy's swift kick. Justice needed to be quicker next time, otherwise, it made him seem useless as a man. Hot water was already prepared at home. Billy briefly recounted the incident to Goran and went to the bathroom to wash up. Reading at night consumes a lot of electricity, saving it where possible. That night, she slept soundly without dreams. In the morning, Bernie had already made seafood noodles, with freshly sprouted bean sprouts added from Goran. They were crisp and delicious. Although the windows at home were sealed, continuous rain had made the house damp. Recently, the walls had been wet, dripping water when touched. Clothes were hard to dry and smelled musty even when dry. Billy simply turned on the dehumidifier. Running it for 2 hours each day significantly reduced the dampness. When she visited Lewis's house in the afternoon, Abel commented on how damp it was, mentioning mushrooms had grown in many places, adding humorously that they could have a meal. Lewis explained earnestly, during damp weather, mushrooms growing indoors are mostly toxic and cannot be eaten as they can cause gastrointestinal issues or even pose a risk to life. Unexpectedly, someone actually ate mushrooms and got into trouble in the afternoon. A family of 3 had eaten them and came to find Godwin holding their stomachs, sweating profusely from the pain. Learning from past mistakes, Godwin didn't let them inside this time. Justice asked a few questions through the door and instructed them to induce vomiting and take laxatives if available. Other residents who were hungry considered eating the mushrooms, but seeing what happened, they immediately dropped the idea. In the following days, Billy continued her daily routine of reading, exercising, and visiting Lewis for studies. Life went by peacefully and calmly. The observant Bernie noticed that the wind seemed to have weakened recently. Looking down through the window, Billy confirmed it indeed, the water ripples were smaller, indicating the wind would soon stop. Justicey, what's that? With his keen eyesight, Bernie spotted a strange piece of debris floating towards them from a distance. Billy took out the telescope and looked in the direction he pointed. That was no debris, it was clearly a bloated corpse. The body was head down, dressed in dark clothing, with its shoes long gone. It seemed the person had been dead for some time. The exposed skin was highly decomposed, turning a dirty green color. The decayed flesh swelled like a balloon filled with air, and the chest and abdomen were bloated, making the clothes appear puffed up. It was clearly in an advanced stage of decomposition. Billy put down the telescope. It's a dead body. Bernie was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This typhoon caught everyone off guard. Their new high-rise building was still okay, but there were many old, dilapidated houses in town. That night, who knew how many people were buried under collapsed houses? There wouldn't be a shortage of such bodies in the water. Inna, Brooke, what are you two looking at? Aspen, seeing the two standing by the window whispering for so long, couldn't help but be curious. Nothing much, we're saying the wind seems to have lessened, it might stop soon. Aspen was also very happy to hear this news. These days, the outside world was full of clattering sounds every day, without any peace. Even though the windows at home had been reinforced, they still shook. If this continued, she was really a bit worried they wouldn't hold up. That's great. It's been blowing for almost a month. If it doesn't stop, everyone will find it hard to endure. Indeed, most families had a bit of stockpiled food, enough for a week or so, but very few could last a whole month. And now with no water and electricity, even if they had rice, getting it cooked was a problem. Aspen suddenly remembered something important and quickly told Billy and the others. Right, early this morning, Christopher Huang from downstairs said that thieves broke into apartment 501 last night. Billy felt a sense of familiarity. 501? Bernie reminded her, they used to live in 301, the family that caused trouble at Lewis's house when they went to borrow shelter, then 501 took them in. She recalled that 501 was originally where a young girl lived. Thieves broke in? Did they catch the thief? Not really. They found their front door open early in the morning, and everything inside was tossed around messily. Valuable jewelry was intact, but all the stored food was gone. Chapter 25, Installing an Iron Gate. The typhoon howled, and people inside the building couldn't go out, while those outside couldn't get in. If there were thieves in apartment 501, where else could they come from? In recent days, many families had been so hungry they couldn't hold on, knocking on doors to borrow food. Billy had already turned away several groups of people. Everyone's situation wasn't much different. They barely had enough for themselves, let alone to lend to others. Even if a few households still had some reserve food, once they lent some out, more and more people would keep asking, eventually leading to them clinging at the door crying. That would just invite trouble. Alas, who knows when this weather will end? Stealing all the food leaves no way for people to live. It's utterly heartless. Goran joined in the conversation. Do you think who did this? Billy pondered for a moment. I don't know who did it, but I'm curious how the few families living in the hallway on the 5th floor didn't notice anything. Apart from 301 being taken in by 501, the other 3 families had moved into the hallways on the 5th and 6th floors. The elevator had stopped working long ago, and the hallways were the only way up or down. Moreover, prying open a door wouldn't be silent. How could they not have noticed? Or were they involved somehow? They thought the same thing in 501. This morning, they argued with the hallway residents for a long time and insisted on searching their luggage. Naturally, the others refused, nearly causing a fight. With such wind and rain, if they slept deeply, they might not have heard it, someone remarked. Billy didn't think so. Maybe those in the hallways turned a blind eye. Why should they suffer in damp and cold hallways while others slept in warm beds? Human nature can't stand seeing others better off than oneself. The family staying in 501 even had the nerve to cause a scene. It said that their food ran out quickly after moving in. But the young girl, having lived alone for a long time, had stocked up on food. Initially, they were allowed to stay overnight in the living room, but they refused to leave. When the child was hungry, they'd stare longingly as the girl ate. Feeling pity and compassion, she shared her food once, which led to more sharing, until it became a matter of course that the whole family relied on her. Everyone listened in silence. With no way to call the police or find the thief, the theft at 501 had to be left unresolved. But it gave Billy a warning. This was just the beginning, not the end. When despair and darkness fill people's hearts, evil grows wildly in the dark. Today 501 was robbed, but tomorrow, to survive, someone might rob another, possibly resorting to armed robbery. Billy expressed her concerns to her family. Everyone agreed but wondered how to prevent such incidents. Why don't we install another door? Even if the lock is pried open at night, it would give us more time. Billy still had the burglar-proof door from their old home, along with a new iron grill gate and plenty of cement. I think it's a good idea, Bernie agreed first. I agree too, but where should we install it? Goran raised his hand. Billy suggested, at the entrance of the hallway. The iron grill gate fits perfectly. Would our neighbors object? Aspen was worried. She had always respected friendly neighborly relations. They probably won't. A door can only do good here. I'll discuss it with the neighbors across the hall later. The family decided to act immediately. Bernie and Goran went to knock on the door of 1601. Billy took out the iron grill from storage and cleaned it with a dirty cloth to avoid suspicion, also placing cement and sand outside. Soon, Bernie returned. Bernie nodded to Billy, they agreed, and each family will get a key after installation. Just as everyone began moving the iron gate, the door opposite opened. The owner of 1601, Thomas, came out smiling. Seeing them carrying the iron gate, he rushed to help. Wow, this gate is pretty heavy. Where did you get such a nice iron door? You've got the cement ready too. Goran casually mentioned it was left over from previous renovations without elaborating. Together, they carried the gate to the stairwell entrance and leaned it against the wall. The old fire escape door was 2 wooden doors with no lock, always wide open. While an iron door was less favorable for escaping during a fire, special circumstances had to be considered. But now, nothing could stop them from making the necessary changes. The wooden door frame was connected to the wall with glue and nails, making it easy to dismantle. Bernie, wielding a hammer and chisel, took less than 5 minutes to knock down the old door. The sound of hammering and drilling on the 16th floor drew the attention of many residents below. Joe also came looking for the source of the noise. Inna, what are you doing? Billy replied candidly, we heard about the theft at 501 and got a little worried, so we decided to install a door here. Someone in the crowd said sarcastically, how much food do you have up here on the 16th floor that you need a door to prevent thieves? Exactly, this is a public area. If you block it off like this, how can we get up here? Billy's sharp gaze suddenly swept over the troublemaker. The latter was startled by the menacing look in her eyes and immediately shrank back, too afraid to speak again. Oh, they forgot that when she got angry, she wasn't afraid to wield a knife or kick an old rosa. Our family may not have enough food, but my elderly relative has heart disease and lacks medical care. If a thief comes at night and causes a scare, it could be troublesome. Besides, this is already the top floor. What business do you have loitering around our door, harboring evil intentions? Joe also chimed in support. It doesn't affect anyone else if they want to install a door. Let them do as they please. Sigh, if only I had tools, I would install one too. Since being trapped at home, Joe had become more exhausted than during his shifts at the hospital. Every day, it was either someone knocking on his door due to stomach troubles from drinking unclean rainwater or food poisoning from eating undercooked items. When people come asking for help, if he refuses to open the door out of cruelty, they'll keep knocking until the whole family is driven crazy. If he could also install a door in the hallway, it would be much better. By the time the conversation ended, Bernie had already drilled holes in the wall for mounting and secured the iron door frame into the doorway, tightening the expansion bolts one by one. Goran had mixed the cement nearby and called Thomas to help pour cement into the gaps between the door frame and the wall. 2 hours later, a large black iron door firmly blocked the entrance to the 16th floor hallway. All done. It's best not to open the door within 24 hours, just wait for the cement to dry, Bernie instructed as he tidied up the tools. Thomas accepted a key and returned to 1601. Chapter 26, Hayden reports. May 24, 2023. Though the wind had decreased in intensity, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Water had completely flooded the 3rd floor and was advancing towards the 4th floor. Compared to others' chaotic situations, life in apartment 1602 felt like an oasis. The Lin family led a full and busy life every day. Although there was no water or electricity, they ran a diesel generator for 2 hours during the day, which generated sufficient power. This not only powered dehumidifiers and induction cooktops but also charged power banks for small lamps at night. Aspen took advantage of these 2 hours to prepare meals and stock vegetables, boiling hot water. For the rest of the time, she would sit with her tablet in front of her, knitting scarves while watching drama series. Goran was busy tending to the vegetables on the balcony all day. The continuous windy and rainy weather meant poor sunlight, causing the leaves of the vegetables to turn slightly yellow. Every morning, he would first lift the thick curtains blocking the windows to let natural light in, then begin weeding and fertilizing. In the evening, he had to put the curtains back and plug the grow lights into the power bank to provide extra light for the plants. Thanks to Goran's daily care, the Lin family could always eat fresh leafy greens. Bernie occasionally helped in the kitchen or played a few rounds of chess with Goran. More often, he could be found squatting in front of the exercise bike in the living room, tinkering with it. Billy had bought the bike for fitness since there were limited activities one could do at home without jumping around. Apart from daily exercises, he would also ride the bike for an hour with everyone else. Justice claimed he was researching how to install a motor on the exercise bike. If successful, riding 4 hours a day could charge a 2000 mAh battery, which might not seem much but was enough for nighttime lighting. In comparison, Billy was the most idle among them. Aside from his daily studies, he didn't have much to do. Since the unresolved burglary in apartment 501, theft incidents in the building had escalated. During the day, everyone acted as if nothing was wrong, but at night, they shed their masks, covered their faces, and broke into homes under cover of darkness. Some even openly threatened homeowners with knives. Not only were their faces concealed, but so was any remaining conscience. Brave people fought back fiercely, while the timid cowered in fear. For a while, the entire building lived in fear, everyone on edge. Those who had already lost everything seemed to gleam with a touch of schadenfreude. People hadn't overlooked apartment 1602 either. Every time the Lin family appeared, they looked well-nourished, obviously having sufficient supplies. Considering the 2 doors separating them and the fiery temper of 1602, those who valued their lives chose not to take action. But desperation clouded judgment. Recently, the iron gate had been pried several times, but thanks to its high quality, no attempt succeeded. The noise made by forceful attempts quickly alerted the occupants inside, causing the intruders to flee empty-handed. The last trace of daylight faded quietly, leaving only the howling wind outside. Inside the building, all was silent. The Lin family was sitting under a small lamp ready to eat when they heard knocking at the iron gate. Bernie and Billy exchanged a glance. One went to the kitchen for a knife, while the other took out an electric baton from storage. They cautiously opened the door, holding a candle and walked to the entrance of the hallway. It was Hayden from the 8th floor. Relief washed over both of them. Hayden, what's up? Hayden glanced cautiously at the door of 1601, smiling. It's nothing serious. It's just that my grandson Ronnie tore his jacket and we don't have matching thread. I wondered if your grandma might have some? As she spoke, she handed Billy a small piece of clothing. Given her unusual demeanor, something was definitely off. Hayden, why don't you come in? No, Ronnie is still at home. I'll leave once I get the thread. Okay, please wait here while I look. Leaving Bernie to keep Hayden company, Billy returned home and unfolded the clothes. A note fluttered to the ground. The handwriting was crooked and childish. But the message sent chills down their spines. Bart says your house has food, and is urging everyone to cause trouble. Be careful. Billy whispered, Amy and Thompson, looks like Hayden is warning us. This damned Thomas, how could he think of such a despicable plan? What should we do? Aspen was visibly panicked. If Thomas really managed to rally a group to storm their home, they would be outnumbered, and the outcome would be disastrous. Billy gently patted Aspen's hand, consoling her, don't panic. We'll discuss it later. Amy, you go get the needle and thread. Hayden is still at the door. Oh, okay. Billy took out 2 pieces of cured meat and a small bag of rice from his storage space, wrapping them in a plastic bag along with the clothes given by Hayden. Justice accepted the needle and thread handed over by Aspen and walked towards the door. Hayden was still waiting at the iron gate. Billy opened the iron gate, handing over the clothes and needle and thread while pretending to be relaxed. Hayden, check if this color matches. As soon as she received the heavy package, Hayden understood Billy's intention. She wanted to refuse but feared that 1601 might notice something. So, she pretended nothing happened and hugged the package tightly. The color looks fine. Thank you, child. You're welcome. Last time Billy asked for food in the group chat, only Hayden gave him a bag of potatoes. Today, she came to warn them again. Repaying her with this much food was indeed appropriate. I'll head back now. Brooke, it's too dark outside. Please escort Hayden down. Bernie went downstairs to see off Hayden. Billy stood by the iron gate, watching the two leave while listening for any movements from 1601. The sound of wind and rain was too loud, he didn't hear anything unusual. When Bernie returned, the two locked the iron gate and went back home. Aspen and Goran were already waiting anxiously in the living room. Seeing Billy and Bernie return, they couldn't wait to ask, "Inna, Brooke, what should we do next? There are several households in our building who immigrated from the village together. They know each other well and would never join Thomas in such an immoral act." Goran frowned slightly, continuing his analysis. Those likely to be swayed by Thomas are probably the few troublemakers who are usually restless. Thompson is right. Thomas has the key to the iron gate and plans an inside job. If we can subdue him before he opens the gate, it will serve as a warning. Besides, we have weapons. Behind the iron gate, no matter how many people are outside, it's not certain who will win in a fight. Billy wasn't afraid because he had electric batons, chainsaws, daggers, and tang knives in his storage space, prepared specifically for such situations. Bernie agreed, thinking the opponent might plan to act when 1602 was asleep, not necessarily fully prepared. Knowing the danger in advance and being prepared, there was no need to fear. Chapter 27, Preparing for Battle. Since they decided to take on the challenge, preparations needed to be made in advance. Aspen was easily frightened, so she was directly excluded from the combat team. Starting now, 3 people will take turns keeping watch at night, sleeping on the floor of the living room. Each person will stand guard for 3 hours before waking up the next one. If there's any movement, wake us immediately. Billy took out weapons and infrared night vision goggles that had been prepared beforehand, 1 set for each person. Bernie chose a tang knife. Billy slipped a dagger into her clothing but felt it wasn't enough, so she also grabbed a rechargeable chainsaw. Goran and Aspen were too old to lead the charge, so they were given 2 electric batons for self-defense. They reached an agreement and began implementing it right away. Thus, everyone spent their days on regular activities while trying to get as much sleep as possible during the day to conserve energy for the night. At night, they turned off the lights, kept their weapons within easy reach, slept fully dressed, and took turns standing guard. For 2 nights, everything remained peaceful. On the 3rd night, someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. The moment Bernie touched her, Billy woke up instantly. In the darkness, Bernie whispered softly, "They're here." Justice then went to wake up Goran and Aspen. Billy reached beside her, found the night vision goggles, put them on, and the darkness vanished. She stuffed the dagger into her chest and picked up the chainsaw, quietly walking to the door and peering through the peephole. Goran and others gathered at the door incredibly quickly. Through the peephole, she saw Thomas stepping out from the neighboring apartment 1601, cautiously closing the door behind him. After shutting the door, he stood still, listening carefully to see if there was any noise coming from apartment 1602 to ensure no one was moving around. Then, he pulled out his keys and tried to unlock the door. Perhaps because it was dark, or maybe due to nervousness, he struggled to insert the key correctly. Although Billy couldn't see beyond the metal door from the peephole, she faintly heard an impatient voice urging, "Hurry up." "Sure. I'm looking for the keyhole." Billy nodded to Bernie and the others, suddenly opening the door. The 2 of them lunged at Thomas with lightning speed. Caught off guard while focusing on unlocking the door, he was kicked hard and smashed against the wall, nearly spitting blood. Before he could recover, a sudden pain seized his hand, and the keys fell to the ground with a ringing sound. Bernie didn't give him a chance to cry out. Stabbing once, he clamped a hand over Thomas's mouth and dislocated his arm with the other. Billy swiftly picked up the fallen keys. Those outside only heard muffled sounds inside, unsure what happened, and anxiously called out, "Brother Xiaofeng, what's going on?" 2 blinding flashlights suddenly illuminated the scene. People outside instinctively covered their eyes, taking a while to adjust. Thomas was kneeling with his hands tied behind his back, bloodstains visible on his arms and clothes. Next to him stood a man holding a 40 to 50 centimeter long tang knife, with blood dripping from it, gazing at them coldly. On the other side, Arosa had a barely noticeable smile on her lips, playing with a chainsaw, with a hint of deadly intent flashing in her eyes. Behind them, 2 elderly people held electric batons pointed at the group outside, the blinding flashlights emanating from them. "What brings you all here in the middle of the night?" Billy asked with a pleasant smile. Outside the iron gate, several familiar faces were present. A quick count revealed more than 10 people. Upon realizing their cover was blown, they looked guilty, their expressions complicated, shifting uneasily. But this guilt was soon overtaken by greed, leading them to shout assertively at those inside, "We're all starving to death. You have food and aren't sharing, hiding and eating by yourselves. Why can't you share some with us?" One person spoke, and the rest regained confidence, joining in. "That's right. You won't suffer retribution for not helping others when they're dying. You'll hand over the supplies today whether you like it or not. Be reasonable and hand them over, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." Billy pointed at Thomas on the ground and asked, "Did he tell you we had food?" "Albert's. So what if he did?" Brother Xiaofeng said, "We smell meat coming from your place every day. Though we downstairs don't smell it, we see your faces glowing with vitality. Look at us, can you really doubt it?" After being hungry for so many days, the people outside appeared malnourished, their faces gaunt and hollow. In contrast, Billy and the others looked fresh and healthy. "Even if we have reserves, it's our lifeline. Who says we must share? Fine, then it's the hard way." A leader among the men waved a knife, ready to pry the lock open. Just as his hand touched the door, Bernie swiftly slashed with his knife, cleanly severing 2 of the man's fingers. The man clutched his hand and let out a pig-like scream. Bernie's resistance immediately enraged the crowd, who surged forward, forcefully ramming into the door. Billy took out the dagger from her chest and was about to move forward with Bernie when she heard Aspen's voice by her ear. "You, Brooke, quickly get out of the way." Aspen, at some point, had walked out holding a kettle of hot water, steam billowing out from its open lid. The two instantly stepped aside. Aspen approached the iron gate, raised her hands, and poured the scalding hot water over the people squeezing through the door. Instantly, cries of agony echoed throughout the building. My face. My face. Justice even, it's burning me. Damn it. Are they even human to pour boiling water? With that kettle of hot water, the front row lost their combat ability instantly. Billy couldn't help but look at Aspen in a new light. The usually gentle grandma who wouldn't dare to kill a chicken could be so fierce at times. Turning on the chainsaw, Billy threw a threat at the disorganized crowd outside. Anyone else want to try? I don't care if you die. Just hearing the buzzing sound of the chainsaw, someone trembled like a sieve. You're committing murder. That's illegal. Oh, then call the police. See if they show up. Besides, today we're acting in self-defense. Even if we end up in the police station, we won't be afraid. I don't provoke unless provoked. You're pushing us to the brink today, don't blame us for being ruthless. It's death either way, killing one won't hurt, killing two is a gain. Come on. Billy held the buzzing chainsaw in one hand and fished out the keys, ready to open the door. Bernie tightened his grip on the tang knife, and Goran turned on the electric battens. Just to sell, these crazy people were fearless. They only came to raid food to survive, not to fight to the death. In an instant, everyone turned and fled, one of them stumbling and falling down several steps in panic. Those behind, unable to stop in time, trampled right over him. For a moment, the staircase became a chaotic mess. Chapter 28, Installing Another Door. Only when the figure had vanished did Bernie address Thomas, who lay sprawled at his feet. What do you have to say for yourself? At this point, Thomas was utterly terrified, begging for mercy incessantly. I'm wrong. Spare me this time. Billy stomped heavily on his injured arm. Spare you? If we hadn't discovered this early, it would be us kneeling and begging for mercy. Tell me, would you spare us? Thomas's face was streaked with tears and snot, as he continued to kowtow repeatedly. I beg you, I'm truly wrong, never again. For the sake of being neighbors for so many years, please spare me. The door of apartment 1601 suddenly swung open. Two figures rushed out, throwing themselves onto the man on the ground. It turned out to be Thomas's wife, Angela, and daughter Kara. They had not known about Thomas's plan beforehand. Thomas had only instructed them to stay home tonight and not come out no matter what they heard. But given the commotion outside, even if they were naive, they knew what was happening. Regardless of how bad Thomas might be, he was still their Nicky and father, so they couldn't help but open the door and join in pleading for clemency. Miss, please forgive my dad, he's not a bad person. Our family has nothing left to eat. Dad just wanted to provide for me and Mom. The girl, who looked only 16 or 17, her large watery eyes brimming with tears, clung tightly behind Thomas to shield him. I beg you, please spare my Nicky. Looking at the two women who, though trembling in fear, stood firmly protecting Thomas, Billy sighed softly. The objective today was intimidation, not annihilation. She couldn't push people too far. After all, desperate times call for desperate measures. We'll let this go today. But if it happens again, there will be no forgiveness. Thank you, thank you. Relieved as if she'd been granted amnesty, Angela quickly pulled up Thomas from the ground and went back home. Night returned to calm as if nothing had happened, only the raging wind and rain outside testified to the dramatic events just minutes ago. After ensuring the iron door and lock were intact, Billy and others returned home and shut the security door, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Goran and Aspen collapsed where they stood upon entering home, without even bothering to remove their gear. It had been terrifying. They'd never encountered such an intense and thrilling scene before in their lives. Billy switched on the lights, removed her night vision goggles, and went to the kitchen to reheat water, inviting everyone to wash off the dirt from their bodies. She herself didn't feel particularly affected, having seen such scenes countless times in her previous life. Hurting someone, or worse, was nothing new. After a night of commotion, the family was exhausted, and after bathing, they each returned to their rooms to rest. After what had transpired tonight, Billy believed no one would dare challenge apartment 1602 for a while, allowing them to sleep soundly. Billy soon fell asleep. She wondered how many people downstairs would toss and turn tonight, unable to find rest. As dawn approached, the distant sky began to lighten, like a white sheet slowly unfolding. The city that slumbered would awaken, beginning another day of struggle. Billy sat outside, eating a bowl of glutinous rice porridge. The cooked sticky rice glistened with steam, sprinkled with crispy fried breadstick pieces, savory dried shrimp, and scallions, topped with a generous ladle of delicious mushroom minced meat soup. Such a delicious breakfast put Billy in a particularly good mood. The battle scene from last night remained untouched, a pool of bloodstains on the ground, uncleaned. As Billy and others cleaned the hallway, Joe came upstairs. Jiayu, are you all okay? Were any of you hurt? The commotion on the 16th floor last night had been too loud. Just as hearing through the door, Joe felt anxious. Although he wished to help, in such a confrontational situation, he was physically weak and also had elderly parents at home. Joining them could only complicate things. So he came early to check if they needed any help. Thank you, Teacher Huang, we're fine. Billy respected this teacher greatly. It's good to hear you're safe. Jiayu, come here. Joe pulled Billy to a corner away from 1601, whispering, "Several people knocked on my door early this morning, asking me to treat their external injuries, which I refused, claiming I had no medicine. You've made too many enemies this time, beware." Billy understood Joe's worry over potential retaliation, but she couldn't allow those despicable people to trample over them. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Once they backed down, the next attack would be fiercer. Life is long. Don't worry, Teacher Huang, we know our limits. Convinced of their safety, Joe returned to 1502. On the 16th floor, given Thomas's betrayal, keeping the iron door was no longer an option. Billy wouldn't tolerate the iron door she installed to protect scum like Thomas. Bernie and Goran worked together to remove the iron door, leaving only the door frame at the entrance of the hallway. When it was installed, they used expansion bolts and cement, making the door frame very secure. Removing it was too much work, so they could only take off the door itself. But the advantage was that if they ever wanted to reinstall it, it would be easy. While the two were removing the iron door, Billy went home and took out the old security door from her storage space. Without the iron door, the sense of security seemed to be gone as well. They needed to install another one. Billy planned to install it between apartment 1601 and 1602, near the entrance of the hallway. This way, a small section of the corridor outside their door would also be included, and they would have to pass through 2 doors to get home in the future. The security door was slightly smaller than the corridor, but with plenty of cement mortar, it could still be installed very securely. The 16th floor once again filled with the sounds of hammering and drilling. But this time, no one came to watch, not even the neighbors from 1601 who didn't even open their door. The second door was installed, and Bernie even installed a hidden infrared camera on top of it. The camera was directly facing the hallway entrance, capturing everything in the hallway and around apartment 1601. Without an internet connection, Billy had no idea how Bernie managed it, but he somehow got the live feed to display on the computer, and even set up motion alerts. The power supply for the camera was connected to the battery of the exercise bike, which required only 0.25 kilowatt-hours per day. The electricity generated by the family riding the bike each day was enough to power the camera for 24 hours. In the days that followed, life in apartment 1602 was very comfortable. Under Gorant's meticulous care, the vegetables on the balcony were growing lush and green, a delightful sight just to look at. Recently, the oil, lettuce, and lettuce were ready for harvesting. For several days, Billy enjoyed eating various dishes made from these vegetables. Oyster sauce lettuce, stir-fried lettuce wraps with grilled meat, shrimp skin stir-fried oil, lettuce, with tofu. With such good food and daily exercise, everyone's physical condition improved visibly. Even Billy's monthly period was less severe this month. Seeing Billy's slightly paler complexion, Bernie guessed what was going on. So every evening, he would prepare a bowl of brown sugar ginger water with a soft-boiled egg inside, urging her to eat it. Chapter 29. The wind has stopped. In recent days, the wind had noticeably weakened. Billy speculated that it wouldn't be long before the typhoon finally ceased. Residents downstairs had also noticed this. Over these past few days, more people were seen chatting outside. Though still struggling to get enough food, hope returned to their faces, and their spirits lifted. On June 7, 2023, at around 7 in the morning, what woke Billy was not the howling wind but the cheers of survivors. The rain continued to fall. In 3 quick steps, Billy rushed to the window and pulled open the curtains. She saw that the raindrops were no longer as chaotic as yesterday, falling straight down. The power lines on the rooftop of the building diagonally opposite, which had been swinging wildly, had stopped moving and now hung limp against the outer wall. Red and green rubbish floated slowly through the water from a distance, drifting near only to continue on its way. Suddenly, there was commotion in the building. Justicey, over here. At the windows of the opposite building, several homeowners leaned out, waving their arms vigorously toward the distance, shouting loudly. Following their gaze, dark figures could be seen quickly approaching, causing ripples in the water as they moved closer. It was the government's rescue boats. As soon as the typhoon stopped, the government organized post-disaster rescue efforts immediately. The rescue boats drew nearer. Up close, it became clear that the people aboard were wearing raincoats and holding megaphones. Through the loudspeaker came a clear voice. "Citizens, the floodwaters are fast moving. Please stay at home and wait for rescue patiently. Do not go out on your own to avoid unnecessary losses. Citizens, the floodwaters are fast moving. Justice help. My child is starving. Come save us quickly. Justicey, why aren't you coming closer? What are you doing? My father fell and has been unconscious for days. Someone, please take him to the hospital." The rescue boat circled nearby for a few minutes before moving on to the next residential building, leaving only splashes behind. Realizing that immediate rescue was unlikely, some people began to find ways to save themselves. For a moment, the water surface was abuzz with activity. Some brought out face basins from their homes, tying them to large tires for use as makeshift boats, just enough to seat one person. Others, who were fans of aquatic fitness, took out their inflatable paddleboards stored away. Sea City, being in the southern Hainan region, saw a surprising number of people emerging onto the water on bamboo rafts within minutes. To Billy's amusement, she even spotted a yellow duck pedal boat from the lake in North Park, complete with an awning. A month ago, these 300 yuan per ride pleasure boats were unpopular, but now, even a 3,000 yuan ride would likely be fought over. Various homemade tire boats, rubber dinghies, bamboo rafts, and small wooden boats soon filled the waters, creating a scene reminiscent of Venice on the water. The heavy rain persisted, and the water levels remained high. Food shortage was the most urgent issue. Some ventured towards the supermarket, while others stopped to gather floating supplies from nearby areas. Ducks from a farmer's yard somewhere had escaped and were now swimming leisurely in groups on the water. Surprisingly, there were 2 or 3 dozen of them, leading to a frenzy among the crowd trying to catch them. Seeing the ducks and even floating watermelons, Goran felt tempted by the excitement and suggested to Billy, "Thompson, look how much faster the ducks are in the water than humans. They've been chasing them for so long and have only managed to get feathers, not to mention the risk of falling into the water. That water is full of garbage, feces, dead rats, and cockroaches, surely full of bacteria. We don't lack for food, let's not take this risk." Convinced by her granddaughter's reasoning, Goran sat down on a small stool with a cup of tea, watching the chaos below with amusement. The government acted swiftly. By the time Billy finished lunch, rescue workers were already going door to door to evacuate affected residents. Those living on lower floors that had been flooded were all evacuated and relocated to a middle school in the southern part of the city. Residents could choose to stay with relatives or remain at the relief center. Unaffected households received rice, flour, meat, eggs, vegetables, fruit, clean drinking water, and candles based on the number of people in each household. The first ones to leave without hesitation were the 3 families living in the corridor of the 2nd and 3rd floors of Billy's building, following the rescue boat eagerly with their packed luggage. Residents on the 4th floor, initially hesitant about evacuating since the water hadn't reached them yet, reconsidered when they realized the water would eventually rise if the rain continued. "Do you have a decision? Our rescue operations are urgent, we can't waste time here. If you're undecided, we'll have to move on," the rescuers urged. The 4th floor residents made up their minds and left. Going early to the relief center could secure a good spot. Only the family from 301, who were staying with the young girl in apartment 501, refused to leave no matter what. The relief center had no beds or toilets. How could it compare to living here comfortably? The young girl from 301 was on the verge of tears. She had kindly let them stay and share her food and supplies, but now they wouldn't budge. How could people be so shameless? However, the rescue personnel only cared about rescuing people and not settling disputes. After confirming that no one else needed to be evacuated from the building, they left a week's worth of supplies and departed. Surprisingly, the young couple on the 7th floor also wanted to leave. They had run out of food during the early stages of the typhoon. The young man had ventured out and hit his head, falling into a coma. Miraculously, he survived but couldn't get out of bed. This time, they were taken to the hospital along with the evacuation. It was unclear how they had managed to survive for so long. With the new supplies, by evening, the familiar scent of cooking wafted through the cracks of doors in the neighborhood. Ignoring the flooded streets below, the city seemed to have returned to its vibrant state a month ago. To celebrate the end of the typhoon, they decided to indulge themselves with hot pot and barbecue tonight. The delicious aroma filled the air in the neighborhood. Billy's family no longer had to eat stealthily and enjoyed their meal openly. The government-supplied materials were plentiful, including fresh pork belly, coriander greens, celery, and white radish. Billy took out fish meat, beef, lamb, and various meatballs from her storage space and picked a spinach plant from the balcony. She started the generator. Under the lights, an induction cooker sat on the dining table, heating a pot where red and white broths bubbled. Next to it, a grill pan sizzled with neatly cut pork belly releasing oil. Billy dipped a slice of pork belly into the chili powder in front of her, then added some spicy pickled cabbage prepared by Aspen, wrapping it all in lettuce before eagerly putting it in her mouth. Delicious. Bernie cautioned her to be careful not to burn her mouth while adding her favorite shrimp dumplings to the mushroom broth. For a moment, the room in 1602 was filled with delightful aromas and laughter. In another household within the same complex, a male resident was busy eating rice and stir-fried celery with pork when he suddenly lifted his head, sniffing the air. "Damn, who's barbecuing? It smells so freaking good." His son chimed in, "Dad, I smell spicy hot pot. I want to eat hot pot too." The man playfully flicked his son's head. "Dream on, keep eating." Chapter 30, Taking in a Dog. A new day had begun. Perhaps seeing that those who went into the water yesterday had all reaped some rewards, more people were venturing into the water today. Billy was holding a fried dough stick in her mouth and gripping a pair of binoculars as she observed downstairs. On a small platform attached to the outer wall of the opposite community, there was a black and yellow object moving slightly. Billy adjusted the focus and stared intently. It was a little dog. The dog was drenched in the rain, its fur wet and clinging to its emaciated body, trembling from the cold rain. The platform was only half a meter wide, barely enough for it to lie down on, unable to move freely. Below the platform, less than a meter away, was raging floodwater, making it highly dangerous. Billy didn't know how this puppy had climbed up there. At present, the people in the water were too preoccupied with finding supplies to look up, and if they noticed the dog, it might end up being someone's meal. Bernie had also noticed the puppy. "Do you want to save it?" Billy nodded slowly. When she was young, living in the countryside with her grandparents, they had also raised a dog. Back then, she didn't have many playmates, and every day the dog would walk her to school and always be at the school gate when she returned, come rain or shine. The dog's companionship greatly compensated for her otherwise unhappy childhood memories. Seeing this similar-looking dog reminded her of those times. "Then let's go save it." Bernie always supported Billy's decisions unconditionally. "All right." The two explained the situation to their elders, who agreed but cautioned them to be careful in the water. After putting on raincoats, Billy took out the inflatable boat and inflated it with an air pump. Bernie carried it downstairs. They encountered a neighbor in the staircase. Upon seeing the inflatable boat, the neighbor's eyes lit up instantly. "Justicey, your family actually has an inflatable boat. Son, we've been trapped in the house for so many days without water or electricity, not even able to cook meals. Could you lend us the boat? We need to find some fuel outside." Billy glared. "No way. Why not give us a hand? We're neighbors after all." As he said this, he reached out to grab the boat, causing Bernie, who was concentrating on descending the stairs, to almost fall down. Billy became furious and kicked the man to the ground, drawing a large machete from her chest and pointing it at him. "Try touching it again." The old mother saw her son being hit and immediately started wailing, reaching out to claw at Billy's face. "Justice hit my son. This bitch hit my son. What kind of devil is she? If she were scratched, it would surely leave a mark." Billy turned the blade over and smacked the old Rosa's hand hard with the back of the knife. In pain, the old Rosa lost balance and tumbled down the stairs. The man, seeing his mother rolling down, rushed to catch her without hesitation. Bystanders criticized her. "Young lady, you're heartless. Just because they wanted to borrow something, you beat them like that. Alberts, if you don't want to lend it, just say so nicely. Why resort to violence? Old you is elderly. This fall could really hurt her badly. We all live in the same building, yet you care only about yourself with that boat, not giving a damn about your neighbors. I wonder what your parents taught you." Coldness instantly spread across Billy's face, and she pointed the tip of the knife at the speaker, saying word by word, "Dare you repeat that?" Bernie set down the inflatable boat and drew a tang sword from behind. "Want me to teach you what your parents should have? Don't take what doesn't belong to you." The man gulped and remained silent. Justice quickly fled upstairs. With knives in hand, Billy and Bernie lifted the inflatable boat and walked downward, everyone instantly clearing a path before them. Arriving at the window of the third-floor balcony. Alberts today, for rescue purposes, all obstructive windows had been smashed, leaving only a huge hole. The two placed the inflatable boat in the water and sat in it, paddling toward the opposite community. As the inflatable boat approached the puppy, Billy got a clear view of it. Tiny, crouching in one corner of the platform, shivering. The puppy looked to weigh only around 10 pounds, still a young one. Its face, ears, and back were black, while the rest of its body was yellow. It resembled a wolfhound somewhat. Its fur was thoroughly soaked by the rain, clinging tightly to its emaciated frame. Upon closer inspection, several patches of fur had fallen out, revealing fresh and old wounds. Some had healed, leaving scars, while others were still oozing blood when moved. A pair of amber eyes watched Billy and Bernie cautiously as they approached. Bernie maneuvered the inflatable boat close to the platform below, steadying it before helping Billy stand up. Seeing that the two were coming for it, the puppy immediately arched its back, bared its fangs, and emitted a low growl of warning. Billy first threw a piece of leftover meat from last night in front of it. The puppy was clearly very hungry, sniffing at the meat in front of it but still holding back and not eating. Perhaps these humans were trying to deceive it again, only to kill and eat it afterward. Really not eating? Billy was surprised. This puppy was pretty smart, knowing how to guard against strangers. No wonder it had managed to survive in such an environment. "Eat with peace, I won't hurt you." She took out another piece of meat, bit into it right in front of the puppy, swallowed, then placed the rest of the meat on the platform. She also put some clean water in a plastic container next to the meat. After doing this, the two sat back in the inflatable boat and didn't move anymore. Seeing Billy and Bernie return to the inflatable boat, the puppy cautiously crawled toward the food, carefully smelling it, looking at Billy, then at the meat. It tried licking once. So fragrant. Unable to resist any longer, the puppy began to devour the food greedily. "Eat slowly, don't just gulp it down. Have some water." How could the puppy understand? It devoured all the meat in one go. After finishing, Billy stood up again, and the puppy instantly assumed an attacking posture. "Ungrateful dog." Billy cursed inwardly with a smile. "You've eaten and drank. Do you want to come with me? Plenty of meat bones in the future." Woof. Billy crouched down, pulled out a beef bone she planned to use for soup from her storage, held it in her hand, and waved it gently at the puppy, speaking softly, "See, I'm not deceiving you." The puppy tilted its head to look at Billy, seemingly hesitating. She wasn't in a hurry, patiently holding the bone and waiting. After a while, the puppy slowly crept closer to Billy, until it reached Billy's feet on the platform, sniffed the bone, and started licking it. Billy tentatively placed her hand on the puppy's head. The little head under her hand stiffened for just a moment but did not resist, continuing to lick the bone. Billy confidently stroked the small head. "Little guy, come with me, okay? Whine, whine." She grabbed the loose skin at the back of the puppy's neck, lifting it with one hand while supporting its body with the other. The puppy didn't struggle, obediently allowing Billy to place it in the plastic box she had prepared earlier. "Let's go home." Billy laughed as she gave the command. Chapter 31. The dog vomited. Back at the third-floor window of the residential area, Bernie climbed up to the platform first. Billy handed up the box containing the dog and then climbed up herself, turning back to pull up the rubber boat. As soon as the two were steady on their feet, they were met with various obscure gazes, some calculating, others envious. There were still those who wouldn't take a hint. "Justicey, this is a dog, where did you catch it?" An elderly Rosa reached into the box right away. Woof. The dog snarled at the elderly Rosa, ready to bite. The elderly Rosa withdrew her hand in fright, Does this dog have rabies? Is it edible? None of your business. Get out of the way. Billy picked up the box and was about to leave. Now I can't even say that. Young man, if you're not using the rubber boat, could you lend it to me? Bernie, expressionless, pulled out the air plug. The elderly Rosa was speechless with anger. You. Unwilling to tangle with these people, Billy directly drew a knife. Get out of the way. They opened the first security door, changed out of their raincoats inside, and hung them on hooks by the door. Then they completely deflated the rubber boat, putting it away in storage, and carried the box home. The two elders had been observing their movements from upstairs and had hot water ready. The moment Billy entered the house and put down the box, he was given a bowl of warm ginger tea. Goran squatted in front of the box, marveling. This is a wolf dog. In recent years, city folks keep toy dogs like poodles and Samoyeds. It's rare to see such a good dog. The little one crouched in the box, warily eyeing its surroundings. Aspen was somewhat afraid of dogs and didn't dare get too close, watching from afar. It looks like it's covered in injuries and is so thin. It must have suffered a lot outside. Justicey. Look, there seems to be something around its neck. Upon hearing this, Bernie reached for the dog's neck. Woof. The dog growled lowly, unwilling to be touched. Billy came out after washing his face in the bathroom and happened to witness this scene. Little guy, you're already on the wrong ship. Don't be so fierce, or we might not feed you. Woof woof woof. Even dogs deceive. Let me see what's around your neck. Billy reached out, and the dog didn't resist anymore. Justice saw a rope tied around its neck, knotted tightly, with the loose end clearly bitten off. The part around its neck had sunk deep into the flesh, oozing blood at the slightest touch. Given all its injuries, it was likely abused before, probably biting through the rope to escape. Woof woof woof. Indeed, it nearly ended up in the oil pot if it hadn't run fast enough. Seeing how pitiful the dog looked, Aspen's heart melted, and she turned to the kitchen to prepare some food for it. Billy took the scissors offered by Bernie and carefully cut the rope bit by bit. The dog seemed to know she was helping and didn't struggle, only whimpering in pain. After removing the rope, the dog breathed more freely and wagged its tail at Billy. The dog was dirty and injured all over. Billy boiled a kettle of water, mixed it with cold water in a foot basin. Together with Bernie, they gently bathed the dog. The first wash left a thick layer of mud at the bottom of the basin. It took 4 rounds of washing for the water to become clear. Using an old dry towel to half-dry the dog's fur, they then slowly dried it with a hairdryer. Throughout the process, the dog stood still quietly, letting Billy handle it. What a smart dog. After realizing Billy and company meant no harm, it never bared its teeth again. Even when applying medicine post-bath, it only whimpered softly when it hurt. Without dog food at home, they simply prepared a stainless steel bowl of white rice mixed with a water-boiled fish, bones removed, and poured the fish broth over it for lunch. The dog devoured it hungrily. After eating, it curled up in the makeshift bed made of old clothes and fell asleep. With a new dog at home, they needed to address the dog food issue. A family meeting was held in the afternoon. Billy suggested venturing out early to find supplies. While our stored resources are sufficient for now, they won't last forever. With government aid available currently, things aren't desperate yet, so going out now is relatively safer. Bernie thought even further ahead. I agree. If it truly comes to pass as Inna says, we need to stockpile not just food but many other supplies. People are focused only on food now, but other resources will be important too. The elders nodded repeatedly. Billy continued to argue the necessity of going out. Also, we'll need more space to store the items we gather. We should look for another piece of jade to try expanding our storage. Plus, we need dog food for the dog. Woof. Bernie added a critical point. We must regularly go out to find supplies to explain the new items in our home. Indeed, if they stayed indoors without going out but never lacked food and clothing, that would be terrifying. Deciding to go out, the next thing was to discuss where to go and when. The family in apartment 1602 spent the entire afternoon huddled at home repeatedly deliberating. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and the water level visibly rose. Looking around, rescue boats bustled through the water, their occupants holding large and small packages, helplessly watching as their homes, about to be submerged, grew more distant. The boat motors roared throughout the night. Early the next morning, Billy found that the dog had vomited. Whatever it had eaten yesterday had been vomited in its nest at some point, and the excrement it passed contained plastic shells. It had apparently only been eating these things before. Aspen placed the dog food beside its mouth after mixing it. The dog sniffed it, weakly wagged its tail, but didn't eat. Is it sick? It seems so. I'll go down and ask Teacher Huang. Although she had studied diligently these days, she had only learned the basics, and the medication for dogs was different from humans, so she wasn't confident. After understanding Billy's intentions, Joe picked up the stethoscope and came over. After giving the dog a full-body examination, Joe put down the thermometer and said, its temperature is a bit high, it has a fever. There are no test strips here to check for canine distemper or parvovirus, so we can't rule out this possibility. Given its current symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea, we can only prescribe symptomatic medications first. You can use My Love, omeprazole, monmarilanite powder, and follow the dosage for children. Also, if it still doesn't eat or drink, you need to give it subcutaneous injections of saline and nutritional solutions for supplementation. Billy took notes carefully. Okay. By the way, Teacher Huang, Hao and I plan to go out this afternoon, leaving only Thompson and Amy at home. I'm a little worried. Could you take extra care of them? Joe replied gently, "What kind of talk is that? Since you call me teacher, I treat you like family. Go with peace of mind, just be careful on your journey and return soon." Okay. After sending Joe off, Billy fetched the medicine and placed it in the dog bowl. Not eating. Force feed it by opening its mouth and putting it down its throat. With 2 people and a dog staying at home, Billy and Bernie put on their raincoats, tucked their defensive weapons into their bosoms, and set out after confirming everything was ready. Chapter 32, Jewelry Street. The family had decided yesterday that they would try their luck at Jewelry Street today. Although the last jade finger guard had increased her space by 40 cubic meters, it was still far from enough compared to the supplies she planned to stockpile. The top priority now was to find suitable jade and see if the space could be expanded further. If the space was not sufficient, then the plan for stockpiling supplies would have to change accordingly. Along the way, besides official rescue boats, there were many civilian-led rescue teams working hard to evacuate affected people. 2 small inflatable boats were picking up people from under a residential building, but the boats were too small and crowded, causing people to push and shove. Volunteers were desperately trying to maintain order. Seeing only 2 people on Billy's large inflatable boat, someone waved and shouted at her, "Justicey, could you come over and help us?" Billy waved to indicate she was busy. Bernie, fearing entanglement, kept his distance from the residential building and sped up. Upon seeing this, the crowd immediately started cursing and accusing Billy and Bernie of being inhumane. Leaving the insults behind, the 2 relied on tall buildings to identify the direction of Jewelry Street. Normally, driving from Billy's home to Jewelry Street took about 10 minutes, but today, navigating with inflatable boats and paying attention to surroundings, it took them almost an hour to find the iconic clock tower. Jewelry Street, located in the lowest part of the county's commercial area, was now flooded, leaving only the tip of the clock tower visible, indicating this place used to be bustling with activity. Apart from Jewelry Street, the county had 3 shopping malls, with 2 of the largest located here. To develop the commercial street, residents in the area had been relocated a year ago. The malls were already completed and in use, but the high-rise residential buildings for relocation were still just foundations. Thus, looking around, this area was desolate. Having found the location, Billy took out 2 sets of diving gear and handed one to Bernie. Fortunately, both of them could swim. After getting dressed, they attached self-defense weapons to tool bags on their waists and dived into the water. Billy carefully observed the surroundings, confirming no one was around, before putting the inflatable boat into her space. The water was somewhat murky, reducing visibility. With no diving experience, they tied ropes around their waists to prevent getting separated. Just receding south from the clock tower, within 500 meters were various gold and jewelry shops. Billy planned to search each shop systematically. Glass doors were locked with heavy locks. She took out a pointed hammer and started knocking. The water resistance made the blows less effective, and after much effort, the door remained intact. Bernie signaled with a flashlight for her to give him the hammer. Justice took the hammer, dived to the bottom of the glass door, and struck forcefully at the corner. Soon, the glass door cracked and shattered. Entering with flashlights, the items in the counters were neatly arranged: gold, jade, platinum, silver. Billy collected jade while Bernie took care of gold and other items. In prosperous times, antique collections; in troubled times, gold. Having come all this way, it would be a waste not to take anything after rowing for an hour. She swam to the counter with jade and broke the glass like Bernie did. Jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade rings, jade ornaments, all thrown into the space. After circling around to ensure nothing was missed, she met up with Bernie, who had finished searching as well. In perfect sync, they moved on to the next shop. After raiding 3 or 4 shops, they surfaced to catch their breath, feeling chest tightness from staying underwater too long. Bernie handed Billy a sack full of gold, which she put directly into her space without checking. "How is it?" Bernie asked. "Any changes in the space?" Billy probed her space. There were around 400 pieces of jade inside, but upon inspection, only half were missing, and the space had only increased by 6 or 7 square meters. Billy sighed. Half of them don't work, and the space only increased by 6 or 7 square meters. It seems most of these jewelry shops are full of fake goods. Unscrupulous merchants. How infuriating. Several items priced at 4 or 50,000 yuan were still lying there. All fake. Bernie consoled her. "Don't worry, any change is good. There are still several shops left. Let's keep looking. Maybe the good stuff is hidden, we should pay more attention." Billy nodded. Okay. After resting a bit, they dived back down to continue. A 500-meter stretch of Jewelry Street took only a couple of minutes to cover, but it exhausted them. Most jewelry shops had both glass doors and roller shutters. Initially, they worked hard to unlock them. Later, they simply dived to the 2nd floor and entered through windows before going downstairs. Internal doors were mostly wooden and unlocked easily. This led them to discover several hidden small vaults. Especially in the boss's office behind a hidden door, they found 2 large stones and a safe on a display cabinet. The stones were pitted and looked unkempt when soaked in muddy water. Billy did not recognize them and almost kicked them aside as trash. It was Bernie who stopped her, gesturing for Billy to collect the stones as well. By the time they had finished sweeping through all the places, it was already dark. The 2 surfaced and fumbled in the dark to retrieve the inflatable boat, climbing onto it. Billy changed out of her diving suit and put on a raincoat before asking Bernie why he wanted those 2 old stones. "If my guess is right, those 2 stones should be jadeite rough. Anything treasured alongside the boss and kept in a safe wouldn't be ordinary. Upon hearing this, Billy hurriedly entered her space to look for the stones. They were gone. All that remained where the old stones had been was a lonely safe. Justice's space had expanded by more than 100 square meters. Earlier, the duo collected so many jade artifacts from the display cabinets and barely added 50 to 60 square meters, yet these two old stones had managed over 100 square meters. Billy took out the safe, excited to share the good news with Bernie. Those two stones are truly great items, adding more space than all our previous efforts combined. Brooke, let's quickly try to open the safe and see what's inside. Bernie reached out to pick up the safe but then put it down again. Confused, Billy asked, what's wrong? Justice smiled, there's no need to open it. Why not? Try picking it up yourself. Justice hearing this, Billy lifted the safe. It felt much lighter than before. Shaking it produced no sound from inside. What's this? Bernie nodded, you're right. The contents inside were likely jade, and your space has consumed them. This meant that the extra 100 plus square meters included whatever was inside the safe, though what exactly was in there remained unknown. Submerging the safe back into the water, the two decided to head home. After spending the whole afternoon outside, Billy was satisfied with the additional room added to her space. Despite being exhausted from their afternoon's labor, they still gathered a lot of wooden table legs, branches, and other firewood on their way back to avoid arousing suspicion. They placed these items on the inflatable boat just for show. Chapter 33, Sweeping Through the Mall, Part 1. On their way back, Bernie paddled, constantly avoiding trash and sharp objects floating in the water. Billy held up a flashlight, looking around vigilantly. Apart from the occasional flickering candlelight in the distant residential buildings, the entire world was pitch black. Only the sounds of raindrops hitting the water and the oars cutting through the surface could be heard. A dark object floated toward them from ahead, and Bernie instinctively steered to one side. Billy shone the flashlight on it and found it was a decomposed female corpse. It was vaguely recognizable as a Rosa, with intact clothing and no visible external injuries, suggesting she had drowned. Maggots covered her body, even visible under her clothes, wriggling beneath the fabric. The female corpse drifted away into the darkness, swaying gently with the current. When they returned to the community, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The water level had risen somewhat. What used to be about a meter away from the platform was now only half a meter. They worked together to move the firewood onto the stairway platform, then retrieved the rubber boat, deflating it. Someone heard the commotion and opened the door to check. Seeing that Billy and Bernie had been out all day and brought back only some firewood, they secretly sneered. Worthless, they took the rubber boat just to bring back this. What a waste. Before entering, they changed out of their raincoats and disinfected themselves with alcohol. Only then did they open the door. Back home, the elderly couple had already prepared dinner and were waiting for them. Billy and Bernie took turns going to the bathroom to take hot showers and change out of their dirty clothes. Finally, the family sat down to enjoy dinner, sharing their experiences from the day. Just as hearing that Billy had moved all the treasures from the jewelry stores on the street back, Aspen nearly dropped her jaw in shock and asked with some worry, "You took everything from the shops? What if the owners find out and report it?" Before she could finish, Aspen clamped her mouth shut, laughing at herself for being silly. Another rescue team arrived today, providing more drinking water for everyone. They said the groundwater is contaminated, and clean drinking water has to be transported from elsewhere. It's scarce, so we should use it sparingly, using rainwater for washing clothes and such. During the distribution of supplies, some people complained incessantly about not having enough food or a place to stay, insisting that the staff resolve their issues on the spot and refusing to let them leave otherwise. How embarrassing, everyone else is enduring this. They think they are special, causing trouble for quite a while this afternoon. Goran put another bite of food in his mouth, swallowed, and continued, also, the government wants us to select a building manager for each building. A building manager? Alberts, they said that in the future, population statistics, supply distribution, and other coordination will all be handled by the building managers. Aspen couldn't help but scoff. They chose Thomas. Really, Thomas? Billy was somewhat surprised but quickly understood. Thomas was already a member of the Homeowners Association and liked to make connections everywhere. Justice often acted like a leader, forming cliques and small groups. The fact that he had subtly incited a group of people to cause trouble on the 16th floor before showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. The role of a building manager might not seem significant, but it was also important. Future matters would go through his hands. It would be strange if he missed the opportunity. Just ignore him. If he doesn't mess with us, we won't mess with him. If he tries any tricks again, we're not easy to provoke either. Oh, right, the young couple on the 7th floor came back from the hospital this evening. Apparently, the man had surgery and is now paralyzed from the waist down, essentially useless. Goran shook his head in pity. Under such a disaster, a bedridden man and a delicate Rosa, it would be tough for them going forward. After dinner, Billy squatted next to the doghouse, watching the dog. The dog still looked listless, weakly wagging its tail upon seeing Billy, then closing its eyes again, exhausted. According to the elderly couple, the dog had been vomiting everything it ate and threw up the medicine too, with watery stools. Billy pulled out a syringe, drew a vial of saline solution, and injected it into the loose skin at the back of the dog's neck until the 150 milliliters bottle was empty. Justice patted the dog's head to comfort it. "Little guy, you need to get better soon." Woof, woof. Today was productive, and Billy felt full of energy. They decided not to rest and planned to continue tomorrow, taking advantage of others' unawareness to secure their resources early. The next morning at 5:30, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Billy sat at the table eating soy milk and fried dough sticks while planning the day's route. The tasks ahead were heavy, so they set out early. Dawn was barely breaking, and the world was filled only with the sound of rain. People were still asleep. Two figures quietly appeared downstairs in the community. Soon after, a rubber boat sailed out of the community toward the clock tower. The mall had 5 floors, but now only 1.5 floors remained above water. They entered through a broken window on the 4th floor, which led to the back kitchen of a restaurant. Half of it was already submerged in water, and the rotten ingredients on the chopping boards emitted a foul smell. "Let's start from the 5th floor and sweep downwards. It will be easier," Bernie suggested. Thus, the two exited through the main door of the restaurant and went up the stairs to the 5th floor, starting to search room by room. The 5th floor mainly consisted of early education classes and music rooms. After searching around, they found no useful supplies. However, they discovered an exquisitely decorated tea house, where they found a large number of gift boxes of tea. Inside the gift boxes were tea cakes and loose tea leaves. They removed all the bulky outer packaging, leaving only the plastic wrappers. Billy found a large cardboard box and threw all the unpacked tea into it. In the end, they filled 5 large boxes. They also found a considerable amount of bundled cash in a drawer of a table, totaling more than 60,000. Billy did not hesitate and put all the money into her spatial storage. After checking again, they found 2 bags of cat food and 3 bags of cat litter, as well as hairball paste, nutritional paste, freeze-dried treats, and canned cat food in the corner, suggesting that the tea house owner was a cat lover. The dog should be able to eat them too, so Billy also took everything. Returning to the 4th floor, this floor was mostly restaurants. Already half submerged in water. Due to the power outage long ago, most of the ingredients in the kitchen refrigerators had gone bad. They even found premium Angus beef and tuna in the cold cabinet of a Western restaurant. There were even several king crabs, but unfortunately, due to the lack of oxygen in the water, they had spoiled. Although the meat had gone bad, the alcohol and drinks were all intact. Almost every restaurant had a large stock of beverages. Billy didn't know much about alcohol, so she just took everything. Alcohol was excellent for warming up in extremely cold conditions. After sweeping through the restaurants, they collected nearly 400 boxes, immediately depleting 1/3 of their space. Besides the restaurants, there were several bubble tea shops and a snack shop. The fresh milk in the bubble tea shop had all expired, so Billy dared not take it. She only took powdered milk, tea powder, saccharine, and packaged coconut gel pieces. Also worth taking were the ice-making machine, water purifier, thermal bucket, and ice cream machine from the shop. These machines would be very useful in extreme heat. As for the snack shop, they took everything. Besides sweeping the shelves clean, they didn't forget the inventory in the warehouse either. The remaining half of the 4th floor was beauty and cosmetic stores. Various luxury brands like Chanel and Dove filled these stores. Billy had always saved money and never indulged herself with expensive skincare products, using only cheap toners and lotions. No Rosa could resist the temptation when such items were free for the taking. Thus, Billy experienced a highlight moment in her life, enjoying limitless access to cosmetics and skincare products. She swept everything into her spatial storage. Seeing her eyes shining brightly, looking crazily and obsessively at everything she packed away, Bernie's gaze softened. Justice couldn't help but smile as his eyes lingered on her. Chapter 34, Cleaning Out the Mall, Part 2. In a corner of the 4th floor, there was actually a pharmacy. The water inside the pharmacy was filled with floating medicine boxes. Billy felt a pang of regret. These were all good supplies. Billy and her companion could only collect all the medicines that hadn't been soaked by water. As for those that had been soaked, they kept the ones that still had sealed plastic packaging, while discarding the contaminated ones. Inside the pharmacy, there were also stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and a lot of health supplements. Billy even found several boxes of TTS in the warehouse, various brands. Take them or not? Billy's face turned red as she surreptitiously glanced at Bernie, who was busy tearing open packages that had fallen into the water, oblivious to her dilemma. Though they had started dating in school, they were both quite conservative. Before their breakup, they had done nothing more intimate than kissing and hugging. If she took this stuff back, would he think? Billy bit her lip, hesitating and conflicted. Forget it. Take them. She might not need them herself, but she could sell them to others in the future. These things would be rare commodities in the later stages of the apocalypse. After confirming that Bernie hadn't noticed, Billy quietly stored the several large boxes of little umbrellas into her space. They circled around the 4th floor once more, ensuring nothing was missed, before stopping. It was already noon. The two went up to the 5th floor and found a table, planning to continue after lunch. The afternoon's work would be underwater, requiring much energy, so they needed to eat well. The food taken out of the space was as fresh as when it had just come out of the pot, steaming hot. Roast duck with ginger, sweet and sour cabbage, steamed eggs, and fruit salad. With white rice on the side, the two enjoyed a delicious meal. After a brief rest post-lunch, they put on diving suits and got to work. The two flipped over the 4th floor railing directly into the water. The 3rd floor was mainly for clothing, shoes, and bags. It had only been recently flooded, so the items might still be usable after cleaning. However, Billy had already stockpiled enough clothes earlier and didn't really need more. So, Billy selectively picked expensive and favorite items, especially silk fabrics, which should wash fine. What pained her greatly was finding that all the fur coats in an upscale clothing store were ruined. There was also an eyewear shop on the 3rd floor. Goran wore glasses for presbyopia. But Billy couldn't bother checking the prescription strengths of the lenses, so she took all the eyewear along with the vision screening machine and eye charts, thinking they might be useful later. The 3rd floor shops didn't have high value, so the duo quickly cleared them. Soon, they moved down to the 2nd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were a large import goods supermarket, but the roll-up door at the entrance was firmly locked. They broke through a glass window to get in. First thing they saw was the personal care section: shower gel, shampoo, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, anything packaged was taken. Next came daily necessities: thermal flasks, combs, mirrors, laundry powder, hangers. As long as they weren't damaged, everything was fair game. Then came the food area on the 1st floor: liquor, drinks, snacks, cookies, instant noodles, canned goods, oil, salt, vinegar. Fortunately, most products now had double packaging, with an inner plastic seal, allowing the duo to sweep without much discrimination. With the additional 150 square meters of space, they now found less than half remaining. Vegetables, fruits, and the refrigerated sections were completely destroyed, so Billy skipped them. She paused only at the grains section. "What's wrong?" Bernie gestured to ask. "The grains are all soaked, should we take them?" These soaked grains, though unusable by themselves, would still be highly sought after in the later stages of the apocalypse, even if moldy. Space was limited, and they still had other places to search for supplies. Leaving the grains behind might mean running out. Underwater communication was difficult, so they surfaced to discuss and ultimately decided to take them. Back home, they could clear out some room, giving the space more capacity. Moreover, they might find jade to expand the space in the future. These supplies wouldn't be available later if not taken now. Thus, they returned to the supermarket and packed away all the grains. They even collected all the soaked pet food, composed mainly of meat, vegetables, grains, fruits, salt, and fat. While they wouldn't eat it themselves, it might not be bad for humans. This supermarket essentially occupied the entire 1st and 2nd floors. The remaining few stores were digital electronics, selling phones, cameras, TVs, computers, gaming consoles, and even had an auto showroom. With no electricity or internet in the apocalypse, these items weren't very useful. But since they were here, the display items weren't worth looking at, so they searched the warehouses for unopened units, taking a few of each model. Having thoroughly searched the entire mall, they emerged around 6 p.m. After spending a whole day underwater, the two were exhausted. They decided to call it a day, as the other mall was 200 meters away in a straight line. They would have to continue tomorrow. Billy took out 3 bags of soaked rice, a bucket of oil, and a box of canned food and placed them on the rubber boat. The two paddled toward home. It was already dark, so their journey home was uneventful. However, paddling against the current made it difficult, and they had to exert much effort to reach their residential area. This was too tiring. They needed to find a way to get the inflatable boat through the open road. Since the typhoon ceased, people in the residential area had not stopped entering and exiting to search for supplies every day. At the entrance to the 3rd floor platform, there always gathered a group of people with greedy eyes, staring at the supplies others brought back and thinking about how to gain some advantage. Even before approaching the platform, Billy had drawn her knife. Some people just never learned their lesson. Sure enough, when the two got close, seeing the rice and canned food on the rubber boat, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they surrounded them. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard smiled and reached down from the platform to help Billy bring up the supplies. Bernie gave him an icy glare. "Move aside, you're blocking the way." Without waiting for anyone to move, Bernie nimbly pulled himself onto the platform with one hand. His sudden action startled the man, who nearly fell over. "What are you showing off for? You're biting the hand that feeds you." Bernie ignored him, stood steady, and began receiving the supplies Billy handed up. Once all the supplies were moved up, Billy also climbed onto the platform. Finally, they pulled up the rubber boat. The bearded man rubbed his hands together and asked, "Justicey, little brother, where did you get this rice and canned food?" Without looking up, Bernie was deflating the rubber boat and casually answered, "We fished them out of the water." "Where did you fish them out from? Are you going out again tomorrow? Can you take us along?" "Alberta, little brother, more hands make light work. You two only brought back this much today. If you took us along, you'd definitely get more." "No." Bernie refused bluntly and straightforwardly. Seeing that Bernie had already folded the rubber boat neatly, Billy lifted a bag of rice and placed it on his shoulder. Pushing through the crowd blocking the path, she let Bernie go first while she stayed behind to watch the remaining supplies. "Young girl, you're being unreasonable. Your rubber boat is big enough for a few more people. Why are you so stubborn? If you think we're taking advantage, we can negotiate. How about we share what we find?" Billy snorted but didn't respond. It wasn't that she was petty. Bringing these people along would ruin their efficiency. By the time she finished speaking, Bernie had already returned. This time, he came down with Goran to help move everything in one go, as carrying things back and forth was too slow. "Out of the way." Seeing the three of them about to leave with the supplies, the bearded man panicked. "Watch your mouth. Ungrateful bitches." Justice reached out toward the box of canned food Billy was holding, a faint glint flashing across his palm. Chapter 35, Reporting to the Police. Billy was utterly exasperated. Every time she had to deal with these people when coming and going, it was exhausting. Before the man with stubble could touch her clothes, Billy swung her dagger, a flash of white light appeared, and blood spurted out. The man's ear-piercing scream filled the hallway. Justice clutched his hand, staring in disbelief at the 2 fingers lying on the ground. Not far from the severed fingers lay a small folding knife, its blade already opened. Clearly, the stubbled man had intended to snatch if not given willingly. "Fuck you. I'll kill you." Enraged, the man ignored the blood streaming from his fingers and lunged viciously at Billy. Bernie had been watching the stubbled man's movements. Seeing him lunge toward Billy, he swiftly spun around and swept the stubbled man's legs with a single leg kick. The stubbled man felt an intense pain in his legs, his knees buckling, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Before he could catch his breath, Bernie kicked him again, sending him flying into the corner, stirring up a cloud of dust. Crouching in the corner, the stubbled man coughed uncontrollably, each cough causing searing pain in his chest. Blood dripped continuously from the corners of his mouth, forming a terrifying sight. "Murder! Murder!" Someone in the crowd screamed. A skinny man, seemingly a companion of the stubbled man, saw him fall and immediately ran upstairs. Seeing no one dared to stop them anymore, Billy and the others picked up the rice and canned goods and started to leave. The onlookers did not dare breathe loudly, stepping back to make way for them. But before they took a few steps, a noisy sound of footsteps came from above. Billy looked up and saw Thomas rushing down from upstairs, followed by the skinny man. It turned out he had gone to seek reinforcements. Upon seeing Billy, Thomas skidded to a stop. The skinny man running behind him crashed into Thomas's back unawares, wincing in pain. Thomas stumbled but managed not to fall. "What? Why are you here?" Thomas inwardly cursed, wondering why the skinny man couldn't have bothered anyone else except this fierce Rosa. "Enoch Fong, it's her, she stabbed someone." The skinny man, feeling more confident now that reinforcements were here, pointed at Billy. After all, Thomas was the building manager who could speak directly with the authorities. Surely this Rosa wouldn't be so bold now. Seeing them all there, Thomas had no choice but to put on a brave face and mediate. "What happened?" Billy replied curtly, "Can't you see? They only asked you to lend a rubber boat. Why did you hurt them?" "Just lending a rubber boat." Billy gave a sardonic look at the skinny man behind Thomas, who quickly avoided her gaze. "Isn't that what happened? They wanted to snatch things if we didn't give them voluntarily, and the knife is still on the ground. If I hadn't defended myself, I would be the one lying there now." Building manager who, "Don't you know how residents should handle robbery?" Thomas's expression faltered, his hand involuntarily touching his injured arm, which still ached despite being healed for so long. The skinny man, who hadn't participated in the earlier incident, didn't understand yet and kept shouting, "My brother just tried to help, but you evil Rosa chopped off his 2 fingers and even beat him until he bled internally." Manager who, "I'm reporting this to the police." Reporting to the police? Thomas hesitated. While he could liaise with government staff, it was mainly about post-disaster resettlement. Besides, all departments were supposedly fully occupied dealing with the aftermath of the disaster, who had time for trivial matters like this? However, if he could use this incident to get something out of Billy. Thinking this, Thomas cleared his throat and feigned a difficult expression. "Christopher Schwanley, it's not that I'm targeting you, but as the building manager, I really can't do much. You say he was robbing you, but there's no evidence since he didn't act on it. Carrying a knife for self-defense is normal these days. Beating him up this way is just unreasonable." Goran felt anxious and was about to plead, but Billy gently touched his back to signal him to calm down. Thomas turned and gave the skinny man a meaningful glance. "You brothers were too hasty today. You should have explained your intentions clearly. Why jump straight into action? How about this, you don't report it to the police, and they compensate you with some supplies. Good neighbors keep harmony." The skinny man caught on to Thomas's meaning. Their plan was to ambush anyone returning with supplies and take a share. So he pretended to be reluctant, since Brother Fong said so. "We can't refuse and lose face." Pointing at the supplies on Billy's shoulders, he continued, "All this rice, canned goods, and that rubber boat belong to me, and we'll let it go." Billy sneered inwardly. The little punk had an ugly face and even uglier thoughts. Manager who, "No matter where we go with this, the fact remains that they attempted robbery first, and we defended ourselves afterward. If you want to report it to the police, go ahead. In the police station, I'll still say the same thing, and I will accept any consequences." Finally, she looked coldly at the thin man, saying each word clearly, "Wanting to extort supplies I worked hard for? No way. Oh my fiery temper." The thin man exploded in rage, rolling up his sleeves to rush at Billy. Thomas held him back. "Jamal, don't be rash. Phone brother, it's not that I'm not giving you face. Look at how this Rosa acts. If I let this slide, how can our brothers ever show our faces again? Billy, are you really unwilling to resolve this peacefully? Once it gets to the police, there will be no turning back. Trying to intimidate her, eh?" In the apocalypse, Billy had seen all sorts of people. Still the same words, "If you want to report, report." "Fine. Jamal, let's leave it at that for today. Go help your brother home. Next time when government officials come, as the building manager, I'll certainly uphold justice for you too." The thin man flattered Thomas. "Thanks, phone brother." Billy, impatient, finished talking. "Move aside." The 3 of them climbed 13 floors carrying dozens of pounds of supplies and were all breathless when they finally reached home. Upon arrival, they gulped down a large glass of water. Aspen was curious why Goran took so long to come back, so he recounted everything that happened downstairs. Aspen became a bit worried after hearing it. What if Thomas really reports this to the police? "Granny, don't worry about it. The government has no time for such trivial matters right now. Besides, what is Thomas? Justice only shows off in this building. Outside the complex, he's nobody. By the way, how's Nyangao doing? Nyangao was the name Billy gave the dog, the same name as the one she raised in childhood. That puppy had canine distemper, vomiting and diarrhea. Even the vet shook his head, declaring it hopeless. Billy carried the puppy home crying and fed it some fried rice cake she had eaten. Miraculously, the next day, the puppy started recovering. Giving it the same name, she hoped it would overcome its illness and get better soon. Today it hasn't vomited or had diarrhea anymore, but it's still eating very little. I followed your method and gave it a nutritional injection. Billy squatted in front of the doghouse. The dog was sleeping with its eyes closed. Nyangao, wake up. The dog opened its eyes and glanced at Billy without responding. Such a childish name, it refused to acknowledge. Chapter 36, Making Medicine Wine. After 2 consecutive days of diving to retrieve items, Billy and Bernie were already a bit tired and decided to rest for a day. The next morning, the dog's appetite was noticeably better, having finished the small yellow fish in its bowl. Billy became even more convinced that naming it well had brought good luck. To be safe, Billy still gave the dog some medicine and injected it with a nutrient shot. After eating, Billy slumped on the sofa, her consciousness entering the space to organize the supplies gathered over the past 2 days. She put non-waterlogged supplies together. For those that had been soaked in water, she sorted them based on their condition. Properly packaged ones were kept together, while those with damaged packaging were unpacked and sorted into different categories, stored in small boxes. The electronic devices retrieved from the digital store were directly handed over to Bernie for him to tinker with. After organizing, Billy felt slightly drained but was relieved that the space had freed up considerably. Opening her eyes, she saw Aspen rubbing her knee joints. The continuous rain had triggered Aspen's arthritis again. Billy had plenty of arthritis medication, but this was a chronic disease requiring long-term treatment. However, these Western medicines contained hormones and immunosuppressants, which could place a significant burden on the body if taken long-term. Recalling that she had brought back quite a lot of white liquor, she decided to make some medicinal wine for Aspen. Thinking about the fact that she had only been studying medicine for less than 2 months, Billy scooped several cups of rice into a plastic bag, hugged a book, and headed down to apartment 1502. Godwin was very pleased to see Billy visit. This student of his showed great insight and excellent character. Godwin opened the door and let Billy in. "Inna, are you here to study today?" "Justicello, Teacher Huang. I've completed the coursework you assigned last time, but there are some things I don't understand, so I've come to ask for your help." Huang's father was also delighted to see Billy. This girl had courage, while his son was too timid. It was good for him to interact with her more often. "Inna, come sit here." Huang's father poured her a cup of tea and left the living room, returning to his room to care for his elderly partner. Godwin listened attentively to Billy's questions and answered them patiently. Time passed quickly as they discussed back and forth. "By the way, teacher, I want to make some rheumatism-relieving medicinal wine for Grandma. Do you think my formula is okay?" Billy handed over the recipe she had formulated to Godwin. Still in the foundational stage of her studies, she was far from an expert in traditional Chinese medicine. She had carefully pieced together this formula from various resources, but she wasn't sure about its efficacy. Godwin studied the prescription carefully and made notes. Change this large Noto ginseng to 25 grams of red root sephora, and add 24 grams of prickly ash root. Use 500 milliliters of white liquor. Crush the first 3 ingredients, place them in a clean container, add the liquor, seal it, and let it steep for 15 days. Then filter out the residue, and it will be ready to use. Besides treating rheumatism, this formula can also be used for acute sprains and lower back strain, either orally or topically. After revising the prescription, Godwin sighed, "Inna, you have a great aptitude, but I'm not a traditional Chinese medicine specialist, and my knowledge in this area is limited. I can't teach you much. There's a Bartolomeo at our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department who is a master at the national level. It took us great effort to invite him to our hospital. If you could learn from him." "But what am I thinking? Bartolomeo has long stopped taking disciples." Billy didn't have that intention either. She only wanted to learn enough medical skills to help her family when they got sick, not to become an expert. "Thank you, teacher. By the way, this is for you." Billy took the bag of rice from her pocket and offered it to him. "Thanks for taking care of my grandparents these past few days." Godwin pushed the bag back, displeased. "You call me teacher, and this little favor is nothing. Besides, I haven't helped much. You helped me so many times before, I should be thanking you. One thing at a time. Teaching me medicine is already thanks enough. Xiao Hao and I will likely go out to find supplies again, and we'll need you to look after the elders at home. Please accept it, otherwise, I won't feel comfortable coming here anymore." Seeing Billy's firm attitude, Godwin reluctantly accepted the gift. Billy held her book and planned to go upstairs to eat. In the hallway, she encountered Thomas coming down from the 16th floor. Justice visibly trembled upon seeing Billy, then forced a smile. "Little sister Jiayu, what a coincidence. I was just about to find you. Do you need something?" Billy found dealing with Thomas annoying. Justice was crafty, much harder to deal with than straightforward people. "Alberts, like this, after going back last night, I thought hard about it. As the building manager, I have the responsibility and duty to resolve difficulties for all residents and maintain harmony and friendliness among them. Cut to the chase. Can you focus on the main point?" Justice rubbed his nose and said with a forced smile, "Just now, I had a talk with the two brothers Chris, persuading them not to call the police. You can rest assured." "Okay," Billy pretended to leave. Wait, don't go yet, I haven't finished talking." Billy knew it wouldn't be this simple. "We discussed it. We won't call the police if your family lends us the inflatable boat. I will gather everyone's needs and organize a few representatives to use the inflatable boat. I guarantee it will be borrowed in good condition and returned properly. What do you think? Is it acceptable?" After Thomas finished speaking, he looked at Billy, his eyes filled with anticipation. Billy thought carefully. There was more than one inflatable boat in the space, along with 2 speedboats. Lending one out would not be a problem. Most importantly, if they kept all the resources to themselves while others could not even have a taste of it, people might get desperate and cause trouble again as last time. "All right," Billy nodded, "but let's be clear, if there's any damage, it must be compensated with food. As the building manager, you are the one responsible. Also, you know what an inflatable boat means in such times. I'm not a saint and won't lend it for free. Each borrow will require 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water as payment, and I'll decide when it can be borrowed." Thomas was delighted inside. Justice had been prepared for Billy's refusal, but now that she agreed, and the conditions were reasonable, he hurriedly agreed. "Alberts, yes, rest assured, I promise to keep my word." Thomas reassured her, then seized the moment. "I heard government staff say that the supermarket in the northern part of the city suffered minimal damage because they moved supplies upstairs beforehand. It's now under government control and operates normally. Would you like to go check it out tomorrow?" Billy felt intrigued. This was indeed good news. She readily agreed. "Sure, meet on the 3rd floor platform at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Back home, Billy told Bernie and the others about her deal with Thomas. Everyone agreed. They preferred that people went out to find supplies rather than always eyeing their stash. After lunch, Billy and Bernie began making medicinal wine. The cleaned herbs were sliced, wrapped in clean gauze, and tightly tied. The jars with tight lids were washed 3 times with boiling water, dried with napkins to ensure no oil or water remained, which was crucial for the preservation of the wine. Then, they placed the gauze bags into the jars, poured in 50-proof white liquor, sealed the jars, and stored them in a cool, dark place. In the future, they just needed to stir or shake the jars daily so that the wine and herbs would fully contact each other. After soaking for half a month, it would be ready. When used, only the clear liquid would be taken after filtering out the herbal residue. Fortunately, the space had enough white liquor and herbs. They made 6 jars of medicinal wine before stopping. Chapter 37, People's Welfare Supermarket, Part 1. The next morning, Billy got up early. She practiced Tai Chi in the living room for a while, which she had just learned from a video a couple of days ago. Not until she was covered in a light sweat did she go to the bathroom to freshen up. The elderly couple needed little sleep and were already busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Billy walked to the doghouse and took out a can of cat food from her spatial bag to open it for the dog. The can had been found during one of her scavenging trips at a tea house. Although there was dog food in the spatial bag, it had been salvaged from water. Even though the bags were sealed tightly, Billy didn't intend to feed the dog with it. So Aspin's homemade dog meals remained the main diet for the dog. The elderly couple knew they couldn't go out like Billy and Bernie to scavenge for supplies and felt they could hardly contribute to the family. Instead, they let the young people worry about them, giving rise to a subtle sense of self-reproach. Now, they had taken on the duty of taking care of the dog voluntarily, and with its health improving day by day, they seemed to have found new value in life. They diligently studied how to prepare healthy dog food each day. Therefore, this dog enjoyed nutritious and healthy meals every day. When Billy saw it this morning, most of its sickly appearance was gone. Seeing Billy bringing it a can of food, it wagged its tail excitedly, hitting the floor loudly. Breakfast this morning was the famous sauce aroma pancake made by Goran. The dough skin was baked until crispy outside, soft inside, layered with sweet and spicy seafood sauce prepared in advance. One bite would take away your breath with its aroma. Billy was eating one hand holding the sauce aroma pancake, the other a cup of soy milk, savoring her meal. Just hearing the smell, the dog whimpered under the table, also wanting some. Aspen noticed and went into the kitchen to bring out the dog's dinner that had already cooled down. After all 4 people and 1 dog were full, the clock read 7 minutes to 8. It was time to set off. Billy took out all the cash, 600,000 yuan from their last raid at the tea house, and put half into a rucksack, sharing the load with Bernie, each carrying one. The rucksacks were spacious enough that even 300,000 yuan wouldn't be noticeable once packed inside. According to Billy's experience in City B, with the entire city offline and without electricity, supermarkets were very likely only accepting cash. And soon, these banknotes might even be too stiff to wipe anything with. Once ready, they carried the rubber boat to the front door and set off after opening the iron gate. By the time they reached the 3rd floor platform, Thomas and the others were already waiting. They were whispering to each other, not knowing what about. Billy glanced around briefly. They were all familiar faces. Thomas and his daughter Kara, Gino Jamal, whom they had just fought with the day before yesterday. The male tenant of Unit 301 who refused to leave Unit 501. As well as Vivienne from Unit 601, whose mother-in-law and pregnant wife had caused a scene outside Lewis's door. All of them, except Kara, wore backpacks like Billy, apparently packed with a lot of stuff. Among these people, Billy only liked Kara, the others were not particularly appealing to her. Seeing Billy and Bernie come down, the crowd stopped talking instantly, staring at them unfriendly. Only Kara smiled politely at Billy. She had inherited her mother's beauty, especially her eyes, sparkling beautifully when she looked around. Despite being only 16, she was already charming. Perhaps because her baby fat hadn't completely faded, she looked cute and delicate. "There you finally are. Our legs are nearly worn out waiting," said the tenant of Unit 301 sarcastically. Billy glanced at her watch. It was still 1 minute before 8. "Why should I care if your legs get tired? We agreed to meet at 8. If you choose to wait earlier, whose fault is that?" The atmosphere wasn't great. Thomas quickly laughed it off. "That's right, we agreed on 8, but everyone was just eager to start. Please forgive us, Sister Jiayu, don't mind him." Justice then gave Gino a look. Understanding, Gino joined in to help carry the rubber boat. Together, they managed to lower the rubber boat into the water, and one by one, they climbed aboard. After everyone was settled, Gino suddenly sniffed the air intensely. What was going on? Justice thought he smelled sauce aroma pancakes. How delicious. In this world now, who could afford to eat sauce aroma pancakes? It must be an illusion. Setting off from Billy's home, naturally, the task of rowing fell to others. On the water, apart from plastic debris of various sizes and colors bobbing up and down with the waves, there were also people like them searching for supplies. The paddles stirred the water, sending splashes of yellow-brown ripples mixed with rainwater back onto the surface. On the boat, some seemed troubled, furrowing their brows, while others appeared listless, expressionless. After more than a month of hardship, how many people could still laugh now? Only Kara seemed to be on an adventure, her bright eyes full of curiosity about everything. She would cover her mouth in surprise at the overturned tire boats ahead and then exclaim excitedly about fish in the water. "Dad, why are all those people gathered there? They seem to be arguing." Kara pointed at a distant building and asked Thomas. Billy followed the direction of her finger. That was the county's middle school. The original school gate had long been submerged, now replaced by a temporary entrance made of foam boards and caution tape, with staff in red vests maintaining order. That was the temporary disaster relief settlement point. At this moment, a crowd thronged the school gates, mostly on makeshift boats, carrying large and small bundles, dragging their families along, nearly blocking the entrance completely. The crowd was clamoring, seemingly protesting something. Before Billy could hear what they were saying, the rubber boat had already drifted away from the school, leaving all the noise behind. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The People's Welfare Supermarket in the northern part of the city was located in the basement and first floor of a 6-story building. Floors 2 and 3 housed an old cinema, while floors 4, 5, and 6 had originally been rented out as office space but had been vacant for some time after the companies moved out. With the development of the city shifting towards the south, the north gradually declined, and the People's Welfare Supermarket struggled to stay afloat. Due to being in an old district, the drainage system was poor, leading to frequent flooding during the rainy season. The supermarket had been flooded several times before. This made the owner very sensitive to stormy weather. As soon as Sea City issued a typhoon warning, the owner moved all the goods to the 5th floor overnight. This saved the supermarket, making it the only remaining one in the county. At this moment, the windows near the water level on the 3rd floor had been removed, leaving only a large doorway as the entrance to the supermarket. A red paper banner above the doorway read People's Welfare Supermarket entry open for business in bold, cursive writing. To the right of the entrance, a large area of the water had been designated and cordoned off with caution tape. Camouflage-clad figures continuously navigated through on motorboats, towing various vessels. These people appeared to be soldiers. Strangely, the boats they towed behind them were varied and peculiar, resembling the makeshift boats made by civilians recently. What were they doing? Chapter 38, Huimin Supermarket, Part 2. Long foam boards had been laid on the water at the supermarket entrance, already filled with people who lined up. At a glance, the line stretched over 10 meters long. Bernie looked at his watch. It was only 8:25. The supermarket opened at 9, and they thought they arrived early, yet they were still late. As soon as their inflatable boat entered this area, 2 staff members wearing military raincoats drove up in a motorized boat to guide them to dock beside the foam boards. "Stop the boat and everyone get off." Bernie was the first to climb onto the foam board. Once stable, he extended his hand to Billy. Holding Bernie's hand, Billy also stepped onto the foam board. Though secured, the foam board still wobbled on the water, soft underfoot, causing it to sway slightly with each step. It took Billy some time to get used to it. Worried about Billy losing balance, Bernie did not let go of her hand. After all 7 of them got off, the staff handed them 2 number plates marked 26. "These are your number plates. After shopping, give one to the cashier, and someone will help load your items onto the boat. At the exit, give the other plate to the staff there, and they'll bring your boat to you." After saying that, one of them tied their inflatable boat to the motorboat and towed it away. The group carefully made their way forward in the queue. Billy looked back while walking. The whole process was seamless. She couldn't believe such thorough service existed at a supermarket. Noticing Billy's confusion or perhaps showing off his well-informed status, Thomas explained, "This is the only surviving supermarket in the county. Lately, many people come here for supplies. Moving goods across the water with so many people can easily lead to chaos. A couple of days ago, because the loading at the exit was too slow, people started crowding towards it. A few people fell into the water along with their goods. Worse, some even fought over a bag of rice until blood was drawn, and there were cases of people grabbing supplies right off others' boats, leading to several deaths. To ensure safety and streamline supply delivery, the government has taken control. Citizens just need to queue, pay, and everything else is handled. This improves efficiency and order. Look. Thomas pointed nearby, continuing, there's armed police patrolling within 3 kilometers of the supermarket during business hours. Robberies aren't a worry, it's very safe. Billy had never seen such an organized response in her previous life in City B. Back then, she witnessed only social collapse after disaster, where people fought and scrambled for resources. Initially, the government tried hard but achieved little. As the disaster escalated, official organizations gradually fell apart. Looking at the busy patrol officers on motorboats in the distance, Billy squeezed the large hand holding hers gently. The young man turned to look at her. Billy smiled. Brooke, I feel confident again. Half an hour before opening, they discussed their shopping plan while waiting in line. Thomas, having prearranged their bulk purchases, was distributing tasks from his list to achieve maximum efficiency. Jiayu, what do you guys plan to buy? Thomas asked after assigning tasks. Billy and Bernie weren't short of supplies, they came mainly to spend their cash quickly. She replied casually, just some food and daily necessities. How about we split up once inside and meet at the exit at 10? Everyone nodded in agreement. At 9, the supermarket finally opened. Upon entering through the fire escape, they climbed to the 5th floor. Upon entering the 5th floor, they saw piles of bags of rice and boxes of mineral water on the ground, with a sign stating, each person can buy 1 bag of rice and 1 box of water. The rice bags appeared pre-divided. Bernie lifted one to check and told Billy, 5 kilograms. Only 5 kilograms. Billy frowned. Rice priced at 200 per bag was only 5 kilograms, making it 40 yuan per kilogram. Previously it cost just 2 or 3 yuan per kilogram. They inspected other grains like glutinous rice, millet, flour, fresh meat, and leafy vegetables, all of which were similarly limited and overpriced. Items like potatoes, sweet potatoes, oats, sorghum, and soybeans were relatively cheaper and less restricted. While no limits applied to snacks and drinks, the shelves were nearly empty. Even at such outrageous prices, people didn't bat an eye and threw items into their carts directly. Occasionally, someone would exclaim in a low voice, a pound of pork loin costs 100 yuan today, it was just 50 yesterday. That's really black market pricing. A companion whispered back, don't say that. It's good enough that they have something to sell. If this rain continues non-stop day and night, we might face shortages anytime. Indeed, if you didn't buy, there were plenty of others who would. Billy wasn't short of food, but to keep up appearances, she still put some rationed rice, flour, pork, and vegetables in the cart. She also added cooking oil, salt, and sugar before heading straight to the 6th floor. The 6th floor sold daily necessities. Compared to the crowded 5th floor, few people browsed here. As soon as she arrived, Billy instantly felt the air was much fresher. Perhaps due to hurried relocation by the owner or simply because few bought these items, goods on the 6th floor, except for toiletries like toothpaste and shower gel, were only loosely categorized and haphazardly piled together. In an inconspicuous corner, Billy spotted outdoor equipment like sleeping bags and tents thrown on the ground. She crouched down and carefully sorted through this pile of junk. These products clearly hadn't sold well over the years and had accumulated a layer of dust. Billy already had 4 sleeping bags stored away, but with a dog at home now, she needed another one. There were only 3 sleeping bags left, and after checking, the warmest one could only withstand minus 20 degrees Celsius, far from the future extreme cold of minus 40 to 50 degrees. Still, something is better than nothing. She could look for better ones for the dog later. Billy put all 3 sleeping bags in the cart and checked the price tag, 50% off, 500 yuan each. They hadn't even raised the price. It made sense. Given the dust, these items were clearly unsold even during normal times. With everything flooded outside and barely enough food, who would be foolish enough to go camping? Naturally, they had to lower the price to sell. The next moment, Billy realized she was the fool buying them. Chapter 39, People's Livelihood Supermarket, Part 3. At this moment, Bernie also found some items and tossed them into the shopping cart, a telescope, a compass, and a bunch of electrician tools that Billy couldn't name. The ice maker and water purifier I brought back last time were partially submerged in water, damaging some circuits. The tools here are quite comprehensive, so I'll buy them and try to fix these. Brooke, you're amazing. Billy gazed at Bernie with starry eyes filled with admiration. She truly admired Bernie's ability to repair anything. She knew nothing about such skills, and without his help, she would just be helpless even with a pile of generators and filters. Bernie, meeting the girl's intense gaze, felt his brain suddenly blank out, blood rushing up, and redness creeping onto his ears. Justice immediately shifted his eyes away, coughing awkwardly. To cover his embarrassment, he pointed in another direction, changing the topic. Do you want to buy cold weather gear? I saw some thermal suits over there. Want to check them out? Thermal suits. Sure, let's go. Billy didn't notice his abnormality. Upon hearing about thermal suits, her eyes lit up, and she quickly jogged off in the direction he indicated. The items were packed in a large cardboard box without any price tags, obviously not expecting anyone to buy them. Billy flipped through the contents and found not only thermal suits but mink coats as well. She took each item out one by one, studying them carefully, growing more excited with every discovery. There were actually 6 sets of Arctic-grade thermal suits, 6 pairs of snow climbing boots, and 6 mink coat. 2 sets were female M size, 4 were male L size. This was incredible. While elated, she couldn't quite understand the supermarket owner's thought process. Why would a small county supermarket sell Arctic-grade thermal suits? Even the lowest winter temperature here was only 0 degrees. It was surprising this business hadn't gone bankrupt yet. Without any prices marked on the box, Bernie went to find a staff member while she stood guard over the treasures, fearing someone might snatch them away. Soon after, Bernie returned. I asked. The staff said the boss originally bought these items for himself and his friends to climb a snowy mountain a couple of years ago. They eventually never found the time, so the goods were left untouched. No wonder. Will he sell them? Billy coveted these items badly. It was clear the boss had spent considerable money preparing high-quality equipment, theoretically capable of withstanding -70 degrees Celsius, far better than what she previously bought online. Seeing her anxious expression, Bernie couldn't help but chuckle, nodding. Alberts, but since the boss didn't expect anyone to buy them, no price was set. Someone is already talking to him, so we should wait a bit longer. Billy breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they agreed to sell, the price wouldn't be an issue. With this equipment, their family would be much better prepared for extreme cold. While waiting, the two continued exploring the 6th floor. Finding such treasures made Billy search the 6th floor even more diligently. After one round, she indeed found some good things. 10 boxes of charcoal and alcohol fuel for outdoor use, 2 1,500-liter cylindrical rainwater collection tanks, and even 4 boxes of dog food. What a treasure trove this boss had. When they finished their round, a chubby man with a beer belly approached them. Are you the ones interested in buying the cold weather gear? Alberts. I'm the supermarket owner. These items cost me a lot 2 years ago, arranged for a planned mountain expedition, which never happened. If you're serious about buying, I can give you a discount. We'll take it if the price is right. The owner pondered and said, even excluding the costs I paid intermediaries, the equipment itself cost over 1.5 million. I'll offer you a 30% discount. Let's make it 1 million. All items are brand new, rest assured. Billy and Bernie exchanged looks. 1 million was already a steal, but together they only had 600,000. Time to haggle. Bernie reluctantly sighed, feigning disappointment. To be honest, I used to be a mountaineering enthusiast and wanted these as keepsakes. The gear is top-notch, but unfortunately, I don't have enough extra cash. Billy added, let's give it up then. We still need to buy other essentials. In today's world, eating comes first. Maybe we can buy them later. The fat boss, realizing they thought the price was too high, immediately tried to retain them. Frankly, I won't be using these either. Make an offer. I'm a straightforward person. We only have 600,000. 600,000. While Caden was hesitating whether 600,000 was too low, Billy dropped another bombshell. We also need those 2 water tanks, those dozen boxes of charcoal, alcohol fuel, dog food, and everything in our shopping cart. What? The fat boss jumped up immediately. Just those 2 water tanks alone cost 40,000 each. You. The fat boss pointed at Billy and Bernie, too stunned to speak. Billy guessed he wanted to say, you might as well rob me. Bernie felt a bit embarrassed. The price is indeed quite low, we're not trying to press you. It's just that this is all the money we have. If it's too difficult for you, forget it. Sorry to bother you. With that, he grabbed Billy and pushed the shopping cart, planning to leave. Wait. The fat boss stomped his foot, seemingly making a big decision, gritting his teeth. 60 it is, 60. I'll pack everything for you. But it must be full payment. In cash. Deal. Afraid the boss would change his mind, Billy immediately agreed. With so many items, our boat can't fit them all. Can you deliver them? The fat boss's face turned green, about to vomit out profanities. Billy quickly waved her hands. Just kidding, we'll handle it ourselves. But today's boat really won't fit everything. Besides what's in the shopping cart, please pack the rest for us. We'll come back with a bigger boat tonight to pick them up. After paying at the office with Caden, they received a delivery slip and agreed to pick up the goods at 8:30 p.m. directly at the supermarket exit. The rice, flour, and cooking oil in the shopping cart were scheduled for delivery on the 26th, and handed over to the staff for loading onto the boat. Having bought what they wanted and spent all their money, Billy felt exceptionally good as she hummed a tune while walking out of the office. Seeing her so happy, Bernie couldn't help but smile. Inna, a female voice called out. The two turned to see a delicate and lively girl waving vigorously at them. Ah, Inna, it really is you. The girl rushed over and hugged Billy tightly. It's so great. It's so wonderful to see you, Tilda. Billy let the girl pull her around, hopping and skipping. Passers-by glanced curiously at them. It was none other than her long-complaining best friend, Bonnie. Chapter 40, People's Livelihood Supermarket, Part 4. All right. Billy calmed Bonnie down and then introduced her to Bernie. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend since childhood, Bonnie. She lives in Xiangjiang International next to our house. Wen, this is my friend, Bernie, who is temporarily staying at my place now. Alberta, yeah, I understand. Bonnie winked and made faces at Billy. She had heard many stories about Billy and Bernie before. Upon learning that Bernie was now living with Billy, she immediately put on an understanding look. Wen, how did you get here? Alone? Oh, no, I came with my dad and a few neighbors from our complex. They're still inside shopping. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Billy asked in confusion. Thank me for what? Bonnie leaned closer and whispered, you forgot the things you gave me. At first, my parents didn't think much of it, but now my mom is always talking about how grateful she is to have you. As she spoke, Bonnie's smile faded, her expression turning serious. After more than 20 days, almost every household ran out of food. In our building, some people couldn't bear the hunger and started taking risks eating whatever they could find in the water. Sadly, that day someone got sick from eating it. A child ate a dead fish from the water and suffered severe vomiting and convulsions. Stuck at home, his parents had to knock on doors to beg for medicine. The poor child had a fever for 2 days and didn't make it. If it weren't for you, we might have ended up like them. My parents keep telling me to thank you when I get the chance. Billy waved her hand. Do we even need to say thanks? It's enough that you and your family are safe. So, you came to replenish supplies? Bonnie nodded slightly and shook her head. We still have enough food at home. So, why are you here? A few days ago, my mom suddenly fainted. My dad and I were panicked and rushed her to the hospital using the rubber boat you sent us. Speaking of which, it really saved us. The doctor said my mom had an acute onset, and if we had been late, she might have had a stroke. How is Auntie now? With red eyes, Bonnie squeezed Billy's hands, trembling slightly. At the hospital, after receiving treatment, she improved a lot. But, they only gave her a week's worth of medication. Given her condition, she must take blood pressure medication long term, otherwise, next time. Bonnie wiped her eyes. My dad heard there were scalpers selling everything here, so we came to try our luck. The neighbors borrowed our boat to come along for supplies. Billy nodded thoughtfully, understanding. Hospitals must be overwhelmed, especially for patients with hypertension. Medical resources would only become more strained. But scalpers here? She hadn't noticed. Let's go home. Albert's father approached with 3 men pushing shopping carts. Christopher, hello, Billy greeted. Jiayu, you're here too. Are you buying something? Seeing Billy, Albert's father looked pleased but held back his gratitude due to other people around. Christopher, I've already finished shopping. How about you? Did you find Auntie's medicine? Albert's father seemed disheartened. Not yet. We'll have to think of something else once we're back. Billy tried to comfort him. Don't worry too much. We will find it. I'll help look as well. If they truly can't find any, she had a stash she could give them as an excuse. Just thinking of those scalpers, she found it intriguing. While she had stockpiled many items, there was one crucial thing she hadn't managed to get. Accompanying Bonnie and others to the checkout, they were well informed, knowing cash was the only form of payment. When paying, they naturally took out money. However, not everyone knew this. Why only cash? That's illegal. Exactly. You can't do this. No one told us to bring cash. Now that we're here, this issue must be resolved. One comment stirred up a commotion. We aren't refusing to pay. Our money is in the bank. You can check it. With internet and power outages, we can't withdraw. Can't the government help the people? Facing angry customers, the staff patiently explained that the supermarket currently only accepted cash, suggesting those without cash wait for government assistance. The more humble the staff's attitude, the more brazen people became, grabbing the staff by the collar and refusing to let go until their demands were met. More and more people blocked the cash registers. Those who had money began to complain about the unreasonable antics of those without, while those without money resented others smoothly taking supplies, leading to a physical altercation at the slightest disagreement. For a moment, chaos reigned. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. Several armed police officers warned the crowd, anyone causing trouble will be taken away. Confronted with the black muzzles of the guns, the previously loud and defiant crowd instantly dispersed like quails. The group successfully finished checking out and headed toward the exit. Upon reaching the exit, Thomas and a few others were already waiting, with Kara chatting non-stop. Billy introduced herself briefly. She had already agreed with Bonnie to return together for safety. Thomas also readily agreed. After all, they had a car full of supplies. Although there were patrol policemen, there were times when they couldn't cover everything. Handing over the number plate to the staff, someone soon dragged their inflatable boat to the exit, loaded with goods. They carefully helped each other onto the boat. Under the staff's direction, 2 inflatable boats left the exit one after the other, making room for others. Billy's inflatable boat had ample space, enough for 10 people. But now, fully loaded with supplies, even 7 people sitting inside felt cramped as they had to paddle, making the space tight. Most of the cargo on the boat was rice and water bought by Thomas and his group. From the quantity, it was clear that it was far more than what one person needed. Billy was puzzled. Wasn't there a purchase limit? Shaw looked rather pleased with himself. Sure, regular people are subject to limits, but who is Brother Fong? Justice had everything prepared long ago. We didn't just come here for this much rice and flour, we also... Jamal. Thomas interrupted sharply, silencing Shaw. Shaw was startled by the fierce look in Thomas's eyes, quickly stuffing back whatever he had been about to show off from his pocket. Sensing his abruptness, Thomas smiled and changed the subject with Billy. Don't listen to him blabbering. By the way, you only bought so little. Billy, being sharp-eyed, had already spotted a small segment of something green sticking out of Shaw's pants pocket, a dark green walkie-talkie. Chapter 41. Go out for a walk. Walkie-talkie? It looked like it was military grade. This was definitely not something you could buy at the supermarket. She had underestimated Thomas's capabilities. Billy glanced back with a half-smile. I'm not as well informed as you guys, I didn't know cash would be needed for checkout. These supplies were paid for by my friend. Bonnie, who was following behind them, nodded in agreement even though she was a bit confused by Billy's statement. Thomas understood the sarcasm in her words and apologized sheepishly. You see how absent-minded I am. Sister Jiayu, forgive me, I've been so busy these days that I almost made you all come here in vain. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Billy snorted lightly but didn't respond further. Whether he had forgotten intentionally or not, everyone knew the answer. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to associate with someone with such despicable behavior. However, not knowing what connections Thomas had, it was best to keep the peace for now. As long as he didn't provoke her first. On their way back, they occasionally saw armed patrol boats passing by. The journey was smooth without any incidents. At the neighborhood branch road, Bonnie and her group parted ways, agreeing to meet again at the same time in 7 days at the supermarket. When they arrived at the building entrance, they noticed the water level had risen once more. When they left, there was still a hand's width between the third-floor platform and the water surface. In just half a day, the platform was already submerged, with water reaching ankle-deep. Elliot, who had been keeping a low profile, stepped into the water first. The men followed one after another, quickly moving the supplies from the boat into the hallway. "How, Chris, take the supplies to your place first. After taking inventory, notify everyone to gather at your door at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the distribution." Thomas instructed Shaw, who immediately promised to guard the supplies. "Sister Jayu, everyone is tired today. Can we pay you the agreed rental fee tomorrow when we distribute supplies?" Billy had no objections, receiving it tomorrow was fine. Uninterested in staying longer, she pulled Bernie along. Both shouldered their belongings and walked straight home without looking back. Just before turning the corner, she glanced down. She saw Thomas pulling a small plastic bag out of a box and handing it to Elliot. A voice carried over the wind, "Elliot, your wife is pregnant. Just to see is a can of milk powder and some red dates. You'll need this. Brother phone, I don't have money right now. Justicey, you call me brother, so what's this talk about money? This is my goodwill gesture." Elliot looked taken aback, unsure where to put his hands. Shaw laughed heartily, patting Elliot on the back. "Take it. Follow brother phone, and you'll never lack for anything." Elliot's eyes seemed a little red. Justice sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, brother phone. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Billy scoffed inwardly. His methods of winning people over were indeed quite skillful. When they got home, it was lunchtime. At the dining table, Bernie recounted the day's events to the two elders. The elders listened with a mix of nostalgia and reflection. Times had changed, even with money, things were hard to come by and limited. It reminded them of the days when ration coupons were necessary to buy grain. They hadn't been out in so long and could only get news from Billy and Bernie's accounts, so each time they returned, the elders always had many questions. Goran and Aspen yearned to go outside, but considering the dangers, they hadn't voiced their desires, not wanting to be a burden. Billy noticed their longing and suggested, "Since there are patrols nearby and it's relatively safe, why don't Thompson and Amy come with me tonight to pick up the goods? We can go out for some fresh air." "Can we?" Goran's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. "Or maybe not, I won't be much help." "No problem. There's nothing much to do. Once we get the goods, we'll hide them in a corner and it'll be done." Goran smiled. "All right then." Aspen gave him a sideways glance. "Can't you stay still? What's so good outside? Look at the trouble these two always get into." While scolding Goran, she turned to Billy. "It's better for Amy to stay home. You and Tianhao should take Thompson and come back early. Thompson and I will be enough. Don't worry, we'll be quick. I'm concerned leaving you alone at home. Tianhao will stay with you." "No." Bernie rarely objected. Billy looked at him questioningly. "When it gets dark, it won't be safe. Let Thompson and me go, you and Amy stay home. You won't be able to bring that pile of stuff back, it's too obvious. I'll go there directly and load it into my spatial bag, it'll be much more convenient." At this moment, the dog walked to Billy's feet and started rubbing against them. Billy had a sudden idea and said, "Stop arguing. I'll also bring Nyan Gao. It seems he has almost fully recovered. It will be good for him to get some exercise outside." After saying this, she squatted down to pat the dog's head. "Nyan Gao, shall we go together tonight to pick up your food?" "Woof." Everyone stopped insisting. In summer, the sun sets quite late. They waited until 7:30 p.m. before the sky finally became noticeably darker. It was time to set off. Both were wearing black raincoats, the wide hoods almost covering most of their faces. Billy took out 2 head-mounted lights and put them on herself and Goran respectively. "Woof woof. I want one too." Looking down, Billy almost burst out laughing. Since they couldn't find a suitable raincoat for the dog right away, Aspen, fearing that the dog's health would relapse if it got rained on again, wrapped the dog's entire body in red plastic bags and tape, layer after layer, even covering the dog's head. Only the forepaws and face were exposed. The dirty black dog face, draped in a bright red cape, looked eerily like Amy Wolf. "Ha ha ha." The dog gave her a mournful look. "All right, I'll make you a headlight next time. This one is too big for you." Billy feared that if she laughed any longer, the dog might bite her out of frustration. Regardless of whether the dog understood or not, she continued, "You are responsible for keeping watch. If you notice any problems, alert me. Don't bark easily outside, okay? Woof." Before leaving, Bernie still felt uneasy and handed over an improved electric baton and pepper spray to Goran. "Thompson, take these. The electric baton has been modified. Even if it rains, as long as you shake off the water on the baton before using it, it should work fine. And this spray, just aim at the eyes and press down." "Got it." The two people and the dog carefully checked their equipment and set off once everything was confirmed correct. They slowly rowed the boat out of the residential area. Chapter 42, The Fat Enoch is a Scalper. Since the wind stopped, although more people were active during the day, the nights remained quiet. The power had been out for a long time. People, even if they had electricity, were unwilling to waste it. Most went to bed early, saving candles and enduring hunger. The night was still and quiet, except for the sound of rain tapping on the eaves and falling into the water. A small rubber boat glided slowly over the dark water. The headlamp was dimmed to its lowest setting, casting a faint yellow light through layers of rain mist onto the rippling water. The boat floated alone like a solitary whale in the sea. Kirk was somewhat excited but very sensible, making no noise as he sniffed the air in all directions. Goran silently watched the water, where the familiar streets he knew so well were now submerged. Justice pointed to an expanse of water ahead and spoke in a hoarse voice, "That's your great-grandfather's house. Last year, when your great-grandmother passed away, we talked about bringing him to live with your eldest uncle, but he refused outright, saying he wasn't used to it. In truth, he didn't want to be a burden to your eldest uncle." As he spoke, a hint of indiscernible choking entered Goran's voice. "The old house usually leaks when it rains. The kids said they wanted to fix it for him, but he wouldn't spend the money and didn't allow it. With his mobility issues, I wonder if anyone managed to get him out of there this time." Billy comforted him, "Thompson, don't worry. Your eldest uncle is very filial, they must have taken him away early. Grandfather is such a good person, he'll be fine." Goran fell silent again, gazing quietly at the desolate surroundings. Justice had lived all his life without ever encountering such a terrible disaster. Justice wondered if he would ever see his family and friends again. The wind was favorable today, and the boat moved quickly. They reached the supermarket at 8 o'clock, which was half an hour earlier than the agreed time. The area around the supermarket was brightly lit, with supply boats constantly approaching, their engines making a constant dada sound. Billy rowed towards the agreed location and noticed that the boats were filled with supplies, each guarded by soldiers. It seemed that the government was indeed working hard to ensure basic living supplies for the citizens. However, this was only the beginning. Things weren't too difficult yet, but who knew what would happen as the disaster worsened? "Stop the boat. What are you here for?" A soldier suddenly appeared in front of them on a motorized dinghy, blocking their way. Kirk immediately bristled and bared his teeth. Billy stroked Kirk's head to calm him and handed over the pickup slip, explaining their purpose. The soldier glanced at the slip, then at them, and said, "Wait here." After less than 5 minutes, Caden arrived with an employee. "Follow me, everything is ready for you." The fat boss led them to a corner. Sure enough, a small boat was waiting there, bulging under thick waterproof tarpaulin. The fat boss pointed at the boat, "Everything is here. Can you move it yourselves? We're quite busy right now and short-staffed. If you need help, you'll have to wait another hour or so. We can manage." "Thank you, boss." "All right, I'll go back to work. Take care." Recalling what happened earlier in the day, Billy hurriedly called out to Caden, "Wait, what?" "Well, one of my close friends has a family member who's ill and needs blood pressure medication urgently. We've tried the hospital, but they're out of stock. Do you know where we could get some?" During the day, Bonnie mentioned scalpers here, and later she saw those items on Thomas. She had her suspicions. After much thought, this scalper was likely the boss of this supermarket. First, his supermarket was now under government control. From how he interacted with official personnel, he clearly had connections within the government. Second, this was his territory. How could he allow others to conduct business here without any connection? Hearing this, Caden hesitated. Well, from his reaction, she seemed to have guessed correctly. "Don't worry. We just want to buy medicine to save a life. We won't tell anyone, regardless of whether it works out. If you can help, please name your price." Seeing Billy's sincerity, Caden no longer hid anything. "To be honest, I do have some ways to get certain things. For the medicine, it would have been easy before because there's a pharmaceutical company in the eastern part of the city. But this time, the disaster hit that area hard, cutting off the supply lines. I'll have to look elsewhere. How much do you need and when?" "There's a pharmaceutical company in the eastern part of the city." Billy's heart stirred. "Please keep an eye out for as much as possible. I'll be back in 7 days. "Got it. As usual, cash only." "Understood." After Caden had walked far enough away, Billy and Goran worked together to align their boat next to the supply boat, securing it with ropes for stability when transferring the goods. Due to the rain, the supplies were covered with a layer of waterproof fabric. "Thompson, I'll move them. You receive them on the rubber boat." Their boat lacked any shelter from the rain, so they had to work quickly and efficiently to avoid wetting items like charcoal that feared moisture. Fortunately, their supplies were relatively light. Working in coordination, they managed to load everything within 10 minutes. Kirk, smelling the dog food, excitedly circled around the box containing it. With the task done, they headed back home. Once out of the range of the supermarket searchlights, the surroundings turned pitch black almost instantly. Without turning on the headlamp, it was nearly impossible to see anything. For safety, Billy waited until the boat reached a secluded area before switching off the headlamp, reaching out to store all the goods into her spatial bag. Then she switched the lamp back on. Woof. Kirk paused, searching around the boat frantically, occasionally whimpering. Billy gently stroked Kirk's head. "Stop looking, I've stored them. You'll see when we get home." Kirk tilted his head at her, seemingly confused. But since there was no command from its owner, it soon gave up and lay back down at the bow of the boat to continue its guard duty. Inner. Goran, who was rowing, suddenly spoke. "Alberts. Are you getting the blood pressure medication for Gwyneth? Albert's. How is she now? I heard she has returned home. The hospital can't treat her without the medication, so we have to think of other ways. Don't worry, I still have some stockpiled here. If we really can't find more, I'll give her what I have first. Goran hesitated for a moment, then said, if one day, I and your grandma. Justice stopped himself mid-sentence. Billy was puzzled. Goran seemed somewhat off today. She had intended to take him out to breathe some fresh air and clear his mind, but staying cooped up too long might not be good for his mental health. But it seemed to have backfired. Thompson, don't overthink it. As long as our family stays together, everything will be fine. After a while, Billy carefully spoke again. Thompson, I plan to search for supplies at the pharmaceutical company in the eastern part of the city tomorrow or the day after. You heard what the boss just said. We might find something useful. Do you want to come along? Goran waved his hand to refuse. I'm in Zechariah and don't want to be a burden. You and Ahau must be careful out there. All right then, Billy nodded. Chapter 43, Thinking of Finding Medicine. They returned to the residential area around 9 in the evening. The two quietly entered the neighborhood and headed towards their apartment building. The entire community was pitch black with not a glimmer of light or any sound of human activity. Aspen and Bernie had been anxiously waiting in the living room all night, immediately rushing to open the door the moment they heard the doorknob being turned. Relieved to see the 2 people and 1 dog return safely, Aspen asked, was everything all right on the way back? Goran seemed distracted. Schwanli. Oh, yes, everything went smoothly. Aspen felt puzzled by Goran's demeanor, wondering why he looked like he had lost his soul after going out for a while. Bernie subtly signaled Billy with a look, asking what was wrong. Billy shook her head while taking off her gear, indicating that she didn't know either. Look at you all wet. Go take a shower quickly before you catch a cold. I've kept the hot water in the thermos. To save fuel, the generator had been turned off long ago, and the hot water for showers had to be pre-boiled and stored in thermoses. Billy and Goran took turns going into the bathroom for a quick rinse. Bernie grabbed a dry towel to wipe down the dog's wet fur. Nyan Gao, did you behave yourself today? Bark. Sure, keep it down. Remember, no matter where we are, don't make a sound easily. If someone discovers you, they might tie you up and roast you for dog meat. Whimper. Seeing the dog's head droop as if scared, Bernie was somewhat surprised. Could the dog really understand him? On the other side, right after finishing his shower, Goran was pulled into a room by Aspen for an intense interrogation. When Billy came out, she saw Bernie already sitting back on the sofa waiting for her, while the dog was nestled in its bed, fast asleep. Ayo! Billy sat down next to Bernie. Inna, something seems off with Grandpa tonight. What happened? I'm not entirely sure either. Everything went smoothly on the way. Maybe it's because they learned about us helping to find medicine for Gwyneth and realized they're getting older, fearing they might become a burden later. That was just her guess. After listening to this, Bernie nodded and said, that's possible. Thompson is overthinking it. Our family shouldn't have such concerns. But after the disaster, they can only stay home, unable to help much with outside matters. It's normal for him to feel this way. In the future, we should involve them more in activities. Keeping busy will help. Alberta. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. She was very interested in the pharmaceutical company mentioned by the chubby boss today and couldn't wait to verify her assumptions. The owner of Huimin's supermarket used to engage in reselling drugs. Justice probably sourced his supplies from the pharmaceutical company in the eastern part of the city, but the supply chain was broken due to the disaster. Before Billy could finish, Bernie understood her intention. You want to go there to find medicine? Looking at Bernie, she felt relieved that he still understood her well. Alberts. I've heard about this company before. It's said to have some leading biotechnology. Although I don't fully understand it, I know that when the county government tried to attract this company, several local governments competed fiercely. There must be a lot of valuable items there. Although Billy knew she wouldn't be able to use those advanced technologies herself after studying medicine for just under 2 months, others might be able to. So I not only want to find medicine but also hope to get lucky and bring back some medical equipment. Even if we can't use them, they might be useful someday to pave our way forward. Seeing that Billy had made up her mind, Bernie didn't press further. When do you plan to set off? I was thinking of leaving tomorrow night. So soon. Privately, Bernie didn't want Billy to go. Since the disaster, she has been tirelessly searching for supplies underwater or defending against those who coveted their resources. Even an iron body would eventually give out under such constant stress. However, facing Billy's reasons, he found himself unable to argue. Justice only regretted not having the ability to do it for her. Unaware of Bernie's thoughts, Billy explained, to avoid delays. Medical supplies are already becoming scarce now. Smart people aren't rare, and I fear that once everyone realizes it, it'll be too late for us. Besides, the pharmaceutical company is located in a small industrial zone with other factories nearby, which gives us a chance to gather more supplies. Alright, then follow your plan. After discussing, they both returned to their rooms to rest. Before falling asleep, Billy, as usual, entered the space to organize the supplies obtained that day and calculate the consumption for these past few days. Only after ensuring everything was in order did she fall into a deep sleep. What she didn't know was that the others stayed awake all night. Possibly because she went to bed too late the night before, Billy stayed in bed until 9 the next morning. While having breakfast at the dining table, she noticed a small brown paper bag on the table. Out of curiosity, she opened it and found some rice and 2 bottles of mineral water inside. Seeing her examining it, Aspen hurriedly explained, "This was delivered early this morning by your neighbors across the way. They said it's payment for our boat." Billy nodded and closed the bag. "They asked me to inquire if you plan to go to the supermarket again tomorrow. They want to borrow our boat for another trip. We just bought grain yesterday. Why do they need to go out again?" Billy was puzzled. Aspen also found it strange. "I thought the same thing. How could they consume that fast?" This morning, Hayden came by asking if we wanted to buy rice together. They're purchasing from Thomas. Each family gets a 5-pound bag of rice, 1 pound of pork, and 4 bottles of water for 2,000 yuan. 2,000? Billy couldn't believe her ears. Although the supermarket had limited purchases, a bag of rice only cost 200 yuan. The total cost of these items wouldn't exceed 500 yuan, yet Thomas dared to charge 2,000 yuan. What a rip-off. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. Selling drugs wasn't as profitable as this. "Inna, do you think we should warn Hayden and others not to be cheated by Thomas?" Aspen was good friends with Hayden. She wanted to give a warning but feared offending Thomas and causing trouble for their family. Billy thought Thomas was indeed taking advantage, but it was none of their business. Besides, those who threatened to rob her house last time were part of this group. It wasn't worth meddling in their affairs. "Amy, let's stay out of it. 10 words from us won't match 1 word from Thomas. We don't want to invite trouble for ourselves. Moreover, I suspect that money will soon be useless. Rather than hoarding cash, it's better to exchange it for food now. It might even be good for them." She paused for a moment, then added, "Just remember, Hayden has helped us before. If times get tough, we'll quietly lend her a hand." As for Thomas, profiting from disaster didn't require her intervention. She could just wait for the day when paper money becomes worthless, and let nature take its course. "Ari, alright, I'll listen to you." Chapter 44, the water tanks were installed. Bernie was a hard-working type, and once again he got up early this morning, hammering and fixing on the balcony with Goran lending a hand. After finishing breakfast, Billy went upstairs to check, finding that he had already installed the water filter. Without wasting any time, she promptly took out the 2 rainwater collection tanks she bought from the supermarket. They planned to install these 2 tanks on the balcony, extending the collection ports outside the window to collect rainwater, and connect a hose from the outlet to directly supply water to the lower floor. This way, Aspen wouldn't have to use basins to collect rainwater drop by drop anymore. It would be unsafe for the elderly couple to constantly carry water up and down the stairs. Even after sedimentation, the externally collected rainwater remained murky. Even with an added filtration system, Billy did not dare to let her family drink it. For daily consumption, they would continue using the water she stored in her space, which was more than enough for the 5 of them. After installing the tanks, periodically adding disinfection tablets should make everything safe for use. In the future, the family's bathing and laundry water could be solved this way. When the scorching weather arrived in the future, the 3,000 L of stored water would last for quite some time. Just as Billy squatted on the balcony with Bernie figuring out how to connect the filter to the tank, Aspen's voice came from downstairs. "Inna, come down quickly, Joe is here." "Coming." Billy responded while wiping the dirt off her hands onto Bernie's clothes, leaving a yellow streak on his white t-shirt. "Bernie. Alright, as long as you're happy. T.T. Dr. Godwin stood at the door without entering, smiling at Billy as she came down. "Inna, I have to return to the hospital." "Is that so? Teacher Huang, will Auntie be fine?" Godwin smiled bitterly. "My mom needs rest for her condition, and staying at home won't help much. The hospital has been urging me to return several times, and it's better if I go back to work so my mom can have medicine." Billy nodded. Indeed, the hospital must be overcrowded now, desperately in need of manpower. Godwin must have come over for more than just this news. "Teacher Huang, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. Inna, though you call me teacher, in reality, I haven't taught you much. Instead, you've helped me a lot. I already consider you a good friend. I'll be straightforward if I return to work. I hope you can take care of my parents, especially my mom. If anything urgent happens, knowing you're here makes me feel more secure." That made sense. She readily agreed. "Don't worry, Teacher Huang. If your parents need anything, they can just come to my place on the 16th floor. Besides, my grandparents are bored at home, so they can keep each other company." "That's great. I'll come back every Sunday, and if you have any questions about your studies, we can talk then. Oh, and if there's any emergency, you can come to the county hospital to find me." After giving instructions, Godwin left. Billy didn't rush to close the door. She glanced at the opposite apartment 1601, contemplating for a moment before knocking on the door. "Who is it?" A female voice asked from inside, followed by the door opening. It was Thomas's daughter, who greeted Billy with a polite smile. "Sister, are you looking for my dad?" Billy nodded. The family seemed to be having lunch. The smell of stir-fried pepper and meat wafted through the open door. The little girl shouted back, "Dad, Sister Jiayu is here." After shouting, the little girl smiled again at Billy and returned to the dining room. Billy felt that although Thomas wasn't a decent person himself, his daughter was well-raised, much more sincere in her manners compared to him. Upon hearing her, Thomas came over, putting on a forced smile as soon as he saw Billy. "Little Sister Jiayu, have you eaten yet? Why don't you join us for lunch?" Not wanting to waste words, she got straight to the point. "My grandma told me about borrowing the boat. I'm not going out these days, so you can borrow it, but there are 2 conditions. The boat must be returned undamaged, and you'll pay 1 kilogram of rice and 1 liter of water per day. For the upcoming trip to the pharmaceutical company nearby, where a cluster of factories existed, Billy intended to complete the search all at once, possibly staying out for a few days. She didn't want these people to know that only the elderly were left at home. Anyway, she still had an inflatable boat and a motorized raft in her storage space, so lending them was no big deal. Sure. Rest assured. Thomas was delighted. The income from one trip far exceeded 1 kilogram of rice. I'll put the inflatable boat outside the door tonight. You can take it yourself without disturbing me. Finishing her sentence, Billy turned and headed back to her own home. Seeing Billy leave, Thomas's face instantly turned cold. Justice closed the door and returned to the dining table to continue eating. His wife, Angela, seeing his sullen face, asked with concern, "Honey, what's bothering you?" Thomas snorted coldly. These young people, with a bit of capital in their hands, they start to think they're something. They act all high and mighty and don't know good from bad. One day, they'll end up in my hands, and we'll settle the score. Seeing her Nicky upset, Angela flattered him by putting 2 pieces of meat on his bowl. Don't be angry, it might hurt your health. Justicey, eat more meat to build up your strength. You've been working hard inside and out recently. Your daughter Ting Ting and I can't help much, but we rely on you for our future. Justiceering Angela's compliments, Thomas's expression softened a bit. Noticing this, Angela gave her daughter Cara a meaningful look. Cara filled his wine glass with beer and cautiously spoke, "Dad, last time at the supermarket, Christopher asked when we would go out again and if he could join us. Amy's life is quite tough. When Thomas married Angela, he was just a poor boy from the countryside trying to make it. Justice's parents were both employed, and initially, they did not want to give their daughter to him. Justice always felt looked down upon by them, unable to hold his head high in front of his in-laws. Now, however, they had to rely on him for survival, and he felt vindicated. I know, we'll see. If he proves himself useful, he can follow me around. I won't treat him badly either." Upon hearing her Nicky's promise, Angela instantly smiled broadly. Alberts, yes. Meanwhile, Billy returned home and instructed Aspen and the others to stay indoors as much as possible these days and not to let outsiders know that they had gone out. In the afternoon, having nothing to do, Billy thought about entertaining the dog and began teaching it some simple commands. The dog was very intelligent, learning a few commands after just 3 or 4 repetitions. Goran praised it continuously. "After we come back from this trip, I'll try to train it using the system," Bernie said with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. After resting enough in the afternoon, Billy felt refreshed and began organizing the gear needed for staying outdoors overnight. However, most of the items were already available in the storage space, so she didn't need to prepare much. At 4 a.m., under the cover of darkness, she and Bernie quietly left the neighborhood. Chapter 45, Pharmaceutical Company. The pharmaceutical company was located in a relatively remote area to the east of the city, all the way near Seong Mountain. That was a large industrial zone. The night served as both cover and an obstacle. It was impossible to determine directions based on nearby buildings. The two could only rely on their compass to set their course, rowing the rubber boat eastward. If there were obstacles, they would detour around them. After almost an hour of rowing, the surroundings gradually became devoid of buildings. Billy confirmed that they were far from human habitation and took out the inflatable boat from her dimensional space. For the remaining journey, they would use the inflatable boat to shorten the time. The sound of the engine was particularly grating in the quiet night. They braved the waves, reaching their destination in less than half an hour. A vast complex of factory buildings stood before them, with everything below the 3rd floor submerged underwater. Flashlight beams swept over, revealing sparse buildings standing motionless amid the undulating water waves. Not knowing the exact location, they could only sweep through with their flashlights. Fortunately, every company placed signs on the rooftops of their factory buildings. After searching for about 10 minutes, they finally saw 4 large characters Rueheng Pharmaceutical hanging on a tall building. They circled around the building, eventually finding a broken window. Bernie used a hammer to knock out the remaining shards, creating an opening large enough for the two of them to pass through. Billy nodded at him, put away her flashlight, turned on her headlamp, and descended into the water first. Bernie followed closely behind. After putting away the inflatable boat, the two swam into the window opening. This floor seemed to be an office area. As the headlamps rotated, what met their eyes were files and office furniture floating on the water's surface. The entire floor was open plan, making the space very spacious. At a glance, they didn't see anything they needed. After swimming around, they quickly found the stairs leading to the 4th floor. The water reached only to the middle of the 3rd floor. Upon surfacing, Billy felt instantly lighter. The layout of the 4th floor was almost identical to the 3rd, also a large office area. "Stevie, there doesn't seem to be much useful stuff here. You search this section, and I'll search this section. Let's finish quickly." Each floor of this pharmaceutical company had a vast area, with at least 7 or 8 more floors above. They had their work cut out for today. Having divided the tasks, they began searching desk by desk. Mostly documents and office supplies. Billy picked up whatever was useful and stored it in her dimensional space. Unopened tissues. Collected. Hand cream. Collected. Dried fruits, chips, soft drinks. Definitely collected. Power bank. Collected. Worn out smelly shoes. Next. Unopened packages. Open. When she realized what she held in her hands, Billy regretted it. Oh no, who bought these sexy undergarments? Billy quickly discarded them as if they were burning hot potatoes, kicking them further under the desk. Though the office was large, there wasn't much practical stuff. They soon finished searching. Bernie packed his finds in a cardboard box, and Billy glanced over basically the same things she found. Storing everything in the dimensional space, they headed toward the 5th floor. Attempting to push open the fire door, it was locked. Exchanging glances, they knew the main event had arrived. In the middle of nowhere, they no longer hesitated and forcibly broke down the door. Before them lay a long corridor, with all the rooms on both sides closed. Trying to push the nearest door, it was also locked. Checking the sign on the door, it read surgical instruments. Break the door. Inside was a purely white room filled with stainless steel shelves, neatly lined with boxes. Each shelf was categorized. The room exuded a chilly brilliance like surgical instruments. Billy hesitated before the shelves. Seeing her hesitation, Bernie asked, "What's wrong?" She made a mournful face. "Too much, not enough space in the dimensional space. What do we do?" The expanded space, after replenishing these days, now only had about 60 square meters left. This single room alone exceeded 30 square meters, with several more floors to clear. Taking everything back was impossible. Then just take what's urgently needed. Right. Just hemostats, tissue scissors, scalpels, retractors, 20 boxes each. Let's go to the next place. Bernie had become adept at breaking doors. Billy barely waited 2 minutes before he pried one open. The adjacent room contained traditional Chinese medicine diagnostic equipment, which interested Billy. Surgical conditions were too stringent, while traditional Chinese medicine was most practical in this apocalypse. Stethoscopes, pulse diagnostic devices, electroacupuncture machines, gua sha boards, sphygmomanometers, and other equipment she couldn't name, 20 boxes each. For items like acupuncture needles and syringes, they collected more. They continued breaking into rooms one by one. Pulse oximeters, defibrillators, CT scanners, oxygen generators, masks, gas masks. Unconsciously, the darkness in the corridor had faded, replaced by a hazy white light. Dawn had broken. The two of them sat down on the corridor floor, leaning against the wall to rest. Billy took out 2 tuna seaweed rice balls, one for each of them, and they had milk with it for breakfast. After finishing their meal, they felt sufficiently rested. They brushed off the dust from their pants and proceeded upstairs. There was a dedicated elevator inside, but unfortunately, it had long been out of power and couldn't be used. Bernie could only swing his hammer and continue prying open the fire door with effort. The entire 6th floor was partitioned into rooms with transparent glass. At a glance, all of them were laboratories. Billy knew nothing about these and couldn't even name the equipment. Well, they could only take what they could identify: incubators, centrifuges, sterilizers, pH meters, microscopes. Well, she only recognized these. At the edge of the laboratory, they found a cold storage room. To their surprise, the cold storage had a backup power supply, though the current power level was already at 3%. The cold storage didn't require a password, it opened easily with a gentle pull. As soon as it opened, a gust of cold air blew in, causing Billy to shiver involuntarily. This is... Upon seeing the contents of the cold storage, Billy's eyes lit up instantly. Insulin, cancer-targeted drugs, and all kinds of vaccines. In the apocalypse, minor illnesses can still be endured, but if one got cancer or diabetes, it would be a matter of life and death. If they had come any later, the cold storage power would have been depleted, and these precious medicines would have been ruined. For some unknown reason, the pharmaceutical company's CEO hadn't transferred them in time. The cold storage was small, just over 10 square meters. Billy carefully stored all the medicine in her dimensional space, organizing them neatly, no longer being casual like before. Just in case, she took the instructions for each type of medication and placed them together with the medicine. The layout of the 7th floor was identical to a laboratory, with another cold storage room. However, the power of this cold storage was already exhausted, and the door couldn't be opened. Even if it could, the items inside would likely have been damaged. To save space, Billy was very restrained in her selections and tried to stack things as high as possible in the dimensional space. Despite this, by the time they searched up to the 8th floor, the remaining space was almost gone. Unfortunately, the 8th floor had the items she wanted the most: the pharmacy. Damn. Seeing Billy's aggrieved expression, Bernie couldn't help but pat her head, consoling her. "All right, let's sit down and eat something first. We'll think of a way while we eat." Time flew quickly when they were busy. It was already noon. They were covered in dirt, so they simply sat on the floor. Billy retrieved a roasted duck and 2 boxes of rice from her dimensional space, then thought for a moment and pulled out 2 chilled bottles of sugary soda. One shouldn't suffer while traveling. Even though Bernie had seen Billy use her dimensional space multiple times, he was still amazed every time he saw a golden, freshly roasted duck appear out of nowhere. This world was truly incredible. Billy turned her sadness into hunger and stuffed herself with rice. So many treasures, yet she couldn't carry them all away. Sob, sob. While they were trying to figure out how to bring back the items, unbeknownst to them, danger was silently approaching. Chapter 46, Something is Seriously Off. Floor 10. Inside a lavishly decorated suite, a wiry man was reclining in his executive chair with his legs crossed. His eyes were half-lidded, one hand held a cigarette, smoke curling out of his mouth, and an impatient expression graced his face. On the sofa opposite him sat 2 young men, idly playing cards while holding cigarettes, their exposed arms covered with tiger and leopard tattoos. Enoch. A short and stout man with a broad face hurried in, panting heavily. Did you see clearly? The wiry man sat up, his voice hoarse. The stout man nodded, still catching his breath. Alberts, 1 man and 1 Rosa. They're on the 8th floor having dinner now. I've been watching for quite a while. They seem to be just looking for supplies, planning to continue searching upwards this afternoon. Do they have weapons? Didn't see any. Their bags are small, don't look like they're carrying much. But one of the card-playing men threw down his cards with a slap on the coffee table, his voice shrill. F***CK, coming to our territory to rob us? Tired of living? Enoch, let's take them out. The boss casually tossed a teacup from the table. Useless moron, all you know is fighting and killing. Let Burke finish talking. Burke, keep going, what did you mean by but? But something's off about those two. I've been watching them since they got to the lab on the 6th floor. Clearly, they're here for supplies, but every time they go into a room, they come out empty-handed. After they left, I snuck in to check. The rooms had definitely been ransacked, and a lot of stuff was missing. The man who got hit rolled his eyes. Fatso, are your eyes bad or what? How could you tell if a few items are missing from that entire warehouse? I told you long ago, stop watching those porn clips all day, you're acting like you've lost your mind. Feeling skeptical and eager to defend himself, Burke argued, how could I be wrong? All the goods in that freezer on the 6th floor are gone. What did you say? The boss instantly flew into a rage, leaping to his feet. Justice had just found a buyer for that batch of goods and received a deposit. The transaction was supposed to happen tomorrow. Now the goods were gone. How was he supposed to explain this to the buyer? Absolutely true. They're all gone. The boss grabbed Burke by the collar and roared, you said they came out empty-handed. How could the goods disappear? Are there accomplices? That's why I say it's seriously off. Burke's face fell, his eyebrows knitting together in worry. I watched for a long time, I'm sure there are no accomplices. The items started disappearing after they entered the rooms. And just now, when they ate, it seemed like the food materialized out of nowhere, not from their bags at all. The boss and the others were momentarily speechless. This was way too strange. Unbelieving, the boss asked again, are you sure you saw where they got the food from? Burke hesitated. They were facing away from me. I couldn't see clearly. To prove his point, he added anxiously, but I'm certain it wasn't from their bags. Enoch, what do we do? The boss sat back down, his face grim, thinking for a moment, if there are no accomplices, then the goods must still be here. We need to capture them and interrogate. Judah, Atlee, take a gun each. We'll be cautious. Judah grinned, showing his stained teeth, and said ominously, whether they're human or ghost, 1 shot and they'll talk. Keep it quiet. Judah, Atlee, flank them from the other side. Burke, you stay with me. Meanwhile, Billy and her companion were still discussing how to bring more medicine back while eating. Unaware of the danger approaching, Bernie's ears twitched slightly. Justice put down his bowl and scanned the area. Stevie, what's up? Nothing, maybe I misheard. I just felt like there was some sound. Justice checked carefully, confirming nothing was amiss, then picked up his lunch again. Burke hid in the shadows, envious, whispering to someone beside him, look, they can still eat roasted duck. We can only gnaw on tasteless bread every day. Oh, that smell, so fragrant. The boss looked disappointed. Clean up your drool, it's dripping onto my shoes. When we make this deal, you can eat as much roasted duck as you want. What a loser. On the other side, Judah and Atlee had already moved behind the door, signaling an okay sign to the boss. Go. They rushed toward Billy and Bernie. Don't move. *T. Hands up. Almost immediately as they charged out, Bernie jumped up, elbowing the leading fatty aside and reaching for the hammer at his waist. Justice had been too relaxed because everything went smoothly, even leaving his knife in the bag. Kane was struck hard in the stomach by Bernie's elbow, causing him to almost curse. But Bernie didn't give him a chance to resist. Justice was about to smash the hammer down on the fat head when someone intercepted it mid-air, and then he took a punch in the face. Billy reacted quickly, immediately drawing her dagger to go up and support, but she was grabbed from behind. She swiftly turned the blade toward her backstabber. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the empty hallway. Billy turned around to see that the person who had just held her was now kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Atlee. Shit. The other one, seeing his companion's condition, instantly looked vicious, raising his gun to point at Billy's head ready to shoot. Judah. The boss's voice came, first, find out what happened to the goods. Bernie was also being held at gunpoint now. Billy hadn't expected them to have guns, they had been too careless. Seeing the two dared not move with guns pointed at them, the boss directed his men, tie them up first. Kane, having been thoroughly beaten by Bernie, was bruised and swollen. Justicing the boss's order, he spat out a bloody saliva onto the floor, grumbling as he picked up the hemp rope to bind Bernie. Still unsatisfied, he kicked him a couple of times while tying him up. Bernie endured everything without making a sound, his eyes firmly locked on Billy. Bound with their hands behind their backs, they were roughly pushed to sit in the corner. Their weapons and backpacks were all confiscated. So these are the people you said had no weapons? Seeing Atlee clutching his stomach, barely breathing, the boss couldn't help but kick Kane again. The latter complained, but I really didn't see any. You're still arguing. Over there, Judah emptied their bag onto the floor. The dagger and flashlight clattered loudly. The boss's mood was also heavy. Justice grabbed Bernie by the collar, lifting him up and slapped him, gritting his teeth, demanding, where is my cargo? Chapter 47, This woman is not a good person. I don't know what goods you're talking about, Bernie said indifferently. The leader emitted a cold laugh from his chest and raised the gun to Bernie's temple. Pretending with me, huh? I've been watching you for a long time. You won't say it. We came here just to look for food but found nothing. As you can see, there's nothing here. The leader nodded toward the little devil. The latter immediately understood, raising his hand to slap Billy's face. Let her go. Bernie became anxious when he saw them about to harm Billy. If you have any issues, take them out on me. Attacking a rosa doesn't make a man. The leader laughed heartily. Just cert broken? Afraid you might not be. If you don't talk, I'll let him continue. My brother here has no sense of mercy. Bernie didn't know how much they had actually seen, so he continued to pretend ignorance. What goods are you talking about? The stuff in the freezer on the 6th floor. Where did you hide them? Bernie retorted. There was too much cargo for 2 people to move without making a sound. Besides, these items need refrigeration to stay fresh. They would spoil once taken out. We lack the equipment for this task. Everyone paused for a moment, realizing that it made sense. Kane jumped up and poked Bernie with his finger. Stop pretending. I saw you guys go in there, and everything vanished after you left. Who else could it be if not you? Besides, how could you produce all those foods out of nowhere? Something must be fishy. How could anyone believe that we could conjure things out of nowhere? Billy spoke coldly, and it's our first time here. How could we have known what was inside beforehand and prepared tools to move them? Billy arched an eyebrow at Kane. Maybe you're the one hiding the goods, crying thief. Damn, this Rosa is not a good person. Kane recoiled his finger, nervously looking at the leader. Sure enough, the leader was glaring fiercely at him, almost shooting fire out of his eyes. Elkarl, it wasn't me, absolutely not me. If it wasn't you, then tell me, where did they hide the cargo? Kane swallowed, then suddenly figured something out. Wait a minute. If you haven't been in the freezer, how would you know that the goods were abundant and needed refrigeration to stay fresh? You're lying. That's because you mentioned that batch of goods, implying it was a large quantity. And if it's stored in a freezer, it must need refrigeration. Billy rolled her eyes at Kane, adding, we're not as stupid as you. Damn, not only hitting back but also personal attacks. Kane wiped away tears and snot, clinging onto the leader's leg, wailing, Carl, I've always been by your side, just kept an eye on them for a while. How could I possibly have moved and hidden the goods by myself in such a short time? Carl, please trust me. Disgusted, the leader kicked Kane aside. A disgrace, get lost. Justice walked up to Billy, pinning her chin up to force her to look into his icy eyes. You want to divide us, he stated definitively. Someone like Kane couldn't pull off something this detailed. It's okay if you don't talk. Saying this, he leaned close to Billy's neck, inhaling deeply, licking his cracked lips greedily. So fragrant. Women are meant to be bedded, regardless of your stubbornness now, you'll beg me soon. As the leader leaned closer to kiss Billy, she turned her head in disgust, struggling against the tight bindings around her body. Just as the brute was about to kiss her, a dark figure dashed out towards the leader. Despite being tied, seeing the leader trying to molest Billy, Bernie shoved the little devil watching him, and lunged straight at the leader. The leader was nearly knocked over by Bernie, then reacted quickly to kick him to the ground, following with several more kicks. Your mother. Can't even watch one person properly. Carl, he rushed out suddenly, it's not my fault. The little devil hurriedly dragged Bernie back to the corner and stomped hard on his chest. These consecutive kicks made Bernie's face turn pale, his body curled up in pain. But within those few seconds, nobody noticed that the dagger on Chi's body had disappeared. As the little devil tried to strike again, Bernie gasped, I'll talk. While rubbing his bruised chest, the leader raised a hand signaling the little devil to stop. Billy looked at Bernie in confusion. Bernie felt a surge of bloody taste rising from his throat. It took him a long time to catch his breath, and he weakly said, your man made a mistake. Someone assisted us, and the goods were transported out long ago. Impossible. Kane was the first to jump up in opposition. I watched you guys go out and immediately went in to check. The stuff was all gone. There's no way you could have done it in that short time. Bernie coldly smiled and retorted, you think it's impossible because you're not smart enough to figure it out. Kane wanted to say more but was silenced by a glare from the leader. I don't care how you moved the goods before. Since you're still here, it means they will come back again. Bernie nodded. The leader asked some questions about their accomplices, including tools, numbers, and entry routes, etc. Bernie answered all with fabricated lies. They will come back tonight. If you let us go, I can help you bring the goods back. Justice was buying time. Only by diverting their attention to a virtual enemy could they find a chance to escape. At this moment, his hand was secretly working on cutting the ropes with the dagger behind his back. Meanwhile, the leader, satisfied with the answers, became relaxed. Now he felt fully informed about the enemy. As long as he set up traps in advance, he would eventually catch them all, and his goods would be safe. Justice stared at Bernie lying on the ground with a playful expression and suddenly laughed arrogantly. Let you go. Fine, but one thing at a time. You killed one of my men, and we need to settle that score. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Billy and dragged her into a nearby room. Watch him carefully, he instructed the 2 subordinates. After I'm done, it's your turn. Bernie's eyes almost popped out of anger, nearly exposing the dagger in his hand. Justice struggled to stand up and was beaten up again. Fuck. Move again and I'll shoot you. Tate got mad, pulled out his gun, and pointed it at Bernie's head. Just before Billy was dragged into the room, she gave Bernie an encouraging glance. Chapter 48 Demonis. Bernie, despite his urgency, knew that panicking wouldn't solve the problem. Justice feigned dejection and slumped back to the ground, using his hands tied behind his back to rub against the ropes even more vigorously. The leader dragged Billy into the room and pushed her harshly to the floor before turning around to lock the door. Just before the door closed, Billy saw 2 large MRI machines placed at the far end of the room, with nothing else in sight. Billy's heart sank. It was too clean, there wasn't anything she could use as a weapon. The moment the door shut, the light source was cut off, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Click. A flashlight was turned on, casting a beam of light toward Billy. She saw the leader holding the flashlight they had taken from their bag, walking toward her with a sinister smile. She could only step back one step at a time, her mind racing. Justice's hands were tightly bound behind her back, rendering any weapon useless. Soon, her back touched the MRI machine. She had no way out, there was nowhere else to retreat. Seeing this, the leader burst into laughter, spouting obscenities. Such a fresh and tender thing, have you even been deflowered yet? Let me take care of you, I'll make you beg for more. As he approached, Billy's hand felt the instrument behind her, and a sudden idea flashed through her mind. Stop. Take one more step and you're dead. Billy shouted loudly. Justice clearly paused, standing still and shining the flashlight up and down in her direction. A weak Rosa, tied up tight as a bundle of flowers, what kind of threat could she possibly pose? It was just an act of bravado. Ha ha ha, good sister, soon your brother will give you everything. As he spoke, the leader lifted his leg and continued toward Billy. But in the next second, he froze like a statue. The massive MRI machine behind Billy vanished instantly. What sorcery was this? Before he could scream in shock. In the next instant, the vanished MRI crashed heavily onto where he stood. Clang. The entire floor shook violently. The man was crushed to death right before Billy's eyes, warm blood splattering onto her face. Oh well, I told you coming closer would kill you. Such a pity to waste such good equipment. The loud noise inside the room alarmed the 3 men guarding outside. Gerald, who was closest to the door, shouted into the room, Enoch, what happened? Silence greeted him, no one responded. Justice moved forward and knocked on the door. Enoch? Still no answer. Justice twisted the doorknob, it was locked from the inside. Tate held the gun and kept an eye on Bernie, afraid to leave. Justice called out to Gerald, is something wrong? Go check, Gerald. Gerald swallowed hard, then hammered on the door a few more times but still heard no sound from inside. Determined, he picked up a hammer from the ground and started prying open the door. The door opened quickly. Creak. Gerald raised the flashlight and swept the room. From his angle, all he could see were 2 large machines inside. The Rosa was still bound, sitting on the ground with her head lowered, motionless against one of the machines. The boss was nowhere to be seen. Gerald called out a couple more times, but there was no response in the vast empty room. Outside, Tate became anxious. Gerald, what's going on? Where is the boss? I don't know, I'll go in and see. You watch the guy, Gerald replied casually. Gerald, steeling himself, took a step toward Billy. When he reached halfway, the Rosa on the ground suddenly raised her head and gave him a demonic smile. Blood dripped down her cheeks, making her look especially terrifying. Ah! Gerald screamed in terror. But his scream was quickly drowned out by a deafening crash. Indeed, Billy once again used her ability to retract the massive machine behind her into her space, only to drop it heavily towards Gerald. Perhaps due to its size, using the ability twice in quick succession had drained her mental energy, causing her to feel dizzy. Outside, Tate, hearing Gerald's screams, disregarded Bernie and rushed to the room entrance with his gun. Billy repeated her trick. Perhaps she was too exhausted to aim accurately, or perhaps he had noticed the bloodstains on the ground and was on guard. Just as the machine was about to land, he dodged. Demoness. Terrified, Tate fired his gun at Billy. At that moment, Bernie finally broke free from the ropes and lunged toward Tate. Bang! Thrown off balance by Bernie's lunge, the bullet went astray, narrowly grazing Billy's cheek. Bernie clutched Tate's wrist, holding the gun tightly. In pain, Tate punched Bernie in the face with his other hand. Thus, the two rolled around on the ground in a tussle. Billy could only muster her strength and crawl inch by inch toward them. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. Tate clutched his neck, disbelief written all over his face as blood gushed out from the large wound. Justice made a guttural sound before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The handgun fell to the ground, and Bernie was panting heavily, holding the sharp dagger in his hand. Billy's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly scanned Bernie's body up and down. No gunshot wounds. Ahow! Are you all right? Where did that bullet hit? Bernie got up and hurriedly squatted beside Billy. I'm fine. The gun misfired, it didn't hit me. Justice knelt in front of Billy, gently wiping away the blood on her face with his thumb, revealing a long burn mark left by the bullet. Thinking about how she had almost been assaulted and all the suffering she endured, Bernie couldn't hold back any longer. Justice pulled Billy into a tight embrace. Billy sighed with relief, knowing he was unharmed. The broad, warm embrace trembled uncontrollably. Sorry, I was useless and needed you to protect me. His eyes were red-rimmed, his voice trembling as tears rolled down his chiseled cheeks. Billy no longer had the strength to comfort him. Sleepiness overwhelmed her, and soon her consciousness slipped into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, it was pitch black outside, with only a small campfire burning on the ground. You're awake. Bernie's hoarse voice came from above. She looked up and unexpectedly met his blazing gaze. The flickering firelight reflected in his eyes, like twinkling stars gathering in a pool of love, ready to engulf her yet inviting her to lose herself within. She tried to get up but found herself lying in his arms, covered by a blanket. Take it easy. Bernie gently helped her sit up and fetched a cup of water to feed her. Billy felt somewhat flustered and reached for the cup. Let me do it, let me do it. Bernie avoided her hand and stubbornly pressed the cup to her lips. Drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot. Billy stopped arguing since she was indeed thirsty. A cup of hot water revived her completely. How long was I out? 4 hours. No wonder it was dark outside, though she felt much more energized now. Rumble Tilda. Billy glanced at him awkwardly. Are you hungry? Want to eat some rice? Bernie nodded. Billy reached into her backpack and pulled out 2 boxed meals. After this experience, even when alone, she dared not summon things from nowhere carelessly anymore. She had to at least make it look like she was taking them from somewhere. Chapter 49 Bernie's Declaration. Who would have thought? Bernie seemed to have gotten addicted to feeding her. Justice picked up the chopsticks and stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. I can eat by myself. You're injured. Injured? Is he talking about the minor scrape on my face? How? My hands are fine. Bernie remained silent but continued his actions. Billy felt somewhat helpless and could only eat the food he fed her bit by bit. The flickering firelight illuminated one person quietly feeding another who ate silently, both lost in their thoughts. I'm full now, how? You should also eat something. Just hearing this, Bernie gently put down his bowl and chopsticks, not eating but merely sitting beside the fire pit, poking at it. Just as Billy couldn't help but wonder what was going on with him, he suddenly turned back, locking eyes with her. I want to protect you. Justice leaned down, gazing intently at her, saying word by word like making a pledge, I will protect you with my life and prevent you from being hurt again. Billy assumed he was affected by today's near incident, so she comforted him. You've been protecting me all along, I know that. Bernie shook his head. No, what I mean is, you can rely on me more. You don't need to be so strong all the time. You did before too. If you had fully trusted me back then, after that incident, you should have told me right away. We would have faced it together instead of you handling it alone. When I heard you recounting those events from your previous life, I wished I could have slapped myself for believing those hurtful words you said and letting you go so easily, causing you to endure much suffering. Failing to protect you is my fault. It was my own fault in my previous life. No matter what happens from now on, don't take risks alone. Maybe I am still too weak now, even needing you to save me, but I won't always be this useless. I will become stronger, strong enough to stay by your side and protect you completely. In the quiet and long night, the man slightly turned his head toward her, their hot breaths just inches apart. Leaning against the wall, listening to the man's declaration, Billy was momentarily stunned as if even the surrounding air had frozen. The experience from her previous life left an indelible shadow over her. Even though she got a second chance, equipped with the knowledge and advantages from her past life, allowing her to reunite with her family and live a much better life in this post-apocalyptic world compared to others, she was still afraid. Afraid that everything might be just an illusion before her death, afraid that a careless moment would make her relive losing everything, afraid that one day she would fall back into the situation of competing for food with dogs. So she kept working hard to stockpile more supplies and plan for the future. For herself, as someone who had already died once, death wasn't terrifying. The only thing she feared was losing the people she loved again. These feelings were understandable. However, if they shielded everyone from difficulties and dangers, overly protecting them without allowing them to do things for those they love, it would actually harm them. Like how Thompson and Amy felt they had no value and became burdensome. After thinking it through, Billy exhaled deeply and smiled brightly at Bernie. All right, I'll listen to you. No matter what happens in the future, we'll face it together. Justice stared at her, his deep eyes, once as dark as the night, gradually became clear and bright, as if the lingering clouds of gloom were dissipating. Their faces reflected in the warm firelight, flushed unnaturally red. The night was silent, only the wood crackling in the fire occasionally breaking the silence. The iceberg between them seemed to be slowly melting in front of this warm fire. Exhausted from the day, the two decided to continue resting. The next morning, barely dawn, they hastily stuffed a few buns into their mouths and got back to work. It turned out that after Billy fainted last night, Bernie found the boss suite on the 10th floor where the group had been staying. They spent the night in this suite. Since they were here, they decided to start searching from this floor downwards. Due to the darkness last night, Billy didn't see the room clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but gasp. They stood at the entrance of what appeared to be a reception area. The deep brown wooden finish emitting pine fragrance, the gold-patterned tiles reflecting human figures, and the gold-sprayed wall paintings were luxuriously decorated. The grand crystal chandelier overhead, despite not being powered, reflected colorful light under the sunlight. Estimating the size of this room to be around 100 square meters, the most striking sight was a circle of golden-brown sofas placed centrally, looking soft and comfortable. In front of the sofas was an enormous LCD screen with a marble background wall featuring hollow carvings surrounding it. A wooden screen divided the reception area into 2 parts, behind which was a delicate original wood tea table. The tea table was covered with brocade, and an ancient set of teaware lay quietly on it. A row of fully stocked ebony antique shelves stood like solemn guards at the back. Billy's mouth opened into an O shape, not expecting such luxuriousness in this pharmaceutical company. Albert's today, I took a quick look around. It's huge inside with several rooms, all exquisitely decorated. There were multiple layers of security at the entrance, but they have been destroyed. I guess this used to be the general manager's office. After saying this, Bernie pointed to the coffee table. See, cigarette butts, wine bottles, and trash are scattered everywhere in the living room and bedroom, definitely not left by the original owners. Those people from yesterday must have been hiding here. Billy nodded in agreement but then remembered something and hurriedly asked, have you checked the upper floors? Is there no one else here? The upper floor only has a parking lot and a rooftop terrace, accessible only via stairs set within this suite. The public corridors don't lead up there. I just glanced, it seems no one is hiding. Don't worry, if those people were watching this place, they likely already searched everything. While Bernie explained, Billy closely admired the surrounding decorations. The sofas and coffee tables were actually world-class luxury furniture brands like Poliform and Baker. Billy marveled as she touched the smooth surface of the coffee table. The world of the rich was truly unimaginable. This unassuming little tea table could sell for hundreds of thousands. However, no matter how luxurious things were here, they were worth less than a single pill in the post-apocalypse. After sighing over the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, it was time to get down to business. Let's hurry, Billy said, still thinking about the pharmacy they found yesterday. Today's task was to search this building. They also had to visit a few nearby small factories. They couldn't linger too long as only 2 elderly people and a dog were at home, and she wasn't really at ease. The reception room looked opulent, but there wasn't much that could be useful. Soon enough, Billy was proven wrong by her own ignorance. Chapter 50, Unfeeling. Just as her eyes gleamed greedily when she found 5 or 6 cartons of cigarettes in a cabinet. Apart from Tianxia, Huanghalu, and Huazi, there were also several exquisitely packaged cigars that looked very expensive. Although Bernie and Goran didn't smoke, she could sell them. In Dahuagwo, the number of smokers was incredibly large, 2 out of 3 people smoked. In this apocalypse world, ordinary people barely had enough food to eat. How could they afford to smoke? But there were still rich people, and for them, cigarettes were a necessity, let alone such high-quality ones. Let's look further, there might be other good things. Billy became interested and started searching carefully again. Where there are cigarettes, there must be alcohol. Indeed, she found neatly stacked cartons of marutai in another cabinet. The years on them were quite old, and next to the marutai were boxed teas. It was clear that these cabinets originally held gifts prepared by the company boss. Scattered on the ground were 4 cartons of already opened wine, with more than a dozen empty bottles overturned, leaving large stains of dried wine on the floor tiles. Several cigars were even discarded halfway through. Annoying. It seems those people enjoyed themselves quite a lot here yesterday. But now all this falls into her hands. Billy couldn't stop smiling, quickly putting the cigarettes and alcohol into her spatial bag. Inna, come take a look at this. On the other side, Bernie seemed to have made a discovery. What did you find? Billy walked over. Bernie was standing in front of a curio shelf behind the tea table. The shelf displayed some teaware, porcelain, small potted plants, etc., nothing particularly useful except that they were exquisite. Seeing Billy's confusion, he placed both hands on a jade display stand and gently turned it, producing a click. Then he pushed the center of the curio shelf in front of him. The shelf split into 2 parts, revealing a dark doorway on one side. It turned out to be a hidden mechanical door disguised as a curio shelf. To think you could find something so hidden. While taking a flashlight from his backpack, Bernie explained, I saw that this display stand is made of jade and wanted to see if it would help your space, but I couldn't even lift such a small item, knowing something was off. With flashlights in hand, the 2 entered. My God. They were once again blinded by the opulence inside. All around the room were solid wood storage cabinets, with transparent glass doors enclosing rows upon rows of neatly arranged red wines. The intoxicating aroma of the wine filled their nostrils. On either side of the room stood 2 carved white jade pillars, and in the center was a desk. It seemed like there was another space beyond it. A private wine cellar, so luxurious. There's another room inside, let's go in and check. The 2 walked towards the inner room. Antiques. The entire room was filled with antiques, and on the walls hung countless paintings from different eras. Stevie, there's another door here. Billy tried to push it but couldn't open it. Bernie took out his tools and started prying at the lock, which seemed especially reinforced and was difficult to break. As Bernie focused on the work, Billy shone her flashlight around the room, looking at the antiques. Gilded Buddha statues, bronze mirrors, porcelains, jade wares, jewelry, embroidery, ancient coins, calligraphy, paintings, even bronze vessels. Even if Billy didn't know much about them, she could tell that if some of these items were disclosed, this boss would surely be in big trouble. No wonder the entrance was set up so secretly. But she never imagined what came next was even worse. Open. Bernie finally managed to pry open the door after much effort. They shone their flashlights inside. Damn. Always civilized, Bernie couldn't help swearing. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, sabers, PU knives, willow leaf knives, crossbows, handcuffs. This was almost like a small arsenal. Some weapons bore many scratches and dirt marks from use, indicating they were quite old and possibly unusable. But most were polished brightly and even equipped with ammunition and arrows. Swallow. Billy swallowed hard. Are there any other rooms? Bernie circled the room and checked thoroughly, shaking his head at her. There shouldn't be. Indeed, Billy couldn't think of anything worth hiding more than firearms. She pointed at the displayed handguns. Should we take them? Though guns couldn't be casually shown in normal times, they could save lives in critical moments. If not for the enemy having guns last night, they wouldn't have been completely defenseless. Bernie also felt tempted. Men seemed genetically inclined toward weaponry. Justice picked up a handgun, gently caressing its body with affection. Let's just take what we can use. The rifles are too conspicuous. Billy nodded. All right, then let's take the handguns and crossbows. You choose here, I'll go out and check. I think I saw some ancient jade among those antiques just now, which might help my space. She returned to outside the armory, heading straight for the ancient jade. She noticed that other jade artifacts were casually placed on the curio shelf, except for 2 pieces that were displayed on a black velvet-covered stand, covered by a rectangular transparent glass case. It was a pair of fish-patterned jade pendants and a string of jade beads. Needless to say, these were absolutely the most valuable. Billy carefully moved the glass cover above. Luckily, it's not welded shut. She carefully placed the glass cover on the ground, then turned to observe the jade artifacts in front of her. These jade pendants were half the size of a palm, split into 2, smooth and warm all over, with fish patterns on them. The fish slightly protruded, and her thumb could feel the fine scales carved on the fish's body. Even more precious was the round red pearl held between the mouths of the 2 fish, which was naturally red from the jade itself, clear and bright, very beautiful. Compared to the pair of jade pendants, the other string of green jade beads was less eye-catching but still well-rounded and polished, no ordinary item. Billy hesitated for a moment, reluctant to feed such fine things to the space. Thinking of all the medicines in the pharmacy downstairs that she couldn't bring, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and put both pieces of jade into the space. Immediately, her consciousness eagerly followed into the space. Sure enough, the ancient jade had vanished. The boundaries of the space were disappearing, reappearing far away in an instant before vanishing again, expanding further and further. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. Centering on Billy's position, the entire space kept expanding, growing. Just when she could hardly see the boundaries, the expansion stopped. It was impossible to estimate how much the space had grown just by looking at it. She could only roughly measure with a steel pipe. Justice Evans. The measurement results made Billy almost disbelieve her own eyes. This time, it had expanded by at least 7 or 8,000 square meters, as big as a soccer field, and the height of the space increased from 5 meters to over 30 meters. Amazing. Billy was thrilled beyond words, instantly not grieving over the ancient jade anymore. Now she could even fit a castle into her space. Just as her consciousness left the space, and she looked around at the surrounding antiques, her throat moving. What would happen if she threw all these things in? Chapter 51 Justice Helicopter. Before her mind had finished pondering, her hands were already in motion. Perhaps the space had been fed well earlier. The subsequent pieces of jade did not cause much of a stir, only adding a little bit more. Some items remained untouched in their original spots. Was it picky? Or did the tycoon receive fakes? She didn't have time to think much about it. Not knowing if the space would only accept jade, Billy tried collecting other antiques. A porcelain vase, no reaction. Jewelry, no reaction. Famous paintings and calligraphy, no reaction. Ancient bronze ware, no reaction. Reality proved that only jade was swallowed by the space. Thinking of the impending earthquake, Billy decided to collect all these treasures of human civilization. Since there was enough space now, it would be too regretful if they got destroyed in the future. So she carefully put each item into the space, allocating a separate corner for them and placing them neatly. If humanity ever had the chance to rebuild its home, she could donate all these things. After collecting everything, she went back outside and collected the wine along with the wine cabinet. It felt so good not to meticulously save space. When she finished and returned to the arsenal, Bernie was still browsing, picking up a Tang Dynasty sword, putting it down, and then picking it up again, unwilling to part with it. Billy couldn't help but laugh, saying boldly, "Like it? Take it all." Bernie looked up, his eyes brightening suddenly. "Our space won't fit them all." Seeing him, Billy couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. "Your space grew larger." Bernie immediately understood. Looking at her happy face, he knew it wasn't small. Billy's eyes twinkled. "Alberts, I found a treasure, making the space several thousand square meters larger. Even if we bring in a helicopter, I can fit it inside, let alone these things." So impressive. Bernie couldn't help but be amazed. Bernie had already organized the guns and accompanying bullets, and Billy packed each one up, taking them away. Soon, they emptied the entire arsenal. Thinking for a moment, she took out a small pistol and 6 rounds of ammunition, handing them to Bernie. "Take this for self-defense." After leaving the secret room, they searched several bedrooms, each equipped with a walk-in closet and bathroom. The bedding was top-quality silk, and even the toiletries outside were high-end. Unfortunately, Billy was somewhat repulsed by things others had used, so she didn't touch them. Fortunately, each bedroom's closet still had 2 sealed bags of unused bedding. In a 10-square-meter storage room between 2 bedrooms, they found a large stockpile of toiletries. The tissue paper was categorized into kitchen paper, napkins, facial wipes, antibacterial skincare paper, wet toilet paper, etc. Absolutely extravagant. Robbing the rich to help the poor, robbing the rich to help the poor, Billy muttered as she collected items. Opening the largest wardrobe, they saw rows of high-end suits and shirts, some still with price tags. There was also a drawer full of watches, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Cartier. All useless things. They continued rummaging without glancing at these luxuries. Bernie pulled out 2 bundles of cash. About 3 or 40,000 yuan. "Well, take it, use it sooner." Billy took the money he handed over and opened the next drawer. Seal pills, deer antler nourishing spray, and a drawer full of adult product. Justice's cheeks flushed red, feeling heat rush to her ears and neck. Realizing it, she quickly slammed the drawer shut, producing a dull thud. But it was too late, she heard a faint laugh. Nothing useful, let's continue searching. She stammered, turning around to pretend to keep searching, though her stiff movements and scarlet cheeks revealed her embarrassment. After the shyness passed, she secretly regretted missing such valuable items in the apocalypse. Billy was distracted, debating whether to secretly collect those items when Bernie wasn't looking. No, if he noticed, he might misunderstand her as someone loose. One must have dignity, she wouldn't dare to act so openly before someone she liked. While she was hesitating, Bernie had already packed the items, placing them in front of her. Justice left her with the words, "Put them away, we'll need them later," before running off. Justice hearing this, Billy's mind buzzed, completely unfocused. Justice might mean selling them. Alberts, that must be it. Calmly composing herself, she pretended nonchalantly and collected the items. Continuing the search, they found a vast collection of books and various media resources in the study. After confirming that there were no omissions in the entire suite, the two of them got up and returned to the pharmacy downstairs. The 9th and 8th floors were both pharmacies. Without the limitation of space, Billy no longer hesitated. She took everything, including the shelves, and even sorted them out. To her pleasant surprise, the variety of medicines was very rich. Not only did it have the blood pressure medication Bonnie needed, but also pet medication. Done. She finished collecting the medicine and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Should we have finished searching this building? Bernie thought for a moment and pointed upward. There's still a parking lot on the top floor. Want to go check it out? Sure, since we're here, better safe than sorry. The two of them huffed and puffed their way up to the 10th floor. The garage had excellent lighting, with more than 10 cars neatly parked in designated spots. Billy wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars but could name a few. Hummer H1, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Porsche 718, Volkswagen Phaeton, and there was even a big one, an RV. All were brand new and polished to a shine. The sunlight reflected off the car bodies, dazzling the two amazed country bumpkins who couldn't look away. Bernie opened the driver's door of a sports car and sat inside, and Billy followed suit by sitting in the passenger seat. The keys were on the dashboard. Justice turned the ignition. The engine started, and the dashboard screen lit up. As Bernie pressed the gas pedal, the car roared to life repeatedly. Billy turned her head to watch the man engrossed in testing the car, feeling a bit sentimental. If this were before the apocalypse, the position she was in would be a lifelong dream for many women. Driving it on the street would have caused countless screams. But now, such expensive beasts would forever rot in this concrete tomb. Bernie turned off the engine after just a brief experience. They discussed and agreed that though it was a pity for luxury cars to be left here unused, they weren't practical for them. Instead, the SUV and RV might have some use in the future. Thus, Billy only stored the Hummer and the RV into the space. As they went further up, it seemed they had reached the rooftop. Just as they were about to leave the building, Billy spotted two sheet-like objects above the rooftop. She walked up and looked closely. Justice helicopter, she exclaimed in shock. Chapter 52, Since we're Justice here. What kind of boss is this? There's actually a helicopter parked on the rooftop. The two of them circled around the helicopter several times, trying to pull open the cabin door. It wouldn't budge. Look around, maybe the key is nearby. The two searched all over the rooftop but found nothing. Just as they were about to give up, Bernie suddenly had an idea. Right, it might be that. Justice dashed downstairs and came back up a couple of minutes later with a small box in his arms. I saw a locked drawer in the bedroom earlier. When I opened it, there was only this box inside. It contained a key, but I thought it wasn't useful, so I put it aside. Now it seemed that something so treasured and locked away could very likely be the helicopter's key. Bernie opened the box, took out the key, and held it up for Billy to see. It was just a small brass key, no different from ordinary house keys in rural areas. This can be the helicopter's key? Billy was skeptical. Try it, and we'll know. Justice inserted the key into the lock on the cabin door and turned it gently. Click. The two stared at each other, unbelieving. Really? They climbed into the cockpit, inspecting the interior. This was a small helicopter with limited space inside. Apart from the pilot and co-pilot seats, there were only 4 passenger seats placed opposite each other. Billy was extremely excited. Tianhao, with this plane, we won't have to worry about earthquakes in the future. She had strategies for extreme heat, extreme cold, and eternal nights, but she was unsure about earthquakes. With a helicopter, she wouldn't have to fear any collapse. Flying into the air would always be safe. Seeing her joy, Bernie didn't want to dampen her spirits but had to interrupt. But neither of us knows how to fly it. Billy froze for a moment, then calmed down and began thinking deeply. As if remembering something, she started searching inside the cockpit. What are you looking for? Bernie asked with a frown. The manual. There must be a manual, she replied without lifting her head. Any machine comes with a manual. Furniture, appliances, cars all have them, and most people wouldn't throw them away. Just as hearing this, Bernie also joined the search. The confined space didn't offer many hiding places. They quickly found a thick flight operation guide in a storage compartment in the cockpit. Great. This will do. We have plenty of time to study it. Billy grinned broadly, holding the guide. They then inspected the fuel tank after coming down. Full to the brim, it felt like heaven was helping them. Billy looked contentedly at their newfound treasure, clapped her hands, and said, "Let's go. On to the next place." Near the pharmaceutical company were several large factories, most of which were already flooded. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, darkness would fall in a couple of hours. They decided not to rest and continue searching. They cruised around in a motorized dinghy, looking for a glass factory. The factory building was only 4 stories high, with 3 floors already submerged. Living up to its name, the two struggled to break the window glass after hammering at it for a long time before smashing one. Climbing inside, they found offices on the 4th floor, with no items of interest. The products should be downstairs. After discussing, they decided to dive underwater to find what they needed. During the era of eternal night, acid rain lasted for half a year. The highly corrosive acid rain, when it rained for long periods, even rebar and concrete couldn't withstand it. But one thing was unaffected: glass. They donned diving suits, equipped waterproof headlamps, and dived into the water one after another. 3rd floor, nothing. 2nd floor, nothing. 1st floor, success. Though the water was murky, it was still possible to make out large sheets of glass, standing upright against the walls of the shipping area. The cardboard packaging, although soaked through, remained intact. The words nano-coating acid-resistant high-temperature corrosion-proof stood out prominently on the packaging. This was exactly what they needed. Billy picked out the largest glass pieces and collected over 50 items in one go. Leaving the glass factory, they found an automobile parts factory nearby. Based on the model of the vehicles in their shelter, they found some matching tires, spark plugs, headlights, and other components before leaving. Continuing their search through the industrial zone, they took what they needed from suitable places, bypassing useless ones. The industrial area wasn't large, and by sunset, they were almost done. At the last stop, they got a pleasant surprise. A small liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, distribution station. The entire facility was underwater except for 2 large metal storage tanks that were still above the surface, revealing what was submerged below. As dusk approached, they sped up their search, immediately diving underwater without hesitation. The murky water and poor visibility made it difficult to find the gas cylinders. After searching for more than half an hour, they still hadn't located them. "Let's search a bit more. If we can't find it, we'll give up." Billy surfaced, taking in a breath of fresh air. They had already been out for 2 days and 2 nights. She was worried about the elderly back home waiting anxiously. After searching underwater for another half an hour, just as the two were about to give up, Bernie's hand touched a cylindrical object. "I found it." Justice signaled Billy with his flashlight. Billy also swam over to him. Indeed, there was a faint shadow shaped like a canister, barely visible through the water. Feeling it with her hands, she confirmed it was a gas cylinder without doubt. She continued gathering them, picking one up every time she touched one. In one go, she collected 2 or 3 dozen before surfacing with Bernie for a breath of air. By this time, it was completely dark. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the sound of rain pattering on the water. Just as they were about to dive back in to retrieve the remaining gas cylinders, a beam of light suddenly flashed toward them from a distance. Someone was here. The two quickly turned off their headlamps. A rough, hoarse male voice could be heard in the wind. "Grant, are you sure the LPG station is here? We can't see anything." Another voice replied calmly, "It's definitely here. I've worked here for years. How could I be wrong?" "Justicey, Grant, I thought I saw some light just ahead earlier. Could someone else be here to get gas cylinders too? You must have seen wrong. This place is so remote, who would think to come here? Don't be paranoid. Some people are coming," Billy whispered to Bernie. "Let's leave. We've got enough, we should leave some for others." The two quietly backed away, merging into the darkness and slowly swimming away. Only after ensuring they were far enough did they climb onto the rubber dinghy. Rowing for half an hour, they felt safe enough to switch to the motorized dinghy. As soon as the motor started, it sped across the water like a bolt of lightning. When they approached the county town, Billy placed 2 gas cylinders and a box of instant noodles at the boat's stern, part of the supplies they had gathered. While driving, they always felt someone was following them. Bernie looked back with his flashlight and saw a vague shadow trailing them in the distance. It seemed someone had their eye on their supplies. Without hesitation, they sped up. The speed of the motorized dinghy was far beyond what human paddling could achieve. In no time, they had shaken off the tail. As they neared the neighborhood, they didn't switch back to the rubber dinghy. Once they experienced the speed of the motorized dinghy, neither wanted to go back to the arduous rowing. They decided to simply use the motorized dinghy openly. The roar of the motor attracted many residents to peek out their windows, but it was too dark to see clearly. Ultimately, the motorized dinghy stopped by Building 31. This family really had capabilities, even owning a motorized dinghy. People could only secretly admire them. Chapter 53, Training the Dog. While the 2 men were carrying the propane tank upstairs, various people opened their doors to sneak a peek. Upon recognizing the formidable duo from apartment 1602, they quickly slammed their doors shut with a resounding bang. After placing the propane tank at the door of apartment 1602, they were about to fetch the keys to open the iron gate when the security door was opened from inside. A black and yellow blur rushed out first. "Whine, whine, whine." The dog dashed towards the iron gate, wagging its tail like a wheel on fire. Goran and Aspen also emerged, hurriedly opening the iron gate for them. "You're finally back." Seeing them return safely, Aspen felt her worries dissolve. The dog lunged at Billy right away. All right, I missed you too, but calm down. I still have work to do. Billy rubbed the dog's head vigorously. The inflatable boat is still downstairs. I'll make another trip, Bernie said after setting down the propane tank. Billy was about to go with him but was stopped by Goran. You should go home and rest. Showy and I can handle this. Aspen also urged Billy, listen to your grandpa. Go take a shower, look at you covered in mud. Okay, be careful with the dark staircase, Billy agreed easily. She then took a hot shower and came out drying her hair with a towel. By then, Bernie had already returned. Seeing Billy, he went to the bathroom to change his clothes. Jayu, what happened to your face? Goran noticed the scratch marks left by bullets on her face. Aspen saw it too and became anxious. How did you get hurt? She hurried into the room to find medicine and carefully applied it to Billy's face. Just an accidental scrape. It'll be fine in a few days. You're a girl, you should take care of your face. Aspen was genuinely concerned. With such a long burn, she wondered if it would leave a scar. Watching Aspen apply the medicine, Goran added, Jayu, let's minimize going out on dangerous missions. We've stockpiled enough supplies, haven't we? Alberta, we only need a few more trips. But maybe we should rest for a while and wait until the floodwaters recede before venturing out again. Billy shook her head, explaining patiently, we should gather supplies early. People are already catching on. Once the water recedes, it will be too late. The elders understood her reasoning and conceded. Don't worry, Tianhao and I know how to gauge the danger. By the way, nothing happened here while we were away, right? Goran replied, nothing much. Your grandma and I went downstairs to play chess and chat with Christopher Huang during the day, then came back home for meals. Justice paused, adding, oh, yes. Thomas knocked on the door once to deliver government supplies. The quantity was less than last time. Your grandma and I remembered what you said and just fobbed him off. Over the next few days, Billy stayed at home obediently. Thomas came once to inquire about the inflatable boat and collect rent for the rubber dinghy. Billy made up an excuse and sent him off. With nothing else to do, Billy began training the dog to use cat litter as a toilet. Although they had formed the habit of using designated spots, cleaning up afterward was still bothersome, and throwing away fecal bags directly wasn't ideal, plus the lingering smell in the house. Whenever the dog approached its usual spot, Billy would guide it to the cat litter tray. At first, the dog didn't understand and just tilted its head to look at her. Billy squatted by the tray and mimicked defecating, but the dog remained puzzled. Only when she picked up fresh droppings with her pinched nose and buried them in front of the dog did it finally respond. Bark. Tears welled up in Billy's eyes. Finally, the dog learned. Since she wasn't particularly adept at dog training, perhaps Bernie could help. However, Bernie had been holed up in his room working on something. During lunch one noon, with the family gathered around the dining table and the dog busy with its meal under the table, Billy asked curiously, Tianhao, what have you been working on recently? That crossbow we found. It seems practical, with high lethality and less likely to draw attention. However, there are only about 20 bolts left. I want to try making my own bolts. Goran listened with interest. How's it going? Bernie shook his head, somewhat discouraged. The shaft isn't hard to make, but the tips are the challenge. Wooden ones aren't lethal enough, they need to be steel. Billy patted his shoulder encouragingly. I know there's an archery club in the south part of town. Let's check it out next time, maybe we'll find what you need. Hardly had she finished speaking when the dog, with its shiny clean bowl, squatted by her feet, pleading for more food. Recently, the dog's appetite had increased significantly. Although Billy had collected a lot of dog food last time, this pace would not be sustainable. Billy could only mix dog food with rice for meals. Justicey, didn't you notice that Nyan Gao has grown much bigger? She suddenly realized that the tiny, emaciated dog they had rescued was now almost as tall as her knees. Bark. The dog seemed to say, you finally noticed. Billy made a gesture for silence. Try not to bark so loudly at home. She then looked up at Bernie and said, Brooke, you train Nyan Gao. Sure. Over the next few days, life returned to the familiar homebound routine. During the day, after meals, the elders would go downstairs to chat with Joe's parents, while Billy dove back into her medical books. Meanwhile, Bernie became the busiest person in the household. Justice repurposed old cotton jackets into bite-proof sleeves for training the dog to attack on command during the day. At night, besides maintaining his equipment, he studied the helicopter operation manual by lamplight. Not only that, but he also noticed Billy's slightly pale face due to her period and personally brewed ginger tea for her to warm her body. The two elders watched their interactions with satisfaction. Previously, although the two got along well, there was always a respectful distance between them, as if they each harbored some unresolved emotions. Now, they finally seemed like a normal young couple. Soon it was the day Billy and Bonnie had agreed upon. Early in the morning, Billy packed her bag, preparing to head out to meet Bonnie at the supermarket. Since the trip was just to deliver blood pressure medication to Bonnie and not for shopping, it was relatively safe, so she did not ask Bernie to come along. She mainly wanted to take the elders out for some activity. However, Goran had a chess game downstairs and wasn't willing to go out. After much persuasion, Aspen finally agreed to accompany Billy. Over the past week, the water level had risen again. The third-floor balcony was already submerged, and the waterline was approaching the fourth floor. Bernie helped Billy put the inflatable boat in the water, gave a few instructions, and then went back inside. The two sat in the boat and headed straight for the supermarket. Chapter 54, accidentally ate Enoch Pang's goods. As the motorboat sped away, the surrounding buildings quickly receded. The raindrops hitting their faces head-on were slightly painful. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at Huimin supermarket. Entering the supermarket went through the same procedures as last time. Upon entering the interior of the supermarket, Billy noticeably felt that there were more people around. It was possible that the recent government aid supplies had gradually failed to keep up with consumption, leading to a large number of residents beginning to go out shopping. When they reached the agreed location, Bonnie was not there yet. Billy took advantage of the crowd's distraction to slip 10,000 yuan into Aspin's backpack. She told her to browse the supermarket and buy whatever she liked, while Billy headed straight for Enoch Pang's office. Finding the office door, before Billy could push it open, she heard an immense sound of a desk being slammed, followed by Enoch Pang's powerful baritone voice. "What garbage? Can't get in touch. Damn, I've already paid the deposit, arranged the boat, and they're playing hide and seek with me." Another male voice. "We've been waiting at the rendezvous point for a whole day and night without a trace of them. These bastards dare to mess with my goods. If I catch them, I'll flay them alive." Billy wondered if these were the people they had encountered a few days ago whom Enoch Pang was referring to. Creak. The door suddenly opened from the inside. A man wearing a cap looked at her standing at the door, stunned for a moment, then immediately turned back to look at the boss. Seeing it was Billy, Enoch Pang impatiently waved the cap-wearing man away. Billy pretended she hadn't heard anything and got right to the point after entering. "Enoch, have you got the things I asked for?" Enoch Pang rubbed his temples, trying hard to suppress his anger. "I'm sorry, my supplier has some issues. Your items aren't here yet. But I do have a few boxes of previous stock left. Would you like to take them first? Just give me those first. By the way, I need a batch of metal arrowheads. Do you have any leads on that?" Enoch Pang looked at her oddly. "Why do you need those?" "Just for fun when I have nothing else to do." Billy made up an excuse without caring whether he believed it or not. For this kind of business, the rule was simple: ask as little as possible. Customers don't ask where the supplier gets the goods, and bosses don't ask what customers are going to do with the items. So even though Enoch Pang was puzzled, he verbally agreed. "This should be easy, shouldn't be a problem." "All right then. How much for the medicine today?" "I brought cash." Enoch Pang casually tore a piece of paper and quickly scribbled a few lines, handing it to Billy. "In total, 10 boxes, 20,000 yuan. Go to Carolyn at the cashier, and she will give you the goods." Billy, having achieved her goal, stood up to leave. Enoch Pang was still troubled and didn't say much, only waving her off. On her way to the checkout counter with the note, Billy happened to meet Bonnie, who was waiting for her. "Inna Tilda, you're here." Alfie, who was accompanying Bonnie, also greeted her with a smile. "Christopher, Albert, it just so happens I was looking for you guys. The medicine is already bought." Bonnie, hearing this, excitedly grabbed her hand. "Really? That's great, Inna. You're always so resourceful." Alfie's eyes lit up. "Good kid, truly thanks to you. Christopher can't repay you now, but will definitely thank you properly once this disaster is over." Billy winked at Bonnie. "Wanwan and I are close family. Her family is my family. No need to be so formal, Christopher. Let's go to the cashier. The items are ready." The three approached the checkout counter. "Excuse me, who is Carolyn?" A slim middle-aged rosa looked up at them. "That's me." Billy handed her the note from Enoch Pang, and the rosa examined it carefully twice. 20,000 yuan in cash. "Once paid, I'll fetch the goods for you." Bonnie covered her mouth in disbelief. Alfie asked hesitantly, "Did you make a mistake, miss? This medicine usually costs only about 40 yuan per box." Then he asked Billy, "Kid, how many boxes did you buy? Aunt doesn't need that much." Seeing their hesitation, the middle-aged rosa became impatient. 10 boxes for 20,000 yuan, no mistakes here. "Do you want it or not? Don't waste my time if you don't." Billy stepped in. "We want it." She took out 20,000 yuan from her backpack and placed it on the counter. "Just to see as the money, please check it." Bonnie saw Billy pull out 20,000 yuan for medicine and tried to stop her but was calmed by a glance from Billy. After confirming the amount, the middle-aged rosa left to fetch the goods. Alfie anxiously remarked, "Inna, 10 boxes of medicine for 20,000 yuan, how can we afford this?" Billy pulled the two of them aside and explained in a low voice, "In this situation, there's no stock anywhere, making it hard to get supplies. These 10 boxes are obtained through special channels from the boss, so they can't possibly be at normal prices. Once the shortage gets worse in the future, we might not be able to buy them even with money." Alfie and Bonnie exchanged glances. Bonnie hesitated for a moment before speaking up. We understand what you mean. But 10 boxes will only last 4 or 5 months, and my mom needs medicine all year round. I'm worried that we won't be able to afford it if this keeps going on." Billy held Bonnie's hand. "Don't worry, I'll cover today's medicine costs. Also, I managed to get 20 more boxes from elsewhere a few days ago, which should be enough for Auntie for a year." Alfie insisted that Billy should not spend money on this. She pulled Bonnie aside and whispered, "WN, don't get me wrong, but I already know that this disaster won't stop, and things will only get worse. You need to be mentally prepared and try to stockpile as many supplies as possible. This money can still buy medicine now, but in a few days, it will only be good for burning. So whether I spend this money today or you do, it makes no difference." After hearing this, Bonnie's eyes widened instantly. "Worse than this. But everything you said has come true." She wouldn't lie to herself. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. If this wasn't the worst scenario, she didn't dare to imagine what could happen next. Billy steadied Bonnie, who seemed about to faint, and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here for you. Just talk to your parents about this and keep it confidential. Remember what I told you, never let anyone know that you've stocked up on supplies, and don't offer help casually." Although Bonnie found it hard to accept at first, she nodded. At this moment, the middle-aged Rosa returned with the medicine. Billy took the medicine and stuffed it into her backpack. Alfie was about to refuse again, but Bonnie held him back and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, Alfie looked at Billy with a complicated expression, confused, shocked, yet filled with gratitude. They waited by the exit for over 10 minutes, and Aspen finally came out after finishing her shopping. Billy asked her, and apart from the rationed essentials, she only bought a few sewing items, costing only a few thousand yuan. When they parted ways, Billy gave all the medicine to Bonnie, including the 20 boxes she had taken from the space storage earlier. Coincidentally, all 30 boxes were from the same manufacturer. It was unknown if it was just a coincidence or if she had inadvertently bought Enoch Pang's goods. On the way back, Aspen kept complaining bitterly. "I heard you say things are expensive, but seeing it today, it's truly outrageous. It's understandable that food is expensive, but a sewing needle cost me 50 yuan. Billy steered the boat seriously at the front, listening to Nine-Eye's vigorous complaints echoing in her ears, feeling a warm stream of happiness rising in her heart. Chapter 55, Thomas Gets Robbed. This time, after returning from the supermarket, Billy stayed at home for several more days. During the day, when she was bored, she would watch Bernie train his dog or pull the elderly couple to practice fitness exercises. The dog's progress was incredibly fast. It already understood basic commands and could recognize specific items such as knives, bandages, medicine, backpacks, etc. Every day after training ended, it would fetch the ragged training clothes with its mouth, approach Billy's feet wagging its tail, seeking recognition. And every time, Billy couldn't help but reward it with a few freeze-dried treats. Keep up the good work. On Saturday morning, Joe returned with some bad news. The city's Grain Reserve Bureau was running low on supplies. Although the province had emergency reserve grain, it had suffered severe losses. Even though it was distributed among cities, it wouldn't be much. In short, they might have to tighten their belts in the coming days. At the county hospital, over a dozen backup generators were running continuously day and night to ensure normal power supply to the hospital. But even so, the shortage of medicines left doctors helpless. For patients with mild symptoms, doctors basically didn't prescribe any medicine and sent them home to recover on their own. The hospital was filled with helpless cries and curses every day, chaos everywhere. Goran and others listened with sighs. However, what Joe said did remind her that with government supplies scarce, there might no longer be sales to the public. With about 20,000 cash on hand, she had to spend it quickly. She thought of something right away. Thomas invited her to go to the supermarket again. This time, they had their eyes on her assault boat, proposing to borrow it again and pay the same price as before. Without hesitation, Billy refused. "The assault boat consumes a lot of gasoline. I can't afford to use it myself. You guys don't even think about it. If you find the inflatable boat hard to use, just give it back to me, no borrowing." She still had the space to store items if the inflatable boat was gone, but she only had one assault boat. Thomas said resentfully, "Forget I mentioned it." In the afternoon, Billy went to the supermarket alone in her assault boat. The chubby owner was very helpful this time, providing a large box of carbon steel arrowheads, estimated to be a couple hundred. These things weren't hard to come by, and nobody wanted them, so they weren't expensive. It only cost her 40,000 yuan. Billy still had tens of thousands left, so she decisively moved to the supermarket. Sure enough, the stock at the supermarket was also limited. Regardless of the price, food purchases were restricted and required an ID and household registration book. Unable to buy food, Billy bought daily necessities instead, regardless of whether they were useful or not. Anyway, all this money had to be spent today. The staff quickly loaded all her goods onto the boat. After traveling a considerable distance from the supermarket, she repeated the routine, finding a hidden spot and storing most of the goods into her space, leaving only one or two items visible on the boat before continuing towards home. "Justice help, save me." A faint cry came from ahead. Billy turned off the engine and looked around for the source of the voice. About 50 meters ahead, a piece of door plank was bobbing up and down in the water. On the old, broken door plank, a frail-looking man lay weakly. The man's upper body was on the door plank while his lower body was submerged in water, shouting for help towards an inflatable boat ahead. Those three people ahead could only be Thomas and his group. On a 10-person inflatable boat, packed tightly with wrapped-up supplies. Billy had to admit that Thomas did have some skills, having managed to secure so many supplies somehow. "Dad, let's save him," Thomas's daughter Kara pleaded, seeing the pitiful condition of the man. The man in the water also begged humbly, "Save me, I can't swim." Thomas didn't want to get involved, as the boat carried items needed by his clients besides daily supplies, which couldn't be handled carelessly. So he ordered the skinny guy beside him, "Jamal, ignore him, keep going. The shipment must be delivered before dark. I beg you, don't leave me behind. I'll pay. I have money. I'll give you 200,000. The man earnestly pleaded, a tear streaking down his eye. "My leg is injured. I just need to be dropped off at the hospital entrance. Won't be a bother. I can write an IOU now." Kara's sympathy overflowed, pulling her father's sleeve to plead for saving the man. The girl also appealed to Jamal for help with her eyes. "Brother Fong, how about giving him a ride? The hospital is just ahead, not taking much time. And, 200,000 yuan. Thomas glanced at the sky and finally relented. It took too long arguing, the stuff could have been delivered by now. Jamal, pull him up carefully without flipping the cargo. They completely missed the fact that the man's waist was wet, revealing a long, narrow outline. Billy watched coldly, a derisive smile on her lips. Courting death. She carefully observed the surroundings ahead. Sure enough, a flash of cold light passed by in the ruins on the left. The man had already been rescued, both of his pant legs were hanging down, so it was impossible to tell if there were any signs of injury. At this moment, he was sitting on the inflatable boat, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Kara took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the man. Christopher, have some water. Thank you, little girl. The man smiled and reached out to take the water Kara offered. Just as he was about to touch the bottle of water, the man's smile vanished, and his eyes turned icy and sinister. His hand that was reaching for the water instantly turned into a claw, aiming for Kara's neck. The water bottle fell to the ground, and Kara screamed. By the time Thomas and the other man reacted, the man already had a sharp knife pressed against Kara's delicate neck. What are you doing? Thomas roared. Before the man could answer, an assault boat emerged from behind one of the buildings and stopped in front of them. There were 3 other men on the boat, all wielding knives. One of them, a bearded man, waved a shiny long knife. What am I doing? Leave everything behind and get lost, or else my buddy here gets a new edge today. Kara was so scared that her whole body went limp. Dad, save me. Don't move. The robber pulled the girl up a bit, pressing the knife even closer to her neck. Do you know who these things belong to? Thomas asked angrily. I don't care who they belong to, from now on, they're mine. The bearded man didn't care at all. Once the goods were robbed, and the people were thrown into the water, no one would ever know it was them. The robber who had been saved onto the boat shouted, Hurry up, put your hands on your head and squat down, or else. Suddenly, a thin red line appeared on the girl's delicate neck. Thomas's face turned beet red as he panted angrily. The other side had 4 men, all with knives, and Ting was still in their hands. There was no chance for him and his companion to win. But the customer who wanted this batch of goods couldn't be offended either. Justice should have been more careful. If not for the recent string of good luck, he wouldn't have let his guard down. Feeling extremely frustrated, Thomas could do nothing but resign himself and squat down with his hands on his head. Seeing the big brother give up resistance, Shaw also quickly squatted down. Seeing this, the bearded man got onto the inflatable boat to inspect the cargo. As the box was opened, an expletive escaped from the bearded man's mouth. Damn. Chapter 56 Relief. Red wine, Matsusaka beef, French foie gras, Justicel, they even have ice packs. The robbers looked at each other in bewilderment. How could anyone still be this extravagant at such a time? Comparing people drives one to despair. Got rich quick, brothers. Billy, hiding behind, couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the apocalypse was only for the poor. The rich still had abundant resources and could enjoy life to the fullest. After inspecting the goods, the bearded man didn't move them away but instead covered them with waterproof cloth and had his men tie the inflatable boat to the motorboat with ropes, clearly intending to steal both the cargo and the boat. Thomas realized this and panicked. Enoch, you can have the stuff, but why take my boat as well? How are we supposed to go back? Besides, this boat isn't mine. I won't be able to explain it when I get back. But the bearded man didn't even glance at him, just giving his men a look. 2 of his subordinates took out knives and approached Thomas and Shaw. If Thomas hadn't figured it out by now, he would have been a fool. They were planning to kill them to cover their tracks. After doing business for several days, Thomas and Shaw weren't completely unprepared. Seeing this, Thomas quietly reached into the waterproof cloth behind him. Inside was a hidden dagger. F***K your mother, Shaw yelled and suddenly stood up, kicking the approaching robber. Caught off guard, the robber fell over. Meanwhile, Thomas pulled out his dagger and began waving it wildly at the robbers on the opposite side like a madman. For a moment, the 2 subordinates dared not approach. Damn. The bearded man didn't expect them to fight back. What the hell are you doing? Go after them. With that, he rushed forward himself and lunged at Thomas and Shaw. Dad. Kara screamed in terror, her voice trembling with sobs. One of the robbers holding her, seeing the boss engaged in a scuffle, decided to slit the girl's throat. At that very moment, whoosh, an arrow flew through the air straight toward the robber's throat. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh. The robber behind Kara couldn't believe what happened, staring at the arrow embedded in his neck, its feathers trembling from the force. His body fell backward, crashing into the water with a loud splash. Before anyone could react, a second arrow struck. This one hit the bearded man in the arm. On the nearby motorboat, Billy slowly narked a third arrow. It's been so long since I used one, I've gotten rusty. Sigh, I should practice more. Seeing Thomas receive assistance from afar, the robbers panicked. Especially the bearded man, with his injured arm, staying meant being slaughtered, so he hurriedly jumped onto the motorboat to escape. His 2 subordinates also scrambled to board the motorboat. Seeing this, Thomas wouldn't let them go easily. Justice grabbed one of the robbers by the collar and slashed him with a knife. The sharp blade cut into the robber's back, causing blood to spurt out immediately. The robber screamed in pain. His companion kicked Thomas while he was off balance, and the injured robber escaped onto the motorboat. Billy didn't release another arrow. She couldn't waste arrows on someone like Thomas. If it weren't for worrying about the robbers damaging her inflatable boat, she wouldn't have interfered. The bearded man and his crew hastily started the motorboat and sped off but forgot the inflatable boat was tied to it. As the motorboat shot forward, the inflatable boat was dragged along too. Due to inertia, the cargo shifted dramatically, and the upper layers toppled into the water. Seeing his cargo fall into the water, Thomas's eyes turned red with rage. Justice bit down on the knife and prepared to board the motorboat to fight the robbers. Seeing this, the robbers quickly cut the rope and sped away. Water splashed onto Thomas's face. Billy drove her boat next to the inflatable boat, looking at the floating boxes scattered across the water, feeling some regret. Such a waste of goods. Are you all right? She asked Kara. No. Thank you, sister. Kara covered her neck wound timidly and thanked Billy. Billy saw the dead robber she'd shot with an arrow and, without hesitation, pulled out the arrow. With a thud, she calmly wiped the arrowhead and tucked it back into her bag. Seeing Billy's calmness, Shaw couldn't help but shudder and shrink back. This Rosa was too composed. Definitely not her first time killing. At this point, Thomas came to and thanked Billy. Billy shook her head. Thomas thought she meant no need for thanks, so he put on a smile and was about to say some pleasant words. But then the other party spread her hands. 2 arrows, 2 boxes of beef. What? Not good. My arrows are limited edition, 1 less each time I use one. Besides, 3 lives of yours in exchange for 2 boxes of beef isn't worth it. Billy was unhappy. Thomas hurriedly waved his hands. No, should be like this, but this is all I have left, the client side. Before he finished speaking, Shaw pulled at Thomas's sleeve, signaling with his eyes that it wasn't worth it. This Rosa was ruthless, he was afraid. Okay. Thomas gritted his teeth and agreed. Billy unceremoniously picked up 2 boxes of beef and got back onto her inflatable boat. Before leaving, she threw another sentence at them. Don't forget to pay rent for these 2 days when the time comes. Then she sailed away, leaving Thomas gnashing his teeth behind her. After Billy left, the 3 of them scrambled to retrieve the boxes that fell into the water. Upon opening them, they found everything soaked. The red wine was still okay, but the foie gras and beef were ruined and could not be delivered. Thomas threw the beef in his hand to the ground angrily, veins popping out on his face, too angry to speak. Seeing Thomas's terrifying expression, Kara knew everything was due to her inviting wolves into the house. Brother Foam, what do we do next? There's less than half the cargo left. Should we still deliver? Deliver. Not delivering would be even worse to explain. We can only go there and apologize. After this incident, when they finally reached the place, it was already dark. The black-clad man waiting at the door scolded them as soon as he saw them. What's going on with you people, arriving now? Donovan has been waiting inside and is furious. Thomas apologized humbly. When the black-clad man inspected the cargo on the boat, he immediately flew into a rage. How did you handle this job, Thomas? Being late is bad enough, and now the goods are wrong. The meat is soaked white. You dare bring this to Donovan? Thomas described what happened along the way, painting it as an incredibly perilous journey. The black-clad man had no interest in his complaints and simply waved for his subordinates to move the undamaged goods inside first. Turning back to Thomas coldly, he said, I don't want to hear your excuses. Donovan gives you so much not to listen to your complaints. If you can work, do it. If not, get lost. Alberts, yes, Thomas bent over, constantly assuring, Donovan has been kind to me. Today was an accident, I swear it won't happen again. All right. I'll give you some face. This delivery counts as your tribute to Donovan. Today's matter will be overlooked. If it happens again, you're out. With that, the black-clad man turned and walked into the gate, leaving Thomas with a dark face. This trip's loss meant all the previous hard work was almost in vain. Brother Foam. Shaw hesitated. Thomas had promised him 500,000 after this delivery. Thomas looked at him, grinding his teeth, struggling to squeeze out 2 words. Go home. Chapter 57 Shortage of Supplies. The water level continued to rise, and soon, the residents on the 4th floor also had no choice but to move out. Before long, an expected announcement came. The supermarket declared it would cease operations, leaving everyone to rely solely on government aid. However, it was evident that the supplies were dwindling. In the most recent distribution, each person received only 2 pounds of rice and 2 white radishes per week. There was no meat or water at all. The staff on the government supply ship announced this news and left immediately, leaving the residents in a chorus of despair. How are we supposed to survive on 2 pounds of rice for 7 days? That's not even 50 grams per meal, it's smaller than my fist. My child is still growing. How can they eat only white rice and radishes every day? Alberta, last week we still got half a pound of pork per family. Now there's no meat at all. What's going on with the government? Someone noticed Thomas in the crowd and quickly asked him. Director Who, please help us find a solution. We'll pay if you can get more supplies. Who's Yafoeng was also caught off guard by this news. What's happening? Is the government running out of food too? The usual stable supply channel he relied on suddenly couldn't find any sources that morning. How could he fulfill all those orders from influential people who cannot be offended? No, he had to go out again later and try to find something. Feeling annoyed, Thomas snapped. I'm just the messenger. What can I do? Besides, the supermarket has already stopped supplying. Where am I supposed to get more from? Seeing Thomas's attitude, someone retorted, Xiaofeng, what kind of attitude is this? Don't think everyone doesn't know you've been making money off us. You buy rice at 40 yuan per kilo and sell it to us for 100. Now that you've made your profit, you don't care about our lives anymore. The crowd immediately turned on him. Alberts, yes, I've heard that too. You're getting rich quietly. At a time like this, you're still exploiting us. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? I see him and Anwar going out to collect goods every day, always moving things up and down into their homes. The crowd grew more agitated. Let's check his house, we'll find something there. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Thomas tried to calm them down. People, please don't get too worked up. I never said I wouldn't take care of you. I have gone out to collect supplies, but it's all voluntary work for the government, delivering supplies door to door. The government counts everything carefully, there's no way I'm hiding anything. If you don't believe me, ask Anwar and Ralph. Everyone looked at Sho Hu played along with Thomas, nodding frantically. That's right, we're volunteering. Don't blame Brother Feng. Some people were still skeptical but hesitated. You're with Thomas, of course you defend him. Thomas gave a silent Ralph a meaningful glance. After a moment's hesitation, Ralph thought of the favors Thomas had done for him and spoke up softly. It's true. When the government's supply boat arrived, I overheard them asking Brother Feng to help transport some supplies. Perhaps due to Ralph's reputation for honesty, the crowd stopped questioning. So, what do we do now? Seeing the attention diverted, Thomas quickly shifted the topic. We need to go out and find supplies ourselves. We can't just sit here waiting to die. But how? We don't have boats, and where would we go? We can find ways. There are many capable people in our community who wouldn't let us starve. Thomas glanced at Billy as he spoke. Easier said than done. Even if we had boats, the whole area is flooded. The government can't find supplies. What makes you think we can? There's food underwater too. At the very least, anyone with extra food should contribute instead of hoarding. Only by working together can we survive. Oh, passive-aggressive much. 2 out of 3 sentences Thomas said were directed at her. Billy wasn't foolish enough to take it personally in public. She took their allotted supplies and went straight home. At home, she handed the rice bag to Aspen to put away. Aspen opened the bag, and Billy noticed something was off about the color of the rice. Uncertain, Billy called Goran over to inspect it. The rice was slightly yellow. Goran took a small handful and sniffed it carefully, detecting an odd smell. This rice has a problem. Even old rice shouldn't smell like this. Goran, having farmed his whole life, wouldn't make a mistake. Then Bernie said, this rice was probably fished out of the water. That made sense to everyone. Rationally speaking, Aspen had intended to pour the rice into the container, but now she stood there, unsure what to do with the bag. Is it even safe to eat? If it was really fished out of the water, we shouldn't eat it. There are so many bacteria in the water, and we don't know how they processed this rice. It would be troublesome if we get sick from eating it. Should we throw it away? Aspen hesitated. Outside, many people didn't even have enough food, making her feel guilty about throwing it away. Billy had no intention of throwing it away. Let's keep it for now and see. If others eat it without problems, then we'll eat it too. After that day, Thomas indeed began leading people out to scavenge for supplies, though they always returned with only a little. Unfortunately, there were too many people and too few resources, which couldn't solve the problem. Moreover, they lacked professional diving equipment, relying only on holding their breath to scavenge, making their efficiency extremely low. After several days of continuous efforts, several young men collapsed. These people hadn't given up on getting her involved. Learning from past experiences, they dared not confront her directly but started playing on emotions. A few elderly women gathered at the entrance of the 16th floor hallway, sobbing loudly through the iron door, recounting their miserable lives, attempting to appeal emotionally and logically, as if borrowing her equipment meant life or death for them. Billy's heart was calm like still water. She ignored them completely. She closed the door and left them to wail. The house was soundproofed during renovation. Once the security door was shut, no sound could be heard. Being able to cry meant they still had strength. The elderly women wailed for an hour outside 1602, seeing no intention of the door opening, and not daring to knock, eventually giving up. Failing their task, they turned to find Thomas for help. Knocking for a long time, no one answered. Little did they know, Thomas was raging at home. His face was flushed green, eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his neck, smashing anything he touched. Bowls, plates, cups, and glasses lay shattered on the ground. 4 days, he had been trying to contact his suppliers, only to learn that money transactions were no longer possible. After all his recent efforts, bowing and scraping, risking everything for cash, it had all become worthless paper. How could he not be enraged? Seeing Thomas almost losing his mind, his wife and daughter dared not persuade him, huddled fearfully in their room. Just as hearing the commotion through the door, the elderly women dared not risk further trouble and slunk back home. Everyone on the 16th floor must be crazy. Chapter 58, Hayden gets injured. The idyllic life in apartment 1602 continued day by day. Billy didn't have much interest in other people's affairs, but the 2 elders always brought back gossip whenever they returned from Joe's place. Recently, almost every household in the building had been taking turns to send people with Thomas to gather supplies from the water. Initially, they were quite successful, but as more people started venturing out to search for supplies, it became increasingly difficult to find sufficient resources. Even worse, those who had gone hungry for too long were not content to keep starving and turned their eyes toward other supplies. There had been several robbery cases nearby already. Reporting these incidents to the government wouldn't help much since the government was already overwhelmed and couldn't manage everything. These people from the Lee family are despicable. They actually made a 60-year-old Rosa risk her life. Aspen came home, seething with anger. Billy quickly brought a cup of water for Aspen. Amy, what happened? Bernie and Goran also perked up their ears. Aspen drank some water, caught her breath, and said resentfully, "It's about your Hayden." The ungrateful people of the Lee family made their own mother go into the water to retrieve things. How can a 60-year-old do such work? No wonder she fell on her first trip out. What? You mean Cameron made his mom go out to retrieve items? Goran widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Cameron is Hayden's son. Indeed, what heartless wolves. Poor Auntie Shana raised their kids for so many years. Billy remained silent. This was how the world worked now. But even if they felt indignant on behalf of Hayden, the person involved might have done it willingly. How is Hayden? Is her injury serious? I took a look. She hurt her leg and it's swollen up considerably. She's already bedridden. As she spoke, Aspen became even angrier. Shana really shouldn't have let Cameron take her to the hospital to check if it's broken, but Shana insists that she's fine. How could she be fine? She just doesn't want to trouble her son. Aspen, talking more, glanced at Billy and suddenly had an idea. Before she could speak, Billy had already spoken her mind. I'll go see Hayden. We still have plenty of bruise medicine left from last time. I can bring her some. At the start of the apocalypse, Hayden helped them multiple times, and Billy had always wanted to repay her kindness. All right, I'll feel better if you visit, Aspen said, getting up to head to the kitchen. Your Hayden looks much thinner. Bring some food too. Aspen quickly packed a bottle of medicinal liquor and a large bag of rice. Although there was a lot of fresh meat at home, giving it away might cause suspicion, so she added 2 cured hams instead. Billy carried the bag full of items and went downstairs to Hayden's home. Oh, it's Jayu. Come in. It was Hayden's eldest son, Digby, who opened the door. Just when you got back from visiting your grandma, why did you come again? Digby let Billy in while arranging for his wife to get some water. Initially reluctant because water was precious and they themselves were loath to drink it, Hayden's daughter-in-law Marcia smiled warmly upon seeing the items Billy was carrying and said politely, "Oh, you've brought so much." "Thank you." She spoke politely but grabbed the items eagerly. Billy handed over the items and asked, "Where's Hayden?" "I'd like to see her. She's in the inner room." Digby led Billy to the north bedroom. As soon as they entered the bedroom, the light dimmed immediately. The tiny room held only a wooden bed, with a plastic stool serving as a nightstand. The whole room smelled damp and moldy. Hayden was lying on the bed. Seeing Billy, she struggled to sit up. Billy rushed forward to help her and placed a pillow behind her back. "Hayden, my grandma told me what happened. How are you?" Before Hayden could respond, Digby impatiently interjected. "My mom's fine. She just twisted her ankle at home. After resting in bed for a few days, she'll be fine." Twisted her ankle at home? Billy looked down on this weak, irresponsible man deep inside. Hayden didn't refute him, only her murky eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. She had no right to criticize their family affairs. "Do you need any help with the sprain? I learned some medical skills from Joe. If you trust me, I can check it out." "Good child, it's nothing serious. I appreciate your concern. Please tell your grandma not to worry about me." Hayden found some comfort in Billy's presence. "Alberts, Jayu, you should go back as soon as possible." Digby also couldn't wait for Billy to leave. The fewer people who knew that he had sent his mother out to gather supplies, the better. "Amy, please let me take a look. Don't take a twisted ankle lightly. If the bones or muscles are injured and not treated in time, it could be troublesome and may even affect your walking later." Upon hearing that it might affect her walking in the future, Digby got anxious too. If she stayed bedridden, no one would be there to take care of their child and prepare meals, and they would have to find someone to serve her every day. "Mom, let Jayu take a look. She learned medical skills from Joe, maybe she can really treat your injury." Hayden was somewhat hesitant. Justice Akaf had been in excruciating pain since she fell, with no signs of improvement at all. Seeing that Hayden was wavering, Billy slowly lifted the quilt and carefully examined under the light seeping in from outside the door. Justice's entire calf was swollen up around the ankle, red with purple spots. There were no visible wounds, clearly an internal injury, and quite severe. To check for fractures, she asked Hayden to endure the pain while gently pressing on the swollen areas. Almost the moment Billy touched the skin, Hayden cried out in pain but still endured it, allowing Billy to continue. "The bone seems fine, there's no fracture. But looking at your condition, there might be some hairline fractures. What should we do then?" Justice hearing about hairline fractures made Digby even more anxious. She needs to stay in bed and rest, with proper nutrition. Do not let her work before she fully recovers. Billy addressed this message specifically to Digby. "Also, take calcium supplements. I happen to have 2 bottles left from my grandma's stock. And here's some medicinal liquor. Apply it daily and massage gently to promote absorption. It will help heal faster." Justice hearing that Billy brought medicine for her, Hayden refused to accept it adamantly. No, these are the medicines your grandma needs. How can I take them?" "Oh, Mom, Jayu means well. Please don't refuse." Digby feared Billy might just be being polite and take the medicines back if she insisted. Chapter 59, Electrifying the Iron Gate. Hayden looked at her eldest son with a somewhat hateful expression, as if she were regretting that iron couldn't turn into steel. She had become a widow in her early years and had worked hard to raise her 2 sons, arranging their marriages. She then came over to take care of her grandson, washing clothes and cooking for the household, always busy inside and out. She never thought she would encounter a natural disaster, nor did she expect her own son to disregard her old age and push her to go down into the water to retrieve things for the family. After she became bedridden due to injuries, her son and daughter-in-law began to treat her with disdain, frequently talking in a sarcastic tone and implying that she was now useless and a burden. In the end, even outsiders like Billy cared more about her than they did. Billy didn't know what Hayden was thinking at this moment. She poured some medicinal wine, rubbed her hands together to warm it up, and then began to gently massage it into the wound with great care. "This medicine I made myself." Joe checked it and said it's fine. "If it works well for you, I'll give you more next time." While rubbing the medicine in, she explained the precautions to Digby, though she wasn't sure if he was paying attention. In the kitchen outside, Marcia looked at the bag of snow-white rice and fragrant cured meat, feeling envious. They're living such a good life, actually bringing such nice things to give away. This family must have saved quite a lot. Finishing the application of medicine, Billy took out 2 bottles of calcium tablets from her pocket and placed them on the bedside table. After giving some instructions, she prepared to leave. "Inna, when you go back, tell my mom not to worry. I'm fine, and you can come over anytime." "Okay, Amy, rest well. I'll be going now." Billy turned to leave, but thinking of how her son and daughter-in-law treated Hayden, she added another sentence. "My grandma asked me to bring you these grains. You've lost weight, you should eat more to replenish yourself." Looking directly at Digby, she continued, "I will come back to visit again in a while." Though unreliable, the couple seemed to care about appearances. As long as Billy made it clear that the supplies were for Hayden's health and that she would come back to check, they wouldn't dare mistreat her. "Ari." Hayden weakly replied, tears welling up in her eyes. Having lived all her life, she knew very well that Billy was trying to warn her son and daughter-in-law on her behalf. After Billy left, Marcia pulled Digby into the kitchen mysteriously and pointed at the items Billy had brought, whispering, "Honey, look at what she sent." Digby saw the large bag of grain and exclaimed in surprise, "So much. There's even cured meat. Great, no more radish porridge." The quality of this rice was obviously superior to the relief food distributed by the government last time, which tasted like sewage. Mentioning the relief food, Digby still felt an occasional ache in his stomach whenever he ate it. Seeing her Nikki's lack of comprehension, Marcia rolled her eyes. "Why are you only thinking about eating? Don't you realize that sending such good things means something?" "Means what?" Digby asked stupidly. Marcia sighed, hitting him on the head. "Have you forgotten what Thomas said before?" Digby suddenly understood. "You mean that they've been hoarding grain?" As the building manager, Thomas often casually mentioned during relief distribution that Billy's family had plenty of food and didn't care about the government's relief food. So, Digby didn't understand why his wife brought this up. It didn't matter to him whether others had food or not since he couldn't eat it anyway. "Don't you remember what Thomas also said, that the government supplies would get tighter in the future, and we might be stuck at home, starving just like before?" Marcia grew increasingly agitated. "They've stored so much food. In times like this, shouldn't everyone help each other to get through the tough times? We used to be villagers. How can they enjoy it all themselves without caring about us?" Digby understood, but he remembered Billy's ferocious appearance, immediately retreating. "Don't daydream. Don't forget how she reacted when people tried to force her for supplies before. Bowser's brother's finger got cut off, and he still struggles to hold chopsticks properly. We won't know unless we try." Marcia complained about her Nikki's cowardice. "She said she'd visit your mom again and would bring more stuff. Let's not offend her. Do you want radish porridge once in a while with occasional meat, or do you want meat every day?" "Well, just listen to me." Marcia made up her mind. Meanwhile, Billy had no idea that this trip had put her under someone's watch. Upon returning home, she informed Aspen about Hayden's condition. Just assuring that the bones should be fine, Aspen breathed a sigh of relief. While chatting with Aspen, Doggy ran over, tugging on Billy's pant leg, begging for playtime. "Didn't you have training today?" Billy was puzzled. Shouldn't Doggy be in training at this time? "Ayo, what are you doing? Isn't it Doggy's training day today?" Billy found Bernie in his room, absorbed in tinkering with a tin gun. Bernie set down his tools and quickly wiped the sweat from his cheeks, then pulled up a chair for Billy to sit on before picking up a black transformer from the table. "I'm modifying a shock device. Why are you doing this?" Billy was confused. "We have 2 doors, but I still feel uneasy. You've seen it, those people have started eyeing our place again. Although they haven't dared to do anything yet, things will only get worse in the future. Who knows if they might hatch evil plans later." "So," Bernie handed the modified transformer to Billy. "So, I plan to electrify the iron gate. Why hadn't she thought of that? This voltage can be controlled. It's usually set at 30 milliamperes, which only causes a tingling sensation without any harm. If triggered once, it automatically adjusts to over 50 milliamperes, which can cause damage but not be fatal. If really vicious people come to cause trouble, you can adjust it to 100 milliamperes, lethal level." Billy now saw Bernie as a treasure trove of ideas, her eyes sparkling. "Is our power supply enough for this?" They only ran the generator for 2 hours a day, and they took turns pedaling bicycles daily. The electricity generated barely met their basic needs. "I've calculated it, it'll be fine. Plus, we won't use it during the day, we'll activate it at night while sleeping. This is smart, so it only uses significant power when someone gets electrocuted. Normally, it doesn't consume much. The previously installed surveillance system could monitor the entrance, but it often gave false alerts and required connecting to a computer, straining both devices. And alarms might not be heard when they were asleep at night. This new approach was simple and effective. Chapter 60. Electrofishing. Bernie installed the electric shock device inside the iron gate that very night. To prevent accidental harm to friendly forces, Billy specially went downstairs to inform a few neighbors who occasionally came to chat with the elderly couple. Since Hayden was bedridden, she did not go to her place. With this defense system in place, Billy no longer worried about leaving the elderly couple at home, and her heart, long confined at home, began to stir again. I want to get some bamboo on the way. Bernie also had the idea of going out. The first batch of arrows was made from broken tables at home, but after trying them, the effect was barely satisfactory. The wood used for furniture is far less resilient than bamboo. When Goran heard that Bernie wanted bamboo, he immediately thought of a place. Seong Mountain. Wasn't that where the elderly couple lived before moving down the mountain? Alberts, have you forgotten the pond where your grandmother often took you to wash clothes when you were little? There's a large bamboo forest right next to it, all arrow bamboo, growing especially slender and straight, perfect for making arrow shafts. Goran also felt a sense of nostalgia for his hometown, and his eyes softened as he spoke of everything there. Billy also recalled the carefree childhood she spent in her hometown. Every summer, she liked to follow her grandmother to that pond to wash clothes. Rather than just a pond, it was actually a large reservoir built around the pond. The edge of the reservoir was shallow enough for people to enter, with a row of tall trees casting a dense shadow over the water. Just as her grandmother would use a mallet to beat clothes while she stood under the shade of the trees, playing in the shallow water, which was especially cool. Turning over stones in the water, she often caught fish and crabs that couldn't escape in time. Right, fish. Billy suddenly perked up. They had searched the city thoroughly but had overlooked the treasures hidden deep in the mountains. Brooke, do you know how to electrofish? The next day, Bernie patiently taught the elderly couple how to control the electric shock device and reminded them not to skimp on fuel, to run the generator more during the day to keep the shock device powered. Just as Billy and Bernie were about to leave with their backpacks. Ooh ooh ooh. The dog wagged its big tail, circling Billy affectionately. Do you want to come too? The dog wagged its tail even harder, hitting her legs. After being fed by Aspen and others for some time, the dog's wounds had healed, and it had rapidly grown, almost developing fat on its belly. Let it come along. I'll keep an eye on it. It has been restricted indoors, and it hasn't been getting enough exercise. Bernie spoke up for the dog, mainly because he also wanted to test his training results. Alright, then you must be obedient when we go out. Don't run around recklessly. If someone catches you for food, I won't be able to save you. Woof. Thus, the 2 humans and 1 dog set off carrying an inflatable boat, leaving apartment 1602. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was watching their departure from a window upstairs. The inflatable boat sped along the way like lightning. The dog stood proudly at the bow of the boat, looking mighty. To enter Seong Mountain, they inevitably had to pass through the industrial area they had previously searched for supplies. After about an hour's journey, they saw the factory buildings. These factory buildings were even more dilapidated than the last time they came, with many windows shattered. Judging by the marks, it didn't look like they were damaged by floodwaters. Someone must have come here after them to search for supplies. Skirting around the edge of the industrial area, they drove for another half an hour before finding a small mountain path. After ensuring no one was around, Billy hid the inflatable boat under the cover of bushes. It was the dog's first time in the mountains, and it was particularly excited, ready to sprint off until Bernie stopped it with a command. Reluctantly, it followed behind, though its sniffing nose revealed its excitement. Seong Mountain didn't have cement roads. To climb up, one could only take the stone paths originally built by villagers or trails trodden over time. Since all the villagers had moved down the mountain a few years ago, these trails had gradually been overtaken by weeds and were hard to spot unless carefully examined. Now, they were walking on a muddy trail covered with weeds. The rain made the road treacherous. Wet mud was slippery, and on steeper slopes, they had to grab onto grasses and branches to climb up. Billy, absorbed in identifying directions, slipped and nearly fell face first. Fortunately, Bernie had been paying attention to her and quickly caught her. Be careful, watch your step. Okay. After saying this, he didn't let go but instead held Billy's hand and walked ahead of her. You guide the way, and I'll lead. Sure. The warmth from his hand spread through her body. Cold raindrops fell on her slightly flushed cheeks. The 2 of them stumbled along the trail for a good half hour before finally finding the stone path Billy was familiar with. From here, it's another 20 minutes or so up to a livestock farm on the mountain's halfway point. We can rest there and have something to eat, Billy panted, pointing ahead. However, the rain made the stones even more slippery, with some areas covered in moss. The journey that should have taken 20 minutes ended up taking them an hour, until they finally saw the red brick house hidden behind tree shadows in the distance. As they got closer, they could see a 2-story brick house. But its doors and windows had all fallen off, collapsed on the ground in shards. Bernie let the dog out while the 2 of them entered to check the place. The furniture inside was simple. On the first floor, there was just a dining table and 2 long benches. Next to the table stood a wooden cabinet, and further in was a kitchen. On the second floor, there were only 2 rooms, one of which had a bed and a small wardrobe. Apart from these, there was no other furniture. They found clothes still neatly folded in the wardrobe, and in the kitchen, there was a pot of half-eaten porridge, now moldy. It was clear that the owner of the house had left in a hurry. Behind the house was a low pigsty, with empty pig pens beneath it. Woof woof. Outside the pigsty, the dog barked. I find. Shen Tianhao pulled Billy's hand and headed towards the sound. Since stepping onto the flat ground, he hadn't let go of her hand. The dog was standing at the entrance of a small grass shed, barking inside. Bernie asked Billy to stay put as he walked forward to inspect the situation inside the shed. A moment later, he poked his head out and exclaimed in surprise to Billy, "Inna, there's a nest of chickens here." Really? Ignoring the dirt on the chicken coop floor, Billy rushed forward to take a look inside the grass shed. Sure enough. In the depths of the shed, a group of little chicks huddled together, trembling from the rain. Chapter 61, A Great Harvest. Billy counted carefully. There were 2 big hens and more than 10 chicks that had just hatched. Woof. The dog stared at the little chicks huddled together, its tongue hanging out, saliva dripping from its mouth to the ground. Seeing Billy looking at it, the dog wagged its tail in expectation of praise. She gave a perfunctory pat on the dog's head and took out a cardboard box from her spatial storage, handing it over to Bernie. Bernie gathered all the little chicks. These chicks seemed to have been frightened by the recent storms and did not resist as he placed them gently into the box. Wow! There are eggs under here. When he picked up one of the hens, Bernie noticed the round and bulging eggs beneath it, exclaiming in surprise. 1, 2, 3. There are 8. The 2 of them carried the box to a clean, small bungalow nearby, facing a dilemma as they looked at the chirping chicks inside the box. My spatial storage can't hold living things. What should we do? Should we kill them and bring them back? Currently, they had enough meat stored in the spatial storage, but eventually, it would run out. If they could raise these animals, they would have a steady supply of chicken meat and eggs. Moreover, these fluffy little chicks made Billy reluctant to slaughter them. Bernie sensed Billy's internal conflict. Why don't we try bringing them back first? They decided to temporarily confine the group of chicks in this room until they could return for them later. Woof. The dog seemed discontent. Could it not eat the chicks? The 2 of them circled the livestock area once more and found some corn and bran in another bungalow but nothing else of value. Thus, the duo set off towards the reservoir at the mountain's waist. After walking for a short while, they heard the rush of water. Following a narrow path down, they saw a vast body of water before them. Just as heavy rainstorms had churned the reservoir's water into a murky mess, with water levels much higher than usual. It was now flowing over the top of the dam, cascading downstream. Once they steadied themselves at the shore, Bernie pulled out a homemade fish-catching device from his backpack. It was a square-shaped contraption with a long pole attached to one end, and a circular fishing net hung from the pole. Justice had spent the entire night building it, unsure how well it would work. The mechanism behind the fish-catching device was to emit ultrasonic waves creating an electric field in the water. This would stimulate the nervous systems, hearts, and respiratory systems of aquatic creatures, causing them to experience oxygen deprivation and float to the surface within minutes. Billy took out an inflatable boat and they boarded it along with the dog. Bernie adjusted the power setting before submerging the pole into the water. The ultrasonic waves produced a sizzling sound underwater. Before long, a large base floated to the surface belly up. The dog, seeing the fish, couldn't contain itself and started barking, ready to dive into the water. Billy grabbed its tail just in time to prevent this fool from being electrocuted. Startled, Bernie immediately raised the rod. Billy slapped the dog's head in frustration. Understanding the danger but unable to curb its playful nature, the dog continued to squirm. Billy pointed to a distant part of the water. If you want to play, go there, far away from the rod. The dog, hearing this, broke free and swam eagerly toward the farther waters. With the dog playing far away, Bernie restarted the device. Wherever the rod moved, fish of various sizes began floating to the surface one by one. The ecological environment of the reservoir had been well protected over the years, and every fish was large and plump, averaging about 7 to 8 pounds each. Considering that these fish were still alive, taking them home would require slaughtering them there, which meant using water and leaving a fishy smell throughout the house. It would be more convenient to kill them here first. On the small boat, Bernie fished at the front, while Billy slaughtered the fish on board, tossing them into the spatial storage once finished. Midway through, the dog brought back a loach and dropped it on the boat, eagerly seeking approval from Billy. She glanced at the nearly lifeless loach, then swiftly killed it alongside the rest. The dog watched as she took away the loach. "I'll cook it for you as an extra meal tonight," she said to the dog. Woof. The dog, excited, turned around and ran off again. They spent 4 full hours at the reservoir. Billy's hands grew accustomed to the process of killing fish, slicing, gutting, and throwing them into the spatial storage, becoming proficient enough to make her almost cry from repetition. However, her speed in slaughtering the fish still couldn't match Bernie's speed in catching them. The pile of fish on the small boat soon reached mountain-like proportions. Only when the fishing device finally ran out of power did Bernie reluctantly put it away and crouched down to help Billy butcher more fish. Justice wanted to contribute perfectly to their household this time. By this point, Billy's spatial storage was already filled with a massive number of fish, estimated to be at least 4 or 5,000. "Inna, take a rest now. I'll finish the rest." Bernie noticed Billy's fingers were swollen and almost rubbed raw from holding the knife, feeling a pang of sympathy as he forcibly took the knife from her. She stood up and knocked on her sore lower back. "Where's Nyanjiao?" Billy realized she couldn't see the dog nearby on the water surface. So she called out to the water, "Nyanjiao." After quite some time, a response finally came from a distant patch of grass. Woof. Despite waiting for a long time, there was no sign that the dog intended to return. This guy really goes wild when he gets out. Billy took out the inflatable boat, boarded it, and went in the direction where she last heard the dog. On a shore about 50 meters away, Billy spotted the dog. It was squatting on the grass, chewing something. Billy stepped onto the shore and pried open the dog's mouth. Mushrooms? You spit it out. She quickly dug into its mouth. She didn't know if this thing was poisonous. The dog thought she wanted to eat it, so it obediently spat it out. No eating random stuff outside in the future, she warned sternly. This was a small grove covered with pine needles and fallen leaves, which made a soft rustling sound underfoot. Many fallen logs lay on the ground, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be many yellowish-brown things sprouting from the decaying trunks. As she approached, good heavens, there were clusters of plump little mushrooms. Looking around, the area was filled with patches of mushrooms. Woof. The dog wagged its tail happily and carried another mushroom to place at Billy's feet. Patting the dog's head, I acted rashly earlier. I'll give you an extra meal tonight. So she threw herself into the monumental task of collecting mushrooms, moving tirelessly through the woods with one person and one dog. While gathering mushrooms, she found a large patch of wild celery by the shore. The tender green celery had long stems swaying in the wind. Billy picked a stalk. It was very fresh and perfect for eating. Without knowing how much time had passed, the sky began to darken, and Bernie finally finished processing all the fish on the boat. Lifting his head, he discovered that both Billy and the dog were nowhere to be seen. After searching for a while, he finally saw the parked inflatable boat far away. Justicey. Billy also spotted Bernie. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and trees, and in the distance, the young girl held a bunch of mushrooms and smiled sweetly at him. Instantly, he felt the rain falling on his face wasn't so cold anymore. It tasted sweet, like sipping a cup of wine. Chapter 62, Making a Scene. Ayo, thanks to Nyang'ao's efforts, we'll be having a feast tonight. Billy waved the celery and mushrooms in her hand happily when she saw Bernie approaching. The dog hummed proudly. Ah, Nyang'ao did great. Justice patted the dog's head to show encouragement. There's a bamboo grove nearby. I've already cut some bamboo, check if this is okay. This arrow bamboo was relatively thin and easy to cut. She handed over the bamboo with trimmed branches and leaves to Bernie. Bernie took it and felt it. Straight, slender, good resilience, it should work. Just hearing this, Billy smiled. That's good. She stored all supplies into her spatial ring. Given the rugged mountain path, they decided to rush down the mountain before it got completely dark. They quickly returned to the small brick house, scooped up the chicks, collected chicken feed from the room, and hurried along the stone path back down the mountain. Meanwhile, outside their door at 1602, Digby clutched his right hand which had been electrocuted by the iron gate, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The elderly couple behind the gate looked embarrassed and uneasy, explaining repeatedly, Juicy, you mustn't touch this door again. The more you touch it, the worse it gets. Marcia, seeing her Nikki's pain, changed her previous flattering tone to an angry one. Why don't you just turn off the power? That would solve everything. Facing the child of her old friend, Aspen couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. You should leave now. We've done all we can. We really have no food left to spare. Marcia supported her Nikki and scoffed. Auntie, do you expect anyone to believe that? Look at your and Christopher's healthy faces, rosy and vibrant. Then look at us. She shook her loose clothing due to weight loss and continued, everyone knows how capable Sister Jiayu is. Auntie, please stop hiding and be kind. In my grandmother's name, give us something, just enough for our family to live. Aspen was almost laughing out loud in anger. If not for her old friend still in bed, she wouldn't even bother responding to these ungrateful people. With a stern face, she refused mercilessly, we truly have nothing left ourselves. Go away. Marcia suddenly raised her voice, screaming shrilly, what do you mean no food? You have enough to feed your dogs but refuse to help your neighbors. You're watching them die without lifting a finger. My mother-in-law helped you when you were in trouble. Do you think I don't know about that? And now you repay kindness with hatred? Faced with such unreasonable behavior, Goran became furious, his face flushed red. Justice pointed at Digby who remained silent and angrily asked, Juicy, will you join your wife in pressuring us? Digby hung his head, saying nothing. That silence was as good as confirmation. His attitude finally enraged Goran. We treat our dog like family. As long as we have food, it gets fed too. Unlike you, ungrateful son, whose mother worked hard raising you and helping with your kids, only to be disrespected by you in her old age. You, two able-bodied young people, let an old rosa fetch things from the water. Don't you have any conscience? Comparing yourselves to our dog, you're not even fit to be animals. Seeing Goran ruthlessly tearing down their facade, Marcia forgot about the electrified gate in her fury and reached out to slap it. Ah! The scream came on cue. Even though she recoiled immediately upon touching the gate, the electric shock rapidly paralyzed her entire body. A faint smell of burning wafted through the air. Half in pain, half in pretense, Marcia rolled on the ground clutching her arm, wailing, murder, murder. Aspen, seeing Marcia being badly shocked, felt somewhat sympathetic initially, but looking at her writhing and crying on the ground made her feel revulsion. No one stopped Marcia, and her theatrics only grew more exaggerated. This is trying to starve us out. Oh, Justice Even, open your eyes. Poor grandma, you fed a pack of ingrates. Wolves' hearts, dogs' lungs, not letting who live. Billy arrived just in time to catch this dramatic scene. Startled by Billy's appearance, Marcia and her Nikki immediately scrambled up from the ground. Retreating several steps, they finally summoned the courage and, with stiff necks, protested, "What did we say wrong? With so much food, why won't you help fellow villagers? Which of your eyes saw that we have a lot of grain?" Billy's face was cold as ice, advancing toward the two people as she spoke. Seeing her menacing demeanor, they swallowed their saliva and kept retreating. "Besides, even if I do have grain, why should I give you the fruits of my hard-earned labor for free? Because you are ugly? Or because you have no shame? Really, it's like you've got an enema in your mouth, just spouting nonsense." Giving them grain was a favor, not giving it was within her rights. This couple had the audacity to come and morally coerce her grandparents while she was away. She pulled out the dagger from her pocket, pointing it at the noses of the couple, and said coldly, "Are you leaving or not?" Digby didn't dare confront Billy head-on, knowing that those who dared to challenge her earlier ended up badly. Justice only wanted food, not to lose his life. Seeing the gleaming blade pointed at her, Marcia trembled like a sieve. She wanted to argue but was dragged away by her Nikki. The two fled in panic. Behind them, Billy's icy voice followed them. "If there's a next time, don't blame me for not letting you live." With lingering fear, they returned to the 8th floor. Upon lifting their heads, they saw their own mother standing at the door with one leg limping, glaring fiercely at them with fiery anger. The old Rosa's face flushed red with fury, trembling all over, even her teeth quivered, unable to utter a word. You. Allison could never have imagined that her son and daughter-in-law would dare to go begging for grain behind her back in such a shameless manner. How could she face Aspen after this? In her rage and distress, her vision suddenly went dark. Mom, what's wrong, Mom?" Chapter 63, Choosing Punishment Over Respect. The two elders were clearly quite upset, especially Aspen. She could forgive others, but this was the son of her close friend. How could she not be saddened? Billy and Bernie tried to console her for a long time, but seeing no improvement, they had to bring out their trump card. "Look what we have here." She opened the box containing the chicks. A group of chicks, startled by her sudden action, scrambled to hide under the mother hen. The two elders instantly widened their eyes in surprise and delight. "Where did you get these chickens?" "We found them at the livestock farm on the hillside. All other poultry seemed to have escaped, but these few chickens were hiding in a straw shed. Thinking you might be bored at home, we brought them back for you to raise. Who knows, you might even achieve egg freedom." Billy even thoughtfully provided chicken feed. Some of it got wet, but after drying, it should still be usable. Aspen was thrilled and immediately forgot about her earlier distress. She couldn't put down the fluffy little chicks. Goran's eyes also shone with joy. They were both born farmers, with the sweat of labor flowing through their veins. Farming had become ingrained in their genes. If not for the government's insistence on relocating them, they would likely never have left Xiangshan. Although they now lived in tall buildings, they would often carry hoes up the mountain to tend their familiar fields. This sudden confinement of over 2 months had left them restless, despite having no shortage of food. While Goran occasionally relieved his itching hands with the small vegetable patch on the attic, Aspen had been genuinely bored. Now, Billy had brought these baby chicks, giving her something meaningful to do again. Aspen cheerfully carried the chicks up to the attic. There was still some empty space there, perfect for keeping chickens. It was easy to clean and wouldn't make the house smelly. Seeing Aspen hastily climb upstairs, Goran quickly followed, calling out as he walked, "Don't forget to set up a fence to keep them away from my vegetables." Left behind, Billy and Bernie exchanged amused glances, torn between laughter and exasperation. "All right, I'll go prepare dinner," Bernie said. It had been a great day of harvest, so tonight they prepared a full fish banquet. Boiled fish slices, steamed mandarin fish, chopped pepperfish head, fried fish chunks, and garlic-flavored loach. There was also a dish of fresh wild celery stir-fried with mushrooms. The dining room was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma, making everyone's mouth water. Although the fish Billy stored in her spatial pocket were always fresh when taken out, they didn't taste as good as today's meal. Was it because the reservoir's clear water made the fish grow better, or perhaps the hard work made it taste more delicious? Everyone relished this meal, savoring every bite with immense satisfaction. Even the dog got a big, fat fish and a bowl of loach soup, enjoying its meal contentedly under the table. After dinner, the family lounged on the sofa, patting their full bellies as they digested. "Inna, Brooke, Amy has something to discuss with you," Aspen began cautiously. "What is it?" "You brought 2 hens and 10 chicks this time. Our place isn't big enough for so many, and your grandpa and I thought of giving a couple of chicks to Christopher Huang downstairs. What do you think?" The two elders frequently went downstairs to chat and got along well with Joe's parents, who were also farmers. They had developed a strong friendship over time and naturally thought of their friends first. Billy burped, then casually replied, "Why ask us about such a small matter? You can decide. We're still wary after what happened with Hayden, afraid of making another mistake," Goran explained. She shrugged without much thought. Joe and his family are reasonable people, not like that. "Amy, you and Thompson can just give them the chicks. But make sure they have enough feed for the chicks, we don't have much left. If you're okay with it, feed won't be an issue. We can save a bit of our own for the chicks. Besides, Joe works at the hospital, so he probably gets more rations than others. Let's give them 1 rooster and 1 hen, they'll lay eggs and hatch more chicks eventually." The two elders reminded her, "Right, leave us 2 too. I'll send them to Wanwan's family later." Noted. With permission, the two eagerly picked out the chicks and went downstairs to show off their treasures. In a dimly lit room on the 8th floor, Allison gradually regained consciousness. The door was open, letting in a faint light. She saw no one else in the room. Juazi. Justice's voice was hoarse and barely audible. But no one responded. Struggling to sit up, enduring the pain, she heard murmurs nearby. Don't cause trouble. Mom's already like this. We'll only suffer if she gets worse. It was Digby's voice. Why did I do wrong? Do you have a conscience? I did all this for our family. Marsha's voice was urgent and sharp. Digby quickly covered Marsha's mouth, observing the direction of the inner room for a while. Just hearing no sound, he lowered his voice. Oh, that's not what I meant. We can't compete with Billy. You saw how she dared to slash people with a knife. Humph, just because we can't compete doesn't mean others can't either. Who else can you find? Digby rolled his eyes. Who in this building would dare to provoke that female demon? Marsha pulled him aside conspiratorially. Recently there have been many robberies everywhere. Thomas led a team out and got robbed several times. The most serious one was when the little girl from the 7th floor refused to let go of the supplies and got slashed. Digby was somewhat confused. What does this have to do with it? They were so scared they stopped for a while. Recently, they went out again and haven't been robbed anymore. Do you know why? Marsha finished, looking rather proud of herself. Why? One time, Thomas's brother-in-law let slip that they knew a gang that collects protection fees. The people they protect, no one dares to mess with. I guess Thomas must have joined these people. Digby still didn't get it, finding the connection between getting supplies from Billy and Thomas. Marsha poked his head in frustration. You're so stupid. If we can't handle Billy ourselves, what if we bring these people in? But is this feasible? Digby felt uneasy. Besides, we just want her to share some supplies with us. We shouldn't resort to violence if we don't have to. Those hooligans are hard to deal with, if they go too far. Marsha gritted her teeth, seething. She asked for punishment instead of respect. It's not our fault. Leave this to me. I'll find Thomas and inquire about it. Will Thomas help us? You really are a hammer. Thomas had his arm broken by Billy and has lost face multiple times. I think Thomas has endured her long enough. Digby was still hesitant and wanted to discuss more, but the movement inside the room interrupted him. Turning back, he saw Allison limping out. Mom. Digby froze upon seeing his mother emerge, unsure how much of their conversation she had heard. Allison, though separated by a wall, wasn't clear on everything said, but even without hearing clearly, she knew what these two were plotting. She was well aware of her son's cowardice. Without Marsha egging him on, he wouldn't have thought or dared to do this. Supporting herself with her cane, she warned Marsha, Marsha, listen up. I may be old, but I'm not dead. If you dare to incite Juicy to disturb the Lin family again, as long as I have breath left, I'll make my son divorce you first. Chapter 64, Wild Boar Piglet. Albertstaday's trip was very fruitful, and Billy and Bernie planned to visit Seong Mountain again today. Bernie was modifying the electric fishing device. The ultrasonic wave range was a bit too small yesterday, so he needed to make some adjustments. Just wait for a few more minutes. Sure, Billy replied. Looking around, she didn't see the dog which usually waited eagerly by the door knowing they were about to go out. Billy searched around and found it upstairs. Goran and others had spread out all the chicken feed they had collected on the floor to dry. They were worried that the chicks might escape from the fence and mess with the feed, so they asked the dog to keep watch. The dog was lying in front of the fence, turning its head briefly to wag its tail when it saw Billy come up, then returned to watching the little chicks. There was almost a river of drool coming from the corner of its mouth. Do I not feed you meat normally or something? Why are you this hungry? Billy laughed softly as she gently patted the dog's head. She squatted outside the fence and watched the chicks inside. One hen was sitting steadily on a nest made of hay with her eyes closed, completely motionless. Justicey. She thought she saw something under the hen's bottom. Reaching in, she pulled out what turned out to be a warm egg. The hen didn't react to having its egg taken, it only adjusted its position and closed its eyes again. Billy held the egg up to the light to take a closer look. There seemed to be a faint black line. A fertilized egg. This egg had only just hatched a day ago, so Billy wasn't sure. How could two hens lay fertilized eggs? However, these baby chicks looked like they were only recently born, indicating there must have been a rooster before. Oh, right. Billy slapped her forehead. She quickly retrieved the 8 eggs she had put into her space pocket yesterday and examined them against the light. The dark lines were much more obvious this time. 8 eggs in a row, all fertilized. Billy lifted the hen's rear and stuffed the eggs back underneath. She wasn't sure if these eggs would still hatch after being kept in her space pocket. By now, Bernie had finished fixing the fishing machine and called from downstairs for Billy to set off. Their second trip up the mountain felt much smoother. They arrived at the reservoir quickly, letting the dog run around freely while they took out their tools and got to work. Bending over to kill fish was exhausting, so Bernie switched roles with Billy. She operated the machine while he handled the fish on the boat. Thanks to the improved range of the sonar waves, the efficiency increased significantly. In less than half an hour, the unprocessed fish piled high on the small boat. Billy stored the unprocessed fish in her space pocket. Whine, whine. The dog's urgent whimpering sounded from the shore. Thinking the dog was just playing, Billy glanced up briefly, intending to tell it off casually. Play by yourself and don't cause any trouble. Wait, what was that in the dog's mouth? With poor visibility due to the rain, Billy only saw the dog carrying a dark object in its mouth, still struggling slightly. Stevie, let's row over and check. They quickly returned to the shore. The dog, excited, spat out the unknown object at their feet before Bernie even gave the order. The animal had its throat bitten through by the dog, bleeding profusely, barely alive. Billy squatted down for a closer look. The creature was covered in black bristles, with short and stiff hair. It had short limbs, a longer snout, and emerging upper canines visible even though its tusks hadn't fully grown yet. It looked somewhat like a pig but different from domesticated ones. Bernie examined the animal on the ground and confirmed, "It's a wild boar." "A wild boar," she exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, she had heard stories of wild boars damaging crops when she was young, leading locals to set up electric fences in fields, warning each household to electrify them at night to hunt these animals. But she had never actually seen a wild boar herself, having only been warned not to go near the fields at night. With the rise of industrial parks below Seong Mountain, air and water pollution had severely impacted the local ecosystem, resulting in no wild boar sightings for many years. "So this is a wild boar. It looks so ugly." Billy prodded the small thing disdainfully. "Woof." The dog seemed offended. This was its catch. "This is just a wild boar piglet. Where did you catch it, Nyan Gao?" Bernie asked. The dog, seeing its master about to follow, ran excitedly in a direction, stopping halfway to wag its tail and signal them to follow. Bernie reminded Billy to take out her bow and dagger. Looking at the piglet's teeth, it seemed that it hadn't even been weaned yet. Nyan Gao must have stumbled upon a wild boar den this time. "If they encounter an adult wild boar later, you stay out of the way and let me handle it." "Okay." The two carefully followed the dog into the woods, alertly checking their surroundings. The mountain forest was full of shrubs and weeds half as tall as a person, some with thorns, making visibility poor. If a wild boar suddenly charged out, it might not be noticed in time. The path led by the dog was a small trail, clearly worn down by large animals frequently walking on it. After about 10 minutes, a small hill covered with thorny branches appeared before them. On one side of the hill, the soil was extensively disturbed, with a dark opening in the middle, partially concealed by dead branches and leaves. Just as the dog was about to crawl into the cave, Bernie pulled it back. "Sit." Justice gave the dog an order. The dog reluctantly obeyed, squatting beside them and looking at them eagerly. Bernie gripped his dagger tightly, signaling Billy to move away from the cave entrance and stand off to the side. After listening carefully at the entrance and finding no abnormalities, he turned on his flashlight and cautiously approached. Justice shone the flashlight into the cave, visibly relieved, and turned back to whisper to Billy, "The adults aren't here. There are only 5 piglets inside." Saying this, he carefully reached in and caught the already terrified piglet, which had curled up into a ball. The little piglet's body wriggled around in Bernie's large hand, continuously squealing. Justice held the piglet and asked Billy what to do with it. Billy was momentarily speechless. There was definitely no place to raise pigs at home. Not only did they lack space, but these things would also eat and defecate, unlike the chicks. She certainly didn't want to live in a pigsty. So, she could only bite the bullet and kill it. Just as she was about to make this decision, the dog suddenly barked furiously. Chapter 65, Protecting the Master. Roar. A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the forest. A wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, with long black bristles and long tusks jutting out from its mouth, its dark eyes blazing like fire, was roaring fiercely as it charged at them with great momentum. Its large and robust body, running at full speed, seemed to make the entire forest tremble. Bernie quickly reacted, rolling to the side with Billy in his arms. They both scrambled up, weapons ready in hand. After getting up, Bernie pushed Billy away toward a safer distance and shouted, "Your aim is better than mine, shoot it with the crossbow from a distance." Before he finished speaking, the wild boar had changed direction and was charging back at them. Billy hurriedly ran to the other side. Looking back, she saw Bernie narrowly dodging the boar's charge with a dagger in hand, then striking the beast's body fiercely. Roar. The creature screamed in pain. Billy quickly loaded an arrow and aimed at the boar's neck, releasing the trigger. Whoosh. Without checking if it hit, she immediately loaded another arrow. 3 arrows were shot in succession. Although all of them hit their mark, due to the boar's thick and hard skin, they only pierced the surface without causing serious injury. Enraged by Billy, the boar turned around and charged directly at her. The tusks gleamed menacingly as it aimed straight for her abdomen. Seeing this, Billy hastily put down her crossbow and pulled out her dagger, preparing for close combat. However, the boar's speed far exceeded her expectations. Before she could pull out her dagger, the massive figure was already right in front of her. Bernie, on the other side, seeing the boar suddenly attack Billy, rushed over desperately. Just when Billy felt she was done for, a small but fierce figure pounced on the boar's head. "Hey, Nyan Geo!" Billy cried out in shock. The dog's body clung tightly to the boar, biting its neck relentlessly. In agony, the boar violently shook its head, trying to throw off the dog. Bernie also arrived, plunging his dagger into the boar's neck and slicing downward, causing a gush of blood to spurt out. Shortly after, the boar lost strength and fell heavily to the ground. Bernie, fearing the boar might not be dead, stabbed its heart with another blow. As the boar collapsed, the dog gradually weakened and finally lay beside it panting heavily. "Are you okay, Nyan Geo?" Billy noticed drops of blood on the dog's belly fur. She parted the matted fur and saw a bloody wound about 4 centimeters long, apparently pierced by the boar's tusk. Blood was flowing steadily from the wound. Without hesitation, she grabbed alcohol, iodine, bandages, and needle and thread from her backpack. "Brooke, hold it down while I treat the wound." Calmly disinfecting her hands with alcohol, putting on medical gloves, and soaking the bandage thoroughly with iodine, she prepared the materials. She gently opened the wound for inspection. Fortunately, no internal organs were damaged. After disinfecting the wound, she gave a nod to Bernie, who increased pressure on the dog. "Hold on, Nyan Gao," Billy reassured the dog. Quickly threading the needle, she began stitching the wound with clumsy but steady hands. The dog lay on the ground, whimpering softly but did not struggle. "Good boy," Bernie praised, patting the dog's head. "Just a little longer, we're almost done." Finishing the last stitch, she tied the knot and cut the thread. Finally, she covered the wound with a bandage. To ensure safety, Billy retrieved a rabies vaccine from her space pocket and injected it into the dog. The task completed, both of them let out a sigh of relief. The earlier fight left a patch of flattened grass where the wild boar lay motionless with wide-open eyes. "This is a male boar. If a female returns and finds us, it will be troublesome. We should leave quickly." Agreed. Billy, without hesitation, caught the piglets inside the den, dispatching them swiftly. Not having time to deal with the bodies, she placed them in her space pocket. Gathering the fallen crossbow bolts, they prepared to leave. To prevent further strain on the dog's wound, Bernie tied Nyan Gao securely to his chest with strips of cloth. Returning by the same route, they reached the reservoir. It was still early, and seeing that Nyan Gao seemed stable, they decided to fish for a bit longer. This time, Billy didn't dare let the dog run around recklessly anymore. She placed it on the boat, fed it some water and canned food, and let it lie still without moving. By the time they finished processing all the fish, night had fallen. Since it was already dark, the two of them decided to process the wild boar's body as well. It had to be admitted that this wild boar had a much higher lean meat rate than domestic pigs. Almost all of its meat was lean and very thick, with a clear distinction between skin and meat. The two returned home under the starry sky. The boat was left empty, presenting an appearance of returning empty-handed to avoid arousing jealousy. However, they didn't know that even their low profile couldn't prevent someone from noticing them. Returning home with a fishy smell, the two elders were heartbroken by Nyan Gao's injuries. Learning that Nyan Gao had been injured while protecting the master, they felt even more sorrowful. They had already cooked dinner but now lit the fire again to specially stew a large pot of bone soup for Nyan Gao. "It's been over 10 years since we've eaten wild boar," Goran said while munching on wild boar meat, feeling somewhat nostalgic. "That's true. Who would have thought that one day our farmers wouldn't have land to farm, and even wild boars would become protected animals?" Aspen replied in agreement. The wild boar meat tasted quite different from domestic pork. It was very chewy, with distinct muscle fibers, giving a beef-like texture. "Come, Jiaoyu, Brooke, eating wild boar meat can cause heatiness. Drink more soup." Aspen ladled a bowl of seaweed and egg flour soup for each of them. "Wine, wine." The injured dog indicated that it wanted some too. "We don't drink that nutritious soup. Come, Grandma will make you some milk powder to supplement calcium." Just hearing about milk, Nyan Gao became excited and hummed happily. If there was meat and milk every meal, it would be willing to get scratched any number of times. "Brooke, are you two going out again tomorrow?" Goran asked, somewhat worried. Robberies in the area had increased recently, and every time Bernie and Billy went out, the elderly couple at home were always anxious. Bernie looked at Billy, leaving the decision to her. Billy also planned to stop. Although Shoshan had abundant resources, they needed to leave something for others. The ton of fish in her space pocket might last them a lifetime. "We have enough supplies. There's no need to go out searching anymore. I noticed the rain has decreased significantly, which leads me to believe it might be ending soon." "Really?" The two elders exclaimed in surprise. Stopping the rain would be excellent. Once the rain stopped, the water level would eventually drop, and everyone could escape the confines of their current situation. Although they claimed no interest in the outside world, deep down they still longed for the days when they could freely wander around. Just hearing Billy's words, Bernie didn't show the same joy as the elders but frowned, lost in thought. "Brooke," Billy called him. "Jiaoyu, what did you say before about what happens after the rain stops?" Realizing this, the elders' joy vanished, replaced by silence. They remembered Billy mentioning that extreme heat would follow the rain. Even if the floodwaters receded, such intense heat would prevent people from staying outside for long periods, making it impossible for crops to survive. People would merely move from one hell to another. Billy sighed. "What's coming will come. We've made all necessary preparations. From now on, we just need to live our lives behind closed doors." The two elders nodded in unison. "I'll visit WN these few days, deliver some supplies to her, and remind her to get ready." Since they parted ways after delivering medicine, Billy hadn't heard from Bonnie for a long time. Concerned about her, she decided to visit when she had the chance. Chapter 66, Relatives Who Come for a Free Ride. Since Doggy's injury hadn't healed, Billy refused to take it out. When Billy left home with her backpack, her eyes looked as if she were a wronged wife. She unexpectedly bumped into the family from apartment 401 in the stairwell, who had previously moved to the disaster relief site. Had they moved back? Their luggage was piled up in the stairway on the 7th floor, and several adults were cleaning to set up a place to sleep. A child sat on the luggage, playing with a plastic bag in his hands. Both the adults and the child's clothes were stained with patches of yellow-brown dirt, and their hair was greasy in clumps. Seeing Billy coming down, they silently moved aside to let her pass. The Albert family lived nearby, and it took only a few minutes for Billy to find Bonnie's unit. She deflated the rubber boat and put it away. Bonnie's family lived on the 6th floor. Tap, tap, tap. Knocking on the door of 601. Who is it? Came Alfie's voice from behind the door. It's me, Billy. Click, the door opened. Before Billy could greet Alfie, Bonnie darted out. How did you come here, Inna? Bonnie was so delighted that her teeth showed more than her eyes, she hurriedly pulled Billy inside. Just idling at home, so I thought I'd come to see you. Billy noticed two adults on the sofa in the living room, gobbling cookies voraciously, and a little boy playing with toys on the floor. They didn't get up when Billy entered, they merely glanced at her before feeding more cookies to the little boy. I don't want to eat, I'm already full. The little boy loudly rejected the adult's attempt to feed him. What do you mean full? You've been so hungry that you're skinny. These delicious cookies are good, hurry up and eat more. The adult ignored the boy's struggles and kept shoving cookies into his mouth, scattering crumbs all over the floor. The cookies are too dry, Mom, I want some water. His mother scolded. What water? Are you stupid? If you drink water, the cookies will swell in your stomach. Do you have guests? Billy asked Bonnie with a glance. Bonnie's smile faded, and she nodded. Come on, let's go to my room. Billy greeted Albert Freya and Alfie before following Bonnie into the room. Sit wherever you like, Inna. After sitting down, seeing Bonnie's worried face, Billy couldn't help but ask, Wanwan, what's going on? Bonnie glanced at the door and whispered to Billy, it's those people in the living room causing trouble. Who are they? Such greedy behavior would be impolite even under normal circumstances, let alone during the current resource scarcity. They're my uncle's family. Bonnie pouted. Billy was puzzled. Didn't your family cut ties with your uncle long ago? Why now? Bonnie had complained before that her grandparents favored their son and treated her mother poorly since childhood. Before getting married, her mother did all the housework. After marrying, her dowry went to helping her uncle marry. A few years ago, her grandmother suffered from hemiplegia and made her mother serve her for 5 or 6 years. However, the compensation from the demolition of the old house went entirely to her uncle. Now, isn't my mom's poor health a result of serving them back then? Last time she needed medicine, I even sought help from them. They not only refused to help but also insulted us. Bonnie clenched her fists and pounded the bed, taking a deep breath and continuing angrily. They even said my mom is like spilled water once she's married, and should die outside if necessary. How can they have the nerve to come here? How could your dad agree? If it were her, she wouldn't even let them stand at the doorstep. She considered it ominous. Bonnie gave a bitter laugh. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. My dad and I must consider my mom's condition. When they arrived today, crying pitifully, my mom softened her heart. She planned to give them one meal and send them away, but sending them off turned out to be much harder than inviting them in. Now, they wouldn't leave. Even a clear-headed judge would find it hard to solve such family matters. Billy was momentarily speechless. What are you going to do? Your supplies won't last long with them consuming like this. These cookies weren't given by us, they found them themselves. We don't even indulge ourselves in eating them. The root of the problem lay with Bonnie's mother. Wanwan, I'll check on Auntie. I've been learning medicine lately, so I'll examine her. Bonnie led Billy to her parents' room, and Alfie followed suit. Closing the door, Albert Freya was lying weakly on the bed, her complexion pale. Billy greeted her and began pulling out a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor from her backpack. Bonnie covered her mouth in surprise. Inna, you actually carry these with you all the time? Billy calmly replied, I brought these specifically to check on Auntie. Please don't make a fuss. She listened to Albert Freya's heart and lungs and then took her blood pressure. Has Auntie been taking her medicine? Billy asked as she put away the equipment. Alfie quickly answered, Albert's, yes, she's been taking it without stopping. How is her health? So far, she seems fine, and her blood pressure is good. But Auntie needs better nutrition. We should pay attention to that. Alfie chided Albert Freya, see? I always tell you to eat more, but you never do. In truth, he knew well that his wife was pretending not to have an appetite so she could give the best parts to him and Bonnie. Albert Freya smiled upon hearing this but said nothing. In her mind, her poor health was only a burden to her Nicky and child, eating less didn't matter. Billy glanced at the door and then turned back, speaking seriously. Christopher, Auntie, I came here today to say something important. All three of them looked at her. I got news that the rain should stop soon. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with joy. However, Billy had a different announcement. You felt it too, right? The temperature has been rising. My informant last time said this year's temperature might be higher than any summer before, and it will last long, just like this wind and rain. Bonnie shrugged, unconcerned. Justicey, when the rain stops, the water will recede. If it's hot, we can turn on the air conditioner. It's better than now. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have come to remind you specially. That person said extreme heat. You should prepare in advance. What should we do? Bonnie finally became anxious. If that day comes, water will be the most crucial thing. Billy looked at Alfie and Albert Freya. Christopher, Auntie, my capabilities are limited. I can't always help you all. You need to think about your own future and Wanwan's. Your current situation is already difficult to manage. If you continue to accommodate others. Albert Freya sighed, it's my fault. Axia, this isn't your fault, Alfie consoled her, knowing his wife valued relationships too much. Albert Freya's eyes reddened slightly, seemingly making a decision. She told Alfie, you go tell them to leave. I've repaid my parents' upbringing over the years, I no longer owe them anything. Chapter 67, If you can't speak, then don't. As everyone was discussing with the door closed, it was pushed open. Sis, where do you keep your milk? Ridge wants to drink milk. The middle-aged man asked for items as soon as he entered. Bonnie replied rudely, what time is this? Others don't even have clean water to drink, yet you want milk? No. The middle-aged man frowned unhappily. This is how you speak to your elders, showing no respect. Sis, how do you raise your child with no manners at all? Bonnie was about to rush forward to argue when she was held back by Billy. Albert Freya coughed and said lightly, Amu, when are you and your wife returning? Jared seemed incredulous. Return? To where? Sis, are you asking us to leave? It's not feasible for you to stay here indefinitely. Our parents still need your care. You've seen my situation when can't help much being a girl, and her Nikki is already struggling enough supporting the family alone. We really can't help you. Before Albert Freya finished speaking, a female voice cut in. Honey, where's the milk? Jared's wife Melanie, pulling the boy impatiently, approached the doorway. My sister told us to go home, Jared said to Melanie. Go home? Go back to what home? The Rosa's voice was shrill. She did not want to return to that dilapidated house with no food or drink, and daily chores like caring for two old people who could barely live. Mom, I don't want to go home, I don't want to go home. Justicieing his parents were going to take him back, the little boy instantly cried out loud. Justicier, he didn't just get enough to eat, but had endless cookies and milk, soft and fragrant quilts. Justice didn't want to leave. The boy clung to his mother, crying and making a scene. Melanie squatted down to comfort her son, trying to soothe him. Ridge doesn't cry, nobody's saying we're going home. We won't go home, we'll stay here. Jared pointed at his wife and child, saying to Albert Freya, Sis, you see, we have nothing to eat or drink back home. You're living comfortably here, can you bear it? Show some mercy, Ridge is your own nephew, look how skinny he's become. Justicieing this, Albert Freya turned away sadly. This was her own brother. Bonnie couldn't hold back any longer, sarcastically remarking, living comfortably? Do you not know why my mom's health is poor? When she needed you, you treated her like a daughter thrown away after marriage. Now that you can't manage on your own, you run here playing the kinship card. There's no one more disgusting than you. Jared became enraged and humiliated by Bonnie's words, raising his hand to slap her face. But Alfie swiftly caught the hand about to strike Bonnie's face. What are you doing? He shouted at Jared. Eating and drinking freely in his home was one thing, but attempting to hit his daughter was another matter. Jared's face turned extremely ugly from losing face and stubbornly said, What am I doing? I'm teaching the child a lesson for disrespecting elders without proper upbringing. My daughter doesn't need discipline from you. Alfie shoved his hand away hard and snorted. Besides, when isn't wrong. Since you've already abandoned your sister, what kinship are you recognizing now? You. Jared's face flushed red. He never expected Alfie to be so ruthless. Pointing at Alfie, he found himself speechless. Alfie spoke bluntly, You know what you're up to. I'm politely asking you to leave. If you refuse to go, don't blame me for getting rough and throwing you out. Fine, fine. All of you enjoy yourselves while watching your parents and brother starve to death. Isabel, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Melanie leaped up, pointing at Albert Freya and starting to scold her. Among them, Albert Freya had the gentlest disposition, and Melanie felt confident intimidating her would work. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Albert Freya had been deeply hurt too many times and remained unmoved by Melanie's insults. Bonnie wouldn't allow her mother to be disrespected this way and tried to push Melanie. Cleanse your mouth. Seeing Bonnie push his mother, the boy rushed forward, swinging his fists at Bonnie. Bad Rosa, I'll beat you to death. The boy who was yelling to hit people just moments ago, now saw Billy's terrifying appearance and shrank to the side, too scared to approach again. The Rosa's face, already swollen from the slaps, still spewed venomous curses at Billy. Your mother's bitch, you dare hit me? Let go of me or I'll get some random men to kill you. Daring to use such foul language. Billy lost it. She pulled out a dagger from her pocket and forced open the Rosa's mouth, stabbing slightly. Ah! The Rosa's piercing scream deafened everyone, blood seeping out of her mouth incessantly. If your mouth can't speak nicely, then don't speak anymore, Billy said casually. Bonnie looked at Billy with admiration shining in her eyes. How did she not know her bestie could be so cool? Do you want to leave? Billy asked, pressing the tip of the dagger against the Rosa's neck. Tears streaming down her face, the Rosa made muffled sounds and nodded frantically. Billy then turned to Jared, who was restrained by Alfie. What about you? Realizing they were losing and taking a beating, Jared could only nod tactfully. Billy released Melanie but kept the dagger pointed at her. Bonnie quickly ran into a room, came out carrying piles of clothes and several bundles, and threw them onto the living room floor. Take your stuff and get out. Jared and Melanie dragged the boy, hurriedly stuffed the clothes into their bags, and fled as if pursued by ghosts. Chapter 68, Someone starts seeking death again. The front door was closed again, and peace returned to the world. Billy looked at Albert Fu and Albert Mu. Although the situation today was urgent, those people were still their relatives. She was worried they might have thoughts after she dealt with them so ruthlessly. Unexpectedly, she received 3 pairs of admiring and grateful eyes when she turned back. Inna, you were amazing. Bonnie's eyes sparkled as she pulled Billy and started recalling how Inna slapped that detestable Rosa into a pig's head. Billy was speechless. Did Bonnie not know fear? She had torn that Rosa's mouth. Alright, Wanwan, although we drove them away today, there's no telling if they'll come back for revenge in the future. I can't be here coincidentally every time. You need to stand up for yourself. Inna is right, Albert Fu agreed. We must be clear-headed. If disasters become more severe in the future, being soft-hearted will only harm ourselves. Just as a goal achieved, Billy had been out for quite some time and prepared to take her leave. Wait. Bonnie suddenly remembered and quickly called out to Billy. She ran back to her room and came out shortly with a bulging plastic bag. You mentioned last time that you kept a dog. As she spoke, she opened the plastic bag. I don't have much to give you, but since you once praised my knitting skills, I thought about cutting up some old clothes to make some outfits for the dog. She scratched her head sheepishly. Don't laugh at me, it's nothing fancy. Just bring them back for the dog to play around in. Billy went through the clothes Bonnie made. They were exquisitely crafted and incredibly cute. There was even a raincoat. The dog always went out wrapped in plastic bags. It would surely be thrilled to see these. You reminded me, I also have something for you. Billy started pulling out 2 boxes of Blakexiang Zhengqi water, a 10-pound bag of rice, 3 fish pickled by Aspen over the past couple of days, and a small paper box punctured with holes from her backpack. Bonnie's eyes widened as she watched Billy pull one item after another out of her bag. Justicey, Inna, your bag doesn't look big at all, but why does it hold so much? Feeling guilty, Billy didn't reply and instead opened the paper box for Bonnie and others to see. Chickens. This time, even Albert Fu and Albert Moo stared wide-eyed. These are 1 rooster and 1 hen. You can raise them to lay eggs or hatch chicks. Albert Fu and Albert Moo hastily refused. Such precious items, they couldn't accept them. Billy wouldn't argue. She insisted they would run out of space at her place, and if they didn't want them, they'd end up on the dinner table. What a waste. Seeing Billy helping her so much, Bonnie was on the verge of tears, clutching Billy's hand shakily. Well, I'm off. Find me if you need anything. Billy returned just in time for lunch. She saw Doggy waiting beside Aspen with its food bowl, eager for a meal. The clothes Bonnie sent today were for fun, but it reminded her that she hadn't prepared cold weather clothing for Doggy yet. While she could handle a knife well, needlework posed a challenge. She took out a set of women's cold weather gear from her storage and handed it to Aspen, hoping she could modify it into suitable clothing for Doggy. Aspen happily accepted the task upon hearing it was for Doggy. Nana, remember to make it larger. Doggy looks like it's still growing, Billy kindly reminded. Do you think I need you to tell me? Aspen pouted and strode away. Days passed, and Doggy's wounds gradually healed. Scabs started falling off, revealing tender new skin beneath. The government had delivered this week's supplies 2 days ago. This time, even boiled rice was omitted, replaced directly by compressed biscuits. Drinking water was no longer rationed per person but per family. This caused an uproar. Hunger could be endured with tightened belts, but thirst was deadly. However, the government had no extra resources to distribute. Later, Thomas received instructions to go door-to-door guiding residents on making homemade filters for rainwater. With no choice, people had to tough it out. But there wasn't much fuel left at home, furniture had already been chopped up for firewood. Now with an added need to boil water, it fell short. Thus, many drank filtered water without boiling it, harboring means taking chances. Soon, groans filled the neighborhood. At first, people still rushed to the hospital, only to find it overcrowded with patients suffering from contaminated food. Worst of all, the hospital had run out of medicine long ago. In the end, everyone had to endure it at home. Some sought Joe's home, hoping to get medicine through his work convenience. Fortunately, Joe was mostly on duty, and there were only 2 elderly people at his home. Not to mention medicine for diarrhea, they could barely recognize a few words. Moreover, Goran would often go downstairs, and if he encountered shameless people, he could speak up a bit. Gradually, no one came to the door anymore. Perhaps everyone's stomachs got used to it after being affected for so long, and the neighborhood began to regain its former tranquility. But this peace was soon shattered on an afternoon. Woof. The dog barked softly at the main door. Someone is coming, Billy warned the others at home. The dog always slept by the main door and had become very familiar with the footsteps of the regular visitors, so it wouldn't bark like that. Billy called Bernie. Through the peephole, the 2 of them could clearly see several burly men standing outside their steel door, examining it. Billy pressed her ear against the door. Brother Chi, the electric tester isn't lighting up. There seems to be no power, one of the bald men said to the man next to him who was smoking. Check again, don't just check one spot, try around the edges. The bald man confirmed there was no electricity in the steel door. There really isn't any, Brother Chi. Saying this, he took off his rubber gloves and reached for the doorknob directly. Seeing this, Brother Chi sucked out the last puff from his mouth, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground. So what are you waiting for? Open it quickly. The bald man and 2 others pulled out tools from their pockets and started picking the lock. Billy and the others inside watched everything clearly. These faces were unfamiliar, and beneath their clothes, faint tattoos could be seen. They definitely weren't residents of this neighborhood. One of the 3 lockpickers was illuminating, one was handing tools, and one was operating. Their lockpicking tools looked professional. Aren't these guys professional thieves? Aspen guessed. Have you ever seen a thief come during the daytime to steal things? Goran rebutted first. Billy sneered. It wasn't just daring enough to pick locks in broad daylight, they even prepared electric testers and insulating gloves beforehand. This is aimed at us, and it looks like they know a lot about our family situation, she whispered. But I've never seen them in the neighborhood, Aspen wondered. Bernie also understood. You mean someone in this building betrayed us? Billy nodded slowly. Someone was courting death again. Chapter 69 Explosion. The iron gate was powered off during the day to save electricity, only being turned on at night. These people assumed the intel was wrong as they fiddled with the lock, grumbling all the while. What electric door? Made me search for an electric tester for ages. Shut up and hurry up, the boss ordered. Billy opened the door, walked out barehanded, and asked with a smile, "What are you busy doing at my doorstep this early?" Bernie felt a chill down his neck. Her smiling so cheerfully meant these people were in trouble. Seeing the homeowner had noticed them, not only did they show no shame, but they grew even more brazen. One of the short men shouted at Billy, "We're collecting protection fees, hurry up and open the door." Protection fee? This area now belongs to our Jonah's jurisdiction, everyone must pay the protection fee. Billy, looking innocently naive, asked, "How do you plan on protecting us?" The bald man, impatient, casually replied, "In this district, no one dares touch anyone under our Jonah's watch. Stop procrastinating and open the door. Why should I trust you? What if you collect the fees but don't deliver?" The bald man retorted quickly, "Why? Ask your neighbor across the hall, aren't they able to run their business smoothly because of our boss's protection?" Well, a few words sold Thomas out. "All right, how much is the protection fee?" 10 kilograms of rice per person, 5 kilograms of pork. Billy pretended to be stumped, "That's too much, we can't afford that many supplies." The bald man banged on the iron gate. "What are you pretending for? You can easily give away top quality rice, and your dogs are fattened until they drip grease. How could you not have this much?" "Very good." Billy had already figured out who had betrayed them and stopped pretending. She sneered at them coldly, "If you have the guts, come in and take it." She made a signal behind her back. Inside, Bernie received the signal and flipped the circuit breaker down forcefully. The bald man and the short man, enraged by the taunt, began to forcibly dismantle the lock. In an instant, the buzzing sound of electric current rang through the iron gate, instantly conducting into the two men who touched the gate. The bald man and the short man were instantly electrocuted by the massive high voltage. The shock coursed through their bodies, causing their muscles to spasm violently, gripping the iron gate tighter as if magnetized. The other two lackeys tried to pull them back, but Jonah pulled them back. "Don't move. Put on gloves first before pulling them." Billy raised an eyebrow, this one still had some sense. Unfortunately, by the time they managed to get the gloves on and drag them back, it was too late. The two lay motionless on the ground, fingers charred grey, lifeless. The front door opened. Kirk rushed out, snarling at the intruders through the iron gate, growling like a wild beast. Then, Bernie and Goran, among others, came out, weapons in hand. One held a crossbow, while the other two wielded a meat cleaver and an electric baton. With two of his brothers taken down, Jonah's anger erupted. Justice spat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, put on gloves, and drew a hatchet. "Dare to fuck with me? Brothers, smash this door down." The remaining two also lifted their axes and started smashing the lock on the iron gate. Despite all the commotion on the 16th floor, no neighbors seemed to have been disturbed. Or, wait, there was one. Billy saw a head peeking out from the hallway. Isn't that Hayden's son, Digby? She hadn't gotten around to settling accounts with him, yet he delivered himself right to her door. But she didn't have the energy to deal with this scumbag right now, handling the situation at hand was priority. Bernie aimed the crossbow carefully and released an arrow through a crack in the iron gate, piercing one of the men's left shoulder. F***K. It hurts like hell. It missed. Bernie felt disheartened. Justice reloaded and aimed again, trying to fire the second shot. But just then, the lock failed. The iron gate swung open. Whoosh. The second arrow flew. The first thug to rush in was hit straight in the heart and fell clutching his chest in agony. Jonah hadn't expected such fierce resistance, losing 3 men in mere minutes. Supporting another injured henchman, he retreated behind the fire door, hesitating to advance. Seeing Digby watching from the corridor, an idea struck him. "You, get over here." Jonah dragged Digby in front of him, using him as a shield, an axe pressing against his neck, and stepped out from behind the door. "Drop your weapons or I'll kill him." Jonah threatened Billy and the others. "Huh?" Billy chuckled. "What did you say? Kill who? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly throw the things in your hands over here, or I'll kill him." Jonah continued to threaten. Billy shrugged indifferently. "Oh, then go ahead and kill him. You actually don't care about your neighbor's life." Jonah was almost driven mad. These people were not playing by the rules. How will you explain to his mother if he dies? Billy decided to be upfront. "Why should I care whether he lives or dies? Do you think I don't know you are all in cahoots? Kill him quickly, otherwise, I'll have to do it myself, saving me the trouble." Only then did Jonah realize that Billy had been putting on an act to get them to slip up. Realizing this, he pushed Digby aside and pulled out a dark object from his pocket, raising it as if to throw. "I bet you're not afraid of bombs." Bernie saw what Jonah held and felt all the muscles in his body freeze. It was a real grenade. Billy also saw it. There was really a bomb. If it exploded, it wouldn't just be them, it might destroy the entire building. Seeing how Billy and her companions feared this, Jonah laughed triumphantly. "Scared now? Drop the weapons if you want to live." Justice kicked one of his lackeys. "Bring the ropes and tie them up." 2 long ropes were thrown over. Bernie and others dared not move, so they put down their weapons. Jonah ordered again, "Against the wall, squat down." The 4 complied. Jonah turned to his henchmen and Digby, "Tie them all up." Just as the men with the ropes were about to bind them, Bernie whispered to Billy, "I'll grab the grenade in a moment. You take your grandparents into the room and hide." Billy slightly shook her head. "Too dangerous." "Absolutely not. If the grenade explodes." Bernie smiled at Billy reassuringly. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." In the blink of an eye, Digby and another man were approaching with the ropes while Jonah prepared to lower his arm holding the grenade, seeing that Billy and her companions had surrendered. Seizing the moment, Bernie leaped up and lunged for the grenade. It was too late now. They'd met someone unafraid of death. The henchman stopped tying up Billy and rushed to support the boss. Digby stood dazed beside Billy with the rope in hand. Goran struck Digby's abdomen fiercely with the electric baton. Taking advantage of Digby collapsing in pain, Goran shouted, "Quickly help Brooke, leave the rest to me and Amy." Bernie was already grappling with Jonah, both tightly gripping the grenade, neither daring to let go. Seeing he couldn't separate them, the henchman swung his axe at Bernie. Billy, eyes blazing with fury, moved swiftly and snatched the axe away, delivering a powerful kick to the henchman's chest. The henchman heard his ribs crack and spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming loudly as he clutched his abdomen. Clang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground was sharp and jarring. Billy turned back. Jonah stared at the pull ring still in his hand, terror-stricken. In the next second, he bolted down the 16th floor corridor like a rabbit. Losing his footing in panic, he tumbled down the stairs. "Run!" Bernie kicked the grenade away and dragged Billy back into the room. Billy knew this narrow corridor could likely be obliterated by the explosion. Running meant certain death. She wasn't sure if her space could withstand the explosion. But she had no choice. She released Bernie's hand and picked up the grenade from the ground. "No." Bernie's eyes widened in horror. "Inna." The elderly couple saw Billy reach for the grenade and nearly fainted. As Billy touched the grenade, boom. The grenade exploded almost instantly after being tossed into her space. Billy felt a piercing pain surge through her head and then spread throughout her body. Just as her consciousness faded into blankness, Bernie watched helplessly as her body collapsed like a rag doll. Chapter 70 Divorce You. Bernie rushed to Billy's side, supporting her and checking her breathing. Justice then listened to her heartbeat carefully. The two elders were too nervous to breathe heavily. How is she?" Aspin's voice was trembling. Bernie scooped up Billy in his arms and headed towards home with the two elders closely following behind. Justice gently placed her on the bed and, after settling her down, he finally remembered to answer Aspen. "Just as her heart rate is normal, there shouldn't be any major problems. Thompson and Amy, you stay here to take care of Jiayu. Make sure to close the door properly." Having said that, he turned around and left. Goran caught up with him, grabbing his arm and asked, "Tianhao, where are you going?" Judging from his demeanor, he looked ready to fight those who had run away. Bernie's entire body exuded a fierce aura, his eyes bloodshot. Justice subtly pulled Goran's hand off and coldly said, "I have to get rid of them. If they escape today, we'll have endless trouble in the future." Goran knew it would be futile trying to dissuade him, so he could only worryingly remind him to be careful. Bernie nodded, picked up the bow and dagger from the ground, and dashed downstairs. Justice thought that since they had delayed for so long, the culprits must have run far. Unexpectedly, Jonah and the others hadn't heard any explosions while running downstairs and assumed it was a dud, so they turned back to check. In the hallway of the 15th floor, they met Bernie face to face. "You're asking for death." Bernie's tone was icy, his pitch-black eyes containing a world-destroying rage. Veins bulged on his hands as he lashed out, punches whistling through the air, each one striking Jonah's face repeatedly in a vent-like manner. Caught off guard, Jonah suffered several blows and staggered backward. However, as he stumbled on the stairs, he fell backward. Just before Jonah hit the ground, Bernie suddenly grabbed him tightly by the collar. His large hand gripped like an iron clamp, lifting Jonah effortlessly before slamming him forcefully against the wall. Jonah collided with the wall violently, almost vomiting blood, but even before he could scream in pain, Bernie's hand clamped around his neck, suffocating him until his face turned red. Using both his hands and feet, Jonah frantically beat at Bernie, hoping to make him let go. "You, damn it, let me go, or I'll have someone kill you," Jonah still spoke arrogantly. Bernie pressed his lips together, eyes bloodshot, and stared at Jonah with a cold gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. A glint flashed. Swift and decisive. Warm blood splattered onto Bernie's handsome face, yet his expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his wrist, he threw Jonah to the ground like trash. Huh. Jonah lay flat on the ground, spitting blood foam from his mouth, blood flowing into his trachea, only able to gasp helplessly. His hands desperately tried to stop the gushing blood from his neck wound, all to no avail. Digby and another henchman saw this and ran downstairs as fast as they could, terrified. Bernie stood still, drawing the bow. Whoosh. An arrow pierced the calf of one of the henchmen. Whoosh. Another arrow impaled Digby's back. Ah. The henchman with an arrow in his leg screamed, tumbling down the stairs until he stopped at the 14th floor. Blooded and struggling to rise, the intense pain in his leg made him fall over again and again. Bernie's face darkened, saying nothing as he slowly descended the stairs, approaching the henchman. "Please, don't kill me. It was all Jonah's idea, I didn't want to do it." The henchman, devoid of his previous arrogance, was now crying and crawling backward, begging for mercy. Bernie paused, raising his bow once more. "Don't kill me." Seeing no way out, the henchman pounded on the door of apartment 1401. "Justice help. Open the door. Someone's killing." Unfortunately, all he got was silence. Whoosh. This time, The arrow pierced the henchman's heart accurately. Justice fell lifeless on the ground. Bernie went down another floor but found no sign of Digby. Thinking of Aspen and Hayden's relationship, he did not choose to pursue further. Justice returned upstairs, pulling the arrow out of the henchman's chest. This arrow can still be used, no need to waste it. After storing it, he dragged the henchman's corpse to the window on the 14th floor and threw the body out. Thud. The body hit the water below, creating a massive splash. Justice did the same with Jonah's body, throwing it down as well. Blood stained the hallway, a ghastly sight. But he had no intention of cleaning up. The more scared these people were, the better. This incident was caused by a mole. These people need to know the consequences of messing with apartment 1602. At apartment 802 downstairs, Digby was desperately pounding on the door. Doreen had been waiting anxiously and immediately yanked the door open when she heard Digby's commotion. How did it go? Did you succeed? Justice's face was full of urgent greed. It wasn't until Digby's body fell heavily on her that she panicked. When she saw the arrow embedded in her Nicky's back, she screamed suddenly. Hubby, what happened to you? Digby lay motionless on the ground, his back already soaked with blood. When Doreen pushed him, there was no response at all. Oh. She sat down on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? What's going on? Allison, hearing the commotion, limped out with her cane. She saw Digby lying unconscious on the ground at once. Jouazy! Jouazy! No response. She wailed and threw herself onto her son, feeling for his breath unsteadily. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Then she examined the arrow wound on his back. Though not in a vital spot, it had pierced deeply into the bone. Suddenly, her eyes turned fierce, and she pointed at Doreen, shouting, "Speak. What exactly happened? Who did this?" Doreen was scared out of her wits. She had only asked Digby to quietly follow and check if they succeeded. She never imagined Billy and the others could fight back against those vicious thugs. Doreen panicked. What would she do if Digby died? Facing her mother-in-law's questioning, she felt guilty and avoided eye contact, stammering and not daring to tell the truth. I don't know. Seeing her daughter-in-law's expression, Allison immediately understood half of what happened. It was absolutely because of this Rosa's instigation. Enraged, she grabbed her cane and struck Doreen harshly. But with one injured leg, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ignoring the intense pain in her leg, she pointed at Doreen's face, her fingers trembling with anger. I want to divorce you. Chapter 71, Spring Light Appears. Billy woke up with a pounding headache. The first thing she saw was an enlarged dog face right in front of her eyes. Whimper, whimper, Tilda. Seeing Billy awake, the dog became excited and wriggled around on the spot, constantly licking her face with its tongue. Don't lick, Billy refused the enthusiastic dog, touching the saliva on her cheek. Ah, it's so stinky, how disgusting. Woof. You're awake. Bernie, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, stood at the door looking surprised. Goran squeezed his way in from behind. Inna is awake. Justice turned back towards the kitchen and shouted, Xiaoyi, come here quick, Inna has woken up. The whole family sat by her bedside asking about her well-being. Aspen stroked Billy's head and asked, Inna, do you feel unwell anywhere? Billy shook her head with a smile. Indeed, she had felt a bit of a headache just after waking up, but now she felt much better. Aspen took Billy's hand and inspected her from head to toe. Are you really fine? She asked worriedly. That was a bomb. It scared me to death. Goran also said, Inna, if you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell your grandpa. Don't bear it silently. Billy nodded. I guess I do feel something. Upon hearing this, all three people were startled simultaneously. They chorused together, what's wrong? My stomach is growling. She pretended to frown and rubbed her belly. The three people sighed in relief. Aspen scolded Billy lightly by tapping her hand. Don't cause trouble, you even scared your grandparents. You should be hungry, you've been unconscious for a day and a night, did you know that? Billy was surprised. She had been out cold for so long. Dinner will be ready soon, I'll bring it over in a moment, Bernie said. No, I'm really fine. Let's go to the dining room to eat. Billy quickly hopped off the bed to show that she was okay. Seeing that she seemed genuinely fine, the three people let out a sigh of relief as well. The weather was stiflingly hot, and since she hadn't bathed since yesterday, she smelled a little sour. Billy got up to take a shower. She took off her clothes. Billy looked at the Rosa in the mirror. Black hair cascaded down her shoulders, red lips, white teeth, her youthful and innocent face contrasted oddly with her deep-set eyes filled with stories. Justice's gaze moved to the jade pendant hanging on her chest. The jade pendant gave off a soft greenish-white luster, highlighting her skin like snow. Gathering her courage, she tried to enter the space mentally. She expected devastation, considering she hadn't had time to choose a safe place before throwing the grenade in there. She had braced herself for the complete destruction of all supplies. But unexpectedly, the space looked almost the same as usual, with all stored items neatly stacked. Only one side where the fish from the reservoir had been piled was blasted open, but only a quarter of the fish meat was damaged. Ah, what incredible luck! Billy exclaimed joyfully. What happened, Inna? Bernie, hearing the noise outside, thought something might be wrong with Billy and hastily opened the bathroom door. She had forgotten to lock it. Both of them froze on the spot. Ah, this time, she screamed genuinely. Realizing his mistake, Bernie blushed furiously and quickly closed the door again. Sorry, I didn't mean to. His entire face turned crimson, like a child who had made a big mistake, standing against the door continuously apologizing. In the bathroom, Billy flushed all over from neck to forehead, her entire body burning. She had lost her mind to continue washing, simply rinsing off quickly, drying her body roughly with a towel, and putting on her clothes. Calm down, it's nothing serious, we are adults after all. Billy stood inside the door taking deep breaths to build up her courage. After adjusting her emotions, she opened the door and walked out. Bernie hadn't left, still standing with his back to the door. Just hearing the sound behind him, he instinctively turned around. Billy was now dressed in pajamas, her hair not fully dried, dripping water. Water droplets slid from her delicate neck along the collarbone into her shirt, soaking through the fabric which clung tightly to her body, outlining the figure of a young girl. Bernie, who had already composed himself, felt his mind buzz at this sight, a wave of heat rising from below, clouding his entire body and brain. You, have dinner. Bernie hurried away. The two elders in the kitchen preparing food had no idea what had just transpired, calling out, "Dinner is ready, Inna, ahow, come eat quickly." Billy went back to her room, put on a headscarf, found that part of her clothes was soaked by her wet hair, changed into another set of clothes, then went to the dining room to eat. Bernie sat stiffly, mechanically eating from his bowl. The two elders were puzzled why Bernie seemed as uneasy as he did on his first day visiting their home, so they urged him to eat more dishes. Seeing Bernie's unease, Billy became more relaxed instead. After being hungry for a day and night, eating was the top priority. While shoveling rice into her mouth, she inquired about what had happened to those people from yesterday. The two elders also looked at Bernie, he was the one who had dealt with them. Albert's today, they were so worried about Billy that they had forgotten to ask for details. Bernie put down his bowl and chopsticks, cleared his throat. "I took care of all those people. I didn't kill Digby, but he is badly injured." After saying this, he carefully observed Billy's expression, unsure if his own decision would cause dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Billy felt no repulsion at all. Instead, she praised him, "You did the right thing. These people are extremely dangerous. They absolutely cannot be allowed to live, or next time their retaliation will be even fiercer. As for Digby, we've done enough for Hayden. As long as he doesn't come to trouble us again, we can just forget about this incident and continue living peacefully." Aspen's expression was complicated. She and Allison were not only villagers who had immigrated from Seong Mountain together, but also close friends for over 20 years. Their friendship couldn't be severed easily. However, it was clear that Allison's son had revealed their family's information, leading these villains to them. Otherwise, how could they have known about their grain and dog, especially when they only survived because of an accidental electric shock? If it weren't for Yu's spatial ability, their family might have already been killed by the bandits. Enough was enough. She would consider this as repayment for all the favors over the years and try to avoid any further contact. It's unlikely that Digby alone could accomplish such a big thing. Bernie, now back to normal, joined the conversation. Billy nodded in agreement. Indeed. How could someone like Digby know these people? Didn't you hear them say Thomas was also protected by them? I believe this incident is also related to Thomas. Goran said angrily, "Thomas, that constant troublemaker, always instigating behind our backs. And we don't have any evidence to pin on him. Let the heavens punish the wicked. We'll just wait and see," Billy said solemnly. Chapter 72 Relief Grain Distribution. The next morning, the iron door of apartment 1602 was knocked on early. Billy, half asleep, went to open the door. It was Hayden. Allison saw Billy and gave an awkward smile. Is your grandma at home?" Aspen was in the kitchen busy preparing breakfast. Just hearing Allison's voice, she put down what she was doing and came over. "Heather, you've come," Aspen said calmly. Seeing her old friend's attitude, Allison knew she was angry with her. "Xiaoyi, I have come to apologize. My son is useless, and he followed his wife's instigation, causing you so much trouble. It's my failure to discipline him." Allison's face flushed with embarrassment as she apologized sincerely. Too ashamed to ask Billy for medical help, she had personally pulled out the arrow from Digby's back and dressed his wound simply. Digby had woken up last night. Through him, Allison learned the whole story. Initially, she demanded that her son divorce Doreen, who had ill intentions. When Doreen heard that Allison wanted Digby to divorce her, she immediately cried dramatically, listing all her hardships over the years for the Jong family. She even brought her grandchildren into the plea. Seeing his wife look so pitiful, Digby thought of everything she did for the family and softened. Justice knelt down and pleaded with Allison, asking her to forgive Doreen for the sake of the children. A tear dropped from Allison's clouded eyes as she reached out to hold Aspen's hand, but Aspen subtly avoided it. "Xiaoyi, it's understandable if you don't forgive me." She wiped away the tears and continued, "I have no choice. The two kids are still so young, and I'm getting old. If I drive that Rosa away now, no one will take care of them, and I can't rest easy." Aspen and Allison had been friends for many years. At this moment, she didn't want to hold a grudge and calmly replied, "Heather, let's forget about the past. For your sake, I won't make things difficult for Doreen. From now on, we'll live separately and keep our own company." "Xiaoyi." Tears streamed down Allison's face. She felt this was cutting ties with her. "Your legs aren't well, don't stand here any longer. Go back and take care of yourself," Aspen said before turning to walk back with Billy. Allison watched helplessly as the door closed in front of her. After a long silence, she sighed, turned around, and supported herself against the stairs as she limped home. After that day, the Lin family enjoyed peace for a long time. People who used to gather and chat when they saw the family now avoided them like mice avoiding cats. Billy was quite satisfied with this. In recent days, the hallway had become lively again. Families from apartments 201 and 202 were gradually returning from the shelters, carrying large and small packages. Some households even brought relatives who had come to seek refuge. It was said that the shelters were overcrowded now. Only those who arrived early could secure a good spot. The latecomers had to squeeze into corners of hallways or even outside the toilet doors. Privacy was becoming a luxury. Some might even have to sleep in the toilets if not for that concern. The congestion was one thing, but another reason they returned to the building was the poor living conditions in the shelters. Though the government provided ready-made food daily, ensuring they wouldn't starve, there were no facilities to cook, boil water, or do laundry. Over time, everyone smelled sour and unpleasant. Living like pigs in a pigsty, those who had relatives to rely on left early, unwilling to endure such hardship. Considering the government was distributing relief grain, families 201 and 202 decided it was better to move back. They divided the high-rise hallway among themselves and settled down again. One day, when Billy went downstairs, she found the bloodstains from a few days ago had been cleaned up. The hallway was now filled with chairs, tables, pots, pans, and other household items. People no longer paid attention to newcomers, shifting their positions casually. As July approached its end, the weather became increasingly hot and humid. Indoor temperatures rose to 35 degrees Celsius. The generator in Billy's home increased its running time from 2 hours to 4 hours a day. She lay comfortably on the shiny floor in a short-sleeved shirt, enjoying the slow spinning of the electric fan. In one hand, she held a book, in the other, an ice cream stick. Life was simple yet enjoyable. Today is the day for the relief grain distribution. Amy is busy, can you go get it? Aspen called from the attic. Sure. She put her book away and handed the remaining ice cream to the dog that was drooling beside her. Stepping out of the house, a wave of heat hit her face. The households living in the hallway were afraid that rain might come in, so they closed all the windows, leaving only a small crack for ventilation. As a result, the entire hallway became damp and sweltering, with a sour stench lingering in the air. Billy felt slightly nauseous from staying there too long. She quickly walked to the 5th floor. There was already a crowd gathered there, arguing fiercely about something unknown. Why don't we have a share? Alberta, the person who delivered the supplies, just said 1 share per person. How come it changes when it gets to you? Those shouting were the few who had recently sought refuge here. Thomas was surrounded by people. No matter how he explained, those people wouldn't listen. The government sent supplies according to the household registration numbers. Since your registration is not here, of course, you don't have a share. Someone indignantly retorted, what are we supposed to do then? Are you just going to let us die? What good does it do to argue with me? The government didn't send you a share, and I can't do anything about it. If you want to argue, why didn't you do so with the government officials earlier? Thomas signaled Shaw and a few other brothers with his eyes. Several men stood in front of the supplies, glaring menacingly. The ringleaders dared not confront them head-on. As they spoke, Thomas and Elliot started counting the supplies, allocating according to the number of people in each household. They called out each household, one by one, to come forward and collect their share. Someone noticed the discrepancy immediately. That's not right. How can they get 5 shares? What's going on here, Thomas? The person's finger almost poked into Billy's eyes. Right. I remember there were only 2 elderly people living in their house originally. You said it was distributed according to the household registration. Is it possible that there are 5 people registered in their household? Another person chimed in skeptically. Thomas looked embarrassed and intentionally didn't respond. Billy raised an eyebrow. This guy must be deliberately doing this. Usually, distribution started from the lower floors to the upper floors, but today it was suddenly reversed. Chapter 73, A Small Revenge. Billy directly asked Thomas, did I take more than my share? This is how it is. The household registration for apartment 1602 shows 3 people, but 5 rations were given because initially when the government did the statistics, there were already 4 people in their family, so they reported the data as 4. But isn't 1 ration still extra? They lent the inflatable boat to everyone to use. This 1 ration can be considered as rent for it. Someone with a quick mind caught onto the loophole in Thomas's words. Wait, you said that the government distributed supplies based on the number of people registered in the household, which means outsiders like us don't get any and have no argument. But now you say it's distributed according to the previously reported numbers, and we didn't even use their inflatable boat. How can it still be fair to give them 5 rations? Thomas glanced at Billy with a difficult look. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was favoring one over another. Billy snorted and loudly said, let's make it fair then. I'll only take 3 rations, no more. This isn't right. Thomas hesitated. When had Billy become so agreeable? There's nothing wrong with that. Since rules have been set, I must follow them too. This way, some people won't always think I'm taking advantage. As for the inflatable boat, I'll return it shortly since I'm not borrowing it anymore. How can that be? A native objected immediately. This little bit of relief grain provided by the government could do little to help. In the past few months, they relied heavily on having a boat to go out and find additional supplies for their families. Without the boat, they truly have nothing. The boat cannot be returned to you. If you take it, what are we going to do when we need to go out? More people joined in protesting one after another. What does it have to do with me? Billy sneered coldly, bending down to pick up a ration pack, raising it up so everyone could see clearly. It was agreed upon from the start, 1 gin of rice and 1 liter of water per day as rent. Now, you're trying to fool me with just this little relief grain. Before, considering our long-term neighborly relations, I didn't argue. Now that someone disagrees, either pay the original rent or return the items, you choose. The scene fell silent instantly. Each ration pack contained only 7 compressed biscuits and 1 500 milliliter bottle of water. On average, it amounted to just 1 biscuit and less than 100 milliliters of water per day. Anyone knew which was a better deal compared to the agreed rent. Isaiah, are these your relatives? Are you going to let them disrupt things like this? The man who was named felt embarrassed and reprimanded his relative. Spencer, I took you in out of family ties. If you cause trouble and ruin our lives, you might as well go back. When faced with benefits, human nature couldn't hide. Christopher, that's not what I mean, Spencer hurriedly explained, knowing he couldn't stay in that lousy shelter for a single day longer. Isaiah waved him off, signaling not to continue, and turned to Billy, saying, Sister Jayu, please don't hold it against the youngster. Us old neighbors have no objections to the distribution. Alberta, yeah, no objections, the other natives chimed in. After all, their shares wouldn't decrease, and it was pointless to challenge Billy. Others also secretly tugged at their relatives' sleeves, deciding it was better to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Seeing everyone calm down, Thomas could only laugh it off and asked Shaw to quickly hand over Billy's share. Sister, here are your 5 rations. Shaw grinned ingratiatingly. Billy kept her hands behind her back and didn't take them, instead stating seriously, I said, since this building has its rules, I will abide by them. Rent is rent, and relief grain is relief grain, separate matters should be treated separately. You can continue using the boat, and I won't press for rent. We've been neighbors for years, so paying with relief grain is fine. My family only has 3 people registered, so I'll only take 3 rations. With that, she took 4 ration packs from Shaw. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, never seeing anyone give back food once it was within reach. Thomas clapped, saying, Great. Sister Jayu has principles. Others followed suit in praising her. Billy raised her hand for silence. Now that the rules are set, I have a suggestion. Go ahead, Sister Jayu. She surveyed everyone, noting the varied expressions on their faces. Then she spoke solemnly, as far as I know, some families here have lost members or have members who moved away through marriage but are still registered. If we distribute based on registered population, it would be unfair. I suggest that, on top of distributing according to the registered population, we also adjust based on actual population, reallocating any surplus to those who need it more. Thomas's expression turned grim. Damn it, you might as well give me your ID card. His parents had both passed away last year, but he never changed the household registration. Therefore, according to the registered population, his family of 3 could receive 5 rations. Jayu is right. People who have left shouldn't still get rations for living people. I support this. Someone immediately echoed. I also support it. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. This way, the surplus food can be given to those without any, which is fair. I support it too. And me. Thomas's face turned ashen. Seeing everyone siding with Billy, Shaw asked Thomas with a bitter look, Brother Fong, what do we do? The portion for his married sister had always been collected by him. Do it as she said. Thomas gritted out. After getting her share, Billy turned and headed home. She knew that merely receiving 2 fewer rations wouldn't hurt Thomas at all, but this man placed great importance on saving face. Making him lose face in front of everyone today was a small revenge for his recent actions against her, showing him that she wasn't someone to be bullied easily. Back in 1602, Billy closed the door and threw the rations into her storage space. The pile of rations in her space had long been covered in dust. Aspen was still up in the attic, so Billy went up to see what she was doing. Amy, what are you doing? She saw Aspen squatting worriedly in front of the chicken coop. You're back. Aspen stood up and rubbed her back. This hen hasn't laid eggs for days. I wonder if it's because of the feed or if the hen is getting old. If it doesn't lay eggs, then let it not. Don't squat there, be careful about hurting your back. After all, they still had plenty of eggs stored in her space. Aspen couldn't figure it out. The other chicks were eating well and had grown much bigger recently, so it shouldn't be a feed problem. Amy, since it doesn't lay eggs anymore, let's stew it for soup tonight. Just thinking of the delicious old hen soup made one's mouth water. Billy wanted to eat it, and Aspen wouldn't refuse her, so she immediately caught the hen. That night, almost everyone in the neighborhood was munching on dry compressed biscuits. In apartment 802 downstairs, Lorenzo lay half reclined on the bed, holding a biscuit. Since the biscuits were too dry and there was no water, he was choking and patting his chest repeatedly. Mom, do we have any water? I'm almost choked to death. Allison, in the living room, rolled her eyes. No water. If you don't have water, don't eat it. Chapter 74. The rain has stopped. The next day, while everyone was still fast asleep, the dark clouds quietly dispersed. Billy, half asleep, felt unusually quiet around her, so quiet that she could clearly hear the flapping of tiny wings of a little insect on the windowsill. She woke up in shock and got up to pull back the curtains. Dawn was breaking, and the sun was rising in the east. The golden morning sunlight covered the entire sky, casting a warm glow over all the buildings. Occasionally, a gentle early summer breeze would blow, causing the clear raindrops hanging from the eaves to fall into the water one after another with a pattering sound, rippling circles appearing on the water surface. The rain has stopped. The rain that had been falling for almost 3 months finally stopped. The water level had risen to the 4th floor. Billy glanced at the clock. It was only 6 a.m. Since she was already awake, she decided not to go back to sleep. She changed into her clothes and opened the door to go to the bathroom for her morning routine. Everyone else was still sleeping, leaving the room silent. It had been a long time since she cooked a meal, and suddenly she wanted to have century egg and lean pork congee. She checked the battery power. It was still at 20%, enough to cook a meal. Billy went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and started preparing breakfast. First, she washed the rice and let it soak in water. Then, she began chopping the ingredients: green onions, ginger, wild boar meat into minced pieces, and diced century eggs. She turned on the induction cooker and stir-fried the pork with scallions, ginger, and garlic. After adding cold water, she waited for it to boil before pouring in the rice, covering it and cooking for about 30 minutes. As she busied herself in the kitchen, other family members gradually woke up. Smelling the fragrance coming from the kitchen and seeing Billy actually cooking breakfast early in the morning, Goran and others were incredulous. They didn't even notice that the rain had stopped outside. "Thompson, Amy, the porridge is ready, let's eat together," Billy called out. Opening the pot lid, a wave of aroma immediately filled the air. She added the century eggs to the pot, seasoned it with salt and white pepper, drizzled with sesame oil, stirred well, and took it off the heat. "It smells delicious." Bernie rubbed his eyes and walked into the living room. "Apsel, you're up too. Let's have breakfast together." "It's made by Inna herself." Tilda Aspen blinked at Bernie and gave him a meaningful look. Billy served everyone a bowl each, even giving a portion to the dog. The steaming hot century egg and lean pork congee was so hot that the dog's tongue curled as he licked it but couldn't resist continuing. The whole family sat neatly around the dining table, enjoying their congee with homemade pickled radish. It was a blissful moment. Suddenly, noise came from outside, as if many people were shouting. "What's going on with these people?" Aspen stretched her neck to look out the window. Billy calmly sipped her congee and nonchalantly said, "Maybe because the rain has stopped." "What? The rain has stopped?" All three of them were taken aback. Aspen ran to the window first, turning back to the dining area with surprise and nodding. "Really, it's not raining anymore." Goran and Bernie also put down their breakfast and went to the window to see. Indeed, there was no rain at all. The sun, which had been missing for almost 3 months, hung warmly in the sky. Many heads poked out of the windows from other floors, some waving their hands happily and shouting, "The rain has stopped! The rain has stopped! Look, the rain has stopped! You goddamn weather, it's finally over." Some people clapped their hands, laughing and crying, "Great, we've finally made it through. Is it really sunny now? Well, my clothes can finally dry. I've been wearing damp underwear for so long, it feels like mold is growing on my balls. But the water hasn't receded yet. Idiot, the rain has stopped, the water will retreat sooner or later. We'll finally get back to normal. At this moment, I can't help but miss my 9-to-5 job. When the water recedes, I'm going to eat hot pot, barbecue, crayfish, guaranteed not to repeat any dish for a week, no, a month." People hugged each other excitedly, jumping and screaming, venting the gloom they had accumulated during this period. For a moment, the whole neighborhood was filled with joy. The government also sent personnel in rescue boats to broadcast through loudspeakers as they cruised the streets. "Please stay calm and do not take risks. We are orderly arranging follow-up disaster relief activities. Please wait patiently at home." Everyone thought the end of the rain marked the beginning of hope, but little did they know it was just the prelude to hell. Only room 1602 remained the same as usual. Without the cloud cover, the scorching sun shone mercilessly on the earth. Within an hour, the indoor temperature rose. The thermometer showed it had reached 26. Billy took the thermometer to measure the outdoor temperature. As soon as she placed it outside, the mercury shot up to 28 and continued to rise. 5 minutes later, she brought the thermometer back inside, which showed that the outdoor temperature had already hit 35. Although this was the temperature expected for this season, it was only the beginning. Things would become more extreme from here on out. With such intense sunlight, they could switch to the solar generator now. For this task, Bernie was enough by himself. All he needed to do was take the solar generator out of storage and put the diesel generator back in. While waiting, Billy went into the space to check the remaining diesel fuel. They had been very frugal with its use during this period, but they still consumed 1/5 of the supply. She felt a bit distressed, realizing she should look for more diesel fuel at some point in the future. Bernie was efficient, quickly swapping out the generators. Billy had purchased industrial-grade solar panels, which, when unfolded, almost covered the entire balcony. According to the manufacturer's introduction, with 6 hours of sunlight, these panels theoretically could produce 14 to 18 kilowatt-hours per day, enough to cover the family's daily electricity needs. Because space was needed for the panels, the chicks' coop had to be moved to the living room balcony. Goran used storage boxes to create an area for them in the corner. The solar panels quietly absorbed heat, continuously supplying energy to the appliances in room 1602. Everyone was satisfied. That day, despite the heat, everyone indulged in the that hard times were about to end, not giving it much thought. As the stars shifted and night fell, the few families living in the hallway sat around makeshift beds made from wooden planks, eagerly discussing better days ahead while nibbling on compressed biscuits and sipping plain water. The dry biscuits gave them the illusion of eating beef jerky. However, the festive atmosphere was shattered by a shrill scream. Chapter 75, Difficult Labor. Inside room 601. Stephanie was at a loss, supporting her daughter Paulette. Paulette lay in Stephanie's arms, pale-faced and in agony, her hands clutching her abdomen. The ear-piercing scream had come from her just moments ago. At 9 months pregnant, she was due to give birth within 20 days. Today, perhaps because she was too elated and her emotions were greatly stirred, while having dinner, she felt an unusual wetness between her legs. Looking down, she saw that she was bleeding. Seeing his wife about to give birth, her Nicky Yosef rushed upstairs anxiously to borrow an inflatable boat from Thomas on the 16th floor. However, not long after Yosef left, Paulette slipped and fell in panic. Stephanie, seeing this from afar, couldn't reach her daughter in time. The intense impact caused Paulette to let out a shrill scream, and now she was in so much pain she almost passed out. Wife, what happened? Yosef, drenched in sweat, ran home and pushed the door open only to see his wife lying on the ground with a large pool of blood beneath her. Even though he had never seen a Rosa giving birth before, he knew that such a volume of blood was far from normal. Seeing her daughter's ashen face, Stephanie was already beside herself with worry. Spotting Yosef empty-handed, she anxiously asked, Young, where's the boat? Brother who hasn't returned yet, they took the boat out. Yosef looked regretful, wishing he had taken her to the hospital earlier. What? What did you say? Stephanie's voice rose sharply, disbelievingly screaming, without the boat, what will we do for Lily? Seeing his weak wife, Yosef made up his mind. Mom, you take care of Lily. I'll go to apartment 1602 and see if I can borrow one. Justice followed Thomas for work, knowing they didn't get along well. But there was nothing else he could do but turn to Billy. Stephanie forcefully pushed Yosef towards the door. So why are you still standing there? Hurry up. What do you mean see if I can borrow, don't come back unless you have it? Yosef dashed upstairs with all his might. As soon as he touched the iron door of 1602, he recoiled from a shock of electricity. It was just powered on when he arrived. Not daring to touch the door again, Yosef shouted, Sister Jayu, it's me, Yosef from 601. Are you home? I need your help urgently. No response. Justice yelled louder, is anyone there? Anyone? Billy turned off the TV, put down her pad, and went over to open the door. What do you want? Yosef hesitated. Room 1602 had a notorious reputation. Speak quickly. She disliked those associated with Thomas, wondering what trouble he would bring next. My wife is about to give birth. Can we borrow your boat to go to the hospital? Just that. Yosef nodded vigorously. Albert's. She fell and lost a lot of blood. Could you lend me the boat? I'll pay you rent. All right. Billy replied straightforwardly. Adults' grievances had nothing to do with a child's life. Yosef was surprised by her compliance, expecting to beg more than once. What's with the aren't you in a hurry? Go prepare, I'll meet you downstairs. She slammed the door. Stunned, Yosef stood there for a moment before rushing home. After informing her family, Billy shouldered the inflatable boat and headed downstairs. Paulette's contractions grew more frequent, every bone and muscle in her body throbbing with pain, especially in her lower abdomen. She felt like her whole body was being torn apart and was nearly fainting from the pain. Not only was amniotic fluid leaking, but there was also a large amount of blood, showing signs of increasing. Wife, how are you? I borrowed the boat. Hang in there. Yosef hurried back home and held Paulette's hand, his concern evident. Paulette's eyes welled with tears. Young, it hurts so much. Bear with it a little longer, we're going to the hospital soon. Yosef, seeing his wife's lips turning white, felt a tear roll down his cheek. Young, I'm dizzy, so tired, I want to sleep. Justice her mother-in-law, Stephanie, was frantic, squatting beside her, wiping her tears. When Billy arrived, she saw this scene. They were about to lift Paulette onto the inflatable boat when Billy called out. Wait. Billy stepped forward, lifted Paulette's skirt, and took a look. It was obvious Paulette was malnourished, her thighs barely had any meat, and her joints were clearly visible. Just her protruding belly contrasted terrifyingly with her emaciated body. This was troubling. The heavy bleeding indicated possible placental abruption, and the cervix was fully dilated, the baby's head was visible. It might be too late to send her to the hospital now, Billy said. You know how to deliver a baby. What should we do? Yosef was immediately frantic upon hearing this. Billy shook her head. I have only studied medicine for a short time and lack clinical experience. I only have a rudimentary understanding and am making judgments based on intuition. Stephanie suddenly became irate. If you don't know what you're talking about, why are you saying such things? Yosef, quickly take Lily to the hospital. Billy took a deep breath, deciding not to quarrel with the old lady. Normally, there shouldn't be so much bleeding. Look at her, she's already lost nearly 500 milliliters of blood. Continued blood loss could be fatal. I suspect it might be placental abruption. If it's not due to any underlying illness, it could be from recent abdominal trauma. That's right, my wife fell just now. Yosef clung to this lifeline. Sister Jayu, what should we do? The baby is almost out. It would take more than an hour to get to the hospital now, and she might give birth on the way, which could be very unsafe. Billy didn't want to involve herself in trouble, leaving the decision to them. This situation is too dangerous. Look at her, she's so frail. She's already too weak to deliver the baby. Traveling could exhaust her further. A prolonged delivery could lead to oxygen deprivation or suffocation for the baby, and there's a high risk of postpartum hemorrhage. There are no conditions for a blood transfusion here. You need to decide. If you want to go to the hospital, I can take you now, but don't blame me if anything happens. I don't know. Yosef looked at his mother-in-law. Mom, what should we do? Stephanie was also terrified. Paulette had already fallen into unconsciousness, unresponsive no matter how they called her. What, little girl, she has passed out, how can she give birth? Stephanie was almost in tears. Billy shook her head. I'll try, maybe I can wake her up, but I can't guarantee it. Then hurry up. We need to set things straight up front. No matter what happens, don't blame me. Yosef nodded vigorously. Sister Jayu, just do it. Whatever happens, I won't blame you. Justice then looked at Stephanie. Stephanie had no other options and finally nodded as well. With their assurance, Billy pulled out acupuncture needles from her bag and began inserting them according to the acupoints she recalled. Justice's hands were slightly trembling. After all, she had only tried this on herself before, feeling quite uncertain. The first needle was inserted obliquely into the philtrum. The second needle was used to release blood from the 10 xians, which are the tips of the 10 fingers. She quickly pricked each fingertip with the needle point, squeezing out drops of blood. Theoretically, the patient should have woken up by now. But after finishing, she looked at Paulette, who still remained unconscious. Billy took another deep breath, removed her shoes, and proceeded to release blood from the 10 toes, followed by inserting the needle into the Yongquan points. Ah! Paulette let out a soft cry. Chapter 76, Massive Bleeding. Awake, awake. Yosef was overjoyed. Honey, how are you? Paulette weakly lifted her eyes. Do we have any energy drinks or chocolates with high calories? Give her a little bit, Billy said. ZH Marlowe asked hurriedly upon hearing this. Will brown sugar water work? Billy nodded. It can. Immediately, she instructed Yosef to move Paulette onto a clean bed. Young, I'm in so much pain. Paulette gripped Yosef's hand tightly, tears welled up in her eyes. It's fine, it will be better soon. Yosef comforted her. The brown sugar water is here. Marlowe quickly approached with the freshly made brown sugar water and fed it to Paulette. After Paulette drank all of the sugar water, Billy told her, from now on, remember, when the contractions come, take a deep breath, then push the air towards your abdomen, as if you're trying to have a bowel movement. When the contraction stops, you stop too. Don't shout loudly. Paulette nodded slightly. But when the next contraction came, she couldn't help but scream out of pain. Don't scream, hurry up and push. Yosef, hold her hand tightly so she can use force. Oh, okay. Yosef immediately did as he was told. Paulette left deep scratch marks on his hand, causing Yosef to grimace in pain, yet he dared not make a sound. Paulette tried several more times. Another contraction struck. I can't do it. It's too painful. Young, I don't want to give birth anymore. I don't want to. She broke down. Yosef stroked her sweaty hair and reassured her. Honey, I'm here. Our son will be out soon. Just try a little more. Paulette cried out. No, I don't want to give birth. I won't give birth. Marlowe felt helpless for her daughter but couldn't assist. She could only stand there wiping her tears. My poor daughter, you've suffered so much. Can you shut up? You're making noise. Billy glared at her. Don't just stand there. Come and help hold her legs. Oh. Billy turned to Paulette coldly. Think carefully. You can already see the baby's head. If you waste your strength and it takes too long, he'll die from suffocation. Paulette stopped crying after being scolded by Billy. Yosef, massage around her waist bones. It might ease some of her pain. Actually, Billy had pain relief needles in her space, but she didn't intend to be the one helping. First, she had no clinical experience and would likely miss. Second, administering medication could bring endless trouble if any issues arose later. Following Billy's directions, Paulette began pushing with each contraction. Half an hour later, with a loud scream from Paulette. Whoa. A wrinkly, white fat-covered newborn baby emerged. Yosef and Marlowe watched the baby slide onto the sheet. Both were stunned momentarily. Justices, born. Annoyed, Billy retorted. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and clean him. Realizing this, they fumbled around to pick up the baby. It's a boy, Mom, I have a son. Yosef exclaimed happily like a child, turning to Paulette. Honey, you gave me a son. Marlowe was also delighted, unable to close her mouth as she carried her grandson to clean him. On the bed, Paulette heard she had given birth to a son and smiled weakly and happily. All right, I'm leaving. Later, make sure to rub her stomach to expel the placenta. Everything else should be self-explanatory. Billy got up to leave. Oh, let me escort you. Thank you so much today. Yosef stood up promptly. No need, I didn't really help much. Take care of your wife. Billy waved as she walked away. After she left, Yosef and Marlowe were both delighted as they gathered around the newborn, bathing the child. Mom, why does he look so wrinkly, like in Zechariah? What do you know? Newborns always look like that. They grow prettier over time. Mom, he's so small. Look at his tiny hands, only 2 fingers big. Not small at all. He must weigh about 6 to 7 pounds. No wonder Lily went through so much suffering. Only then did Yosef remember Paulette was still in bed. Justice took his eyes off his son and stood up to check on his wife. Paulette seemed to be sleeping on the bed. Yosef gently pushed Paulette. Honey, are you hungry? Should you eat something before resting? Paulette's eyes remained closed, her face deathly pale, showing no response. Justice pushed her again. Honey? Still no response. Feeling something was wrong, Yosef applied more force to try to wake his wife, but no matter how he called her, Paulette remained as still as a withered tree, unresponsive. At this moment, he noticed that at some point, a large patch of blood had soaked into the sheet beneath her. Panicked, Yosef shouted, Mom, come over quick. There's something wrong with Lily. Marlo put down her grandson and hurried over. Mom, look, Lily is bleeding so much, I can't wake her up no matter what. Seeing the large patch of blood under her daughter, Marlo felt dizzy and collapsed onto Paulette, starting to cry hysterically. Daughter, wake up, don't scare Mom like this. Tears welled up in Yosef's eyes too. Mom, I'll go call Billy back, she must have a way. With that, Yosef rushed out. Justice bumped into Thomas and his group right at the door. Caught off balance, Thomas asked, Ralph, what's the rush in the middle of the night? Ignoring Thomas's question, Yosef tried to head upstairs to find Billy but was stopped by Thomas. What's going on? Tell me. Thomas was annoyed that Yosef dared to ignore him. Justice Plessy, Yosef explained, Brother Fong, my wife is having complications during childbirth and is hemorrhaging badly. I need to find Billy for help quickly. Thomas's eyes widened. Your wife is having complications during childbirth. Why would finding her help? You should get her to the hospital immediately. I didn't tell you, she knows a bit of medical knowledge. She helped with the delivery just now. She definitely has a way. How useful can someone like her be? Do you dare entrust your wife's life to her? Who do you trust more, her or me? Quickly, take her to the hospital immediately. The boat is still downstairs, I'll go with you. Seeing the situation, Yosef had no choice but to go back inside. Yosef, where is she? Marlo asked when she saw her son-in-law enter alone. Justice scooped up Paulette in his arms and said to Marlo, Mom, I hadn't even found Billy when I ran into Brother Fong. Justice offered to help us take Lily to the hospital. You grab the baby quickly, let's go. Thomas and his group took the rubber dinghy towards the hospital through the night. Chapter 77, Enemy, Benefactor. That night, everyone in the building was awakened by bouts of wailing. What's going on? Who's mourning like this? Someone stuck their head out of the window and shouted loudly, Why are you crying in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? It's so noisy. It seems to be coming from the 6th floor. Should we check it out? What's there to see? Go back to sleep. Billy was also woken up by the noise. She turned on the light and walked to the door, listening carefully. This voice sounds like Stephanie's. Could something have happened at 601? She wondered to herself. The other 3 people in her home had also woken up and came out to ask, What's happening? Who is crying? It seems to be Stephanie from 601, Billy replied. Ah, didn't her daughter just give birth? Could it be that the baby didn't make it? Aspen guessed. Thompson, Amy, I'll go check. You go back to rest. Billy grabbed a flashlight and prepared to open the door. Bernie hurriedly said, I'll go with you. They followed the sound of crying down to the door of 601 with flashlights in hand. The hallway was already filled with spectators who made way for them as they approached. The door of 601 was wide open, and Stephanie's heart-wrenching cries echoed from inside. What happened? Billy asked the crowd. Yu Posey, who lived across from 601, answered first. It said that Stephanie's daughter is dead. Paulette died. Although Billy was somewhat surprised, she wasn't entirely shocked. Given Paulette's poor health, always lacking nutrition, even though the child was big and healthy, it was not surprising that she couldn't survive after such a taxing labor and losing so much blood. Another neighbor added, it said that she started failing earlier in the night and was rushed to the hospital, where she eventually passed away. Since Billy had helped deliver Paulette's child, she decided to go inside and take a look. Stepping into 601, she saw Paulette lying on the bed, completely pale, devoid of life. Stephanie was hunched over her, wailing painfully. Yosef sat listlessly in the corner, staring emptily at Paulette. Just as hearing someone enter, Stephanie looked up and, upon seeing Billy, immediately sprang up, raising her hand to slap her. What are you doing? Bernie quickly blocked Stephanie's hand. Stephanie screamed, trying to grab Billy with her other hand while continuously cursing, all your fault. You killed my daughter. If you hadn't refused to send us to the hospital, my daughter wouldn't have died. You monster. Billy frowned. How was this her fault? With her hands restrained by Bernie, Stephanie viciously kicked him. Unprepared, Bernie took the kick full force. Ouch. Stephanie's kick was hard, causing Bernie to gasp in pain. Billy pushed Stephanie away with her left hand and slapped her across the face with her right. Covering her cheek, Stephanie yelled, You dare hit me? You murderer, you actually dare to hit me. I'll fight you to the death. Saying this, she lunged at Billy again. Mom, stop. Yosef, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly came to his senses, crawled forward, and hugged his mother-in-law's legs, begging through tears. Yosef, let go of me. Your daughter's death is half your fault. Get out of here. She mercilessly kicked Yosef in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Justice quickly got up and held onto Stephanie's leg again, sobbing, Mom, please stop. The baby is still here. Please don't cause a scene. Stephanie pointed at Yosef and scolded loudly, You useless thing. My good daughter married you and never enjoyed a day of happiness before dying young. And you don't even seek revenge for her. What a coward. The onlookers whispered among themselves, listening to Stephanie's curses. It seems the Zhao family wanted to send them to the hospital for childbirth, but 1602 refused and gave wrong instructions, leading to excessive bleeding. Later, Thomas found out and sent them to the hospital, but it was too late. Is that true? 1602 really went too far, meddling without proper knowledge. This is a human life. A person who had been previously disciplined by Billy sneered, human life? When did they ever care about that? They shouldn't act so arrogantly without fearing retribution. Alas, Poor Zhao's wife, such a good person, now gone. Albert's, old lady Zhu lost her Nikki long ago and relied only on her daughter. Now she's all alone. How tragic. These people, emboldened by their numbers, did not lower their voices, and every word reached Billy's ears clearly. Seeing that everyone was speaking up for her, Stephanie struggled fiercely to break free from Yosef's hold, her face twisted with rage. Billy, you wicked Rosa, give me back my daughter. Billy spoke coldly to Yosef, who was kneeling on the ground. Yosef, explain clearly what exactly happened. Justice lifted his head with great difficulty and said to Stephanie, Mom, stop this nonsense. Lily's death has nothing to do with Billy. Stephanie spat at him, Bah. If it weren't for her insisting Lily give birth at home, we wouldn't have missed the chance to save her. And you still dare to speak up for her. You're scared of her, but I'm not, you coward. Billy sneered, what a joke. Did I not send you to the hospital? Did I force you to give birth at home? I already had the boat ready to go at any moment, and I told you everything was up to you. You chose not to go to the hospital, and now you turn around and blame me. Justice even sees all. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for your false accusations? Stephanie retorted angrily, it was you who said it was too late to take her out, so we didn't. If we had gone to the hospital earlier, my daughter wouldn't have died. Mom, stop. Yosef roared, shocking Stephanie. This son-in-law had always been mild-tempered, never daring to lose his temper no matter how much she provoked him. The doctors made it clear in the hospital that Lily fell and suffered an abdominal impact leading to heavy bleeding. The hospital's blood bank was already empty. Even if we had rushed her there immediately, she wouldn't have survived. In that situation, insisting on going to the hospital would have cost her life on the way. Billy is our benefactor. Without her help, the baby wouldn't have survived either. Yosef pulled on Stephanie's hand. Mom, I know you're grieving, but this really has nothing to do with Billy. We need to take care of Lily's funeral arrangements and look after the baby. I beg you, please stop this. Just hearing this, Stephanie squatted down on the ground, covering her face as she cried bitterly. So that was the case. The bystanders fell silent upon hearing this, their gazes toward Billy now filled with apology and admiration. Billy didn't care what people thought of her, she quietly pulled Bernie back to her own home. Chapter 78, The Justice Seat Wave arrives. Billy and the other person returned home. The two elders were worried and waited for them in the living room. You're back, what happened downstairs? Aspen asked. Billy replied indifferently, Paulette died. Ah, didn't you say last night that she had already given birth? How did she die? She bled out too much, they took her to the hospital but couldn't save her. She didn't mention Stephanie's behavior to avoid worrying the elders. Goran sighed, sigh, since ancient times, childbirth has been like crossing the gates of hell for women. With conditions still like this now, it's truly a calamity. Aspen also felt deeply moved. She watched Billy's figure as she went into the bathroom to freshen up and sighed. Billy and Bernie's relationship had just started improving, and then this happened. If they really ended up together in the future, they would eventually have children. What if? Aspen shook her head. No, her Jiayu was destined for good fortune, this wouldn't happen. The news of Paulette's death while giving birth greatly impacted the elders. The next day, even during breakfast, they seemed distracted. Billy waved her hand in front of them. Thompson, Amy, what's wrong with you two? Why are you so gloomy? She was puzzled by their early morning mood. It's nothing, we might not have slept well last night, Aspen forced a smile. By the way, Jiayu, the medicinal wine you made last time was very effective. Christopher Huang also suffers from arthritis, it has been bothering him lately. Should we give him some? Sure, we have plenty at home. We can always make more if we run out. Alright, I'll pack a small bottle for him after breakfast. The weather grew increasingly hot, and within 2 days, Paulette's body began to emit an unpleasant odor. Thomas contacted government officials, and soon a small boat came to take away Paulette's body. A day later, a small square box was delivered back. In such an environment, normal funeral procedures weren't possible. Yosef managed to get some candles from Thomas and conducted a simple ceremony for Paulette. Once he had composed himself, the next day he visited Billy to apologize. That day, my mother was overwhelmed with grief, which is why she acted that way. Please don't hold it against her, Yosef said sincerely. I didn't take it to heart. You can go back now. As Billy was about to close the door, please wait, is there something else? Yosef took out a small bag of red dates and said, these red dates were originally meant to help strengthen my wife's health. Now that she's gone, they're of no use to me. Please accept them as an apology for my mother's behavior. Billy declined, no need, I appreciate the gesture. Yosef thought she was rejecting him and quickly explained, we don't have many valuables left. Please accept them, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Although Yosef hung around Thomas, his character was decent. Seeing his humble manner, Billy felt a pang of sympathy and sighed, wait a moment. She went back to her room and took out a can of formula from her storage space before returning. A newborn baby needed proper nourishment. Given Yosef's circumstances, he likely couldn't provide much. From seeing how malnourished Paulette was even when pregnant, it was clear supplies were scarce, feeding the baby compressed biscuits wasn't an option. She had stockpiled a lot of formula but feared giving too much would invite trouble, so she only took 1 can. This formula is for you. Consider it a gift for your son. Yosef was surprised that Billy would offer him something. Justice hesitated, unsure if he should accept. Billy, growing impatient, shoved the formula into his hands, sternly saying, take it, Okay, Yosef took the formula, his eyes brimming with tears, thank you. Seeing him cry, Billy was taken aback and hastily added, take good care of your son, before closing the door. Time fast-forwarded to August 2023. The temperature had been breaking records visibly each day. Today, Billy woke up drenched in sticky heat. Checking the clock, it was only 8 a.m. The thermometer hanging in her room showed the indoor temperature had already risen to 36 degrees Celsius. All rooms in apartment 1602 had double-layer insulation and the best thermal windows, maintaining roughly a 10 degrees Celsius difference between indoors and outdoors. If it was this hot inside, she could barely imagine the heat outside. Just as her clothes clung to her body as if soaked in water, and she rushed to the bathroom for a quick shower. In the living room, the dog lay sprawled on the floor, its tongue lolling out despite the electric fan blowing hot air. Aspen squatted beside the chicken coop, looking worried. The sudden heat wave had made it unbearable for the chickens, they lost their appetite, and 2 of them had already died from the heat. If this continued, the remaining ones wouldn't last long either. These little chickens she had cared for meticulously over many days, it would be heartbreaking if they all perished. Goran came down from the attic holding a bundle of leafy greens, grumbling as he walked. The oil, Chinese lettuce, and celery have all wilted, I had to cut them all down. With such weather, no vegetables can survive, I wonder if the potatoes and sweet potatoes can hold on. Justice pondered, realizing that none of the leafy greens could withstand such high temperatures. It seemed he could only try planting something else. Bernie emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray. Thompson, Amy, you, come and have some iced fruit juice. Where did you get the ice? Billy asked in surprise, not recalling having taken any ice out of her storage space. Guess. Justice handed Billy a cup of pear juice. Pear juice is good for moistening the lungs and clearing heat. You've been coughing lately, drink more. Goran gulped down a big mouthful of juice. Noticing the ice cubes inside, he suddenly understood. No wonder you were tinkering with some machine early this morning. It's an ice maker. The ice maker is fixed. Albert, Bernie nodded. Billy was thoroughly impressed. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't repair. Aspen praised him too. Tianhao is so capable. Our Yu sure has good luck and excellent taste. Bernie scratched his head modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Woof. Pushovala, what about mine? Oh, I forgot Nyanjiao's share. Billy hurriedly poured some into the dog bowl. Woof woof. More ice, please. Though the ice maker was useful, it consumed a lot of electricity when used, so they could only indulge occasionally. Fortunately, Billy had stocked up on plenty of ice cubes, and if needed, she could always take more from her storage space. After each of them drank a large glass of iced fruit juice, the coolness gradually faded, and the oppressive heat returned. Aspen opened the living room window, hoping for some air circulation, but the moment it was opened, a wave of scorching heat rushed in, and the glaring sunlight made her squint. My goodness, it must be over 40 degrees outside. Forget it, let's close it again. Aspen also pulled the thick curtains shut. It's already this hot at just past 8, who knows how it'll be at noon. Billy had been monitoring the temperature daily, noting it rose by almost 5 degrees each day. Each afternoon at 2 o'clock was the hottest time, and yesterday the highest outdoor temperature had reached 45 degrees Celsius. Would today break 50 degrees Celsius? She placed a thermometer outside the window, waiting 5 minutes before bringing it back inside. Accidentally touching the windowsill, she recoiled in pain. It burned, leaving a red mark on her hand. 46 degrees Celsius. And it was only around 9 in the morning. Chapter 79, Reducing the Source over High Justiciat. Aspen and the others gathered around to take a look, gasping in amazement. Goodness gracious, at this rate, how can anyone survive? Billy fetched 3 stainless steel basins from the kitchen and took out large blocks of ice from the storage space. She placed 1 block in each basin, positioning 1 basin in front of the electric fan and the other 2 beside the sofa and in the dining area. All curtains were drawn shut except for a small gap left open for lighting. The doors of other rooms were also closed. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the overall temperature in the living room dropped, making the breeze blown by the fan much cooler. The indoor temperature had already dropped from 36 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. Aspen moved the chicken coop closer to the ice blocks. Juyu, isn't it too extravagant to use ice like this? At over 30 degrees, your grandfather and I can still bear it. Perhaps we should wait until it gets even hotter. Aspen was worried that Billy's stockpile of ice might not be enough. Don't worry, Nai. We'll only use them during the hottest period. We can also turn on the air conditioner for a while at noon. With this, our ice supply will last for 5 to 6 years. Besides, after the extreme heat, the extreme cold would follow, and keeping the ice blocks would be useless then. Cooking in the heat was miserable, and leftovers wouldn't last a few hours without spoiling. Moreover, everyone lacked appetite. So they simply munched on 2 ready-made salted vegetable pancakes from the storage space as breakfast. To prevent heat stroke, Billy also made everyone take some Rendan, Chinese medicine, as a precaution. Thus, the entire family spent the whole day lounging lazily in the living room. Billy even lay sprawled on the floor like a dog, finding it much cooler indeed. At the hottest time of noon, they finally turned on the air conditioner for an hour, which helped revive them. Outside, the temperature had already soared to 51 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? In Chinese history, there have been periods of high temperatures with a peak recorded at 44.4 degrees Celsius. In those days without air conditioning, thousands of people died daily in the capital due to the heat. Globally, the highest temperature ever recorded historically is 49.5 degrees Celsius. Apart from basic tricks like baking cookies in cars or frying eggs outside, the intense heat melted and destroyed trolley wires, causing trolleys to cease operation. Roads developed cracks from thermal expansion, and plastic wall panels of houses softened and deformed. One continent saw over 700 deaths within a week, mostly elderly people with chronic diseases whose conditions worsened in the heat. Now, it was already 51 degrees Celsius outside. Billy was a bit worried whether the air conditioner's outdoor unit wiring could withstand such heat. Fortunately, she had positioned it in a shaded spot, so it wasn't directly exposed to sunlight. Apart from their home, apartment 1602, life was miserable for others. Those living in the hallway were truly suffering. The greyish-white cement walls were scorched hot, emitting wisps of heat. The harsh sun forced them to keep the hallway windows shut, confining them in the cramped space without any breeze, as if the air had solidified. The entire hallway felt like a steamer, suffocatingly hot. Sweat poured down their faces and necks, sticking to their clothes, making them slick and sticky. The sour smell of sweat mixed with the stench of rotting garbage, fermenting in the hallway. Men and children stripped down to just shorts. Bodies pampered by constant air conditioning couldn't endure such hellish conditions. Suddenly, there came playful noises from downstairs. Billy stood by the window, parting the curtain slightly to get a better view. Some couldn't tolerate the heat and plunged into the water under the scorching sun. These fools. While the water was certainly cool, prolonged exposure could lead to dehydration and severe sunburn. Additionally, swimming in warm water consumes more energy, raising body temperature. To cool down, blood vessels dilate further, depriving vital organs of adequate blood supply. Simultaneously, excessive sweating causes dehydration. They couldn't even meet the standard daily water intake. Without timely replenishment, heatstroke was almost inevitable. Not to mention the yellowish-brown sewage teeming with bacteria and viruses. The immediate relief they enjoyed now would only make their suffering worse later. They're asking for trouble. Seeing the joy of those who dived in, others couldn't resist, stripping off and jumping in one after another. The smarter ones stayed in the shade of buildings. Billy examined the scene carefully and noticed the water level seemed lower. Previously, it had flooded up to the 4th floor, but after days of high-temperature evaporation, it had dropped to mid-3rd floor. This was somewhat reassuring. Haha. Bernie walked over, seeing the scene below resembling dumplings boiling in a pot, and chuckled. What's so funny? Billy looked at him in confusion. Justice pointed at the people downstairs. Look, doesn't it remind you of reducing sauce over high heat? You're right. With this scorching temperature, isn't the water being splashed around by these people just like the broth being reduced over high heat by heaven? Considering the power consumption and noise issues, they only ran the air conditioner for 2 hours before turning it off, relying on the residual coolness in the room and the ice blocks to get through until sunset. The outdoor temperature dropped to 45 degrees Celsius. Dinner was again prepared without using the stove. They took out pre-made duck noodle soup and crab roe steamed buns from storage. The food was still steaming hot when taken out, causing everyone to sweat profusely while eating. Just after finishing their meal, someone started shouting at the door. Jiayu, are you home? It's Ralph. They quickly cleared away the dinner plates, not even sparing the dog's bowl. Billy wiped her mouth before going to open the door. Opening it, she saw Yosef standing outside the metal gate with a bag in hand. Jiayu, I've brought your relief supplies. Justice lifted the bag he was holding. It was time for the next round of relief supplies. She stepped out and opened the metal gate. As Yosef felt a cool breeze brush past his face as Billy opened the door, he didn't dwell on it and handed her the bag, saying, same as last time, for portions for your family. Check it over. Billy took the bag, glanced inside, then closed it. Weren't we supposed to go down to collect it? Why did you bring it up? Yosef scratched his head and said, I had nothing else to do, and no one came from your place, so I thought I'd bring it up. Just a simple favor. Thank you. Billy asked casually, how's your son? Mentioning his son, Yosef beamed even more brightly. Justice is doing great, eating well and sleeping well. Justice's gained some weight since birth but is sleeping more due to the heat. Watch out that he doesn't get heat stroke. Hot weather can cause rashes easily. Keep him clean and dry. Billy advised kindly. Yosef nodded and added thoughtfully. By the way, try not to go out during the day. Today alone, over 30 people in our neighborhood suffered from heat stroke. They're only starting to send boats to the hospital now that the temperature has dropped a bit. All right. At the county hospital, Godwin was swamped in the emergency room. Patient after patient with heat stroke arrived by boat, filling every corner of the hospital, including the hallways. Chapter 80, Justice Heat Stroke. Currently, the generator at the county hospital could only prioritize powering medical equipment and critical care wards, with no extra electricity for air conditioning. Dr. Godwin's clothes were completely soaked through, and he had already discarded his white coat. At this moment, patients and their families surrounded him in layers. Doctor, my back and arms are hurting and itching, and the skin is peeling off. With just a glance, Godwin diagnosed, this is sunburn. Go home and apply ice packs. Do you have any skincare products with anti-inflammatory ingredients? Apply some on your skin. But where would I get ice from? A wet compress with saline solution will work too. We don't have that either. Doctor, can you give me some medicine? The pain is unbearable, the man said, frowning. Godwin called out to his assistant on the side, Jasmine, do we still have saline solution in our department? Jasmine, busy handling another patient, didn't even look up as she replied, "We ran out long ago. Not just our department, but probably the entire hospital can't find 10 bottles now." "What should I do then?" the man asked, collapsing. "And my child needs immediate attention. She's already running a fever of 38 degrees Celsius and has been vomiting after feeding. Doctor, my mother-in-law also has a fever and heart disease. Please check her." Godwin's mind was buzzing. Patients with heat stroke had flooded in since mid-afternoon, and the hospital was now out of basic medication. How could they treat anyone? At this moment, urgent footsteps approached. Make way, doctor, save him." The patient was carried in and had already fallen into a coma, limbs twitching. His face was flushed, breathing weak, and his skin felt scorching hot. Clearly a severe case of heat stroke. Godwin quickly checked his temperature and blood pressure, 41 degrees Celsius, rapid pulse, dropping blood pressure. Family members, elevate the patient's head and use a cold, wet towel on it. The family member who brought the patient was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "It doesn't work, doctor. We've tried it at home, and it did nothing." Justice was talking in the afternoon, but now he won't wake up. Godwin fished out a towel from a bucket of water nearby, applying it immediately. Then he poured the last bit of alcohol from a bottle onto gauze and quickly wiped the patient's limbs. "The alcohol in our hospital is all used up. This is the best we can do for physical cooling." Justice shouted to his assistant, "Jasmine, bring some salt water to hydrate him." Assistant Jasmine lifted a bowl of salt water and tried to feed it to the patient, but his jaws were tightly shut, causing the salt water to spill on the floor. The family helped pry open the patient's mouth and managed to pour in a small bowl after much effort. Godwin injected a dose of medicine and turned to the family. "We're short-staffed now. Use the blood pressure monitor here, measure every 10 minutes, and keep wiping his body with a wet towel. If the blood pressure hasn't risen in half an hour, call me, and we'll transfer him to ICU." All right, okay. Godwin worked until midnight, with patients continuously arriving. Only when the shift-changing doctor arrived did he finally get a chance to rest in the office. "Joe, you haven't eaten all day. Have some bread." Jasmine offered him a piece. "Thank you." Justice took it, biting a dry piece. Reaching for the water kettle, he found it empty and had to swallow hard several times. Jasmine sat quietly beside him, nibbling on her own bread. In the hallway, cries of agony pierced the air, either from patients or family members mourning the dead. "The ICU said the patient we sent over this afternoon just passed away," Jasmine suddenly spoke. Godwin turned to look at her. Justice didn't last half a day. His skin had already started decaying due to organ failure and infection caused by the high temperature. It was a painful death. She paused for a while, then added, "More than 80 people have died today." Godwin knew it well. More people had died today than the total of the past few days combined. Most patients were already beyond saving by the time they arrived. Even if he were Hua to or reborn, without medication or water, he could only watch as patients slowly succumbed to death. The hospital now resembled a morgue, unable to cure or save lives, serving merely to issue death certificates quickly. This devilish weather, after waiting for the rain to stop, we're hit with heat waves. Justice even doesn't want us to live anymore. "Joe, when will this end?" Godwin remained silent. He didn't know either. They could only take one day at a time. "By the way, Joe, I collected your salary for you." Jasmine pointed to the box on the table. "Shouldn't you be able to go home and rest today?" "Alberts, it's too late, I'll head back first." Godwin quickly finished the bread in his hand, picked up the box on the table, and said goodbye to Jasmine before leaving the office. It was already past 9 p.m. To save electricity, only one light was on in the hallway, casting a dim glow. Godwin carefully stepped through the crowded corridor, being mindful not to disturb anyone. Many patients, after enduring a day of pain, were now leaning against the wall, fast asleep. They barely opened an eye when they heard someone passing by, then drifted off again. An hour later, Godwin arrived home. His father had been waiting awake for him, knowing that his son was supposed to be on leave today. Godwin put down the box he was carrying and first checked the temperature and blood pressure of both elderly parents, relieved to find no issues. Opening the box, inside were neatly arranged, a small bag of potatoes, 2 compressed biscuits, a pack of instant noodles, 2 chocolate bars, 4 bottles of mineral water, and a small bottle of Rendan, medicinal pills. This was his monthly salary. While working at the hospital, he was provided food and accommodation. These extras were supplementary rations. "Dad, it's been very busy at the hospital lately, and I can't leave. I have to go back tomorrow, so I'll leave these things here for you." His father always felt heartache seeing his son return thinner each time. "We don't lack anything at home, you take them back and eat yourself. I won't starve at the hospital, really. Just keep them. Mom's health isn't great, and I'm not at ease with just the 2 of you at home." The more heat stroke patients arriving at the hospital, the more he worried about his parents. His father patted Godwin's shoulder, comfortingly saying, "Just focus on your work, we're fine here. And your Christopher Liu and Aunt Young often visit us. We all look out for each other, no need to worry." Godwin felt reassured hearing this. Justice took out the bottle of Rendan, poured out half of it into a paper wrap, planning to give it to Billy's family the next day. Chapter 81, Mutant Cockroaches. Lewis returned, and Billy seized the opportunity to ask for guidance. "You have an exceptionally high aptitude, and your theoretical knowledge is more solid than that of medical students. What you lack is only clinical experience." Godwin was truly impressed by Billy's progress. Billy took Godwin's praise as a comfort and modestly replied, "You're too kind. I am not flattering you. Everyone in our hospital knows about what happened with Ralph's wife. If you hadn't acted decisively and helped her deliver with acupuncture, she and her child might not have survived the journey here. Godwing genuinely admired Billy and added, the director of our traditional Chinese medicine department heard that a self-taught person who had only studied for 3 months administered acupuncture for labor. Justice praised you highly and said he regrets not taking any more apprentices, otherwise, he would have considered you very promising. Billy didn't want to find another master, as her aspirations lay elsewhere. Learning some basic skills was enough to benefit her family, and the conditions didn't allow it either. After explaining the difficult points, Godwing took out a packet of medicine from his drawer that he had prepared last night and handed it to Billy. Before opening it, she could already smell rendan, a traditional Chinese medicine. Teacher Huang, these are distributed by our hospital. I only got a small bottle myself. You take some. It's so hot, these preventive medicines might help. Billy already had plenty of such medicines and couldn't accept it. So, she put it on the table and said, thank you, Teacher Huang, but I still have some at home. You can give it to Christopher Huang. Just as hearing this, Godwing didn't insist further. Billy stayed at Godwing's house for less than half an hour and was already drenched in sweat. After exchanging pleasantries, she rushed back home like her pants were on fire. Wow. Billy felt a wave of coolness as soon as she opened the door, letting out a sigh of relief. Home is still the most comfortable place. There's no comparison without contrast. While it was still 36 degrees Celsius inside her home, compared to the outside hell, it was heaven and earth. Inna, come eat some silver ear lily of the valley soup. Sure, did you add ice? Of course. But you always suffer from menstrual cramps every month, so try to eat less ice. As Unit 1602 enjoyed the air conditioning and leisurely ate the chilled silver ear soup, something strange was happening upstairs on the 5th floor. Suddenly, there were screams. Soon after, crashes and bangs came from the neighboring unit. Arth, what are these things? Damn, cockroaches. They're cockroaches. Who has such big cockroaches? A dense swarm of yellow-brown cockroaches was pouring out of the sores, far larger than normal size, about as thick as 3 adult fingers, almost as big as rats. Some climbed up the cabinets onto the kitchen countertops and started eating from unwashed dishes. Others unfolded their dark brown wings and flew directly onto the dining table. Am I hallucinating? Are the cockroaches flying? Oh my god, where did all these cockroaches come from? It looks like they crawled out from the saw. Quick, find something to block it. Besides those coming from the saws, some cockroaches even managed to bite through window screens and enter through the holes. These cockroaches seemed immune to heat, climbing up scorching pipes and walls. The entire neighborhood was overrun, with screams and slippers slapping floors echoing everywhere. Unit 1602, with its doors and windows closed and soundproofed for the air conditioning, remained unaware of the chaos outside. Rice cake, what are you eating? Billy suddenly noticed the dog playing with something black on the floor. She walked over and placed her hand under the dog's chin. Spit it out. Bernie had trained the dog well. As soon as Billy gave the command, the dog spat out a cockroach covered in drool into her palm. Billy was going crazy. Where did this giant cockroach come from? And it was still alive. She reflexively threw the cockroach to the ground and stomped on it. Rice cake. Billy was about to teach the dog a lesson when a black shadow flew at her face. Where did these cockroaches come from? Goran came out, curious to see Billy chasing cockroaches with a slipper. This shouldn't happen. The windows and doors were fully sealed, and the saws were blocked long ago. How did the cockroaches get in? Aspen looked at the dead cockroach and exclaimed, what do these cockroaches eat to grow so big? Looking at the cockroach corpse under her foot, Billy fell into a flashback. In her previous life, after the water receded, there was also an insect infestation, except it was a rat problem. Large red-eyed rats suddenly appeared from hidden corners, gnawing on everything and biting anyone in sight. Those rats, besides being far larger than normal size, carried a large number of lethal pathogens. Many people were infected by unknown viruses from bites and ended up dying. This time, it's cockroaches that have mutated. Let's find where the cockroaches are coming from and block the entrances as soon as possible. And don't touch them at all, they might carry viruses, Billy said seriously. While searching each room separately, the group found several more cockroaches running around. They finally discovered that the cement covering the drain in the balcony had been chewed through. There was leftover cement in the storage space. Bernie mixed the cement and sealed all the drains with a thick layer again, placing heavy steel plates over them. After checking all potential entry points, Billy still felt uneasy and scattered some cockroach poison and rat poison near the air conditioning unit. She also covered the indoor vents with fine wire mesh to prevent cockroaches from crawling in through the air conditioning ducts. She spread the poison in every corner of the house to catch any survivors and strictly warned the dog not to touch anything. Aspen looked at the burlap bag in the kitchen that the cockroaches had chewed up. The potatoes inside were riddled with holes. She felt both sorry and astonished. These cockroaches are incredible. I've never seen such big ones. Billy slumped on the sofa and recounted what had happened in her previous life. When they heard about people being killed by rats, everyone was stunned. In the past, we only heard stories about rural folks having their ears gnawed off by rats while sleeping at night, but we always thought they were jokes. I never expected it to be real, Goran sighed, remembering how mice always avoided humans. Bernie, recalling that Billy had touched a cockroach, quickly reminded her to wash and disinfect her hands. I've already disinfected. She had rushed to wash her hands right after hitting the cockroach, thinking of how those people in her previous life suffered from infections. She almost scrubbed her skin raw, even making the dog rinse its mouth several times. Nyan Gao needs to stop biting everything. She was still frustrated and smacked the dog's head. Woof, the dog lay down pitifully, its round eyes conveying its grievances. We shouldn't open the windows at night from now on. Let's use ice blocks to cool down instead, Billy suggested. Recently, they used air conditioners and ice blocks to cool down during the day, while opting for natural breezes through small openings at night when the temperature dropped outside. Though it was warmer this way, they believed they needed to adapt their bodies to the environment and strengthen their constitutions to prepare for harsher conditions in the future. Based on her previous experience, once the silt clearance work was finished, these pests would significantly decrease. Chapter 82, Cleaning begins. Others did not have the reinforced doors and windows of apartment 1602 to keep out the cockroaches. Some people temporarily stuffed rags into the drains, but these were soon chewed through. Others had their windows shattered during the typhoon, allowing a continuous flow of mutated cockroaches to crawl in from the exterior walls. That night, screams echoed through the sky one after another. The next day, Billy heard that several people had been bitten. As she had suspected, these giant cockroaches, like the mutant rats from her previous life, carried lethal bacteria. Those who were bitten initially experienced redness, swelling, and itching at the wound site. Within hours, small wounds swelled to the size of buns, and soon after, they began to fester and ooze pus. Even washing with soapy water or applying anti-inflammatory ointment could not stop the deterioration. Soon, fever and coughing followed as infection set in. In later stages, muscle and joint pain spread throughout the body, and those with weaker constitutions suffered from respiratory distress. At this time, outdoor temperatures soared to 56 degrees Celsius. Some thought about using inflatable boats to transport patients to the hospital, but under such extreme heat, it was unbearable for humans, and even the rubber boats started to melt on the surface. Thus, those bitten could only endure the agony at home, waiting for the temperature to drop at night before seeking medical help. However, after a day and night of delay, the extreme heat accelerated the deterioration of their conditions. Several individuals collapsed just as they reached the hospital gates that evening. Even those who managed to reach the hospital received no effective treatment, as the county hospital was already overrun. Many patients and medical staff had been bitten. Recalling Godwin's request to take care of the elderly, Bernie and Billy took what remained of their iron wire mesh early in the morning to help downstairs. Cockroaches were crawling densely all over the floors and walls of the corridor. Not only did they not retreat when people approached, but they even flew towards them, creating gusts of wind with their hard wings. Unexpectedly, despite the high outdoor temperatures, the cockroaches were completely unaffected. Billy hurriedly pulled out 2 stainless steel paddles from her spatial ring, handing one to Bernie, and began batting away the approaching swarm. The few steps from 1602 to 1502 turned into a cacophony of smacking sounds, with hundreds of cockroaches being killed within moments. Mr. and Laurie, having spent the entire night battling cockroaches, were utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Billy and Bernie arrive to help, they were immensely grateful. Using the wire mesh, the two sealed all broken windows and left some cockroach poison behind. Afterwards, Mr. and Laurie insisted on giving Billy chocolates as a token of thanks. Their neighbor, observing Billy helping the Huang family through the peephole, came over to 1502, shamelessly asking for some wire mesh. "We're out, it's all used up," Billy replied without hesitation. "I saw you still had 2 large pieces in your backpack. You're just unwilling to share." The neighbor was furious. "Alberts, I don't want to share," Billy admitted. She wasn't a do-gooder to hand things out to everyone. The neighbor, livid, pointed at Billy's nose, ready to scold her. Bernie shot him a stern look. Remembering the bloodstains in the hallway from days before, the neighbor quickly reined in his words, though his tone remained bitter. "You're too stingy. Why can't you share a little if you have extra?" Billy laughed dryly. "Really, sticking a feather on a bat doesn't make it a bird. What kind of person do you think you are? In these times, you still try to exploit others. If you want it, trade food for it." She was sure he wouldn't offer any food. After all, while these cockroaches posed a threat, it wasn't life-threatening if one was cautious. But without food, they were doomed. Sure enough, though angered, the neighbor didn't dare provoke them and stomped back home, slamming the door. With the cockroach infestation causing numerous injuries and deaths, the government could not stand by idly. 3 days later, specialized personnel arrived with flamethrowers to clear the cockroaches from each household. As the flames swept through, a black rain of dead cockroaches fell from the air, emitting an odd scent of burnt aroma. One person, smelling it, swallowed and asked, "Can we eat these cockroaches? Get real, are you starving? What nonsense is this?" Another person stared at him as if he were insane. The first person chuckled awkwardly, "Just a joke, a joke. Don't you think these roasted cockroaches smell pretty good? They do smell a bit tempting, but remember, they're roaches with countless viruses. Eating them would mean you're in a hurry to die." Although the flamethrowers provided temporary relief, within half a day, more cockroaches appeared, proving the method ineffective in the long run. It was August 15th, 2023. Dawn broke early. The floodwaters had fully receded. The thick layer of mud at the bottom was as high as 1 floor. Mixed in the brownish mud were various debris, tables and chairs from someone's home, animal carcasses, household waste that had been discarded into the water over the past few months, and even excrement. Under the high temperature, all this fermented and gave off waves of putrid stench. Covering the mud were dense layers of cockroaches and maggots, wriggling ceaselessly, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. A few days ago, the government had already notified everyone that once the floodwater receded, the mud clearing operation would commence. Residents were responsible for clearing their own mud within their households and in the stairwells, while the government would arrange staff to handle the mud outside. From early in the morning, the rumbling sound of bulldozers could be heard. Billy and Bernie also went downstairs to see what was happening. At the entrance of the residential complex, several large bulldozers were slowly moving forward along the center of the main road. With each scoop, the mud was easily scooped up, then the bucket turned to pile the mud on the sides of the road before the bulldozer continued advancing. Two smaller bulldozers and trucks followed behind. It appeared that the government's plan was to first clear the main road to facilitate vehicle movement, then have the small bulldozers load the mud from both sides of the road onto the trucks for removal, followed by clearing the branch roads in stages. There were many people in the stairwell watching curiously, discussing it amongst themselves. Do you think how long it will take to clean up? I've been lying at home so much my limbs are about to degenerate. Exactly, I've been facing my wife's face every day, like living a nightmare. Ha ha ha, thinking about it, going to work is actually quite happy. At this moment, someone sharp-eyed pointed at the bulldozer's bucket and cried out in shock. Look, what's that? Why do you have to act so dramatically, Jarrett? Your finger is almost poking my eye out. That person was not in the mood for joking. Hurry up and look. There seems to be a person in the bucket of the foremost bulldozer. Chapter 83 Extreme Justiciat. Everyone's attention was focused on the loader. The bucket of the loader had already scooped up a load of mud but did not immediately dump it by the roadside. A staff member ran up from behind, blowing a whistle while running. The loader stopped moving. Some people saw clearly, swallowed hard, and stammered, "There seems to be a human leg." Billy also widened her eyes searching and indeed, in the corner of the bucket's mud, there was a pale, elongated object that resembled a human calf. Under the direction of the staff, the loader driver gently lowered the bucket and then slowly dumped the mud onto the road surface. As the driver operated, something inside tumbled out all at once. Wow, it really is a person. Too far away, Billy could only see that it was a highly decomposed female corpse. Her face was unrecognizable, and she was naked except for a bra on her upper body which indicated her gender. The corpse lay supine with her limbs bent upward at an unbelievable angle and her head drooping. Much of the flesh on the corpse had rotted away, exposing bones through the ruptured skin. The staff seemed prepared. After confirming it was a corpse, two workers immediately came over with body bags. They carefully lifted the corpse together, but the neck of the female corpse was barely held together by a thin layer of flesh, which tore as soon as the body was lifted, causing the head to roll down. The workers picked up the head and put it into the body bag. After the corpse was removed, the loader quickly resumed work. TSK, don't know which unlucky soul died here. Ah, poor thing, I wonder if they can find the family of the deceased. With this state of decay, probably tough. The loader continued to clear the road from both sides as if the discovery of the corpse was merely an interlude. Billy and her companions watched for only half an hour before they felt the temperature rise and broke out in a sweat, losing interest in watching further. Back home, they gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of icy water. Home is still the most comfortable, she sighed contentedly. During this period, Billy used ice cubes without hesitation, and now was no exception. Thanks to the good insulation, it was currently only 26 degrees Celsius indoors, whereas outside it was already 38 degrees Celsius. And it was not even 7 a.m. yet. The efficiency of the loader in clearing sludge was very high. When Billy peeked again through the curtain after 2 hours, the asphalt road in front of the neighborhood had been exposed. 2 small loaders were preparing to enter the community to clear more sludge. Many residents had gathered spontaneously to clear the sludge accumulated on the ground floor, some wielding shovels or spades, others using basins where tools were unavailable. Theoretically, not helping to clear public areas made Unit 1602 look like a slacker. However, given the extreme temperature outside, Billy couldn't possibly let Bernie and the others go downstairs. After much deliberation, she handed him 10 bottles of mineral water to distribute among everyone as their contribution. Bernie went down with the water and returned empty-handed within minutes, drenched in sweat. Did they accept the water? What did they say? Justice wiped the sweat off his face with a wet towel and replied, Alberts, they accepted it. They wouldn't have any complaints, there were enough hands already. Clean drinking water is scarce now, everyone happily accepted it. Good, as long as there are no complaints. But the work is truly arduous, Bernie said, hanging the towel back after rinsing it. As soon as you start digging, snakes, insects, and rats come out, it's like poking a nest of bugs. Those who have entomophobia would break out in goosebumps. The smell too, unbearable, worse than a month-old latrine. Billy was more concerned about the effects of working under such high temperatures on human health. Although morning temperatures were still tolerable, they were rising by almost 3 to 4 degrees Celsius every hour during the day. She feared the gradual increase might lead to heatstroke due to prolonged exposure. However, that wasn't her concern anymore. Having sent the water in lieu of labor, Billy stayed at home, enjoying the coolness. With windows and doors shut, the rumbling sound of the loader and people's chatter were kept out. As the sun grew harsher, the indoor temperature rose rapidly, and a basin-sized ice block had melted down to fist size. The dog resumed its duck posture, laying its head on the ice bowl, tongue hanging long with the tip dipping into the ice water. Even so, it was still panting heavily. Why is it even hotter today? Alberts, today we could bear it without the air conditioner, but at this rate, we'd bake. Aspen complained while constantly wiping the sweat off her neck with a wet towel. The indoor thermometer read 45 degrees Celsius, prompting Billy to turn on the air conditioner decisively. With a drip, a gentle blast of cool air flowed over them. "Are they still working down there?" Aspen suddenly asked. Staying outdoors for a long time at this temperature was no joke. Billy lifted the curtain slightly and found several loaders were still operating. Viewing from the 16th floor, she couldn't see the situation inside the loaders, but it was easy to imagine that the sealed driver cabins without air conditioning must be like steamers. Drip. The air conditioner suddenly made a sound. "What's wrong?" Billy looked up and found the air conditioner had stopped blowing air. She picked up the remote control and pressed the power button again. Drip. There was a startup prompt, but no airflow. Bernie took the remote from her hands, stood on a chair, and began to carefully inspect the air conditioner. The electricity is fine, and there seems to be nothing wrong with the indoor unit. Could it be the outdoor unit? Justice got off the chair and walked toward the equipment balcony, with others following closely behind. If the air conditioner was broken, it would be unbearable. As soon as the door of the equipment balcony opened, a wave of scorching heat hit everyone, making their brains dizzy and their skin feel like it was scorched by fire. "No, no, too hot." The elderly couple immediately retreated. Billy barely managed to stay still. The air conditioner's outdoor unit stood silently, its blades having long stopped turning. Bernie took the lead and quickly approached the unit to inspect it, while Billy handed him tools from behind. Within just a few seconds of exposure outdoors, sweat was already pouring off their faces, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound, instantly absorbed and evaporated by the concrete. It must be way over 50 degrees Celsius. But she had just checked the thermometer. Could it have heated up so much in just a few minutes? Bernie took the screwdriver to try disassembling the outdoor unit, but his hand retracted immediately when it touched the scalding hot casing. "Justicey, gloves." Billy quickly gave him the protective gloves. With the slight coolness seeping out from the room behind him, Bernie rapidly dismantled the outdoor unit and examined it carefully before shaking his head at Billy. "It's too hot. This unit can only withstand outdoor temperatures up to 55 degrees Celsius. Any higher, and its heat sink won't function properly." In other words, the current outdoor temperature had already exceeded 55 degrees Celsius. Billy could feel the heat through her slippers, and her entire body felt like blood was rushing to her brain, causing dizziness and discomfort. Staying any longer would definitely cause problems. Chapter 84, Fire. There was no time to be upset about losing an air conditioner. Billy quickly called Bernie back into the room. Bernie swiftly dismantled the radiator, reassembled the main unit, packed up his tools, and hurriedly closed the equipment balcony door. Without the heat enveloping them, they both relaxed. How did the temperature rise so much in just a few minutes? Because the door had been opened earlier, the temperature inside the house rose significantly, reaching around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Justice had intended to finish this small patch before resting, but as he worked, he felt his blood boiling, his vision becoming blurry, and the once clear bucket of the bulldozer turning fuzzy. Realizing something was wrong, the disoriented driver fumbled to open the door, tumbling out clumsily. On his knees, the scorching ground burned his skin, but this pain seemed insignificant compared to the oppressive heat distorting the air around him. Struggling to get up with hands on the ground, he felt all his strength being sapped. Justice barely managed to stand up before collapsing again. Multiple attempts proved futile. Eventually, he lay motionless on the ground. Someone inside the building saw him and tried to rescue him, but the intense heat made them retreat immediately after stepping outside. Another bulldozer driver shakily got out of his vehicle and staggered towards the building entrance. Unfortunately, he collapsed 2 meters away. People quickly dragged him back inside. Those who knew some first aid tried to revive him with pressure points and CPR for 10 minutes, but when they checked his heartbeat again, it was gone. Residents sat haphazardly in the hallway, silent and listless. Suddenly, someone covered their face and sobbed quietly. Life had just started looking up, but it turned into a new hell in the blink of an eye. Their minds were breaking. Justice help us. Please, someone help us. Suddenly, cries for help reached everyone's ears. 1602. The dog suddenly barked low at the window. What's wrong? Billy stroked the dog's head. It wagged its tail and let out anxious whimpers toward the window. What was outside? Despite the heat making her reluctant to move, Billy got up and pulled aside the curtain. The blinding sunlight momentarily blinded her. After a moment, she gradually regained her sight. Around the 10th floor of the opposite building, smoke billowed from an open window. A middle-aged couple holding a child were shouting something from inside. Fire. Though she couldn't hear through the window, judging by their lip movements, they were screaming justice help. The thick white smoke suggested a significant fire. People below the burning floor had also opened their windows, poking their heads out to wave frantically upward and shout. The middle-aged man turned back into the room and came out with several sheets tied together into a long rope, secured with several knots. One end was tied to the window frame, and the other to his waist. After doing all this, he took a deep breath, climbed onto a stool, and onto the windowsill. The man straddled the window ledge, flinching from the searing heat of the frame but endured it. Justice pulled hard on the sheets to ensure they were secure before slowly lifting his other leg out of the room, suspending himself on the window. Billy found herself holding her breath, afraid to startle him. The man tightly gripped the sheets with both hands, turned his body cautiously, and carefully lowered himself inch by inch down the wall with his legs pushing against it. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until someone below reached up and grabbed the man's thighs that everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The man had escaped successfully but quickly focused on the bedsheet tied around his waist. The Rosa tied the sheet around the little boy's waist, intending for him to descend like the man did. However, no matter how she coaxed him, the little boy refused to let go of the window frame. The burning sensation from behind grew closer and more intense. Gathering her resolve, the Rosa found another rope, tied the boy to her back, secured the sheet around her waist, and shakily climbed onto the window. As she leaned most of her body out the window, the little boy sensed danger and began crying on her back, his small face flushed red from the scorching sun. Sitting on the window ledge, the Rosa hesitated to go down. The boy's cries grew weaker while the man downstairs tried to calm the child and urged the Rosa to hurry down. She clenched her teeth, mimicking her Nikki's movements by gripping the sheet tightly and lowering herself with her feet pushing against the wall. Sweat dripped from her eyelids, blurring her vision, and the overwhelming heat caused her dizziness, testing her willpower. Soon, the man below reached her ankles. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the boy on her back suddenly started crying loudly, kicking wildly in the air. Startled, the Rosa loosened her grip and suddenly fell. The bedsheet tied around her waist split apart under the immense force. Woman and child plummeted like a kite straight down. Billy quickly drew the curtains, unable to bear seeing what happened next. Falling 10 stories, the outcome was inevitable. Chapter 85, Family Haircut. But the tragedy did not end there. Under the intense heat, the merciless flames grew bigger and fiercer. Soon, it spread to the 11th floor, but the fire escape was already occupied by the raging fire. People from the upper floors could only pack up their belongings and flee to higher floors for shelter. Crack, crash, crash. Under the torment of high temperature and flames, the windows finally gave way, shattering one after another. The broken glass fell to the ground, creating a cacophony of sounds. My eyes, my eyes. Someone who had been hit by flying shards of glass was screaming in pain, blood seeping through their fingers as they covered their eyes. People in other buildings could only watch helplessly as the fire raged from the 10th floor to the 11th, then the 12th, 13th. All those who failed to escape in time were forced to retreat to the rooftop terrace. They spread their arms and waved desperately for help below. But at this point, it was too much to hope that the fire trucks would arrive or even that someone would report the fire. On the unprotected rooftop terrace, people might have died under the scorching sun before the fire reached them. Despair filled their eyes. Some turned around and charged down, better to take a chance than wait for death. Others took off their clothes to cover their heads and huddled in corners, trying to conserve energy. Albert, all actions were futile. At first, cries for help could still be heard. Within 5 minutes, the shouts weakened, and soon there was silence. In the end, everyone on the rooftop terrace perished from exposure to the sun. The fire burned throughout the night. Until dawn. The ruthless flames consumed everything, along with the hopes of everyone, before gradually extinguishing themselves. Those who lost their homes and loved ones in this fire had no time to dry their tears, immediately being thrown into the struggle for survival. Without supplies or shelter, they had to live like roaches in narrow, sweltering hallways, waiting for rescue. Or, waiting for death. Sympathy for the victims lasted only a few seconds of verbal commiseration. How much better off were they really? Enduring until nightfall when the temperature dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. Finally, they could come out and move about. Unit 1602 used large quantities of ice during the day to keep the indoor temperature around 38 degrees Celsius, still unbearably hot but tolerable. When the outdoor temperature dropped at night, the indoor temperature also decreased to 26 degrees Celsius. Only then could the family regain an appetite for dinner. At noon, they barely managed a few bites, losing their appetite due to the heat. Now, picking up their bowls again, they found the food already giving off a sour smell. Just half a day, and fresh food had already gone bad. Ari, what a waste. I'll make a new meal. Aspen took the spoiled food to the kitchen and discarded it. Nanny, never mind, it's too hot to start cooking. Let's eat what's ready, Billy called out to Aspen. She brought out cold jellyfish salad, stir-fried bitter melon and eggs, and garlic chives with meat. In hot weather, eating some bitter melon can clear the heat. She even prepared a portion for the dog. Upon tasting it, the dog hesitated to swallow it. Billy glared at it. Dare you? Gulp. After much hesitation, it swallowed without chewing. Thinking about how the dog had been panting in the heat and seeing its thick fur coat, Billy decided to give it a haircut. After dinner, she took an electric clipper to trim the dog's fur. The dog lay obediently on the ground, allowing Billy to work on it. The clipped fur piled on the floor like a pelt. Goran watched with interest and suddenly recalled something. Jayu, can you use that thing to cut hair? Sure, why? Goran pointed at his own hair. Give me a shave. It will be cooler. All right. The dog, now relieved of its fur, lay comfortably with its tail wagging. Seeing her once beautifully groomed dog reduced to just pink skin, Aspen remarked, ugly. Woof. The dog didn't like it. You old lady, does appearance matter in this weather? Comfort is more important. Goran defended the dog, pulling up a chair in front of Billy. Come on, Jayu, give your grandpa a stylish haircut. Aspen glared. Who said comfort over style just now? Goran laughed and urged Billy to hurry up. Billy washed and disinfected the clippers before starting on Goran's head. Before long, she finished shaving him bald. There you go, Thompson, looking so cool. Billy handed a mirror to Goran. Holding the mirror, he touched his bald head and said, not bad, not bad. Much cooler, and now I don't even need shampoo. Is it really that cool? Billy was somewhat tempted, seeing how cool it looked. She glanced at Bernie, who was watching with interest, and he also seemed eager to try. Thus, on that night, the entire family got their haircuts. Billy and Aspen both got short bob cuts, while Bernie went for a very short buzz cut. They all looked at each other and laughed at the funny hairstyles. Meanwhile, downstairs had also resumed its bustling activities. The government's sludge-clearing trucks were working again. Most of the sludge in the community had been cleared away, and the original green plants had long since rotted. The entire complex now looked like a patch of yellowish-brown mud. With no water to rinse the ground, they left a layer of sand on the surface, which would dry up quickly under the next day's sun and easily brush off. To prevent the spread of bacteria and disease, the government sent people to disinfect every corner. The whole complex smelled strongly of disinfectant. Come down, supplies are being distributed," Thomas shouted from downstairs to the upstairs residents. The government supply truck was still parked downstairs, with workers moving boxes down one by one. A short and stout man stood nearby, checking items against a list. Thomas approached the short, stout man and quietly slipped him a pack of cigarettes. "Tucker, how have you been lately?" The man inconspicuously took the cigarettes and tucked them into his list, coughing once before saying, "Well, what can I say? This hellish weather, we're almost cooked during the day, and we have to work at night." As he spoke, he reminded his subordinates to deliver the already counted items to the corresponding buildings. Thomas nodded obsequiously. "That must be tough. Our survival depends entirely on you guys. How's Donovan doing? It's been a long time since I saw them because of the heat." Just as hearing this, Tucker looked up at Thomas. Seeing that his subordinates had gone to deliver supplies, leaving no one around, he lowered his voice. "Don't say the Justice family hasn't taken care of you. Recently, the government held a seminar and plans to publicly recruit professionals in agriculture, construction, and research by the end of the month. The benefits are quite good, but the spots are limited, first come, first served." After saying that, he glanced at Thomas, the meaning obvious without words. Chapter 86, Water Stolen. Thomas's eyes lit up, but soon he looked discouraged. "But I don't understand these things either." Tucker remained calm and collected. Seeing a colleague walking towards them, he quickly said, "What's there to be afraid of? My people are responsible for the interview." Justice then waved at the colleague and pointed at Thomas, saying, "Xiao Atticus, they have finished counting on their floor. You can move everything together." "Sure thing, Brother Jew." The staff members picked up the boxes stacked on the ground and headed towards the building unit where Thomas was. Thomas signed the delivery slip given by Tucker, glanced at the quantity listed, and noticed that it was still 2 boxes more than usual. Back at the building unit, a crowd had already gathered, waiting in the oppressive heat. Men and children mostly had bare upper bodies to stay cool, while the elderly eagerly stared at the supplies on the ground. Gino and Ralph were guarding the supplies. Thomas unfolded the list in his hand and said, "The relief supplies this time are the same as before, 7 pieces of compressed biscuits and 1 bottle of water per person. Those whose names are called can come up and collect." "Ah, again with the biscuits. Xiaofeng, when will you bring up the issue to change it? The government should provide something else. Eating dry biscuits every day makes it hard to swallow, and it feels like my neck is getting thicker." "That's right, now that the flood has receded, we could at least get some vegetables or meat occasionally. It's been so long since we've smelled meat." Thomas rolled his eyes at the speaker. "Do you think the government is your personal kitchen? You can't just demand changes. Besides, nothing grows in this weather, and having biscuits is already good. Take what you can get and go home quickly." Someone joked, "Old Atticus, if you want to smell meat, isn't it simple? Just bake under the sun, and you'll smell it." "You're not kidding. All I need is some cumin between me and being roasted meat. Hey, I'm not asking for meat, just enough food to fill my stomach. But when will they give us some toilet paper? Now every time I go to the bathroom, I don't even have anything to wipe with. Each time I finish, I use a rag, which I can't wash properly. For crying out loud, can't you be less gross? I'm just telling the truth. What do you think I should use to clean myself? But you don't have to say it out loud. Wiping is bearable. The real problem is the heat at home. Every trip to the bathroom requires 10 sheets of paper, 9 to wipe sweat and 1 to wipe poop." Amidst the chatter, someone who had received the supplies noticed something amiss. "This doesn't feel right. Usually, the bottles contain 500 milliliters of water, but now it's only 350. No wonder they were so sensitive about water. A week's supply of 1 bottle of drinking water per person was never enough, and now it was even less." Others also noticed the smaller bottles and began protesting. "Why is this happening? The water supply is already scarce, and now with the scorching weather, this amount won't last a single day, at least before we could catch some rainwater. Now we have no source of water left. How are we supposed to live? Right, I can barely urinate anymore." The commotion became overwhelming, and Thomas raised both hands to quieten the crowd. "I know life is tough for everyone, but this is the government's decision. I can't change it. Rather than arguing here, we should figure out solutions ourselves. In this weather, how can we find any?" Thomas, looking at the stubborn neighbors, felt speechless. "Though it's hot at night, we can still move around. Our county has plenty of rivers and lakes. I don't believe we can't find a drop of water." His words enlightened the crowd. "That reminds me, we have a large reservoir in Seong Mountain. There might be water there." Someone sounded hopeful. "Alberta, yeah, it's true. They started protecting it years ago. The water quality should be fine, drinkable for sure. There's also Nan River, closer to us. It's just 5 miles north of here. I used to swim there often. Excitement surged as they discussed where to find water. Thomas hurried to distribute the remaining supplies, dismissing the crowd. It was the turn of the girl from room 701. Just as her boyfriend was bedridden, and she was the only one to come down for supplies. Just as Gino was handing over the supplies, a little boy with snot hanging from his nostrils suddenly broke free from an adult's grip and grabbed 2 bottles of water, running away quickly. "Little bastard, what are you doing? Give them back." Gino rushed to chase after him. Wearing only a dirty pair of underwear, the boy darted out of the building. "This is Marion's grandson." Someone in the crowd recognized him. "Marion, call your grandson back." Thomas shouted at Marion, who was trying to blend into the crowd. Marion weakly called out twice, "Dudu, come back immediately, or I'll spank you." Just as her gentle tone revealed her insincerity, and it was obvious the boy wasn't scared of her. Gino ran outside, chasing the boy until he was out of breath, his clothes quickly drenched in sweat. The boy twisted off the cap while running and gulped down the entire bottle of water in front of everyone. Justice threw the empty bottle on the ground and reached for the other bottle's cap. The girl from 701 was nearly in tears, pulling at Marion's arm and shouting incessantly, Justice drank my water, you must make him give it back. Hurry up." Marion glared at the girl, forcefully pulling her arm away. Justice's voice was sharp. "Didn't I already call him? An old roser like me can't run fast. If I fall, will you take responsibility? Besides, he has already drunk it, can he spit it back out? It's just a little water, why are you crying so loudly? How can you be like this? That's my water." The girl was stunned by Marion's brazenness. "Little Dudu didn't mean to, he's just very thirsty. You're a grown-up, why are you making a fuss over a little water with a child?" Just as the boy opened the cap of the other bottle, Gino caught up and grabbed him. The bottle slipped from his hand, spilling water all over the ground. Gino hurriedly picked up the bottle, but there was only half left. Justice could only drag the boy back. The girl looked at the half bottle of water in Gino's hand, feeling heartbroken yet unable to cry, and turned to Thomas with a pleading look. Marion pulled her grandson into her arms, guarding him against the crowd. The boy had had his fill of water and stayed in Marion's embrace without attempting to run again. Thomas's face darkened. "Marion, your grandson drank someone else's water, what do you have to say?" Marion stiffened her neck, acting stubborn. "What can I say? Justice has already drunk it. Just give her 2 more bottles, that's all." Gino, still hot and bothered from running, became even angrier. "Easy for you to say, the water is rationed. Give her 2 more bottles. Out of your share." Chapter 87 Thomas's business. Upon hearing that her family's share was going to be deducted, Marion instantly became furious. "What? The kids drank it, you should go ask them. If you couldn't guard it yourself, whose fault is it? Our family only has such a tiny portion, and you want to deduct 2 bottles. How are we supposed to live like this?" The little girl sobbed and said, "You know very well we can't live without water. Isn't this trying to kill me? There's still half a bottle left. With 2 people in our home, how could half a bottle be enough?" Marion asserted confidently, "It's enough. Why does that cripple need so much water, and you as a young girl won't drink that much either? At the most, I'll give you another half bottle, no more. You. The little girl had never met someone so shameless, being momentarily too angry to speak. Marion seized on the fact that there was only one girl managing household affairs in 701, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Enough," Thomas shouted. "Marion, you didn't take care of your own child properly, so you must take responsibility. These 2 bottles will be deducted from your family, and the remaining half bottle, you can take back." Justice indicated for sure to give Marion the remaining portion. Justice hearing this, Marion wailed and sat down, starting to wipe her tears. "Justice Evenly Father, how can an old roser live on with this? You're forcing us onto a dead end. I won't live anymore." Seeing his grandmother behave like this, the boy also burst into tears. No one spoke, they were all secretly mocking her for getting what she deserved. Marion's family always liked to take advantage of others. During previous group outings to find supplies, their family was the laziest, but when dividing up supplies, they rushed ahead first. Serves them right. No one cared about this grandfather-grandchild duo's act of being unreasonable. They continued to distribute the goods. Everyone quietly collected their family's share and left, holding their supplies tightly in both hands, walking around the pair for fear of being robbed again. By the time Thomas finished distributing the supplies, Marion was still wailing on the ground, but no more tears came out. "Enough, your wailing doesn't work. In the future, watch over your boy better. In a few days, everyone will go out to find water sources, and if your hands and feet get busy following along, you won't starve to death. Brother Fong, 1602 hasn't come to pick up," Shaw confirmed after checking the list. Marion scrambled up from the ground. "Xiaofeng, that 1602 never comes eagerly for relief food. Surely they don't lack these items. Why don't you transfer her share to me? If I gave her share to you, how would I explain it to her?" Thomas was almost amused at this. "Just say that this time only this much was available, anyway, they rarely go out and won't know," Marion responded guiltily. "I think you're too old, with poor memory. Did you forget the incident where Billy kicked you down the stairs? Do you dare to cheat her again?" Thomas's words instantly brought up the buried horrific memories in Marion, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Saying that, he ignored Marion and gestured to Shaw to carry the remaining supplies in the box back. "Brother Fong, I can deliver the share for 1602, Ralph said while walking beside Thomas. Thomas gave him a deep look but remained non-committal. Ralph scratched his head. Justice knew Thomas and Billy had some conflicts, but each case had its principles. Billy had helped him greatly, Brother Fong should understand, right? Thomas handed Ralph and 1602's share together. Government supplies have been tight lately. This time, there's nothing extra. Take it first. In the past, staff delivering supplies would often give Thomas face, keeping a few extra portions. Ralph, following Thomas, could get an extra share too. But Shaw saw extra shares in the box he was carrying. Just as he was about to question why Thomas only gave Ralph the designated amount, Thomas stopped him with a glance. Ralph didn't doubt it. Taking the supplies, he greeted both of them and left. Thomas looked at Ralph's retreating figure with darkened eyes. After Ralph's figure disappeared, Shaw finally asked, Brother Fong, there were extra shares today, why didn't you give Ralph any? Actually, I feel that he isn't disloyal to you. I've treated him well, but he can't even recognize who his benefactor is. It'll be too late by the day he really betrays me. Thomas glanced at Shaw. Are you going to be like him too? Shaw hurriedly waved his hand, nearly losing grip on the box in his arms. No way, Brother Fong. Absolutely not. My brother and I have grown up with Brother Fong, relying on you now for food and board. Betraying you? Only if I'm tired of living, not possible. Thomas was merely intimidating Shaw and then told him, there's a job fair at the end of the month arranged by the government. I've already taken care of it. You and your brother can register. It has good benefits and light work, earning something for your family. Shaw happily replied, all right, then. Thomas knew he was asking about Ralph. Justice won't go for now, I have other arrangements. Also, I'll give you a list later, bring everyone on the list and report my name there. Justice added cautiously, remember, don't leak any news, keep it low-key. Okay. Shaw nodded vigorously. Thomas finished arranging, then carried his supplies back home. Annika opened the door and was delighted to see her Nikki returning with another box of supplies. She quickly took the box into the kitchen and came out with a wet towel she had prepared, gently helping Thomas wipe the sweat off his face. Thomas sat on the sofa, half closing his eyes to enjoy Annika's attentive service. After drinking some water she offered, he said calmly, tomorrow, call Edison over, I have something for him to do. Edison is Annika's younger brother and Thomas's brother-in-law. Annika hurriedly agreed. Since her brother started following Thomas, their family conditions have improved significantly. Lying on the sofa, Thomas recalled what Tucker said earlier. Tucker's intention was clear, the few junior brothers around him definitely needed positions. The remaining positions could not be given away easily, unused quotas might as well be sold. Shaw only has brute strength but lacks intelligence, and Ralph showing disloyalty had also given him a warning. It would be better to assign this matter to Edison, someone trusted. Across from 1601, Ralph was knocking on the door of 1602. Lin Wan saw Ralph bringing relief food again, took it with a thank you and tried to close the door. Hold on. Ralph held the door as if he were afraid of getting electrocuted, then quickly let go. Embarrassed, he hesitated for a while before speaking up. I want to ask. My son keeps spitting up milk lately, I don't know what to do. There are many reasons for spitting up milk. It could be due to too large nipple holes, feeding for too long, milk being too hot or cold, or even too thin. Billy, unsure of his son's condition, could only recall theories from books and replied methodically. Don't let your child eat too fast. Feed less but more frequently, and always burp after feeding. You can hold the baby upright or support the back to keep the upper body tilted at about 30 degrees for about half an hour after feeding. Ralph carefully noted everything down and thanked Billy. No need to thank me. Oh, by the way, there's no need to specially deliver supplies to our door in the future. I'll remember the schedule and come down myself. As Ralph is one of Thomas's people, regardless of whether he means well or has ulterior motives, or is just pretending, it's better to have less contact. You don't misunderstand. I know you have conflicts with Brother Fong, but I'm truly grateful that you saved my son. I have no other intentions, Ralph quickly explained upon sensing the underlying message from Billy. Billy smiled meaningfully. Aren't you afraid Thomas will misunderstand? Well, Ralph hesitated slightly. Brother Fong will understand. I trust him. As you wish. Billy spoke no further and closed the door. Chapter 88, Want to apply. Billy originally intended to casually toss the compressed biscuits into her space as usual, but Aspen raised her hand to stop her. Billy looked at her in confusion. I fed these cookies to the chickens a few days ago. The chickens ate them well and grew fat. Today, 2 of them started laying eggs. Anyway, we don't eat this stuff, so let's just give them to the chickens. So that was it. With rice and Goran was excited to the point of nearly jumping up. Bernie nodded with a smile. Billy patted him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs-up look. Does running that light consume a lot of electricity? Goran worried that using the grow light for too long would waste electricity. While they didn't lack electricity at home now, it was just enough. Justice didn't want to cause trouble for the family just to indulge his hobby. No, the light has low power consumption. It won't use much electricity. Besides, we now have surplus solar power every day, and our power banks are always fully charged. Bernie reassured Goran. That's great. Goran was so happy that he walked more lightly. Bernie worked fast and made the light by the next afternoon. Goran treated it like a treasure and immediately shone it on the seedlings in the living room. Stop messing around and come over here to help. Aspen poked her head out from the attic to call out. She had laid out the steamed sweet potatoes and salted fish to dry on the balcony. The strong sun had dried them completely within a day. Together, they collected everything. The sweet potatoes were sliced thinly, dried to perfection, and took on a golden hue, looking very appetizing. Billy couldn't resist putting a slice in her mouth. It wasn't dry and hard but had a soft, sticky texture. This sweet potato was of good quality and naturally very sweet without any additives. She finished one slice and reached for another but was stopped by Aspen. "Keep eating. Dinner is coming soon." She reluctantly withdrew her hand and asked, "What's for dinner?" They hadn't cooked for a while, eating what was readily available from her space. Aspen proudly nodded towards the salted fish in the sieve, indicating that it would be used. "Today your grandpa will show off his skills with a dish of salted fish stir-fried with pork." Billy had always loved dishes made with salted fish since childhood. They went perfectly with rice. She hadn't had it in a long time and was already salivating at the thought. Just as the family was discussing dinner, there was a knock at the door. "It's me, Hicks." Joe was back. Aspen quickly put away the dishes she had taken out, and everyone else hurriedly hid things that shouldn't be seen. Seeing everything in order, Billy opened the door to greet him. "Teacher Huang, why are you back today?" Hicks seemed to have something to discuss with Billy and indicated to talk inside. As he stepped into apartment 1602, the sudden coolness revitalized him. "Jiayu, why is it so cool in your house?" Hicks felt it was amazing. His home was just one floor below, yet the temperature difference was significant. Billy felt somewhat guilty. How could it not be cool when half-melted ice water was currently stored in her space? Maybe it's because of the high-quality glass used during renovation and our curtains blocking out the heat. She touched her nose. Aspen handed Hicks a small cup of water. "Joe, sit down and chat." Hicks had rushed back from the hospital, truly thirsty, and didn't decline as he usually would. Justice took the cup of water and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the cup of water, he let out a sigh of relief before getting down to business. "So, here's the thing. Today, our department head got some information and privately told me that government researchers have concluded this heat wave will last for a very long time." Billy glanced at Bernie and the others, who showed no particular reaction. Hicks was slightly surprised. "Why do you seem like you already knew? You're not reacting at all?" Billy laughed it off. "It's nothing strange. This hellish weather keeps coming one after another. We've been numbed by it. Please continue." "Right, where was I? Oh yes, now the problem is that the government's emergency grain reserves are almost depleted. They are trying to research and cultivate heat-resistant crops but lack manpower, so they're planning to recruit people from society." At this point, he looked towards Goran and the others. "Anyone with agricultural expertise can apply. So I hurried over because I heard the pay and benefits are quite good. Not only are food and accommodation provided, but the amount of aid received is more than others." Goran understood what Hicks was implying. He wanted him and Aspen to give it a try. Justice hesitated. "Well, your Aunt Young and I don't really have any specialized skills. We've just scratched a living from the land for decades. Would we be suitable?" Also, if he and Aspen were to leave, he felt uneasy about leaving Billy at home alone. Hicks strongly recommended, "They need exactly people like you, experienced farmers. My father originally wanted to go too, but my mother needs someone to take care of her. Christopher and Aunt, you should give it a shot. If you pass the interview, you can earn resources for the family. If not, there's no loss." The news hasn't spread yet, and apparently, the slots are limited. Once they're full, recruitment stops. Goran was tempted. Justice looked uncertainly at Billy and the others. Being confined at home these past few months, watching Billy and Bernie go out searching for supplies while he and Aspen could do nothing to help had been frustrating. Now, with such an opportunity, saying they didn't want to go would be a lie. Having finished his announcement, Hicks tactfully left the family space to discuss among themselves and took his leave. The job fair starts at 6 p.m. at the end of the month at the old stadium. If you plan to go, you should get there early. Chapter 89, Bonnie's Visit. Billy saw Clifton off at the door and, turning around, saw Goran sitting with his head hanging down, not saying a word. "Thompson, if you want to go, just go." She was quite reassured. Working in a government unit would certainly mean no worries about the environment or benefits. A person must find their own value to feel satisfied mentally. Without mental satisfaction, one is merely a walking shell even with material abundance. These past few months, she had always felt that Goran's mood was low. Aspen took the lead in voicing her opinion. "I won't go. If you want to go, you can go yourself. These little chickens at home are enough to keep me busy. Anyway, I will stay with Inna and won't go anywhere." Seeing Aspen oppose it, Goran instantly lost his resolve and, rubbing his hands together, blurted out after a long while, Then maybe I won't go either." Bernie was supportive. "Thompson, there's no problem with me and Inna taking care of things at home. You don't need to worry about this. Moreover, the workplace isn't far from home, making it convenient to come back anytime." Billy nodded as well. "Alberts, yes. You grow such good vegetables. If you can really develop heat-resistant crops, it would be a great boon for all humanity, a true act of merit." In her previous life, the government indeed developed heat-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes, but only started in October when the prolonged high temperatures began. By the time these heat-resistant crops were researched and put into production in December. Unfortunately, shortly after they were developed, extreme cold set in, and the first batch of potatoes hadn't been harvested yet and froze completely. In this lifetime, the research started so much earlier, more than 2 months ahead. It was unknown what change had occurred. Seeing Billy and Bernie speak this way, Goran felt relieved and decided to try it out. It wasn't certain he would be selected anyway. About a week before the end of the month, Bonnie came over. She brought 8 freshly laid eggs, still smeared with chicken droppings. Pretty impressive, right? Bonnie, upon entering, proudly showed off her homegrown eggs. My parents have been watching those 2 chickens closely every day, saving any good food for them as if they're taking care of babies. Finally, after so long, they've started laying eggs. As soon as the road opened, my parents made me come over and give these to you. We haven't even eaten them ourselves yet. Billy, seeing Bonnie's usual lively self, also felt relieved. Don't brag. Am I going to be short of 2 eggs? Take them back and eat them yourself. We have plenty. Bonnie shook her head repeatedly. That's impossible. If I don't deliver these eggs, my parents will skin me alive. Just take them, it's their heart that counts. She pretended to be angry. Do you think I'm giving you only 2 because you're unworthy? Billy was speechless. Fine, looking at Bonnie's chubby face, she seemed to be doing well and didn't need these 2 eggs. Why don't you stay for dinner? She hadn't seen Bonnie for a long time and wanted to catch up. Bonnie chuckled. Even if you hadn't said that, I'd still stick around for a free meal. With a stranger in the house, the dog curiously sniffed her hand. Bonnie acted as if she were at home, lounging on the sofa, petting the dog's head while sighing. Your place is still so comfortable. Last time you mentioned the extreme heat, though we did prepare, my place was like a steam room. Everyone had to retreat to the basement during the day. The basement? Albert's, the basement. Our community took advantage of the cooler nights recently to clean out the underground garage. The temperature difference between inside and outside during the day is 10 degrees or so. It's still very hot, but better than being boiled alive at home. This got Bonnie excited, and she teased, you should have seen it, all those fancy cars, BMWs and Benzes, covered in mud. Cleaning them was a pain, and at that point, a manual tricycle for transporting goods was more useful. For dinner, Aspen used the fresh eggs Bonnie brought to make an egg custard. Fresh minced meat couldn't be added, so she sprinkled some shrimp skins for flavor, and everyone got a large bowl. Bonnie, holding a peeled sweet potato in one hand, ate the egg custard while tears streamed down her cheeks at its deliciousness. Sniff, sniff, it's so yummy. My mom doesn't want to eat the stored food you gave me, so I've been living on compressed biscuits for days. It's been so long since I've had a hot meal. Just searing this, Aspen ladled another large bowl for her. After dinner, Bonnie lay sprawled on the sofa, patting her full belly, while Billy sat nearby reading a book. Reading late at night, aren't you afraid of hurting your eyes? Even with her best friend, she didn't dare reveal everything and only lit a candle. Normally, she read under a desk lamp. Reading by candlelight was indeed strenuous, so she snapped her book shut and gave Bonnie a subtle hint. You've chatted and eaten, shouldn't you be heading back? Bonnie feigned sadness. You're chasing me away. Boo-hoo, so sad. Alright, cut the nonsense. What else do you want to say? I'm worrying about wasting candle wax. Bonnie put away her smiling demeanor, sat up straight, and said to Billy, I came to discuss something with you. Billy scratched her ear, ready to listen. Recently, someone in our community said that water can be taken from the Xiangshan reservoir. My parents also want to go. You know, the water we stored is not enough at all. I can only dampen a towel for a quick wipe when I shower now. It's smelly. Billy was surprised by how fast these people acted. Get to the point. I want you to come with us. Billy didn't lack water, but staying home for so long made it nice for the family to go out for some activities. Alright, when the time comes, you call me, and I'll ask my grandpa and grandma to go together. More people make good company. Great. I'll go back then, Tilda. Mission accomplished. Bonnie left satisfied. Be careful on your way. I know, it's just a few steps. The day to go to the Xiangshan reservoir arrived soon. Billy's family packed all important items into the space, locking the chicks in a small room. Although there were 2 doors, one of which was electric, they still wanted to be cautious as everyone was going out. The dog became excited to go out, jumping around energetically, its pink-white muscles especially noticeable without fur. If you keep running around, we won't take you. Billy threatened. Just hearing this, the dog obediently ran to Billy's side, looking at her submissively with its mouth open. Many people will be outside today, you must stay close to me and not run around, got it? Woof. Bonnie and her parents were already waiting at the entrance of the community, each holding 2 large buckets. After meeting up with the group, they set off grandly toward Mount Xiangshan. There were quite a few people on the road, mostly in groups of 3 or 4, carrying buckets, empty water bottles in burlap bags, or even wash basins. Judging by the direction, they were all heading to Xiangshan to fetch water. It was completely dark, without electric lights, only the bright moonlight illuminating the earth, casting faint outlines and creating an oddly beautiful, misty scenery. Chapter 90 Water Retrieval from the Reservoir. Will such a few buckets be enough? Bonnie saw that Billy's family only brought 3 buckets and reminded them. Billy blinked and whispered in Bonnie's ear, before the supermarket closed down, I used the leftover money to buy 2 large water storage tanks. It's enough for 3 months if we conserve. The rainwater collected from the last rain hasn't even been used yet, the tanks are still full. Bonnie couldn't help but blurt out an exclamation, causing passers-by to frequently turn back. She quickly pretended to be calm, walking close to Billy, and whispered admiringly, you're always 1 step ahead. Why can't I be as cunning as you? Billy gave her a sidelong glance. You don't need to be cunning. One of those was originally meant for you. I just never had the chance to deliver it. Really? Bonnie was so excited she nearly jumped up. Wanwan, what are you doing? Stop being so loud and watch where you're going. Alfie turned around and scolded while walking ahead. Got it, Tilda, Bonnie replied with a smile. She clung to Billy's arm and swung it. Inna, you're the best, 55-55. How many lives must I have lived to get such a good best friend like you? Don't be disgusting. After saying this, Bonnie ran ahead and shared the good news by whispering into Alfie and Albert Freya's ears. Unbelievable, Alfie and Albert Freya turned around and jogged back to confirm with Billy. Inna, Wanwan said you prepared. Alfie spoke the last few words in lip reading. Everyone including Aspen nodded. Albert Freya was overwhelmed with joy and kept thanking Billy while holding her hand. Inna, Auntie doesn't know how to thank you. Alfie put his arm around Albert Freya's shoulders. Enough, Xiao Xiao, we're outside, don't let others see. Albert Freya turned back and indeed several groups of people were staring at them curiously. Christopher, Aunt, let's talk while walking. The group resumed their journey, and Billy explained that the storage buckets would be too heavy when filled with water, making them difficult to carry upstairs, which was why she didn't fill the rainwater, leaving the buckets empty. I'll send it over when there are fewer people tonight. Alfie nodded repeatedly. This is quite troublesome for you to deliver. Your aunt and I will come to pick it up. Billy didn't put on airs and nodded directly, adding, if you have a tricycle or cart for transportation, it would be best since it's quite heavy. Alfie promised with assurance. Just in the coming days, you'll have to make more trips to the reservoir for water. Billy thought about it and still reminded them, I see surface water drying up soon, and I fear the reservoir won't hold out for long. Bonnie said, Inna, don't worry about it. We'll manage these things ourselves. They chatted and laughed all the way, reaching the foot of Shangshan Mountain without realizing it. This time, Billy and her company didn't need to find a specific path up the mountain, they just followed the crowd. It was dark and hard to travel on the mountain road, but luckily, they had many people to support each other, reaching halfway reservoir quickly. The once quiet reservoir buzzed with activity now. Wow, what a huge reservoir, Bonnie exclaimed, running towards the shore. Wanwan, slow down, be careful you don't fall, Alfie called anxiously from behind, finding no solution to his rash daughter. Got it. A gentle night breeze blew over the water, bringing a refreshing chill. What a comfortable place. Aspen and others couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. By the reservoir, some people were fetching water while more threw their buckets aside and jumped into the cold lake, splashing each other or swimming. Laughter echoed through the forest, and the pressure of the apocalypse seemed to vanish momentarily. Inna, come over here, the water feels so cool. Bonnie waved vigorously at Billy by the water's edge. Woof woof. The dog saw Bonnie playing in the water and wagged its tail so fast it almost became a propeller, eager to join. Billy couldn't resist its pleading eyes and softened. Fine, but don't go too far or I'll hit you. With Billy's approval, the dog darted out like a loose horse, paddling to Bonnie's side and splashing playfully. Seeing them having fun, Billy also took off her shoes, dipped her feet into the water barefoot. The icy water instantly enveloped her toes, spreading a pleasant sensation from her feet to her head. She found a rock to sit on, letting her feet dangle in the water, watching happily as the dog and Bonnie played. At some point, someone sat next to her. Look at them, so happy, it's wonderful. Billy pointed at Bonnie and sighed contentedly. Bernie looked at her, his eyes as bright as the lake water, bathed in the gentle moonlight, his lips curved slightly. Alberts, it's wonderful. The broad and flat lake surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the figures of the two people by the shore, the soft moonlight casting onto their shoulders, mingling with the rippling water, creating gentle ripples. Goran and the others, seeing this, did not bear to disturb them, so they pulled Alfie and Albert Freya aside to explore. The dog far away was like a dragon entering the water, swimming back and forth, splashing Bonnie all over, which made her giggle uncontrollably. Some people noticed the commotion on this side and, seeing the well-fed dog, couldn't help but mutter a curse under their breath. What kind of condition is it that allows them to keep a dog so fat? I can't even get enough food to eat. They actually have time to raise a dog. Look at the meat on that dog's body, it has more than I do. A thin man with a severed eyebrow started harboring wicked thoughts. Justice watched the dog and smacked his lips, licking them. I wonder if this dog meat would taste good. Someone playing in the water nearby heard him and snorted a laugh. The thin man with the severed eyebrow turned back unhappily. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you're dreaming. Do you know who owns that dog? Who owns it? That man pointed to Billy on the shore. Look, it's her, from our community. Seeing the gentle and frail-looking Billy by the shore, the thin man with the severed eyebrow let out a sigh of relief. Justice thought she was someone else for a moment, unnecessarily worrying. So it's just her. A little girl, and that guy next to her does look strong, but what a pity about his face. He looks good but useless. Justice hearing the disdain in the man's voice, the person reminded him, I advise you not to mess with that dog. That girl isn't someone to be messed with. In our community, she's known as a notorious troublemaker. And that guy, I've heard he's killed before. The thin man with the severed eyebrow muttered a few indifferent ahs, but didn't really believe it. Killed before? Trying to scare him? Clearly just a weak couple who couldn't lift a chicken, how capable could they be? Besides, once the dog meat is eaten, there'll be no evidence. Who would know it was him? No one could pin it on him. While the thin man with the severed eyebrow was scheming, there was a sudden commotion from afar. Fish. There's fish. Where? Where is it? Quick, look over there, see that dog? Is it holding a fish in its mouth? Everyone looked closely and saw that the dog indeed had a plump crucian carp in its mouth, the fish scales glistening under the moonlight. Chapter 91, Bitten by a Dog. The people on the shore, seeing the fish in the dog's mouth, all rushed toward the dog like mad. Feeling threatened, the dog scrambled to Billy's side, and Bonnie followed along. Billy took the still wriggling fish from the dog's mouth and tossed it into the bucket she had brought. "Little girl, can we see it?" someone asked, eyeing the bucket jealously, but alas, Billy kept the bucket close to her chest, forcing them to ask. "What to see? It's just a fish. We've all seen fish before," Billy refused. Dissatisfied with her attitude, someone scolded her. "Why are you being so unfriendly? We were just curious. You didn't have to be so rude." Woof. The dog growled when it saw that person pointing at Billy. Someone tried to smooth things over. "Let's calm down. Be nice. Little girl, where did your dog catch the fish? Could you let it catch some more or tell us where they are?" "Alberta, yeah, just tell us. No need to hog everything for yourself." Billy knew they were many and didn't want trouble. She turned to the dog. "Nyan Gao, go show them where you caught the fish." Pleased, the dog darted back into the water and swam straight towards a spot under a bush. Soon, it emerged with another fish, even bigger than the last one. The fish thrashed in its mouth, slapping against its jaws loudly. Billy took the fish while addressing the eager crowd. "Did you get that? Now go catch your own." Everyone cheered and swam towards the area with water grasses. Billy rolled her eyes. The commotion would scare off any remaining fish. Bonnie proudly patted the dog's head, praising, "Good job, Nyan Gao." Woof. What Billy hadn't expected was that someone actually caught a fish shortly after. The reservoir immediately burst into chaos, much like Zhubaji fighting the spider spirits, with pale bodies diving in and out of the water everywhere. Having been praised, the dog wanted to play in the water again. "Go ahead, don't wander too far." Billy smiled. "Wanwan, keep an eye on him. I'm going to find Thompson and Amy." Aspen and the others had gone into the woods behind and never came out. Billy and Bernie walked through looking for them. "Amy, is that you? What are you doing?" In the dark forest, Billy saw two torches burning faintly, revealing vague figures resembling her grandparents. Aspen waved at Billy. "Jiayu, come here quickly. We found lots of wild spinach here. Come help us pick some." On closer inspection, the four were squatting, harvesting grey-green weeds from the ground, nearly filling 2 buckets already. A closer look revealed these weren't ordinary weeds. The undersides of the leaves had a powdery coating, wild spinach indeed. Goran joked as he harvested. "I worked so hard tending to those few plants at home, but they looked pitiful. Just to see, left alone, they're thriving. Indeed, maybe because there's water and shade here. Pick fast, we can use this to improve our meals." Albert's father said without looking up, focused on harvesting. Aspen carefully stepped over dead branches with the torch in hand and approached Billy. She pulled out a handful of bright red berries from her pocket and placed them in Billy's palm. "Try this." "What's this?" Billy bent down to take a closer look. It was raspberries. Aspen pointed in a direction. "I saw a small cluster of these berries over there. I tasted one. They're quite good. I picked them all. Eat them quick before they spoil." Billy popped a berry into her mouth, tasting the tart sweet flavor. She held out her palm to Bernie. Bernie smiled and shook his head. "Not my thing. You eat them." Finishing the raspberries, Billy squatted down to join the wild spinach harvest. The spinach grew in large patches, overflowing the buckets. She used the darkness to hide her actions as she stuffed the vegetables into her spatial bag. Meanwhile, in the water, the dog, having played enough, climbed onto the shore, shook the droplets off its fur, only to realize it was bald. It looked around but couldn't find Billy. Sniffing the ground, it began walking toward the distant woods. A shadowy figure quietly followed behind. A shadowy figure quietly followed behind. Too engrossed in following Billy's scent, the dog didn't notice the approaching figure. Just as the man raised a large stone to smash the dog's head, the dog suddenly sensed something amiss, turned its head, and the rock hit its paw instead. "Ow you!" The dog yelped in pain. Seeing he was discovered, the man dropped all pretense and lunged at the dog. His massive body was about to pin the dog down. The dog, well trained by Bernie, reacted instinctively to the situation, jumping out of the man's reach and biting down hard on the man's arm. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, frantically shaking his arm to shake off the dog, but the dog held on tightly, its teeth sinking deep into the man's flesh. No matter how hard he struggled, the dog wouldn't let go. Furious, the man started hammering the dog's head with his fists. The dog was in pain but still clung to the man's arm with all its might. With a furious swing, the man flung the dog away, which landed heavily on the gravel beach with a thud. The man fell to the ground in pain and, looking down, saw a large chunk of skin and flesh torn from his arm, the wound bleeding profusely. "I'll fucking kill you," the man roared, grabbing a stick nearby to beat the dog. Growl. The dog jumped back, keeping a safe distance, crouching low and baring its fangs at the man in a defensive posture, growling like a wild beast. In the woods, Billy thought she heard the dog barking. "Ayo, did you hear that? I feel like Nyan Gao is calling." Bernie listened carefully, hearing something faintly but not clearly. "What's wrong?" Goran asked. "Thompson, I think Nyan Gao is calling. I'll go check, just in case." Billy put the vegetables in her hand into the bucket, wiped her hands, and got up to leave. "Why don't we all go together? We're almost done here anyway." Goran and the others also picked up their buckets and left with her. As soon as Billy stepped out of the woods, she saw a man lying on the ground with a long stick beside him. The dog was crazily pouncing on him, its teeth sunk deeply into the man's calf, who was kicking his leg in pain. Chapter 92 Rabies. Rice cake. Bernie whistled to the dog. The dog released the man and ran quickly to Bernie's side. Bernie stroked its head. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Woof woof woof. Tilda the dog sounded pitiful. The man lying on the ground far away was infuriated. His tone held not a trace of blame but indulgence that was almost dripping. The man sat up, trying to stand up, but the injury on his ankle made him wince in pain with each movement, forcing him back to the ground. Billy pulled out a large machete from her bag and walked toward the man step by step. Bernie also retrieved a crossbow from his backpack. The dog would never attack someone unprovoked, and this place was far from the lake. It took no great effort to figure out that this man had come here with ill intentions. Seeing Billy's grim face and drawing the knife without even asking questions, the man became scared for the first time. You, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. The man propped himself up using his hands and tried to scoot backwards bit by bit. Justice still put on a brave front. Your dog bites people, and now you're going to kill me. Billy sneered. Then tell us why you came here for no reason. My dog wouldn't bite anyone if everything were fine. Why did it specifically bite you? The man stuttered. I just wanted to come here. This place isn't your home. Why can't I be here? Besides, clearly your dog chased after me and bit me. Are you being reasonable at all? Arf. Such lies. In the distance, Bonnie panted as she rushed over. Oh, Rice Cake, you really are here. You ran off without a word, making me search for you for so long. It's okay that you're safe, she said while looking at the group surrounding the man on the ground. Eh? What are you guys doing? Billy caught on to her words. What do you mean by it's okay that you're safe? Bonnie took a deep breath. When I turned around just now, it was gone. I searched everywhere until a neighbor told me it went in this direction, followed by a suspicious man who said something about eating dog meat. I was afraid something happened to it, so I hurriedly came over. Only then did she realize what was happening. She noticed the man on the ground holding his arm and finally reacted, widening her almond eyes and pointing at him. That suspicious man is you. The man denied. Don't talk nonsense. What's suspicious? How could you prove it was me in this darkness? Just hearing this, Billy's gaze turned icy, and her face darkened terrifyingly. You wanted to eat my dog. She brandished the machete and approached the man. No, it's not me. Don't come any closer. Terrified, the man couldn't care less about the pain in his legs as he scrambled to his feet and ran towards the reservoir, shouting, murder. Justice help. The injuries on the man looked especially ghastly since the dog wasn't hurt, so Billy didn't chase after him. She cupped her hands and shouted at his fleeing back. My dog has rabies. You might not live to eat it. Arf. Who's sick? Did Rice Cake bite him like that? Bonnie laughed heartily, petting the dog with generous praise. Our Rice Cake is so awesome, can do anything. The man limped away as fast as he could, still uneasy even when he reached a crowded area, fearing Billy and company would pursue him. Justice directly fled down the mountain. Billy's group returned to the lakeside, where some people were still catching fish. Those who hadn't caught fish kept diving in, unwilling to give up despite exhaustion. Those who had already caught fish happily gathered wood to start cooking. Billy's group had more than enough shepherd's purse collected and stuffed in their bags. Bernie and Goran stripped off their jackets to create makeshift bundles for the overflow. The buckets were full of water, and everyone chatted merrily as they headed home. Perhaps due to their bountiful harvest, they found the journey back short despite the heavy load. They soon arrived at the entrance of their residential complex. Billy and Goran decided that since their own homes didn't lack water, they would give the water to Bonnie's family. The shepherd's purse and the 2 fish the dog caught were split evenly between both families. The Albert family expressed gratitude once again. They only picked a small amount of shepherd's purse and refused to take any more of the rest. We'll borrow a cart and come find you later. Bonnie waved goodbye to Billy. Billy's family returned home, finding everything as they left it, the mark she made with hair untouched. Good, no one had tampered with it. After walking all night, they collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. Don't bother cooking. Let's just eat something ready-made. Sure. Everyone agreed. Bernie emptied the shepherd's purse from his backpack and clothes onto the floor, fresh green leaves piled up. Afraid the vegetables would wilt, Billy collected all the shepherd's purse from the floor and stored them in her spatial pocket. Aspen got up and took a small bunch from her hand. This dish is easy to make. Just blanch it and it's ready to eat. Let's try the fresh flavor. The simplest way to prepare shepherd's purse is to serve it cold. Pinch off the tender tips and blanch them in boiling water, then chop a small amount of garlic, add salt, sugar, vinegar, sesame oil, and black pepper for the sauce, and pour it over. For dinner, the family scooped up bowls of rice, eating with a mouthful of refreshing shepherd's purse, finding it exceptionally satisfying. After clearing the dining table, they lay around the house for 2 more hours until Bonnie came over at 11 o'clock at night. My parents were worried that it would be too early and there would be too many people around, so they came this late, Bonnie explained. Billy nodded in understanding. She had already placed the water tank at the stairwell entrance. Albert's mother watched the cart downstairs while Albert's father and Bonnie came up to move it. Bernie pushed Bonnie aside. This thing is too heavy for you. Christopher and I will handle it together. Just hearing this, Bonnie smiled sweetly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Billy blushed and spat at her. What nonsense are you talking about? It's true, Bonnie muttered under her breath. The 2 men struggled together to carry the water tank downstairs and placed it on the flatbed cart. By this time, no one was out in the neighborhood, and everything was quiet. The cart pulling the water tank made a rolling sound as it moved along the road. Upon arriving at Bonnie's building, Bernie, seeing it through to the end, helped carry the water tank all the way up to Bonnie's home before finally heading back. Before leaving, Billy told the Albert family about the job fair at the end of the month. Albert's father was also a farmer, and if selected, he could accompany Goran. Just hearing this news, Albert's father was delighted and immediately agreed to go together. From that day on, the Albert family ran to the reservoir every day. Whenever Billy had time, she would also take her elders with her, not only helping them carry water but also getting some exercise. But they never encountered that man with the broken eyebrow again. In fact, after returning home, the man was terrified by Billy's mention of the dog having rabies. Justice rushed to the hospital but was told that there was no vaccine available. They only cleaned his wound with saline and advised him to clean it frequently at home to prevent infection. However, the man had run so hastily that he left his bucket by the reservoir. There was no water left at home. With the hot weather, he could only lie at home, watching helplessly as the wound turned foul, abscessed, and oozed bloody fluid, causing intense pain from time to time, reinforcing his belief that he had been infected with rabies. As the wound infection worsened, his body grew weaker, coupled with his overwhelming fear, the man literally scared himself to death. By the time the neighbors smelled the stench and broke in, the corpse had long rotted and become infested with maggots. Chapter 93 Interview. Billy thought about the basement cooling idea Bonnie mentioned before. When she received the supplies for the next week, she suggested this idea to everyone. After all, she wasn't a wicked person and couldn't stand by watching everyone suffer. Clear out the garage? Do you know how big that garage is and how long it will take? It's not as easy as you say. Thomas immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Albert's, last time when they were clearing the silt, her family just hid upstairs and didn't come down. Shaw chimed in. What does she know? She can't carry anything or lift a finger, she just talks nonsense with her tongue flapping. Some people silently complained in their hearts. Justicer? Can't carry anything or lift a finger? She's pretty good with a knife. Billy had only suggested it out of kindness. Seeing no one appreciated her effort, she didn't bother to speak up further. After collecting the share for her family, she suddenly remembered something. The inflatable boat isn't needed anymore. Can you return it to me? Even if it wasn't needed anymore, she didn't want Thomas and his gang benefiting from it since they were items she paid real money for. Thomas didn't care at all because they wouldn't be using it anyway. Fine, it's at my place. Justice said to Shaw, Jamal, go with her upstairs and get the inflatable boat from your sister-in-law. The day after Billy suggested digging the basement and was ridiculed, the government ordered every community to excavate basements for cooling. Garages were to be thoroughly cleaned, and those without them would receive guidance on excavation from specialists sent by the government. This left Thomas and his gang red-faced. Time quickly passed until the end of the month, the day of the job fair. Few people in the community talked about this event, perhaps due to insufficient publicity or maybe everyone was trying to reduce competition. When Billy's family went downstairs, they saw Thomas near the entrance of the underground garage, fawning over a fat man who looked like a manager. The sight made her stomach churn. Elliot was vigorously swinging a shovel and working hard with others to remove the silt outside. Everyone was working enthusiastically. However, Shaw wasn't around, contrary to usual when these people always appeared together. Billy wasn't interested in paying attention to them either. Since her family didn't need to use the basement for cooling, they had no reason to participate. After joining Bonnie's family, they set off toward the stadium in a large group. Godwin had mentioned the starting time was 6 p.m. They found the registration office at 5:30 p.m., but there was already a long queue. It seemed many people had gotten the information. They grabbed registration forms and started filling them out while waiting in line. Oh, it even asks for educational qualifications. I have none, Alfie frowned, worrying he wouldn't be selected. Who cares? We have experience. Farming doesn't require book knowledge. What's there to fear? Goran had only finished elementary school, but after being motivated by Billy, he was full of confidence. As the line slowly moved forward, Billy spotted a familiar figure at the front. That's Jamal, right? What's he doing here? Aspen asked. Indeed, it's him. Is that his brother behind him? They are also applying for jobs. Goran was puzzled. He didn't recall Jamal or his brother having any farming skills. Everyone wore expressions of doubt. Soon, it was Jamal's turn for the interview. The interviewer glanced over his application form and sized him up calmly. Please explain how to overcome the self-incompatibility issue in potato breeding. Shaw's eyes darted around, then he recited smoothly, the traditional method to overcome self-incompatibility is by utilizing genes from wild potatoes, but this approach has its flaws and can cause various adverse effects. In 2017, under government support, research developed a new breeding method replacing tetraploids with diploids and hybrid seeds with tubers. This involved gene editing technology for targeted mutations to obtain self-compatible diploid potatoes, making potato breeding more efficient. Billy and her group stared dumbfounded. Such professional and fluent answers, it sounded like he memorized the answer. Goran pointed at Shaw, trembling. Did he really say that? Jamal, who grew up playing with cats and dogs instead of working, spouted technical jargon that even Goran couldn't understand, sounding more knowledgeable than he was. When it was the turn for Shaw's brother, who lost a finger due to Billy, he answered fluently as well. Now, Billy clearly saw something fishy. She cast a troubled glance at Goran. Thompson might be disappointed. After waiting for another half hour, it was finally Goran's turn. Justice sat nervously in front of the interviewer, feeling uneasy. This was his first serious interview, and he was quite tense. The interviewer scanned his resume and looked up at Goran. Elementary school education? Alberts, yes, Goran answered without confidence. The interviewer still had to go through the formalities and asked, then tell me, how do you handle mold issues in seeds during breeding? This was simple. Goran was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, just give them more sunshine. Snort. A soft laugh came from behind him. Haha, what an answer. The optimal pH for mold is below 6.0, just adjust the pH during germination with neutral water and fertilizers. This Zechariah is embarrassing himself at his age. Does he know where he is? Look at what he wrote on his resume, over 30 years of farming. What kind of expertise is that? They're looking for agricultural experts, not peasants. Goran felt utterly humiliated by their mockery. The interviewer threw another question at him. What plant protection technologies are there now? This time Goran didn't dare answer casually. Billy and her group waited until all names were read out but didn't hear Goran's or Alfie's names. On the contrary, Shaw and his gang were actually all on the list. Chapter 94, Inside Secrets. What the hell? It's fine if my dad was eliminated for average performance, but why was Thompson Liu brushed off after answering so well? Bonnie was the first to express her dissatisfaction. Besides Billy and others, there were also people who couldn't stand it any longer. You're all favoring insiders. I know those few people. They can't even read a word or touch a hoe. How could they be selected? Alberts. I think they must have conspired and knew the answers in advance. The commotion gradually grew louder, whether it was those with real skills being brushed off or those second-rate candidates not making the cut, they all protested loudly. The staff pounded the table in front of them loudly. Quiet, quiet. We refuse to accept it. Today's interview was an open and fair selection process. We don't care about the background or education of the selected candidates, we only consider their performance today. We understand how you feel about not being chosen, but please do not cause trouble here. Do you really understand anything? It's obvious that it's fixed, and yet you go through this selection process. What a waste of our feelings. At this moment, a dissenting voice came from the crowd. Oh, you guys are just good at talking. If you can't pass the exam, then stop cheating. You pigs, all you can do is root. Billy turned around and saw it was one of the people who had mocked Goran earlier. That person looked like a hothead. Standing behind him were over 10 people, all of whom had been selected, including Shaw. What did you say? I said you should stop blabbering when you have no skills. Simeon. Did I lie? You can't even write your own name clearly. What hybridization technology do you understand? When I was cutting rice in the field, you were still in your mother's pants. Isn't this collusion? After the truth was revealed, the hothead didn't get angry but instead wore a smug look. That's my ability. Can you do it? You admitted it. Didn't everyone hear that? They're faking it, and the spots are pre-decided. When those who were not selected heard his admission, they became furious. Protest. Protest. Alberts. The government only recruits connected people, going through backdoors. We refuse to accept it. We want to see the leadership. Call out your leaders. People kept rushing toward the staff. Despite the staff nearly knocking the table apart, they couldn't hold them back. Seeing the situation escalate, someone quickly went out to seek help. Standing aside, Shaw gave the troublemaker a smack on the head. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? Why did you start trouble? The man, rubbing his head, complained with a mournful look. Brother Chris, don't blame me. That old number 3 always looks down on me, flaunting his son as a civil servant. This time I finally got a chance to show him. Shaw felt frustrated. Are you stupid? Could you say such things in public? Go back and wait for Brother Foam to deal with you. No, Brother Chris, you have to help me. On the other side, the crowd continued to rush the staff. What are you doing? What are you doing? About a dozen men armed with batons, wearing work uniforms, suddenly rushed in from outside, shouting at the protesting crowd and pushing them away. We refuse to accept it. You're all favoring insiders. The lead staff member shouted loudly, leave immediately, or we won't be polite. The more aggressive their attitude, the more fiercely people resisted. One person hearing this retorted, what do you mean by not polite? Are you going to hit us? The staff member pointed his stick at the person who spoke up. Take him away. Immediately, someone reached out to grab that person. You dare. Don't touch me. Let go of my father. Justice help, somebody, save us. The gymnasium fell into chaos. Billy and the others had already left the venue as soon as the commotion started. Knowing there was inside dealing, they weren't interested in this job anymore. Let's go, it's boring. If we knew it would be like this, we might as well stay at home. Goran called Albert's father and the others to go home. Shortly after Billy and the others left, a staff member quietly slipped out of the gymnasium and hurried towards the government building. County Government Building. In an office with dim lighting, 2 men and 1 Rosa were sitting. A fan slowly rotated its blades. Oh, is there such a thing? A square-faced man wearing glasses sat behind the main desk, listening to his subordinate report on the incident at the gymnasium. Justice frowned and asked, you've figured it out clearly, what happened exactly? The person reporting was precisely the staff member who sneaked out earlier. Alberts, Mayor Hyman. I investigated clearly. It was Emerson. All those selected today were his people, some bought their positions from him. Emerson? Jason was puzzled. The man on the left immediately answered, Emerson is part of the Justice family. So that's how it is. This is a great opportunity. We can take advantage of this incident to hold someone accountable and bring Denver down, said the Rosa who had been silent up until now. Justice. Her name was Annie, a senior researcher at the City Research Institute and the current director. Old Liang, what do you think? Jason asked his colleague beside him. Adonis nodded. Justice also felt that this matter could serve as a good breakthrough. After the natural disaster, the faction led by Denver has virtually monopolized both the military and political spheres, acting unilaterally and leaving no room for our people to fight back. Our people have always been holding back, accumulating strength for so long, and it's just right to channel all of this into action with this incident. As he said this, he looked at Annie gratefully. The greatest contributor here must be Xiaolan. If not for your multiple research results coming true one by one, and this time presenting the drought-resistant and heat-resistant crops research results, another major achievement, we might not have this chance. Jason also looked at Annie with an appreciative gaze. Alberts, we owe it all to Xiaolan. Annie was slightly elated by the compliments. Indeed, without her, how could these people have come this far? In this life, after experiencing that devastating acid rain, she managed to return to the present and disguise herself as a scientific expert, predicting the future under the guise of research. How else could she transform from an ordinary office worker in her previous life to successfully entering the core government department in this life? Alberts, Annie was also a reborn soul. In this life, she approached government officials' attention by sending a letter predicting typhoon-induced floods shortly after her rebirth. Later, she continued to predict the arrival of extreme heat. The proposal for heat-resistant crop research also came from her. Anyway, there were genuine experts in the research institute who diligently conducted research for her. She only needed to sit above and casually point out a few directions. Not only did they not suspect anything, but they also firmly believed in her expertise and revered her like a deity. She glanced around the room, a fleeting disdain crossing her eyes. These foolish men, busy scheming and plotting for power day and night, how many of them can actually get things done? They merely use her. Just as her mind flashed to the cool man in the base of her past life, whose gaze on her was as gentle as moonlight falling upon her. Justice was the only man who treated her well without any ulterior motives. Where are you? Annie stared out the dark window, lost in thought. Chapter 95, The Backer Falls. After Billy and the others returned home, they continued to live their little lives happily, not giving the recruitment farce that night a second thought. Unbeknownst to them, the sky over City C collapsed that very night, and the entire military political system was reshuffled. A week and several days passed without supply trucks entering the residential area. People were starving, and their eyes turned green. When they asked Thomas, he was equally baffled. Thomas had tried discreetly to inquire, but there was no response. Finally, after a 3-day delay, in the evening, the supply trucks slowly entered the residential area. Seeing the supply truck arrive, Thomas joyfully called Shaw and the others to go down to welcome it. The passenger door opened, and as soon as a fat foot appeared, Thomas approached with a smile and chatted warmly. Brother Jew, why did you come so late this time? My neck's stiff from waiting for you. Look closely, who's your brother Jew? A stranger got out of the car. Thomas's smile froze on his face. Who are you? Where's Tucker? The man snorted. Tucker. Justice packed up and left long ago. Not knowing what happened, Thomas decided to stay flattering. Justice offered the cigarettes in his pocket as usual. Brother, you've worked hard, rest for a moment. We can handle the rest ourselves. But this man didn't appreciate it. Move aside, don't block the way. Justice pushed Thomas away and shouted at the workers, come on, hurry up and unload the supplies. Left out cold, Thomas fell into deep thought. No wonder he couldn't contact anyone recently. They were supposed to report yesterday, but there was no notification. Something must have gone wrong. Thinking about it more made him uneasy. Justice spoke briefly with Shaw, who just came downstairs and then hurried toward the Justice family compound. Thomas ran so fast he nearly lost his breath when he saw the gate of the Justice family. Familiarly, he told the guard he wanted to see Emerson. Having visited multiple times, the guards knew him well and quickly called Emerson out. Brother Jew, what's going on? Why are the people delivering aid different now? And what about the recruitment? My people are waiting for notice. This time Thomas skipped the flattery and went straight to the point. Emerson was furious at the sight of him, glaring and scolding. I didn't even look for you, and you dare to come. Thomas was confused. Is it because of the trouble at the stadium? I've already punished that person. Young people are too reckless. Don't hold it against them. Everything was suppressed, wasn't it? Emerson sneered. Suppressed? Ah. It's no big deal if Simeon backs out. This is nothing for the Justice family. If not for you fools, how could our Secretary Justice be betrayed? The whole city has changed. Didn't you know? What does being betrayed mean? Changed? Thomas didn't understand. Emerson laid it all out. Mayor Hyman used this farce to expose your trading of official positions and the embezzlement of public aid supplies. This ultimately implicated Secretary Justice. As he spoke, he almost ground his teeth. Secretary Justice was removed from his post, and the Justice family is in chaos. If he sees you now, guess what would happen? Thomas's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing, unable to form a sentence. I. Emerson glanced at the gate of the Justice family, waving to Thomas impatiently, for old time's sake, get lost and never come back. Thomas returned to the residential area, dejected. Shaw was distributing relief supplies according to the list. Seeing Thomas return, he wondered why the quantity of relief supplies had decreased. But no matter how much he called, Thomas seemed not to hear and headed upstairs. Billy had already collected the relief supplies and returned home. Opening the bag, she was surprised to find that in addition to the usual amount, each portion included 2 packs of dehydrated vegetables and 2 sausages. Examining the sausages closely, she realized they were actually meat sausages. More astonishingly, 2 days later, someone notified Goran to report to the stadium at 6 p.m. in 3 days. Didn't we get eliminated? What's happening? Goran was dumbfounded by this unexpected good news. Billy shrugged, I don't know. That person said it and left. You should just go since you're selected. Excited, Goran paced back and forth. Suddenly, he grabbed the clothes on the sofa and said, I'll ask Christopher Albert if he was selected. And with that, he rushed to open the door. Thompson, it's dark. Take some rice cakes with you. Billy grabbed the dog that was lying on the ground to cool off and patted its bottom. Be a good boy and follow Grandpa. Just desiring that he could go out, the dog immediately perked up and shot out like an arrow. Goran came back an hour later, humming a little tune. As soon as he walked in, he announced, Christopher Albert is also selected. That's great, Billy smiled. With Albert's father and Thompson going together, she felt more at ease. Ever since they found out Goran was selected, the family had been busy preparing his luggage. These 2 sausages are already sliced for you. You can eat them directly or heat them if conditions permit. Aspen was concerned and wanted to give Goran everything, and this sweet potato jerky. Remember to seal the bag tightly when you're not eating it, or it will get hard and not taste good. Okay, why do you pack so much? I'll be home in half a month. There's no way I can finish all this. Goran complained playfully but was inwardly delighted. If you can't finish it yourself, share some with Xiao Albert. It's better for the 2 of you to look out for each other. Aspen recounted the luggage again. Soon, it was time for Goran to report for duty. The entire 1602 family went out. After the previous incident, for safety, they left the dog to guard the house. They met up with the Albert family and walked toward the stadium under the moonlight. Christopher Liu, you brought so much luggage, Albert's father teased. His luggage was just 2 changes of clothes, light as air. Ha ha ha. Goran could only laugh awkwardly. Before they reached the stadium, they already saw the searchlights hanging on the rooftop emitting bright white light. The closer they got, the more mixed the voices became. Look, there are so many people over there. Bonnie pointed to the square below the stadium. Indeed, there were a lot of people gathered, sitting or standing, with something placed at their feet, shouting to passers-by. As they approached, they were surprised to find that this seemed to be a small night market. Chapter 96, Night Market. Outdoors in the entire Yongfeng County, only this area was lit. Under the stadium lights, people gathered here, spreading out stalls on the ground and placing idle items from their homes. They sat down right there to sell, exchanging for survival supplies. With half an hour before reporting time, they strolled around the night market leisurely. Brand new bowls and chopsticks, ill-fitting clothes, leather sofas, mechanical watches, even luxury bags, rings, and jewelry were put up for sale. Wow. All of them were big brands like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, with several diamond rings and necklaces looking to be 2 or 3 carats each at first glance. How many women can resist bling things? Even if these items seemed useless at present, they still made 3 ladies unable to move on. How much? Bernie saw that they liked them and asked the stall owner. The stall owner was a young couple. Their clothes, though somewhat old, were still recognizably branded. They had been setting up stalls here for 2 or 3 days. Seeing others' stalls doing well while their own remained unsold, they were already extremely anxious. Before the disaster, their family business was doing pretty well, and they lived comfortably. While they didn't have full banquets every day, at least they had delicacies daily. They went out with drivers and had maids at home, but everything changed after the disaster. Their savings turned into waste paper overnight. Piles of sparkling clothes and jewelry couldn't fill bellies. When they sought help from those who owed them money in the business field, all faced turned away. If it weren't for the hunger-stricken children and elderly at home, they wouldn't lower themselves to selling jewelry either. Seeing someone willing to buy now, they hurriedly quoted prices. 1 bag for 2 compressed biscuits, rings and necklaces for 4 biscuits. Bonnie and Aspen liked the items but knew they were useless now, immediately shaking their heads at Bernie. The couple, seeing the customers might leave, thought it too expensive and tried to retain them urgently. These are all good things. The young Rosa picked up an Anello tote bag and said, I could not get this bag by running through several cities back then, finally spending an extra 30,000 yuan for goods to obtain it. I haven't used it yet. Look, it's brand new. After saying this, she also picked up a diamond ring and showed it to Bonnie, and this diamond ring is Bulgari, with a main diamond of 3 carats and surrounding small diamonds over 30 point. Bonnie and the others kept waving hands. It's not that your things are bad, but we won't use them if we buy them. Forget it, we will just look around more, you busy. In the disappointed gazes of the young couple, they continued forward. Billy noticed that several stalls were empty, with almost everyone passing by stopping to ask but mostly leaving with a shake of head. Curious, she approached to see what was going on. She found a small sign in front of a stall written with ink stating Solar Mini Nightlight for sale, £10 rice each. While her family wasn't short of electricity, this could be a good item for others. Visible during the day but can't go out, visible at night but can't see. Enoch, where are your lamps? She asked the stall owner. Maybe there were too many people asking without buying. The stall owner did not raise his head, casually replying, who dares put such good things here? You buy it, and naturally you'll get one. It turns out he was afraid of being robbed, Billy suddenly realized, so why not liquidate the goods stored in space as well? She had an idea, wanting to probe the market, so she asked, then how do you plan to sell? The stall owner was indifferent. Isn't it written on the sign? But I don't have rice, Billy said. The stall owner got a little upset. You ask for so long without any purchase, about to scold her when Billy added, can I trade eggs with you? Eggs? How many do you have? The stall owner's eyes lit up. Rice could fill bellies, but ultimately, like compressed biscuits, could only prevent starving to death. Eggs were different. They provided nutrients. Billy turned around and saw Bonnie and others picking through a clothing store, then told the stall owner to wait. She walked quickly to Bonnie and described the situation. Sure enough, the Albert family was interested in solar lights. Now once the sun set, they fumbled in darkness, accidentally kicking table legs several times. Albert's mother wanted one very much. Hearing that 10 pounds of rice were initially requested, she hesitated. How many eggs does he want? Eggs don't last long in hot weather, and our family only has 8 eggs saved up. Billy replied, no problem, let's talk. Thus, the group moved towards the stall owner. How many eggs do you need to exchange? Billy asked first. Seeing that they all looked healthy and well fed, the stall owner thought he had found a big customer and boldly asked for 10 pounds of eggs. What? 10 pounds? You might as well rob us. Bonnie, with her short temper, knew that anyone could tell eggs were more precious than 10 pounds of rice. Eggs will go bad in 2 days in this weather. Where are we supposed to get 10 pounds from? Enoch, be reasonable and we can continue talking. Otherwise, forget it, Aspen chimed in to bargain. The stall owner hadn't really intended to get 10 pounds of eggs, so he quickly compromised. Then give me 6 pounds. This lamp is a treasure and won't be hard to sell. Billy silently held up 5 fingers. 5 pounds. This was acceptable. With 5 pounds of eggs, it would still be a good deal for him. Just as the stall owner was about to agree, he heard Billy slowly utter 2 words. 5 pieces. What? The stall owner thought he misheard, so he dug his ears to listen again. 5 eggs for 1 lamp. The stall owner was dumbfounded by Billy's offer. What did you say? 5 eggs. Do your eggs have gold edges? If you don't want to buy, then leave. Don't mess around here. Your stall has had quite a few inquiries, but judging by the people passing by, most likely none of them can even come up with half a pound of rice, Billy calmly pointed out. The stall owner seemed exposed, looking somewhat uncomfortable. After being at this stall for so long, there had been many inquiries, but none could afford the rice price. Justice was reluctant to lower the price, resulting in no sales. Billy pressed on. Your lamp is good, but it's not indispensable. In these times, it's easy to live but hard to live comfortably. You're right, in this era, my eggs, in terms of value, are indeed like having gold edges. Think about it. Wouldn't it be better to sell it to us rather than let it go to waste? The stall owner's tight expression began to loosen. At least add a bit more, he muttered. His family of 6 wouldn't even get 1 egg each if he agreed. Billy glanced at Albert's mother, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. So, add 1 more, making it 6 eggs total, she said. Finally, the stall owner reluctantly nodded. Chapter 97, Wanting to set up a stall. Wanting to set up a stall. The items are at home, I'll go back to get them. Can we meet here in an hour? Sure. The stall owner packed up his stall and rushed off. Bonnie hugged Billy, almost jumping with joy. Inna, you're really good at haggling. Albert's father still had to register, so Bonnie and Albert's mother went home to get the eggs. I'll go with you, Bernie suddenly said. Billy was puzzled. They might not be safe on the way. I'll accompany them, he explained. Billy nodded. After they left, Billy took Goran and a few others for a walk around, exchanging a pack of compressed biscuits for a men's razor from Goran, along with 10 replacement blades as a gift. The registration time came quickly. They entered the gymnasium, registered, received work uniforms and name badges, and were informed that they could take 2 days off each month but were not allowed to leave the unit during other times. They would soon be assigned to dormitories. Once everyone arrived, the supervisor announced job responsibilities and rules before leading them to the dormitories. Billy did not see Shaw and the others in the crowd. There were also many more people who had been rejected last time. Recalling the recent sudden change in government staff's conduct and actions, she had a vague guess. However, as long as it did not affect her family's life, the rise and fall of the officials were irrelevant to her. The dormitory was in an old residential area not far behind the gymnasium. The facilities were somewhat outdated but neatly maintained, and the air smelled faintly of disinfectant upon entering. Fortunately, Goran and Albert's father were assigned to the same dormitory. After greeting their new roommates and settling their luggage, Billy and Aspen reluctantly left. They returned to where the original stall had been to wait for Bonnie and the others. Amy, shall we set up a stall too? Billy suggested. Sure, what should we sell? Aspen almost unthinkingly supported Billy's idea. Billy lowered her voice. We found some cigarettes earlier. Some packages were damaged, but the cigarettes inside are still good. Since no one in our family smokes, why not sell them for other supplies? What do you want to exchange for? We don't lack food or drink. That's true, Billy looked up, seemingly lacking nothing. How about coal and diesel fuel? In the coming extreme cold and polar night, coal and diesel would be indispensable, non-renewable resources. Furniture would eventually burn out, and the trees on the mountain would be cut down. When the polar night arrives, trees wouldn't grow anymore. At that time, the value of these two items would surely increase. Whether for personal use or sale, they would be excellent choices. Aspen thought it was feasible. But where would ordinary people get these two items? She was concerned about future sales. Diesel is hard to find, but people who can still smoke aren't ordinary. As for coal, with the current abundance of forests, if someone puts in the effort, they can obtain it. Billy was confident. With such a large smoking population in Huagua, after being deprived for so long, they would be like hungry wolves catching a whiff of meat. Some might even prefer 3 days of hunger for a single satisfying smoke. As they talked, Bonnie and the others returned. Where's Brooke? Billy didn't see Bernie. Bonnie pointed behind her. Justice is back there, apparently buying something. At this moment, the stall owner arrived. Justice took a paper box from his pocket, opened it, and took out the solar-powered lamp. This has already been charged during the day, so it has power now. Check it please. The stall owner handed the lamp to Billy. Everyone gathered around as Billy turned on the switch. A warm yellow light illuminated everyone's face, and smiles spread across every face. The quality of the lamp was excellent, with a wide illumination range, perfect for home use. Checking everything was fine, Albert's mother pulled out a box of eggs from her cloth bag, counted them in front of the stall owner. 6 round eggs, neatly lined up, made the stall owner swallow his saliva. Confirming the eggs were undamaged, he hurriedly tucked them into his coat and rushed off. Bernie walked over at this time. Brooke, what did you buy? Billy casually asked. Nothing special, just browsing, he replied calmly. If the flashlight were brighter, Billy might have noticed the unnatural flush on his face. After completing the transaction, they didn't linger any longer and headed home together. After washing up at night, Bernie returned to his room and lay on the bed. Justice took the ring from his pocket, examining it under the moonlight filtering through the window, gently caressing the diamond with his fingertips. The window was wide open, and the warm breeze not only stirred the curtains but also rippled across his calm heart. His hand tightened, clenching slightly. It wasn't the right time yet. The next day, while having breakfast, Billy also mentioned her idea of setting up a stall to Bernie. Bernie thought it was a good idea but also raised a concern. If you sell in bulk, you might catch the attention of some unsavory characters. There are not only thieves and robbers outside but also gangs acting recklessly without any fear of law. It's hard for us few to guard against them. Billy fell into deep thought after hearing this. Bernie was right. She had only thought about accumulating more supplies for the future but hadn't considered this aspect. But these things would have to be dealt with sooner or later, and they needed a plan. How about, she suggested tentatively, we start by selling small quantities and not say that they are our goods. We could say we're helping someone else move their inventory and earn a bit of difference. And if there's a large transaction, we can choose a location far from home to avoid attracting unwanted attention to our place. I think we can give it a try. Billy sorted out all the water-soaked cigarettes from the storage space, checking each one carefully. Since the outer packaging was mostly intact, the tobacco inside wasn't damaged. She and Aspen picked out the few that were indeed soaked, and after a short while in the sun, they dried up. They put these in another paper box. Thinking about going to set up the stall that night, Aspen was so excited that she didn't want to eat dinner, just taking a few bites before urging Billy to leave. Doggy was very unhappy with their daily habit of going out and leaving him at home to guard the house. Justice squatted by the door, looking pitiful. Good boy, I'll give you extra treats tomorrow. Billy skillfully promised him something big. Woof. Deceiving dogs is unethical. However, before they even reached the square in front of the gymnasium, they heard an argument ahead. You liar, give me back my cookies. Your milk powder is just filled with lime. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll punch you. A group of people surrounded a stall, where a young man stood in the middle, quarreling fiercely with the stall owner. The stall owner was a nearly bald middle-aged man. Faced with the young man's accusations, it seemed as though he was genuinely being defamed, so he jumped up, his fist ready to strike the young man's face. Chapter 98, Wild Dragon Gang. Even if the bald man wanted to hit him, the young man still stood his ground, continuing to defend his rights. To deceive people with such a thing, you have no conscience. If I hadn't tasted it myself, thinking it was real and given it to my child, someone would have died. Why do you claim that I put this lime in? I could just as well say you did it yourself for extortion. I sold it to you after checking it right before your eyes. The man felt guilty at this point, getting a bit flustered. I didn't lie. It was correct when we checked it, but when I opened it at home, it looked like this. I swear I never touched what was inside. You must have switched it while I was looking down to get the biscuits for you. The bald man snorted coldly, swearing? What's the use of swearing? I can also swear it was powdered milk when I sold it to you. You. The young man became furious. The bald man said to the onlookers, everyone, please be the judge here. Justice admitted it himself, he saw it face to face, then went home and brought out this broken lime, saying it was from me. Who knows what he did at home? If everyone acts this way, how can I live? Someone in the crowd thought the vendor made sense, but seeing the young man's look didn't think he was lying, so they advised, what the boss said makes some sense. So much time has passed, the goods were already opened, how can you prove they came from him? Forget it. Alberts, yes, forget it. Consider it a lesson. Be more careful next time. The young man wanted to cry but had no tears, but those 10 compressed biscuits are all my savings. My child is waiting for me to bring back formula to save her. If I can't get them back, my child and I will starve to death. Some people recognized the bald man. Though moved by the young man's predicament, none dared speak out against him. This night market hadn't been open long, but the bald man had already gained notoriety. His store always sold substandard or fake goods, preying on the unwary. If someone smart inspected the goods on the spot, he'd give them genuine ones, then swap them out when they weren't looking. However, no one dared protest openly. Simply put, he backed the Wild Dragon Gang, which no one dared offend. Wild Dragon Gang was a newly established gang, comprised mostly of ruffians and hooligans. Its membership grew rapidly and soon formed a large organized crime syndicate with discipline and division of labor. The gang's business scope was very broad, divided into specific tasks, even employing enforcers. They engaged in trafficking, theft, fraud, all kinds of criminal activities. Night market sales were only a small part of their operations. Previously, people who sought retribution all ended up beaten badly, and anyone who spoke up for them was later threatened by the Wild Dragon Gang. Even if someone reported to the police, the reply was always there was no evidence, and nothing could be done about it. Seeing no one was willing to help him, the young man nearly cried and grabbed the bald man's arm, demanding the return of the biscuits. "Give me back my 10 biscuits. The bald man cursed. "Fuck." Justice shoved the man away and spat on the ground, signaling towards a dark corner with his eyes. "My child is waiting for me. Please, give it back to me, I beg you," the man pleaded while crying out to the bald man. 2 muscular men, bare-chested with dragon tattoos on their arms, walked over menacingly. One man seized the young man's arm and twisted it behind his back, causing the young man to struggle desperately. "What are you doing? Let go of me." The other man sneered, "What do you think?" and delivered a heavy punch to the young man's abdomen. "Do you want to make a scene?" The intense pain caused the young man to double over, his face turning deathly pale, yet he kept muttering, "I didn't lie. Give me my biscuits." Seeing the man still defiant, the thug kicked him fiercely in the stomach. "I'll teach you to be stubborn, teach you to resist." Unable to escape, each blow landed squarely on the young man, his voice gradually weakening. Someone in the crowd couldn't bear it anymore and whispered a warning. "Stop it, he's almost gone." The thug turned around sharply, his vicious gaze locking onto the person who spoke, terrifying them into silence. Pointing at the young man, the thug warned both him and the onlookers, "If anyone else causes trouble, they're crossing us, the Wild Dragon Gang. Think carefully if you can handle it." Billy watched silently from the outer circle without any intention to intervene. This kind of situation was common in the end times, where everyone fought for survival. Who would risk trouble to help a stranger? Seeing the man was barely breathing, the thug let go of him, and the man collapsed on the ground as soon as he was released. The bald man, having been disturbed by the man's outburst today, decided it wasn't worth staying any longer. Justice packed up his stall and left with the 2 thugs. Billy and company continued to walk around looking for a suitable spot to set up their own stall. Aspen was still shaken by what had happened earlier, lightly patting her chest and quietly saying to Billy, "Those people were too brutal." Billy comforted her, "Don't worry. We'll just focus on our business and avoid them." They found an empty spot next to a stall selling antiques, laid out their small stall from the bag, brought out 2 folding chairs, and placed a sign. With that, they were open for business. This night market was the only brightly lit place in the county at night, so it attracted many visitors. It didn't take long before someone noticed Billy's stall. "Cigarettes. You have cigarettes," exclaimed passerby A, as if he had found a treasure. Who has cigarettes?" Passerby B, hearing the mention of cigarettes, instantly became excited as well. They quickly saw the sign on Billy's stall that read selling cigarettes, 5 kilograms coal or 1 liter diesel per cigarette. Passerby A leaned over the stall and asked Billy, "Do you really have cigarettes?" "Alberta. What kind? Can we see them?" Passerby A was almost impatient. But Billy didn't reach for the cigarettes. Instead, he asked, "Do you have coal or diesel?" Passerby A looked frustrated. He didn't have either. "How about other things? Like biscuits?" Billy shook his head. Passerby B offered, "I have instant noodles. Would 1 pack of noodles be enough for a cigarette?" Still, Billy shook his head. "I only accept coal and diesel." The passers-by, annoyed, hadn't thought much about it before seeing the sign, but now that they did, their nicotine cravings flared up immediately. Then, Passerby C spoke up, "I have diesel. What kind of cigarettes do you have? Can I see one?" Billy pulled out a Shuangshi brand cigarette from his backpack, actually from his spatial storage, but didn't hand it over, just held it up for them to see. The passers-by collectively swallowed hard. There it was. What to do? They wanted it so badly. T.T. Chapter 99, Cigarettes sell like hotcakes. Govind wanted to haggle a bit. "Your price is a bit too high. Can I exchange 1 liter of diesel for 5 cigarettes? Billy put the cigarette back into her backpack and shook her head. "That's the price." The one who offered instant noodles felt upset at being refused and mocked. "They're not even good cigarettes. They only cost about 10 yuan before." Billy rolled her eyes. "Big brother, you said it yourself, that was before." Seeing their craving faces unable to obtain the cigarettes, Billy decided to give them a chance. "I have some soaked ones here, which have been dried. If you want, I can sell you 3 cigarettes for 1 liter of diesel." She took out a soaked cigarette from her backpack and raised it for them to see clearly. Govind hesitated for a while. The temptation of cigarettes was like ants gnawing his bones. Justice gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll take 3 soaked ones. I'll go get the diesel right away, wait for me." Govind ran off quickly. Others who watched the whole process also gradually made deals with Billy, rushing off to fetch their goods. Most people were still hesitating. After all, what Billy wanted was not easy to get. Even if they had something in hand, they weren't too willing to trade for cigarettes. I don't have many cigarettes. There are only 50 soaked ones today, and even fewer good ones. Once sold out, who knows when I'll have them again. Billy deliberately added fuel to the fire. This was called scarcity marketing. Indeed, hearing that they might miss out, several people also shouted to keep them for them and turned around to run off. Aspen saw how good business was and whispered to Billy, "We have so many cigarettes, why only sell 50? Rare things are valuable, and our appearance might draw unwanted attention if we suddenly bring out a large number of cigarettes." Aspen thought of the tattooed man who just left and immediately shut up. Their cigarette stall was booming. With the 50 cigarettes nearly sold out, the antique vendor next door couldn't sit still. The stall owner, with a round face and plump body like a laughing Buddha, shuffled over to Billy and tried to flatter. "Big sister, can you exchange one of your cigarettes for something on my stall?" Justice heard that Billy only accepted coal and diesel but couldn't resist the craving. Billy glanced at the items on his stall, ancient coins, ironware, uncertain of their authenticity, and was about to refuse. Seeing Billy's indifferent attitude, the fat stall owner knew he might lose the deal. "These don't interest you. I have better stuff. Look first before refusing." Justice mysteriously opened a corner of the bundle for Billy to see. Bernie and the others also curiously gathered around. Inside the small cloth bag were 2 celadon vases, a bronze bell, a Jin Fu, tomb-robbing talisman, and the most eye-catching piece, a jade sculpture of a laughing Buddha with old stains, indicating some age. Billy looked up. The laughing Buddha's smile seemed to overlap with the smiling fat stall owner in front of her. "How do you want to trade? This could work." The fat stall owner's eyes flickered as he whispered, "Big sister has good taste. This item used to be auction-worthy. Just cut the crap and tell me how to trade." Billy interrupted him. "Ahem." The fat stall owner coughed awkwardly, extending 10 fingers. 10. Billy looked at him like he was crazy. These items couldn't be eaten or used, might be fake, and he wanted 10 cigarettes. "Not too much, these are all genuine. When this disaster passes, you'll be rich. Forget it." Billy turned away, continuing her business. Don't, let's talk," the fat stall owner panicked. Though only the laughing Buddha and the tomb-robbing talisman were real, each could fetch millions in the past. Back in the day, he, Fat Enoch, wielded considerable influence in Beijing circles. If not for this damned disaster, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. His heart bleeding inside, the fat stall owner trembled as he extended 5 fingers, the lowest he could go without betraying the effort he put into finding these treasures underground. Just the jade laughing Buddha, 1 cigarette. Not that she was stingy, but she couldn't tell if it was real or fake, good or bad, so she cautiously asked for just 1. No. The fat man was exasperated. He had hit on something real. "Give you a good one, all right?" Fine. Consider this making friends with you," the fat stall owner lamented, pretending to be unwilling. Billy shrugged. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I don't like forcing people." No, I'm willing. What nonsense. He was already imagining smoking it. They exchanged the cigarettes for the jade with 1 hand each. The fat stall owner wiped his hands and respectfully held the hard-won treasure, carefully putting it away as if it could easily be damaged. On Billy's side, after 2 hours of vending, all 50 soaked cigarettes and 20 good ones were sold out. Counting the earnings, they had 25 liters of diesel, 53 kilograms of coal, quite a fruitful harvest. Carrying so many items was inconvenient, so Bernie ran back to borrow a small cart. Worried about safety on the way back, after loading everything onto the cart, Billy and Bernie silently pulled large machetes from their bags and gripped them. Even the gentle Aspen took a kitchen knife. Seeing this scene, those who had been considering taking action quickly bid farewell. The journey back wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. They cautiously walked home, even with knives in hand, and soon sensed someone following them. Perhaps because there were still passers-by around, that person didn't rashly act. Billy quietly gave a look to Bernie, who understood. Both confirmed that there was only one person tailing them. Too arrogant, did he think he could take on 3 of them alone? As they approached a corner, Aspen continued pulling the cart forward while Billy and Bernie hid behind the wall, waiting for the follower. Unprepared, the moment that person poked his head out, a shiny steel blade was already at his throat. Brother, don't do this, I'm not a bad guy." The man raised his hands in fear, pleading for mercy. Billy coldly demanded, "If you're not a bad guy, why were you following us?" The man hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to do business with you, I'm not a robber." "Which robber would come alone? Besides, I don't have any weapons." "That would be asking for death." Bernie searched the man thoroughly and shook his head at Billy. Indeed, there was nowhere to hide, the man was only wearing shorts with no pockets. Chapter 100, Fishing in the Reservoir. Billy coldly snorted, "If you want to do business, just say it. Why sneak around?" The man scratched his head. "I wanted to tell you, but when I saw your fierce expressions with knives." Seeing Billy's unhappy expression, he quickly corrected himself. No, what I mean is that I'm a bit of a coward, and didn't get a chance to talk. Caused you unnecessary alarm, my fault, sorry, sister." Justice was quite eloquent, so Billy gave him a thorough once-over. Justice looked to be only about 17 or 18 years old, with hair cut like it had been chewed by a dog, yet he deliberately left some bangs on his forehead which were curled up. His skin was dark but chubby, giving off a childish vibe. Looking down further, well, big belly, oversized shorts, flip-flops, just an overall greasy appearance. The only appealing feature was his bright, expressive eyes, blinking innocently like a puppy, making people feel at ease easily. What could such a young kid possibly do? I've already sold all my goods, no more business for you. Billy didn't want any unnecessary trouble, turning to leave. No, sister, let's talk this through. The curly-haired little fatty tried to stop Billy but was slapped away by Bernie. Justice cradled his hand with a hurt look. I just thought I could buy cigarettes from you in the future, and I'd take everything. Plus, I can offer higher prices than what you set today. Now Billy was dumbfounded. How could such a kid handle such a big deal? She didn't believe it. The curly-haired fatty was quick to read her expression and assured her, really, sister, trust me, cash on delivery. If I dare trick you, let your brother handle me. Regardless of quantity, guaranteed, the fatty said proudly. Higher than today's price? Absolutely, sister. Although tempted, Billy didn't want to expose herself. Accumulating bit by bit was troublesome but safer. This little fatty seemed shady and smooth-talking, making her uneasy. Forget it, I don't have any stock myself. Today's stuff was sold on behalf of others, earning only a small profit. Not sure if there'll be more next time. Find someone else. The fatty didn't give up. Sister, selling this way is dangerous. Cigarettes are good stuff, everywhere has eyes of the crazy dragon gang watching, you might get noticed anytime. Justice glanced at her with meaning, those guys aren't merciful. They'll rob not only wealth but also beauty. With your looks, it's too risky, better sell to me. Billy chuckled, aren't you afraid of getting caught? Fearless, I have backing. Justice puffed out his chest confidently. Alright, if my friend has stock next time, I'll consider you first. Billy dragged Bernie away. She hadn't really considered it, just wanting to ditch the fatty faster. Behind them, the curly-haired fatty shouted, Sis, you haven't asked how to find me. I'm at the night market every night. Otherwise, come to Fonglan International, my name is Isidro. This little episode didn't cause much ripples in Billy's heart. After getting home, she eagerly put the exchanged jade Buddha into her spatial bag, entering her consciousness. Wow. Scary, even more exaggerated than the last time at the pharmaceutical company. The space now stretched far beyond sight. Damn. That fat stall owner really lost out. Just one cigarette for this treasure, Billy felt somewhat guilty. Maybe compensate him next time? Feeling reassured by this thought, she relaxed. From that day on, Billy wasn't in a hurry to continue street vending. First, cigarettes would become more valuable over time, no rush. Second, Alfie had returned to work, leaving only Freya and daughter Albert at home, who needed to fetch water from the reservoir every night. She wasn't entirely at ease. Thus, during the following days, the Lin family helped Bonnie and her daughter fetch water from the reservoir almost every night. Occasionally, Billy would cheat a little using her spatial bag, secretly adding more water when filling the tank. Bonnie, a carefree roser, never noticed. High daytime temperatures caused rapid evaporation, leading to a visible drop in the reservoir level within a week, with other rivers in the county reportedly suffering the same fate. With the Lin family's help, the Albert family's water tanks were almost full, tonight being their final trip. They found the reservoir more crowded than usual today. The water level had nearly reached the bottom, exposing the riverbed, with fish trapped in shallow water, densely packed and easy to catch. People were stepping on the muddy riverbed, holding torches in one hand for light, and frantically scooping fish into buckets with the other. There are also big river clams, so many big river clams. Bonnie saw the oval, grey-brown river clams lying in the mud, each as large as a palm, and was instantly filled with surprise and delight. Besides fish and big river clams, there were many transparent little shrimps in the water, quickly darting away as people approached. They immediately joined the crowd picking up fish and clams. These river clams lived in the mud, having a strong fishy smell and being difficult to cook, so people mainly focused on catching fish and shrimp. Doggy, having learned from last time, closely followed Billy and the others this time. Whenever it caught a fish, it would toss it into the bucket Billy was carrying. Billy, while picking, secretly put some into her spatial bag. Jiayu, why are you picking so slowly? Bonnie's bucket was full. She stood up and saw that Billy's bucket had less than half of fish and shrimp, insisting on demonstrating how to catch a fish efficiently for Billy. The buckets they brought were not many, quickly filling up. Bonnie looked at the pond full of lively fish, feeling somewhat reluctant. Iron Brook can run fast. We'll take these back first, bring more containers next time, and you all stay here to continue catching. Billy said. That works, but how will you carry them back? There are 5 large buckets here. Bernie then grabbed his machete and went into the forest, soon returning with 2 thin sticks. Justice carved out grooves at both ends, hung the buckets on the sticks, placed the sticks on his shoulders, and with a slight effort, carried all the buckets. The buckets were securely held in place by the grooves, very stable. Bonnie clapped her hands in approval. Without delay, Billy and Bernie quickly set off, leaving Doggy behind to keep Bonnie company. How could Billy faithfully carry all those fish back? She found an uninhabited spot and dumped them into her spatial bag, and with Bernie, took a break for half an hour before heading back to the reservoir. She then took out 6 more large buckets from her spatial bag. Now they had enough room to fill. The news about fish in the reservoir spread quickly. By the time they returned to the reservoir, it was packed with people, more humans than fish. Chapter 101, A Bountiful Harvest. After Billy left, Bonnie and the others dug a large pit on the shore, throwing all the fish and shrimp they had gathered into it. Dog was assigned to guard the pit. Anyone who approached within 5 meters would be greeted by Dog's menacing growl and snarl, showing clear signs of aggression. The imposing wolfhound was enough to deter most people. Anyone with ill intentions reconsidered upon seeing such a dog. There were plenty more fish in the water, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Billy transferred all the fish and shrimp from the pit into buckets. Surprisingly, there were even a few big turtles. The long-lasting gloom on everyone's faces finally lifted, replaced by radiant smiles. The prolonged suffering had finally found some relief. By the time they filled the buckets for the third time, the reservoir had been almost depleted of fish. On the way back, everyone chatted happily, their faces full of satisfaction. However, they might have forgotten about the dwindling water supply in the reservoir and what lay ahead. Back home, Billy hurriedly moved the fish from her spatial bag to the ground. Except she forgot one thing. Just as her spatial bag didn't accept live creatures. T.T. All the fish were dead. Bonnie and her mother came in right behind them, finding the pile of fish on the floor. They laughed heartily at first. But then something seemed wrong, and they froze in shock. Wait, they're all dead. Bonnie couldn't believe it. Not a single fish or shrimp was still moving. Billy felt embarrassed, stammering out an excuse. Perhaps they died from lack of water. Bonnie and her mother still found it strange. It made sense that fish died without water, but how could the river shrimps and clams die so quickly? Aspen knew what had happened and tried to cover up, saying, "It's so hot today, and the fish went through quite a bumpy ride. It's normal that they died." Oh. Bonnie and her mother nodded, reluctantly accepting the explanation. Next came the task of dividing the fish. 5 people had participated today, gathering a total of 38 buckets, averaging 7.5 buckets per person. Woof Tilda. Dog wasn't happy with this. Bonnie, who adored Dog, volunteered to count him as one share. If not for his guarding, our haul might have been stolen. Billy, thinking about the fish she had stored in the spatial bag earlier, felt too guilty to ask for more. It doesn't like fish anyway. You can take these 11 living ones back, plus pick another 4 from the ground. Bonnie's mother disagreed. We can't keep taking advantage of you. We owe you too much already. We'll just take the dead ones. We're going to kill them anyway. Despite Billy's attempts to persuade them, Bonnie and her mother remained firm, so Billy didn't press further. Bernie helped transport all the fish for them. 15 buckets, nearly 600 pounds, took several trips between 2 residential areas, leaving everyone panting from exhaustion. In the end, Billy went to the kitchen, took out 5 bags of salt from her spatial bag, and gave them to Bonnie. Using salt to preserve the fish would extend its freshness. Jiayu, we owe you for this. Once my father gets paid, we'll pay you back. Bonnie and her mother no longer refused, accepting the salt graciously. After sending off Bonnie and her mother, Billy, Bernie, and Aspen started cleaning and preparing the fish for preservation. Cleaning the fish wasn't too difficult. Billy had gained experience from previous times and worked efficiently. But the clams were another story. Opening their shells was hard work, and they emitted a pungent, foul smell, making it hard to imagine how they would taste cooked. Can these be eaten? After working on the clamshells for too long, Billy's hands hurt. She almost wiped her forehead but stopped herself, unable to bear the stench. Jiayu, take a break, Bernie said compassionately, taking over the half-opened clam. Aspen watched the two with a motherly expression. The clam meat is actually quite good. The odor comes from the mucus on the surface. If you wash it multiple times with flour and salt, the smell will go away. They are delicious in soup or stir-fried dishes. Amy will cook some for you tomorrow to try. How could Billy really give up? She picked up another clam and got to work. So the next morning, noon, and evening, Billy's family feasted on fresh shrimp and clam soup, dry clam pot, and garlic stir-fried clam meat. Aspen used plenty of green onions, ginger, and cooking wine to mask the fishy smell, and handled everything perfectly. Billy didn't detect any fishiness and was surprised by the tenderness of the clam meat. She wished she had picked up more clams. She had completely forgotten how difficult it was to open them last night. After enjoying a delicious seafood dinner, they moved the stools to the night market again. Today, Aspen stayed home to rest, so only she and Bernie went. This time, Billy brought a small cart with a large bucket for diesel fuel. Upon arriving, they noticed the square was even more crowded than before. Many stalls selling fish and shrimp appeared in the market. Having caught so many fish, they couldn't possibly eat them all. They didn't have enough salt or soy sauce to cure and preserve the surplus either, so selling them was the only option. It would be nice to trade for some dry rations as well. Perhaps because there were so many fish stalls, the market prices weren't set too high. 1 pound of fish meat exchanged for 3 compressed biscuits, clam meat for 2. Those who had a craving for better food could grit their teeth and afford it, thus the market was bustling with voices bargaining, hawking, and chattering incessantly. Billy, disliking the fishy smell, simply chose a more distant empty spot to set up her stall. When she turned around, Justicey, it was the same fat vendor next door. Wow, big sister, you're here to sell cigarettes again? The fat vendor greeted her cheerfully. Billy nodded and skillfully laid out her wares. The fat vendor approached her. Got anything good today? Justice hadn't stopped thinking about those cigarettes from that night. Once a person got a taste, there was no turning back. His buddies were all smokers, currently mired in sorrow over the merchandise stuck in their hands. Justice hearing that cigarettes could be exchanged here, they decided to let him come along and make the swap. It was better to take action than to let it go to waste. So, his few brothers dug into their reserves and brought out a few choice items, hoping to trade with Billy. Billy had been thinking of compensating him, and hearing this, she went along with it. Sure, I've got Dahua brand, both hard and soft packs. Want to trade? She made up her mind, this time, no matter what junk he offered, she would accept. Really? The fat vendor's eyes lit up with joy, his smile squishing the fat on his face into piles. Dahua brand cigarettes. But he quickly snapped back to reality, deflating instantly. Last time's goods could only get 1 pack of Lu Shuangxi, and Dahua was much rarer. It must be even more expensive. His brothers were waiting for a pack each. Forget it, they'd stick to exchanging for Lu Shuangxi. But oh, how he longed to try Dahua. Billy had no idea about the fat vendor's internal struggle and was patiently waiting for him to produce the junk he wanted to trade. Chapter 102, Gorant's Salary. The fat man pulled a jute bag from beside him and opened it for Billy to see. Just as her position was far from the spotlight, so she couldn't see clearly. She only saw several blue-green trinkets and a few necklaces with beads. How were they all jade artifacts? Billy looked up at the fat stall owner, puzzled. Receiving Billy's message, he was self-satisfied. Last time Billy had only favored that jade Metria Buddha out of a pile of goods, leading him to guess that she liked jade artifacts. This time, he and his brothers scavenged entirely for this type. This time, he might be able to trade for a few more. The fat stall owner was very expectant. What do you think? Do you like them? They're all good things, guaranteed real. Billy was speechless. Old debts unpaid, and now new ones would be incurred. While she was happy about the growth of the space, taking such advantage of the fat stall owner really made her feel uncomfortable. Determined, Billy raised her smile and nodded. I like them, especially. The fat stall owner laughed heartily, giving Billy a thumbs up, discerning taste. These are carefully selected by me and my brothers, even better than that jade Metria Buddha last time. How much cigarettes do you want? Billy let him set the price, thinking whatever the price was, she would try her best to meet it. The fat man calculated for a long time and finally decided, reluctantly, to take only green double happiness. There are 7 items here, of better quality than last time. You give me, after hesitating, the fat man quoted a price, 14 packs of green double happiness, okay? After speaking, he gazed eagerly at Billy, afraid she might get angry. This. Before Billy finished speaking, the other side immediately lowered the price. Then, 12 is also fine. Among our 4 brothers, each can still have 3. Actually, what Billy wanted to say was that it seemed a bit low. Seeing how honest the fat stall owner was, she didn't have the heart either and decided to give a little more. I really like your goods this time. Last time, the lighting was too dim, I didn't see clearly. After looking at them at home, they're good things. I can't make you lose money. How about this? For each item of goods, I'll give you 1 pack of cigarettes. Packs? The fat stall owner suspected he had earwax blocking his ears. Why did he hear packs as 1 stick? Billy held up 1 finger, 1 item for 1 pack. The fat stall owner was almost overjoyed, but then Billy gave another surprise. Great China. Ah really? The fat stall owner jumped 3 feet high. Of course, cash on delivery. As Billy said this, she was about to get the cigarettes for him. Wait, what's wrong? Was he thinking it was too little? Can I take half Great China and half green double happiness? Billy secretly sighed in relief. It was just that. Justice was quite frugal. Sure, 1 Great China for 3 green double happiness, okay? The fat man couldn't disagree, rubbing his hands happily. Okay, absolutely. Billy counted the amount, 70 packs of Great China, 210 packs of green double happiness. This way, over a dozen packs of cigarettes were gone instantly. Today's target was already exceeded. Billy almost wanted to close the stall right away. But the onlookers and those who had bought from her last time refused. Enoch, if you give all these cigarettes to him, what will we do? Alberts, we've prepared goods. Isn't this unfair? Alberta, yeah. The fat stall owner, fearing Billy would change her mind, defended the cigarettes he got and glared at the crowd. What's up? I came first. Blame yourselves for being late. Want me to spit it out? Not a chance. Billy also wanted to exchange for some supplies, but remembering Bernie's reminder, she restrained herself hard. How about this? You register with me for the cigarettes you need, and note down the quantities. I'll try to find ways to bring more next time. Next time when I come, registered people will be prioritized. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. Then when will you come? Billy thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow, same time. Alright, fatty, don't cut the queue again next time. None of your business. I obtained it by skill. If you have skills, come snatch it. Justicey, my temper. In the end, she went back with Bernie pushing the empty cart. Back home, to her surprise, Goran had already returned. Thompson, you took leave so early? Goran was noticeably more cheerful and explained cheerfully, Alberts, the heat-resistant crops planted by the Agricultural Research Institute bore fruit. The boss was happy and gave us an extra day off. They already bore fruit. Billy couldn't believe it. It had only been 10 days or so. Normally, they should just start sprouting, not bear fruit yet. These researchers were really amazing. In the previous life, it took months to see results. Well, the seeds were already studied and sprouted when we went there. Goran admired the Agricultural Research Institute's experts from the bottom of his heart. No matter how carefully he tended to the crops at home, none of it compared to what they achieved with their DNA research. They've already finished the research, so why are they still recruiting people? Billy was puzzled. TSK, they're all experts, office workers, who have time to do the daily fertilizing and weeding. Besides, they say they need to continue researching, like developing cold-resistant crops. Cold-resistant? Billy felt a chill inside. How did the government know that extreme cold was coming next? Had their technology reached such an advanced level? It shouldn't be. In this second life, many things had deviated from the trajectory of her previous existence. Unable to figure it out, Billy stopped thinking about it. Regardless, it was good for humanity that the government could predict disasters in advance and prepare accordingly. Goran pulled her to sit down, then trotted into the kitchen and fetched his half-month salary. Aspen rolled her eyes. Goran was really showing off, already flaunting his achievements in front of her right after returning. Look, Inna, this is Thompson's salary this time, Tilda. A small canvas bag, marked with the logo Agricultural Research Institute. Goran took out its contents piece by piece. 2 bags of powder elephant instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 chocolates, and 2 large steamed buns. The main thing is this, look. Finally, he pulled out a black plastic bag, opening it with pride and presenting it to Billy. 4 fist-sized potatoes. And sprouted potatoes. What kind of treasure were these? Thompson. Billy couldn't fake surprise, feeling embarrassed as she looked at him. Seeing Billy didn't appreciate it, Goran offered the potatoes to Bernie, hoping for some reaction. Bernie's mind worked quickly. Seeing Goran's fondness, he immediately guessed it. Is this the heat-resistant potato? Goran gave Bernie a "you're really smart" look. This is our research achievement, the heat-resistant potato. Look at the sprouts. You can plant them in the soil and they won't fear high temperatures. Now only our internal staff can get them. Full promotion will take a while. Justice spoke proudly as if he had developed them himself. These potatoes were nothing like those in her previous life. Billy carefully examined the potatoes from the bag. They were bigger but seemed to have much thicker skin. The potatoes from her past life were vivid in her memory. Half starch, half coarse fiber. They filled the stomach, but the texture was indescribable. Every time she cooked them, she had to slice them thinly to eat, otherwise, her jaw would tire trying to bite through the fibers. Eating too many of those potatoes put great strain on the digestive system, making bowel movements extremely difficult, almost daily producing sheep-like droppings. Thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Chapter 103, related to nuclear wastewater? That's enough, stop showing off. Aspen poured cold water on Goran. Do we lack your potatoes? The kids just got back from working outside, let them have a drink. Only then did Goran remember and hurriedly handed 2 bottles of mineral water to Billy and the other. Look at me, I was so happy I forgot. Jayu, eat this candy. Justice then peeled a piece of chocolate and offered it to Billy's mouth. Millimeter, delicious. Surprisingly, this chocolate tasted wonderful. Never thought that after the apocalypse, the government still issued such good items as salaries. Billy remarked, the government is quite generous, giving out such good chocolate. Not really, it was exchanged by Grandpa with sausage, said Aspen, feeling a bit sour. Such good sausages were actually exchanged for 3 candies, truly wasteful. Just hearing the dissatisfaction in Aspen's voice, Goran scratched his head sheepishly. They all said this candy was good, and I thought you might not have tried it before. So, I wanted to get some for you to try. Besides, we're all colleagues. If I alone enjoy meat while they only have steamed buns and water, it feels a bit embarrassing. When he pulled out the sausages and dried fish from his bag, everyone in the canteen looked at him longingly, especially his few colleagues sitting at the same table who almost drooled on the floor. At that moment, Goran's vanity was completely satisfied. So, when his colleague asked to exchange chocolate for sausages, driven by face-saving, he immediately agreed without hesitation. Billy didn't care much about the sausage, she was more concerned about how Goran was faring over there. Thompson, what's your working environment like? Speaking of work, Goran had plenty to say. Our place is clean and spacious, just like a laboratory. Never thought farming could be done so scientifically. Never seen crops grown this way before, all the seedlings lined up so neatly. We fertilize, weed, and regularly record their growth, collect samples. They said it's for comparative analysis. Justice spoke vividly. I never imagined farming could be so complex. Now besides work, we also have weekly training sessions. Seeing Goran speak so loudly and brightly, looking much more confident than before, Billy felt genuinely happy from deep inside. Aspen complained, why don't you mention that you only eat steamed buns with hot water, no air conditioners or fans, and you've gotten thinner and darker? Though her words were harsh, she couldn't help but worry deeply inside, living comfortably at home with food and drinks, yet he insisted on enduring hardships. She just couldn't understand it. Funny, isn't it good to have steamed buns? Look, how many people outside can even afford white flour buns? My colleagues are hesitant to finish them, always saving some for their children. Goran didn't mind the living conditions at all. In just half a month, as a farmer, there was nothing more delightful than seeing the fruits of one's careful cultivation bear fruit. Moreover, due to this job, on his way home, whenever he met acquaintances, they all began flattering him, calling him Brother Liu. This was something unprecedented in his 60 years of life, walking with an aura of pride. Whatever. Aspen stopped arguing, seeing Goran in his own world of joy, pouting in response. Humph, the ungrateful man. Actually, Thompson looks healthier now, look at those muscle lines on his arms. Billy smiled, trying to ease the tension. Early the next morning, the Albert family arrived with gifts. After some pleasantries, Albert father took out all his earnings from the past half month and offered them to Billy's family. Thanks to your help in the past. While I was away, you took such good care of my family. I know it's not much, and perhaps not valuable to you, but please accept it, it means a lot to us. Goran pushed Albert father's gift away unhappily, Little Albert, how many times must I tell you not to be so formal? Both of us have watched our children grow up together. Your daughter is like my granddaughter. If you keep being so distant, I will be unhappy. Billy also refused to accept the gifts. These things meant little to her but were significant for the Albert family. As long as they showed gratitude, it would justify all the efforts she had made for Bonnie. After much persuasion, they finally settled on accepting 2 bags of instant noodles. Goran stayed home for only a day before returning to work. Billy and others visited the night market several days later to sell goods. The coal and diesel fuel in storage were visibly increasing. Without the internet, the night market served not only as a trading ground but also a hub for gossip and news dissemination. There were tales of a wife from the East family who starved her mother-in-law to the point of hospitalization, and stories of a man from the West family who coerced his wife into sleeping with a superior to improve their diet. In just a few days, Billy felt as if she had caught up on several episodes of a drama series. One piece of news particularly caught her attention. It was said that the high temperature had caused the polar ice caps to melt, leading to a continuous rise in global sea levels. Currently, low-lying island nations and parts of coastal lands had already experienced seawater backflow. These were not the most terrifying details. Word was that due to seawater intrusion, an island nation that had been flooded saw over 2 million tons of nuclear wastewater stored in tanks being damaged and swept away. If this wastewater flowed into the ocean, marine life would suffer, and even after evaporative cycles brought it inland, it would be absorbed by plants and animals, eventually entering the human body. If this news was true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Billy thought about her previous life. At first, there were only abnormalities with marine life. Fishermen found octopuses that were unusually large and with bizarrely distorted tentacles. People didn't pay much attention back then, thinking bigger was better. Then came an unexpected acid rainstorm, catching everyone off guard. Those hit by the rain suffered skin ulcers and inflammation, which could not be curbed no matter what medication was used. People writhed in pain on the ground. Afterward, inland flora and fauna began to mutate, and people started falling mysteriously ill. Then came widespread plagues. Dead and dying individuals turned into terrifying undead if they weren't burned. Perhaps all of this was linked to the nuclear wastewater. What do you mean it was washed away because of the flood? I heard that the island nation had long planned to discharge it into the sea, using this as an excuse. Otherwise, how could those heavy tanks simply disappear after some flooding, especially under strict surveillance? If that's true, it's simply too disgusting. Not surprising at all. The entire country is full of perverts, so this kind of act isn't strange at all. They say this stuff can cause deformities if consumed. Imagine streets full of 3-eyed, 4-legged people. Well, all I know is that if I don't get water soon, I'll be dead before turning into a monster. The discussion suddenly stopped. Indeed, surface rivers were drying up. Continuing like this, survival itself would become a challenge. Just then, a female voice rang out. In 3 days, our government will conduct artificial rainfall operations. Please wait patiently. When the time comes, the water shortage problem will be resolved. Billy looked toward the direction of the voice. Under the distant searchlights, a well-dressed Rosa stood, her youthful face illuminated by the lights, her eyes filled with pride and self-satisfaction. Beside her were 4 government officials in uniform, surrounding her protectively. Who was this Rosa? Chapter 104, Artificial Rain. Billy and Bernie lived far away and were not concerned about these matters, so they packed up their stall and prepared to head home early. After Annie finished her speech, she watched with satisfaction as the crowd that instantly surrounded her was held back by security guards. Is the government really going to carry out artificial rain? Why not do it immediately? Why wait for 3 days? We haven't had water at home for a long time. Someone asked urgently. Annie put on a proper smile. Artificial rain requires certain conditions for the water vapor in the cloud layers. Even if we send catalysts up, it would be futile if the clouds lack water. We've been waiting for the right opportunity, and recent monitoring shows that the success rate will be highest in 3 days. That's truly great. We're saved. Thank you, government, for not giving up on us. Alberts, yes, thank you all. Annie nodded and turned to leave under the escort of security guards, clicking her small leather shoes. Suddenly, she saw, under the dim light far away, a man bare-chested with a towel around his neck, struggling to push a wooden cart. The cart carried a tall drum. On the other side, a Rosa was trying hard to control the direction of the cart. The 2 figures gradually moved further and soon disappeared at the end of the lights. Something about the man's silhouette seemed familiar. Is it him? Annie quickly dismissed this ridiculous thought. How could it be him? That man was so aloof and refined, he wouldn't be mingling in this fishy-smelling market, pushing a cart shirtless. Before the artificial rain came, people first received a new batch of relief food. Potatoes replaced the compressed biscuits. Someone clutched the potato and cried joyfully, "Oh God, I've been eating biscuits for months." Finally, something normal. Wow, these potatoes are huge, bigger than any I've ever seen. Haha, our government is really capable. In such hot weather, they can still grow crops and make them grow so well. I heard they'll do artificial rain tomorrow. Soon, we'll have both water and food, and we can finally see an end to our hard times. However, when people bit into the baked potatoes that night, phew, phew, phew. What's this stuff? Phew. Damn, it's bitter and numbs the tongue. Can this even be eaten? What the hell is this? Someone pulled out a long fiber from between his teeth, looking shocked. Who knew a potato could get stuck between your teeth? Wait, this is a potato. I didn't misidentify it. Does it have more residue than sugarcane? The potatoes looked large but ended up half spit out due to excessive residue. They might as well have stuck with the compressed biscuits. At Billy's home, Aspen spat her potato onto the dining table as soon as she tasted it. So bad. Aspen quickly grabbed a glass of water to rinse her mouth. Your grandfather treated this like a treasure, even dogs wouldn't eat it. Woof. The dog whined pitifully under the table. Its bowl also contained a potato, which it had already bitten into. Billy, however, did not spit hers out immediately. Instead, she calmly peeled off the obvious fibers, leaving the starchy part, dipped it in soy sauce, and ate it. Just as her face remained expressionless as if she were eating a regular potato. Bernie found it hard to swallow but finally managed to keep it down without spitting it out. Inna, this is bitter, don't eat it. Aspen reached out to take the potato from Billy. There's more. Nana, dip it in soy sauce, it might taste better. This texture and taste were similar to what Billy remembered from her past life, if not slightly more bitter. She guessed it might be due to hasty development. But having something to eat was already quite good. Being used to rich foods, occasional coarse grains were not bad either. Consider it a body adjustment. Woof, woof, the dog pushed its bowl around with its paw, whimpering under the table. It didn't want this tooth-clogging thing and wanted meat instead. Finish it. No wasting food. Look at the fat on your body lately, Nana. Billy lightly kicked the dog's fatty body. Aspen spoiled it too much. They would always make a separate portion with less oil and salt for the dog whenever they ate something, and whenever it whined adorably, they couldn't resist giving it extra meals or snacks. Almost all the canned and freeze-dried food they stocked up was given to it. The dog had become so fat, especially after being shaved, exposing its fatty body. Even cool dogs became greasy ones. It's my fault. It hasn't trained much since it got hot. Starting today, extra training every evening. As soon as Billy spoke, Bernie immediately agreed, ready to sell the dog out. The next morning, everyone in apartment 1602 was still asleep. Bang! A loud noise woke everyone from their sleep. Billy rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked into the living room, just as Aspen and Bernie emerged from their respective rooms. What was that? I thought I heard something, Aspen asked. Billy shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure either. Bang! Bang! Two more loud noises came from outside the window, sounding like cannon fire. They pulled back the curtains. The night was dark, with dim starlight, and the streets outside were silent. They couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. Bang! Bang! This time Billy saw what seemed to be a flash crossing the sky. Could it be the start of artificial rain, she speculated. Aspen clasped her hands together, delighted. Oh, it could be. If it starts raining, that would be wonderful. Everyone's been suffering so much lately. After 5 loud bangs, the night fell back into silence. Should we wait? How long will it take to see results? It's hard to say. According to my knowledge, cloud temperature, size, water vapor content, position, and other factors all influence the effectiveness of rainmaking. Usually, it takes about 1 or 2 hours, Bernie explained, glancing at the wall clock in the living room. Justice continued, you and Amy should go back to sleep. I'll stay here and wait for the result. Billy was merely curious whether the rain would succeed. It didn't really matter to her. Didn't the government in her past life ever attempt artificial rain? She never saw a single drop fall. Let's forget it. We should all go back to sleep. Whether it rains or not, we'll know when we wake up tomorrow. Yawning, she gently pushed Aspen and Bernie back toward their rooms, and Bernie let her. Apartment 1602 became quiet again. Under the night sky, countless residents in the densely packed apartment buildings held their breath, waiting, hoping, and praying. Some quick-thinking people had already placed every container they could find outside their windows. At this moment, in a brightly lit conference room in the county government office, Mayor Jason, Secretary Andonis, and Annie were present. Everyone was holding their breath, beads of sweat trickling down from their foreheads into their collars. Half an hour. 1 hour. 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Chapter 105, Failed Rainmaking. A staff member hurriedly pushed open the meeting room door, gasping for breath and swallowing hard against his parched throat before managing to blurt out, "IIT's raining." Annie's clenched fists loosened, and the stiffness in her back melted away as she leaned back on the sofa. The idea of artificial rainmaking was hers, but it came with no guarantees. She remembered that in her previous life, the government had also attempted artificial rainmaking, mostly ending in failure. But there were reported successful cases in a few counties near the coast. This time was indeed a gamble. With the current resources, the cost of one attempt at artificial rainmaking was undoubtedly huge. However, Jason had just seized power, and his position was not yet stable. Justice needed to achieve more at this critical juncture to win the hearts of the people, which was why she took the risk to propose this plan. Fortunately, it succeeded. At that moment, the pitter-patter of rain could be heard outside the window, silver droplets sliding down the glass, making an urgent yet muffled sound, like a weary traveler who had been on a long journey, desperately seeking a place to rest. Someone excitedly opened the window, letting the cool breeze and raindrops rush in, dampening the walnut-colored wooden floor. Fantastic. Those present embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Jason cast an approving glance at Annie. "Lan, it's all thanks to you. You've done a great job." "Oh, don't give me too much credit. I only made a small suggestion." It was your wise and decisive decision, Mayor Hyman, that made it happen, Annie hastened to flatter. Adonis chimed in with praise. Lan is right. Without your unwavering support, we wouldn't have succeeded today. You're setting a good example not just for City C but for the entire country. Jason was quite pleased, laughing heartily. Just as everyone was flattering Jason, the rain outside began to taper off. By the time they noticed, the only proof of the rain was the wet ground, with no sign of rain left. What happened? Jason frowned. Cullen, go check immediately, Adonis instructed a staff member. As Cullen rose to leave, he bumped into someone entering through the door. Ignoring the pain, the newcomer delivered a thunderbolt of news. Mayor Hyman, Secretary Liang, the rain has stopped. Jason retorted irritably, of course, we can see that. What exactly happened? The Weather Bureau data shows that the cloud layer has completely dissipated. Then get another round going quickly. Justice knew all too well how the Justice family would exploit this situation after such a costly effort yielding only a few drops. The messenger looked distressed. It's too late. The conditions for rainfall are no longer met. Moreover, they say. Jason almost shouted in rage. What else did they say? Seeing Jason's anger, the person gulped and whispered, they say it's unlikely to rain again anytime soon. Jason slumped into his chair, his face dark as iron. This. Adonis felt awkward, having just finished praising him. Annie didn't know how to salvage the situation either, sitting motionless on the sofa, her expression unreadable. Outside the county government, thousands of people who had initially rejoiced turned to disappointment. I knew it. What can this useless government accomplish? I shouldn't have hoped. Sigh, even artificial rainmaking doesn't work. How are we supposed to endure this? Unit 1602 was oblivious to the rain's arrival and departure, continuing their daily routine. You should eat less ice cream. Last month you had menstrual cramps. Just a little bit. How little? You already ate half a bowl. TSK. Bernie held up the remaining shaved ice, refusing to give Billy any more. Aspen backed him up. Tianhao is right. Girls should eat less cold stuff. Billy pouted. Bernie had spent so much time perfecting the shaved ice machine, and now she could barely taste the result. Even the dog got a big bowl. She was unhappy. Are we still going to set up our stall tonight? Aspen asked. Alberta, we promised 2 days ago. Their business was booming, often selling out instantly, with many people placing orders in advance. She counted the coal and diesel stored in the spatial ring recently. Frowning, she thought that while diesel was hard to come by, coal was relatively easier. They could cut down a couple more trees in the forest, burn them into charcoal, and use it or trade it for cigarettes. The coal stockpile was already sufficient, so from now on, they would only collect diesel. Just as they were about to leave that evening, Unit 1602 received an unexpected visitor. Who's there? Billy opened the door to find a shadow outside the iron gate, giving her a start. The shadow hesitated several times before finally speaking. Alberts, it's me. Hayden. Billy was curious. What did she come for? Aspen heard it was Allison from inside the room and came out. Seeing Aspen appear, Allison suddenly knelt down with a thud. What are you doing? Aspen was startled and immediately went to open the iron gate to help Allison up. Xiaoyi, don't try to help me up. I'm here to beg you to save my grandson. Allison refused to get up, crying. Tell us what happened after you get up. What's wrong with Ronnie? Allison seemed to have lost all her strength, leaning on Aspen's shoulder, crying helplessly. Ronnie started vomiting and having diarrhea since yesterday afternoon, couldn't eat anything. My son and daughter-in-law took him to the hospital, where they said it was acute gastroenteritis, but there were no medicines in the hospital. They only told us to feed him more salt water and brought him back. Unexpectedly, his condition worsened this afternoon. Justice now has a high fever and doesn't respond when we call him. She cried as she finished speaking, pulling Aspen's hand and pleading, Xiaoyi, I know Inna is capable. Can you save my Ronnie? Aspen looked troubled. After what had happened before, she had made up her mind not to associate with them anymore. Allison wiped her tears away with one hand. I really have no other options. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare disturb you again. Please, just for the sake of Ronnie whom you've seen grow up, save him. It's not that I don't want to help. You're overestimating Inna. She's still learning, barely at an amateur level. How can she dare to treat children? If something goes wrong. Billy stood by, listening to their conversation. She recalled encountering the grandmother and grandson in the elevator when she returned home. The little boy had taken her chocolate and shyly called thank you auntie from behind Allison. Adult grievances should not affect children. I'll go with you. Chapter 106, Allison's Request. Billy returned to her room, packed a backpack with some antipyretics, medications for gastroenteritis, and a set of traditional Chinese medicine tools, then followed Allison downstairs. Aspen and the others saw this and followed suit. Before they even entered the door, they heard Doreen's heart-wrenching sobs. Allison opened the door, and the crying stopped abruptly. The group walked into Ronnie's room, where Doreen and her Nikki were sitting by the bed. When they saw Billy enter, their expressions flashed with discomfort. Allison's granddaughter Blythe was standing cautiously to one side. Seeing her grandmother return home, she immediately ran over to support Allison. Allison, limping slightly, moved forward and pushed aside Doreen who was guarding her grandson's bedside. Move out of the way quickly, let Yu check on Ronnie. Surprised to see that Allison's leg hadn't improved, Billy wondered why the medicines and food she had sent previously hadn't helped her recover. She didn't have time to ponder further as she was pushed towards the boy's bedside. Ronnie lay in bed, his forehead covered with a wet towel, cheeks flushed red, his once round face now slightly sunken, dry skin on his lips, breathing rapidly, and even his breath felt scorching. She quickly inserted a thermometer into Ronnie's mouth and measured his blood pressure and pulse. Pulse is elevated, and his blood pressure has dropped, she said while measuring. Well, how serious is it? Alison asked anxiously. You can see his eyeballs are sunken, and he has dry mouth symptoms, indicating dehydration. Billy pulled the thermometer from Ronnie's mouth. It read 38.4 degrees Celsius. She sighed. If it were only this, it would be fine, but with high fever and dropping blood pressure, it's quite dangerous. What should we do? Doreen also panicked, reaching for Billy's hand, but Bernie swiftly blocked her. There's nothing I can do, Billy admitted. In such critical conditions, intravenous fluids would be the standard treatment, but explaining the presence of such tools would be impossible, especially since she lacked clinical experience and could not mix medication. She dared not risk it. Doreen and her Nikki weren't kind-hearted people, and if something went wrong, it could cause trouble. Alison collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she sobbed. All my fault, I shouldn't have given him leftover potatoes from the day before. I've harmed Ronnie. Aspen felt a pang of sympathy. She had watched Ronnie grow up, remembering him calling her Amy Young after Alison. Yuyu, is there really no other way? Billy hesitated. There are ways, but honestly, I'm not confident. Yuyu, just try. No matter what happens, we'll take responsibility. Alison hastily assured her, promising not to blame her. She glared at her two unhelpful children, who understood and, gritting their teeth, agreed to accept the consequences. Yuyu, your grandmother guarantees that we won't have any complaints. If they dare to trouble you, I'll deal with them myself. All right, bring a cup of water. Billy took out an antipyretic pill and 2 pills for acute gastroenteritis from her bag, crushed them in a small bowl, and mixed them with water. Alison lifted Ronnie's head while Billy pried open his mouth and slowly poured the medicine in. Ronnie seemed to feel the bitterness of the medicine and struggled slightly. Good boy, Ronnie, drink the medicine and you'll get better soon, Alison gently coaxed. Just as hearing his grandmother's voice, Ronnie stopped struggling, and the remaining medicine went down smoothly. Next, Billy took out 5 moxa sticks and lit them with a lighter. Keep him still, don't let him move, she instructed. According to medical texts, acupuncture points like Naguan, Shongjushu, Sheihuksu, Shinkyu, and Tianshu should be stimulated for acute gastroenteritis. She placed the moxa sticks near these acupoints and reminded everyone not to let the sticks fall. Afterward, with no other treatments available, she could only sit by and change the wet towel every 5 minutes. Time passed slowly. Slowly, Ronnie's breathing became more stable. Half an hour later, she remeasured his temperature and blood pressure. How is it? Alison and the others waited anxiously for Billy's assessment. Billy shook the thermometer. It looks like he's improving. At least his blood pressure had normalized, and his temperature had dropped a little. Phew, the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is improving, we cannot be complacent. Billy took out a few pills from her backpack. I have some more medicine here, remember to give them to him every 8 hours. In the meantime, feed him water frequently and add a bit of salt to replenish his electrolytes. Above all, do not let him become dehydrated again. Billy earnestly instructed. Alison took the medicine, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Alberts, yes, I understand. Thank you so much. With this matter resolved, Billy and the others stood up to leave. Having been delayed for so long, they feared the customers at the night market were getting impatient. Seeing this, Alison hurriedly grabbed Aspen's hand. Yi, wait a moment. She then rushed into the room and came back after a while, limping slightly with a small plastic bag in her hand. Child, it's all thanks to you today. Amy doesn't have much, but this preserved meat is from when you visited last time. Please don't disdain it, said Alison as she tried to stuff the preserved meat into Billy's backpack. The 2 pieces of preserved meat from last time hadn't been eaten. Mom, I told you that you had hidden it. Doreen suddenly shouted, quickly walking to Alison and snatching the preserved meat from her hands. The force of her pull nearly made Alison fall over. Fortunately, her granddaughter Blythe was by her side and immediately steadied her grandmother. I said, why did the 2 pieces of preserved meat only last a few meals? I knew you had hidden them. Mom, how could you watch Ronnie go hungry? Alison felt utterly defeated. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever let Ronnie go hungry? Holding the preserved meat tightly to her chest, Doreen continued to argue shrilly with her mother-in-law. If Ronnie wasn't always eating those potato biscuits, he wouldn't have become malnourished and sick like this. Mom, he's your own grandson. Zhong Taishu stood to one side, head lowered, saying nothing, seemingly acknowledging his wife's accusation against his mother. Alison was so angry that her chest hurt. She barely managed to stay upright by holding onto the table edge. She trembled as she pointed at Doreen's face. Fine, you want to expose these sordid matters in front of the Yu family, is that it? Don't say I didn't save face for you. At this moment, Zhong Taishu seemed to understand what his mother wanted to say. Justice suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Alison's hand and shaking his head in persuasion. Mom, forget it, Kwee didn't mean to. Justice kept signaling Doreen to return the preserved meat, but she ignored him completely, still focused on her defense of the preserved meat. Zhong Tieshu's efforts were futile. What? Zhong Taishu, where am I wrong? Are you taking your mother's side? With her Nikki not helping her, Doreen lost all sense of who the enemy was. Chapter 107, I feel reassured when I see you. Aspen felt somewhat embarrassed that a single piece of cured meat could cause such an uproar within the family. To ease the tension, she interjected, enough fighting, everyone. Ronnie is still resting. Don't frighten the child. Heather, we appreciate your offer, but we will not take the cured meat. Use it to nourish Ronnie. After saying this, she pulled Billy to leave. I have been with this family for 8 years. Alison's slightly aged voice trembled. Just as her eyes filled with sadness, looking at Digby who was protecting Doreen, her voice choked up as she continued, my Nicky passed away early on, leaving me, a Rosa, to work tirelessly on a construction site full of men. I endured endless ridicule and brought up my son single-handedly. Afterward, I came here to look after this family for 8 years, always putting in my best effort. But alas, he turned out to be such a lazy, good-for-nothing cheat. As she spoke, Alison wiped away her tears. Why has my leg not recovered? Why does it not get better? The medicine Inna got was sold by these two ungrateful ones. I am old now and ask for nothing more. But if they had any conscience left, they should take good care of Ronnie and Blythe. Who would have thought, even tigers do not eat their own cubs, yet the food they exchanged for went all into their own bellies. Is there such a parent in this world? If I don't keep some things hidden, how are the children supposed to live? Ari, I'm not afraid you'll laugh. Living like this, I wonder what it means. Knowing I may not have a peaceful end, if that day comes, please help bury me somewhere quiet as a gesture of our friendship. Even in death, I do not wish to stay in this family. Billy looked at Alison's thin figure and felt a pang of sympathy. Mom, what nonsense are you talking? Digby snapped, feeling his pride hurt as Alison exposed everything. Blythe, frightened by Alison's words, held onto her hand gently, whispering, Amy, don't go. Swallowing hard, Doreen wanted to say something more. What? Ronnie suddenly started crying from the bed. All attention immediately shifted towards him, gathering around the bed. Billy quickly examined Ronnie. Justice is much better, should be fine now. Feed him something easy to digest going forward. After giving the instructions, taking advantage of their distraction, she pulled Aspen and Bernie away from the scene. On the way home, Aspen felt a bit down. Although they had severed ties, seeing her old friend's sad later years inevitably evoked compassion. Ari, everyone has their own fate. Don't overthink it, Billy consoled. Alberts, we're going to be late. Thompson is waiting for you to deliver pickles. Bernie also took the opportunity to shift her focus. Not wanting them to worry, Aspen composed herself, forcing a smile. Okay, let's get ready and not make Thompson wait. They tidied up their belongings, borrowed a cart, and headed towards the night market. Recently, Billy had been craving pickles, so Aspen had prepared several varieties. Among them, the olive and string beans were especially delicious, also Gorant's favorite. She entrusted someone to tell him that she would bring these items today. Upon arriving near the stadium, they walked straight toward the entrance of Gorant's workplace. Following the disaster, the Sea City government merged dozens of research institutions into one place. The security guard uncle saw Billy and company from afar and opened the gate early. Justicey, here to bring something to Alberic again? Aspen replied familiarly, Alberts, thank you for the trouble. Old Christopher Young kicked his nephew, who was also a security guard, Kenny, quickly go to the Agricultural Research Institute and call Alberic out. Tell him his family is here. Christopher, why don't you go yourself? It's so hot, why do you always make me do it? Young Kenny mumbled unhappily, yet he put on his cap and walked out. Old Christopher Young asked Billy and the others with a chuckle, what did you bring for Alberic this time? Last time they brought salted fish, he got a small piece, which smelled great, pairing well with the tasteless boiled potatoes. Billy knew social courtesy couldn't be avoided, so she packed about 10 small jars specifically for situations like this. Christopher Young, here is a jar for you. It's homemade, so don't mind it. Thompson often bothers you, and I feel bad about it. She skillfully opened her backpack, took out a small jar of pickles, and handed it to old Christopher Young. Justicey, no bother at all, we're all family, don't say that. Old Christopher Young immediately grinned widely, accepting the jar of pickles and breathing in deeply, savoring the aroma. Delicious. It really smells incredible. This old Liu sure has a good life. In this entire courtyard, besides those few top leaders, whose family can send salted fish or pickled vegetables every day, Christopher Liu is here. Kenny suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Old Young immediately stuffed his hand into his pocket, hiding the pickles under his clothes. Alberic, you sure have good luck, your family sent you something again. Goran still had mud on his shoes, clearly having just come from the fields. Justicing old Young's envious words, he laughed loudly. Thompson, here are some clothes to change and some food made by Amy for you. Billy handed the package to Goran. Great, next time don't come all this way, it's tiring. I'm fine here, don't worry about anything. Every time Aspen saw the disheveled Goran, her mood would swing. If you know how hard Billy works, then remember to keep the food for yourself. She doesn't even eat much, so don't give it away. I know. Goran laughed without caring about Aspen's attitude. I have work to do, so I need to go back. Let's talk when I return home next week. Goran rushed off with the package. Billy also planned to head back to the night market to open shop. Old Young suddenly spoke up. I heard that in a few days the government will be forming a well drilling team and hiring quite a few people. Does your family have any men interested in trying out? Old Young was suggesting this because it was such a rare opportunity to work for the government. Bernie politely replied, thank you, Christopher Young, I know. After bidding farewell to Old Young, they hurried back to the night market, found their usual spot, and hadn't seen the plump stall owner for a few days. Billy, while setting up the stall, asked Bernie, "Do you want to join the well drilling team?" Bernie pondered for a moment and shook his head. Justice actually doesn't want to. Billy thought Bernie, as a man, would feel unfulfilled like Goran for not realizing personal value. "No, I don't want to," Bernie explained slowly. "In my heart, your safety and Amy's safety are the most important. If I joined the well drilling team, leaving you and Amy alone at home, I wouldn't feel at ease. What's there not to feel at ease about? They can barely avoid me now." Bernie stopped what he was doing and looked earnestly into Billy's eyes. "I feel reassured when I see you." Caught off guard by the sudden tenderness, Billy tried to hide her rapidly beating heart by focusing on her hands. "If you don't want to go, then don't. It's not like we're short of that little bit." Aspen, squatting nearby and watching Billy's rare flustered state, couldn't help but smile widely. Chapter 108, Which Justice Family? Today is the last day for coal collection. From now on, we'll only accept diesel. Facing the influx of customers, Billy declared ruthlessly. "No way," one customer wailed. "Where am I supposed to get diesel? I spent days burning 30 pounds of charcoal, and now you're not accepting it. Isn't all my effort wasted? Enoch, please do us a favor and continue accepting it. We are loyal customers." Billy shook her head firmly in refusal. "My supplier doesn't need coal temporarily, and I'm just a tool here. Talking to me won't help. However, if you have coal, keep it stored. My supplier might want it again someday. If you have diesel in the future, we can still do business." She knew those who saved up coal would thank her eventually. Seeing Billy mention her boss behind the scenes, the customers realized arguing was pointless and could only hand over their coal with slumped shoulders. "Do you still collect today?" someone suddenly asked, catching onto a loophole in her words. "Albert's, today's the last day," she nodded. I still have some at home, let me go get it. Please save me 2 cigarettes. The person ran off immediately. "Me too." Billy felt a headache coming on. "Forget it, it's not like there were many more cigarettes anyway." "Linfat, didn't you say you could get cigarettes? Where are they?" A casual yet clear voice reached Billy's ears. She looked up. Wasn't this the curly-haired fatty who couldn't leave her alone? The curly-haired one, after getting flicked by Donovan, continued fawning while covering his forehead. "Donovan, I didn't lie to you, it's right here in the market. But why haven't I seen any cigarettes yet?" Curlyhead hung his head. "They wouldn't cooperate with me." Donovan snorted. "You haven't even grown a beard yet." "I wouldn't care either. Tell me where the stall is, and I'll show you what charisma looks like." Justice combed his gelled hair in a greasy manner. "Another curly-haired one." Billy silently retracted her gaze, realizing the small curly one must have learned from the big curly one. Spotting Billy's stall, the curly-haired one's voice rose. "Donovan, look, right there." Following Curlyhead's finger, Donovan saw an ice-cold beauty. Justice adjusted his collar, took a supposedly suave step, and stopped in front of Billy's stall. "Miss, may I know your name?" Billy didn't even lift her head. Bernie noticed this well-dressed man alongside the curly-headed fatty from last time and deduced he wasn't an ordinary customer. In a cold tone, Bernie said, "Our cigarettes are sold out." "Oh, a bodyguard." Donovan put away his frivolity and introduced himself to Bernie. "Just a cello, I'm Justice Hanwen." Bernie barely touched his hand in acknowledgement. "Bernie, what brings you here? You don't recognize me?" Donovan hesitated to admit that his famous name elicited no reaction from the other side. "I'm surnamed Justice." "All right." Donovan sadly discovered the other party had no idea about the Justice family. Billy sighed inwardly. "What do you want?" "We've already told you, we have no business for you." Curlyhead whispered into Donovan's ear. "I told you, they're uncooperative." Ignoring Curlyhead, Donovan went straight to the point. "Let me be blunt. I want to work with you. Our Justice family is prominent throughout City C. You can ask around, safety and credibility are guaranteed. Moreover, my offer price will be far better than selling piecemeal. How about considering it?" "The Justice family?" Billy frowned, recalling hearing about them somewhere. Hum. Donovan gave a smug grin. "Party Secretary Denver? Ah, finally remembered. Who doesn't know the Justice family?" Donovan nodded proudly. "Precisely, my father." A thought flashed through Billy's mind, and she told Donovan, "Wait a moment, let's discuss it." Donovan waved casually. "Sure, go ahead and discuss." Billy pulled Bernie aside. "Jayu? Stevie, I want to work with him." Bernie was puzzled. Why suddenly want to cooperate? Because of the Justice family's background? Justice had overheard enough to understand this air wasn't ordinary. "Did I ever tell you about the bases?" Billy asked seriously. "Bases? No." Bernie shook his head. After the extreme cold in the previous life, the government initiated a survivor's plan and started building bases. I never entered one, but I heard they had various infrastructure, with food, medical, accommodation, and security far exceeding the outside world. Only those with connections or special skills can enter. In case of future disasters, the government will prioritize protecting people inside the bases. Bernie gradually understood. "You want to get into the base through the Justice family's connections?" Billy nodded solemnly. "We have prepared very sufficiently, we might not need to enter the base. But our house can't withstand acid rain or evil people. Don't think that there is order now. When extreme cold descends and the whole world is sealed in ice, true hell will begin." She had no confidence that she and Bernie alone could hold on to their home in that chaotic world. "So what do you plan to do?" Knowing she had made up her mind, Bernie stopped beating around the bush. Let's first make contact with this Justice Hanwen and find an opportunity to inquire about the threshold for entering the base. If we can get him to owe us a huge favor, even better. Billy hadn't immediately formulated a precise plan upon discovering Justice Hanwen's connection with the Justice family, so she could only take it step by step. Bernie nodded. Justicey, have you two finished your discussion yet? Donovan's legs were sore from standing. Seeing Billy whispering for so long with Bernie, he grew impatient. Billy walked up to him. How do you want to cooperate? There was a chance. Donovan instantly perked up. I want cigarettes, a large quantity of them. As for exchange, whatever you want, my Justice family can provide. To play it safe, Billy still invoked her virtual boss. This stuff isn't mine, I can't directly promise today. I need to ask the supplier and then reply. Besides, they recently only want diesel fuel. What price can you offer? Donovan glanced at Curlyhead. Curlyhead hurriedly reported, they sell 1 green double happiness for 1 liter of diesel, and 1 DA hua for 3 liters. I'll add 1 liter to each price, but I have 2 conditions. You can only sell to me, and the goods must be good quality. I can only guarantee that during our cooperation period, I won't sell to anyone else. Donovan nodded. That was natural. I've already promised my customers to collect diesel the day after tomorrow. I can't go back on my word, so. Before Billy finished speaking, Donovan waved his hand grandly. No problem, do as usual these few days, we're not such petty people. Alright, I'll discuss with the supplier and then reply to you. How should we contact each other? Lin Fat. At this moment, Curlyhead poked out a chubby head behind Donovan. Sister Beauty, just find me. How do I find you? Curlyhead expressed being deeply hurt, saying clearly mentioned before, Ua. T.T sister, Maple Blue International, Isidro. You can call me Cullen or Jaluan. Billy nodded. Okay, Lin Fat. Ua. Chapter 109, Changing Allegiance. 1601. Ah, stop it, Dad. Mom will be beaten to death by you. Kara cried as she threw herself on Angela, trying to block Thomas's impending blows with her hands. Kara's piercing cries seemed to awaken some sense in Thomas. Justice looked at his hands and then at the clear palm prints on his wife's face lying on the ground. Justice didn't say anything but silently went back to the room, slamming the door shut. Mom, how are you? Seeing Thomas go back, Kara hurriedly helped Angela up from the ground. Ouch. The wound twitched, causing Angela to involuntarily cry out in pain. Kara gently helped Angela sit on the sofa. The floor was a mess, with shattered porcelain scattered everywhere. Seeing the various bruises on Angela's face and body, Kara sobbed, Mom. Recently, it seemed that Dad had been encountering setbacks everywhere in his work outside. His temper grew increasingly irritable. He started off by being silent every day, not saying a word no matter how they tried to talk to him. Over time, he began cursing at Mom and Christopher's family for being useless and unable to help him at all. It was like he had turned into another person, causing her and Mom to live each day in fear of inadvertently angering him. But today, because Mom started cooking half an hour later than usual, Dad returned home and did not have dinner right away, which resulted in him smashing the bowls and chopsticks without a word and immediately starting to beat Mom. Angela silently shed tears. Previously, when Thomas was in a bad mood, she had quietly asked her younger brother Ashton about the reason. Justice told her it was because the leader he had spent so much effort to establish a relationship with suddenly fell from grace, causing everyone to turn their backs on him and rendering all his hard work wasted. Recently, in his efforts to align himself with a new superior who was not on good terms with his previous boss, he encountered repeated setbacks and even suffered public humiliation several times. Ashton and the maternal family advised her that everyone now relied on Thomas, urging her not to act childishly and to endure for the sake of the family. Angela understood Thomas's hardships outside, so whenever he lashed out at home, she could only serve him even more cautiously. But this time, he actually hit her. Recalling the attentive and gentle nature of her Nikki when they first married, she couldn't help but cover her eyes and weep. Thomas locked himself in the room, but he did not reflect on his actions. Instead, he was thinking about another matter. Should he consider that person's proposal? 5 days ago. You won't get anywhere with such small-scale mischief. If you want to make a move, aim for the heart. A plump middle-aged man played with a cigarette in his hand, looking down at the respectful Thomas with disdain. Thomas quickly took out a lighter and offered it to the man. I beg Brother Wei for guidance. Angelo pushed aside the lighter. This cigarette had been saved by him for a long time, only daring to smell it occasionally, never actually smoking it. Without replying immediately, he stuck the cigarette behind his ear, leaned heavily back in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and settled into a comfortable position. His small eyes fixed on Thomas with a cunning, almost amused look. Thomas thought about his recent failures and how people who once kowtowed to him now dared to humiliate him. Justice steeled himself and pulled out a flat cigarette pack from his pocket, offering it with both hands in a fawning manner. Please accept this humble gift, Brother Wei. Angelo slowly took the pack, opened the lid, and glanced at the cigarettes inside. 5 premium Da Hua cigarettes, a grand gesture indeed. Justice showed satisfaction. Angelo, like dealing with people who understand things like you. Do you know what the leaders need most? Thomas pondered briefly. Supplies. Angelo snorted through his nose. Supplies. You're too narrow-minded. Even in an apocalypse, that would only be the end of ordinary people. Besides, can you afford to give them what they might want? Seeing Thomas remain silent, Angelo continued calmly, you cannot provide money or power, as they already have plenty of those. So, what remains? Justice sat up straight, staring directly into the man's eyes, and 2 words slipped out of his mouth full of yellow teeth. Women. Blue Maple International. Lynn Fat, someone is looking for you. Curly hair shuffled in flip-flops, yawning as he walked. Dumbwood, you dare call me Lynn Fat? Who's looking for me? The one called Dumbwood said, I don't know, a rosa with short hair, quite pretty. Maybe you're having a stroke of luck, fatty. The pretty sister selling cigarettes? Isidro instantly woke up and rushed towards the entrance. Sis, is it really you? As soon as he stepped out, he saw Billy waiting at the door. Billy gave him a slight nod. Sis, did the boss agree? Isidro asked eagerly. Closing this deal meant significant commission for him. Billy didn't disappoint him. Alberts, he agreed. Isidro's plump body nearly floated off the ground with joy. That's great, sis. When can we deliver the goods? Billy asked. This time there are 2 cartons of Da Hua cigarettes, 20 packs in total. We can deliver them at any time. When will your diesel be ready? Isidro calculated with his chubby fingers, each pack being 4 liters, so 1 pack was 80 liters, and 20 packs would be 1,600 liters. Justice immediately felt confident and said to Billy, no problem, sis. It can be done by tomorrow night. Living up to the name of the Justice family, even a small fry like Lynn Fat could easily promise 1,600 liters of diesel. Unaware that he had been categorized as a small fry, Isidro innocently considered things for Billy. Where should we deliver the goods? That's not a small amount, 1,600 liters. To save you the trouble, why don't we just deliver it directly to your place? Billy didn't dare let him deliver it home. No need. Tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m., at the west entrance of the stadium. That place had few people around, and most importantly, it was right at the edge of the searchlight's range, dark enough not to stand out too much but not completely dark either. The next evening, Billy waited at the west entrance of the stadium early. She carried only a backpack, and a handcart was parked beside her. It was just past 8:15 p.m. Justice, here they come. She turned her head towards the direction shrouded in darkness where Bernie, holding a crossbow, remained hidden in the night. Even though the Justice family was renowned, she still did not fully trust them. Big sister, didn't expect you to be here so early, Tilda. Isidro saw Billy from afar and ran over. Justice looked around left and right. Hey, why isn't brother-in-law here today? In the past, whenever he saw Billy, she was always accompanied by her Nicky. At this moment, a small truck slowly approached and stopped in front of them. Donovan jumped down from the passenger side, flicked his bangs flamboyantly, and greeted Billy. Hi. Good evening. Billy nodded politely and got straight to the point. Where are the goods? Isidro hurriedly dismantled the cargo barrier at the back of the truck and pointed to 2 small steel oil drums. Right here, 800 liters each, no less than that. Billy supported herself on the truck bed with both hands and agilely flipped onto it. She carefully checked the capacity markings on the oil drums, which read 1,000 liters each. She opened the manual gauge hole on the side. Alberta, basically full. Jumping off the truck, she nodded to Donovan in confirmation. All right, let's load them into my vehicle. Seeing her dilapidated little handcart, Donovan couldn't help but chuckle. Is this what you call a vehicle? Just to seize an idea, I'll lend you my truck. If you're not comfortable, I'll have my driver step out and you can drive it back yourself. Just return it when you're done. Given such a favorable deal, Billy naturally wouldn't refuse. She took out 2 cartons of cigarettes from her backpack and handed them to Donovan. Check them. Donovan took the cigarettes, seeing that all the seals were intact, and said generously, no need to check, I trust you. At this moment, the driver jumped out of the truck and handed the keys to Billy. Without any idle chat, she nodded, climbed into the cab, inserted the key, started the engine smoothly, and drove away. In the darkness, Bernie confirmed no one was following and put away his crossbow, then quietly left. The playful expression on Donovan's face vanished, replaced by a complex look as he watched the truck drive away. Have you investigated yet? Chapter 110, The Justice Family. The Justice Family. Checked. Isidro respectfully replied, Justice, her name is Billy. She's originally from City C. Justice, her parents are ordinary people and are divorced. In recent years, she has been living in City B. This year, she suddenly returned and was caught in the natural disaster. Now she lives with her grandparents and boyfriend. After thinking for a moment, he added, oh, her grandfather recently joined an agricultural research institute, doing the most basic work, nothing special about it. Ordinary people? Justice Hanwen couldn't believe it. Then did you find out about her supplier? Isidro shook his head. After we separated last time, our people have almost been watching her 24 hours a day, and haven't seen her meet anyone. Is she hiding so deeply? Justice Hanwen couldn't help but suspect that Billy herself might be the real cargo owner. After each sale, she would always take the exchanged goods to nearby construction sites or abandoned buildings, different places each time. The man stands guard at the door, and our people don't dare to enter rashly. By the time she comes out, the goods are already gone. After they leave, we go inside and find no one and no goods. Apart from this, we didn't discover anything suspicious. This is not called no suspicious points. Justice Hanwen was speechless. How could the other party transfer the goods right under their nose without them noticing? Who exactly was the boss behind her, so powerful? Isidro knew what Justice Hanwen was worried about and immediately reassured him, but rest assured, she absolutely has nothing to do with Jason. We've been keeping an eye on both sides, and there is no connection between them. Justice Han Wen handed 2 cartons of cigarettes to Isidro. Forget it, let the brothers pull back first. Since the person behind her was so capable, continuing to monitor her might end up backfiring. Take these 2 cartons of cigarettes to Aku, tell him not to show any mercy and get as much as possible. That group of second-generation fools are probably waiting for cigarettes until their next stretch. After Isidro left, Justice Han Wen thought for a while and still returned to the Justice family courtyard. Back. As soon as Justice Han Wen stepped into the entrance hall, a solemn voice came from the living room. Dad. Walking past the hollow-carved rosewood entrance screen, the opulence of the room came into view. The floor was fully covered with Wilton tufted carpets, and in the center was an oval irregular black sandalwood tea table. A set of exquisite teaware was placed on it. 2 differently styled Chinese sofas were arranged in the shape of the Chinese character, BA, meaning 8, adorned with high-quality brocade. On the matching multiple treasure rack stood a Qingbai glaze plum bottle, and behind it hung an ancient painting of brocade landscape. The entire living room exuded an elegant and retro atmosphere. Denver was meditating with his eyes closed, and upon hearing his son's voice, slowly opened his eyes. Where have you been? Justice Han Wen sat down on the sofa, grabbed the teacup on the table, and took a big sip. Of course, I went to handle important matters. I heard from Laro Wen that you took 1600 L of diesel from the warehouse. Justice Han Wen was dissatisfied. This Zechariah told tales too quickly even though he did everything else poorly. Alberta. A light sigh was an acknowledgement. Denver looked straight at Justice Han Wen. His son may seem careless and spend all day with those irresponsible rich second generations, but he didn't know that this guy had principles. Justice acted cunning and was quite sly. Tell me, what did you use it for? It's nothing, isn't it, because those second generations kept complaining about their cigarette addiction? I found a way to get cigarettes, and they wanted to trade diesel for them. How much did you exchange? 2 cartons of Da Hua. Denver sat up straight, banging the tea table fiercely. You exchanged 1600 L of diesel for 2 cartons of cigarettes? Are you stupid? Don't you know how scarce diesel will become in the future? Justice Han Wen pursed his lips. Of course, he knew. The Zechariah had repeatedly mentioned that the higher-ups had hinted at another round of extreme cold disasters ahead, urging him to stockpile coal and diesel as much as possible. I'm not giving these cigarettes away for free. You just lost money to Jason, and those opportunists turned around and started licking Jason's feet. Now, if we try to ask them, they won't reveal anything. But those foolish second generations are easier to deceive. Dad, rest assured, these 1600 L of diesel will not be wasted. If the information they provide doesn't match the value of the diesel, I'll make them spit it out. Forget it, you know best. Did you get any news about what I asked you to do last time? Justice Han Wen teased. Dad, do you want good news or bad news? Denver tapped the table unhappily. Brat, stop playing around and spit it out. Whatever, your attitude is so bad, and I worked so hard to find out. Justice Han Wen only dared to mutter a few words and quickly regained his composure to continue. First thing, the recruitment plan failed. They had long known that the most capable person by Jason's side was a Rosa named Annie. This Rosa suddenly emerged in May, previously just an ordinary and unremarkable person. At the time, for some unknown reason, Jason brought her along. But subsequent developments proved that Jason's decision was indeed wise. Annie successfully predicted a series of natural disasters like typhoons, floods, and extreme heat all within a few months. She was also the one leading the development of heat-resistant crops this time around. With such a powerful ally, Jason seemed to have gained an edge, and they couldn't help but think about poaching her. However, no matter how they tried to lure or threaten her, Annie remained unmoved. So, what about the second piece of news? The second piece of news? Jason's subordinates are all good-for-nothing drunkards. With their basic needs met, their thoughts turn lascivious. To gain favor with these people, outsiders have been gathering women for them. A young girl was forced by her family to sell herself. Unable to endure the humiliation, she jumped from a building. Although this incident has been suppressed, our people have preserved the evidence. Denver's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Having leverage was always good. Suddenly, Justice Han Wen leaned closer, speaking mysteriously. Dad, do you know who is gathering women for them? Who? It's Thomas, the one who got you demoted before. Speaking of this person, Justice Han Wen gnashed his teeth in anger. Thomas had previously connected with Emerson, a distant relative of a driver in the Justice family. The Justice family hadn't even heard of Emerson, let alone Thomas. These people were leveraging the Justice family's name to act arrogantly and engage in all sorts of nefarious activities, severely damaging the reputation of the Justice family. However, Justice Han Wen gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, they hadn't managed their subordinates properly, so it was only fitting. After clearing up the mess, they continued to compete with Jason. But he never expected Thomas to hook up with Jason so quickly. What a fair-weather friend. I understand this situation. Have your people continue to monitor it. We shouldn't startle them now as the timing isn't right yet. Ensure that the evidence is well collected. Denver instructed. Also, have you looked into the Mad Dragon Gang? Mentioning the Mad Dragon Gang, Justice Han Wen immediately became serious. Alberts, I investigated. But everyone in this organization keeps very tight-lipped. The lower ranks are all mindless thugs obsessed with eating, drinking, and debauchery. Nothing can be learned from them. It's hard to infiltrate the core members, and my men almost got discovered while trying to make contact. However, Justice Han Wen grew even more serious. We can confirm that this organization definitely has some sort of relationship with Jason. Chapter 111, An Exorbitant Demand. Elsewhere. Billy picked up Bernie and, as before, drove the car into an abandoned dark construction site, stashed 2 cans of diesel into her spatial ring, then boldly drove out through the main gate. Though this vehicle was convenient, she didn't dare drive it home. Too conspicuous, it practically screamed that she had resources, inviting anyone to come rob her. After unloading the goods, they directly went to Lanfeng International to hand over the car to Isidro. Sis, next time you have good stuff, remember me again. Isidro waved his chubby little arms at Billy's retreating back. After taking stock of the coal and diesel stored in the spatial ring, the coal pile had grown into a small mountain, while diesel filled over a dozen drums, enough for her family for a decade. She had sold more than half of the cigarettes already. Since that day, Billy stayed home lazily for several days without worry. When temperatures dropped to 40 degrees in the morning and evening, she opened windows for ventilation. Between 40 to 50 degrees, she used ice cubes with the air conditioner. Above 50 degrees, from elders to poultry, everyone retreated to a 10 square meter room, continuously adding ice cubes. Life proceeded rather pleasantly. Soon after, news of the government's well drilling team recruitment spread. Justice's family had no intention of letting Bernie join. They merely listened and moved on. But while apartment 1602 wasn't interested, other residents were going crazy trying to get spots. The well drilling team required skilled labor unlike the previous recruitments. Aside from needing a master craftsman for locating water sources, the rest needed brute strength. So the criteria were relaxed. Any household with able-bodied men wanted to try their luck, leading to mass applications. Joking, aside from the abundant supplies, just being the first to get water was enough allure. Those with connections pulled strings, those without attempted to bribe the selection officials. The recruitment still took place at the stadium. Billy delivered items twice to Goran and witnessed 2 large-scale brawls. Amidst the chaos, the list came out. Immediately, moans of despair filled the neighborhood. Billy was surprised to find Thomas thriving again. Justice and Shaw, along with others, were not only on the list but appointed as captains. In the following days, Thomas could often be seen leading the master craftsman and a group around, tapping here and there nearby. Rumor had it that there were signs of an underground river close to the residential area. With water almost within reach, the morale of the neighborhood changed completely. Previously, people would hide in the basement during the day and return home when it cooled off at night, rarely venturing outside. Now, groups gathered at night discussing well progress. Justicey, I heard they've decided where to dig the well near our neighborhood. Wonder if it will actually hit water. As long as they pinpoint the location accurately, it should be fine. Hongyuan residential area started earlier and has dug out wet mud. Water should flow within days. The speaker waved his straw fan furiously. Not convinced. Last time with artificial rain, just a few drops like cat urine. Now, another well. Nearby rivers are all dried up. Will there even be groundwater? I went to the night market yesterday. 5 packs of biscuits couldn't get half a bottle of 300 milliliters water. Water is hard currency now. Someone mentioned glacial melting and rising sea levels. Why can't the government extract seawater? Weekly rations aren't enough for me to brush my teeth. Extracted from seawater? I wouldn't dare drink it. It might be radioactive waste. Then he added, say, what if that nuclear wastewater seeps into inland rivers? Having been idle for days, Billy was about to head to the market for some errands when she overheard this conversation. Speakers intentless, listeners attentive. Forget seawater invasion, rainfall carrying radioactive elements alone could be deadly. She recalled the acid rain and subsequent diseases and mutations from her previous life. Billy felt compelled to keep stockpiling water. 2 large tanks in her spatial ring held 1,000 tons, calculated only for drinking needs, enough until they passed on. But considering daily use, the 4 of them would need more. This much water only lasted a decade. Without worrying about storage space anymore, why hesitate? Time to take advantage of this opportunity and stockpile quickly. She immediately headed to the night market. Indeed, as neighbors said, water had become the primary currency. 100 milliliters of water exchanged for a 2-pound fish, 5 compressed biscuits, or a high-end leather sofa set. As soon as Billy entered the market, many old customers noticed her. Enoch Lin, you're finally here. Enoch Lin, I still have several pounds of diesel at home. If you can save me some cigarettes, I'll go get it. She waved her hands hastily to indicate she no longer accepted diesel. Last time, she had promised Donovan that the cigarettes would be exclusively supplied to him, so she couldn't sell them anymore. Unable to sell cigarettes, she still had alcohol. Whiskey, Feitian Marutai, imported red wine, she had everything. The customer was very disappointed. Enoch Lin, if not diesel, what do you want? Surely not water. Oddly enough, he guessed right. Ari, forget it. If it's food, we could save a bite here and there, but how can we spare water? The crowd dispersed immediately. Billy, I haven't even said what I'm selling yet. Billy sat in the market for 2 hours before finding a customer willing to trade water for alcohol. And they only wanted 50 milliliters of beer. Seeing the pitiful amount of water she got in exchange, she stood up, ready to leave. It seemed this market didn't cater to the right clientele. These were just ordinary folks who couldn't afford much. Sis. A familiar voice called out. Billy looked up, it was Isidro. How did she keep running into him? The chubby boy ran up to Billy, panting. Sis, why are you setting up a stall again? Didn't you say you'd find me when you have cigarettes? Billy pointed to the sign on the ground that read, selling various wines. Sis, you have wine too. What kinds? Domestic Marotai, imported vodka, premium red wines from the top 10 French vineyards. Billy casually mentioned a few names, each one enough to make Isidro's blood pressure spike. Sis, you're truly a treasure. Isidro was utterly impressed. Even the Justice family would have to go through great lengths to get these wines, yet Billy spoke about them so nonchalantly. Billy had made up her mind it was too slow selling at the night market. She needed to find clients like Donovan. They surely had connections among the rich and could offer better prices. She decided to play it cool. It's not that I'm capable, it's my boss who is. Do you buy? Isidro nodded eagerly. Buy. Such a good deal couldn't be passed up. Billy pretended to be reluctant, but my boss is selling this batch at quite a high price and only accepts clean water in exchange. So, what do you think? The wealthy Justice family gave Isidro confidence, and he waved his hand generously. Sis, just name your price. Last time, they swept an entire wine cellar with thousands of bottles of red wine, not counting other spirits. This would certainly keep her busy. Billy considered it carefully and tentatively named a price. We currently have a batch of 2018 vintage Mouton Rothschild red wine. You know this is one of the world's top 10 premier wine estates, and with such a fine vintage, the price won't be low. My boss wants 1,100 liters per bottle, but if you buy in bulk, I can cut my commission a bit and give you 1,000 liters per bottle. Isidro knew the price would be high, but he was astonished by Billy's boldness. 1 ton. Isidro shakily raised his pudgy finger. This price could almost buy a house. Chapter 112, Deal. Seeing George's reaction, Billy thought to herself that it was not good. She had set the price too high. But the words were already out of her mouth, and dropping the price would be too embarrassing. Therefore, she could only maintain a calm appearance and nodded. George paced back and forth for a few steps before saying to Billy, Sis, I can't make this decision on my own. I need to go back and discuss with Donovan. Would you wait for my news? Not being rejected outright meant there might still be hope. Billy said, Sure, the goods are absolutely no problem. My boss currently has 2 boxes with 24 bottles in total. If you want more, we'll try to find ways. Sis, where do I find you then? Billy didn't want to reveal her location. In 3 days, I will come to Blue Maple International to find you. All right. George knew the other party didn't fully trust him yet, but he could do nothing about it. Oh, right, I have some cigars here. Do you want to take them along? Billy took out a well-packaged cigar from her backpack, Space. Since even the alcohol couldn't be sold, the high-end cigars definitely wouldn't have a market at the night market. Billy decided to sell them together. Seeing the high-end cigar offered to him, George was once again impressed by this big sister. The Huasha cigarettes he took last time were already fought over crazily, let alone these cigars which would surely cause a frenzy. Sis, how much do you want for this? George's face was gloomy, but deep down he wanted it badly. Making money was secondary. What he craved most was to enjoy the experience of those snobs begging humbly after him for just a pack of cigarettes. How satisfying it felt. Justice had made up his mind to persuade Donovan to meet this sister's demands. Billy feared that setting a high price would drive the customer away. This cigar is a gift from Sis. I still have a box of 6. You help me find corrosion-resistant protective suits or materials, especially those resistant to acid. At least 4 sets. The previously collected glass could be used to upgrade their residence, but going out was still an issue. She had looked it up online before. PTFE, also known as polytetrafluoroethylene material, could resist acid, but she hadn't found any yet. If not, they could only stay home when the acid rain came. George didn't expect Billy's request to be so simple yet strange. However, getting a free cigar excited him enough to ignore any doubts, and he immediately agreed. No problem, sis. Guaranteed. An hour later, at the Justice family residence. What? A bottle of wine for a ton of water? Is she planning to rob us? Donovan couldn't believe it. Did they take him for a fool? George remembered he owed Billy one favor for the cigar. Donovan, that's French Mouton Rothschild 2018 red wine. Last time, number 3 sold me 24 liters of water for a lousy beer. How can these compare? Thinking about it, the price seemed fair. Seeing Donovan hesitating, George added fuel to the fire. A ton of water is nothing. Albert's today Polly threw a party and used dozens of tons of drinking water to fill the swimming pool, adding ice cubes like they were free. If we buy this shipment and resell it to them, how hard would it be to make a profit? Donovan thought about it. For those foolish rich second generation, this amount of water indeed couldn't match a sip of high-end red wine. You go tell her that the price is acceptable, but the terms remain the same. The goods can only be sold to me. George grinned widely. Okay, sis. And there's one more thing. Donovan kicked George. Can't you finish in one breath? George still smiled. She also wants acid-resistant protective suits or materials in exchange for a box of high-end cigars. Protective suits. Donovan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wanting large amounts of coal and diesel earlier, now suddenly wanting protective suits. Justice didn't believe Billy didn't know something. Even using their status in the government, it took them a lot of effort to learn about the upcoming severe cold and stockpile winter supplies. What did she know that they didn't? Who was behind her? Holding his sore bottom, George waited for Donovan's response. Donovan? You go look for what she asked for. Getting permission, George happily replied and turned to leave. Okay, wait. Donovan suddenly stopped him. Get more and save some for us. Huh. George didn't understand. Why hoard them? Not just George, even Donovan didn't know why, but he had a strong impulse to follow Billy's moves. Anyway, this stuff wasn't expensive, and if it weren't used, there'd be no loss. Hurry up. Oh, okay. Just as Billy returned to the edge of the neighborhood, she saw a crowd gathered on the main road, arguing about something. Coming closer, she finally heard clearly. Why does he get the night shift while I get the day shift? Right, it's so hot during the day. The effort is completely different, and everyone gets the same pay. Why do you treat us differently? Thomas, as the team leader, was surrounded in the middle. There's no way around it. Someone has to work the day shift. If nobody wants to, I can only select randomly. Someone retorted boldly, are you trying to slip up while talking? Randomly? Do you think we don't recognize people? Which of those working night shifts aren't related to you, Thomas? Thomas's face turned grim. So, you're not convinced? Albert's. I'm not convinced. Then you don't need to come to work anymore. Thomas was furious inside. Justice had been licking the boots of his superiors like a lapdog every day, rushing around just to get these few benefits. Why should he tolerate this now? Justice couldn't bear it anymore. The person didn't expect such an outcome and clearly froze for a moment before reacting more loudly. You can't just tell me not to work here anymore. I got my job through government exams. Because I'm the captain. Thomas threw the shovel in his hand down forcefully, making a loud clatter. Justice said fiercely, if you don't follow organizational arrangements, incite unrest, and hinder construction progress, I have the right to dismiss you. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Losing their jobs at this time would be equivalent to losing their lives. They knew better. That person was startled by his words, looking around and finding no one dared to speak up against him anymore. Justice wanted to back down but thought about how justified he was, and with everyone watching, he had to save face. So, he pointed at Thomas and threatened, you not only protect your own people but also use official power to oppress citizens casually. Don't think being a captain is so easy. We'll see what happens. Billy found this person silly. Humph, exams, who didn't know that was just a facade? Among those people, Billy would bet none of them got in without using connections. It all came down to backing. Since Thomas managed to bring his subordinates into the team and even became the captain, it sufficiently demonstrated that his backing was far stronger than others. Fighting against him was like hitting a rock with an egg. This little episode didn't cause any waves. Billy didn't know how it was handled later, but she saw Thomas continue as usual, leading a large group of people daily, bustling around digging a corner 50 meters from the neighborhood entrance. During this time, Bernie went to Blue Maple International and brought back news that Donovan agreed to the deal. Time flew by until the day of the transaction. They chose the same unobtrusive corner of the gymnasium. Sprinkler trucks. Billy looked at the two sprinkler trucks in front of her, her lips twitching slightly. Chapter 113, Being Targeted. The water tanks in the storage space were mostly still full, and she had no more containers to hold water. Originally, she had planned to use Hoyt's containers like last time, but he drove up in a water tanker. What was she supposed to use to carry the water? Hoyt didn't need to come for this kind of transaction himself, but he always felt there was something off about Billy, so he came along in the end. She shamelessly made a new request, you're giving me the water tanker? Hoyt rolled his eyes, you wish, but, he changed tack, if you tell me why you need protective suits, I might consider it. Billy feigned ignorance, how would I know? My boss tells me what to do, and I do it. Undeterred, Hoyt continued, talk to your boss about meeting him. We've already done business once, and we might need long-term cooperation. It doesn't have to be such a mystery. Sure, I'll pass on the message, Billy replied without hesitation. Anyway, whether they met or not was something she could make up, so she pointed at the water tanker, what should I do now? How do I unload? Well, Hoyt wanted to take advantage of the situation to lower the price, but then an unexpected ally appeared. Sis, everything's ready, Tilda. George came down from the truck carrying a box of water bags. In his hands were thick, oversized, self-sealing, transparent, liquid-proof, food-grade water bags, each capable of holding half a ton of water. Seeing this conspicuous help, Hoyt felt vexed. Billy checked the water from each tank by opening the valve slightly to collect a cupful. Not as good as before the apocalypse, but it was relatively clean. Filtering it would be fine. Without a means of transportation, Billy naturally asked Hoyt to leave the water tanker behind, promising to return it later. Sis, and there's this. After handing over the water bags, George dived back into the truck and brought out 2 cardboard boxes. Opening them, 6 brand new hooded coveralls complete with 6 protective masks, gloves, and rubber shoes were revealed. Whoa, how considerate. Having completed his mission, George proudly introduced Justice Eva-duty chemical protection suits, double-layer PE-coated protective fabric, resistant to 240 kinds of acid-based chemicals, dust, harmful particles, and flame retardant. Not just ordinary goods, sis, pretty good, right? Billy gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. Blushing, George scratched his head, Justicey, my pleasure. After all, one cigar did change things. Besides, it wasn't his money anyway. Billy also handed over the 2 crates of red wine and a box of cigars as agreed for inspection. George opened the crates, checking each bottle with a flashlight. Everything was perfectly preserved, with no issues. Justice gave Hoyt a thumbs up and loaded the items into the back of the sedan. Considering future water shortages, Billy asked, Hoyt, my boss said we can get more alcohol. Do you want any? Savoring the aroma of the premium cigar, Hoyt thought his father would love it. Justiceering Billy, he nodded, as long as the goods are good, I'll take them. In that case, same price. I'll bring, Considering if they brought another water tanker, only Bernie and she could drive 2 vehicles at most, so small batches multiple times would be better, still 2 crates of red wine. After agreeing, knowing Billy was wary of him, Hoyt didn't dilly-dally and left decisively with his men in the sedan. Waiting until the tail lights disappeared from view, Billy stood there for 10 more minutes. Bernie carefully confirmed it was clear from the shadows and emerged. Billy tossed him 1 set of keys. Let's find a safe place to unload. They drove the water tanker around the county several times, finally returning to a deserted construction site near the stadium. This site was 200 meters away from where Goran worked, which had heavy security. If trouble arose, shouting would bring the guards quickly. Parking the truck in the dark, Bernie took weapons and binoculars to stand watch at the entrance while Billy opened the valves to fill the water bags. Each full bag was immediately stored in her space. With the large hoses and valves fully open, unloading went quickly, taking less than half an hour per vehicle. 50 meters from the construction site, behind an abandoned building's wall, 2 bald men crouched low, trying to observe with binoculars under the cover of darkness. Hatcher, it's too dark, and there's a fence blocking the view. I can barely see anything. What about you? It's too dark, I can't see either. What do we do? Should we sneak closer? Are you blind? Didn't you see the guy at the gate with a big weapon? We are 2 against 1, what do we have to fear? Otherwise, why don't we call you Dullard instead of Stutter? Do you know how many people are inside? With such a large amount of water in 2 trucks, would you believe only these 2 people are escorting? Not to mention if we go in now and alert them, we'll definitely get shot up. The boss only told us to keep an eye on the Justice family, not to take any action. I think we should pull back first and report to the boss. By their looks, there will definitely be another transaction next time. We can call more brothers then and take them all out in one swoop. You're really smart. The 2 bald men didn't dare to turn on the lights, quietly leaving under the moonlight, the dragon-shaped tattoos on their arms faintly visible. Meanwhile, Billy and Bernie had no idea they had been dragged into the struggle of the Justice family. It took her over an hour to unload all the water from the 2 vehicles. They drove the truck straight back to Blue Maple International and left the keys before walking away. Back home, Goran had already returned. Thompson. Goran hadn't come home for a long time, always saying he was working overtime. Inna. Okay, stop being mushy, quickly wash your hands and eat. Aspen, wearing an apron, brought dishes out of the kitchen. Today's meal was so sumptuous. 2 big dishes, spice eye reservoir fish head and tender braised chestnut chicken without bones. There were also stir-fried grey vegetables with garlic, seaweed egg drop soup, and golden dumplings filled with celery and wild pork as the main dish. Even dessert was included, sweet and soft pumpkin glutinous rice balls. Amy, where did the chicken come from? Billy's sharp eyes noticed that the chicken in the dish was clearly underage. She suddenly realized, Amy, did you slaughter the little chickens we raised at home? Those little chickens were Aspen's treasures. Chapter 114, Fetching Water. Aspen sighed, it's too hot. I noticed a few chicks seemed to be suffering from heat stroke. They didn't improve even after drinking some iced water. By the time you all went out last night, they couldn't stand up anymore, so I just slaughtered them. Their family's situation was already much better than others, with ice blocks and fans focusing on the chicken coop. Still, several chickens fell ill, and the hens that had just started laying eggs stopped. Goran shoveled mouthfuls of food into his mouth, mumbling, forget it. If we can't raise them, then don't. You stay home and rest well, don't overwork yourself and end up with heat stroke. Aspen shot him a glare, eat your meal like a normal person, not like you're starving to death. She then moved the chestnut chicken closer to him. Goran chuckled. Justice was used to eating delicious food at home, but in the unit, he suddenly had to eat coarse grains, no vegetables either. If it weren't for Billy's pickled vegetables, he wouldn't have been able to stomach it. Billy was also eating quietly. Bernie subtly placed deboned fish meat onto her bowl. Even with the spatial ability at hand, it was too hot, and they rarely cooked at home. The prepared dishes in the space were limited, and they had grown tired of eating the same things repeatedly. Today's meal was quite to her liking. Suddenly she remembered something. Amy, put the remaining chicks in my space, don't let them go bad. No need. Lichio has passed, and people say autumn fattening is important. I plan to sun-dry some soy sauce meat, which is tasty and preserves well. I'll also take some to Thompson. Lichio has passed. They say an autumn rain brings coldness, but there's no sign of cooling down at all. Billy dismissed her worries and asked Goran, Thompson, how long will you be resting this time? Goran was wrestling with a palm-sized fish head. Hearing this he smiled and replied, the 3rd batch of heat-resistant potatoes has been harvested entirely, and the sweet potatoes succeeded as well. The planting task has been handed over to other teams. Our team heard about a new assignment, so we were given 3 days off before taking on the new task. New assignment. Goran nodded. Alberts, the cold-resistant crops mentioned earlier. Initially, we planned to grow potatoes again, but the evaluation for this batch was just barely satisfactory, so it seems they switched to millet. After only being away for a month, Goran could already use sophisticated phrases. Billy inwardly scoffed. Using barely satisfactory to describe those potatoes was way too gentle. Even dogs wouldn't eat them. Correction, even doggies wouldn't eat them. Last time, when Goran brought back potato seedlings, Aspen didn't throw them away. She found a pot and planted them. Surprisingly, they grew well with minimal care, contrasting sharply with the delicate little chicks that remained listless despite all the effort. Potatoes usually take around 2 months to grow. This batch of heat-resistant potatoes shortened the growth cycle significantly. In just half a month, small potatoes appeared, growing rapidly, probably ready for harvest in another 10 days or so. Don't ask how Billy knew, she accidentally pulled one up once. After eating their fill, the dog wagged its tail, seeking attention from Goran to take it downstairs for a walk. Recently, Billy and Bernie were busy with work, leaving no time for the dog. Aspen occasionally took it out, but it was nearly going crazy from boredom. Goran wanted to show off his earnings but couldn't resist the dog's pleading eyes. Justice dropped a note, "Wages are on the coffee table," and took the dog downstairs. Billy sat cross-legged on the living room floor, leaning against the soft sofa, opening the blind box Goran brought back. A 10-pound bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Pass. Next. 2 bags of shrimp-flavored noodles. Pass. 4 1-liter bottles of water. Were they successful with the well project? While unpacking, she asked, "Amy, did they get water from the well near our neighborhood?" Half a package of heatstroke medicine. 2 large packs of dehydrated vegetable chips. Half a pound of oddly colored wheat flour. Albert's, indeed. I almost forgot to mention it. They said to collect relief food and water tomorrow. Make sure to bring a bucket. Apparently, the flow rate is good, and everyone can get half a liter daily. That should help everyone live a bit easier now. They really managed to get water from the well. Next day, evening. Billy walked outside with a small bucket. Wow, so many people. The usually deserted road was suddenly crowded with a throng of people. Everyone carried buckets or plastic bottles, walking briskly toward the well, fearing the water would run out if they delayed. Line up. Everyone line up. No water if you don't queue up. Rongjin residents this side, Fuguang and Nanxing residents that side. From afar, they heard Shaw shouting. "You, what are you doing? Justicey, you, go to the back of the line." The line stretched densely from the well to the street corner. Billy quietly joined the queue for Rongjin community. Soon, a long line formed behind her as residents from nearby complexes arrived. Look at how long this line is. Alberta, you see up ahead. There must be 100 people. I ran here without finishing dinner, and I'm still late. An elderly lady in front of her, holding a bucket, spoke as she munched on a potato, spitting out the peel underfoot. Billy took a step back silently, fearing that the next spit would land on her shoes. "TSK, do you think there will be enough well water for everyone? Do you know anything? Well water connects to underground rivers. It won't run out unless the river dries up too." "Justicey, I was just asking. Now it's great, we can get half a liter per day and finally clean ourselves up. To tell the truth, I haven't had a bath for almost 2 months. The little bit of water they gave out before wasn't even enough to drink. Sweat every day has been my bathwater. Wow, you're so gross. Stay away from me." To Billy, it felt like she was in a beehive with buzzing voices all around, but overall, it was quite lively. Outside the queue, some people were already returning home with their buckets full of water. Seeing the actual amount of water being distributed, those in the queue became even more excited. Half an hour later. "Give us a little more. My family is large, and this won't be enough." An elderly man holding a bucket pleaded to Ashton, Thomas's brother-in-law, who was in charge of distributing water. Ashton scowled and glared at the Zechariah, smacking his hand with the ladle harshly. "What are you doing, Zechariah? Everyone gets half a liter per person, as decided. If I give you more, what about the others? Get lost." The Zechariah tried again. "Sir, please be kind. There's plenty of well water. My newborn baby needs its share too." Ashton's eyebrows shot up, eyes bulging, making his prominent cheekbones stand out even more. Justice pounded the ladle loudly, raising his voice. "Old fool, the rules are clear by household registration. You have X registered members, you get X portions. Babies drink milk, not water. Stop causing trouble or else." As he finished speaking, 4 young men maintaining order turned to glare at the Zechariah. Scared by their fierce stares, the Zechariah gave up with a sigh and left the queue with half a bucket of water. Next. Billy handed over her bucket. Rongjin Complex, Building 31, Unit 1602. Eric, holding the register, followed behind Ashton. Everyone's share was predetermined based on their address. Seeing it was Billy, he reached to take the bucket to help her. "What are you doing?" A hand shot out, slapping Eric's hand away. Ashton reprimanded him angrily. "Can't you follow the rules? Do your job properly." Zhao, now scolded, silently stepped back behind Ashton. Finding Billy's name, Building 31, Unit 1602, registered 3 people, currently living for 1.5 liters according to regulations. After scolding Zhao, Ashton turned and saw Billy. His eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Chapter 115, Making Things Difficult. What a great catch this girl is. Ashton involuntarily swallowed hard. Among the malnourished, pale, and emaciated crowd, Billy's fair and delicate skin stood out remarkably. Just her striking appearance and neat attire made her even more charming against the backdrop of dirty and refugee-like people around her. Billy felt somewhat repulsed by Ashton's unashamed, leering gaze. A greasy smile spread across his face as he reached out to take the bucket from Billy's hands. At the moment of passing the bucket, he deliberately covered her smooth, white hand with his own. Billy shuddered and pulled back sharply. "What are you doing?" Ashton chuckled. "Sorry, beautiful lady, don't be angry. Come on, big brother will fetch water for you." Billy almost threw up. Water from the well was hoisted up in a large bucket, and he used a ladle to transfer it into Billy's bucket. Tiny particles of mud and sand were visibly floating in the well water, which appeared pale yellow overall. 1 ladleful was half a litre, and Ashton poured spoonful by spoonful into Billy's bucket. 1 ladle. 2 ladles. 3 ladles. Ashton's hand didn't stop. 4 ladles. Billy frowned. Wasn't this too much? Someone spoke up for her. Justicey, Brother Luo, I think you've miscalculated. Brother Ralph said she only needs 1.5 litres, and you've already given 2. Ashton clicked his tongue. Why are you all so naggy? Don't I know when it's enough? Line up properly and stop talking nonsense. Justice handed the bucket to Billy, his eyes glued to her body, and with a pleading smile, Justicey is your water, beautiful. Billy didn't reach out to take it. Take it. Justice reached to grab her hand. Billy subtly stepped back, and Ashton grabbed at empty air. She shook her head. You've given too much. Daring to avoid him. Damn Rosa, turning down his kindness. Ashton's smug smile vanished immediately. Justice tossed the ladle into the bucket with a slap, glaring at Billy with dark eyes, then emptied a portion of the water back into the bucket without expression. Then he dropped the bucket on the ground with a heavy thud, the water splashing over Billy from the impact. Billy's face darkened. Are you acting out of embarrassment? Humiliated in public and exposed by Billy, Ashton's face turned black as he snarled, pick up your stuff and scram, or you won't get a single drop of water. She glanced at the less than half bucket of well water left, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Well, what if I don't go? Today she had come alone with nothing but the bucket. In broad daylight, she couldn't use the space power easily. But if a real confrontation was necessary, she did have options. Just as her hand quietly slipped into her pocket, she remembered there were several cans of pepper spray and a small dagger in the space. Ashton, who had grown accustomed to being flattered, was unused to anyone standing up to him like this. Justice clicked his tongue again, about to start cursing. Brother Luo, calm down, calm down. She didn't mean it. There's no point in arguing with Rosa. Little brother Zhao saw the tension escalating and hurriedly stepped in to mediate, giving Billy meaningful looks. In his view, Billy, as a Rosa, was at a disadvantage facing Ashton and his group. Unfortunately, both sides ignored his good intentions. You fucker, back off, what business is it of yours? Ashton shoved little brother Zhao away and pointed arrogantly at Billy, bitch, turning down my offer. Since you're so disrespectful, don't ever come back here. With that, he kicked over the water bucket. Clang. Water spilled onto the dry earth, seeping in quickly and disappearing. So wasteful, someone muttered in the crowd. Ashton, resembling a ruffled lion, lashed out at anyone who's defending her. If I hear another word, you'll end up just like her. The crowd fell silent. Satisfied with his intimidating presence, Ashton gloated. Justice kicked the bucket near Billy's feet, still not leaving. Do you think you're something special because no one dares oppose you? Billy asked slowly. I don't know which mountain Thomas has climbed this time, but I'm sure many hope it crumbles. What if I report this to headquarters? Do you think they'll seize the opportunity to make a fuss? It doesn't matter to me if I get less water. But do you think Thomas can stay arrogant after losing his support? She finished in one breath, staring straight at him. Visibly panicked, Ashton wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Justice was fully aware of the political dynamics following the Agricultural Research Institute incident. Jason's people took the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Justice family, already pushing Thomas to the forefront of controversy. Thomas had begged and pleaded, finally managing to hitch a ride with Jason's operation. If Billy really reported today's incident, and if the political rivals got hold of this, Ashton swallowed nervously, he would absolutely be ripped apart alive by Thomas. Billy was also making a gamble. She bet that Ashton didn't have the guts. In her heart, she knew such things happened every day. Which leader would care about the life or death of an insignificant person? If she went to the command center alone to report, she probably wouldn't even get past the door. Alberts. I'll go with you. Bonnie pushed through the crowd and walked to Billy's side, while Alfie and Albert Freya also squeezed in. They were originally in another queue, but hearing the faint argument from the front, they realized it involved their own, so they hurriedly rushed over to support Billy. Seeing Ashton and his few minions surrounding Billy with ill will, and the water bucket rolling on the ground covered in mud, Bonnie instantly became indignant and put her hands on her hips. You big men bullying a little girl, do you have any shame? Alfie and Albert Freya quickly checked Billy from head to toe, relieved she wasn't hurt. Alfie was also on leave today, accompanying the two women to fetch water. Justice heard what Billy said just now and echoed her words. The command center will not tolerate those who bully the weak or rely on others' power to intimidate people. Rest assured, I'll report this to the leadership when I return tomorrow. The higher-ups, you must report this situation for us commoners. My grandson drinks less water than what he spilled on the ground just now. It was the same elder from before, returning and grabbing Alfie's hand pleadingly. Alfie had only intended to scare Ashton, not expecting anyone to take it seriously. Finding himself in an awkward position, he could only continue pretending. Haha, Zechariah, I'm not a leader, but I will certainly report everything that happened today to the leadership. No one who uses the government's name to oppress the people will escape. Ashton didn't recognize Alfie but thought he might work in the government based on his tone, which made him immediately panic. This has gone too far. The other four young men immediately distanced themselves from Ashton at these words. Brother, you should be more discerning, we didn't lay a hand on anyone. Chapter 116, Applying for an Internship. Ashton was drenched in sweat. What should he do? Admit his mistake and lower his head? How could he continue to get by afterward? Be stubborn? But he couldn't be that obstinate, he admitted to himself. Between dignity and a job, he chose the latter without hesitation. A wise man doesn't fight when it's not worth it. Ha ha ha, Justice gave a dry laugh. It's so hot, don't let your tempers flare. I just made a joke because Xiaomai looked cute. No need to take it seriously. Justice bent down to pick up the bucket, seeing mud all over it. Justice looked around for a cloth but found none. So he wiped the mud off with the hem of his shirt. 1.5 liters, right? Justice picked up the Big Dipper, carefully measuring out 3 full scoops into the bucket. Justicey, hold it steady. Justice smiled pleasantly and handed the bucket to Billy. Billy, who stood close by, noticed the corners of his mouth twitching with forced smiles. Seeing her advantage, she took the bucket. Noticing she wasn't arguing back, Ashton sighed inwardly with relief and said to Albert Fu and the others with a smile, "Are you also here to fetch water? Which building are you from? I can get it for you now." Albert Fu waved his hand. "No need, we'll queue at the back." "You truly have fine conduct," Ashton flattered generously. Bonnie couldn't stand Ashton's hypocritical demeanor and hurriedly pulled Billy out of the crowd. They joined the queue at the very end again. After exchanging a few words with Bonnie, Billy returned home. In the corridor, she met Godwin assisting Fern upstairs. Billy looped the bucket on her arm and went forward to help. "Inna, it's you." Seeing Billy, Godwin's lips curled into a smile. Noticing the bucket slung across her shoulder, he asked, "Just fetched some water?" "Albert's, Teacher Huang." "What's going on?" Fern explained, still sounding somewhat weak. "Sigh, all because of me. I felt dizzy and listless a few days ago. Your Christopher Huang insisted on taking me to the hospital. I've been there for 2 days and only just returned. I caused a lot of trouble." Godwin didn't agree with her at all. "Mom, it's a good thing Dad brought you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know you were suffering from heat stroke. You're stubborn and have heart disease. You can't be like others." Supporting Fern, they entered room 1502. It was already 7 p.m. Upon opening the door, a wave of steamy heat hit them. The room was even more stifling than outside. Abel had gone to queue for water and wasn't home at the moment. Godwin hurried to open all the windows, letting fresh air circulate. Billy helped Fern sit on the sofa, who kept muttering, "I know my own body. A night's sleep would have cured it. Going to the hospital just caused you more trouble. You're always busy, yet you had to leave work to take care of me." Godwin searched the kitchen for water but couldn't find any. "I'm not that busy. You know our department is lacking in medical supplies and staff, only the traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture department is really busy." "Mom, where did you put the water?" "In the third cabinet above the corner, deepest inside. You need to reach in, it's in a black plastic bag." Straining, Godwin finally found 2 sealed bottles of water. "Mom, why did you hide the water? Isn't this what I brought last time? Why didn't you drink it?" Fern retorted stubbornly, "Your father and I can't drink that much usually." Godwin didn't respond. Justice knew his parents didn't want to waste good water and wanted to save it for him. Justice got 2 cups, poured water, gave one to Billy and another to Fern. Billy declined, indicating she wasn't thirsty. "Inna, what have you been busy with recently?" Sitting on the opposite couch, Godwin asked curiously. This month he hadn't seen Billy at all, and whenever he came back before, she would come running to ask him questions about her studies. Billy immediately understood his implication, blushing slightly as if caught not doing her homework. I've been busy with family matters lately. Busy with business." "Oh." Godwin didn't press further. "Actually, you've studied theory enough. What you lack is practical experience." Justice sighed lightly. "Unfortunately, there are plenty of patients coming in daily to our hospital. Too bad. Diseases that could once be treated easily now worsen helplessly under their eyes. Not just patients, many doctors and nurses in their hospital fell ill due to the extreme heat. Some never rose again after collapsing." Billy felt a slight stir within her. Theory alone is shallow. She couldn't improve faster without hands-on practice. With nothing to do at home, it might be better to try getting some training at the hospital. "You mean, you want to intern at our hospital?" Godwin suspected he had heard wrong. "Alberta, with my half-baked skills, do you dare to take me on? Before the apocalypse, let alone someone like Billy who self-studied without certification, even medical undergraduates wouldn't have a chance. It was unimaginable." Godwin smiled bitterly and said, "Now it's not about whether we dare or not. Our department has to take turns using even a bottle of saline solution. You won't learn much if you come here." But Justice suddenly seemed to think of something, then shook his head and dismissed the idea. "But what?" Billy's curiosity was piqued. "Bartolomeo in the traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture department is indeed very busy and short of assistants. Unfortunately, he sets the bar too high. Even our professional doctors here can't meet his standards. You definitely don't stand a chance." Billy supported her chin with both hands as she pondered. With her current level, there was no way she could make it. She had to think of a workaround. "Right. Teacher Huang, does Bartolomeo need medicines?" She thought of the massive stockpile of complete sets of TCM equipment and herbal medicines in her spatial bag. She only knew a bit of traditional Chinese medicine, couldn't even locate acupoints accurately, and didn't know how to use those tools. They might as well be put to good use instead of staying idle in the spatial bag. She could keep a few sets for backup. Godwin nodded subconsciously. Of course they are lacking. How could they not lack? Justice heard that their department now dared not throw away disposable acupuncture needles, sterilizing them by fire and reusing them. What are you asking this for? Billy tilted her head and smiled. If I could provide a little sponsorship, do you think Bartolomeo would agree to my internship application? Chapter 117, Bringing Resources to the Team. County Hospital. French was pulled out of the examination room by Godwin. Frowning as he listened to the first half of Huang's explanation, she couldn't help but interrupt. Stop. I'm still busy inside. You called me out just for this. Justice assumed Billy was a student seeking an internship through connections, and he had a strong aversion toward such people. Moreover, she wasn't even from a medical background, having only self-studied for a few months before wanting to intern. It seemed like a joke to him. His first thought was that she was one of those wealthy second-generation kids who treated the hospital like a place for play and life experience. No matter how much Godwin praised Billy's natural talent, French immediately rejected her without hesitation and turned to leave briskly. She said she can provide us with sponsorship. In desperation, Godwin shouted after French. Chi's confident stride came to an abrupt halt. Justice turned around, disbelief etched on his face. What did you say? Huang repeated. She mentioned that she has some medical equipment and traditional Chinese medicines to donate to us, but the condition was that she be allowed to intern here. The bald-faced favoritism made Huang uneasy, and his voice grew quieter as he spoke. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Where is she? When can she come over? French hurried back, grabbing Huang by the collar, anxiously asking. Does this mean you agree? For heaven's sake, don't dilly-dally. Go get her over here quickly. To Godwin's surprise, what Billy called a little sponsorship turned out to be 2 large boxes of traditional Chinese medical instruments, 10 boxes of herbal medicines, even 2 large boxes of iodifer antiseptic and 4 boxes of Western medicine. When Billy hauled a full cartload of supplies to the hospital, all the medical staff were stunned. Holy cow! Someone couldn't help but blurt out in shock. Is this really for us? Am I dreaming? A chief physician stared wide-eyed at a nearby nurse, saying, pinch me. Seeing everyone standing frozen, Billy shouted, Justicey, are you going to let me do this all by myself? Though she had found a dark corner near the hospital to load everything onto the cart, it was still heavy work under the hot sun, pulling these supplies several hundred meters. She was drenched in sweat. Bernie had already taken Goran to work, so there was no one to help her pull the cart. Thinking about it now, she felt a bit aggrieved. Finally reacting, the others rushed forward to help unload. Amoxicillin. What's this? Ibuprofen. A whole box of ibuprofen. Justice Evans, come see. Acupuncture needles, electrode pads, moxocones. Oh my god, how long has it been since I smelled the scent of traditional herbs? So fragrant. Godwin's jaw almost dropped off. Justice knew Billy was capable, but not to this extent. Even the medicines that had the hospital director worrying until his hair fell out, she managed to gather in such large quantities. Jiayu, where did you get all this? I know a boss with good connections. I've been working for him recently. An excuse used everywhere. How much must all this cost? It doesn't cost anything. Our boss is very kind-hearted and can't bear to see suffering. So she's using me to give some love. What a wonderful person. Billy praised herself without a hint of embarrassment. Director Huang, don't let the new colleague stand outside. Let's go inside and talk, a colleague reminded. Word of Bartolomeo taking on an apprentice had spread throughout the hospital. Initially, when Billy arrived, everyone watched curiously and complained together at the door. In these times, who would still hold resources and think of work and internships instead of personal gain? They must be silly. But once they saw the supplies, no one dared speak ill of her anymore. That's little junior sister. Are you junior sister Jiayu? Let me introduce myself. My name is Darian, also an assistant to Bartolomeo. Welcome to our team. A tall, thin boy extended his hand to her, his smile pure and scholarly. Justicello, senior brother Hyman. Billy politely shook his hand. Come, let me show you around our department. On the way, Darian introduced the layout of the departments to Billy. This building houses all outpatient clinics. The ward is behind it. The cafeteria is in the 2-story building next to the ward. Our department is on the 7th floor of this outpatient building. Power is prioritized for critical machines, so the elevators are out of service. We'll have to take the stairs. Leading Billy up the emergency staircase beside the elevator, he hadn't expected to find patients sprawling in the hallways, sitting or lying down amidst the corridors. Some were wrapped in bandages that had long turned yellow and frayed, some had wet towels on their foreheads, some half closed their eyes to rest, while others groaned softly. The pain had already drained them of the strength to cry out loud. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, they only slowly raised an eyelid to check if they were in the way before closing their eyes again. A middle-aged man had been lying right in the middle of the hallway's tiles, cooling off. His shirt front had already been cut open, revealing a chest covered with red blisters. His chest was smeared with some unidentifiable ointment, black and foul-smelling, attracting flies that kept hovering over the wound. When someone beside him told him to move, he struggled to prop himself up, his pale face contorted in agony, as each movement seemed like a massive torment. Beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead and chest, winding their way to the wound, causing him to inhale sharply through gritted teeth. Darian stopped for a moment to glance at his wound, reminding him to find a nurse to clean it and keep it dry. On the 3rd floor, cries of anguish could be heard through the doorway. Billy poked her head in and saw a Rosa kneeling in the corridor, holding a child in her arms and wailing loudly. She wasn't crying for the child in her arms but for the man now lying on the ground. 3 medical staff were kneeling in front of the man, trying to save him. Administer antipyretics, high-flow nasal cannula oxygen, connect the heart monitor. The man lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his gaunt face already emaciated beyond recognition. His prominent cheekbones looked like two small hills, and his hands were clutched tightly by the rosa, resembling withered vines. At this moment, his face showed no trace of life, and if not for the faint movement of his fingertips, he could easily have been mistaken for a corpse. "Doctors, please, save him, please," the rosa cried hysterically. Justice's son had a persistent high fever, so she and her Nikki came to get treatment. But before they could even enter the examination room, her Nikki suddenly collapsed, unresponsive to any calls. The rosa couldn't comprehend how someone who had been laughing and talking with her one moment could collapse without warning the next. "You need to move aside." A nurse brought in an AED and pushed the rosa aside. "Justice Art has stopped beating, oxygen saturation is 80%, can't measure blood pressure," the nurse said rapidly. "Continue oxygen administration, prepare for defibrillation." Chapter 118 First Day of Internship. Sai, another one who has literally worked himself to death. In the past few months, while most people were confined at home, many had suffered from varying degrees of malnutrition and originally poor physical conditions. Coupled with the continuous extreme heat, countless people suddenly collapsed while walking. Those who were brought to the hospital felt like their oil was all dried up, their vitality depleted. The outcome could be seen almost immediately. What was truly cruel wasn't death, but despair. Darian waved his hand in front of Billy's eyes. "Don't stare. Let's go." They carefully climbed to the 7th floor. "We're here." Darian led Billy to turn right into the traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, clinic. The number of patients here was almost as many as those on all the floors below combined. It could be described as crowded beyond measure. People jammed densely in the hallways, examination rooms, even at the nurses' guidance counters. Doctors called numbers purely by shouting out loud. When Billy stepped inside, it felt like she was trying to board a train during the spring festival travel rush. Darian explained timely, "The other departments downstairs have long stopped medication. Western medicine is dead without drugs and instruments, so patients have no choice but to come to our department. TCM treats diseases flexibly based on individuals, timing, and location. When Western medicine can't find the location and cause of diseases or test indicators, it's virtually unable to treat. However, TCM has methods for treatment as long as there are symptomatic manifestations and patient discomfort. But their department's traditional Chinese medicine herbs were also running out, and many electrotherapy, infrared instruments couldn't work without electricity, leaving them to rely mainly on acupuncture, massage, and other such treatments to help relieve pain. Justicey, everyone, please move aside, excuse us, excuse us." Darian turned back and urged Billy to follow quickly while shouting loudly and pushing forward hard. They squeezed their way into the consultation room. To accommodate more people, the original 10 square meter consultation room had its walls knocked down, all partitions removed, forming a large open space. Even so, Billy still felt there was barely any room to stand when she entered. About a dozen treatment beds were pushed together, forming a large communal bed. Men and women were sprawled out with their shirts pulled up, exposing their backs and half of their buttocks. It seemed that these people had transcended gender, feeling no shame in revealing their bodies. Compared to those sitting on chairs or standing on the ground, having a bed to lie on was already a luxury. No matter who it was, everyone had either long silver needles stuck into various parts of their bodies or cups attached for cupping therapy. "Master, I've brought the junior sister over." Darian shouted into the crowd. There wasn't a single person wearing a white coat. Billy couldn't find Bartolomeo at all. A thin Zechariah wearing glasses, a white tank top, flip-flops, and with sparse hair, held a long needle in his hand. Justice peeked at them from behind the crowd before retreating again. "Hurry up and get to work." Upon receiving this order, Darian told Billy, "Master is busy. Junior sister, just follow me for now." Billy looked again at that unremarkable Zechariah, lost in the crowd. "Is he Bartolomeo?" Darian answered with a simple aha and swiftly took out a traditional sphygmomanometer to start checking blood pressure. "Junior sister, come here. I'll teach you how to measure blood pressure. Each patient must have their heart rate and blood pressure checked before admission. Ask about their basic condition, record it, and thento one of the 3 attending physicians. Oh, let me introduce you. That beauty in the blue short sleeve, with her hair in a bun and looking perpetually annoyed, is Lisbeth." Darian whispered to Billy as he spoke, "Lisbeth is going through menopause. She's got a bad temper, so stay out of her way. There's also the chubby guy in the far corner, working hard to give patients massages. That's senior brother Young. And since the timers don't work without power, you need to manually keep track of the acupuncture times and remind the attending doctors when it's time. Also, we're out of disinfectant. The water for washing hands and clean towels are in the blue bucket, while the red bucket's water is for cleaning." Without waiting for the other party to speak, she waved at him. "See you tomorrow." The evening cafeteria served roasted potatoes and boiled Chinese cabbage. There was no need to mention the potatoes. The Chinese cabbage seemed to have been taken from some cold storage, stale from who knows when. Once cooked, it became even more watery, without any texture of vegetables. She put down her chopsticks after just a few bites. Living again, Billy suddenly found herself picky about food. In her previous life, even if it fell on the muddy ground, she would scramble to pick it up and stuff it into her mouth. Just as her clothes were already soaked with sweat. As soon as she stepped out of the gate, the warm night breeze blew away the moisture on her body, and amidst the sultry heat, she felt a hint of coolness. The night was dark, with only faint light emanating from the windows of the hospital. The distant blackness resembled ink. You. Billy turned her head. Bernie was leaning against the stone pillar beside the gate, smiling and waving at her. Stevie, why did you come? Billy noticed that the back of his shirt and pants were already wrinkled and covered with dust, indicating he had been sitting at the entrance for quite a while. I was worried about you, so I came to pick you up. Justice effortlessly took the backpack off Billy's back and carried it himself. Then he pulled out a small thermos from his own backpack. Come, here's liver and vegetable porridge I cooked tonight. I guess you probably didn't eat well at the hospital, drink it quickly. Justice unscrewed the lid and handed it to Billy. The rich aroma of meat mixed with rice wafted into her nostrils. She picked up the thermos and cautiously tried the temperature with her lips. Drink it with peace of mind. I made sure it cooled down before putting it in. Bernie couldn't help but laugh at her cautious manner. She took a small sip, and it was warm and perfect for sipping. Let's go home. Okay. Chapter 119 Untitled. Over the next few days, Billy reported for duty promptly at 6:30 a.m. every day. Although she had joined the team with funding, there was no chance for her to slack off. The temperatures in the early morning and late evening were still tolerable, but staying in the rooms from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. felt like being in hell on earth. Even with the electric fan powered by a generator, the air it blew out carried scorching heat, making the air visibly distorted. Neither the doctors nor the patients could bear it. So whenever it reached the critical point, everyone would automatically carry chairs and tables and other equipment to the basement, set up stalls, and continue their work there. The county hospital is an old campus that did not plan for an underground garage during its construction. This basement was dug by these medical staff and families of patients one shovel at a time after the high temperature hit. Limited by conditions and safety, the entire basement is not large, less than 200 square meters. It is insufficient to accommodate all the patients. Therefore, the hospital allocated half of the space for critically ill patients, who stay in the basement both morning and night. However, those with mild symptoms, outpatient patients, and medical staff still have to endure the high temperatures and remain on the ground level for diagnosis. At this moment, everyone crowded into the small basement, so close together they could almost feel each other's hot breath on their faces. There was no air conditioning. No ice either. What remained was the relentless heat and body odor they couldn't escape from. Even though her sweat had already soaked through her mask, Billy didn't dare to take it off. For a moment, she questioned why she chose to put herself through such hardship. However, when patients showed gratitude and smiled because of pain relief, Billy suddenly didn't feel the struggle as much. A busy day made time fly quickly. Lunch was delivered to the basement by the cafeteria workers and distributed among everyone. Everyone got the same meal. 2 baked potatoes and a bowl of boiled broccoli. Bland and tasteless. Salt was now a scarce commodity. Billy had adapted to this life as she had done in her previous incarnation, eating potatoes and drinking vegetable soup while nimbly spitting out the residue. Doctors and nurses from several departments gathered to eat and chat. Cullen, why did you choose to intern at our hospital? What does your family do? A nurse voiced what everyone was wondering. Billy replied, I'm just an ordinary person. I came here because I was bored at home and wanted to learn something. Thanks to Bartolomeo for taking me in. Nobody believed she was ordinary. A whole truckload of medicine, even in the past, no commoner would be so generous as to donate it freely. Cullen, do you know your batch of medicine saved 2 critically ill patients on the first day? Alberts, those 2 had bacterial infections, 1 pneumonia and 1 acute diarrhea. They were practically waiting to die. Who knew antibiotics from Cullen came at the critical moment, truly a stroke of luck. Curiosity about where Billy obtained so many medicines arose again. She repeated her earlier explanation. That's really a good deed. Don't underestimate those medicines. Last time, I heard a patient's family complaining about how expensive amoxicillin has become outside. I've heard that too. They're life-saving drugs. If the families can gather enough money, they're willing to buy them. Oh, in this world, people are heartless and the moral climate is declining. Some even make money from disasters. But don't say that. Isn't the boss that Cullen knows a great benefactor? These things could have earned him several houses if he sold them. Such people are rare nowadays. Don't be too conservative, not just a few houses. If my family member were sick, I'd pay 10 houses for a single medicine, no kidding. Billy silently drank her vegetable soup, listening to the conversation. Cullen, when will you introduce us to this great benefactor? With so many donations, we must thank him properly. A department head suddenly asked. Billy chuckled and said, sure, I'll pass on your thanks. But he's very busy. I only worked under him for a short time and barely know him well. Justice happened to hear that I wanted to study in a hospital and also intended to donate, so he sent the medicine through me. It's not easy to contact him every time, and he mentioned he donates anonymously without seeking recognition. She knew those medicines could only help temporarily. On her first day, the dean thanked her in the traditional Chinese medicine department and tried to subtly inquire about the person behind her, clearly with ulterior motives. But being too visible attracts attention and criticism, and she couldn't do much more now. Suddenly, there was commotion among the crowd. Doctor, Justice help, someone's in trouble here. Upon hearing the cry, all medical staff immediately set down their bowls and rushed toward the source of the sound. Billy followed suit. A large crowd had already gathered in a circle, and when the doctors arrived, they automatically opened a path. In the center of the circle, an elderly man lay unconscious on the ground. A stainless steel bowl was upside down next to him, its contents spilled all over the floor, mixing with a yellowish-white mess. A middle-aged man knelt beside the elderly man, anxiously shaking him. Dad, wake up. The internal medicine doctor arrived first, squatting down to pry open the Zechariah's eyelids and then taking out a stethoscope from his coat to listen to his heartbeat. Another doctor saw that his colleague was already examining and turned to the middle-aged man. What's your relationship with the patient? The man was sweating profusely with worry. He is my father. Doctors, you must save him. What's the situation with your father? The Zechariah showed no response to the doctor's examination, which frightened the man. I don't know. A few days ago, my dad hurt his leg. We kept treating it for 2 days but it didn't get better, and instead got more swollen. Today, we came to check his leg. Just now, while eating, he suddenly said his head hurt, then he vomited all over the floor and fainted. I couldn't wake him up no matter how I called him. The man grew more and more afraid, grabbing the doctor's wrist pleadingly. Doctor, there's nothing wrong with my dad, right? Justice only hurt his leg. Has your father ever had any cardiovascular diseases? The doctor examining the elderly man now looked up. Justice, he has high blood pressure and heart problems. Justice had a stent implanted a few years ago, and also diabetes. The man's voice became quieter. The blood pressure has suddenly risen significantly, over 250/150, with diastolic pressure increasing more than systolic. The doctor gave an almost imperceptible shake of the head to his colleague. His optic disc shows signs of edema, likely due to intracranial hypertension. It could be caused by a brain tumor or clot, but we need imaging to confirm. His colleague frowned. But our X-ray machine hasn't worked for a long time. If it were indeed this serious, intravenous medication would be necessary. If intracranial pressure continued to worsen, procedures like ventricular puncture drainage or decompressive craniectomy might be required. The 4 medications were unavailable. While the operating room was operational, there was only one, and many critically ill patients were waiting. They could try to expedite surgery for such an emergency, but 3 other critical cases were ahead of him, and as doctors, they couldn't prioritize. Where's Bartolomeo? Get him here quickly. Traditional Chinese medicine could diagnose and provide some treatment. If they could keep the patient stable until surgery, there was hope. After searching, they realized Bartolomeo hadn't been seen at lunch. Someone then remembered. Bartolomeo finished his morning shift and is on rest this afternoon. What about Lena? Lena was the second in charge of the traditional Chinese medicine department. But at this critical moment, none of them were around. She was here just now. The man was almost crying. Doctor, what should I do for my dad? Please treat him now. Everyone remained silent. Just as things seemed dire, a clear voice spoke up. Shall I give it a try? Chapter 120, A Hidden Master. The situation was urgent, and Billy felt a twinge of regret after she spoke. In front of so many professional doctors, what could she, a half-trained novice, do? Cullen, you've only been here for a few days. Can you really handle it? Just as her colleagues were also doubtful about Billy's medical skills. Everyone knew how Bartolomeo's disciple had come to be. After taking her in, he never really supervised her. To them, Billy was nothing more than a figurehead. Everyone was waiting for her to buckle under the pressure and quit halfway. Alberts, Cullen, the patient is in critical condition. Any mistake could be life-threatening. Don't force yourself. A colleague has already gone to look for Dr. Fong. Let's just wait. Darian also persuaded, junior sister, our skills are still not refined enough. Let's wait for senior sister. Justice had only been there for a few months and dared not intervene. Just as Darian finished speaking, the elderly man on the ground vomited another large mouthful of yellow liquid, and his limbs began to convulse as if they were being electrocuted. Dad, what's wrong with you, Dad? The man, scared by his father's state, grabbed the doctor's arm and started crying out, Doctors, please save him. My father can't wait any longer. If no one takes care of him now, he will die. Has Dr. Fong been found? The internal medicine doctor asked. It had already been over 10 minutes, yet there was still no news. A colleague shook his head. Even the person who went to look for Dr. Fong was nowhere to be seen. Billy looked at the elderly man with white hair, twitching on the ground, and suddenly thought of Thompson. Back when she was in high school, one day after returning home from school, she opened the door to find her grandpa lying on the ground, clutching his chest, his face deathly pale. Should I give it a try? Billy mustered her courage and stepped forward. The colleagues glanced at the patient on the ground and then at Billy. If no action was taken, the patient might not last until Dr. Fong returned. Biting their lips, they made way for her. Senior brother, please help prop up his upper body to about 30 degrees, Billy instructed Darian, who hesitated for a moment but followed her instructions. Even though the colleague had already examined the patient, she still placed her hand on the Zechariah's wrist to feel his pulse. The pulse was deep, thin, and weak. She then gently pried open the Zechariah's mouth. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. His tongue appeared dull, swollen, with tooth marks along the edges or even blood spots, covered with white coating. It was a case of excess above and deficiency below, with phlegm obstructing the channels. At this moment, only the method of promoting blood circulation and unblocking the meridians could provide temporary relief. She remembered that among the herbs she had donated, there were several suitable for this condition. After some deliberation, she determined a prescription and told Darian, senior brother, please go and prepare a decoction of perilla seed decoction for descending Qi and Bu Yang Huan Wu Tang. Darian had never seen such a composed and serious Billy before. For a moment, he was stunned, then quickly reacted. Oh, okay. While Darian went to prepare the herbs, Billy quickly took out her portable acupuncture pillow, sterilized it simply, and had the man remove the Zechariah's shoes and socks. Zusanli, Shangjushu. She silently recited the names of the acupoints, carefully locating them. Electric acupuncture would have been convenient, but it wasn't available now, so she had to use traditional methods. Traditional acupuncture required needle manipulation and technique. The key was to insert the needle into the patient's acupoint and then apply techniques such as twisting, lifting, inserting, or tapping to produce sensations of soreness, numbness, distension, and pain, what was medically known as getting the chi. Billy was inwardly nervous but managed to keep her hands steady, inserting and withdrawing the needles smoothly. In the eyes of Darian and others, her actions oddly evoked images of Bartolomeo performing acupuncture. Sweat trickled down her hairline onto the cement floor, quickly evaporating without a trace. Suddenly, the elderly man, who had shown no reaction earlier, let out a moan. "Dad, are you awake?" The man immediately rushed over. "Don't move," Billy sternly commanded. "I'm not done yet. Be careful not to touch the needles." The man instantly shrank back, not daring to make any further movements. Billy steadied her mind, completed the final needles, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground. She was utterly exhausted. During the procedure, she hadn't noticed it, but now she realized her legs had long since gone numb from squatting. By now, Darian had prepared the medicine and helped the elderly man drink it. "Junior sister, he's actually awake." Indeed, he used the word actually. In his mind, and everyone else's, no expectations had been placed on Billy. Now, her colleagues looked at her differently. With the elderly man now awake, nurses naturally came to take care of him. The colleagues returned to the small table where they were eating and continued their interrupted meal. The conversation shifted entirely from curiosity about Billy's background to admiration of her medical skills. "Cullen, you're amazing. You know, when I saw you step up, I was incredibly worried, fearing that you might." A colleague stopped mid-sentence. "Afraid I might kill someone?" Billy finished her sentence. The colleague chuckled awkwardly to cover up her embarrassment. Billy shrugged. "Actually, I'm scared too. After all, apart from that time with Ralph's wife, this was only her second practical experience. And this time, it was in front of so many people. If anything went wrong, there could be a doctor-patient conflict." She found it unbelievable herself that the Zechariah woke up. Perhaps his physical condition was good enough, or maybe he woke up on his own. Regardless, it was best that he had regained consciousness. The internal medicine director, who examined the elderly man, couldn't help but praise her, living up to being Bartolomeo's disciple. Each one is better than the last. The patient's symptoms were already very evident when I saw him earlier, accompanied by several underlying conditions, making it extremely dangerous. "Albert, you managed to bring him back." "That's right, junior sister, you're amazing." Darian gave her a thumbs up. Justice had initially thought Billy was just a rich second generation here for an experience, teaching her every day. It turned out she was a hidden master. Justice wouldn't dare show off in front of her anymore. As everyone continued to laud Billy's skills, a loud call suddenly came from afar. "Dr. Fong is back." Chapter 121 accepted by Bartolomeo. "Where is the patient?" Nicola came running, out of breath, her face flushed from the heat and exertion. Darian smiled at Nicola and pointed to Billy, saying, "Senior sister, don't worry. Sit down and rest for a while. Junior sister Lynn has already administered acupuncture and prescribed medicine to the patient." Unexpectedly, Nicola frowned and rebuked. "What nonsense. How can she do anything when she barely knows a thing? You let an unknown person mess around like this, showing no respect for human life." Darian wanted to explain, but Nicola wouldn't listen. Turning to Billy, she said bluntly, "I don't care what you're doing for fun. I warn you, it's best if you don't touch any patients here. This is not a place for you to play make-believe." Justice, her words were too harsh. Billy's smile slowly faded. She asked herself, in these few days, hadn't she been diligent and conscientious in helping out? Even if Bartolomeo never treated her as a disciple, she had never been the least bit lax. Whenever she didn't understand something, she would ask questions shamelessly. She could say that her attitude was correct, positive, and ambitious. How did Nicola think she was playing? After venting her anger, Nicola asked Darian, "Where is the patient? Quickly take me there. Hanging around with people of questionable character all day long, what are you doing? If anything happens to the patient, watch out when your master returns." She was speaking to Darian, but her eyes were fixed on Billy. Darian opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. The atmosphere turned awkward. Doctor, my father. A middle-aged man ran up, breathing heavily, holding something in his hand. Nicola frowned and cut in first. "Is your father the patient who was comatose due to intracranial hypertension?" The middle-aged man instinctively replied with an R when the doctor asked him. "Hurry up and take me to him. Intracranial hypertension is very dangerous. Any delay could be troublesome." Without another word, she grabbed the man and tried to go. But the middle-aged man didn't move, looking at her oddly. "What? Hurry up and lead the way." Nicola, seeing no movement from the man, raised her voice sharply. The man scratched his head. Doctor, my father woke up long ago. Justice is eating right now, just fine." After saying that, he took a few steps forward, held up what he was carrying, and offered it to Billy. "Dr. Lin, this is for you. Thank you for saving my father's life." In his dirty hand lay a clean, white-boiled egg. You mean, your father woke up? Nicola couldn't believe it. Just now Xiaola rushed to tell her that the patient was unconscious due to acute intracranial hypertension. How could he have woken up and be eating normally? Alberts, yes, didn't you know? The man answered honestly, thanks to Dr. Lin, my father is saved. She really is a miraculous doctor. As he spoke, he insisted on giving the egg to Billy, completely ignoring Nicola's pale face. Seeing her colleagues look at her as if she were an embarrassment, all words became humiliation. Nicola glared viciously at Darian and left without a word. Darian was bewildered. Why glare at him? Billy graciously declined the man's offer, telling him to give the egg to his elderly father for nourishment. After all, few families could afford eggs at this time. They were a luxury. With the news that surgery was scheduled, the middle-aged man thanked her repeatedly before leaving. The next day, Bartolomeo returned and heard about yesterday's incident. After asking Billy a few medical questions, he surprisingly made her his assistant starting today. Was this acceptance? Darian gave her a thumbs up from where she couldn't see. Keep it up, he encouraged silently. However, ever since following Bartolomeo, Billy was scolded several times severely on the first day because of unconventional techniques. She noted every correction and worked hard to improve. Having demands was beneficial. From that day on, she became busier. Except for meals and bathroom breaks, she was constantly spinning like a top. During this period, she inevitably interacted with Nicola, who often showed displeasure, but Billy didn't mind. Over half a month, Billy visibly lost weight, breaking Aspen and Bernie's hearts. Every evening, Bernie brought a thermos full of soup to ensure she drank it. Half a month of hard work wasn't wasted. Billy's talent gradually emerged, and Bartolomeo grew more satisfied with her performance. Cullen, it's cooling down outside now. Go home early and don't overwork yourself, Bartolomeo told Billy, who was tidying up equipment, as the staff were nearly gone. Alberts, director, I'll go after finishing up here. Talented, obedient, and industrious. How could this disciple not grow on him? Bartolomeo smiled and nodded, reaching into his drawer for a flattened cigarette box. Justice had saved this one cigarette for a long time, unwilling to smoke it, but today he couldn't resist. Justice carefully took out the cigarette, walked to the window, and with a click, lit it, inhaling deeply. There won't be any left after this one, he joked to himself, taking each puff with utmost enjoyment. Billy, who had just packed her bag, saw this scene and made up her mind. She quietly took out 5 cigarettes from her backpack, spatial storage, placed them in Bartolomeo's already opened drawer, and then left silently. These past half a month, Bartolomeo had taken her under his wing more seriously. She could feel that. These few cigarettes would serve as a token of appreciation. Bartolomeo finished his cigarette, savoring the lingering taste in his mouth for a while before reluctantly discarding the butt. Turning back to his desk to pick up his bag to go home, he caught a glimpse of the cigarettes. Justice thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes vigorously. They were still there. Neatly arranged in his drawer were 5 cigarettes. Justice quickly picked up the cigarettes, bringing them close to his nose, confirming it wasn't an illusion. What was going on? A moment ago, his drawer was empty. Where did these cigarettes come from? Justice glanced around. The department was already deserted. Earlier, when he was smoking, only Billy and he were left. Justice was certain no one else had entered afterward. Moreover, in this hospital, doctors, although paid, were barely better off than ordinary people by a small margin. Even 1 cigarette was treasured, let alone 5. No one would give them away so casually without making a sound. The image of Billy busily following him around these past days flashed in his mind. This kid, who had given so much to the hospital earlier, now gave him cigarettes. If he didn't teach her well, it would burn his mouth just thinking about it. At this moment, Billy was completely unaware of Bartolomeo's thoughts. She was holding her thermos, gulping down today's nourishing soup. Bernie had added red dates and wolfberries to the soup, giving it a slight sweetness. Let's go home. Bernie carried her backpack, took the empty bottle, and gently held her hand, walking home under the moonlight. Under the hazy moonlight, their 2 figures were elongated obliquely, peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 122, Stealing Water. These days, Billy has been leaving early and coming home late, leaving Bernie and Aspen to handle all the household affairs. Isidro from the Justice family has approached several times for continued cooperation. Without any way for Bernie to cheat on space, he had to delay by claiming that the boss's supplies were tight. Taking advantage of today's day off, Billy hurriedly asked Bernie to inform Isidro about their evening transaction at the usual spot. As time went by, the underground water began showing signs of drying up. The well beside the neighborhood had hit rock bottom several times. Now it was the 3rd time they had to dig deeper. Though they still managed to find water, its quality was far inferior to what it was a month ago, all yellow mud water. The amount each person could claim also decreased sharply from 1 liter to 300 milliliters, reducing by 1/3. It seemed like they returned to the days of receiving relief food, but at least the water back then was clean. TSK, you wouldn't know, do you? Thomas and his gang are real scumbags. They save the clear water that has settled overnight for themselves or exchange it for goods. We ordinary people can only get the muddy water from the bottom, Aspen said angrily. Billy glanced sideways. Would everyone agree to this? Of course not. What use is it? That bunch of thugs are burly and strong, guarding under the guise of authority. Anyone who objects is dragged away under the pretext of causing trouble. Complaints made to the command center are dismissed with official jargon by subordinates, and no leader ever addresses the issue. Over time, that group has become even more arrogant, openly selling water now. They're just like a mafia, with no other option. Capable people go to ingratiate themselves while others have no choice but to endure in silence. Without Aspen's embellishments, Billy could already imagine the scene. Worse yet, relief food distribution stopped 2 days ago. Given the limitations on manpower, the administration has done its best until now. They distributed heat-resistant sweet potato and potato seeds to every household a month ago, and according to the normal growth cycle, if properly cared for, they should be harvestable by now, so this phase of their mission is considered completed. As for those lazy bums expecting handouts without effort, the government isn't concerned about their survival. In fact, there aren't a few of these people. Old you from 602 and the family from 301 ate all the seeds given by the government. Despite advice from neighbors, they insisted they didn't have enough water and couldn't waste any. Now, when the relief food supply stopped, they immediately started wailing and pleading everywhere, borrowing from all the neighbors in this building, but not a single one agreed to give them anything, Aspen said with a mocking tone, continuing, they even mocked those who kindly advised them, calling them busybodies. Many people got offended. Actually, these improved seeds don't require much water. With the previous well water supply and proper conservation, water shortage shouldn't be an issue. Creak. The door opened from the outside. It was Bernie, drenched in sweat. Billy quickly poured him a cup of ice water. Bernie gulped down the water and then caught his breath. It's set for 9 p.m. tonight at the usual place. Due to recent water scarcity, prices have surged. However, because our cigarettes and alcohol are high quality, we'll stick to the original price this time. But next time might be. Billy nodded, it was reasonable. In another month or so, water would become liquid gold. By the way, I ran into Bonnie outside the community. She wanted to give us some potatoes she grew herself, probably worried our seeds didn't take root and we don't have enough food. I declined saying we had enough. It's too hot, so she didn't come up and just went back. As long as they aren't short on food. After finishing the business, Billy plopped onto the sofa in the living room with a small bowl of milk ice cream, stretching her body. Atilda still, nothing beats being at home, cool and with good treats. Just as a dog wagged its tail and whined around her, circling. The thick tail hitting her was surprisingly powerful. The caretaker hasn't paid attention to it lately. Billy laughed watching the dog act cute and generously gave it a big scoop of ice cream. Don't let it fool you. This guy always acts dead whenever it wants to trick Amy. Besides, it's lactose intolerant. Last time, after Amy put it on the coffee table, it devoured a whole bowl while she was folding clothes and suffered diarrhea all day. Bernie reminded her. Today, it was rare for Billy to eat dinner together at home. Bernie cooked 8 dishes. There were meats and vegetables, soup, and dessert. All tailored to Billy's preferences. Burp Tilda. After finishing her meal, Billy held her belly and accidentally let out a long belch. Bernie's culinary skills were getting more astonishing by the day. Aspen packed up 2 leftover meat dishes in an insulated container. Ayo, you're going out later. Take this to Thompson on your way out and tell him to finish it today, otherwise, it'll go bad tomorrow. Billy glanced at the clock. Joyful moments always seemed to pass so quickly, it was already 8 o'clock. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and called Bernie to set off together. The dog was especially clingy today and insisted on following them. Forget it, bring it along. I'll watch it. Bernie said. Justice had been idle at home lately and had spent no small amount of time training the dog, so he felt confident about this. Under the moonlight, the couple and their dog slowly made their way out of the neighborhood towards the stadium. Suddenly, the dog stopped and refused to move any further, its head pointed toward the dark western fork of the road, nose twitching, growling lowly. Billy didn't understand. What's wrong? Seeing the dog's reaction, Bernie frowned. It must have sensed something. Shall we go check it out? That direction led to the well, which was opposite to where they were heading. Billy thought for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it, mind our own business. Let's get down to the real business. By the well. A small tricycle was parked nearby. Under the moonlight, a large stainless steel bucket with a silvery gleam stood quietly on it. Monkey, who was one of the group, strained his ears for a while. Jamal, what are you doing? Hurry up and work. Monkey pointed to the distant darkness. Enoch Fong, there was some movement over there just now. Upon hearing this, the few men paused their work and listened carefully. Apart from the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind, nothing else could be heard. Ashton mocked. What movement? You're always trying to slack off. Get to work. Thomas frowned, staring into the darkness for a long time before instructing. Forget it. Better safe than sorry. Let's just take what we've got today. Jamal, pour that bucket of water back into the well after loading it onto the vehicle. After saying this, he turned to Ashton. PU, help me lift the well cover back and lock it immediately. Ashton looked at the half-filled bucket on the vehicle, stomped his foot, and grumbled. Sister-in-law, why are you being so cautious? Even if someone sees us, they can't do anything to us. Thomas, seeing his brother-in-law's consistent recklessness and lack of sense, couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. Just do as I say and lift it. Quit talking nonsense. Ashton pouted, reluctantly coming over to lend a hand. This little more than half bucket of water would mean less income for half a year. Justice mumbled unhappily, thinking Thomas was overreacting. Suddenly, Thomas slapped him across the face. Slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed clearly in the night. Chapter 123 Pneumonia. In the darkness, Thomas's muffled curses echoed. If you don't want to do it, go back to your mother's house. Useless moron like you, if not for your sister crying and begging me to take you along every day, would I have been willing to? After scolding Ashton, he beckoned Yusef to help him lift the manhole cover. Until the big lock dropped, Yusef remained silent throughout. Thomas had been stealing water to sell at high prices for quite some time. Initially, when the well water was still abundant, Yusef didn't find it too inappropriate. But since the water level dropped sharply and residents could no longer be assured of daily use, he became increasingly repulsed by their actions. Albert, despite his reluctance, he did not resist. Justice had already boarded this ship. There was no way off now. Fear of defiance was one reason. The second, more pressing, was that he had a child at home to support. He couldn't let the kid starve on potatoes alone. So, he chose silence. Thomas seemed wary of him as well, only involving Jamal and Ashton in contacting buyers, while assigning Yusef to do the rough work, always leaving him with the smallest share. Being able to barely raise his child, he was already grateful. Ralph, tidy up and come with us. Alberts, phone GE, please be careful on the road. Justice obediently agreed, about to leave before suddenly stopping. What? Thomas wasn't dismissing him today as usual. Dear, phone GE? You're letting me come along? Justice pointed at himself. Jamal has family matters today and can't come, so you replace him, said Thomas meaningfully, patting Yusef on the shoulder. Work hard from now on, and you'll get plenty of benefits. Yusef felt uneasy. He didn't wish to get further involved in Thomas's business but dared not refuse. So he humbly answered, Alberts, yes, rest assured, phone GE. In the darkness, Thomas led the way, Ashton rode the bike guiding them, and Yusef silently pushed from behind. Brother-in-law, how is the thing I asked you last time? Ashton's voice panted slightly from cycling. It's being handled. Brother-in-law, when will it be finished? Such impatience displeased Thomas. What are you so anxious about? Brother-in-law, I'm not anxious, it's just been so long, I'm worried you and they might forget. Thomas didn't reply. Ashton added, Brother-in-law, you said the big leader from the government and Black Dragon Gang are friends, they really can deal with that little bitch surnamed Lynn. Shut up. Thomas hushed him quietly, glancing back at Yusef who was pushing the cart diligently, then gave Ashton a look. What nonsense are you talking? What Black Dragon Gang? You've lost your mind. Speak any more rubbish and don't blame me for not showing mercy. Ashton realized his mistake and stopped speaking. But in his heart, he wondered why Thomas didn't want outsiders to know the relationship between the big leader and the Black Dragon Gang. Did Ralph, who followed them around every day, also count as an outsider? Forget it, as long as they could help him deal with Billy, it was fine. Thinking of how Billy had humiliated him, Ashton clenched his teeth in anger. Justice reported the matter to Thomas that day, knowing his brother-in-law had also suffered at the hands of that little witch before, surely he'd help him. Indeed, after hearing this, Thomas told him his influential connection with the Black Dragon Gang could lend a hand in punishing the witch. Since the witch's family was wealthy, the gang would be glad to help. And his only request was for the girl to be handed over to him after the boss was done. Imagining Billy's young and beautiful face and fair skin, Ashton felt a surge of heat rising from within. Exhausted, Yusef dragged his weary body back to his front door. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, the door swung open from inside. Kongyang, baby isn't well. His mother-in-law Stephanie rushed out the moment the door opened. Mom, what do you mean, what's wrong with baby? Yusef asked anxiously. Stephanie wiped her tears. I don't know either. Justice wouldn't eat during night feeding and kept crying, and coughed a bit. I took his temperature, but it wasn't fever, so I thought maybe he was still hungry. But just now, he started foaming at the mouth and wouldn't cry anymore no matter what. Yusef hurried into the room and saw his son lying still on the mat, his face deathly pale with traces of white foam on his lips. Justice gently patted his son's cheeks. Baby, baby. Stephanie followed in, weak and leaning against the door frame. What should we do? Should we take him to the hospital? Yusef quickly picked up his son and dashed out. Mom, follow quickly. Both ran breathlessly until they reached the hospital, heading straight to the emergency room without resting. After listening to baby's lung sounds, the pediatrician said in a grave tone, it's pneumonia. Doctor, what should we do? The doctor shook his head helplessly. We can give him some antiviral or antibiotic medication orally. I don't think he needs cough suppressants or expectorants since his cough isn't severe yet. So please prescribe the medicine as soon as possible. The pediatrician let out a sigh, feeling weary from repeating this over and over, but he still had to say it. We don't have those medications at the moment. The next batch of requested drugs won't be available for another month. Upon hearing this, Stephanie nearly fainted, but Yusef quickly caught her. Doctor, what will happen if my son doesn't take any medication? Justice is currently in the mild stage. If left untreated, his condition could worsen into a severe case with symptoms like breathing difficulties, even leading to heart failure and respiratory failure, which can be life-threatening. Yusef walked home in a daze, holding his son tightly. Stephanie sobbed quietly all the way. My poor grandson, what can we do? How did he suddenly get pneumonia? If baby doesn't make it, how can I face my unfortunate daughter? Yusef didn't have the heart to comfort his mother-in-law. His mind raced, trying to figure out where he could find the necessary medicine. Justice recalled the prescription the doctor just wrote. Aciclovir, penicillin, erythromycin. Penicillin. Penicillin. His eyes lit up as he suddenly looked up. Thomas had recently exchanged for a batch of medicines, and there seemed to be penicillin among them. Justice dashed off in a certain direction without waiting for Stephanie who was shouting after him. I'm looking for Brother Fong, he panted to the gatekeeper. Just moments ago, he had helped Thomas deliver water here before leaving. The gatekeeper acted arrogantly. Who's Brother Fong? I don't know him. Yusef hurriedly explained. Thomas, I need to see Thomas. Please tell him that Ralph has an urgent matter to discuss with him. The gatekeeper remained indifferent. Yusef quickly pulled out the half can of powdered milk given by Thomas as payment today. Big brother, please go and tell him. The gatekeeper sniffed the can and then slowly got up. Wait here. Chapter 124, Elliot betrays. Yusef anxiously waited for nearly half an hour before Thomas's figure slowly approached from the distance. Justice had been called out while in the middle of a business talk, already quite unhappy. Now seeing Yusef holding a child at the door, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Elliot, why did you bring the kid here? Ignoring Thomas's displeasure, Yusef hurried to explain. Brother Fong, my son is sick. The hospital says it's pneumonia. Why aren't you treating him at the hospital? Why come to me? The hospital doesn't have penicillin, Brother Fong. I know you just received a batch of penicillin. Could you give me some? Yusef pleaded. Thomas looked coldly at the man before him. 1 unit of penicillin could fetch him 50 liters of water. If someone was desperate, they might even trade a large apartment. Yusef's only value lay in being obedient and easy to control. In his heart, the comparison was clear. Elliot, to be honest, that batch of medicine was bought by a client the next day. If I had any left, I would definitely give it to you. It's hard to find more now. Just hearing this, Yusef's face turned ashen. Looking at Thomas's expressionless face, he instantly understood. His mouth opened and closed several times before he finally forced a bitter smile, too afraid to offend him. Sorry for disturbing you, Brother Fong. I'll try to find another way. Walking home in despair, Yusef, a nearly 6-foot-tall man, broke down into tears. His parents had passed away long ago, and his wife had also left him. Wasn't this the end for him? Would heaven even take his son away? Billy and Bernie had just completed a transaction and were walking hand in hand on their way home. The dog, having run around outside all day, was especially excited. It ran ahead several times but then circled back when it saw Billy and Bernie walking slowly. Woof. It seemed to spot a dark shadow squatting up ahead and barked softly to alert them. Stevie, there seems to be someone up ahead, Billy remarked. She listened carefully and thought she could hear someone squatting there, with faint cries carried by the wind. This was their usual route home. Bernie exchanged a glance with her, and both silently took out their weapons from their backpacks. Approaching quietly from either side, they surrounded the area. Even when Billy was close, the person remained buried in sobs, completely unaware. His voice seemed familiar. Elliot, she asked tentatively. The person finally looked up, tears streaming down his face under the moonlight. It's really you. What are you doing here? She asked, noticing the baby in his arms. What's wrong with your son? Yusef stood up, swaying slightly. My son has pneumonia. I can't find any medicine for him. So crying here will solve anything? As Billy spoke, her eyes flicked to the baby in his arms, reaching out to touch its forehead. The body temperature was low. In the dim moonlight, she could see the child's cheeks turning slightly purplish red, with labored breathing. It looked like he was having difficulty breathing. Have you been to the hospital? She asked. Yusef nodded dully. Let's go back. She took the child and walked quickly toward home. Feeling the emptiness in his arms, Yusef reacted immediately, hurrying after her. Back at Yusef's house, Stephanie was waiting. Kongyang, did you find any medicine? Seeing Yusef shake his head, her face paled drastically. Without caring about appearances, she collapsed on the ground, covering her face as she cried. Billy handed the child to Yusef. Clear the secretions from his mouth and nose, then open the windows for ventilation. I'll grab my medical kit and come right back. She and Bernie returned home. Though the stethoscope and medicine were actually in her spatial storage, taking them out directly now wouldn't be logical. Jiayu, you're going to treat him? Bernie asked rhetorically. Billy sighed. I delivered this child, I can't bear to do nothing. Yusef isn't a bad person, so let's consider this a good deed. In reality, playing it safe and staying out of it would be best. If someone noticed and started to harbor ill intentions, it would only cause trouble. Bernie didn't object. Justice would support whatever she decided. She found amoxicillin in her spatial storage. There were various causes for pneumonia, and normally, they would conduct tests before administering medication. But under current conditions, amoxicillin was the broadest spectrum antibiotic available. She wrapped 3 pills in paper and stuffed them into the medical kit before rushing downstairs. After confirming it was pneumonia with the stethoscope, she took out the small paper packet and handed it to Yusef. Sister Jiayu, Yusef hadn't expected her to have the medicine, thinking she would administer an injection like before. Give him 1 pill dissolved in water immediately. Seeing his hesitation, she handed it to Stephanie instead. Oh, all right. Stephanie hurriedly took the medicine into the kitchen. These days I've been interning at the hospital. These 3 pills were hard for me to save up. Now they're all given to you. Take good care of your son and don't waste my medicine, Billy said half-jokingly. After hearing this, Yusef was already in tears. Justice looked steadily across. Some people talk sweetly but do the most heartless things. Albert others appear cold but do the warmest deeds. With a thud, he knelt before Billy. This startled her. What are you doing? Sister Jiayu, you have saved my son several times. I, Yusef, might never repay you in this life. If you ever need anything that I can do, just ask. If I hesitate even a bit, may I not die a good death. Justicey, hey, I don't want any return from you. Get up quickly. She was at a loss with Yusef's behavior. Yusef did not get up and continued, Sister Jayu, there's something I must tell you. Thomas and Ashton's gang are plotting against you. But they guard against me and didn't reveal much in front of me. All I heard seems to involve a government leader and also the Wild Dragon Gang. You must be careful when traveling in the future. Billy had long known that she and Thomas didn't get along. But the Wild Dragon Gang? Government leaders? She had never encountered such people. However, looking at Thomas's recent high-spirited demeanor, it seemed he had hooked up with some big figure. If Yusef was right, maybe he wanted to harm her through someone else's hand. So, she nodded and said, okay, I understand. Thank you very much. Yusef shook his head and continued to express his loyalty. You saved my son. This is all as it should be. Rest assured, as long as I stay under Thomas, I will keep an eye on him for you. If he makes any moves, I will inform you immediately. That would be troublesome for you. But you must also pay attention to your safety. Billy did not refuse this time. Chapter 125, The Flood Swept the Dragon King's Temple. After that day, Yusef returned to Thomas's team again. Thomas inquired about his son's condition and offered help if needed. Yusef gave Thomas a cold look at his feigned concern and forced a smile. It's all fine now. Justice wasn't seriously ill and has been getting much better these days. Thomas chuckled, that's good to hear. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely help out where I can. Thank you, Brother Fong. Yusef lowered his head, a trace of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Good. We have another batch of water to deliver tomorrow night. Get some rest and keep your energy up. With that, Thomas strode away. Meanwhile, Billy planned her final water transaction with Donovan. The reason was simple. They had stockpiled enough water for their entire family's lifetime, and the cigarettes stored in the space were nearly depleted. She intended to keep a few as backup and sell the rest. The trading date was set for 3 days later. The next evening, Yusef carried his son to the hospital to find Billy. Billy thought the child's condition had worsened but instead heard shocking news. Ashton was dead. You said Ashton is dead? She asked for confirmation. Yusef looked around to ensure no one was nearby before recounting the events. It happened an hour ago. I was called to deliver water to a buyer with Thomas and others when we were ambushed on the way. Only then did Billy notice the bruises on Yusef's hand and neck. Justice continued, a group of people ambushed us unexpectedly, seeming to have anticipated our route. They demanded the water from our vehicle. Of course, Thomas wouldn't agree. That barrel of water could be exchanged for so many supplies. As he spoke, mockery flickered in his eyes. Justice tried to negotiate with them, but they didn't play by the rules. They started slashing immediately. I was pushing the cart at the back and ran when I saw them with knives. After running several dozen meters, I turned back and saw something shocking. What? Yusef snorted. I saw Thomas push Ashton in front to shield himself from the blades. A big machete sliced right into Ashton's carotid artery. Justice didn't dare mention how Ashton lay on the ground with blood gushing like a fountain, surely not survivable. Thomas seized the opportunity to escape. The attackers only wanted the goods and didn't chase them relentlessly. Yusef and the remaining brothers of Thomas dared not stop, running straight home. To ask why they didn't report it, the water was stolen, and Thomas felt guilty. Having been blackmailed by criminals, how could he dare report it? Holding his son close, Yusef whispered, Justice is busy dealing with his own problems now. I think he won't remember coming after you for a while. Thanks for telling me this. She grabbed a handful of millet to stuff into Yusef's pocket. This was today's welfare distributed by the hospital, reportedly a new variety cultivated by the Agricultural Research Institute. Each staff member received a small handful to try. Yusef sidestepped, avoiding her hand. No, that's not right. I already owe you. I can't accept this. It's not much. Take it to cook porridge for your child. Yusef insisted on not taking it and fled with his son in tow. When Billy returned home after work, she indeed heard Clementine's heart-wrenching sobs from apartment 1601, confirming that she had learned of her brother's death. She wondered whether Thomas would tell her how Ashton died. Of course, Thomas wouldn't say. Regaining his composure upon return, he issued a gag order to everyone involved, claiming they were robbed by bandits who accidentally killed Ashton. No one was allowed to mention the water sale. Clementine collapsed on the floor, lying prone and trembling shoulders revealing her emotional collapse. Tears had long dried from her crying. Sitting on the sofa, Thomas glanced at his wife, walked over, and helped her up. The dead cannot come back to life. You need to take care of yourself, he said, then instructed his daughter Kara, come here and help your mother eat something. Clementine was cautiously supported by Kara to sit at the dining table, her eyes vacant. She only had one brother, born during her parents' hiding across the province because they desperately wanted a son. Justice grew up cherished like a treasure. With Ashton's death, her parents would be devastated. They were elderly and frail, possibly unable to bear such a shock. Who did this? Xiao Piyu is such a coward. He always hides when things happen. How could he catch the attention of bandits? Xiaofeng, you know influential people. You must help Xiao Piyu get revenge. She clutched Thomas, pinning all her hopes on him. Thomas felt uneasy inside, smoothly pulling his hand away. Rest assured, I will definitely avenge this, he promised. Only he knew that this vengeance was for the death of his brother-in-law or for the water being stolen. The next day, as dawn broke, Thomas went out before the temperature rose. Outside the government family compound, Angelo was called out early in the morning by Thomas, still full of resentment from being woken up. Justice better have something important. The moment Thomas met him, he said, the goods were robbed. Angelo was now fully awake. What do you mean? Last night, on our way to deliver water, we encountered a gang of robbers. They not only took the water but also killed one of my men. It seemed they had been expecting us on that route. Angelo frowned. Did you see who they were? Thomas hesitated, looking conflicted. Spit it out. It was dark, and I couldn't see clearly, but one of them seemed to have a dragon tattoo on his arm. Didn't you say Secretary Liang and the Wild Dragon Gang? Angelo quickly covered Thomas's mouth, looking around warily. Do you want to get yourself killed? After some thought, he asked again, are you sure you saw it clearly? If it was really the Wild Dragon Gang, then this would be like the flood sweeping the Dragon King's temple. Thomas nodded seriously. All right, I'll report this to higher-ups. This might not necessarily be the work of the Wild Dragon Gang. There are many people impersonating them these days. I'll notify you once we have the results. The payment for this trip will be as usual. Go find old Yang to collect it. Just tell him I said so. By the way, who was the one who died? My brother-in-law, Ashton, Thomas replied calmly, as if talking about someone unimportant. Angelo choked back the latter half of his sentence. Just give them something to pacify his family and said, you can collect an extra portion later as compensation for his family. Saying this, he patted Thomas on the shoulder. Condolences. Having dismissed Thomas, Angelo hurriedly rushed to a command office. Chapter 126, Donovan wants to redeem himself. Knock knock knock. Come in. It's Fife. What happened? You're all sweaty this early in the morning. In the office, Jason, Adonis, and Annie were having breakfast. Each person had a bowl of clear porridge and a small plate of pickled radish. This was already the best meal they could have here. Mayor Hyman, Director Huang, Christopher. Justice greeted each person one by one before explaining his purpose. A batch of water was raided last night. Jason, unhurried, wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, oh, how much? It wasn't much, only about 100 liters. Adonis scolded, Fife, what's wrong with you, running here for such a petty matter? Angelo frowned, Christopher, the raiders killed someone, and moreover. Just spit it out. What else? And it seems like it was done by the Dragon Fury gang. What did you say? Repeat that. Jason slammed his napkin on the table. They probably didn't know it was our shipment, otherwise, they wouldn't dare, even with 10 times their courage. Annie drank her white porridge and sneered. These incompetent fools don't even realize they're robbing from us. All right, verify it quickly. If it's true, give Braden a good warning. In the future, he should not act recklessly or dare to rob anyone blindly, Jason said. Braden was the leader of the Dragon Fury gang. Just as Angelo was about to leave, Adonis stopped him. Also, remember to comfort the family of the deceased properly. We can't afford any trouble at this critical time. I know, I've already sent them compensation. Adonis waved him off, and Angelo left the room. The room was left with only 3 people. Jason spoke first. This Braden is getting more reckless, not considering the consequences at all. How many times have we cleaned up after him? Doesn't he learn? Fortunately, this time it was us, but if it were Denver's people, it would cause chaos. Albert, the Dragon Fury gang was useful. Justice could fight against Denver for so long mainly because the gang provided support. Otherwise, relying solely on his subordinates running small businesses, how could he compete with the established Justice family? Adonis understood the significance of the Dragon Fury gang to Jason's political career. Just warn him. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll deal with him. On the other side, Thomas, with the compensation money, took Angela to her parents' house. The elders had already heard of their younger son's death. After crying for a day, Thomas's mother-in-law lay bedridden. Mom, please take care of yourself, Thomas said helplessly, standing by the bed. Angela rushed to her mother's side, pulling her hand and weeping. Fang Zhaodi hit her daughter repeatedly with her fists while sobbing. How did you take care of your brother? Our precious APU, he's been gone just a few days with you. How do you have the face to come here? Angela let her mother beat her, just shedding tears silently. Just as her father, Luo Igua, pulled Fang Zhaodi away. What's the use of hitting her? Even if you kill her, our APU won't come back. What matters now is finding those villains and avenging APU. Justice then turned to the silent Thomas and demanded, Yarkin said you're investigating. What progress have you made? Thomas knew that if the Dragon Fury gang was indeed responsible, the case might never be resolved. Justice carefully replied, I've reported it to my superiors. They expressed deep condolences for APU's death and sent the compensation. They also promised to investigate thoroughly. As Thomas mentioned, he lifted the items he brought. A bag of rice weighing 5 kilograms. Luo Igua looked darkly at the rice and slapped it out of Thomas's hand. Is this all you can offer for my son's life? Thomas, tell whoever you work for that my son died doing their bidding. If we don't get an explanation, I'll risk my own life to make sure they don't rest easily. Thomas left his in-laws home gloomily. Angela followed behind, still sobbing. Thomas shot her a sharp look, and she immediately quieted down. While waiting for news from Angelo, Thomas received a huge surprise from his in-laws. County Government Command Center. Christopher, Mayor Hyman, something bad happened. Angelo rushed in, panic-stricken. What is it now? Without wiping the sweat off his face, Angelo hurriedly explained, the family of Ashton is causing a disturbance at the county government entrance. Jason frowned. Who is Ashton? The young man who was killed by the Dragon Fury gang. Adonis slammed his fist on the table. Nonsense. Didn't I tell you to handle this properly? Angelo hurried to defend himself. I did send them compensation, 30 pounds of high-quality rice and 10 pounds of white flour. Justice couldn't even afford to eat these regularly. Did they accept it? Did they think it was too little? Angelo replied, they accepted it. Thomas had taken the items and left without reporting back. After all, Ashton was his own younger brother-in-law, a family member. He couldn't handle this properly. Justice hearing this, Adonis cursed angrily. These ignorant troublemakers are trying to blackmail us. What are they saying at the entrance? They asked the government to stand up for their son and find the real culprit, quite sensibly not mentioning the compensation we gave. Swirling the beads in his hand, Jason quickly made a decision. You should immediately bring them in here to avoid escalating the situation. Once inside, be sure to comfort them well. If their demands aren't excessive, agree to all of them. This matter must not be sensed by the Justice family. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to sacrifice Angelo to save himself. But fearing what might come, just then, Donovan was embellishing the spectacle at the county government's front gate while describing it to Denver in their residence. Dad, this is fishy. Denver sipped the imported red wine from his cup, listening to his son's analysis. They were all welcomed in with such good attitudes. When has Jason ever been this cooperative? To say that this has nothing to do with them, I won't believe it first. Donovan confidently tossed his bangs. So what are you planning to do next? Donovan turned serious when discussing business. Of course, we need to investigate thoroughly. It's time to use our insiders there. I suspect this is related to the Dragon Fury gang. What makes you think so? On this land, who else dares to rob and kill openly except for that arrogant Dragon Fury gang? We already discovered that Jason has ties with the Dragon Fury gang. Now his rushing to cover up for the gang, isn't that evidence enough? The more Donovan spoke, the more confident he became, his eyes sparkling with self-assurance. When we uncover ironclad evidence that Jason is colluding with the mafia to harm civilians, he'll have no way out then. Our Justice family can finally wash away past grievances. I only have one son. Work hard, I'm waiting for you to carry on my legacy. Donovan was speechless. Dad, I've said many times, I'm not interested in politics, and who knows when this disaster will end. Business is much more fun. You don't understand. With power, you'll never lack for business. Denver started as a businessman, experiencing ups and downs in life. In middle age, once entering politics, he tasted the sweetness of power instantly. His smart and smooth son suited politics better than him. Everything he did now was to pave a broad path for his son. Dad, just tell me if the wine tastes good or not. Without him running businesses outside, he could only drink plain boiled water. PH, you'll understand eventually. Chapter 127, Oops, an ambush. Time quickly arrived at the agreed-upon trading time. Still the same old place. Still the familiar large water truck. Only you came today? Billy asked George, not seeing Hoyt who was always flamboyant. George, Master Justice has been incredibly busy lately due to matters concerning Old Master. No spare time. But, sister, why do you only think of Master Justice and not me? Don't talk nonsense. All right, hurry up and inspect the goods. Billy handed over the last batch of tobacco to George. George, what happened to your face? Up close, she noticed bruised marks on George's face that had started to fade, with some scabs already growing new skin. Just this chubby guy, his skin seemed somewhat dry, flaking off. George touched the injured area, somewhat embarrassedly saying, a few days ago, I encountered a bunch of blind fools on the road. Got into a fight. It was just a surface wound, now much better. How dare anyone challenge the Justice family? Billy raised an eyebrow, recalling certain boasts from someone that in this sea city, their Justice family could do anything. George heard the teasing in her words and chuckled awkwardly. That's why they're called blind, right? Recalling how he always addressed her as sister, Billy decided to be generous once and pulled out a small box of imported cream sample from her backpack. Justicey, I'll give this to you. Use it on your face, it promotes skin growth and metabolism. George stared at the small box of cream, pointing at himself dumbfounded. For me? Don't want it. Then never mind. Billy said, reaching to take it back. No, I do. George swiftly snatched it away, holding the cream in his hand, reading the label, SK. 2-inch. Justice looked up with delight. Sister, this is a big brand. Sister, you're really nice. Billy, you actually know good stuff. Quickly put it away, I might get tempted to snatch it back. George promptly wiped off the fingerprints from the cream jar and stuffed it into his pocket, zipping it up. Sister, do you have more of these? Billy thought he wanted more freebies and guarded herself. What for? None left, don't think about it. George grinned and leaned in closer. You misunderstood. If you have more, we can start another business, right? What kind of business? You wouldn't know, those rich ladies and misses are so particular about their faces. Creams, masks, toners, cosmetics, they entrust people everywhere to buy them. Unfortunately, these things are harder to obtain than water. If you have them, I guarantee you'll earn plenty. After hearing this, Billy hesitated. She wasn't one to fuss over her appearance. The stockpile of skincare products and makeup in her space would suffice for 10 lifetimes. Selling them indeed seemed like a good idea, but her supplies were already well stocked. She lowered her head in thought, pondering what to trade for. Seeing her expression, George felt hopeful. Sister, you really have more? A bit. What can you offer in exchange? George patted his round chest. Sister, just say the word, and I'll find a way to get whatever you need. Ha, bragging. Billy nonchalantly said 2 words, instructor. Now George was confused. Instructor? Lynn's sister didn't ask for items but for a person. A man. Uniform temptation? George's expression changed like a pallet knocked over, his look shifting from confusion to understanding as he glanced at Billy. What are you thinking? Billy interrupted his reverie. Find me a flight instructor, one who can pilot a helicopter, with proper certification. George was even more bewildered. Sister, why do you need this? Learn to fly. Learning this isn't useful. Nostalgia, understand? Alright. Lynn's sister's mindset, beyond him. So when will you deliver the goods? When you find the instructor, I'll supply. Just to be clear, for the first batch, I can give you up to 10 bottles of cream, and the instructor must ensure proficiency. The price for the second batch, we'll discuss later. 10 bottles. George exclaimed, then covered his mouth. Sister was too generous. 10 bottles of cream, he could probably hire 100 instructors with the proceeds. These days, active duty pilots had no worries about food or clothes. Commercial flight instructors were definitely already settled. George's eyes nearly disappeared from laughing. Sister, we both share the surname Lynn, and we're both so handsome. Could I possibly be your long-lost brother? Get lost. With this transaction done, George quickly left the water truck behind, taking the driver and turning away. Bernie emerged from the darkness. She tossed one of the keys to him. Let's go fill up water elsewhere. They planned to pick one of the abandoned construction sites to store water in the space. Billy drove in front, with Bernie following behind. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, and occasionally chirping insects could be heard from the roadside bushes. After walking for about 10 minutes, a right turn ahead would lead them to the abandoned construction site of Shinwang Elementary School. They had been here twice before. It was surrounded by residential areas that were few and far between, making it unlikely to be discovered. Bernie skillfully got out of the car and moved aside the tin fence, revealing a width enough for the vehicle to pass through. It's getting late. Let's hurry. For some reason, Billy had felt a throbbing sensation between her brows throughout the journey. They got back into the cars and drove one in front of the other towards the eastern corner of the construction site with the water truck. Suddenly, screech. Billy felt the car jolt as if it had run over something. Before she could react and hit the brakes, the rear tire jolted as well. A nail. Billy's first thought was that nails were common at construction sites. No, hitting a nail wouldn't cause such a significant jolt, and the rear wheel shouldn't have followed suit. There's something wrong. In these few seconds of Billy's contemplation, Bernie saw the car in front stop and assumed Billy was preparing to unload here. Justice also turned off the engine and got out of the car. Just as Billy was about to roll down the window to alert him that something was amiss, 2 glaring beams of light suddenly lit up in the darkness, and 3 figures rushed out, pinning Bernie to the ground immediately. They've been ambushed. Billy reached for her backpack to grab a weapon, but the enemy seemed prepared. Apart from the 3 controlling Bernie, 2 others had sneaked up to her car and yanked open the door, pulling her out. The moment she landed, her hands were pulled behind her back, her face pressed to the ground, unable to move. At the same time, her backpack was snatched away. Only then did she clearly see that there were 6 of them, all brawny men with tattoos on their bare torsos, 2 of whom were bald. Chapter 128, Kidnapped. The bald man picked up Billy's backpack and turned it upside down. Wow. A crossbow, binoculars, a machete, Hatcher. This Rosa is quite something. The small bald man named Hatcher walked over, picked up the machete, and tested its weight. It was somewhat heavy. I didn't expect you to be so bold, daring to do such big business with just 2 people. You've made us waste several days squatting here. As he spoke, he tilted his head toward the others, who immediately understood and started tying the 2 securely with ropes. Hatcher, why go through all this trouble? We might as well just kill them since there are only 2 of them. You know nothing. These are 2 fat sheep. We'll take them back and have their families pay the ransom. The big bald man scratched his head. But, we don't even know where their families live. Hatcher spat on the ground and glared at him. You truly deserve your reputation as a dolt. Justice pointed at Bernie. What about him? Everyone, quickly change the tire and drive away. Put this Rosa in the car. We need to report to the boss. Billy had a hood put over her head, her mouth stuffed, and she was thrown into the driver's seat of a water truck. Bernie stared intently at the men in front of him, noticing the dragon tattoos on their arms. Justice had heard rumors lately. These must be the notorious Dragon Gang members. Before leaving, Hatcher kicked Bernie in the chest. Go tell that little punk from the Justice family that we want 20 trucks of water delivered to the Dragon Gang within 3 days or we'll tear her apart. Soon, the vehicle slowly pulled away. With his hands tied behind his back, Bernie knelt on the ground, the dust from the departing vehicle covering his gloomy expression. Since they were asking for ransom, Billy was temporarily safe. The Justice family? From the surface, Hoyt seemed to have a deep friendship with him, but everyone knew it was merely a veneer of politeness maintained by mutual interests. 20 trucks of water would be no easy task without any incentives. However, he couldn't rescue Billy alone with complete confidence. Justice needed to find Hoyt. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several sharp rocks nearby. On all fours, using his feet and buttocks for leverage, he inched toward the rocks. The ground was covered with small, sharp pebbles, and after moving just a dozen meters, his knees were scraped and bleeding. Inside the vehicle, Billy strained to listen to the sounds around her. The only noise was the wind generated by the moving vehicle. After about an hour and a half, screech, the sound of brakes. Ned, are you back? Someone outside the car asked. A muffled voice from inside replied, Alberta. Justicey, not bad this time, you even brought back a girl. Look at those curves, wow, that's enough. Is the boss back yet? We need to report. Just got back. Almost at the same time as you. The car restarted. Billy felt like they entered a large courtyard, and the cacophony of voices grew louder as the car moved. 5 minutes later, the car stopped, and she was yanked out roughly by her arm. Get down, walk by yourself. The people guided her through winding paths for 10 minutes until an old iron door creaked open, and she was pushed inside, falling to the ground. Stay put quietly. The iron door locked again with a click. Billy sat on the ground, finding herself alone. Just as her hands were bound behind her back, touching rough cement walls, indicating she was in a corner of the room. In the next moment, a sharp pocket knife appeared in her hand. The rope loosened. She cautiously lifted the hood blocking her vision. Moonlight filtered through the iron door, illuminating the outline of a dimly lit room. It was a small room, less than 10 square meters, with tiled floors that felt cold. The ceiling featured intricate carvings surrounding a crystal chandelier, while the walls were finished with artistic paint, giving it an elegant touch. However, the interior furnishings contrasted sharply with the decoration. There was only a rickety table with a chipped porcelain bowl and a pile of smelly clothes on the floor, barely discernible in color. Other than that, there was nothing else. Apparently confident in the locked iron door, there were no guards at the entrance. She tore off the hood, walked to the iron door, and peeked out. Blinded earlier, she had mentally mapped out the route in her mind. Using the moonlight, she now confirmed the general direction. Taking in the view, there were 4 buildings visible, all with European-style bas-relief facades that exuded an aesthetic appeal. The empty flower beds scattered everywhere, dead trees drowned from overflooding, and the straight wide roads hinted at a once well-maintained green environment. It looked like a small estate. The place where she was seemed to be a side villa of one of these buildings, dark and quiet, with no sounds coming from it. She recalled that near a scenic area to the east of the city, there was an opulently developed European-style super-large villa, said to have its own complete set of facilities. It covered an area of 28 acres and had a total area of about 4,000 square meters, grand and magnificent, looking very similar to this place. Judging by the distance, it also fit perfectly. Could it be that the Dragon Gang made this villa their base? But clearly, these men were rough, with trash and clutter scattered around this beautifully decorated villa. What a waste. On the left side of the iron door, steps led down to a small courtyard where 7 or 8 wooden crates lay haphazardly, possibly containing something, forming a messy circle. Teapots, beer bottles, tissues, animal bones, and other debris littered the ground, with the central marble floor scorched black as if it had been burnt. Strings of clothes and laundry hung on wire lines stretched between the 2 ends of the yard gate, flapping in the wind. A closer look revealed that every piece of clothing was stained with various unknown marks, some even patched up irregularly. Billy drew back her gaze in disgust. Hoyt's 2 water trucks were parked crookedly right in front of her on the shoulder of the road. Apart from that, there was also a pickup truck and a Wuling Hongguang minivan. None of them had any guards either. Where were the people? About 200 meters to the left front, a tall and luxurious main villa stood out, its brilliance and lights flickering, casting shadows that moved as if a party was going on. From the sounds she heard when being brought in, there must be guards at the main gate, more than one. Even if she managed to escape, she couldn't possibly take away 2 trucks of water. She wasn't one to endure beating without fighting back. Whatever the case, she needed to leave here first. Billy observed the general terrain and began examining the lock on the iron door. An ordinary iron door with an old-fashioned simple lock. Thanks to her experience stealing drugs from the pharmaceutical company, Billy retrieved a screwdriver and a piece of wire from her space and easily picked the lock open. Chapter 129, Can't Come for Nothing. Creak. The iron door pushed open emitted a shrill sound in the dead of night, startling Billy into not daring to move again. She perked up her ears and waited for a while. Seeing no one approaching, she dared to cautiously squeeze out through the door gap. Upon exiting the room, she realized that this row had 5 or 6 more small rooms identical to hers, all with iron doors. She inched along the wall until she reached another door. Bathed in moonlight, the room's interior was clear at a glance. The decoration and furnishings were similar to the room she had just been in. Different was the 2 heaps of dingy rags on the ground, piled up like mountains of garbage. At this moment, one heap of rags moved ever so slightly, yet it was still caught by Billy. It took her a long time to find a dusty face inside the rag bundle, then arms, then legs. That rag bundle turned out to be someone's clothes. In that case, the other heap. She looked again and indeed found another person. Moreover, they were 2 young women. Because their exposed skin was ashen grey without any color and covered in dirt, nearly blending into the rag bundles, they were hard to spot at first glance. Oddly, one of the women's abdomens was abnormally large, as if pregnant. Besides that slight movement earlier, Billy saw no signs of life from them. If not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, she would have suspected they were dead. Billy didn't want to trouble herself, so she quietly bypassed this room and headed towards the end of the corridor. She passed several small rooms in succession, mostly containing half-dead women who had been tortured. Without exception, all were women. Even if she accidentally made noise, no one lifted an eyelid to look. Just as she reached the end of the corridor, climbed onto the driveway, and crouched low trying to sneak to the water trucks. Alberic, What are you still doing here? Hurry up, the banquet has started. It's the boss's birthday today. I heard there will be welfare. If we go too late, it'll be gone. A hurried male voice exploded almost beside her ear. She instinctively squatted down using a stone post to conceal herself. A middle-aged man walked over bare-chested, calling toward her direction. Coming. Wait for me, let's go together. Behind her, an emaciated man appeared at a small side gate, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, pulling up his pants while greeting the middle-aged man. The emaciated man approached the middle-aged man. Billy, sandwiched between the two on a narrow path, pressed her body low, hiding in the shadows formed by the stone posts. Please don't see me, please don't see me. Billy silently prayed. As the emaciated man got closer, she felt her heart pounding faster and faster. Fortunately, the man's eyes were distracted, and the night was dark enough. Justice passed right by the stone post where Billy was hiding without looking. Let's go, those bastards have already gone ahead. If we don't hurry, we won't even get a soup spoon. The two patted each other on the shoulder and gradually walked away. Only then did Billy rise from behind the stone post. She had crouched for quite a while, and standing up nearly made her vision blacken. Sigh, she had been too careless. However, based on the conversation between the two men earlier, there seemed to be some gathering within the Crazy Dragon Gang tonight, and everyone had gone to the main building. So, she glanced around, everything was quiet. Except for the barely breathing women in the rooms, there should be no one else here now. With that thought, she decisively sneaked over to the water trucks. There was no way to release water, and besides, the truck belonged to Donovan. She stood still for a while longer, confirming no one was around, then quickly touched two vehicles with her hands. Just like that, the two water trucks vanished into thin air in the darkness. 10 meters ahead was the big pickup and Wuling Hongguang minivan she had seen earlier. The pickup bed contained 5 or 6 wooden crates about a meter wide. Several more crates lay unloaded halfway on the ground, seemingly having just started unloading. She circled around, trying to lift the cover. The lids were nailed shut and couldn't be opened. She tried lifting one crate, it was heavy, suggesting it had cargo inside. She gently pulled the pickup's door handle. Click. The door opened. Billy tiptoed and looked up. The car key was still inserted in the ignition. Checking the Wuling Hongguang next, its door was locked, but looking through the window revealed nothing much inside. Seeing as such, she wasn't going to hold back. Unknown goods on the ground, taken. Big pickup, taken. Without the keys for the Wuling Hongguang, she decided not to leave empty-handed and pulled out a fuel pump and oil canister. 15 minutes later, she happily stowed the gasoline-filled canisters into her space. The main building was brightly lit with occasional cheers echoing, making these side buildings seem darker and quieter, perfect for harvesting. The Crazy Dragon Gang had always been notorious for burglary and robbery, so they must have quite a few good things. Billy decided to search this entire no man's land. She said and did. First, she searched the building behind her. Both the east and west sides were small rooms with iron doors that had been renovated. She had checked them just now, and most of them had people locked inside. She shifted her gaze to the 3-story small building in the center with a courtyard. She crept close to the wall of the yard. The heavy wooden door was locked. She listened carefully by the door, hearing nothing. Just as she was hesitating about how to make the least noise while unlocking it, she caught sight of an open window next to it. That would save her the trouble. She gently pushed open the window, supported herself on the windowsill with both hands, and effortlessly jumped over the window. 15 minutes later, Billy covered her nose and hurriedly climbed out from the same window she came in. Justice even. She took a deep breath of the outside air. It was too smelly inside. The smell almost made her faint when she first went in. This small building was definitely the living quarters of those little henchmen of the Crazy Dragon Gang. There were several wooden beds from the first floor to the third floor. Garbage was strewn all over the ground and the beds, along with men's underwear, socks, and stinky shoes everywhere. Those socks hadn't been washed for God knows how many days. They could even stand on their own without falling over. She couldn't put her feet down anywhere after entering. Pinching her nose, she hastily searched around but found nothing useful except a few packs of cigarettes and alcohol and some leftovers, so she quickly left. Billy caught her breath and got ready again. She searched the second side building in the same way. The third one. Still, there was nothing valuable. These people wouldn't be serious, would they? Having robbed for so long and having only this much loot, it would be laughable. Now only one side building was left. Since she had come all the way here, this side building was the closest one to the main building. Afraid of being caught, Billy didn't dare to slack off at all and walked even more cautiously. 2 big guys were squatting at the main gate, smoking and drooling towards the direction of the main building. What bad luck, such a great day, and we are assigned to guard the warehouse here. Isn't it because we are new? Do you smell it? It smells so good, like roasted meat. I heard Bridger brought back a batch of girls, TSK, it has been so long since I touched a Rosa. Forget it, how can we get any good stuff? We should stay honest and steady, at least we have 2 cigarettes to smoke. Billy noticed that there were actually 2 rifles placed next to their feet. Warehouse. And they guarded it with guns. Could it be that all the loot plundered by the Crazy Dragon Gang was stored inside? There seemed to be only this entrance to the front door, and there were weapons. How could she get in? While she was hesitating. Who's there? One of the big guys suddenly shouted loudly in her direction. Oh no. Chapter 130, Infiltrating the Enemy's Interior. Was she discovered? Billy didn't have time to think. She turned and ran. Footsteps soon came from behind her, closing in. Unfamiliar with the terrain in the dark, Billy felt a bit panicked and lost as she ran. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" Billy looked up and saw a man in a floral shirt, followed by a row of young women. Seeing her dazed, the man in the floral shirt impatiently threw her into the group of women. "Just follow along. What are you running around for? Didn't Reese tell you the rules when you came in? Keep your head down, don't look around, and if you serve the big shots well, you'll be rewarded." Huh. Billy's mind was blank. What was this all about? She glanced at the women behind him, all dolled up and looking flamboyant. Billy seemed to understand somewhat. It appeared they mistook her for one of these software engineers. "What are? If you don't want to work, get out. Also, what the hell are you wearing? Change it immediately when you go inside." The man in the floral shirt was somewhat irritated. The quality of these girls seemed to be getting worse. Last time, the boss got angry because he wasn't satisfied. These days, many people can barely eat. How could they find someone with ample curves? This one in front of him was decent, with a fair complexion and plump figure, her waist slender and supple. Justice usually would have thrown out anyone this stubborn, but there was nothing he could do now. Billy had no other choice but to play it by ear. So the man in the floral shirt led Billy and the others arrogantly towards the main building. The big guy who chased after them couldn't find anyone and thought it was just his imagination. Justice touched his already thinning hair, muttering that he needed a good rest after his shift. The generator in the main building must have been running at full speed, making the hall brightly lit. A 2-meter-wide marble spiral staircase led upstairs, adorned with gold-plated stainless steel railings. 2-meter-high crystal chandeliers hung like waterfalls, sparkling under the lights. In the center of the hall, a grand black piano stood, where a Rosa in a white evening gown played Beethoven's Fur Elise gracefully. Luxury and elegance were the themes. Drink, drink, drink. Damn it, Bogdan, are you not giving me face? Just a little alcohol and you're pushing it back and forth. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Let's drink until we're sated today, and whoever quits first is a bastard. Clamorous toasts echoed from both sides of the hall. There were 5 or 6 round tables set up in the hall, each filled with men. Fish, shrimp, meat, and vegetables covered the tables as shirtless men bragged and joked over drinks. Billy rolled her eyes. This elegant piano music matched poorly with these rough men. Soon, their attention was drawn to the attractive scenery before them. Their eyes gleamed like wolves, roaring and rushing forward, eager to grope the girls. Just as Billy was about to slap the mouth-opened man about to kiss her. "Hands off." The man in the floral shirt slapped away a hand. Justice yelled, "Damn it, what's the rush? Get a hold of yourselves. Per usual, these girls will go up to pick for the boss first, then come down for you." A short man laughed lecherously. "We understand, Anakin. Take them up quickly, we can't wait." The man in the floral shirt kicked him. Useless. Turning back, he gestured toward the girls, staring at Billy. "Follow me." Justice led the girls up the spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. Stopping before a room, the man in the floral shirt opened the door and told Billy, "You, go in and change." Without waiting for her response, he pushed her in and closed the door. This seemed to be a dedicated makeup room, with 2 vanity tables and racks full of clothes. Billy circled around several times. No windows. Outside, the man in the floral shirt called impatiently, "Are you done yet?" "Almost, just a bit longer." With no choice, Billy picked up a black dress. Only after putting it on did she realize what it was. It was a black strapless dress, with lace cutouts on the waist, exposing her fair skin. The dress clung tightly to her body, perfectly highlighting her curves. The neckline was low enough to reveal a tantalizing cleavage, held up only by 2 thin straps which made her worry they might snap. But she had no chance to change again, as the man in the floral shirt burst through the door. The man in the floral shirt's eyes flashed with surprise. This time, the boss would definitely have no complaints. Justice sized up Billy and walked over to a shoe rack, picking up a pair of silver high heels which he tossed at her. "Put these on." Billy complied. Now she was the very image of a graceful and alluring sex symbol. The other girls felt uneasy seeing how much attention Billy was getting from the man in the floral shirt. Albert's, experienced girls knew that the rewards for serving upstairs versus downstairs were worlds apart. Billy would definitely be chosen by someone upstairs, while they might not be so lucky. Thinking of the foul-smelling men downstairs who had no appreciation for women, their eyes showed resentment and jealousy. "All right, let's go." Satisfied, the man in the floral shirt led the girls towards the target room on the 4th floor. They stopped before a heavy, ornately carved wooden door. "Enoch, the girls are here," he respectfully announced through the door. "Come in." The door was slowly opened from inside. Unlike the revelry downstairs, this room resembled a tea parlor, with sofas lined up opposite each other. Each sofa held a man, and beside each man was a small table laden with drinks and delicacies. Billy glanced around. Wow, the standards were definitely higher here. Wuliangi liquor, sea cucumber soup, braised pork knuckle. There were even dried nuts like walnut kernels and raisins. How luxurious. Though the men's eyes lit up with desire when the girls entered, they maintained their composure. No one made any move until the boss at the head of the room spoke. The man in the floral shirt motioned for Billy and the others to form a line in the center of the room. Billy inwardly cursed. If only she had taken the water truck and run away, what revenge did she need? Now she was deep inside enemy territory with no way out. "Black dress, lift your head." A cold voice came from the head of the room. Chapter 131, My name is Guadalupe. Hurry up, he's talking to you, said the man in the floral shirt, nudging Billy with his elbow. Billy finally lifted her head and looked straight at the man seated at the head of the table. This was the legendary mafia boss. Billy blinked. Nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of person who would be impossible to pick out of a crowd. Justice was a man around 40 years old, with a crew cut, neither large nor small eyes, neither high nor low nose, and a square face that had some rounded corners. Justice wore a polo shirt, lacking any of the aura she had imagined for a mafia boss. The only thing that might fit his identity was the occasional sharp gleam in his eyes. Khalil, you did a good job this time, the boss said, glancing lightly at Billy's appearance with satisfaction. Justice hearing this, Khalil's mouth spread wide up to his ears. As long as you like it, Brother Long, he pushed Billy's back. Why are you standing there like a fool? Go on, go to Brother Long. Billy moved forward very reluctantly, constantly calculating the chances of escaping. There were 2 armed guards outside the private room, and so many people here, there might be more guns among them. The only way she could think of was to hold the mafia boss hostage. Enoch Max squinted as Billy approached. As her skirt swayed, her body leaned back against the sofa. He stretched out his right hand over the sofa armrest, signaling Billy to sit in his lap. Pretending not to understand, Billy plopped down on the sofa to his right, an arm's length away. Seeing her distant expression and actions, Max didn't get angry but felt a stronger desire to conquer her. Very good, he'd seen enough women throwing themselves at him. This one, with her charming yet innocent looks, was a first. Max wanted to play it gentlemanly today. Justice slid a wine glass toward Billy and elegantly picked up the decanter before him, filling her glass to the brim. What's your name, little sister? Billy was already mentally selecting a gun and bullets from the space, while casually replying, Guadalupe. Nice name, nice name. What does it mean? Guadalupe. She loaded the bullet. Max raised his wine glass to toast her. Guadalupe, nice name indeed. Just like candy, my sweet girl has almost melted into my heart. Cheers. Knowing her tolerance for alcohol was very low, Billy dared not drink much. She just took a slight sip of the wine. Frowning in displeasure, Max said, Do you look down on me, Sister Guadalupe? Alberta, our brother Long proposes a toast, and you're the first to dare refuse. Some people joined in the chatter, several started urging her. Taking this opportunity, Billy noticed that they all had girls cuddled in their arms. Worse still, some even had girls straddling their laps, their hands wandering over the girls' bodies. Newbie, I guess. Let me show you how it's done, he said to the girl on his lap. Then, the girl obediently picked up a glass of wine, sipped gently from the cup with her cherry lips, then leaned down and wrapped her arms around the man's neck, transferring the wine from her mouth to his. The transparent liquid dripped down from her mouth, chin, neck, and then her chest. This erotic scene made the men present whistle. Max watched Billy with an indulgent smile, unabashed lust in his eyes. Pay them no mind. Come over here. Max patted the spot next to him. Billy noticed a protrusion under his waist when he moved. Billy inched forward by a centimeter. So shy. The more reserved she was, the greater the contrast in bed, and the more amused Max became. Why keep your distance? I won't eat you. A hand reached out to pull her. Instinctively, Billy dodged backward. Max's face darkened. The first and second times were probably teasing, but the third time was disrespect. Justice grabbed Billy forcefully and poured wine into her mouth. Billy turned her head away, blocking Max's actions with her left hand. Justice's right hand remained behind her back, where a black handgun suddenly appeared in her grasp. Strike first. Just as Billy was about to press the gun to his forehead, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Everyone stopped and looked at the door. Billy quietly hid the gun. Frowning, Max shouted, What? An obedient voice responded from outside, Brother Long, someone from Hyman's side has come. Justice hearing this, Max immediately released Billy, sat up straight, adjusted his clothes, and called out, Bring him in quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, the door opened. 5 people stood at the entrance. One of them, dressed in a shirt with a middle part hairstyle, walked in first. Max stood up, smiling, to welcome him. Brother Wei, how come you have time to visit today? Join us for a few drinks. Angelo smiled and did his hands. It's Brother Long's birthday, how could I not come to congratulate him? Mayor Hyman also asked me to bring you a gift. Angelo was holding a rectangular box slightly larger than the palm of his hand. When one of Max's men moved to take the gift, Angelo didn't let him. This item can't be handed over casually. Mayor Hyman specifically instructed that it must be delivered directly to Brother Long, along with a few words. Angelo particularly emphasized the word directly. Max understood. Justice addressed everyone present, including Angelo's people. Brothers, enjoy your meal and drinks. Wei Ge and I will have a brief chat inside. Justice guided Angelo into an inner room. As they passed Billy, he paused and gave a nod to the man in the floral shirt. The man in the floral shirt came forward and grabbed Billy's hand. Come with me. Justice pulled Billy into the inner room. This was a large suite. Upon entering, there was a grand, luxurious living room where Max had already seated Angelo and was about to brew tea. The man in the floral shirt led Billy into the bedroom. Justice released her hand and said, That's the bathroom. Take a shower, clothes are in the wardrobe. Wait here for Brother Long. Thinking of her earlier reluctance, he added threateningly, If you want supplies, be cooperative and serve Brother Long well, the reward will double. If you're still uncooperative like before, watch out for the consequences. With that, the man in the floral shirt left, closing the door behind him. Billy sighed in relief. There was a window in the bedroom. She pushed it open. Outside, it was pitch black. Just as a spatial ring contained a rope, this was a perfect chance to escape over the wall. Billy approached the door, just about to lock it from the inside, when she heard Max's voice outside. Brother Wei, what did Mayor Hyman ask you to deliver personally? Bang! The sound of a heavy slap on the table echoed. Angelo reprimanded bluntly, Akuan, I must say, how do you run things with these subordinates of yours? Chapter 132, Max's Secret. Max's puzzled voice came from somewhere. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Your people not only hijacked Mayor Hyman's shipment but also caused a death. Max was struck with terror. What? This actually happened. I didn't know, Brother Wei. My subordinates must not have known either, otherwise, they wouldn't dare touch Mayor Hyman's shipment even if given thousands of reasons to. Angelo sneered coldly, I suppose they wouldn't. I've told you countless times not to act rashly. Do you know how many people are watching Mayor Hyman closely? Now the deceased's family is causing trouble at the command center. They'll use this incident for their agendas, and Mayor Hyman is already overwhelmed dealing with the mess you created. Just as hearing this, Max slumped into his chair, mumbling, then what should we do? Mayor Hyman has already calmed the family down and promised full compensation if they demand it. Max heaved a sigh of relief, that's good, that's good. In that case, whatever amount they claim on that side, I'll triple it here. You've been so busy today, please help me deliver this to Mayor Hyman and put in a good word for me. Angelo chuckled lightly. It's your birthday today, do you really think Mayor Hyman would accept your gifts? Justice sent me to bring you something instead. Oh no, with all the trouble my subordinates caused, how can I still accept Mayor Hyman's gift? Please take it back. Angelo picked up the wooden box he brought, opened it slowly, and smiled at Max meaningfully. Don't you want to know what's inside? Angelo's words clearly surprised Max. What is it? Angelo already had one hand in the box, while the other beckoned Max closer. Innocently curious, Max leaned over without any suspicion. It's your life. The black muzzle of the gun pressed against Max's forehead. Billy saw this scene from the doorframe and was startled. Max's body stiffened as his hand instinctively moved toward his waist. I advise you not to struggle. If you don't keep your hand still, I will shoot, Angelo threatened. Max raised both hands in surrender. Brother Wei, what are you doing? Don't joke like this with me. It's not that Mayor Hyman is heartless, but you've truly caused big trouble this time. Brother Wei, hasn't everything been settled? Just name your price. Guns are too dangerous, let's not joke around anymore. As Max spoke, he reached out to push the gun away from his forehead. Unexpectedly, Angelo's eyes turned fierce. Don't move. It's settled with the deceased's family, but not the trouble you've caused for Mayor Hyman. Angelo said through gritted teeth. You never listened when I asked you to be more restrained. The Justice family has been watching you. This incident gives them more reason to target you. Our informants just reported that the Justice family has already reported this to higher-ups. The military is already on its way. Tonight, the Wild Dragon Gang will be completely wiped out. Max panicked. The Wild Dragon Gang was as important to him as his own life. Brother Wei, we need to warn the brothers to withdraw immediately. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. This gang represents Mayor Hyman's efforts too. It's already too late. Angelo continued expressionlessly. Max, it's not that Mayor Hyman wants to kill you. With the crimes committed by the Wild Dragon Gang, you'd end up dead anyway if caught by them. Rather than endure torture at their hands, wouldn't it be better if I gave you a quick end? Max was utterly terrified. Justice fell to his knees before Angelo, pleading through tears. Brother Wei, I beg you, please spare me. I swear I will go far away where no one can find me. I swear, even if they catch me, I won't betray Mayor Hyman, or may lightning strike me dead. Angelo looked down at Max hugging his legs. Justice replied coldly, only dead men can keep secrets. Bang! A shot to the head. Billy watched the entire scene from behind the door with furrowed brows. She hadn't expected the Wild Dragon Gang to be secretly colluding with the government. How ironic. Perhaps due to excellent soundproofing or external noise, no one outside reacted to the gunshot. Angelo took a tissue and carefully wiped the blood off his hands and clothes, then kicked Max's corpse, which was already dead. Justice stepped over Max's body and walked briskly to the desk, searching through drawers and documents. With Max dead, who could pose a threat to Jason now? What else was Angelo looking for? Billy held her breath and kept watching through the door crack. She saw Angelo search through piles of files, finally showing satisfaction after confirming the content of one document. Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. Who's there? Billy already had her gun in her right hand, ready to strike. Sure, it's me. Turning around, she saw Bernie. Stevie, why are you here? Billy looked around in disbelief. There was only one door, so how did he get in? Bernie pointed to the open window. Climbed up. How did you know I was here? Before Billy could get an answer from Bernie, Angelo sensed something was wrong. Justice remembered that Flower Shirt had brought a girl in, and he couldn't let anyone else hear his conversation with Max. Justice held his gun and tiptoed toward the inner room's door. Bernie took the gun from Billy's hand and gestured for her to hide. Billy gave him a look telling him to be careful, then crawled to the other side of the bed where she wouldn't be seen from the doorway. The footsteps grew louder. Bernie disengaged the safety and stood by the door with his gun raised. Click. Angelo's parted hair appeared as he cautiously peeked into the room. Bernie came out from behind the door and fired 3 shots at Angelo's back head. Click, click, click. There was no expected sound of gunfire. The bullet jammed. Angelo suddenly turned around, directly meeting Bernie's eyes filled with lethal intent. Bernie reacted quickly, sweeping Angelo's knee with his foot and grabbing for the gun in his opponent's hand. But Angelo wasn't one to give in easily. Reacting swiftly, he pulled the trigger at Bernie. Bang! A bullet hit Bernie's right arm. Angelo also staggered, falling to the ground as his knee weakened. Bernie seemed oblivious to pain, delivering a punch to Angelo's eye, then changing his fist to a knife-edge chop on Angelo's wrist when he closed his eyes reflexively. The latter screamed in pain as the gun clattered to the floor. Bernie kicked the gun far away. Billy rushed over and picked it up. She walked over and pointed the gun at Angelo, who was lying on the ground holding his broken wrist and sweating profusely. Don't kill me. Angelo didn't finish his sentence when bang, bang, bang. Billy fired 3 shots. Angelo lay in a pool of blood, utterly lifeless. Stevie, you're injured. Billy noticed blood dripping from Bernie's arm onto the floor. She hurriedly tried to retrieve supplies. Let me bandage you. Bernie shook his head. Let's go quickly, they've found us. Only then did Billy notice the commotion outside. The open window had allowed those 3 gunshots to be heard. Chapter 133 Clearance. The door to the suite was not locked, and soon someone burst in. Enoch. Brother Long. They discovered Max's body. Bernie pulled Billy. Quick, let's go. Hold on. She suddenly thought of something, turned back, and quickly squatted down before Angelo's corpse. Just as her hands searched all over the body, and she pulled out a file from his chest. Done. Let's go. Although she didn't know what it was, judging by Angelo's attitude, this must be important to Jason. Since they mentioned the Justice family, this item might do them a huge favor. She and Bernie reached the window. The rope he used to climb up was still there. You're injured, you go down first, Billy said. I'm fine. Be careful when you go down. There's a small gap on the 2nd floor, don't miss your step. Without waiting for her reply, Bernie tied the rope around Billy's waist. The sound of people crashing into the door came from outside. Billy wasted no time, climbing onto the windowsill and rapidly descending. After landing on solid ground, she untied the rope and waved to Bernie. Bernie quickly bound himself and climbed onto the windowsill despite the intense pain in his arms. Justice is escaping. Quickly, don't let him get away. The bedroom door was kicked open, and they saw Bernie climbing onto the windowsill. They rushed forward to grab him. As those people were about to catch Bernie, he suddenly leaped down, dropping 3 or 4 meters. Both hands gripping the rope tightly, his legs kicked against the wall. Even though he had controlled his strength, the rapid descent caused sharp pain in his right leg. Not daring to pause, he continued to descend rapidly. Because those people were already using knives to cut the rope. Some were firing their guns wildly from above. Bang bang bang, bang bang. Billy's heart nearly jumped out of her throat. Fortunately, their shooting was terrible. Bernie landed amidst the gunfire, rolled over, and stood up. Justice pulled Billy and ran as fast as he could in one direction. Don't run, stop. A group of people on the ground chased after them. Billy twisted her ankle several times in her high heels, so she threw them off and ran barefoot. Thanks to the developer's decent roadwork, the surface was smooth and flat, otherwise, she would have been in real trouble. Away from the main building's light source, it was pitch dark, and Billy couldn't see where she was going, just running frantically wherever Bernie led her. Don't run. The pursuers started firing at them. Thankfully, they were far away and it was dark, so none of the bullets hit. A stray bullet grazed her ear, causing a burning, piercing pain. Ah! A scream came from behind. Billy was confused. Why were they screaming? She hadn't even made a sound yet. While running, she looked back. In the darkness, several flashlight beams flashed, and she seemed to notice that the people chasing them were fighting another group. Seeing the pursuers stop, Bernie also slowed down. Both leaned against the wall, catching their breath. Their lungs felt like they were bursting. How? Why aren't those people chasing us anymore? Bernie glanced toward the distant battlefield. Donovan probably brought the army. Donovan? Billy was puzzled. How did Bernie know? I was afraid I couldn't rescue you alone, so before coming here, I went to the Justice family to ask for help, originally planning to offer supplies in exchange for his assistance. But once he knew it was the Mad Dragon Gang, he agreed without hesitation, Bernie explained. But how did you know it was the army? Justice said he had no men under him and needed to go with Denver to the military district to get reinforcements. They took me to the military base and asked me to explain the situation of your kidnapping to the leadership. Then they told me to wait while they arranged everything. Afraid you were in danger, I came ahead. So that's how it happened. The Justice family acted so quickly, seemingly wanting to use the cleanup of the Mad Dragon Gang to bring down Jason. The incident involving Thomas and her kidnapping gave them a perfect opportunity. We should take advantage of the chaos and leave, Bernie suggested. Though he had sought Donovan's help, he really didn't want to get involved with political figures and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Billy cleared her thoughts, stood up, and looked around. A familiar heavy wooden door. The difference was that the 2 guards at the entrance were gone. They might have been attracted by the earlier commotion. How? Let's wait a bit before leaving. What's wrong? Billy poked the wooden door of the warehouse behind her. We've come all this way. 30 seconds later. Wow. This Mad Dragon Gang is incredibly wealthy. The flashlight beam swept across. It was a nearly 50 square meter large living room. At the moment, it was filled with boxes of rice, vegetables, dried fruits, various wines, and unopened bottled water. Billy's attention was drawn to 4 massive oil storage tanks in the corner, so big that it would take 4 adults holding hands to encircle them. Even frozen seafood. Billy pried open a wooden box, and the remaining cold air inside made her sneeze. In addition to these, scattered on the ground were various miscellaneous supplies. Coffee, fruit cereal, nougat, cookies, jelly. Apart from food, there were also 4 large chests filled with all kinds of jewelry, gold, silver, and other ornaments in different styles, many of which showed clear signs of wear. These people are just too. Billy couldn't find the right words. These things must have been obtained through illegitimate means. Thinking about those women who had been tortured into unrecognizable forms, her hatred for the Mad Dragon Gang and Jason's government reached its peak. All these were wealth extorted from ordinary people, and she didn't want to keep them for herself. But if left behind, they would be seized by the government troops outside. She was already disillusioned with the government, and even the Justice family might not be any different from Jason. In all likelihood, the wealth wouldn't end up benefiting the common people. Ahow, let's empty this place. Bernie hadn't expected her to leave nothing for Donovan. Bernie always supported Billy's decisions without question. They got down to work immediately. Bernie stood by the door to keep watch. Billy picked up everything she could, touching each item carefully. 10 minutes later. Are we done? It seems like someone is coming this way. Bernie turned back to urge her. Billy wiped the sweat off her forehead, satisfied as she looked at the now empty room. Let's go. She even took the trouble to relock the door. The two had just left under the cover of darkness when Donovan arrived with over 10 people, eager to inspect the spoils. The battle had already been won, and they had just forced out the location of the warehouse, hurrying over to check. Donovan struggled to unlock the door. With great anticipation, he pushed the door open. Several flashlight beams shone inside. F***CK. Chapter 134, Fire Downstairs. Aspen waited at home until past 2 in the morning for Billy and the other to return. She was already anxious from waiting. The moment she opened the door and saw their disheveled state, she was startled. Guys, Jiayu, what happened? She ushered them in, glanced outside the door to ensure no one had noticed before closing the door. Woof. The dog had smelled blood. It circled around Bernie, sniffing vigorously at him. Ahow, you're bleeding. Aspen screamed. How could they go out fine to sell things and come back like this? Granny, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Only after arriving home did Bernie realize his right arm had long been numb. Justice wanted to raise his hand to comfort Aspen but felt nothing. Billy helped him sit on the sofa, fetched the first aid kit from her spatial ring, and explained the night's events to Aspen while searching for supplies. Justice hearing Billy recount how she was kidnapped by the Mad Dragon Gang, almost became a companion girl, and how they escaped with Bernie, Aspen's expression went from worried to shocked, then pained. Aspen was about to cry. Jiayu, thank goodness you're safe, otherwise how could I face your grandfather? She also worried about Bernie's injuries. Ahow, are you alright? With so much blood loss, it must hurt a lot. Should we go to the hospital? Billy gathered all the necessary items and arranged them on a tray. Granny, hospitals don't even have anesthetics, and our medicines are more comprehensive. Besides, Ahow has a gunshot wound, and it would be hard to explain. Preparations were complete. Billy slapped her cheeks, trying to calm herself down. Just her gaze firm, she looked into Bernie's eyes. Ahow, let's start. Okay, Bernie nodded. To avoid aggravating Bernie's wounds, she used scissors to cut open his clothes directly. The blood-soaked shirt was discarded to one side. The dog seemed to understand something serious was happening, sitting quietly beside them, its round eyes filled with worry as it watched Billy and the others. Billy disinfected Bernie's entire arm with iodine several times. The bullet was deeply embedded in the muscles of his right arm. To extract it, she needed to cut through the skin surface. Billy took out anesthesia to inject it but was stopped. What? No need, just get it out, Bernie said. It's not the time for jokes. Billy thought he was showing off, pushed his hand away, and was about to stick the needle in. Unexpectedly, Bernie was serious. I'm not joking. The anesthesia takes 20 minutes to take effect, and if we don't get it out now, my arm might be useless. His entire arm was already numb. Even if Billy stirred the wound with a knife, he wouldn't feel much. Seeing his seriousness, Billy gave up. She re-disinfected her hands and the tools. Holding the sharp scalpel, she checked the position carefully and then drew a deep breath before cutting. As soon as the knife made the incision, blood didn't flow immediately, but she saw the golden bullet lodged against the bone. 3 seconds later, blood gushed out. Not having time to stop the bleeding, she supported the wound with her left hand and used tweezers in her right to precisely remove the bullet. Ding! The bullet hit the iron tray with a crisp sound. Aspen quickly handed over the tray of clean gauze. Billy pressed the gauze onto the wound, and once the bleeding subsided, she began stitching it up. Though in the traditional Chinese medicine department, she usually performed acupuncture and massage, she occasionally dealt with trauma cases, making suturing wounds quite proficient. Billy sewed beautifully, even aligning the skin edges to ensure the future healing looked good. After bandaging the wound and administering a tetanus shot. Done, Billy finished, exhausted, and collapsed onto the sofa. Bernie, though claiming his arm was numb, was sweating profusely from pain, gritting his teeth without a word until Billy declared it over. Justice too leaned back, resting against the sofa. Aspen picked up the tray, seeing both utterly exhausted, and worriedly suggested, Jiayu, how, should I cook some kanji for you guys before you rest? After being on high alert all night, now that they relaxed, she didn't want to move. She lacked even the strength to shake her head, mumbling, no, not hungry. By the time Aspen returned after cleaning up, both were already asleep on the sofa, sprawled haphazardly. This night, some people in Sea City were bound to be sleepless. The next day, Billy was woken by Aspen shaking her. Jiayu, wake up. Aspen looked panicked. Billy opened her sleepy eyes. Granny, what's wrong? She turned over, wanting to continue sleeping. Don't sleep anymore. There's a fire. Get up quick. Aspen's words were like a bomb being dropped. Billy sat up instantly like a carp jumping out of the water. Where's the fire? She looked around. Everything in the house was as it had always been. There wasn't any place smoking. Aspen walked to the living room and pulled the curtains open. Rolling thick smoke was already rising from below, obscuring the front windows. It's not our place. It's on the 8th floor. Unit 801 is burning. We need to get out fast. At this moment, Bernie emerged from the inner room with neatly packed clothes and bedding, a bandage still wrapped around his right arm, and asked, Granny, I've packed everything. Justice had been woken by the screams of the neighbors downstairs. When he went down, the residents of 801 had already run out, the whole family standing at their door crying. Since the power and water supply were cut off, 801 had been using wood collected from outside to cook, placed inside a gasoline drum to ignite. This was also how most other households cooked now. To prevent the smoke from suffocating people, 801 simply moved their setup to the living room balcony. Today, after the adults lit the fire and went to prepare food in the kitchen, somehow, when they came back, half of the curtain was already burning. The wind blew the flames toward the other furniture inside. There were only 2 bottles of drinking water in the house, and at first, the residents of 801 were hesitant to use them. They tried beating the flames with their hands, but it was completely ineffective, the flames growing bigger and bigger. By the time they panicked and used water, it was too late to salvage the situation. The unusually scorching temperature made everything incredibly dry, igniting at the slightest touch. By the time Bernie went down to check, the fire was already massive, grey smoke continuously pouring out of the apartment, filling the entire hallway with incessant coughing. The neighbors wanted to help but were all unwilling to part with their own water. Those living downstairs thought it wouldn't reach their homes anyway, while those upstairs feared getting affected and wanted to lend a hand but saw others doing nothing. Their limited water wouldn't make a difference anyway. In the end, no one acted. In an instant, everyone watched helplessly as the fire grew into an inferno, then belatedly began scrambling back home to gather their belongings and flee. Bernie had already gathered all the important supplies in the living room, waiting for Billy to wake up so she could put them all into her spatial ring. Chapter 135, The Way to Survival is Blocked. Seeing the situation getting worse ahead, Billy really felt like cursing under her breath. She had built such a good fortress. How long had they lived here before it was about to be lost? Every day was just so thrilling. Hurry up and leave. If the fire gets any bigger, we won't be able to go. Bernie knew she was reluctant to leave and held her hand, saying, people are the most important. Wherever you are, that's home. Billy had no other choice. She took a deep breath and began packing things from the living room into the space. Aspen's chicks, which had finally hatched and been carefully nurtured for so long, were now all slaughtered after growing just a little bit. Justice's heart was bleeding. Wait, Inna, leave a few pieces of luggage in your hands, Bernie reminded her. Escaping empty-handed would not be normal. Billy nodded, took out some small clothes and quilts, hugged them in her arms, and picked up some light pots and pans to throw into the backpacks for both of them. Be careful not to aggravate your wounds. Billy carefully put the backpack on Bernie's back. After confirming that nothing important was left behind at home, the 3 of them opened the door and prepared to go downstairs. The heavy smoke had already spread throughout the entire corridor. Bernie handed out 3 wet towels, 1 for each person, to cover their mouths and noses, preventing them from inhaling too much smoke. Since the dog was shorter and couldn't reach the smoke, it didn't get a towel. Aspen tied a rope around the dog's neck to prevent it from getting lost during the escape. Billy thought they had delayed long enough. But when they reached the corridor, they found it crowded with people who hadn't left yet. Each person was carrying large and small bags. The hallway was narrow, and residents on the 10th floor had placed their items all over the floor. With people holding luggage, everyone was packed together, making a loud noise, unable to move up or down. Justicey, can you move that broken chair? What do you need it for? I can if I want to. You're carrying a footbath basin on your head. What about you? The man, upon being called out, turned around to argue and shouted at the old roaster in front. Granny, can you hurry up? It takes forever to descend 1 step. Whose granny is this? Can someone help pull her out of the way? She's blocking everyone from moving. Billy lived on the top floor and was blocked at the back. She could see everything happening in front clearly. As the fire burned, everyone's household items were revealed. Some people, like them, carried clothing and quilts. Others clutched precious grains and food in their arms. There were those who only cared about saving their wives and children, leaving their mothers behind. And there were those who forgot everything, running down with empty hands covering their heads. Billy always thought that she had lived well because of her rebirth privilege allowing her to stockpile goods early. Unexpectedly, there were also people in the same building who lived comfortably. From the shape of their large bags, she could tell what kind of food was inside. Among them, Thomas's family appeared to be the richest. Their family of 3 each pulled a large suitcase and carried backpacks on their backs and in front of them. Thomas even hung a bag around his neck. They squeezed to the front, looking vigilant. At this moment, Billy noticed that the female owner of a household was holding a small boy with her left hand and clutching a cardboard box tightly with her right. The cardboard box was a bit big, and it looked like she was having trouble holding it with one hand. Justice's nervous demeanor made it seem as if the box contained her most valuable possessions. However, the crowd surged forward, and the next moment, the cardboard box slipped from her hands and rolled onto the ground. When the box hit the stairs, the sausages inside tumbled out everywhere. "Ah, my sausages," the roaster screamed. Seeing the sausages scattered on the ground, others' eyes lit up with greed. They dropped their pots and pans and scrambled to pick them up. The roaster cried out, "Stop! Those are mine! Those are mine!" But people, blinded by the temptation, ignored her cries and fought fiercely over a single sausage. The roaster screamed, pulling one person and then another, hitting people with her fists, but it was useless. The child wailed loudly. The stairwell descended into chaos. People pushed forward desperately while others bent over to grab sausages from the ground. An accident happened instantly. Someone at the front fell and got trampled on, screaming in agony. But people kept pushing forward mercilessly, and soon the screams for help were drowned out. Then came the second and third victims. Even through the wet towel, she could smell the choking smoke. The fire had already spread. Given the scene, she couldn't possibly step over the people to save herself. She turned back and looked at Bernie. "What should we do?" Bernie furrowed his brow and thought for a long time before making a decision. "Let's go back. Go back." Aspen thought she had heard wrong. "Alberta, let's go back," Bernie affirmed. Billy agreed with him. Since they couldn't go down, staying here would only result in being choked by the smoke. Their home was on the 16th floor, and the fire wouldn't spread up immediately. Moreover, they had specially done fireproofing during renovation, which might give them a fighting chance. At this moment, some people in the hallway were already coughing uncontrollably due to burns from the high temperature and thick smoke, and those with weaker constitutions were collapsing from suffocation. Seeing this, the 3 people and the dog decisively turned back. Returning to apartment 1602, Billy closed both doors again. They fetched a large bucket of water and soaked the doors, then used wet cloths to block the door gaps to prevent smoke from entering. Aspen was somewhat scared. "Brooke, is it really okay not to run?" Whether running was safe or not, Bernie wasn't sure, but continuing to stay there crowded would definitely be fatal. Billy comforted her. "Granny, don't worry. We're on the 16th floor, and this is a reinforced concrete building, unlike the old houses that can burn easily." She leaned close to Aspen's ear and said playfully, "Besides, I have a helicopter in my space. If things get bad, we'll go to the rooftop and escape by helicopter." Just hearing this, Aspen giggled, feeling slightly reassured. Billy had already taken out gas masks as a precaution. This weather was so dry, who knew what might happen? And there definitely wouldn't be any firefighters coming to rescue them. She wasn't joking. If the fire really reached them, she'd have to bring out the helicopter. So be it if it exposed everything, they could leave City C and find a remote rural area to continue living. Thinking about the escape route made her feel much lighter. However, there was one issue. Justicey, Brooke, can you fly a plane? Chapter 136, A Fright for Nothing. The answer was obviously no. Last time, she asked George to find a coach, but hadn't received any reply yet. It's fine. If worse comes to worst, we can climb down. There are plenty of tools available." The quality of the anti-theft door was excellent. Once it was closed, the noise and thick smoke from downstairs were completely blocked out. Billy had already brought out the big bucket of water from the space. As long as the fire spread upwards, they would keep pouring water on the door. However, after waiting at home for 3 or 4 hours in fear, none of them faced the scenario they had imagined. Bernie would pull back the curtains every half hour to check. All morning, the thick smoke that once blotted out the sky gradually thinned. "Is the fire out?" Aspen voiced her thoughts. Everyone was somewhat unsure. After all, the building across had been burned to nothing before. Knock knock. The anti-theft door outside made a sound. Inna, are you guys there?" It was Goran's voice. Billy rushed over and opened the door, and it was indeed Goran. And also Bonnie's family. "Inna." Bonnie's eyes were red-rimmed. Seeing Billy safe and sound, her lips quivered, and without saying anything, she hugged her. "It's so good that you're okay. You scared me to death." From far away at home, she saw the smoke coming from this building, which looked like where Billy lived. Justice's family rushed over immediately only to discover it really was. A crowd of people surrounded the burning building within 50 meters. Justiciat waves carried broken glass clattering down, and tongues of fire snaked out from the shattered windows. A few people wanted to rush in to save others, but they were pulled back by the crowd. "If you go in like that, you'll die." "But my father is still upstairs. His legs aren't good. He can't come down on his own." The man had just escorted his wife and children out, wanting to turn back to rescue his elderly father, only to find the fire suddenly intensified. "There are many people who didn't make it out," someone among the onlookers commented. "I just escaped from the 10th floor. It was terrifying," someone else said, holding their chest with lingering fear. "A stampede happened in the hallway just now. I watched helplessly as a Rosa was trampled underfoot by others. Fortunately, I was running in front and managed to escape. I think there are still more than 10 people trapped upstairs." Bonnie caught sight of Goran about to rush in. She went up and grabbed Goran, who had bloodshot eyes and was desperately trying to get inside to find Billy and the others. It took Bonnie and her father much persuasion to hold him back. Those 3 or 4 hours were torturous for the people outside too. Without water, all they could do was pray. Fortunately, blessed by heaven, the fire burned everything on the 8th floor and then died down. Only then did people downstairs dare to put out the fire. "Inna, you scared me to death just now, did you know?" Bonnie, with lingering fear, saw the scene of the stampede on the way up, 3 bodies mangled beyond recognition, twisted in impossible positions on the ground, mouths gaping wide open, faces still bearing the panic of death. They feared to see Billy and the others among those victims. Fortunately, everyone was safe. 1602 experienced a false alarm, but the 8th floor suffered greatly. All the possessions in 801 and 802 were reduced to ashes. The entire hallway was charred black, and even the furniture on the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors was covered with greyish-black powder when touched. 801 moved to a shelter that day. Allison's family from 802 had managed to salvage some daily necessities beforehand. After the fire was extinguished, they cleaned up one room simply and moved back in. As the saying goes, even a humble abode is better than renting. After confirming that the 3 were safe and unharmed, Goran hurriedly returned to work. That evening, Donovan actually came. When Donovan appeared at the door of 1602, Billy was slightly surprised, but quickly recovered. Indeed, it was simple for the Justice family to find out about her background. Isidro followed behind, carrying gifts. Aspen, unaware of their identities, only assumed they were Billy's friends and greeted them warmly. All the supplies in the house were stored during the fire, so not only were there no snacks, but Aspen couldn't even offer a cup of water, only managing an awkward smile, asking them to sit and chat. Donovan glanced around Billy's empty home, slightly disdainful. "I mean, aren't you working for others? Your boss is too stingy if he doesn't give you a share in the bounty." Billy knew from Bernie that she owed part of her successful escape to this guy, though mainly he did it for his own benefit. Nevertheless, she did benefit. So she didn't argue, smiling and thanking him. "Thank you for your help yesterday. I should have come with gifts to thank you, but due to the incident at home, it got delayed. Please don't take offense." Billy's sudden kindness caught Donovan off guard. Over there, George took up the conversation first. "Sis, how did you escape that day? Hoyt and I looked for you for half a day." They had questioned a few minions and learned that Billy had been taken as an attendant by Maximum. When they arrived, Max was already dead, along with Angelo. The items they wanted were missing, and so was Billy. They later searched the entire park but couldn't find her. Billy gave a brief account. "Ahau saved me. In the dark, we didn't know where we were going, we saw a gap and just escaped through it." Hoyt had lingering doubts. "Max is dead, do you know?" Billy covered her mouth in surprise. "No way, he's the boss of Crazy Dragon Gang. Who would dare to kill him?" Justice looked into Billy's eyes, trying to see something different in them. But Billy was very composed under his scrutiny. "I was locked in the inner room of the suite at that time. A man called Brother Wei came and talked mysteriously with Max outside. Through the door, I couldn't hear clearly, but Brother Wei seemed to mention giving some gift. Then Ahau climbed in through the window, and we ran away immediately. I don't know what happened afterward." Justice couldn't detect any abnormality in her eyes. His brows furrowed even deeper. Angelo was Jason's man, and Max was clearly silenced by him. Normally, the item should have been on him, but Angelo was dead, and the item was missing. Who killed Angelo? They had interrogated through the night. According to their testimonies, the only people in the suite that night seemed to be Billy as the attendant, Max, and Angelo, who were both dead when they broke in. They saw a man escaping through the window, but only from behind, so they couldn't confirm it was Bernie. But why would Billy kill Angelo? The Justice family had investigated and found she had no connection with Jason. Moreover, she was unaware of the feud between the Justice family and Jason, so how would she know the importance of that item? Even though Billy had no reason to lie, Hoyt was more inclined to believe she was lying. If she told the truth, the lead would be completely lost. Chapter 137, Donate Away. Donovan raised his head, revealing a sunny smile. "It's okay not to know. Now that the Fierce Dragon Gang has been wiped out by the government, you can rest assured when doing business outside from now on." After saying this, he gave a look to George. George immediately took out the gifts he had brought. "Sis, this is the soapberry seeds and peach gum Donovan specially got for you. It's said to be good for beauty and skin. Justice wants you to have it as a gesture of consolation." Billy was kidnapped partly because of her connection with the Justice family. The Fierce Dragon Gang intended to kidnap one of the Justice family's suppliers to give them a scare for Jason, causing some trouble. So, Donovan felt a bit guilty about what happened to Billy. On one hand, he was here to investigate, and on the other, he truly wanted to apologize and console her. Billy refused. No, I should thank Donovan for your help. If it weren't for you bringing troops to surround the Fierce Dragon Gang, Blake and I might not have escaped so smoothly in the chaos. How can I accept your gifts? Besides, you lent me your water trucks which I haven't returned yet, which makes me quite embarrassed." They had fled in a hurry and didn't have time to unload the water trucks, so they had taken them along with the water. These 2 water trucks were still in their space. "Justicey, don't be so distant. Why are you being so formal with me? We've known each other for so long. If you don't take it, do you not consider Justice Hanwen a friend?" Donovan pretended to be upset. "A water truck is not as valuable as our friendship." Billy couldn't deal with this kind of situation, so since the other party insisted on giving it to her, she accepted it. Since Donovan couldn't get the information he wanted, he stood up to prepare his departure. Billy and Bernie escorted him to the door. Before leaving, Donovan turned back and asked, "Did you see any strange people while you were escaping?" Angelo was killed, the evidence of Jason's collaboration with the Fierce Dragon Gang went missing, and a warehouse full of goods disappeared. Who did it? But that person may have run off in a hurry and only took the goods from the first floor, while the real valuables were upstairs. If that person knew that upstairs was filled with weapons and heroin, they would probably regret it bitterly. Billy shook her head without changing her expression. It was dark and dim. Blake and I could hardly see the road, let alone any strange people. All right. Donovan left with disappointment. The door was closed. The three sat on the sofa. Aspen knew the ins and outs of what happened to Billy that night but didn't ask in front of Donovan. Now that he was gone, she voiced her confusion. You said that person was you and Blake. She was talking about Angelo. Bernie was also confused. You said you would give that thing to the Justice family. Why? Billy wasn't sure if her decision was correct, but something deep inside told her to wait. I can't confirm whether the Justice family and Jason are of the same ilk. We don't understand their political struggles. If we just hand it over recklessly, I'm afraid it might bring us trouble. I think, why don't we wait a bit longer? Without this evidence, even if the Justice family can't topple Jason this time, they can definitely deal him a heavy blow. If the Justice family acts similarly after taking power, then I dare not easily reveal it. Moreover, Billy wanted to exchange this evidence not for supplies but for admission to a shelter base. Currently, there was no news about building a shelter base, so if she mentioned it now to gain entry, it would seem like she had foreknowledge and invite suspicion or worse. You're right to think this way, Bernie agreed. Aspen didn't understand much. Since both of them agreed, she went along with it. However, after this shock, she wouldn't easily allow Billy and Blake to go out trading again. So, ever since Donovan left, Billy and Bernie stayed home. Outside, news of the elimination of the Fierce Dragon Gang spread quickly. It was said that several warehouses of goods were found. Although there was no direct evidence proving Jason's collusion with the Fierce Dragon Gang, indirect evidence existed. As a result, his power was significantly reduced. Although he didn't completely fall, he was now at odds with the Justice family. The Justice family did a decent job. Besides returning items whose origins could be traced, they distributed the remaining goods as relief supplies to ordinary citizens. Billy also received a small bag of sugar. On her way down to collect the relief supplies, she met Hu Xiaofeng, who surprisingly smiled and greeted her. Was he in such a good mood? What Billy didn't know was that Hu Xiaofeng had learned about the government's destruction of the Fierce Dragon Gang. Naively, he thought it was because Angelo's superior was angry about his brother-in-law's death and had eradicated the gang in retaliation. All his efforts to ingratiate himself with these leaders paid off, as he believed they appreciated his servitude by finding them supplies and women. I'm pretty important after all. So, Thomas looked at Billy with much more favor. After receiving the relief supplies, Billy realized she still had several boxes of stolen goods in her space that hadn't been dealt with. She returned home and closed the door to begin checking. The dozen wooden boxes on the pickup truck were all oatmeal when opened. Imported fruit oatmeal, perfectly packaged, not expired. In addition, she also inventoried everything from the warehouse one by one. This trip, although her heart was greatly startled, the harvest was quite abundant. She and Aspen discussed it and decided to donate half of these supplies here. After all, nothing from the Mad Dragon Gang came normally. Keeping half as compensation for mental anguish, the rest would be returned where it came from. But how to donate and who to donate to became a problem. Certainly, they couldn't donate under their real names, that would just invite trouble. They also needed to ensure the supplies got directly into the hands of the people, rather than certain institutions misappropriating them under the guise of charity. Billy and her group were stumped. What if we donate part of it to the orphanage? Aspen suggested unexpectedly. There was an orphanage in the west of the city run by an elderly couple. The couple themselves were orphans, did not have children after getting married, and decided to open an orphanage. By today, it has been over 30 years, from young couples until they became grey-haired elders. Aspen continued, I heard this time the orphanage was severely affected. Several children were washed away during the typhoon and flood, and the two elders risked their lives to rescue them one by one from the water. I think, for people with no blood relation, they could do so much. Their hearts should be good. Donating to them means the supplies will go to the children. Then it's settled. Billy also thought it was a good choice. Decided to act immediately, Billy promptly divided out a large portion of the oatmeal, nougat candies, jellies, cookies, and other snacks from her space, while Aspen and Bernie packed them into boxes. Thinking of the extreme cold not far off, Billy also packed some old cotton coats and extra bedding from home. Chapter 138, Winter is coming. That night, at the Love home in the western part of the city, thump, thump, thump. Several heavy thuds echoed in the quiet courtyard. The grey-haired old Rosa rushed out, wooden stick in hand. Scram. Enough already. I'll beat you to death if I catch you. The old Rosa ran into the yard but found no thieves as expected. Since the disaster, the meager rations provided by the government had never been enough. Thieves targeted the orphanage, taking advantage of the fact that only the elderly, women, and children were there. Over time, a group of children became gaunt and frail from hunger. The dark yard was empty. The old Rosa vaguely saw several square shapes near the wall. Jerry, what's happening? Are they thieves again? The Zechariah came out with a broom upon hearing the noise. It's not them. Howell, look, isn't there something under the wall? Indeed, there is. The Zechariah cautiously approached with his broom. Old Rosa, come quick, there are several wooden crates here. Justice dropped the broom and tried to lift one but found it too heavy. It contained something inside. Together, they moved all the crates under the eaves. They lit a piece of wood. The Zechariah used a crowbar to open a wooden crate. Cookies. The Zechariah dropped the crowbar in surprise and quickly called the old Rosa over. Really? Real cookies, a whole crate full. Howell, quickly see what's in the other crates. They were both excited and thrilled. Cookies, oatmeal, dried fruit, all kinds of food. There's enough for the children for a year. These 2 crates contain clothes and quilt. Who could it be? Old Rosa, did you see anyone? The old Rosa shook her head. They must have thrown these in during the dead of night so we wouldn't know. Howell, hurry up and bring everything inside. We need to hide them well. We can't let others know we got so much stuff. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep them, and the kids will suffer. Oh, all right. The Zechariah looked at the pitch-black night outside the wall, silently praying for the kind soul. Time passed quickly until late November. It remained scorching hot, showing no signs of winter. After half a year, people seemed to have gotten used to the abnormal climate. Complaints about the heat were rare, usually heard only when they sought refuge in basements during the day. The well at the entrance had been dug deeper and deeper, but only mud came up. People had to relocate and dig elsewhere, with little success. Billy's rooftop water tank was also depleted, forcing her to use stored water from her spatial ring. During this period, George visited a few times, bringing good news about the skincare business he had mentioned before. Moreover, he found a coach. The coach was from a private flight experience base. Before the disaster, his job was to pilot helicopters, giving tourists a tour of the area without any practical function. Although not a certified pilot, he had sufficient flying experience and was more than capable of teaching Bernie. Most importantly, the base had 2 helicopters available, though aviation fuel was precious and practical flight training wasn't possible. What kind of fuel? Aviation fuel. Planes use that. Billy's mind froze. She thought planes used diesel or gasoline, otherwise, her helicopter would just be a showpiece. How do we get aviation fuel? George glanced at her oddly. Sis, you really want to fly a plane? Stop talking nonsense and answer me. This isn't easy. But if you really want it, I can think of ways, though it might cost a lot. Billy readily handed over the agreed amount of cream to George and offered high-end as bait, urging him to get the aviation fuel. Also, arrange for the coach to start teaching immediately. With Bernie's helicopter lessons settled, Billy began stockpiling coal. Calculating the timing of the last cold wave, it would arrive in just over a month. The spatial ring already had enough coal and cold-resistant equipment, but she had nothing else to do and still needed to take care of Bonnie. One idle evening, Billy went to Bonnie's home. You, why are you here? Bonnie peeked out from behind the door. Billy noticed Bonnie's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. Bonnie closed the door cautiously and led Billy downstairs. What's going on? When they reached the ground floor, and no one was around, Bonnie finally spoke dejectedly. My uncle's family came. Your uncle? Weren't they driven away last time? Albert's, along with my grandmother and grandfather. Bonnie looked listless. They all came and have been here for some time now. Billy understood. They were using filial piety as a weapon, resorting to moral coercion, truly shameless. So now although Bonnie's family wasn't as well off as before the disaster, their living standards were definitely better than most people's. Bonnie's eyes were bloodshot as she said resentfully, my uncle and aunt have been inciting the elderly, saying that my mother is lying here enjoying herself. They claim it's unreasonable for us to live comfortably while others are on the brink of starvation. Those locusts came in and took over the family's supplies, claiming it was for everyone's good, planning everything meticulously. Now we only get 1 cup of water a day, and all we eat are roasted potatoes. The eggs laid by the hens are all taken by them, under the guise of providing nutrition for the elderly and children. Billy was speechless. To deal with such people, one needed to be ruthless, cutting through the chaos swiftly. Alfie and Albert Freya were too soft-hearted. Bonnie seemed to sense what Billy was thinking. My mom also wants to drive them away like last time. She doesn't want to acknowledge my uncle but can't really chase away my grandmother and grandfather. We've argued twice before. Once things get heated, the elderly lie on the ground, accusing my mom of being ungrateful. This stirs up the neighbors who then blame her for being heartless, even trying to throw out her own parents. My mom's health has always been poor, and she hasn't taken her medicine for a long time. After they upset her this time, she collapsed again. My dad isn't home, and my mom and I have no idea what to do. Bonnie hugged Billy, sobbing, am I so useless? I can't do anything. After listening, Billy didn't immediately come up with a solution. This time, after all, it was Albert Freya's relatives. As an outsider, she couldn't just solve the problem violently as before, and that would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. But right now, Bonnie's life wasn't in danger, she was just having a tough time. There were more important matters at hand. What? You want me to go chop wood? Bonnie stood frozen, forgetting to cry. Billy nodded. Alberts. Chop wood, make charcoal. Winter is coming. Chapter 139 Voluntary Departure. Albert, it's clearly still. Bonnie wanted to say that it was evening and the temperature was still around 40 degrees. Billy suggested burning charcoal for warmth. But thinking about how Billy had always predicted accurately, she swallowed the rest of her words. Starting tomorrow, you'll go woodcutting with me. Ignore the ghosts and snakes at your home temporarily, wait until your father comes back to handle them. If you're worried that they'll take over the accumulated supplies, just store them at my place first. Also, pass a message to your father, exchange surplus supplies for winter quilts and clothes. In this scorching heat, down jackets, cotton quilts, these warm items should be easily exchanged for. Bonnie was doubtful but obediently agreed. Billy took a few days off from the hospital. With the male members of the household busy elsewhere, every evening when the temperature dropped, Billy would take Bonnie and Aspen deep into the mountains. After several days of high temperatures, the surface-rooted vines and weeds had already dried up and crunched underfoot. Many tall trees were also long dead, standing in place though their bark would flake off at the slightest touch of an axe, making chopping less strenuous. The three women weren't very strong, but after a night's work, they had modest harvests. Sweat dripped down Bonnie's forehead like raindrops. Jiayu, are you sure about that news? It doesn't look like the weather will get cold anytime soon. Bonnie wiped her sweat with the towel hanging around her neck. Besides, if it gets cold, we can just wear more clothes. Billy remembered the bone-chilling cold from her previous life and the chilblains all over her hands and feet, scabs cracking open and re-healing, itching endlessly. Just thinking about it made her fingers itch. She unconsciously scratched them. Just trust me, you'll see when the time comes. No amount of talk could replace experience. But alas, all my efforts will just end up benefiting them. Aspen, used to farm work in her youth, was even more agile than the two young people now. She had heard about Bonnie's family troubles and felt deeply sympathetic. Wanwan, don't think too much. Your dad should be on leave in a couple of days, and there will be a way, Aspen comforted. Millimeter. They worked hard for 3 or 4 consecutive days. Several times during this period, Billy suggested that Aspen stay home to rest, saying that she and Bonnie could manage. Aspen refused. She had been cooped up for half a year and was finally getting some exercise, so she wouldn't return home willingly. Using available materials, they built a simple kiln with mud. Large pieces of wood were placed at the bottom of the kiln to allow air circulation. Unburned wood was placed in the middle as the initial burning point. The chopped wood was arranged by size radially, with the largest pieces at the hottest center until the kiln was completely full. A long pole was inserted through the ventilation hole and lit. Finally, they sealed all the gaps at the bottom with mud and installed a chimney, completing the task. To ensure no forest fires were caused, they left only after verifying everything was secure. After 24 hours, they opened the kiln to check. On their first attempt at making charcoal, Billy and the others had braced for failure. But it went better than expected. Though there were impurities and cracks, the results were usable overall. All the charcoal was carried back to Billy's home in baskets. On the 5th day, Albert's father and Goran returned. Since the head of the Albert family had come back, Billy, feeling reassured, gave childcare duties a break and repeatedly reminded Bonnie before heading back to work at the hospital. Upon entering her department, she found colleagues gathered, whispering, "Oh, Jiayu, you're back." Someone noticed her quickly. Billy joined them. "What's going on, being so secretive?" Someone sighed, looking troubled. I hear that higher-ups feel our hospital is overloaded and may not sustain operations, leading to layoffs." Layoffs? It's said that most will be laid off, leaving only a small elite group to maintain basic functions. The hospital had long been short of doctors and medicine, and due to lack of diesel, the generator had stopped working for over half a month, leaving ICU wards empty. Patients often didn't receive effective treatment, gradually leading to fewer hospital visits. Only traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, still saw patients regularly, while other departments were nearly deserted. Understanding the need for layoffs. Still, everyone was greatly distressed. At least at the hospital, they managed to obtain some supplies to support their families. Without the hospital, what would they do? No wonder Billy sensed such a low atmosphere upon entering. "Don't worry too much, it's not confirmed yet," Billy could only awkwardly comfort. "Dr. Lin, you don't have to worry of course. You, as a big shot, lack nothing. How can you be the same as us ordinary people who rely on this meager salary to live?" someone said sourly. They still thought she was a second generation coming here for experience. If there were real layoffs, with her connections, it would never be her turn. Though her professional skills and progress were obvious to all. Usually, without conflicting interests, everyone could laugh together and even call each other brothers, but now that they had to compete for the remaining positions, it was a matter of survival, so some sour words were normal. Billy remained non-committal. That person wasn't wrong. The atmosphere turned awkward as Billy didn't speak. That person seemed to realize his words were a bit overboard, but his strong sense of self-respect made him unwilling to apologize. "Hugo, come with me for a moment." Bartolomeo suddenly appeared at the door. "Okay." Billy stood up quickly, escaping from this awkward place. In Bartolomeo's office, Billy moved a small stool and sat opposite Bartolomeo. "Hugo, you've been here for more than 3 months, right?" "Alberts." Bartolomeo spoke frankly. "I'm sure you've heard about the potential layoffs. What do you think?" Billy's efforts and talents over this period were obvious to everyone. Justice admitted that he initially disliked such a well-connected person, but after prolonged interaction, he grew more pleasantly surprised. However, he knew Billy's ambition wasn't in becoming proficient. For her, just entering the field was enough. Billy thought deeply. What her colleague said was right. She was different from them, so she didn't need to fight for their livelihoods. "I've learned a lot these past few months. I'm very happy to have met Bartolomeo and a group of adorable and respectable colleagues. Since I'm not from a medical background, staying would only be a burden to the hospital. This time, I choose to leave voluntarily. Chapter 140, Donating Supplies Again. Bartolomeo admired this female student from the bottom of his heart, but thinking about his colleagues who had worked with him for many years, he sighed. Justice stood up and patted Billy's shoulder gently, saying, "When this disaster is over, if you want to come back, you're always welcome." Billy nodded. She decided to do one more good deed before leaving. "By the way, Bartolomeo, my boss has a batch of emergency medicines that I would like to donate before I leave. I wonder if the hospital is willing to accept them." What kind of question was that? How could they refuse? The sorrowful mood Bartolomeo had just built up was instantly shattered by an overwhelming surprise. Really? Justice almost jumped up. Only heaven knew what these medicines meant to them. Bartolomeo looked at his little apprentice with complicated feelings. How could she be his apprentice? She was a treasure, a box of wonders, a shining goddess. What had he been doing, trying to send her away? Bartolomeo felt a bit regretful. It's true. If possible, it can be delivered tonight. Good. I'll talk to the president right away. Bartolomeo couldn't wait and ran to the president's office in his Crocs without even noticing Billy was still there. Deciding to leave, Billy didn't linger and immediately returned to bid farewell to her colleagues. They were all incredulous when they heard she was giving up her job voluntarily. To give up such a great job so easily made them more convinced that Billy must be from a wealthy family. That night, after returning home, Billy selected items from her storage space that she didn't need or couldn't use. She also packed 2 large boxes of antibiotics and iodine, which were the most consumed and needed medicines in the hospital. The borrowed small tricycle was filled to the brim. Bernie went to the flight base. Aspen strained her back while mopping the floor today. Goran had just returned and lost a lot of weight. Billy wanted him to rest for a few more days. So tonight, she had to go out alone. Woof. Seeking attention. Seeing the dog's sad eyes, Billy couldn't help but laugh. She had indeed neglected it lately, leaving its care mostly to Aspen. "Take it along. It's cruel to keep it cooped up at home all day," Aspen said, already treating the dog like her child. Seeing it whimpering, she added, "It can accompany you and be safer. Otherwise, Amy won't feel comfortable either." "All right then." Billy nodded, and the dog dashed to the door as if it had been given a royal pardon. If it could unlock the door, it would have done so long ago. The tricycle was heavy, so Billy rode slowly. The dog darted ahead and came back, joyful and excited but staying within Billy's sight. As the human and the dog approached the hospital, they saw a row of figures standing at the main gate. "Is that Hugo?" "It looks like her." The person waved their arm and shouted, "Hugo Tilda." It was her senior brother in name. She waved back. Upon confirming it was Billy, the group quickly ran over. "Wow. Hugo, you're amazing, another full cart. Our director can't even get half of this approved no matter how many reports he submit." Cough. Bartolomeo signaled his blabbermouth apprentice to lower her voice, not noticing the president still standing there. The president didn't seem to mind, smiling at Billy. "Hugo even brought them personally, too much trouble. We should have gone to pick them up ourselves." Justice instructed, "Hurry, help her unload. Hugo, take a rest in my office, they can handle this." Billy took the water bottle offered to her, just about to drink. "Woof. Me too. Whoa. Where did this big dog come from? Scary." One of the people unloading the supplies saw the dog behind and jumped back in shock. "Justice even, come look, it's a German Shepherd." Where? Everyone crowded around upon hearing there was a dog. "Wow, such a big one, look at that shiny coat. Clearly well fed. In this world, people can barely eat, yet she can still keep a dog. Look at those muscles, it eats better than I do." The dog seemed to understand they were praising it, strutting proudly beside Billy. "Hugo, this dog is yours." "Alberta." Billy answered, feeling envious and sour glances from all directions. "Haha, no wonder it's Hugo, even your dog is so well kept." The president praised. Handing over the tricycle to her colleagues, the dog was surrounded by dog lovers petting it. Billy was welcomed into the president's office. "Hugo, old Chi told me you're volunteering to leave your post." "Alberts. My professional skills are not up to par, and staying here won't be of much help. There are so many elite talents in our hospital, I would rather leave the opportunity to more professional people. Don't belittle yourself. According to old Chi, you have quite a high aptitude. Justice speaks highly of you." Bartolomeo nodded vigorously. The president continued, "Actually, with your talent and hard work, given time, you wouldn't be any worse than them. Staying in the traditional Chinese medicine department would still have great potential for you. And you've only been here for a few months while contributing so much to our hospital. If you want to stay, I believe no one would say no. Billy knew the president was considering the 2 batches of donated supplies when he said this. But her purpose of interning at the hospital had been achieved. More complex issues couldn't be learned in a year or 2, otherwise, those medical students wouldn't need 6 to 7 years to graduate. However, she now felt confident enough dealing with common diseases. The storage space's reserves were sufficient. Moreover, the cold wave was about to come. Although she had learned a lot during this period, it was really exhausting. She just wanted to sleep in peacefully at home. "Thank you, President. But I've made up my mind. I need to deal with some family matters lately. Your kindness is appreciated." Thank you for cultivating me these past few months. She stood up, nodded to both of them, and said, if there is an opportunity in the future, or if our hospital needs me, feel free to contact me anytime, and I will come immediately. Seeing her determination, the president didn't insist but still had a task. All right then. However, you and your boss have done a great favor for our hospital again. How about sparing some time to invite him over? We can treat you both as hosts. No need to go through such trouble, President. My boss doesn't seek returns. Our hospital's funds are tight as well. The president tried again, then not dinner, at least a brief introduction between us would be good. Billy confirmed that they were less concerned about losing her and more interested in her supposed boss. President, there's no need to be formal. If my boss has more donations in the future, I will certainly help deliver them. She got up to leave. To avoid worrying her family, she placed the dog in the empty tricycle and raced back home at top speed. Chapter 141, The Mysterious Patient. Just as Billy had recently lost her job, Goran also found himself unemployed, or rather, on standby. The cold-resistant corn seeds have been successfully developed and are now in mass production. They no longer need as many people, so they've given some of us a leave, Goran explained. It sounded like a holiday, but there was no telling when they would be back to work. There was no salary during this leave period. Goran wasn't working for the salary anyway, so he welcomed this extended rest period. Home-cooked meals always taste better. Goran stood up to get more rice from the kitchen. This was already his third bowl of rice. Thompson, was Christopher Albert also put on leave? Billy asked while serving him food. Alberts, neither of us had strong backing, so we were among the first to be laid off, Goran said with a slight concern about the Albert family. I don't mind, but Xiao Albert's family relies entirely on him for support. Losing his income will be tough, especially with those problematic relatives of theirs. Billy hadn't visited Bonnie for several days, and just as she was about to go out after dinner, she encountered Bonnie coming to visit. Wanwan, Christopher Albert, why are you here? Inna, it's been a while. Your uncle hasn't visited in a long time. We came to see you and thank you for taking care of Wanwan, Albert's father said politely. Bonnie winked at her discreetly from behind. Wow, such good mood, looks like their problems at home are resolved. Goran quickly invited them to sit down. Xiao Albert, how many times do I have to tell you, we're family. When you come over, don't bring anything. Seeing Albert's father place something on the floor, Goran became displeased. Justice wasn't just being polite, he was genuinely upset. I know your situation. Take that stuff back. Albert's father smiled and sat down. It's nothing special. With the temperature drop coming, Bonnie's mother decided to take apart some old sweaters and knit a few scarves for you. Billy opened the bag to find 5 neatly folded scarves inside. Even the dog had one. These 2 grey ones are for Thompson Liu and sister-in-law, these 3 red ones are for you and Amy Yang, and this small one with bells is for Nyan Jiao, Bonnie explained. How skilled your mother is. They're beautifully made. Billy couldn't help but admire. Indeed, every scarf was perfectly knitted, looking almost machine-made despite being recycled from old clothes. Alberta, right? Bonnie agreed without a hint of modesty. So cheerful. Did everything get sorted out at home? Billy voiced what everyone else was wondering. Aspen and others perked up their ears too. Alberts, they're gone, Albert's father replied casually, though everyone knew it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, mentioning those relatives made Bonnie irritable. Once my dad lost his job and had no income, they couldn't leech off us anymore, so they left. They took whatever little supplies we had. No supplies. What are you going to do now? Surviving on potatoes alone wouldn't be easy. Besides, growing more potatoes would take a month. Speaking of supplies, Bonnie felt a bit proud. Of course we kept some hidden. If they'd taken all our food, I would have fought them. But they took all the water from the tank, leaving us not a single drop. Fortunately, Albert's father had timely exchanged his salary for water and heating supplies, so their situation wasn't dire. Me and Dad planned to continue chopping wood and burning charcoal. Would you like to join us? Billy shook her head. Now that Albert's father was back, she no longer needed to help. We've already stored enough. Oh, by the way, you can take back the charcoal you stored here last time. Billy handed over all the charcoal they had prepared previously to Bonnie. You can never have too much charcoal or heating tools. This cold wave might be even harsher than the extreme heat, Billy reminded again. Understood, Inna, Bonnie agreed obediently. Albert's father trusted Billy's insider information and took careful note. After lying low at home for a few days, Billy suddenly realized she had some equipment left at the hospital. So one evening after dinner, she headed to the hospital. Move, move, get out of the way. Behind her, someone shouted loudly as hurried footsteps approached. Billy instinctively moved aside. A group of 3 or 4 men rushed past her like a gust of wind. They were clumsily clustering around a central figure, who seemed to be carrying someone on his back. The person on the back hung limply, apparently unconscious. As they passed, spots of blood dotted the ground. Billy continued her leisurely walk towards the hospital. By the time she arrived, she indeed saw those people in the emergency room. Say that again, what do you mean there's no medicine? One of the men shouted angrily while grabbing the collar of the on-duty emergency doctor. The doctor felt his eardrums nearly shattering and struggled to free himself from the man's grip. What are you yelling about? Everyone knows the hospital ran out of medicine long ago. Why are you yelling at me? The man pointed at the doctor angrily and said, You're full of shit. The province just approved a batch of medicines last week. You're telling me there's no medicine now? Look at how few patients you have here. Did you all drink the medicine yourselves? Billy was intrigued. This man spoke so confidently, even knowing about the provincial approval of medicine. Who could he be? She scrutinized the group carefully. They wore dark green dress pants and white short-sleeve shirts. In this weather, everyone else was wearing tank tops and shorts, trying to wear as little as possible. If not for fear of indecency, they would have preferred to go naked. These men were dressed neatly and stood tall like pines, definitely not ordinary people. The doctor, having been yelled at, couldn't keep up appearances and immediately slammed the table. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you here to cause trouble? Go away yourself, or I'll call security. His companion held back the enraged man, suppressing his anger, and said politely, Doctor, my friend is too anxious, and spoke rudely. Please don't take it personally. Chempage. Truly, our brother was seriously injured, bleeding all the way. Justice's close to going into shock. This is the only hospital in the county. Please help us figure something out. Justice can't endure much more. Indeed, the person lying on the bed already had pale lips and showed no reaction to the noisy environment. The emergency doctor, as if ignoring everything, sat back down. I've already told you, he needs surgery to remove the blade inside him. Without anesthesia, he might not survive the first step. Even if he can endure the pain, under current conditions, without antibiotics, infection is very likely. I suggest you transfer him to another hospital as soon as possible. Billy listened with a furrowed brow from afar. No antibiotics? She had donated 2 large boxes just a few days ago. With the current number of patients, they should last at least 2 months even if used generously. She narrowed her eyes. What's really going on? Chapter 142, The Mysterious Patient, Part 2. The emergency doctor's indifferent attitude was far from what a doctor should have when saving lives and healing the injured, and it could even be said that there wasn't a trace of medical ethics. Even if the hospital lacked medication, some basic first aid should still be provided. The nurse on the side only stood there watching idly, taking no action at all. Billy had previously worked only in the traditional Chinese medicine department and didn't know that other departments had become such a scene. Damn it, take a good look. Can my brother afford more? If something happens on the way, can you handle it? Since I can't reason with you, call your boss. What boss? Always calling the boss. Do you think you're someone special? Let me make it clear, even if your boss comes today, we don't have the medicine. Even if we did, people like you wouldn't be able to afford it. The man became thoroughly agitated and tried to lunge forward but was held back by his companions. During the struggle, Billy seemed to catch a glimpse of a black box flashing at his waist. Security. Security, the emergency doctor shouted loudly. Seeing the patient's breathing grow weaker on the bed, Billy couldn't bear it any longer. Bring the patient to the traditional Chinese medicine department. Who are you? The emergency doctor looked her up and down unhappily. The people in the traditional Chinese medicine department have long since left work. Don't mess around here. I'm Billy from the traditional Chinese medicine department. She answered calmly and turned to the group, saying, Quick, follow me. I've been working here for 3 years and never seen you. I kindly remind you, don't get scammed. Fraudsters these days will do anything. The group hesitated as Billy allowed them to scrutinize her composedly. Follow me if you trust me. After speaking, she headed towards her former office. Seeing Billy act so straightforward, the group no longer hesitated, quickly picking up the man on the bed and following her closely. Transferring to a city hospital would take at least 2 hours. Instead of waiting idly, they might as well try this option. However, they wouldn't put all their hopes on Billy either. One person silently slipped away in the opposite direction. The emergency doctor, seeing they actually believed her, stomped his feet in anger and gritted his teeth. Following them, he didn't believe she could treat anyone without medication. The traditional Chinese medicine department was dark and locked. Billy tiptoed and skillfully found the spare key behind the department sign. One of the men watched her retrieve the key with ease, and his heart eased halfway. Power was switched on. The light bulb flickered twice before emitting a dim yellow glow. Put the patient here. Billy spread out a disposable sheet and instructed the group. They carefully placed the man on the bed. Remove his upper clothing. Use scissors if it's hard to take off. Billy directed them while looking for tools at a workstation. Seizing an opportunity when they weren't paying attention, she quietly retrieved 2 vials of anesthesia and antibiotics from storage and placed them in her toolkit. After disinfecting her hands, she approached the bed. They acted swiftly, exposing the man's upper body. His abdominal wound was grotesque and bleeding profusely, visible to everyone. Billy couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Can you really do it? Don't kill him or else we'll sue the hospital. A sharp and unkind voice sounded inappropriately. Billy turned impatiently. It was the unethical doctors from the emergency room who followed. Out. What did you say? Out. This is the traditional Chinese medicine department, not your emergency department. Besides, your chatter is disturbing my work. Billy repeated her order firmly while holding the acupuncture pack. The emergency doctor spluttered. This man barely has half a life left. Based on what? Just those few needles. Dream on. Before he finished, the group had already roughly escorted him out. How dare they curse their leader's death? This grudge would be remembered. Billy simply drew the curtains around the bed. You wait outside the curtain, keep the environment clean, and too many people will affect my operation. But the somewhat irritable man voiced his concern. What if something happened while he wasn't watching? Then one of you can come in. Billy had an inkling about their identities. These people were agile and efficient, and some carried guns, indicating that the man lying on the bed, in his 50s, was definitely no ordinary person. Suddenly feeling immense pressure. The patient's right lower abdomen had a 5 cm long incision, with neat edges, suggesting a sharp instrument injury. They had done basic bandaging earlier, so although there was blood loss, it was within a safe range. But now, with the bandage removed, the blood flowed continuously. "Doctor, stop just standing there, hurry up," came an anxious urging from beside her. Billy rolled her eyes. How did they let this irritable one in? Billy administered several local anesthetic points around the wound. She gently pressed around the wound and felt a hard object. The man on the bed showed signs of pain, murmuring as his face twitched slightly. "It's glass, broken inside," the man explained her action preemptively. While waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, she used iodine tincture to disinfect the wound thoroughly, wiping back and forth at least 5 or 6 times. Without a sterile environment, she could only do her best with disinfection. Then she quickly used acupuncture to seal some hemostatic acupoints. Once all this was done, when she pressed the wound again, the man no longer cried out in pain. The anesthetic had taken effect. She swiftly used a dilator to open the original wound, and fresh blood gushed out immediately. She quickly grabbed a sterilized gauze pad and stuffed it in, which absorbed the blood, revealing the glass shard embedded in the flesh. Fortunately, though the glass shard was broken inside, it hadn't shattered but remained intact. She carefully extracted the glass shard, triple-checking that nothing was left behind before removing the gauze and flushing the internal wound with normal saline. Finally, she removed the dilator and sutured the surface wound. Everything went simpler and smoother than expected. After everything was done, she administered one more antibiotic injection, all within 5 minutes. "Go get a cup of water." Billy breathed a sigh of relief and took out a few anti-inflammatory pills. "Give him these." "Oh, okay." The formerly irritable man now behaved like a docile rabbit, accepting the medicine from Billy. "Doctor, is the chief going to be fine?" "Should be, if there are no surprises." Billy replied. "Huh? What does should be mean?" "I've done everything I can," gave him an injection and made him take medicine. Now it's up to his luck. After disinfecting her hands, Billy began to tidy up her equipment. This was her true purpose for coming here today. Where? Suddenly, the corridor erupted in commotion. Chapter 143 Strict Investigation of Corruption. "Where is the senior official?" The dean's loud and anxious voice echoed in the hallway. Immediately after, the door to the traditional Chinese medicine department was pushed open from the outside. A group of people rushed in. Leading the group was the dean, his face filled with panic and anxiety. Behind him were over a dozen leaders and several expert directors from the hospital. Billy noticed one of these mysterious reinforcements at the end of the crowd. It turned out they had secretly gone for backup. Seeing Billy, the dean paused momentarily. "Cullen, what are you doing here?" Justice didn't have time to chat with her, so he directly went past her to the people behind her. "Where's the senior official?" "I've brought the most authoritative experts from our hospital. Let them examine the senior official immediately." Speaking of which, a few old men stood up from within the crowd. Alberts, Billy recognized them to some extent. They were indeed the most experienced experts in the hospital. The irritable man, who had just given someone medicine, pulled back the curtain as he spoke sarcastically. "Didn't you say there were no medicines? How can you treat the senior official then?" The young man must be joking. "Our hospital just received a batch of medicines. How could there be none? Please move aside, don't delay the senior official's treatment," the dean rebutted earnestly. "This is what your own emergency doctor said on site." Many people heard it. They said there were absolutely no medicines left and even told us to go home and wait to die. They seemed very confident about it, the irritable man said, recalling the embarrassment in the ER. "It's impossible, there must be a mistake." The dean looked embarrassed. At this moment, those from the ER tried to shrink into the corner, trying to lower their presence. Who knew this person had such a big background? If they had known earlier, they would not have dared to say those words even if they had 10,000 lives. It's all over now. However, everyone in the hospital does things this way. They were just following orders. Even if the dean was angry now, he wouldn't fire them, right? Just then, Billy remembered she had donated a batch of medicines a few days ago. At that time, in the ER, both doctors and nurses unanimously claimed there were no medicines. If the medicines she donated weren't used to help the common people, what was the point of donating them? "Alberts, Dean, I also donated a batch of medicines a few days ago. Why did everyone in the ER just now claim there were no medicines at all?" The dean gave her an irritated glance. She was actually siding with others at this critical moment. The medicines might have just arrived, and the medical staff below didn't know. That's why they said there were no medicines. "Look, we've brought all the possible medicines needed, ready to provide the best treatment for the senior official." At this point, several experts had already gone inside to examine the patient's condition. They quickly came out. "Hamlin, Alberic, why did you come out?" "How's the senior official?" asked the dean anxiously. They shook their heads. The dean's face changed dramatically, nearly sitting down hard on the ground. "No way. If something happened to the senior official here, his position as dean would be over." "Aren't you going to check again?" Bartolomeo replied. "The senior official's wound has already been treated. We just examined it thoroughly. The treatment was proper, and the stitching was done well. Currently, the senior official's vital signs are stable, and there should be no immediate danger." "What? Already, all right?" The dean felt like he was hearing things. Alberts, surgery has already been completed. What happened? Just assuring that the senior official was out of danger, the irritable man happily went to shake Billy's hand. Billy reflexively pulled her hand back. Realizing his abruptness, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you for saving our senior official. Alberts, thank you, Dr. Lin. Others chimed in. Billy nodded calmly. She deserved this gratitude. After all, she had used 2 doses of her medicine. The dean was speechless. Cullen, did you perform the surgery on the senior official? Thinking of Billy's experience, he instinctively started to scold her. You've only been here for 3 months. How could you dare perform surgery? Do you know that any misstep could put the senior official in mortal danger? Can you bear that responsibility alone? Billy frowned in displeasure. She hadn't settled accounts with him for the donated supplies, and now he dared to criticize her. Unexpectedly, the irritable man blurted out first, if it weren't for Dr. Lin, the senior official would have been chased away by your unethical doctors long ago. How could he be lying safely here now? Criticizing now is useless. What did you do earlier? Moreover, after receiving so many medicines from above, you didn't give any to the common people and still claimed there were no medicines, forcing critically ill patients to leave. Isn't that just letting them die? Even if the information was not conveyed properly as you said, that's still your failure as a dean. What good are you then? Thankfully, nothing happened to the senior official today. If anything had gone wrong, our commander would have taken off your head first. The dean couldn't say a word. The scene fell silent. Kenny, be quiet. Chief. Chief is awake. Just as hearing the chief's voice, the irritable man left everyone else and ran over, with others following him. Chief, you're awake. How are you feeling? On the hospital bed, Jonathan opened his eyes with effort and looked at the crowd gathered around him. I'm fine. Why are you still so noisy? He said weakly. The dean introduced himself nervously. Just a cello, Chief. I am the dean of X County Hospital, Fulton. Jonathan nodded slightly. Thank you for all your trouble in the middle of the night. The dean waved his hand hastily. Not at all, it's no trouble at all as long as you're okay, Chief. The irritable man saw his fawning manner and snorted disdainfully. Atticus Demkai had actually woken up halfway through and had heard half of the arguments outside, knowing what this subordinate was muttering about. I was dazed earlier and thought I saw a young girl treating my wounds. Who is she? The dean immediately pulled Billy, who was preparing to slip away with her backpack, and proudly introduced her. That's her, Hugo, our talented young talent from the traditional Chinese medicine department. We owe her today for timely treating your wounds. Jonathan looked at Billy appreciatively. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Billy responded politely. No need to thank me, it's my duty as a doctor. The irritable man spoke bluntly. Dr. Lin doesn't need to be modest. If not for you, those unethical doctors would have let Chief go. Ha ha ha. The dean dared not scold him, only awkwardly laughing. All right, Kenny. Everyone has worked hard today. Let them rest now. After surgery, Jonathan felt somewhat weak. Alberts, yes, Chief, rest well. The dean glanced at the simple conditions in the TCM department and instructed his subordinates, quickly move Chief to a VIP ward. In the VIP ward, the irritable man shut the door in the dean's face with a grim expression. After hearing his subordinate's report, Jonathan's face turned grave as he gave an order. You will investigate this hospital tomorrow, especially regarding the medications. If someone dared to ignore the safety of the people and engage in corruption and embezzlement at such a critical moment, he would not show mercy once he discovered it. A thorough investigation must be conducted. Chapter 144, Spark Base. Oh, you're saying that girl donated 2 batches of medicine to the hospital? Jonathan was half reclining on his hospital bed, listening to his subordinate's report, sipping the millet porridge he had deliberately let cool down. Alberts. Although she donates under other people's names every time, we've never seen that person, and we suspect it's actually her own stock. But the problem is that she is just an ordinary citizen. How could she get so much stuff? It's not normal. Jonathan was not interested in where Billy got so many medicines from. At least she did donate them. One must understand that at this moment, exchanging any random pill for supplies would last a family for a long time. Compared to those corrupt officials who exploit the people, Billy was an angel. Moreover, she saved his life. Kenny, tell me about the place. The emergency doctor wasn't lying. The hospital indeed has no medicine. The approved drugs are quickly transported away after passing through formalities here. They definitely aren't used to treat patients. Not only this batch, but the previously approved ones were all handled the same way. Besides Director Han, no one else could mobilize so many drugs. Impatient, Kenny wished he could skin the director alive. Jonathan frowned. According to your analysis, where could the drugs go? They have been very secretive, and I need more time to investigate. However, I can confirm now that Fulton and Jason are closely related. We can say that Fulton rose entirely because of Jason and listens to him a lot. Moreover, Jason signed each application. This case is absolutely connected to Jason, concluded Impatient Young decisively. Again, this Jason. Jonathan leaned back, closed his eyes, and reviewed the recent major events in City C. It seemed Jason was involved in most of them. Were the Black Dragon gang raids brought by Old Justice? Alberts. They have been monitoring this gang for a long time and intended to eliminate them. On the day I was on duty, Denver's son hurriedly applied for personnel adjustment. Upon inquiry, it turned out his friend was abducted by the Black Dragon gang. There was an insider on our side, so there weren't many issues. I decided to lead the team myself. Check the drug issue further. Find out for sure. I cannot tolerate such worms within my ranks, Jonathan said seriously. Additionally, make Denver co-responsible for this construction of Spark Base. Let's see how many devils there are inside. That night, Billy took her things home and knew nothing about what happened afterward. A week later, news came about the construction of the Spark Base. The government announced it was preparing to build a Spark Base, which was described as a new type of community to help survive natural disasters, recruiting various talents in the construction industry. This recruitment round had numerous positions with high pass rates in interviews, but with more people, the treatment was not as good as before. Nevertheless, it was better than being unemployed. After staying at home for a few days, Goran felt restless again upon hearing about the recruitment. Just when he expressed the idea, he was knocked on the head by Aspen. It seems you've had enough of a comfortable life and are just looking for trouble. You've finally gained some weight, and you want to run off again. Aspen refused to let Goran work outside again this time. Do you not know your own condition? I only allowed you to work because the job was relatively easy before. This time they are recruiting laborious, bricklayers. Can you handle it? Seeing Aspen's strong reaction, Goran laughed awkwardly and dared not mention it again. Billy stayed out of the commotion, while Bonnie's family wouldn't miss this opportunity. How's the charcoal preparation going? Billy was still most concerned about heating. Almost done. My mother's health has improved recently, so she can help. We'll fire a few more kilns, which should be enough. Then Dad can work at the site to supplement the family income, making things manageable at home. That's good. Wait, has your dad passed the interview already? Albert's. Didn't you know? This time, they claim to be completely fair and transparent, scoring and announcing results on site. Dad knows something about construction, so he passed directly. Bonnie couldn't help but comment, they must have been too unfair before. It's said that the leadership changed this time, and the style is completely different. It looks reliable for now. The two stood chatting late into the night at the entrance of the residential complex. Bonnie suddenly rubbed her arms, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "Sigh, did you feel a cold breeze just now?" Billy also felt it for a while. Seemed like Albert's. It was indeed cooler than before. Could it be? Bonnie thought the same thing, and their eyes met. Is it coming? They said in unison. Yang WN, you go back home quickly and call your father back. Don't go out anymore before the cold snap arrives, and get the heating equipment ready at home. Yang WAN was puzzled. Why, is it that serious? It was just that brief cool breeze. It was still sweltering like a steam room now. Even if it were to cool down, it would take some time, right? Was Billy being overly cautious? Just as her father had just been hired, and her family had celebrated this good news for quite a while, now he couldn't go. In her previous life, the cold snap came suddenly. The temperature dropped from over 60 degrees Celsius to minus 50 degrees in less than 3 days. Billy said seriously, listen to me, the temperature will drop very quickly. Get supplies ready and don't go out until then. Alright, I'll head back. Take care too. Yang WN thought, she might as well listen. Even if she didn't believe Billy's words, her parents would definitely trust her without question. The two parted ways downstairs. Bernie was still at the flight base. Billy went upstairs and gave Aspen and others a quick briefing on the situation before rushing to the flight base. The base was far away, and Billy knew her limits, so she borrowed a fully intact bicycle. The reason she specified a fully intact bicycle was that under the extreme high temperatures, all the plastic parts of bicycles on the ground had melted, with only a small portion surviving in basements. During the 1.5 hours cycling to the flight base, Billy clearly felt that the wind blowing on her face was not as hot as before. Chapter 145, Preparations before the freeze. At the flight base, Bernie was sitting in the cockpit diligently simulating flight procedures. Little Shun, you're doing great to learn so quickly, Duncan watched his student with satisfaction. After the disaster, his frail body couldn't even get him hired for bricklaying jobs, he had been barely getting by doing odd jobs. Justice never thought he could get back into his profession one day, and on top of that, at a good price. The payment, if converted entirely into potatoes and sweet potatoes, would be enough to feed his family of 3 for over half a year. Moreover, what surprised him more was that this student turned out to be serious and eager to learn, making him even more enthusiastic about teaching. Indeed, after only a month, apart from lacking real combat experience, everything else was perfect, he was ready to graduate. Bernie modestly replied, it's all thanks to Duncan. Ayo. Justice seemed to hear Billy's voice. Opening the cockpit door and sticking his head out, sure enough, a small dark figure was rapidly approaching. Ayo. Billy gasped for breath, skidding to a stop before them. Bernie hurriedly climbed down from the cockpit. What happened, Inna? Is something wrong at home? Seeing how frantic Billy was, he assumed there was trouble at home, and his heart raced. Billy was catching her breath. Goodness gracious, it was her first time coming here and she wasn't familiar with the route, taking several wrong turns, now feeling like her lungs were about to burst. It's not that. Bernie took out his water bottle and handed it to her. Drink some water, calm down, take your time. Billy gulped down several mouthfuls. It's nothing is wrong at home. I came to fetch you back. Bernie chuckled, affectionately patting Billy's hair. You should have stayed at home and rested, why come to fetch me on such a hot day? As he spoke, he adjusted Billy's collar which was tousled by the wind. Look at you, drenched in sweat, how uncomfortable must you feel? Billy blinked, hinting at something. It's going to cool down soon. Bernie was initially taken aback, Then he paused, staring into her eyes and asked word by word, "Are you saying?" Billy nodded. "Little Shun, is this your sister-in-law?" Bernie pulled Billy towards Duncan for an introduction. "This is my girlfriend, Billy," Justice said, addressing Billy whose face had already blushed red. "This is Duncan." Billy greeted him politely. Since Billy was in such a hurry to bring him back, Bernie did not linger any further. "Duncan, let's call it a day. I need to go back." Seeing the loving interaction between the two, Duncan couldn't help but marvel at the passion of the young. All right, go ahead." Bernie hopped onto the bike while Billy nimbly sat at the back. As he pedaled away, he turned back and earnestly told Duncan, "Duncan, you should go back too." "All right. Take care on the way." Watching the two leave affectionately, Duncan recalled his own youth when he too was hard to part from his loved ones. Thinking of his wife and children, he quickly tidied up the base, deciding not to go for bricklaying today, and went home early. Little did he know, this minor decision directly saved a family. On the road, Billy told Bernie about her conjecture. Actually, it wasn't just conjecture anymore. Because in no time, the temperature had dropped noticeably. Originally over 40 degrees Celsius, it now felt like normal summer heat. The couple arrived home, both panting heavily. Billy rushed straight to the thermometer. The window at home was usually opened every night for ventilation, now the thermometer read 35 degrees. Not just Billy noticed the temperature drop, others in the neighborhood did too. Suddenly, the community downstairs became lively. "Oh my, finally comfortable. It's been like living in a steamer for months. It's already mid-December, according to previous years we should already be wearing heavy coats. This crazy weather almost made me give up hope, who would have thought? If it keeps up, I'll be walking dried meat. Ha ha ha, good old cured ham." Amidst the festive atmosphere, someone threw cold water. "Justicey, what if there's another disaster coming? We had typhoons, floods, and immediately after the floods, scorching heat. My gut feels uneasy. Phew. Don't be a jinx. That's nonsense, can't you talk sense?" Others were still basking in joy, preparing for better days ahead. Meanwhile, Billy's family had started transforming apartment 1602 non-stop. All the blackout curtains were removed and replaced with thick double-layer curtains as thick as quilts. Worried that the curtain rails wouldn't support the weight, Bernie nailed the quilts directly onto the walls. All windows at home were covered with these quilted curtains. Now even during the day, the house was pitch black. However, with ample energy in apartment 1602, they could proceed full steam ahead. After the temperature drop, the sky was grey every day. Although there was sunlight, it always seemed filtered through a layer of gauze. Therefore, they decided to replace the solar generator. They switched back to the diesel generator. A fireplace was placed in each room. In her previous life, countless people died from carbon monoxide poisoning due to burning charcoal for warmth at home. Billy specifically bought fireplaces equipped with ventilation pipes. The air conditioner was dismantled, and the pipes were directly connected from the air conditioner's outlet to vent the exhaust outside, ensuring safety. Moreover, a teapot could be placed above the fireplace for boiling water or cooking, making it very practical. All summer t-shirts in the wardrobe were packed away, replaced by thick warm clothes. Billy took out the polar suits she had acquired on sale from the supermarket owner, one set for each person. Aspen had already modified Doggy's polar suit beforehand, now it was taken out and placed next to the doghouse. By the way, the doghouse also needed replacement. The original doghouse had water bags underneath and an ice silk bamboo mat on top for cooling. Now everything was replaced with fluffy cushions. Doggy was still lying on the floor trying to cool off, looking confused with its tongue out. Justice Master's mind must be overheated, how is a dog supposed to sleep? Additionally, all areas except the bathroom and kitchen were covered with carpets. Being in the south, most homes, including theirs, did not have underfloor heating installed. When Billy returned in this lifetime, it was too late to add underfloor heating. They would have had to demolish the ceramic tiles, which wasn't feasible given the time. So, laying carpets was the only way to keep some warmth. Justice even knows, in her previous life, she felt like she was stepping on ice blocks even with shoes on the ceramic tiles. The chill seeped straight up from her feet. Everyone's beds were layered with two thick duvets, each weighing about 10 pounds. Aspen and the others thought it was still exaggerated, but Billy felt it wasn't enough. How cold can it get? Isn't it just like living in a refrigerator? Goran sighed. Billy shook her head, it's much colder than a refrigerator. The freezer compartment is only minus 18 degrees, while in my previous life, it could reach minus 60 degrees. The three of them were stunned. Minus 60 degrees, what concept is that? Even in Mo, the northernmost part of China, where the coldest temperatures reach minus 40 degrees, they still have 24-hour heating. Just here in the south, temperatures below zero are rare. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. If that day really came, how many people would die? Chapter 146, The Arrival of Extreme Cold. It wasn't until the second day at dawn that all rooms were tidied up, and the four of them collapsed on the sofa, panting. By then, a noticeable drop in temperature could be felt indoors. Thermometer, 24 degrees Celsius. The family had a rare chance to sit down and enjoy breakfast in comfort. They no longer sweated profusely like usual, their bodies weren't sticky with clothes, and all four people and the dog had much better appetites. After months of abnormal weather, almost everyone ventured out of their homes. Over this past half year, people either stayed in cool places or were on the way to such places. They were no different from rats in the sores. During the day, they huddled in dark basements. At night, they emerged, braving temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius, working or digging for wild vegetables. Liberation came, and some got so emotional that they cried out loud. So hard, it's been so hard, finally things are back to normal. Wah! After staying up all night, Billy and others were very sleepy, but the family had discussed the night before that the temperature might drop at any time, so it was safer to take shifts every 4 hours. Goran and Aspen, being older, went to rest first. They couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep as soon as they lay down. I'll take the night shift, Bernie suggested. It was still over 20 degrees Celsius, so there shouldn't be much of an issue during the day. The most dangerous time would be at night. All right. Go get some sleep now, I'll wake you up when it's your turn. To stay awake, Billy ran downstairs to apartment 1502 under the pretext of borrowing something. She hinted several times about the abnormal weather changes, reminding the elderly Huang couple to stay warm. Elderly people have weaker constitutions and are very sensitive to changes in weather. Sudden cold can lead to constricted blood vessels, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain. Minor cases result in chest tightness and dizziness, while severe cases can be fatal. Fern already had chronic diseases, so Billy explained for a long time to make sure the couple took precautions seriously. Only after they promised to add another blanket did she leave. Billy decided to help as much as she could. She joined the chatting group downstairs in the community. Despite the happy and peaceful atmosphere, she was the one who brought bad vibes. With the thought that if she could remind one more person, she should, Billy stayed until 6 p.m. There was no wind, but Billy, wearing only a thin short-sleeve shirt, clearly felt the chill. She rubbed her arms and ran home. Indoors was still 26 degrees. She placed the thermometer outside for a while and brought it back inside, and it read 14 degrees. Billy checked the windows and doors again, ensuring they were tightly shut. She turned on the overhead lights. Squatting on the carpet in the living room, she lit the coal stove and used its heat to boil a pot of water. She poured the hot water into a thermos so it would be ready when the others woke up. The warmth from the coal stove made the air cozy, and the dog curled up beside her dozing off. Time seemed to slow down, making Billy feel drowsy. She forced herself awake and cooked 2 bowls of beef noodles. Sitting in the living room, she ate slowly, wiped her mouth clean, and then went to call Bernie for his shift. Having not slept for 36 hours straight, Billy was extremely sleepy. Telling Bernie that she had left him a bowl of noodles on the coal stove, she returned to her small room. She curled up under the blankets. After a while, she sat up again. It was 26 degrees indoors, and even with a winter quilt, she still felt stifling heat. Reluctantly, she threw off the quilt and grabbed a light blanket from nearby to cover herself. In a semi-conscious state, Billy felt someone roughly shaking her. Get up now. She opened her eyes. Carson's face, distorted with anger, loomed large in front of her. Slap. A loud slap landed on her cheek, instantly turning her pale skin red. Get up and work. Everyone is starving, and you dare to sleep here. Behind Carson stood the room where she had been trapped for years, a place of nightmares. Instinctively, she jumped up and backed against the foot of the bed. Why am I here? Carson raised his hand to hit her again. Billy ducked, and the slap missed. Damn it, you're actually dodging. Justice grabbed her long hair and pulled her towards him, punching her repeatedly. You dare to dodge me? How did you end up here, my wife? Trying to run to some other man's bed. Billy felt her scalp being yanked, causing unbearable pain. What's happening? She had been living happily with Amy and Tianhao. Why was she here? This dimly lit, cramped room, the bed made of 3 planks of wood, and Carson in front of her, red-eyed, all reminded her of the scenes from her previous life. Did she never reincarnate? Was she still living in this hell? Was everything just a beautiful dream? Billy cried. She didn't cry because of the intense physical pain. If you never got it, you wouldn't crave it. It's precisely because one has experienced warmth that they would become greedy for it. Since she was given a beautiful dream, why not let her dream it through to the end? Billy endured Carson's fury without any resistance, her tears falling like disconnected beads. Inna, wake up, Inna. Bernie shook Billy's body forcefully, but there was no sign of her waking up. Tears seemed to have formed at the corners of her eyes, and as soon as they fell, they instantly turned into frost on her face. It was now 4:35 a.m. The indoor temperature was -18 degrees Celsius. The outdoor temperature was -26 degrees Celsius. Bernie felt that between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., the temperature had plummeted sharply from above 10 degrees to below 10 degrees. In an instant, frost and ice had taken over the world. His hands shaking, he quickly put on down jackets for himself and the dog. But it was still cold. First thing, he went to knock on Billy's door. Knocking for a long time, there was no response. Justice tried turning the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. The dog lay by the door, whining incessantly. Bernie knocked for a long time, getting more and more anxious, then suddenly remembered there might be a spare key in the drawer of the coffee table. Under the dim light, he searched frantically. Justice found it. Anxiety and panic made his hands shake so much that he couldn't get the key into the lock. Finally, when he managed to enter, he saw Billy wrapped only in a thin blanket, shivering violently. The breath she exhaled had already frozen into white frost on her eyebrows and eyelashes. Billy's face and limbs were already as cold as ice. Chapter 147 Reality and Dreams. Bernie hurriedly pulled the thick blanket over her. Inna. No matter how he called, she wouldn't wake up. Woof. Whimper. His large hand reached into the blanket, rubbing her hands continuously. Inna, wake up, don't scare me. Billy struggled to open her heavy eyelids. So cold. She felt her limbs were almost numb. How? She was somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself. Was I dreaming? Inna, did you have a nightmare? Bernie asked with concern. No matter how he called her before, she wouldn't wake up and had been shedding tears. The warmth in his palms gradually brought Billy back to full consciousness. It turns out that was the dream. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Bernie, sensing Billy's body beginning to recover, thought of the elders and said to her, Inna, rest for a moment. I'll go check on Thompson. Millimeter. Billy nodded. Even covered with 2 layers of blankets for quite some time, her hands and feet were still icy. She wanted to get up to light the charcoal stove, but her limbs were too stiff from the cold. In her past life, she almost woke up every day shivering in such coldness, her limbs rigid and numb, relying purely on willpower to function. After a while, Billy moved her bottom to pull aside the curtain and looked outside. A thin layer of ice frost had formed on the window due to the temperature difference between inside and outside, causing indoor moisture to freeze on the glass. Water droplets from the window seam had also frozen into jagged icicles. Billy blew several breaths onto the window and rubbed vigorously to clear a small circle in the ice. Through this circular gap, it was only around 4:30 a.m., yet there was already a pale white visible outside. Snow had fallen. The pure white snow reflected enough light to make the sky less dark, looking greyish instead. Inna, drink some hot water to warm up your body. Bernie came in carrying a cup of water. Billy asked, is everything okay with Thompson? They're fine, they know to cover themselves when it gets cold. Unlike you, who just huddled under the blanket like a fool. Billy took a few gulps of hot water, feeling a warm stream flow all the way down to her stomach. Instantly, she felt comfortable all over. Too comfortable. How cold is it outside? -28 degrees. The diesel generator has frozen. I'll thaw it out and restart it later so you can use the electric blanket. For now, just bear with this. Bernie fished out a hot water bottle from his pocket and slipped it under Billy's blanket, then turned to fetch a thick down jacket from the wardrobe and draped it over her. Billy reached out to put on the coat. I need to quickly light all the charcoal stoves. Bernie held her down. Your hands and feet are still frozen. Stop moving around. Just lie here and rest, warming up with the hot water bottle. I'll take care of those. With all the charcoal stoves burning in each room, the temperature in the entire space rose by 5 or 6 degrees. Indoor temperature, -12 degrees Celsius. Only after completing everything did Bernie sit down. Do you want more hot water? Or are you hungry? Should I make you breakfast? Billy shook her head. Not hungry. Don't fuss, just sit and rest a while. Inna, you almost gave me a heart attack just now. Bernie, having finished the tasks, started recalling the scare. You were completely cold, covered in frost, and wouldn't respond no matter how I called or shook you. I was so afraid. Luckily you're okay. It's all my fault. If I had checked on you earlier. Billy shivered thinking about the nightmare. I dreamed I went back to my previous life, back to that place where people ate each other. In the dream, I thought what we have now was the dream. That moment, it felt like her world collapsed, and she was still shaken recalling it. Bernie hugged her from the side, gently patting her back. Don't be scared. It's just a dream. You probably got chilled when the temperature dropped. Billy leaned into Bernie's chest, feeling the warmth and solidity from behind. Occasional crackles from the charcoal stoves brought comfort. How, what time is it? Almost 5:30. It's so quiet outside. Alberta, everyone's probably still sleeping. Billy was somewhat conflicted. Having learned her lesson from being too kind in her past life, after rebirth, she always focused on minding her own business and didn't care about others' survival. Maybe this life was easier, without suffering much hardship, making her hesitate. Should she warn the neighbors? Though they envied their better life and sometimes made sarcastic remarks, they hadn't done anything seriously harmful to her. Of course, except for the group who blocked their door and robbed them during the flood. How could Bernie not know what she was thinking? On one hand, she talked about how human nature was devilish, while on the other, she donated supplies to unrelated people. Just as her personality hadn't changed at all, she had just habitually used coldness as a disguise after going through that huge change. I'll go around and knock on doors. Bernie stood up as he spoke. After all, they are our neighbors. If we can help, we should. We just need to keep a clear conscience. You don't have to feel burdened, it won't bring us any trouble. I'll go with you. Billy also pulled back the quilt to climb out of bed. Just stay here. Be careful not to catch a cold from the temperature difference. I'll be quick. Justice pressed her back into bed, covering her body tightly with the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Looking at Billy, Bernie suddenly found her somewhat cute. Now, Billy shed the strength and independence she displayed during the day, presenting a gentle demeanor. Just as her amber eyes reflected the firelight, her long curled lashes fluttered, and her rosy lips shone with the luster of jelly from the water she had just drunk. Justice suddenly bent down and gently kissed her lips. Billy froze. Even cuter. Bernie couldn't help but chuckle softly. To go out, he put on a down jacket over 2 layers of thermal clothing, thick cashmere socks, plush snow boots, gloves, a scarf, and finally a mask on his face. Fully armed, he left the room. The warmth in the nest made Billy feel revived after lying there for a while. After procrastinating for a bit, Billy mustered the courage to bite her teeth and pull back the quilt. An intense chill immediately swept through her entire body. She dressed as fast as she had ever done, shivering and quickly putting on clothes piece by piece. It was so cold. Even touching the cold zipper pull sent shivers down her spine. The charcoal stove in the living room had already been lit, but it still felt piercingly cold, several degrees lower than her room, probably due to the larger space. The dog was very cunning, having dragged its doghouse to beside the charcoal stove. Now, it was nestled in its bed taking a nap. Seeing Billy come out, it stood up, arched its back stretching lazily, then ran to circle around her feet affectionately. When Billy reached out to pet the dog's head, it turned around and went back without any lingering. Re-entering the doghouse, lying down again, smoothly and effortlessly. Apparently, even dogs couldn't resist such cold weather. Chapter 148, -28 degrees. She turned around to check the kettle in the kitchen. The boiling water she had poured in last night was now covered with a thin layer of ice. She could only pour the frozen water back into the kettle and heat it over the coal stove. Carrying the hot water to the bathroom for washing up. She poured the scalding hot water into the basin and added some cold water. Afraid of burning her hands, she carefully tested the temperature with her fingertips. Ouch! The moment she touched the water surface, she immediately pulled her hand back. It was actually cold. How fast this happened, it took no more than 5 minutes for the water to cool down. Billy resigned herself to reheating another pot, then carried it to the bathroom. This time she learned her lesson and started washing directly. It was a bit hot, but still bearable. By the time she finished washing her face and brushing her teeth, the boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius had already started to freeze. What should she eat for breakfast? Usually, it was Bernie and Aspen who prepared breakfast, and Billy would simply eat when she woke up. Now standing in the kitchen, she was stumped. Albert's today, she was so preoccupied with keeping warm that she forgot about the things in the kitchen. Because the refrigerator consumed too much electricity, and Billy's space had a preservation function, they had long since powered off the refrigerator, which had been functioning as a storage cabinet for a while now. Opening the refrigerator now, Billy found a pile of potatoes frozen rock solid. The half fish left over from yesterday's meal was still emitting a chill when she took it out. Billy suddenly thought that with such temperatures outside, if the refrigerator were on, it might actually preserve food better. Or maybe just make some fish soup. Ingredients: fish meat, onion, carrot. Instructions: first, remove all the bones from the fish, then chop the fish meat finely. Well, it's frozen rock hard, so the first step is a little difficult. She decided to move everything to the living room and place the fish meat over the coal stove to thaw. While waiting for it to defrost, she chopped up the remaining ingredients, carrots and onions, and also a bunch of wild vegetables. She heated up the pan with water. Once the fish meat was mostly thawed, she carefully removed all the bones again, chopped the meat finely. By then, the water in the pot was boiling, so she added the fish meat and vegetables. When the vegetables seemed to be cooked through, she added a little salt for seasoning. Done. Placing the fish soup on the coal stove to keep warm, it was still early, and Billy felt playful and decided to try making a steamed bun. She had previously saved instructions on her pad, but it froze up and wouldn't turn on. Recalling the steps Aspen used to make buns from memory. First, knead the dough. This part was simple. She pulled out 2 big bowls of flour from her space, adding water gradually. To avoid the cold, she used hot water directly. Suddenly remembering that yeast was needed to make the dough rise. There was yeast in her space, but unsure how much to use, she just tore open a small packet and poured it in. She stirred the dough with chopsticks along with the yeast and water. Maybe there was not enough water, so she added more. Watching many people add more flour when the water was too much or add water when the flour was too much, Billy's dough formed perfectly on the first try. She felt like a genius. Half an hour later, looking at the dough after its supposed rising period, she saw no changes at all. Is this done? Never mind, she couldn't wait any longer. Aspen and the others would wake up soon. She divided the dough into fist-sized portions, rolled each one into a ball, placed them in the steamer, and put it on the stove. My God, it's freezing here, like an ice cellar. Justicey. Smells good. Just as Billy finished all this, Goran shivered his way out of the bedroom. Jayu, why are you doing this? Did you make all this? Where's Ahau? Asked Goran curiously. Billy usually loved staying in bed, especially in winter, and wasn't very skilled at cooking. Justice assumed Bernie was preparing breakfast. Ahau went downstairs to alert everyone house by house, Billy replied. What? Goran didn't understand at first. Speak of the devil. Bernie returned, bringing a burst of cold air when he opened and closed the door. Billy quickly poured a cup of hot water and passed it to him. As she approached, she felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from him. Justicey, drink some hot water. Bernie tucked his gloves under his armpit and accepted the cup, warmth instantly covering his palms. The situation downstairs isn't good, said Bernie after finishing the cup of water in one breath. Come, sit by the fire and warm yourself up. The steamer was starting to steam, and it seemed almost time. Billy lifted the lid. Instead of fluffy, white steamed buns as she imagined. The dough remained the same size as when it was placed in. Goran leaned over to take a look. TSK, he didn't continue. But everything was understood without words. Bernie also came over and saw Billy's masterpiece. Well, I'll go wake up Amy for breakfast. Nobody could miss this meal. Billy served everyone a bowl of fish soup, pausing mid-motion with the spoon in the air. Goran was puzzled. What's up, you? Thompson, do you think? Billy hesitated. It's still okay if I add ginger now to remove the fishy smell? Goran. Aspen, hearing that Billy had cooked today, immediately forgot about the cold and quickly washed up to join them for breakfast in the living room. Billy had made 2 large pots of steamed buns and fish soup. Does it taste good? Perhaps because of the mother filter, she found her own attempt decent enough, not bad at all. Delicious. Bernie answered without hesitation. Delicious. Aspen managed a smile while holding an unleavened steamed bun in one hand and a spoonful of fish soup without ginger threads in the other. She couldn't really laugh. Actually, Billy's cooking had been pretty good when she followed instructional videos. So just now, she didn't have any guard up when she took a big bite. Goran. How about, you tell us what's happening outside. Bernie then remembered he hadn't finished recounting his observations and quickly put down his chopsticks. I went door to door downstairs earlier, but less than half of the households opened the door, Bernie said solemnly. That was concerning. Justice had knocked hard and waited long enough. Anyone who could hear would usually answer. But less than half of the people responded. Which meant, either they were sleeping so soundly they didn't hear him, or they couldn't hear him anymore. The 4 fell silent. The latter scenario seemed highly likely. It was still 30 degrees during the day, and although it had dropped to around 20 degrees at night, most people were still sleeping in short sleeves on bamboo mats. Now, Billy and the others were dressed in thick down jackets, yet still felt cold sitting by the stove. In her previous life, many people froze to death in their sleep on the first day of extreme cold. Let's eat, Billy said. They had done their best. Last night, she had repeatedly hinted and directly reminded everyone about the abnormal temperature drop, but it seemed few took it seriously. Forget it. Focus on themselves and respect others' fates. Chapter 149, Day 2 of the temperature drop. 8:30 in the morning. Doors of residents' apartments were being knocked on one by one. Some shivered as they opened the doors, while others remained eerily silent with no response. Is anyone there? Open up. Open quickly. The door to apartment 1602 cracked open. Billy peeked out. Outside the metal gate stood 2 men in military overcoats, a thin layer of snow accumulated on their hats and shoulders. One was at her door, and the other was knocking opposite, holding lockpicking tools. Seeing someone respond, the man immediately held up his work ID. We're from the county rescue team. Is everyone in your home okay? We're all fine. Justice nodded. There was a sudden temperature drop last night, and the situation is severe here in the county. To prevent more people from freezing to death in their sleep, the command center has instructed us to check each household. Thank you for your cooperation. Stay warm and wait for further government assistance. Wait, do you have any other questions? What's the situation outside? Billy asked curiously. My friend lives in the neighboring complex, and I'm worried about her. A different team is rescuing people there. We don't have clear information. We came from San Yuan complex, which was hit very hard. It's the best condition so far among buildings we've checked, with roughly half the residents surviving. Okay, thank you for your efforts. In her previous life, government rescue didn't arrive until 3 days after the temperature drop when it reached -50 degrees Celsius. The rescuers, despite wearing heavy gear, struggled against waist-deep snow, making progress almost impossible. Many lost their lives during the rescue missions. After the extreme cold, only about a quarter of the population survived. This time, although early warning wasn't achieved, the response was at least timely. Before closing the door, Billy saw Thomas next door opening his door coincidentally. Bernie had already started the diesel generator. To conserve energy and improve insulation, the family spent their days crowded in Billy's room. Billy took out a custom-made extra-large electric heater from Daobao. It was big enough to accommodate the entire family of 5. Sitting inside, with warm bottoms and fluffy blankets over their legs, no one felt cold. She could stay there all day without moving. The 4 people and the dog stayed inside, each doing their own thing. Goran and Bernie sipped tea and played Go. Aspen knitted a hat for the dog. Billy watched shows on her PAD. As time passed, the thermometer in the room gradually dropped. Billy stoked the charcoal stove hotter. By 11:30 in the morning, it was lunchtime. There were still plenty of steamed buns left from the morning. Billy took out the buns from her storage space. They looked freshly made. Seeing them, everyone swallowed saliva but claimed they weren't hungry. Haha, maybe it's because we haven't been active, Bernie said, trying to ease the tension. Alright, then Nyan Gao and I will eat them. She tore off half a bun and gave it to the dog. Dog. The bun was too dense and choked her, forcing Billy to drink water frantically. As a side effect, she needed to use the bathroom. Going outside required courage. Billy endured until her bladder nearly burst before reluctantly getting up from the electric heater. The door creaked open, and an icy blast instantly swept into the room through the gap. Too cold. She quickly closed the door and put on polar gear. She even saw frost on the back of the door. Reopening the door, to prevent heat loss, she squeezed through the gap. Phew. Cold. So damn cold. Even in polar gear, she still trembled all over. Inside and outside the room were like 2 different worlds. The sofa, curtains, everything visible was covered in greyish-white frost. Approaching, she found a layer of ice covering everything. Now, the living room was completely enveloped in ice. Stepping on the carpet, it crunched underfoot. Looking down, the carpet's fibers were frozen stiff, breaking underfoot. The thermometer in the living room showed -30 degrees Celsius, but this was the limit of its range, not the actual temperature, which was much lower. Carefully moving towards the bathroom. The bathroom door wouldn't budge, likely frozen shut due to moisture. With no choice, she used a chisel from her storage space. The banging sound alarmed Aspen and the others. Inna, what are you doing? Don't worry, the bathroom door froze shut. I'll knock it open. As she spoke, the door fell apart. Billy was dumbfounded. With such a big commotion, the few people inside the room could no longer sit still. Oh my God, it's so cold. Aspen screamed as soon as she stepped out of the room, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is like an ice cave, even more exaggerated than in that movie. The movie Aspen wanted to mention was probably The Day After Tomorrow. The three of them tried to run to Billy's side, but with their thick clothing, they waddled like clumsy penguins. Billy was holding the bathroom door, on the verge of tears. How did this fall down? Bernie came over to inspect. It turned out the door bolt had frozen and broke, falling off with just a tap. Can it be fixed? Billy asked worriedly. How could they take showers without a door? Bernie carefully examined the door frame position. The hinges had already fallen off, and the wooden door frame had become brittle from freezing, shedding wood chips with just a light touch. A bit difficult. This door frame is no use anymore. Why not put up a curtain? We're all family anyway, we can manage for now, Goran suggested. All right. Billy, distracted by this unexpected event, almost forgot why she came here in the first place. You guys go back quickly. I'll return after using the toilet. She lifted her foot to step forward, but the water on the floor had already frozen into a thin layer of ice. Absorbed in talking, she slipped. Just as her bottom was about to meet the ground, Bernie grabbed her. Actually, even if he hadn't caught her, wearing such thick clothes, falling wouldn't hurt much. Be careful. Alberta. Billy waved goodbye awkwardly. Go back to the room quickly. Luckily, the cat litter still worked. Squatting in the toilet, Billy suddenly realized a serious problem. How were they going to shower? Chapter 150, Global Freeze. The water would probably freeze before I even reached the toilet. After returning and expressing her concerns, everyone immediately fell into worry. Even with several layers of clothing, they still felt cold. How could anyone have the courage to undress? But not taking a bath was truly hard to accept. If only we could bathe in the room, Aspen sighed. The charcoal stove burned hot, along with the electric heater and electric blanket, maintaining the small room's temperature at around -12°C, significantly warmer than outside. How can we wash in the room? Billy muttered, then suddenly perked up. Right, we can bathe in the room. How? The others were puzzled. This room was already small, with a large electric heater and a doghouse inside, leaving space only for the door entrance. I have a wooden tub in my storage. She pulled out the tub and placed it on the empty space by the door. The wooden tub was just right, not too big, not too small, and could comfortably fit one person sitting down. Aspen still had doubts. Just like this. Although they were family, gender differences couldn't be completely ignored. Billy playfully winked. Not so fast, there's more. She took out a tent, removed the support frame, and tried to set up a small tent around the wooden tub. However, her hands weren't very nimble, and she struggled to assemble it. Bernie understood her intention, took over the frame, and quickly set it up in a few moves. Thus, a simple shower stall was erected. See, you can bathe inside now. It's small, but the steam won't escape easily, making it well insulated. Billy couldn't help clapping at her own cleverness. Also, after use, the bathtub can be put away, and if you need to go to the bathroom, you can place a litter box inside. Look, pull the curtain shut, just like this. She proudly demonstrated by going inside. Perfect. Inna is really smart. Goran praised his granddaughter. Really nice. Now we don't have to leave the room at all. 4 meals, they had ready-to-eat food from storage that could be cooked on the charcoal stove with minimal smoke. They had a one-stop service for eating, drinking, toileting, and sleeping. Except for regular trips to the attic to refuel the diesel generator, they could stay here until the extreme cold ended. On the 3rd day of the extreme cold, the world seemed to have paused, eerily silent. The temperature was so low that the window glass occasionally made creaking sounds due to the cold. Billy worried the glass might crack under the strain. To be safe, she used several rolls of tape to cover the glass tightly, leaving only a palm-sized gap to peek outside. Due to the significant temperature difference, water dripped from the bottom of the door crack. The water froze into icicles before hitting the ground. To prevent the door from freezing shut, they had to clear the ice from the crack periodically. Aspen and others went out midway to fetch clothes and entertainment items. When they returned, they shivered uncontrollably, saying it was colder outside than yesterday, almost unbearable, and they refused to go out again. The family huddled in the small room. Upstairs, the diesel generator ran 24/7. Bernie built an intelligent switch that slowed the generator when sufficient power was generated for use, switching back to normal speed when power was running low. This saved diesel and eliminated the need for manual operation, making things much easier. Despite the sub-zero temperature in the room, it was warm as spring inside the electric heater. Hot water was always available on the charcoal stove for drinking. There was plenty of snacks and fruits in storage. Outside, it was bitterly cold, but inside, they lounged in the warmth of the electric heater, covered in blankets, chatting and enjoying chilled oranges. Bathing required some effort, so they decided to take a big bath once a week, using towels dipped in hot water daily to clean themselves and washing their private parts. Washing clothes was easier. After each bath, while the tent was still warm, they would wash clothes briefly and hang them above the charcoal stove to dry quickly. Crowded in this small space, they lived a life many office workers once dreamed of, lying flat every day. Sometimes, Billy felt this life could continue forever, and it would be quite pleasant. However, not everyone could remain cocooned like apartment 1602. On the 5th day of extreme cold, hunger drove some people to venture out. Potatoes planted previously froze overnight. With their stored food depleted, they faced starvation unless they ventured out. Through the window, Billy saw people gradually emerging onto the street. People put on the thickest clothes they could find at home. There was everything, from down jackets to overcoats, layer upon layer, as if they wished to wear all of them at once. Some even came out wrapped in quilts. The snow was almost up to their necks. People held shovels, clearing snow as they moved forward. The efficiency was very low. However, with many hands make light work, a narrow passage slowly took shape under everyone's efforts. Besides finding food, staying warm was also the top priority. Furniture that could be burned had already been used during the flood. At this moment, one would die of freezing even if not starved. In the evening, she saw the first group of people who went out returning one after another. Behind them were ropes tied to bundles of firewood, dragging along and leaving long marks in the snow. Being confined at home was too boring. On the 6th day of the extreme cold, she started counting the number of people who went out and returned. She found that not everyone could come back. Some had frozen to death on the road. On the 6th day, more people went out, 26 people left the neighborhood, but only 18 returned. On the 7th day, 39 people went out, and 30 returned. On the 8th day, 56 people went out, and 44 returned. On the 9th day, there was no need to go out anymore. Because Billy saw rescue teams bringing supplies. Someone knocked on the door of apartment 1602. Bernie stood up voluntarily. "I'll go check, you stay here." Billy didn't refuse. It was better for one person to endure the cold rather than the whole family. She guessed they were distributing relief supplies. Just as her guess was right. The 2 rescue workers standing at the door were the same ones who knocked before. They were bundled up like bears, only exposing their eyes. "We are distributing relief supplies. Please provide the number of your family members," said the rescuer holding a pencil to Bernie. A pencil was used because the ink in other pens had frozen. 4. Where are the others? The rescuer didn't see anyone else. "They are in the room. It's too cold, I didn't let them come out." "Alright, go downstairs to collect supplies in a bit." After noting this down, the rescuer moved to the opposite side. Bernie returned to the room and told Billy and the others, then left again. Billy felt a bit curious. Thomas was the building manager responsible for the distribution of relief supplies. Why were different people doing it this time? After about half an hour, Bernie returned with the supplies and brought back 2 pieces of news. Chapter 151, New Alberta's Eve. Their family wasn't short on supplies and had not cared much about it. Goran had long revealed the contents when the temperature was high. Upon opening the bag, they indeed found large bags of sorghum and sorghum seeds. Billy tossed the supplies aside indifferently, preparing to hear Bernie's news. Goran still held deep feelings for the sorghum his unit had grown, hugging it as if it were a treasure. One good piece of news and one bad piece of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Seriously? Justice was playing this card. Billy chose the bad news without hesitation. After all, hearing the bad news first would make the good news seem even better. The bad news is that there has been heavy casualties in the entire community. At least a third of the people are gone, according to their statistics, and another third suffer from varying degrees of frostbite every day. Billy raised an eyebrow. Only a third? It must be more than that. In her previous life, the first statistic showed over half had died. There was definitely some underreporting going on. And the good news? The good news is that the Spark base has started construction. The chosen ones from last time have already left with the rescue vehicle. Due to more deaths from this temperature drop, additional slots are available for those who wish to go. The start of the Spark base construction did count as good news. Do you know where the base will be located? In her previous life, there was only one Spark base in Z province, and it was located right in their county. There was a vast stretch of continuous mountains to the north of the county. In an attempt to create a tourism project, the county had spent a lot of manpower and resources to develop and construct roads around Mountain Dang, which by then had been fully completed. With stones and wood readily available, it conveniently provided resources for the Spark base. It's said to be at Mountain Dang. This matched her previous life. In her previous life, entering the base had felt almost impossible due to the need to pay a certain amount of supplies and undergo identity reviews. Anyone with criminal records in their direct lineage was not allowed entry. And after paying entry fees, one had to spend more supplies to live in buildings. The more one paid, the better the residence. Most ordinary people had little to no remaining supplies after paying entry fees and could only set up tents in shanty towns. Moreover, before the base opened, rich people had pre-ordered all the good houses. By the time others got there, it was too late. In this life, she had space to her advantage and naturally intended to live well once inside. "Stevie, do you know how one can enter the base?" Billy continued asking. Bernie hadn't heard much, he just knew it was still under construction. Billy lowered her head in thought. Perhaps the Crazy Dragon gang files might come in handy. A trip outside was inevitable. But the base had just started construction, it wasn't urgent. It was about half a month before the new Alberta. They could wait until after the festival. Due to low temperatures, everyone seemed lethargic and unwilling to move. Not just room 1602, the entire community appeared deserted and quiet. If not for the smoke rising from windows during mealtimes, one might believe this was a dead city. However, The community was lively the day before New Alberta's Eve. Waking up early, they saw people below wrapping themselves in thick clothes, stepping into the snow to search for supplies. The government's relief food had only been distributed once, with no follow-up. Among the supplies were many sorghum seeds. But with the ground frozen solid and watering being difficult, people had to thaw the soil indoors before sowing the seeds. Even though these cold-resistant sorghum seeds were powerful, they were plants. Reports indicated only about a third survived. Still, wanting to celebrate a good New Alberta meant they had to find ways out. Supplies in the city had long been exhausted, leaving the resource-rich mountains as the best option. Chopping firewood for warmth, digging frozen wild fruits and vegetables, or getting lucky enough to encounter a hibernating rabbit. On New Alberta's Eve, Room 1602 also woke up early. They were preparing the New Alberta's Eve dinner. Although they could directly take ready meals from the space, they decided to cook themselves for the sake of tradition. Inside the small room, turning was limited. Billy lit stoves in the living room and kitchen. Even so, the indoor thermometer remained at -30 degrees Celsius. In the kitchen, Bernie and Aspen prepared dinner. In the living room, Billy and Goran decorated. Red paper was cut into several foo characters, which didn't require glue. By exhaling to melt ice on the wall, they stuck the paper on. Goran wanted to write couplets, but ink froze instantly upon taking it out. Justice placed it on a charcoal stove, heating it while writing. As long as he wrote fast enough, the freezing speed couldn't catch up with him. Upper line, may gold and jade fill the hall and the family flourish. Lower line, may the guardian star bless the house with peace. Horizontal line, welcoming spring and receiving blessings. How does it look? Goran asked proudly, looking at his calligraphy. No matter whether they were satisfied or not, he was very content. Justice hadn't had many days of schooling when young, and now in retirement, he especially enjoyed practicing calligraphy. In the village before, he always eagerly offered to write spring festival couplets for others every year. Billy gave him a thumbs up. Still got it. Woof. The dog also wore a fawning expression, its fat tail swinging vigorously. Today being the holiday, Aspen had dressed it in a bright red padded jacket and even tied a red scarf around its neck. Evening fell. The snow was falling harder. A few stragglers dragged their frozen, weary bodies homeward along the sparse road. Most people returned empty-handed, heads hanging low in disappointment. Only a few lucky ones managed to find some supplies but didn't dare show them, hiding them inside their clothes as much as possible. Many stiffened bodies lay by the roadside. Some had starved or frozen to death, while others had died from being robbed by their own kind. At this moment, a gaunt man buried his whole face in his clothes, leaving only his dim, lifeless eyes exposed, staring blankly ahead into the white expanse. Justice trudged forward with his exhausted body, like a walking corpse. Suddenly, he stopped and sniffed the air hard. Justice seemed to have caught the aroma of hot pot. Justice looked around, but the world remained a pale blur, with only snowflakes continuously falling from the sky, landing on his head, shoulders, eyelashes, and eyes. Having eaten nothing for 4 days, he was hallucinating from hunger. Swallowing his saliva, he resigned himself to dragging his body onward. Chapter 152 New Alberta's Eve, Part 2. 1602. Cheers. The four of them raised their warm eggnog toasts for the peaceful end of the year. Billy took a big gulp. The yellow wine mixed with egg was not as harsh as ordinary alcohol, it was sweet and left a warm feeling in the stomach. Wow, Tilda, really delicious. At this moment, the four were gathered in Billy's small room, surrounding a small table to enjoy hot pot. Albert's, winter goes perfectly with hot pot. The broth base was still Billy's favorite 4-compartment style. Spicy, mushroom, tomato, and clear broth. The gas stove beneath the hot pot burned brightly, the broth bubbling and emitting an inviting aroma. For this meal, Billy spared no expense, filling the table with side dishes. Meat dishes included beef slices, mutton, marinated pork belly, tripe, duck intestine, shrimp balls, meatballs. Vegetable dishes had tofu, enoki mushrooms, duck blood, bean sprouts, baby cabbage, Chinese chrysanthemum greens, kelp, and wide vermicelli. There were also ready-made dishes, Bernie's signature risotto, baked mandarin fish head, foie gras salmon cold platter, and Billy's beloved taro ball with grass jelly. How could one eat hot pot without dipping sauces? They had seafood sauce, shiitake sauce, vinaigrette, dry chili powder, everything needed. Even the dog didn't have to eat dog food today, there was plenty of meat to satisfy its appetite. Since being reborn, Billy had never eaten so heartily. The pork belly, with its perfect balance of lean and fat, had been marinated in advance. Even without dipping sauce, it was mouth-watering. The best quality tripe, swirled in the spicy broth for 8 seconds, came out crispy, tender, spicy, and flavorful, making it both fresh and appetizing. From the start of the meal, Billy had been eating non-stop. The spicy broth contained just enough red oil and chili. Billy was sweating and panting see her, inhaling air while continuing to eat. When it got too spicy, he would take a bite of grass jelly to relieve the spiciness and then continue eating. After several cups of alcohol, everyone started to feel tipsy. Especially the two elders. Goran raised his glass and toasted with Bernie. Ayo, you've been here for more than half a year. Thompson sees that you're a good kid, smart, capable, and down-to-earth. With you following you, my grandma and I can rest assured when we pass away. Bernie, holding his cup shyly, managed to say 4 words after some hesitation. Thank you, Grandpa. Aspen chimed in from the side, your grandpa is right. We've treated you like family during this time. As a family, we speak frankly. You are not young anymore. Although times are tough now, our family can manage. When do you two plan to? Amy, Billy suddenly scolded gently, why talk about this now? Isn't everything fine as it is? Aspen thought of Billy's previous fate and felt a sudden sadness. You grew up in front of me. Your parents, both your grandpa and I are old. We just hope to see you well settled before we die. Forget it, you youngsters make your own decisions. We were just talking offhand. Mentioning his parents, Billy became somewhat distant. Seeing the mood turning from joy to sorrow, Bernie quickly intervened. Thompson, Amy, isn't it time to light the new Alberta's lights? Oh, yes, it's time, Aspen slapped her head. Schwanley, where did you put the radish and candles? In City C, there's a tradition of lighting new Alberta's lights during the spring festival. On new Alberta's Eve, each household lights these age lights. Red candles are inserted into radishes cut into blocks and placed in corners of rooms, beside pillars, by stoves, on top of water jars, and near fences. The candle flames bring good news, lighting up the entire house, symbolizing prosperity and auspiciousness. In previous years, lighting the age lights was Billy's responsibility. This year, Bernie joined in. They first cut all the radishes into blocks, then inserted and lit the candles, placing them in various corners of the house. Bedroom, kitchen, stove, bathroom, balcony. Gradually, the entire house was bathed in a soft glow from the candlelight. With the family together and working harmoniously, life will surely get better. Billy firmly believed. Apart from apartment 1602, the windows of other homes gradually lit up with firelight as well. Those with candles lit them, and those without used freshly chopped firewood to create a bonfire, fulfilling the tradition even if not with candles. As for the new Alberta's Eve dinner, most families had similar fare. Corn porridge, potatoes boiled with corn, cornmeal mush, roasted potatoes. After the meal, Billy and the others tidied up the table, storing the leftover ingredients in the spatial bag. Actually, they didn't need to store them either. The current environment was like a giant refrigerator, preventing any food from spoiling. The scalding hot pot broth, once carried from the room to the kitchen, froze completely. To stay up all night, yet it was still 4 hours until midnight. Mahjong. Billy's suggestion was unanimously approved. The dining table transformed into a mahjong table. The sound of mahjong tiles clattering on the table filled the room, and one could say that there was no other household in the entire city of C as relaxed and cheerful as this one. Next door in apartment 1601, a stark contrast to 1602 was evident at this moment. Thomas was slumped on the living room sofa, cigarette in hand, with a dimly glowing brazier by his feet. Apart from the dancing embers in the brazier, the room was silent, as if no one else was alive. On the coffee table was a bowl of leftover corn grits and a piece of packaged ham sausage wrapper. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked the butt into the brazier, then picked up the nearby tongs and fished out 2 potatoes from the embers. Once removed from the heat source, the potatoes cooled within seconds. Justice picked up the potatoes, stood up, and walked toward the inner room. Inside, it was dark and pitch black, making it impossible for him to see anything. It's time to eat. Without checking if anyone would be hit, he tossed the potatoes onto the floor and left, closing the door behind him. In the darkness, Angela hunched over, trembling as she pulled back the quilt from the bed. The intense cold made her collapse to the icy floor. No matter how hard she tried, her frail body couldn't get up. All she could do was crawl on her knees, feeling around for the potatoes on the ground. Eventually, under the bed, she found the already frozen baked potatoes. Ignoring the cold, she shoved them into her mouth. The potato was as hard as stone, impossible to bite. She returned to her bed, wrapped herself in the blanket, warming the potato until it thawed slightly before putting it back in her mouth. The cold potato sent chills through her bones and limbs as she swallowed it. Tears dropped one by one, freezing mid-air before reaching the quilt. Thomas's career faced another setback. Jason had been stripped of power. Although the Black Dragon Gang was the immediate cause, it also had something to do with his wife's family causing trouble. Ordinary gifts no longer worked, so he had to resort to unconventional means. These high-ranking officials were picky and demanding. Those who were too wooden lacked charm, while those who were adventurous weren't virgins. These days, where could one find so many suitable girls? A slight slip-up, and someone else would take his place. Until one day, he came home and saw his wife and daughter. Chapter 153, Relocation Quotas. After the new Alberta, construction of the Spark base officially began. Mr. Albert had already been selected to work there earlier. Before starting work, he specially went around to check on Billy's family at apartment 1602. Because he was wearing several layers of clothing underneath, his outermost down jacket was almost bursting, and his elbow joints were stiff, making movement difficult. A big man with a light yellow teddy bear cap on his head and pink rabbit gloves on his hands, it was obvious these belonged to Bonnie, and he looked extremely funny. The foreman said we get 1 day off per month. I won't be home for a month next time. Please take care of Wanwan when you have time. Mr. Albert scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he always came with requests. Billy readily agreed. Given her close friendship with Bonnie, it was something she should do. But this time, she also had a favor to ask of Mr. Albert. If Christopher can help, I'll do it without hesitation. I heard that one village involved in the base site is facing relocation. Could you look out for me and see if any villages are selling relocation quotas? She remembered from her previous life that this village was right at the center of the base. To compensate the villagers, the base gave each relocated household a relocation quota. After the base was built, these quotas could be used to allocate apartments within the base. Initially, the base didn't explicitly state what the quotas would be used for, only mentioning resettlement compensation. Many financially struggling villagers chose to sell their quotas for survival supplies, and the prices were extremely low, almost like getting something for free compared to the price of apartments in the base. This allowed some people who knew about it in advance to make significant gains. Eventually, after the villagers realized they had made a huge loss, they protested at the base. The final resolution was that contracts registered with the base were valid, while private verbal agreements were not protected. Why are you asking about this? Mr. Albert was puzzled. Billy wasn't sure if things would be the same in this lifetime, so she just laughed it off. I've heard something about this, but I'm not certain. I'll tell you more details once I know more. All right, Christopher will definitely help you out. Relieved to see that they were all well, Mr. Albert quickly returned to the team and headed to the construction site after bidding them farewell. Goran looked enviously at Mr. Albert's departing figure. Aspen spat at him. What? Getting tired of a good life and wanting to suffer now? No, how could I? Goran smiled awkwardly, not daring to say more. Why do you want Xiao Albert to find out about relocation quotas? Goran asked when no outsiders were around. Billy explained the situation from her previous life to everyone. Do you plan to buy quotas directly from the villagers? Billy nodded. Alberts. Entering the Spark base requires paying an entry fee, and to live in an apartment inside, you need another substantial sum. Otherwise, you can only set up tents in the shanty towns, which are only safer than outside the base. As for apartments, they are divided into public and private ones, high-rise buildings and villas. The living conditions and security levels are completely different. Before the base was open to the public, no one understood the significance of these quotas. By taking advantage of the information gap and buying quotas directly from the villagers, you can save a large amount of money compared to buying apartments from the base. Bernie listened and noticed another issue. What do you mean by entry fee? The entry fee is the material goods you must submit to enter the base. Besides materials, there's also an identity review process. Not everyone can enter. Certain thresholds like criminal background checks, education, professional skills, physical fitness, etc., are required. Perhaps the name Spark Base implies a purpose of preserving humanity's best genes. Aspen asked, can we enter directly if we buy an apartment? Billy shook her head. Even villagers with relocation quotas must meet the entry standards and pay the entry fee. This was why, in her previous life, despite the existence of official survival bases, most people still struggled to survive outside. Then, even if we buy quotas, we might not be able to enter. Goran and Aspen thought along the same lines. They were elderly and lacked education, so they didn't fit the criteria. They silently agreed that if that was the case, they wouldn't be a burden to Billy. This was also what Billy worried about. However, there might be a solution for now. I need to go out for a bit. Are you going to visit the Justice family? Bernie, usually quiet, understood Billy, nodding. I'll go with you. His tone left no room for argument. Okay. After lunch, the two put on polar gear, snow boots, and placed heat pads on their stomachs, lower backs, and soles of their feet, then wore hats, masks, and goggles. Afraid that the polar gear would be too conspicuous, they also put on military coats over them. Departure, Lanfeng International. Previously, Billy had been watching others walk clumsily from upstairs, thinking it was due to hunger. But once she stepped on the thick snow herself, she realized she wasn't any better. The heavy clothing made her movements much clumsier. The snow boots had anti-slip features, but the snow on the small paths had already been trodden down by people, so walking carefully was still necessary. Otherwise, one misstep could send her falling on her bottom. The two supported each other and walked for about an hour. But they came up empty-handed. Isidro wasn't there. Where did he go? Seems like he went to the construction site with Donovan. Alright, then when he comes back, please tell him that Billy looked for him and ask him to come find me at Rongjin neighborhood in Nancheng Street, Building A, apartment 1602. After observing for such a long time, Billy confirmed that the Justice family had no ulterior motives towards her, so she might as well give them the information, which could possibly exchange for base entry qualifications. As soon as the two returned to the neighborhood, they saw supply vehicles parked downstairs. The engines were roaring in such low temperatures, the vehicle couldn't be turned off again once started, or they'd have to wait for warmer weather. Billy saw Goran wrapped in a coat queuing downstairs to collect supplies. The person distributing supplies stood in the truck bed and said into a megaphone, starting today, all families must have members present to collect supplies. You must collect your portion in person. If you don't show up, no distribution will be made. Chapter 154, The Death of Allison. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd became restless. Justicey, are you all crazy? It's freezing cold. You're making everyone come out to freeze. Exactly, my Zechariah is paralyzed. How can he come down personally? How inhumane. Didn't you already check the population records last time? Why do people have to come down themselves? You should deliver it instead. With this weather and clothes, I'd have to shuffle down the stairs. A group of people started arguing loudly, demanding an explanation from the government. The staff had anticipated this reaction and stood quietly, waiting for the crowd to finish their arguments. After all, they weren't the ones standing in the cold wind. Before long, the noise subsided. For one simple reason, it was too damn cold. Everyone just wanted to get the supplies and go home to crawl into bed. Some obedient residents had left early to call others at home. We had no choice but to resort to this. This morning in Nansheng neighborhood, we found that many households with deceased members were still receiving supplies. So, for fairness, everyone will now collect supplies in person. The crowd's reactions were mixed. Some faces turned green, as if they had swallowed a fly, clearly hit by the revelation. People scattered instantly, each returning home to gather their families. Bernie went up to fetch Aspen while Billy and Goran hid in the hallway waiting. About 20 minutes later, people began returning. This time, every household situation was clear as day. Billy noticed a bed being carried down with a paralyzed elderly man lying on it. There were also infants wrapped tightly in layers inside their mother's clothes, only the tuft of hair on their heads visible. Only 4 people came down from apartment 802. Alison's son Digby, daughter-in-law Marsha, grandson Jong Ronnie, and granddaughter Deanna. Jong Yangnan held her brother Ronnie's hand, her face sallow. Despite the multiple layers of clothing, one could see how emaciated she was. In comparison, Ronnie looked much better off. Alison didn't come. No, she wasn't absent. Billy and Goran immediately understood. Alison was likely dead. Upon closer observation, Billy noticed that among the elderly in their building, only a few were present. The notorious and bitter aunt who didn't show up. Yosef came down alone with his son, his mother-in-law didn't come either. The girl from apartment 701 gritted her teeth, carrying her paralyzed boyfriend down step by step, almost tumbling down the stairs when she slipped. Billy and Goran watched indifferently, feeling nothing but sighs of despair. Most shockingly, Angela from apartment 1601 also didn't appear. Thomas was followed by Kara, who was unusually silent, her expression lifeless like a puppet without emotion, far from the vibrant girl who had gone searching for supplies during the flood. Aspen also came down with Bernie. She noticed the unusual absence of anyone from apartment 802 but didn't react beyond a brief pause. Everyone is here. Collect the supplies one by one starting from the lowest floor. This time, the supplies were only millet. Billy clearly felt the government's weakening efforts. The amount of relief grain distributed was getting smaller and the intervals between distributions longer. After distributing the supplies, the staff announced, the next distribution will be 1 month later. 1 month. You expect us to survive on this small amount? Justice even, how can we live like this? This millet barely weighs a pound. It won't last a week. Quiet. The staff shouted into a megaphone. Each distribution includes millet seeds. The government's capacity is limited. We hope you can start growing your own food instead of relying entirely on us. There's another thing. If anyone has passed away in your family, please register here. Vehicles will be sent to collect bodies for collective cremation shortly. His eyes scanned the crowd sharply. It's voluntary. But let me remind you, if you don't handle it this time, there will be no more collections later. What choice did they have? People dispersed dispiritedly. Aspen remained standing there, lost in thought. Billy took her hand. Aspen looked at Billy, hesitating. You. Just then, Digby's family collected their supplies and left without registering. Billy remembered Alison's request back at apartment 802. Granny, let's go. We'll take a look. They reached apartment 802. The door was tightly shut. They knocked for 10 minutes before Digby finally opened the door. Seeing Billy and the others, Digby appeared visibly flustered. What are you all doing here? Billy was straightforward. My grandmother wants to see Hayden. Digby stammered, my mom is sleeping. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Is Hayden sleeping? Billy said with a cold laugh. Sleeping so soundly that she didn't even go down to collect supplies. Do you really expect anyone to believe that? None of your business. Aspen tried to reason gently. Jouazy, if she's already gone, we should let her rest in peace. We have no ill intentions. It's just that before, Heather asked me to. Aspen couldn't bring herself to say the words collect her remains. After all, they were longtime friends. Swallowing her sobs, Aspen continued, let us take one look. If it's too much trouble for you, we'll take care of everything after. Digby seemed to soften. At that moment, Marsha hurried over, shooing them away. Shoo, we don't need any help. Taking advantage of the scuffle between them and Aspen, Billy dashed toward Alison's room. Marsha screamed from behind, no, but it was too late. Billy had already opened the door. There lay Alison's corpse. It was hard to describe what state the body was in. The exposed skin looked as though it had no fat left, just a layer of skin clinging tightly to the bones, like it had been left out in the desert for a week to dry up. Alison's mouth was slightly open, eyes staring at the ceiling, as if filled with regret and unresolved resentment. Billy pulled back the quilt covering Alison. The body beneath the quilt was no better, the abdomen completely sunken in. Marsha and the others rushed over, appearing nervous now that Billy and the others had seen the body, but still trying to explain. The second day after the temperature dropped, we came to see Mom, and she was like this. She froze to death. Could freezing kill someone to the point where there was no fat left? She clearly starved to death. Billy suddenly turned to look at Digby, her gaze sharp. Justice avoided eye contact, unable to meet her gaze. Aspen sighed. Oh, Jouazy, Auntie won't say more. Let your mom rest in peace. Seeing that they weren't pursuing the cause of Alison's death, Digby hastily agreed. Alberts, yes, I'll go register immediately. On their way home, Aspen seemed distracted, nearly missing her step several times. Billy didn't know what to say, only silently holding her hand. Around 4 in the afternoon, the body collection truck arrived downstairs. Digby obediently carried Allison downstairs, Marcia trailing behind, calling out Mom repeatedly, sobbing like a tearful figure. Billy watched from the hallway as the staff carried Allison away. They returned shortly and went up to the 16th floor. This time, they knocked on the door of apartment 1601. Chapter 155, Base Quotas. Before long, they carried out Angela's body from inside. Angela was wrapped in a quilt, but during the process of lifting her, it slipped off to reveal that she was only wearing short sleeves underneath. The entire body was emaciated, not much different from Allison. What set Angela apart was the bruises covering her body, green and purple marks on her arms, back, and what appeared to be burn scars from cigarettes. 17-year-old Kara merely gazed blankly at Angela's body, quietly following the stretcher downstairs. She didn't cry or make a scene, unnervingly calm. No one cared why these people had died. All afternoon, the sounds of mourning echoed through the entire neighborhood. Billy felt only irony upon hearing it. In the evening, Donovan actually came to 1602 in person. Justice was dressed in an Arctic suit, looking even better than hers, lightweight material that allowed for free movement. Money really made things easier. Can anyone live here? Donovan started complaining as soon as he came in. Holy crap, what is this on the wall? Wow, it's frozen. Indeed, the charcoal stove had been extinguished especially for him. Sit down and talk. Billy ignored him, grabbing a small stool to sit down herself. Donovan faced the frozen hard sofa in silence. I'm standing just fine. Let's cut to the chase. Are you seeing Fat Lynn about business? Last time, the batch of cream Billy sold for Isidro had become wildly popular. Especially now with the cold, dry weather making skin flaky, wealthy ladies would do anything to get their hands on a bottle, driving prices up. Thinking about the profits he'd made from brokering that deal, Donovan nearly drooled, deciding a visit in person was worth nothing. Billy froze before shaking her head. She wasn't here for business today. Donovan was hugely disappointed. Oh, not for business, all right. Justice suddenly felt deflated. So why did you call me over? I wanted to ask about the seed base. Oh, about that, what do you want to know? I want to know if your family can secure entry quotas for the seed base. Halfway through, Donovan almost jumped up. You, pointing at Billy, his voice trembled. How do you even know there's an entry threshold for the seed base? This information was top secret outside of his father and a few higher-ups surnamed Hyman. Even he only got some hints after pestering his dad. Billy mentally noted oops, realizing this was still classified. Since it was out, she steeled herself and continued the act. It doesn't matter how I found out. Can your family arrange for the quotas? Donovan shook his head repeatedly, afraid to make promises regarding such matters. He would be killed if his father found out. Is it unobtainable or difficult? Donovan felt like crying, waving his hands helplessly. Sister, couldn't you ask for something else? The base is barely planned right now. How could I promise you anything casually? And it's not something you can trade for with supplies. It isn't my decision alone. Not now. Then maybe later. If not with supplies, then what about this? Billy pulled out documents she had taken from Mad Dragon Gang from her backpack. Just the first page of those documents. What's this? Donovan took it casually but froze when he saw its content. His pupils dilated, and his hand holding the document shook. This. Where did you get it? Justice suddenly recalled, staring at Billy in disbelief. Did you kill Angelo? Billy nodded, then immediately shook her head. Technically, she and Bernie killed him together. Donovan looked puzzled. What did she mean? It was self-defense. He tried to kill me. So why didn't you show me this last time I came? What if I said Mad Dragon Gang scared me out of my wits? Donovan gave her a look like she thought he was an idiot. All right, honestly, I wasn't sure if your family was trustworthy. Political struggles are more terrifying than natural disasters. It's normal for a regular civilian like me to hesitate. Wow, you didn't trust me. So disappointing. Donovan clutched his heart theatrically. Well, I'm asking you now. Can this document exchange for base entry quotas? Donovan kept turning the single page over in his hands. That can't be right. Just one page? Billy waved the stack of papers in her hand. The rest are here. She gave the impression that she wouldn't budge unless he agreed. Donovan was speechless. Such caution, clearly distrusting his character. These documents are crucial to our justice family. If genuine, I believe my father would agree to your terms. All right, you take that one page back to verify its authenticity first. I need 7 slots. Donovan hurriedly left with the document. 3 days later, 7 certificates stamped with the official seal of Z Province Seed Survival Base were delivered. The certificate read, "This certifies that the holder of this letter has obtained entry qualification to Z Province Seed Survival Base and is exempt from entry fees. Certified by, Denver. Date, January 19th, 2024. Justice, here you go." Donovan held out his hands. Billy carefully examined the certificates from all angles. In reality, she couldn't tell if the stamp was genuine or not. That's enough. I'm still here, you're insulting my character. Donovan complained on the side. Billy handed over the remaining documents to him. Donovan stood in place, flipping through them joyfully. With this, he could see how much longer that old Hyman would be able to jump around. After checking, he carefully tucked the documents into his coat. Since you know about the base entry quotas, you must also know that entering is just the first step. Billy nodded. Good. My father is watching many people, so we can't give too many favors. After getting in, you'll have to figure things out on your own. I understand. Goodbye. Billy didn't hesitate to dismiss him. Wait. Hold on. What are you doing? I'm not leaving yet. Donovan grew flustered. They had cooperated for so long, and she wasn't showing any sentiment at all. Anything else? Do you still have those skincare products you gave to Fat Lynn? Billy thought about the inventory in her storage space. Want makeup or perfume? You have those. Alberts, yes. I want everything. Donovan got excited. It was easy to make money off women's spending habits. Why not take advantage? What will you exchange with me? The supplies in her storage space were practically inexhaustible now, and she felt content and desireless. What do you want? Food. Clothes. Justice glanced around Billy's home, which could pass for an ice cellar. Coal? I already have those. What do you want then? I want the right to choose housing early. Donovan, didn't they just agree that she'd fend for herself after entering? I can give you 50 pieces, all international big brands. Donovan didn't hesitate. Deal. Chapter 156, Strange Girls. A week later, Alfie returned. Remembering Billy's instructions, he rushed to apartment 1602 right after putting down his luggage at home. Figured it out, he said, holding a hot cup of tea but not drinking it in a hurry to report. The village that was demolished is called Longhua Village. It had over 30 households and more than 100 residents. The entire village was requisitioned by the government. This base has just started construction, and all villagers have been relocated outside of the base area, settling temporarily in another village. That village doesn't have many vacant houses, so many people are living in makeshift shelters. 3 days ago, the government issued relocation quotas to each household, but no details on how these quotas will be implemented. Feeling thirsty midway through his narration, he took a quick sip of tea before continuing. Some villagers can't wait any longer and are openly selling their quotas. Really? What's the price? I asked around. One quota can be exchanged for 80 pounds of grain. 80 pounds of grain, with careful rationing, it could last a family half a year. Alfie thought those villagers were being unrealistic. With that much grain, one could buy a house in the county town. Who would exchange for a quota when they didn't even know its value? Billy was that person. Do they specify what type of grain? Millet, potatoes, and rice all count as grain, but their rarity varies widely. Alfie was somewhat surprised. Did Billy really have a plan? Inna, you really want to buy? That's 80 pounds of grain. Billy nodded. Why? Alfie suddenly remembered her mysterious backer. Is it because this quota? Not only do I want to buy, I suggest you all buy together. What? Billy gave a brief explanation of the seed base's future policy. My friend said these quotas will eventually be implemented as apartments within the base. Once the base opens, buying them will cost much more than 80 pounds of grain. Alfie was speechless. But we live here just fine. If we can't get in, we'll just stay out. Haven't you noticed that government aid is already falling short? Billy said seriously. When people get desperate, what do you think they'll do? The world is about to descend into chaos, which is one reason why the government is building the seed base. Forget the 80 pounds of grain. I can't even afford the entrance fee and qualification, Alfie sighed. Justice wasn't as well off as Billy's family. Taking care of his daughter and wife was already stretching his means. Their life was only slightly better than others. Goran patted Alfie's shoulder proudly. Little Albert, we've known each other long enough. Has Inna ever given an unreliable suggestion? Everything will be fine. Billy nodded. My friend will figure out a way, but you must keep this confidential. Absolutely don't let anyone else know. Sure, I understand. Justice was still confused. How did vacation turn into needing to buy property? Now let's talk about the grain. Oh, there are no requirements for the type of grain. Millet, potatoes, etc. will work. Alfie realized he needed to find a way to gather the 80 pounds quickly. If worse came to worst, he could ask for an advance on his salary or exchange the preserved meat they had saved. In a flash, Alfie's mind raced through all the possibilities. Justice left the Lynn residence without knowing how, completely focused on finding a way to gather the grain. While Billy was waiting for Alfie's feedback, several thefts occurred in the neighborhood. One night, she woke up drowsily to use the bathroom and heard a sharp scream from outside. It lasted only a moment, and after listening for a bit, she went back to bed, assuming it was nothing. The next day, the two north-facing windows of apartment 501 downstairs were smashed during the night. Meanwhile, the Rosa from 301 was standing in the hallway, cursing loudly. All recently distributed supplies had been stolen. Technically, it was robbery rather than theft. Apparently, several armed thugs broke in, and while the residents of 501 noticed, they remained silent out of fear, trembling under their blankets, hoping the intruders would leave soon. Billy then learned that the family from 301 had never moved out after initially staying with 501, and that poor girl had no choice but to endure such company. With resources scarce and security deteriorating rapidly. One night a week later, Goozy suddenly opened his eyes and growled lowly toward the door, scratching it persistently. The whole family was woken up. There seemed to be movement at the front door. It had been a while since they last got into a fight. Billy felt rusty with her knife-handling skills. By the time they were ready to fight and yanked the door open, there was already no one outside. Perhaps hearing their commotion inside, the intruder had fled. There were obvious marks of forced entry on the lock of the iron door. Fortunately, Guzzi had discovered it early. Tomorrow I'll reconnect the electricity to the iron door, Bernie said. They had grown complacent after a period of peace in apartment 1602, but now they were back on high alert. The residents of 1602 rarely went out, so Aspen simply brought hot water and poured it all over the ground from the iron door to the front door. The hot water instantly froze into a thin layer of ice upon hitting the cold ground. She then took out a broken glass cup from the trash can, crushed the shards even finer, and sprinkled them on the ground bit by bit. For the convenience of their own family, she left a narrow path on the side, which would go unnoticed unless carefully sought out. Anyone who slipped here would surely suffer. In this apocalypse, everyone found different ways to survive. Some maintained themselves through plundering others, while others, even if mired in adversity, chose to make a living with their own hands. One evening, after Billy delivered goods to Isidro downstairs and turned to head up, she saw a dozen haggard figures staggering towards her in the snowy wind from afar. As they came closer, Billy recognized them as relatively young girls from their community. Among them were 3 girls from their building. The single girl from 301, the girlfriend from 701, and Kara from 1601. The 3 walked silently towards their homes without speaking. Previously, Kara would always greet Billy when she saw her. This time, she passed by Billy directly, her eyes devoid of any light, like a doll without life. When Billy followed behind them upstairs, she noticed that under Kara's coat, she wasn't wearing pants, her smooth calves exposed to the bitter cold air. What were these girls doing? Billy felt puzzled. However, her curiosity was answered that very night. Chapter 157, The Death of the Couple. Bang! A loud thud echoed through the neighborhood. Billy was having dinner in her room and was so startled that she nearly dropped her chopsticks. What happened? It seems to be coming from downstairs. The family quickly huddled by the window and looked down. The road below was covered in white snow, showing no sign of abnormality. A shrill scream came from downstairs, seemingly from the kitchen. Driven by intense curiosity, the family wrapped themselves in coats and shivered as they ran to the kitchen to open the window and look down. It would have been better not to have seen this. Aspen screamed "Oh my God" and fell to the ground, pointing shakily outside the window, dead bodies. Billy poked her head out through the slightly opened window. Someone had jumped from a high place. The snow on the ground of the neighborhood was undisturbed except for footprints. Now, beneath their building, lay a man on the ground with his body contorted in an impossible angle, a large pool of red and white substances under his head, clearly the result of jumping from a great height. The man lay motionless on the ground. Arosa sat dumbfoundedly on the ground, staring woodenly at the man. Billy heard no sobs. From the height, she couldn't identify who it was. But the Rosa's clothes seemed somewhat familiar. She thought carefully. This was the girl from apartment 701 who came back with Kara at noon. So, the man who jumped must be the paralyzed boy. Despite the severe cold, neighbors couldn't help but gather around to watch. Billy considered for a moment and grabbed a scarf and hat, preparing to go downstairs. Beware of the glass shards near the door. Aspen called out from behind. I know. She awkwardly walked down the stairs, leaning on the handrail. From the second-floor balcony, she could see clearly now. The girl stared blankly at her boyfriend, showing no signs of grief, just like the expression Billy saw at noon, a vacant stare, devoid of vitality. Sigh, after enduring for so long, it can be considered a release, remarked someone in the crowd who knew the background. The boy used to be fine. During the typhoon, he went out looking for food and got severely injured, resulting in paralysis from the waist down. Since then, this young girl has been supporting him. Ah, how pitiful. Such a young girl. How did she endure all this? I, a grown man, can barely take care of myself. So, it's probably because he didn't want to be a burden on her that he jumped. Indeed, living like that might be worse than death. Girlie, don't be too sad, he is finally free. Think positively, someone tried to console the girl. Surrounded by the cacophony of voices, the girl remained unresponsive, sitting there staring at her boyfriend's corpse, lost in thought. She wore only a short grey down jacket, with several layers of pants underneath. In contrast, the boy was dressed warmly, even wearing a thick overcoat. Clearly, she had taken excellent care of him. Seeing that the girl wasn't reacting, someone whispered, "Have you heard? Some women in our neighborhood sell themselves." Sell what? Someone didn't catch on. What else? Obviously that kind of thing. Though he made a whispering gesture, his voice wasn't lowered at all. Billy could hear him from the second floor, lying still with legs spread apart, could earn half a kilogram of grain. There are many doing this in our neighborhood. You think this guy couldn't bear his girlfriend selling herself? Now Billy understood what those girls she saw earlier were up to. Is this true? No man could accept that. No one noticed the girl's ears twitch slightly. After people had their fill of the spectacle, they gradually dispersed, but the girl remained in the same position. Someone kindly advised her, but she remained unmoved. Billy returned to 1602 and told Aspen and others about the situation, causing a collective sigh. All pitiful souls. Aspen felt that despite the girl's physical defilement, her soul remained pure because she never abandoned her paralyzed boyfriend. Bang! Another loud thud sounded. Justice Evans. Another person jumped. Billy rushed to the window and saw another figure next to the boy's body. It was the girl in the short grey down jacket. People gathered again. Billy suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Kara. She stood silently in the crowd. Not long after the jump incident, another horrific event occurred in the same building. The little girl from 501 finally took action, killing the 4 members of the family in 301. By the time people arrived, the murder scene was ghastly, and the murderer slit her own throat upon seeing others approaching. The death of Marcus, the tenant of apartment 301, was particularly gruesome. Justice had been stabbed dozens of times, his body riddled with holes, not an inch of skin unmarred. The young girl's name was Philomena, and she lived up to her name, being delicate and beautiful. In Billy's memory, the girl used to be soft-spoken and compliant, crying helplessly whenever bullied by the family in 301, enduring all mistreatment without resistance. Why she ended up selling her body along with other girls remained unknown. All Billy saw was that while the members of apartment 301, especially Marcus, feasted until they were bloated, Philomena's emaciated figure lay next to them, forming a stark contrast. "Look at her stomach," someone exclaimed in shock. Philomena lay flat on the ground, her abdomen alarmingly swollen. A few bold individuals lifted her clothes. Philomena's belly was distended, her skin stretched tight with stretch marks spreading across it. She was pregnant. Hiss. The crowd drew a sharp intake of breath at this sight. Someone immediately connected this to Marcus's condition. Could it be Marcus's? "I saw her going out with those girls just a few days ago. It might also be from some outsiders." With the deceased already gone, people speculated freely among themselves. Billy stepped back from the crowd. In the hallway, she saw Kara standing far away, staring blankly at the scene. Thinking of the recent tragedies, Billy approached her with concern. "Are you okay?" Kara stood dazed for a moment. Billy waved her hand in front of her face, finally bringing her back to reality. She shook her head. "I'm fine." She didn't look fine at all. Recalling Angela's death, Billy realized life wasn't easy in 1601 either. Otherwise, with Thomas's ability to stir up trouble, how could he not support 2 women like Angela and Kara? Angela was dead, and Kara was seen with those girls. Billy's disgust towards Thomas reached its peak. "Did Thomas force you?" Upon hearing this, Kara's hands suddenly clenched the hem of her clothes, a hatred Billy had never seen before flashing across her face. Chapter 158 Thomas's plot. Having secured all the quotas and admission spots, Billy felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders, and her steps on the way back were much lighter. Now she could officially rest easy. But things never go as planned. Law and order were becoming more chaotic, not quite right. There was practically no such thing as law and order anymore. The world is strange yet ordinary like that. After being robbed, victims cried and lamented but found no one would seek justice for them. After much inner turmoil, they eventually armed themselves and joined the opposing camp, constantly consoling themselves that they were doing it to protect themselves and reclaim what belonged to them. Once they tasted the benefits, they couldn't put down their weapons. As if wearing a mask covered not only their faces but also their consciences. Single combat wouldn't make big profits, so some people brazenly formed teams. Billy had been resting at home for half a month when the tranquility of apartment 1602 was disrupted again. Someone was knocking on the iron door. "What are you here for?" As soon as Billy opened the main door, she saw Thomas peering inside with his large face, holding a plastic rolling pin and tapping on the iron gate of 1602. Justice looked gaunt, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't been having an easy time lately. The iron gate wasn't electrified during the day, but he seemed unaware and hesitated before it. Billy only opened the security door and didn't touch the iron gate. Justice stood at the entrance, not daring to touch anything, nervously glancing around until he noticed the glass shards scattered on the floor. His expression froze. "The security situation has been getting worse recently. I heard that a gang cleaned out another neighborhood last night. We need to prepare in advance. So, your family is large and capable. We invite you to join a meeting at 11:01 tonight to discuss some plans." Thomas spoke seriously, but Billy was skeptical. Since when did decisions for this building require her input? "Do we really have to go?" "Alberts, this time it's everyone together against outsiders. It's better if everyone shows up," Thomas replied. "All right, noted." Billy closed the door. Back in the room, she discussed with Bernie and the others. "Do we want to get involved?" Actually, 1602's defenses were already sufficient to handle simple vandals. Whatever plan they came up with would mean effort on their part. Aspen and others were worried about the danger and thought it might benefit others more, so they advised against going. Bernie disagreed. "We can handle ordinary people, but if we encounter large gangs, it could be problematic." While 1602 was still undecided, there was another knock at the door. Billy opened it. It was Kara. Seeing Billy, she quickly threw a note on the ground and ran off. Confused, Billy picked up the crumpled note from the floor. Back inside, the family unfolded the note, written hastily in charcoal. "Justice is lying to you, be careful." "Justice is lying to me? Who?" Billy thought for a moment. "Just her father, Thomas?" That was possible. The person who knew Thomas best might be his daughter Kara. What is he lying about? Is he lying about a gang raid or tricking me to go to 11:01? Bernie said, "Given the current situation, our neighborhood will eventually attract crime gangs." That part seems true. So, discussing a strategy might be a trap. What does he really want? Billy felt a headache. "Kara, why stop halfway when saving someone?" "There are 2 possibilities," Bernie analyzed carefully. "One is robbery, and the other is murder." Goran added, "Maybe he wants both." It was a possibility. Billy gestured for Bernie to continue. "For robbery, he must assume our supplies are at home and wants to lure us away, a classic ploy. In that case, he can't do it alone, there must be accomplices," Billy added. "Right. Another possibility is that 1101 is a setup. After all, it's where Jamal, a member of his small gang, lives. Justice could easily arrange something beforehand. This can be verified, Billy suddenly said, looking at everyone. Yusef. In apartment 601, Billy got straight to the point. Yusef listened but seemed clueless. Brother Fong hasn't contacted me in a long time. What he asked me to do, it wasn't suitable for me, so I can't answer your question. But I did receive a notice about the gathering at 1101. Not getting an answer, Billy decisively left and went to 1502 to ask if the Huang family had received an invitation, and she got a positive response. So it seems that everyone in this building has been called to 1101 tonight. From what we know now, it appears they are gathering to discuss defense strategies against potential attacks, at least on the surface. Then wouldn't everyone's homes be empty? Aspen suddenly remarked. Alberts. If something is to be done, why not make it big? If Thomas was targeting just our family, there would be no need to gather everyone. And if he wanted to harm lives, more people would make it harder for him. Perhaps he is after wealth and fears exposing his plan, so he had to invite everyone, Goran guessed. Regardless of the situation, why don't we just not go? Aspen said, Justice can't possibly incite the whole building to rob us, can he? The current Thomas gives off a vibe of a cornered beast. She felt it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Goran responded to Aspen, then why don't we warn everyone beforehand and have them all on guard? No. Billy immediately rejected the idea. We don't know who is with him and who isn't. This could easily tip him off. Then what should we do? Staying is risky, going is risky. Aspen fell into a deep worry. Why bother holding on since we don't have supplies anyway? Bernie's words startled everyone. Huh. The two elders were stunned. Was this even an option? Alberts, knowing they will act tonight and uncertain about their intentions, why not simply leave and return after everything is settled? If Thomas goes overboard and incites others to both steal and harm, the risk for the two elderly at home would be too great. They couldn't take that risk. Let's go, let's pack up and head to Bonnie's place. They started acting immediately. Due to the cold weather, things left outside could easily freeze, so most supplies were stored in her spatial bag. Packing and leaving quickly was now feasible. All charcoal stoves were packed away. Thick quilts and clothes were also collected. Even the curtains were taken down, none were left hanging. The generator upstairs. They almost forgot that. Goran and Bernie trudged up to dismantle the generator. The screws were frozen solid and couldn't be loosened. They poured boiling water repeatedly until they managed to fully disassemble the generator. An hour later, apartment 1602 was cleaner than if it had been ransacked by thieves. Chapter 159, Inviting the Wolf into the House. When Billy's family came to visit, Bonnie and her mother naturally welcomed them warmly. You might have to disturb you for a few days, Aspen said with some embarrassment. Albert's mother Isabel, having rid of her worries, looked much better and laughed heartily. Nonsense, it's quite lonely for me and my daughter at home. We're delighted that you're here. The Albert household didn't seem lonely at all. Thick blankets covered the sofas and living room, a fire pot burned on the floor with a tripod stand holding a kettle, from which steam was rising. Although it wasn't much warmer inside than outside, it was certainly less visually cold. After inviting Billy and the others to sit down by the fire and chatting for a while, they asked about their reason for moving. Billy did not hide anything. What? Bonnie clenched her fists, pounding on the table in indignation. How shameless can this person be? Isabel also became anxious. Then why are you going back? It's too dangerous. Just stay at our place. After all, we still have extra rooms. Alberta, Inna, stay here. You can keep me company. Bonnie hoped her best friend would stay. Let's see. It can't be that we always stay at your place. Eventually, I'll have to go back. And just taking beatings without fighting back will make people think I'm easy to bully. That's not like me. Billy mainly worried about Aspen's safety. Tomorrow, How and I need to go back and check out what's going on there. Well, alright. Now let's talk about something cheerful. I brought dumplings. Let's eat those for dinner. We have carrot pork and mushroom flounder filling. Which one do you want? Bonnie jumped up excitedly. Dumplings. Ah, Inna, you're my hero. Recently, her family had been cutting expenses to save up 80 pounds of grain, reducing even the usual 3 meals of millet porridge to 1. Eating dumplings was something they could only dream of. While the two families were sitting around the stove boiling dumplings in a cozy atmosphere, Thomas watched the empty 1602 apartment with an ashen face. King idiot, this is the big fat sheep you told us about. A man with 3 broken fingers on his left hand knocked Thomas on the head with the barrel of his gun angrily. Justice wielded an old-fashioned hunting rifle, crudely made and wrapped with rags for reinforcement, clearly handmade. Around him stood 5 other men with menacing faces, glaring furiously at Thomas. The electrically charged iron gate? They had spent hours being cautious, only to find there was no electricity at all. Sure, there were glass shards on the ground, but they hadn't mentioned the ice either. The leader slipped and fell on his buttocks, landing on the shards, and now blood froze on his behind, looking like he had his period. Thomas didn't know where things went wrong, allowing them to escape. Most importantly, all the supplies were gone. The entire 1602 unit was almost empty except for large pieces of furniture, as if no one had lived there. Even the curtains were removed. And all that happened within an afternoon. Thomas felt like he was seeing ghosts. This shouldn't be happening. It wasn't like this when I came by earlier. The man with broken fingers thrust the gun barrel into Thomas, making him stagger. F***K, you've wasted my time. If the next place doesn't have supplies, I'll kill you first. Pushed forcefully out of 1602, they headed straight for the opposite 1601, preparing to break the lock. Hold on, don't break it, don't break it. This is my home. Thomas stopped them quickly. The man with broken fingers glanced sideways. Your home? Fine then, brothers, let's come back. Before Thomas could sigh in relief, the man's raspy voice sounded again. Open it yourself. Now Thomas was confused. Wasn't the deal that he would help them lure everyone away, and they would split the supplies equally? Brother Branson, you must be mistaken. This is my home, Thomas repeated disbelievingly. That's right, it's your home. Don't you have the key? Open it yourself, save us the trouble. Someone pushed Thomas hard and ordered fiercely, open the door. Thomas realized he had been tricked, but it was too late. Having invited the wolf into his house, with a knife at his neck, he could only swallow his pride, took out the key, and opened the door. Brothers, search. At the command, the followers cheered and started rummaging through the place. Ah! A Rosa's scream echoed from the inner room. Brother Branson, there's a Rosa here. One of the followers dragged Kara by her collar and threw her in front of the man with broken fingers. Dad. Kara was curled up in bed sleeping when a man suddenly entered her room and pulled off her blanket, startling her. Instinctively, she wanted to move closer to Thomas. The man with broken fingers squatted down and grabbed her face, inspecting her with ill intent, not bad looking. Branson, she's my daughter. Having been involved in the criminal world for so long, Thomas could easily tell what the man's eyes were craving, so he hurriedly explained. Your daughter? The man looked up at him, and Thomas quickly nodded. How old is she? 17, Thomas replied. The man's left hand with missing fingers wandered over Kara's face, moving down from her face to her neck, and was about to reach her chest. Don't touch me. Kara suddenly burst into a scream, shoving the man's hand away and retreating backward. Ha ha ha, quite spirited, I like that. Justice handed his gun to one of the thugs nearby, saying, keep searching, you watch him, I'll pick this little flower first. Alberts. Enoch Branson. The man picked up Kara and carried her toward the inner room. Let go of me. Let go. Kara struggled desperately, screaming, Dad, Dad, save me, Dad. Thomas heard his daughter's hysterical cries and watched helplessly as she was forcibly carried into the room, but he didn't move an inch. Justice was more pained by the supplies being searched out. These were resources he had painstakingly accumulated bit by bit, enduring disdain and indifference, only to be flipped through with smiles by these people. Inside the room, Kara's cries gradually weakened. 5 minutes later, the man came out of the room, still cursing. Damn, already used goods, can't tell she's so slutty at 17. Justice took back the gun from his underling. The underling had been itching to get in. Justicey, Enoch Branson, can I? Haha, you kid, go ahead. Justicey, thanks, Enoch Branson. The underling quickly slipped into the room. Chapter 160, Reconnaissance. 1101. Shaw Calvin, his older brother Mohammed, and 4 burly men, each wielding a machete, glared menacingly at the circle of neighbors seated before them. Debiao, what do you mean by this? I'm your Urban, and Zechariah trembled as he pointed at Shaw and shouted. I know you're my Urban, but I have to follow orders. Please bear with it. You. Urban pointed at Shaw, too angry to speak. One of the 4 burly men came over and kicked the Zechariah hard. You old bastard, if you make another sound, I'll finish you off. Urban was kicked to the ground and dared not utter another word. About 30 people, men and women alike, were sitting on the living room floor with their hands on their heads, all looking despondent. They had all been lured here under the pretext of discussing countermeasures by Thomas. As soon as they entered, they were knocked unconscious. Upon waking, they found themselves being threatened with knives, their house keys confiscated, and confined to the room without permission to leave. At this moment, they cursed Thomas and his entire lineage. Yosef was also among them. Alberts today, Billy warned him that Thomas was up to no good, but Zhao believed that after following Hu for so long, he wouldn't be targeted. Justice never expected. At this moment, the door to 1101 was pushed open. What a bunch of penniless fools, wasting my time. The one-fingered man entered with a gun in hand, followed by his gang members. Thomas and Kara were also brought in, thrown to the ground alongside others. Kara's clothes were disheveled, only 2 buttons hastily fastened, revealing her recent ordeal. Brother. Phone. Calvin stuttered upon seeing Thomas under control. What's going on? Before he could ask more, someone pressed a knife to his back. Drop your weapon. Still confused, Shaw hesitated, while his brother Mohammed understood and obediently dropped his machete, finding a spot on the floor to crouch and bury his head. They had been duped. Thomas was still struggling, trying to appeal to the one-fingered man. Brother Branson, I'll give up my share, all for you. Can you let me go? The one-fingered man scoffed through his nostrils. Your share? Thomas nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. Ha ha ha, he says his share? The one-fingered man mocked, and his men laughed. Ha ha ha. Over 10 men laughed, one of them kicking Thomas. Daring to split shares with Brother Branson? You should look in the mirror and see who you are. Someone in the crowd spat quietly. Serves him right. Beast. Couldn't even spare his own daughter. Truly worse than pigs and dogs. Thomas seemed oblivious to the disdainful comments from the neighbors. A robber placed the collected supplies in front of the one-fingered man. Several burlap bags were dumped on the ground, bottles and cans rolling everywhere. Brother Branson, All the supplies from above the 11th floor are here. The one-fingered man glanced disdainfully at the pile. All right, enough for today. Continue tomorrow. Start cooking. Alberts, sir. A few robbers set up a large pot over the stove, digging out 2 big chunks of snow to melt inside. They then rummaged through the supplies, pulling out 2 rice bins and pouring the contents into the pot. Ah, that's my food. The Rosa from 1301 screamed. It was all her family had. She crawled towards one of the robbers, grabbing his leg. Please let us go. My family of 3 depends on this little bit of food to survive. Get lost. The robber shoved her away. Still pleading, she cried. Please, do anything but take my food. Whoa. The robber grinned lecherously. Anything? She shrank back as soon as his gaze met hers. I. She hesitated. My. Justice and Nikki, both anxious and furious, called her. Come back. We'd rather starve than do such a thing in front of our son. She could only cry softly and retreat to her Nikki's side. TSK. Ignoring her, the robber continued pouring rice into the pot. Their careless waste made the Rosa sob uncontrollably. The next day, under the cover of darkness, Billy and Bernie only packed their gear and prepared to investigate after dinner. Be extremely careful, Aspen and the others said worriedly. Uncertain about the situation, as soon as they left, Billy took out a pistol from his pocket. Loaded and ready, each person held one. At such low temperatures, will the guns be reliable? Billy asked. If they were to fail at a critical moment, it would be fatal. The moment you fire, the bullet gains tremendous kinetic energy, which allows it to move through the air with little resistance. So theoretically, bullets fired in low-temperature environments should perform the same as in normal temperatures. As long as the bullet gets enough kinetic energy, it can be fired no matter how cold it is, Bernie explained, but then added, but perhaps we should still keep the guns warm. Billy almost slipped on her feet. They found a corner and carefully wrapped their handguns with cloth. Billy unloaded the bullets and tested the gun several times. It didn't jam, moving smoothly. Okay. The two returned to the neighborhood as stealthily as thieves, avoiding people all the way. The neighborhood was still eerily quiet like a ghost town. Below building 31. At 3 o'clock, there's someone. See him? Bernie whispered. They hid behind a bulletin board, Billy holding binoculars, searching in the direction he pointed. Indeed, by the pillar at the entrance of the ground floor unit, there was a person leaning against the pillar, huddled up smoking a lookout. She continued scanning with the binoculars. There's only this one downstairs. She handed the binoculars to Bernie. You check. There's only this one, he confirmed. Only 1101 has lights on upstairs. It seemed the people were still in 1101. They discussed on the spot. They would first capture the lookout to learn about the situation upstairs before deciding further actions. You go around from the left mailroom, I'll go from the right. Billy took out a dagger, gripping it tightly, tiptoeing closer, afraid of being discovered. She deliberately took a longer route, creeping along the side wall. That man didn't seem to expect anyone else in the building. Justice was leaning against the wall, dozing off, holding an extinguished cigarette butt. Billy had already circled behind the pillar, yet he remained unaware. She waited until she saw the edge of Bernie's clothing opposite her. Bernie stretched his hand, making a countdown gesture. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the two pounced on the lookout like fierce tigers. Just as he was about to shout, Bernie clamped his mouth shut, while Billy pressed her sharp knife to his neck. Chapter 161, Yosef. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. The cold, sharp blade pressed against the skin made the lookout shudder. Justice hurriedly nodded. They dragged the man to the nearby abandoned courier room and closed the door. Bernie finally let go of his hand. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother, please don't kill me. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Billy asked. The man stuttered. You're not being honest. Billy pressed the knife harder against his neck, and fresh blood instantly flowed from the wound. As pain surged through him, the man panicked. I'll talk. My name is Ajay, just an ordinary person following Brother Branson. They are all upstairs searching for supplies, and he left me here to keep watch. Brother Branson? Billy was puzzled. Wasn't it Thomas? Alberts, Brother Branson is our team leader. Justice is the one with 3 broken fingers on his left hand. Justice used to be involved in criminal activities. Everything in our team depends on his decisions. I ask you, what's your relationship with Thomas? Who? Ajay clearly hadn't heard this name before. Thomas, short hair, over 40 years old, square face, single-lidded eyes. Oh, him. Justice told Brother Branson there were big targets here and promised us help to take them down. That's why we came. Speaking of Thomas, Ajay spat on the ground. What bullshit. Just a bunch of poor people, leaving him to freeze here for nothing. Billy continued. How many of you are there? Where are they, and what weapons do you have? Ajay hesitated, unwilling to speak. Looks like you. Billy raised the knife again. The gang led by the man with the broken fingers were mostly ragtag followers. Even Ajay, faced with life and death, quickly betrayed his comrades. I'll talk. There are 9 of us in total. Now Brother Branson and 4 others are guarding 1101. 3 others are sweeping through each floor from the 10th floor downward looking for supplies. They should be almost done. Besides Brother Branson having a gun, the rest only have knives and sticks. Ajay spilled everything. You mustn't kill me. My family's grain was all taken away. If it weren't for trying to save my family, I wouldn't have joined them in such evil deeds. You also know it's wrong. Struggling for your own survival shouldn't mean passing on suffering to innocent people. After Bernie said that, he struck Ajay with a palm, knocking him unconscious. The two dragged him into a storage room inside, bound him tightly, and gagged him with strips of cloth torn from his clothes. Having finished these tasks, they held their daggers and proceeded cautiously up the stairs. The boss was in 1101, while 3 were sweeping through floors below. They decided to take out these 3 small fry first. Crouching low, they moved stealthily upward. 2nd floor, no one. 3rd floor, still clear. 4th floor. Just as they peeked around the corner, they heard voices above. What the hell, 2 days of work, and this is all we got. How are we supposed to divide it? One of the bandits complained about today's haul. Stop complaining, hurry up, another urged. There followed sounds of rustling as they packed items into bags. Bernie led the way, moving silently. One bandit had his back to them, squatting on the ground and filling a burlap sack with supplies. The other 2 returned to the rooms to continue their thorough search. The timing was perfect. Again working together, Bernie covered the man's mouth while Billy threatened him with the knife. But this time the man resisted fiercely, swinging the knife wildly and trying to cry for help. Since he wanted to die, Billy obliged and slit his throat. They dragged the body to a corner of the next floor's hallway and went back up. The other 2 remained inside, oblivious. Billy carefully listened to the movements inside and mouthed, one in the west room, one in the south. Act separately. Bernie gave an okay gesture, be careful. Meanwhile, in 1101, Yosef saw 4 cans of baby formula rolling out of their bags and felt as if his heart would burst. Justice crawled and knelt at the broken-fingered man's feet. Brother, you can take anything, but please leave my son's formula. Justice is too young, without it, he really will die. Get lost. The broken-fingered man, tired of constant pleas from these poor people, kicked him. With his child still in his arms, Yosef saw the kick aimed at his son and hunched down protectively. The kick landed squarely on his waist, causing him to groan in pain. Justice scrambled up, ignoring the severe pain in his waist, and repeatedly kowtowed to the broken-fingered man. Brother, please, I beg you. You can even take my life, but please leave some food for my son. Please. Yosef's forehead struck the cold tiles, thudding dully with each desperate plea. The hell, can't you understand me? The broken-fingered man grew angrier, drawing his pistol and pressing it to Yosef's head. After freezing for 2 days here and only gaining this little, if things continued like this, how could he lead a team? In Yosef's mind, there was only his son. His only remaining family was his son. Ignoring the danger, he continued banging his head on the ground recklessly. One more word and I'll shoot you. Billy and Bernie watched this scene through the slightly open door. Seeing that the broken-fingered man was about to lose control, someone started whispering advice to Yosef. Ralph, let it go. We can still find a way for food supplies. But if you lose your life. Alberta, Ralph, don't make trouble. Come back. All their resources had been seized. They weren't the first to beg, it did no good and only infuriated the intruders, resulting in worse treatment. Albert Yosef remained undeterred. Justice could find food for himself, but where would he find baby formula? It took him great effort to save up these 4 cans, and even then he'd mix half millet paste into every feed, causing malnutrition which resulted in Xiaobao weighing less than 5 kilograms at this age. F***CK, bowing. The broken-fingered man grabbed Yosef by the hair, raining punches on his body. Instinctively trying to dodge, Yosef was held by the other 2 raiders from front and back. The broken-fingered man didn't care about the child in Yosef's arms, his wild punches hit his stomach multiple times. Ooah. The pain made the child in his arms start crying loudly. Seeing his child hurt, Yosef's eyes went red with fury and he struggled wildly, managing to break free from the raider's grip. In the next second, he pounced on the broken-fingered man, biting and tearing. F***CK. The broken-fingered man was caught off guard by Yosef's attack. Who the hell taught him to bite? This wasn't ladylike at all. Seeing their boss being attacked, the other 4 rushed over to pull them apart. At the door, Billy seized the moment when all 5 raiders were focused on Yosef. She and Bernie quietly approached with daggers in hand. Chapter 162 Unrest. The neighbors on the ground, hugging their heads, saw Billy and the other person enter, and they all fell silent, not daring to breathe loudly. Bang! A gunshot. The man with severed fingers fired. Yosef fell to the ground with a thud. The man with severed fingers was holding his bitten arm, still not relieved. Suddenly, a sharp knife was placed on his neck. Don't move. Put your hands up. As he spoke, the knife edged forward another inch. The man with severed fingers could only raise his hands, but his eyes were still rolling around. Seeing Yosef lying in a pool of blood, Billy felt some self-reproach. They should have been faster. Bernie stepped forward and took the gun from the man with severed fingers. With a turn of the muzzle, it pointed at the remaining few robbers. Drop your weapons. The 4 robbers, seeing that their boss was controlled and the guns were gone, looked at each other and finally had no choice but to obediently drop the knives in their hands. Who are you? Asked the man with severed fingers. Let me go, and we'll split the supplies here. Don't listen to him, the neighbors immediately chimed in. These people are scumbags, can't be trusted. Alberts. Absolutely can't trust them. Thomas actually joined in shamelessly. Billy admired his shameless attitude. The neighbors, who had suffered for 2 days, were more indignant than she was. Thomas, you animal, you still have the nerve to speak. If not for your collusion with outsiders to snatch everyone's supplies, could Ralph have died? Alberts. You murderer, you are responsible for Ralph's death. It's a shame we trusted you so much, and you nearly got us killed. They wished they could kill Thomas right now to vent their anger. But Billy held the gun, and without her word, they didn't dare to act rashly. Thomas shrank back, too afraid to make a sound anymore. The man with severed fingers continued to tempt. Beautiful lady, I don't want these things, they're all yours if you let me go. Billy was cold as ice. I'll take these supplies even after killing you. Upon hearing this, the man with severed fingers fell silent, and so did the neighbors. How could they forget that number 1602 is a Davilis? They actually expected her to save everyone. You can't kill me. If you do, my brother won't let you off, he threatened. Don't think our team has only these few people, less than 1/3 of our team is here. Like this, if you let me go, we'll call it quits. I guarantee no one will come to trouble you again. If you kill me, tomorrow my brothers will come for revenge, and none of you will escape. The other 4 robbers nodded vigorously. Alberts, yes, yes. Call it quits. Billy laughed it off. Even if what you say is true, can we believe you? If I let you go today, you'll be back knocking on our door by tomorrow. You. The man with severed fingers choked. But he wasn't one to give up easily. Seeing the 30-odd people below, he turned his eyes to the crowd. She's not scared. Are you all not scared? Everyone looked at each other. True. The 2 killers from 1602 weren't scared, but they, helpless old and weak, women and children, how could they fight against these people? One might run away temporarily, but not forever. In this icy and snowy, freezing weather, life outside would be even worse. Isn't it called Jayu? Neighbor A tried cautiously. Maybe we should let him go. If what he says is true, we can't afford to gamble. Neighbor B agreed. We should let him go. It's better to leave a way out. Believe Branson GE isn't the kind of person who breaks promises. Just to searing this assurance, more people started urging Billy to release him. Billy was speechless at these cowards. Believing such people was like taking their oaths as casually as defecation. No. Don't let him go, came a sharp scream. Kara was holding a small knife, trembling as she stood up and rushed over. Billy and others were focused on the man with severed fingers, not reacting quickly to Kara's sudden attack. Don't kill him. Thomas lunged over clumsily, grabbing Kara's ankle. Turning her head, Kara's eyes were filled with redness and hatred. At this moment, Thomas thought only of himself. The tip of the small knife in Kara's hand turned and stabbed towards Thomas's neck. The next second, the knife was pulled out. Whoosh. Fresh blood spurted from Thomas's carotid artery. Justice opened his mouth in disbelief, clutching his neck. You. The hole in his throat prevented him from speaking fully. Looking at the blood-stained knife in her hand and her father slowly collapsing into a pool of blood, Kara loosened her grip, and the small knife clattered to the ground. Through her blurred, tear-filled eyes, the memory of her kind and loving father gradually merged with the image of the irritable and selfish man before her. Justice endured outside, and she and her mother dared not utter a word, only doing their best to comfort him so he could feel at ease when he came home. When he lashed out at her mother, refusing to let them eat, they endured it because they knew how hard it was to make a living. But one day, he suddenly changed, asking after their well-being. They thought he had gained something good outside and felt happy too, never imagining he would extend his evil hands towards her own mother. Just as her mother refused to sell herself for his future, so he starved her, beating and kicking her every day until her mother died from the beatings. Then it was her turn. Each time she went out, she exchanged what she got for food, but it never met his desires. But what did it matter? As long as she was alive, she was content. If she listened, he would become her father again, wouldn't he? But someone told her that her uncle was also killed by him. She was afraid. Those men dragged her into the room and violated her, while her father watched indifferently. She wanted to kill the man who violated her, but her father blocked her, fearing potential dangers to his future. Kara sat down next to Thomas's body, speechless. Taking advantage of Billy's distraction, the man with severed fingers suddenly lunged to grab the gun from Bernie. However, Bernie had been paying close attention to their movements all along. The moment the man with severed fingers loosened his grip on Billy, Bernie didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. A shot to the head. The other few robbers, seeing their boss killed, fled in terror. But without needing any action from Billy and Bernie, the neighbors wouldn't let these raiders escape. Some kicked, some bit. The continuous cries of agony from the robbers echoed endlessly. Chapter 163, Choosing Apartments. People vented their anger on the fallen robbers, kicking and punching them without paying any attention to their pleas. Gradually, the robbers' cries grew weaker until they ceased breathing. What do we do now? People, as their emotions settled, finally reacted. Justice Evans, they're dead. What if they seek revenge? It's not my fault. I just kicked him a couple of times. I didn't kill him. It's not me either. If it wasn't for them. Neighbor C shifted the blame to Billy and her companion. If it weren't for them killing their leader, we wouldn't have had to take action. Everyone seemed to have found scapegoats, and instantly felt more at ease. Right. It's all on them. I did suggest letting them go, but they refused and started the attack. If anything happens, it's not my responsibility. Right. That's correct. Billy was once again astonished by these people's shamelessness. Bernie patted her shoulder. Don't worry. No matter whether we released or kept them, someone would be unhappy. You shouldn't feel guilty. Guilt. Billy laughed. These people couldn't even let out a fart in front of the robbers. Why should I care what they think? She only worried about how to guard against the gang behind those robbers. According to the fingerless man, there were still over 20 people in that gang. Inna, don't worry. Fern and I support you. Sending them back will only make things worse. It's for the best this way. The elderly couple from apartment 1502 supported each other up and walked over to comfort Billy. Billy was somewhat absent-minded and didn't want to talk, so she said, "You can take your supplies back." Upon hearing this, the neighbors no longer blamed her and hurriedly came back. "Put it down. That bag of grain is mine." "Bullshit. Open your eyes and look clearly. It's mine, with 2 rat holes on the bag." "Justicey, stop grabbing." "Fuck, let go or I'll hit you." "Bring it on." Billy watched coldly as they fought over the supplies. People who were united moments ago could turn on each other instantly. How ironic human nature was. Billy walked to Yusef's body and took the child from his arms. The little one was light as a feather, seemingly having no meat on its bones. Its round eyes stared at her, and tear marks were still visible under its eyes from earlier crying. The elderly couple from the Huang family also approached. The poor child, both parents gone. How will it survive? Inna, are you going to raise it? Billy shook her head. Just as her capabilities were limited, and she didn't want to play the role of the self-righteous martyr, she could only take care of her own group. "I can't raise it. If no one adopts it, send it to an orphanage." It could be sent to the orphanage where they had donated supplies before. Fern couldn't bear it and took the child into her arms, playing with it. "Why don't we raise it?" Godwin received decent treatment, and their family always lived better than others. Raising a half-year-old child shouldn't be too difficult. "Sure, if you want to raise it, go ahead." Billy walked over to the supplies. The crowd parted to let her through. She picked up the baby formula scattered on the ground and handed it to the elderly couple. "Go back," she said to Bernie. "Okay." Bonnie and her daughter were insistent on hosting the family for a few more days after selling their house and food supply. They stayed another 2 days at Bonnie's place and then prepared to leave. Billy learned that the Albert family had sold their house for supplies and would move to a relief center afterward. Fortunately, the relief center had heating and plenty of people. Though the environment wasn't great, it was manageable. The base construction was nearly complete, so Billy urged Bonnie to move quickly. 3 days later, they returned to their neighborhood. Kara was dead. She committed suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning. Apparently, she lit all the charcoal in her home. People lamented the waste of such valuable fuel. Both locks on door 1602 were completely damaged. After fixing the locks, Billy wanted to reinstall the cameras but discovered they were made of plastic and had frozen and become brittle, shattering easily. Fine, they'd have to resort to primitive methods. Invisible transparent fishing line was tied across the hallway entrances, with small bells attached at the ends. Broken glass was still laid out by the door. But this didn't alleviate her concerns. She wondered if returning that day was the right decision. Bernie reassured her, "They were coming for our supplies anyway. Even if we hadn't come back that day, they would have tried again sooner or later. We can't hide forever." This comforted Billy somewhat. Good news came soon after. The base announced the first round of apartment selection. Thanks to the connection with the Justice family, Billy was able to join the ranks of the first batch of apartment selectors alongside the wealthy. This information was still kept confidential. Since the Albert family had not yet finalized the purchase of the housing quota, Billy decided to go ahead on her own. It was still the same location as last time. But the office had completely transformed. What was once a humble prefabricated iron shed had now become a solid concrete building. Although it wasn't lavishly decorated, just painted over with cement, the addition of soft furnishings significantly raised its class. The staff had been replaced by 2 young people. Billy arrived relatively late, and there were hardly any people left in the office, only a middle-aged couple dressed in fine clothes completing their procedures. "Goodbye, sir and madam." The 2 staff members smiled warmly as they saw off the couple. Seeing Billy and Bernie standing at the door, they greeted them very enthusiastically. "Are you here to select an apartment?" Billy nodded. "Please show us your housing voucher." Billy took out the transfer certificate she received during her last visit and handed it to the staff member. The young worker took it with a smile, but his expression froze when he saw the text on it. "Demolition voucher? Get lost. Don't come here making a fuss without a proper housing voucher." Justice slapped the certificate back into Billy's hand forcefully. "What's wrong with a demolition voucher?" The staff member replied impatiently, "Not everyone qualifies for the first round of selection. Only high-ranking officials or wealthy celebrities can participate. How can someone like you be compared?" Justice treated Billy and Bernie as ordinary villagers. "So when will I get my apartment with this demolition voucher? Don't you understand? Wait for notification?" That person mocked her and said to his colleague in a sarcastic tone, "What kind of people are these? They think a free and worthless voucher can get them priority in apartment selection. Do they even deserve it?" Billy was speechless. She always encountered such disdainful behavior no matter where she went. But arguing with them would only frustrate herself. Since she wouldn't have any more dealings with these 2 in the future, Billy suppressed her anger and pulled out another document given to her by Donovan during the notification. "Does this one work? You keep insisting despite being told it won't work." The man stopped mid-sentence when he saw the 3 bold words Denver written on the paper. Chapter 164, Buying a Villa. Okay. His attitude immediately became respectful. It truly showed that one should not judge a book by its cover, as he managed to get the big boss to issue a personal certification. However, how could someone with such impressive connections still be living in allocated housing for displaced residents? Justice couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from fawning over them. Immediately, he laid out all the floor plan diagrams. These are all of them, the ones circled in red have been chosen, and the rest are available for selection. Billy and her companion carefully studied the floor plans, finally gaining a clear understanding of the layout of the base. The entire base was divided into 4 large sections, resembling an irregular field character at first glance. At the southernmost part, near the entrance of the base, were government office buildings like the Research Institute, while the southeastern area was an open space marked resettlement area, which Billy knew would be the future accommodation for those who couldn't afford houses within the base. To the northeast was the 6-story building she had seen earlier, occupying the largest area. A small section in the northwest corner was labeled high-end villas. What attracted Billy was that this villa area was right next to military barracks, making it the most secure place in the entire base. On the villa area diagram, more than half of the houses were already circled in red, whereas none of the regular residential units had been chosen. It seemed that those who got to choose first were all wealthy or powerful. The end times were only the end times for ordinary people. She pointed to the villa on the map and asked, "Can I choose this one?" The staff member seemed a bit hesitant. "Your allocation can only choose from regular residential units, and originally, only the villa area was open for the first round of house selection." Justice wasn't sure what his superior's intentions were in letting an ordinary resident choose early, so he dared not outright refuse. Billy really liked that location, finding security near the military base comforting, and living in a villa would mean more privacy. So she asked again, "Then how can I choose a villa?" The staff member answered promptly. "To select a villa, you need approval from the city, which you've already got. Additionally, you must provide a certain amount of grain or equivalent value of goods to the base. The smallest villa is a duplex covering 300 square meters, requiring 50,000 pounds of grain. Larger ones around 600 square meters will require proportionally more." Wow, that price meant common people wouldn't even think about it, definitely a premium, high-end area. She did have 50,000 pounds of grain, but since it was so precious, she wanted to avoid using it if possible. "What qualifies as equivalent value?" she asked. The staff member explained, anything valuable, like tobacco, liquor, stainless steel, aluminum alloy, or even gold and platinum, though it must be assessed by the base's valuation department. After hearing this, Billy glanced at Bernie. She had all these things. But she didn't want to give up anything edible or usable. Gold might work, she didn't use it anyway. So, how much gold would 50,000 pounds of grain equate to? Though the staff member doubted she could produce such items, he responded dutifully, about 5,000 grams. 10 pounds. Before, it would have seemed impossible, but now, with the stash of gold and platinum jewelry looted from jewelers stored in her space, it was a drop in the bucket. "Wait here, we need to discuss this." The staff member just assumed they were leaving to reconsider, so he gestured politely. Billy pulled Bernie out of the office. "Brooke, keep watch for me." Finding a corner, she selected gold items from her space. Many still had price tags, conveniently listing their weight, saving her from having to weigh them again. After half an hour, they returned to the office. "Justicey, you're back? I'll take this villa and pay with gold," Billy said, pointing to a relatively secluded small villa. Though surprised, the staff member had seen plenty of rich people lately and quickly summoned the pricing center staff to verify. Billy dumped out the prepared gold from her backpack, the golden jewelry clinking melodically on the table. The staff member weighed the gold, 5,003 grams. 3 grams too much. With a grand gesture, Billy waved the excess. The present staff members were astonished. 3 grams of gold, although not much, could still exchange for 30 pounds of grain. Indeed, appearances were deceiving. Those who chose houses early were no ordinary folk. After selecting the villa she liked, Billy remembered the demolition housing quota she had obtained by trading 80 pounds of grain. "Can I select the quota house together?" Given the influence and resources of the big boss, the staff member dared not say no. "Of course, you can choose freely." Billy picked one closer to the villa area, still opting for a top-floor unit. After completing the procedures, she was pleased to get the housing voucher. Then she remembered an important question. "When can we move in?" The base is basically completed, but some facilities are still under construction. Officially, it will take about a month to move in. If you're in a hurry, you can move in about half a month early, though at that time, there may not be enough staff in the villa area, and you'll need to move by yourself. There's even a villa manager, truly befitting the luxurious upper class. Billy wondered if, during the impending earthquake, there would even be background music. Having accomplished more than expected, Billy left contentedly with Bernie. A week later, the base officially announced the public lottery for housing selection. Fortunately, Bonnie's family managed to get their quota before the news was publicized. It was said that the villager who sold them the quota got heart disease when he heard the next day that the quota could be exchanged for housing. A group of villagers who sold their quotas gathered to protest at the base, but the result was the same as before. The base acknowledged the transactions that were already registered. Bonnie's family successfully got their preferred house through the lottery. However, they and Billy were on opposite ends of the base. When Bonnie learned that Billy had bought a villa, instead of feeling jealous, she became even more admiring of her best friend. Thankfully, they listened to her advice. Following Yu means having food to eat. Chapter 165, Robbers. Bonnie sold her house at an extremely low price and moved to the Government Assistance Center on the same day after selecting a new home. Since then, Billy had been eagerly thinking about moving as soon as possible. After the last incident, apartment 1602 no longer dared to stay idle. They would patrol daily, especially at night when someone had to be on night duty. There were 3 days left until they moved. Today, she noticed several suspicious unfamiliar faces lingering downstairs in the residential area. Those people were here yesterday too. Bernie suddenly appeared beside her. Billy glanced sideways. After confirming with the binoculars, he asserted, "It's definitely those people." Given the cold weather, everyone was mostly staying home, so any movement in the neighborhood stood out. Could it be that gang the man with the severed finger mentioned? It's possible. This would be problematic. The leader of this gang seemed more cautious, sending people to scout the place first. Billy felt a headache coming on. Fighting was such a hassle, but they still had 3 days before moving. If this gang really has over 20 members, we will have serious trouble. None of these neighbors could be relied upon, otherwise, preparing together and fighting back might have been an option. Billy feared that these people downstairs could eventually come knocking on her door. "Stevie, should we move now?" Bernie was slightly surprised. "Today? Albert's. The base is probably ready. Those facilities don't matter much to us. Better to move in early for safety." Billy had thought about it seriously. With 2 elderly people in the house, they wouldn't stand a chance against 20 people. If they couldn't win, they might as well run. They had to move eventually anyway. "All right, I'll talk to Thompson and Amy. We'll pack up." Just as they made this decision, Aspen suddenly screamed. "Inna, Stevie, quick, look outside, hailstones." They hadn't noticed, but it had started hailing outside. Aspen opened the window and picked up a large hailstone from the windowsill, holding it in her hand and exclaiming, "Wow, such big hailstones, I've never seen anything like it in my life." Billy lifted the curtain and looked out. Large hailstones were hitting the roof and eaves, creating a loud racket. On the 14th floor, the rain shelter extended from the balcony, which quickly developed holes from the egg-sized hailstones. If those hit someone, Billy felt a sharp pain just imagining it. The weather didn't cooperate, so the moving plan had to be postponed temporarily. But they packed most of the furniture into their space, leaving only necessities for the next 2 days. Tonight, Bernie was on duty. In the evening, Billy finished her shower early and soaked her feet in hot water before crawling into bed. The electric blanket in her quilt radiated warmth amidst the chilly night while the generator upstairs continued running. Billy was half asleep when Bernie woke her up. "Inna, wake up, hurry." "What's wrong?" Billy asked groggily, barely able to keep her eyes open. "There are people. Hurry." Bernie sounded urgent. Billy bolted upright. "What?" The alarm went off. "Wake up Thompson and Amy quickly. I'm going to check," he said, putting on his coat and rushing out. The dog had already woken up, wagging its tail to follow him but was held back by Bernie. All sleep gone, Billy knew that the alarm meant trouble. The entire 16th floor belonged to them now, so who else could it be? Unbeknownst to them, the hail had stopped some time earlier. She immediately woke Aspen and Goran and dressed swiftly. "Thompson, Amy, get dressed quickly. I'm going to check." Bernie frowned, peering through the peephole. "Stevie." Billy approached and whispered. Justice gestured for silence, signaling her to take a look. Billy pressed her eye to the peephole, shivering from the cold contact. Seeing what was outside, her heart dropped like an ice block. More than 10 menacing men surrounded her iron door, and her alarm system had been torn down and discarded on the ground. A lanky man named Monkey was fawning over a bearded man, pointing towards her direction occasionally. The bearded man nodded and signaled for his men to start picking the lock. Among the dozen men, 4 were armed with guns. Was it really that easy to get guns nowadays? The sound of an electric saw pierced her eardrums. They were forcing their way in. Too brazen. They were in deep trouble now. At this moment, Aspen and Goran also came out, fully dressed, having heard the commotion outside the door. "Stevie, Inna, what's happening?" The noise outside was too loud, drowning out Liu Jinan's question, but Billy understood by reading his lips. She leaned close to Goran's ear and whispered, "A group of people are breaking into our door." Goran was shocked when he heard this. What should we do? They were leaving tomorrow, yet an unexpected event happened tonight. The iron door was of good quality, and it would take the intruders a while to break through. Moreover, there was another heavy-duty anti-theft door. When Goran bought it, the boss claimed it met the bank vault standard. They could only retreat to the bedroom to discuss a plan. "The enemy is too numerous," Bernie said as soon as he entered. "These people are just the ones we see at the door. There should be far more than this in total," Billy added. With so many people and such confined space, fighting back directly was extremely dangerous. Moreover, they knew about 4 guns, but who knew if there were other firearms? "What can we do?" Aspen was anxious, pacing around. Billy took out 4 pistols and some ammunition from the space, placing them on the table. Then she brought out more than a dozen grenades. From that last arsenal, she hadn't dared to use any before, but now they came in handy. Goran was worried when he saw the grenades. "Inna, these are bombs. What if you damage the building?" Justice had a point. These grenades had no labels or instructions, and they didn't know how powerful they were. Billy wasn't sure she would dare to use them either. But using them for intimidation might work well. After all, in movies, characters bound with grenades have a very intimidating effect. Justicing Billy's idea, Goran hurriedly said, No, you can't do that. Binding them on your body, what if something goes wrong and hurts you? Let me do it." I'm just joking, she reassured him, as she had only mentioned it offhandedly. As they deliberated, the intruders started dismantling the anti-theft door. Brooke. Bernie replied, since we can't confront them head-on, we can only use strategy. But how to use strategy? Billy admitted her IQ was average. She might not be smart enough, given how easily she was deceived in her past life. The only idea she had now was the same method as last time, capture the leader first. Clearly, the bearded man was the leader. Goran was definitely cheated by the door salesman. In less than a minute, the lock on the door was already loose. Chapter 166, Robbers, Part 2. After the four people came up with a plan, they acted quickly. Billy swiftly packed all the supplies in the small room into her storage space, her hands moving so fast they left after images. Fortunately, she had already packed most of it for the move the day before. She extinguished all the charcoal fires at home and drew the curtains to ensure no light leaked out. Actually, it was still dark outside, so even without the curtains, nothing would be visible. Immediately, the entire house was pitch black. In the darkness, Aspen and Goran laboriously moved the sofa to a conspicuous position opposite the door, then pulled the dog to hide behind the sofa. Billy and Bernie held their guns, each sticking closely to one side of the entrance foyer. Boom. The anti-theft door was completely destroyed. Bang. The anti-theft door was kicked open violently from the outside. Four armed robbers appeared at the door first, their gun barrels pointing into the room, looking quite intimidating. Click click. Two beams of flashlight shone in. With the power outage lasting so long, they actually still had flashlights. What luxury. Don't kill us. Aspen and Goran stood up from behind the sofa, trembling as they raised their hands, appearing both nervous and scared. The leader of the robbers found it strange to see only two frail old people. There are just you two. What about the other two? Asked the bearded one. Clearly they knew the situation in apartment 1602 well. Billy didn't have to guess that they must have been betrayed by someone. Goran shakily replied carefully, they went out last night and haven't come back yet. Bullshit. I've been staking out here all day, no one has left this building. Another robber responsible for surveillance immediately got angry, feeling insulted. Really, I wouldn't dare to lie. If you don't believe me, please come in and check, Goran said earnestly. They left around 7 p.m, maybe they were stuck outside by the sudden hailstorm. Gentlemen, heroes, look, we had dinner alone last night. The robbers glanced at the dining table. Indeed, there were only 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, the leftovers inside frozen hard. Seeing Goran and Aspen almost frightened witless, not seeming to be faking, the robbers let down their guard. Perhaps emboldened by their numbers and their guns, the 4 armed robbers led by the bearded man swaggered in, with others following closely behind. You two, go get tied up. You guys, search the rooms, the bearded man ordered. Alberts, boss. The robbers tucked their pistols back into their waistbands. 2 of them approached Aspen. The 2 elders obediently kept their hands up, waiting for them to come over. Taking advantage of the darkness, Billy and Bernie crouched behind the foyer, quietly waiting for the right moment. Fortunately, the robbers only had 2 flashlights. One team went into the room with 1 flashlight, and as they passed the foyer, Billy and Bernie stayed low, holding their breath, using chairs to shield themselves. Inside, the beam of light swept around, checking out the layout of apartment 1602. It seemed like it was about to shine on the foyer. Ah, Aspen cried out in surprise. Both flashlight beams instantly turned toward Aspen. The robber tying her up, annoyed, snapped, "Why are you screaming, old hag?" Aspen's hands were being twisted behind her back as she whispered, "I have arthritis, can you be gentler?" F***K. The robber got angrier, applying more force. "You think I'm giving you a massage?" Seeing everyone stop to watch, the bearded man urged, "Get moving, hurry up with your work." The ones searching the room sped up, rushing straight to the bedroom, thus missing Bernie who was sneaking closer to the bearded man while their attention was diverted. Ouch, pain. Justice arose, whatever you want is yours, please don't make things difficult for my wife and me, we're old, we really can't handle such frights. Goran was putting in a convincing performance, drawing attention. Damn it, shut up or I'll. Before he could finish his threat, a cold male voice sounded. Don't move. Through his cap, the bearded man felt something icy pressing against his forehead. His fellow robbers also felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed to the back of their heads. Enoch. The robbers finally realized they were ambushed. T. The bearded man cursed inwardly, realizing he'd been fooled by the 2 old folks who were putting on an act to distract them. Though annoyed, he wasn't afraid, laughing instead. "Young man, do you think you can bluff us with some random object as a gun?" As he spoke, he reached for his gun at his waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Bernie fired a warning shot into the ceiling, instantly filling the air with the acrid smell of gunpowder. "If you dare to move your hand again, I won't be polite. Justice actually has a gun." The bearded man was greatly alarmed. But as the boss, his mind worked fast. "Even if you have a gun, your family is still in my brother's hands, you can't escape. It would be better to surrender with your hands up, we might consider letting you live." "Oh, really?" Bernie replied icily, "why don't you take another look?" "Be Enoch." The voice of the robber who went to tie them up was trembling. The bearded man focused his gaze and saw that the 2 frail old people now looked cold-blooded, each holding a pistol pointed at his brothers. "All my brothers are downstairs, you can't win. I can take my brothers and leave, and we'll pretend nothing happened today. How about it?" Recognizing the situation, the bearded man had already planned to retreat today and fight another day. "Nothing happened." Billy sneered. Your brother with the severed finger said the same thing last time. Why should we believe you? So what do you want? Let us go, and you can take anything here. Is this true? The bearded man almost doubted his ears. Really? On the condition that you come with us downstairs. Aspen and Goran, guns in hand, joined Billy, while Doggy snarled menacingly by their side. Go. Bernie led the way, pushing the bearded man outward. Aspen and the others were in the middle, and Billy brought up the rear. One of the robbers in the back had sinister thoughts, so Billy simply unzipped her jacket to reveal a row of grenades tied inside. Come on then. Seeing this, all the robbers' eyes widened. Oh no, if those things exploded, they'd all be sent to meet their great-grandmothers. They stood rooted to the spot like quails, not daring to follow. 55-55, they had to keep a safe distance. Billy couldn't help but sigh. This old trick was still incredibly effective. Chapter 167, Arrival at the Base. Bernie, who was ahead, escorted the bearded man downstairs. The few men on lookout duty downstairs saw their boss being escorted down with a gun pointed to his head, and their eyes almost popped out. BB boss. Get all your people upstairs, nobody comes down, Bernie commanded. The bearded man's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he snapped at his subordinates. Didn't you hear? Get lost. Once they reached the busy street outside the residential complex, the bearded man finally could not hold back. Justicey, handsome, isn't this far enough? Billy suddenly leaned close to Bernie's ear and whispered something. Justice nodded, saying, all right, go. She put away her gun and ran to the other side of the road, stopping only when she reached a corner where they could no longer see her. They had planned to head directly to the base, but it would take 4 hours on foot. Besides, given the vindictive nature of these people, they were sure to send pursuers. Walking was absolutely not an option. Suddenly, a low-profile Wuling Hongguang appeared on the empty road. Taking advantage of the car not yet frozen over, she quickly opened the door, inserted the key, and started the engine in one smooth motion. Room. Billy let out a sigh of relief. Justicer Quick Actions had started the car successfully. She drove the car up to Bernie's side. Get in. The bearded man's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. Where did this car come from? And it's already running. If anyone knew that in such weather conditions, cars couldn't start, even if it started once by sheer luck, it couldn't be restarted after turning off. They have guns, alright, but to actually have a running car, the bearded man felt he had been deceived by Shaw and his crew. These people were definitely not ordinary. Justice had thought that the others were just regular people who got by on a bit of cleverness. With guns and manpower, he could easily overwhelm them. But today, he realized how wrong he was. As he was immersed in regret, something round was suddenly thrust into his hand. Turning around, Billy was grinning as she guided his fingers onto the grenade's pin and, considerately, pulled out the safety ring right before his eyes. The bearded man was genuinely terrified. Bernie withdrew the pistol from the back of the bearded man's head. It was no longer needed. Hold tight, she smiled sinisterly as she saw the 3 people and a dog get into the car. Don't blame me if it explodes. The car sped away, leaving the bearded man standing there, petrified. His gang members had been peering from the entrance of the residential complex, watching as the intruders left and their boss stood motionless. They approached cautiously. Enoch, should we chase them? Alberta, Enoch, it's too damned humiliating. We must avenge this. Enoch, I'll lead the boys after them. The bearded man exploded in fury. Shut the hell up. Quickly figure out how to get rid of this thing. Only then did the gangsters realize why their boss had remained rooted to the spot. Arf. There's a bomb. They scattered in panic. Come back. Get your asses back here. No matter how loudly the bearded man shouted, no one returned. The engine of the Wuling Hongguang hummed in the quiet night, clearly audible. Inside the car, the heater continuously supplied warmth, but Billy's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, everyone was safe. It was only a little past 4 in the morning. The car slowly drove for about an hour before they finally arrived at the outskirts of the base. Dawn was breaking, and their car was immediately stopped by a guard. These days, those who can drive are not ordinary people. The soldier gave them a proper salute and politely asked, "This is the Spark base, which is currently closed to the public. Do you have any passes?" Passes? Billy handed over the letter signed by Denver. The soldier read the document. This certificate attests that the citizen holding this document has obtained access rights to the Z Province Spark Survival Base and is exempt from entry fees. Issued by Denver. Date, January 19, 2024. Justice looked at the occupants of the car, said wait a moment, and hurried inside. Soon, a staff member emerged, yawning, alongside the soldier. Seeing Billy and the others in the car, he perked up instantly. Justicello, may I help you? We've encountered an emergency at home and wish to move in early. We hope you can accommodate us. The person hesitated. Well, the base isn't fully completed yet. Billy handed over the villa ownership certificate. Justice is my property number. The person took the certificate and noticed a cigarette tucked beneath it. His heart stirred, tacitly understanding as he accepted it. A villa indeed. Not ordinary people. Justice carefully checked the stamp on the paper, then looked up with a fawning smile. What I mean is that if you move in now, the accompanying services might not be fully operational, which could affect your and your family's living experience. That's fine. All right, please follow me. Justice nodded to the soldier, and the base gates were opened from the inside. That person jogged forward, gesturing for Billy to follow him in her car. Money sure does make things easier, Aspen said as she noticed how enthusiastic these people were being, all thanks to Billy's spending. With someone guiding them, their route was smooth, and they drove straight to the villa gate. This is it, the staff member panted, clearly winded from the run. The four of them got out of the car. As soon as they left the warm interior, the biting cold wind made them all sneeze simultaneously. Doggy also jumped down from the car. Aspen's excellent craftsmanship meant that the modified Arctic suit did not hinder its normal activities at all. The staff member was once again struck by how this family could even keep a dog. Justice pulled a set of keys from his pocket, found the corresponding ones, and handed them to Billy. There are 2 keys in total, one for the wall gate and one for the main door. Please keep them safe. After handing over the keys, he took out a document. Additionally, would you mind signing here? It was the handover procedure. Billy signed without hesitation. When will you be moving in? Do you need any assistance? The staff member noted that they had only brought a small van today and offered help. Thank you, but no need. We can manage ourselves, you can go ahead and get back to work, Billy replied. All their possessions were in her space, so they didn't need any help. Alright, wishing you a pleasant life. Once the base officially opens, you and your family can call the villa area manager for any needs. Chapter 168, Moving into the New Home. After watching the staff leave, they finally had the chance to properly inspect their new home. This was a 2-story villa, with the exterior walls only smoothed with cement and no additional decorations. Most noticeable was that the top of the villa had been fitted with a glass roof, with eaves extending outwards by nearly 3 meters. This abrupt glass roof, it made Billy suspect that the base had known about the acid rain long before it happened. Combined with many of this lifetime's advanced life-saving measures, she was certain that there were people in government departments who had experienced a rebirth. But such a roof could only protect against acid rain falling from above. The exterior walls had no protective measures. Would this really be effective? Putting aside all sorts of speculations in her mind, she continued to move forward. This villa occupied the smallest area in the entire villa district. To the west was the tall wall of the base, to the north and east were other villas, and to the south was a wide road, with the military's back gate across it. The villa was surrounded by an iron railing. Due to weather conditions, no plants had been planted for screening, leaving the interior fully visible. They opened the fence door and entered. The yard had only one cement-paved path running through the center, with mud on both sides. It appeared that the land had only been cleared of weeds. The frozen ground felt as solid as cement underfoot. Opening the villa's front door, the interior walls and floors were entirely covered in cement, completely bare with no furniture. Apart from windows and doors being installed, it was basically just a rough unfinished house. Upon opening the door, Kirk darted inside first. The layout of the ground floor included a super large living room, a kitchen, a guest room, and a bathroom. There was a gas pipeline running through the kitchen ceiling, and the bathroom even came equipped with a squat toilet. Billy wondered what use the sewer system would be if waste would just freeze right up. Following the stairs up to the second floor, which had the same area as the first, were 3 rooms, each with its own balcony and bathroom. To their pleasant surprise, Billy seemed to spot something resembling a radiator pipe. Is this a radiator pipe? She asked, reaching out, but instantly pulled her hand back due to the cold touch. It looks like it is. Aspen and the others came over upon hearing about the pipes. Can we actually get heating here? It wasn't impossible, given that this was a wealthy neighborhood. Billy and the others were already exhausted from all the activity and chose a south-facing room on the second floor to settle in. Just like at home, clustering together for warmth was both convenient and energy-saving. Billy took out beds, bedding, electric heaters, and portable bathrooms one by one. She suddenly screamed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Aspen and the others, who were busy laying down bedding, rushed over at her scream. The generator. In the rush, they had forgotten the generator in the attic. The diesel fuel inside was freshly topped off. Oh, I thought it was something serious. You gave me a scare. Billy immediately felt relieved. What mattered most was everyone's safety. She just wished her hard-earned diesel fuel wouldn't go to those bastards. In the cold wind, the man with a beard sneezed suddenly. Justice was almost frozen stiff, especially his hand holding the grenade, but he dared not move. On Billy's side, she retrieved a backup generator from her storage space. Fortunately, she had stockpiled several in case repairs were needed. She gave herself a pat on the back for her foresight. Bernie and Goran carried the generator to another room, connected the wires, and turned it on. The family spent the night making do. The next day, the family started a major cleanup of their new home. The 4 quickly divided the tasks. Billy cleaned the floors. Goran and Aspen arranged the furniture. Bernie applied his technical skills to set up security measures. Kirk stood guard at the entrance. The entire floor was cement, so when Billy swept, dust filled the air, causing her to cough incessantly. Justice Plessley, she brought out the vacuum cleaner, connecting it to the generator's power. With the help of the vacuum, the lime dust visibly diminished. Once all the dust was sucked away, she laid plastic carpets in the bedrooms and redecorated the rooms. Thick curtains were hung once again. Billy chose a bedroom with its own bathroom and moved everything from the temporary setup there, so they wouldn't have to bathe in the main room. Although they were all family, it was still somewhat awkward. Having finished these tasks, she began her inspection. Judging by the timing, the extreme cold would soon pass, followed by endless darkness and acid rain devouring everything. A single layer of glass on the roof was clearly insufficient protection. Earlier, she noticed that all the window fittings were ordinary aluminum alloy and rubber strips, with exterior walls only 20 centimeters thick. If exposed long-term to acid rain, they would become hazardous structures. However, the glass she had collected in her storage space was not enough to enclose all the walls, and they lacked both the technology and capability for such a project. It would also make their house stand out too much in the entire base. She found Bernie, who was installing electric devices at the gate, and expressed her concerns. After some discussion, they decided to build a small glass room in the yard. If the villa couldn't hold up in the future, they could move into the yard. We need to modify this fence. Billy looked at the iron railing fence which offered no privacy. There was cement in her storage but no bricks. This didn't stump her. Billy hurriedly ran to the construction site ahead. She could just buy from the base. She found the staff member from last night and told him what she needed. Justice had said they could approach him for any needs. To build a fence. The man was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. It made sense that the wealthy might be particular. How many bricks do you need? Billy roughly estimated and gave a number. In the future, anything in the base will need to be exchanged with resources. What are you going to trade this time? She thought about the pile of heat-resistant potatoes in her storage. They hadn't gotten used to eating them, so they had been stored. Potatoes. Please follow me to the valuation center. Billy followed him through twists and turns until they entered a bright hall. It was similar to a bank, with about a dozen windows. The windows provided various services like value assessment, trading, payment, utilities, etc. At the moment, only one person was on duty at the windows. It seemed that once the base officially opened, this place would be bustling. The staff member took her directly to the duty officer and said, "Xiao Tang, this resident needs red bricks. Can you see how much value of materials is required? She wants to trade with potatoes." The person inside lazily glanced at them, then opened a thick manual, checking page by page. Red brick, 50, potato, 20, ratio is 5 to 2. Justice wrote and calculated on the notebook, finally looking up, "You need to submit £150. Billy agreed, "No problem, I can bring them over right now." Chapter 169, Building a Wall. After decorating with curtains and carpets, the house that once looked cold now felt like a home. The sofas in the living room of apartment 1602 hadn't been taken away. At this moment, Billy recalled the ruthless boss's suite at the pharmaceutical company. She had coveted it back then. Later, when her space expanded significantly, she impulsively took everything. She remembered the deep brown wooden panels emitting pine fragrance, the golden patterned tiles that shone enough to reflect one's shadow, and the gilded wall paintings and ornate crystal chandeliers, which almost blinded her dog eyes. Now, in their industrial-style villa, a 5-meter-long polyform semicircular gold-brown sofa valued at over $1 million, and a Baker coffee table seemed out of place. In addition, a wooden screen partitioned the living room into 2 parts. Behind the screen, an ebony curio cabinet was densely arranged as the background. In front of the cabinet, right in the center, was a delicate original wood tea table, covered with brocade and adorned with an antique tea set that rested quietly. Whatever these items were like inside her space, they remained the same after being taken out. It was just a matter of copying and pasting. Aspen and others didn't know the brands but fell silent seeing the color coordination. It was indeed somewhat incongruous. But as long as they could be used, they weren't picky and soon went about their other tasks. Once the staff from the base delivered all the red bricks, the arrangement of the house was completely finished. "Miss Lin, are we supposed to unload all the bricks in the courtyard?" Came a knock on the door. Billy walked up and opened the door, recognizing the familiar staff member. "Delivered so quickly? You're really fast. Unload them by the yard wall. Brooke, give them a hand." Justice waved his hands hurriedly, saying, "No need, no need. We can handle it. It's cold outside. You only need to tell us how to do it." As soon as the door was opened, a warm breeze hit him, making him envy those rich people. Such a big house must burn a lot of coal to be this warm. What he didn't know was that her former apartment 1602 was warmer due to added insulation layers. Especially when he glimpsed the expensive luxurious sofa set in the living room, he became even more determined to serve this family well. Even if these people dropped some coins inadvertently, it would be enough for him to earn for several months. Seeing his enthusiasm, Billy wanted to invite him in for a drink but realized she didn't even know his name. "What should I call you, young man?" "Oh, I'm Horst. Miss Lin can just call me Xiao Yuan." "All right, Xiao Yuan, invite everyone in for some hot tea and snacks before continuing work." Establishing good relations upon arriving at a new place is always a smart move. Horst was tempted by the idea. The things belonging to these rich people must be excellent. But as a base action personnel, he still needed to maintain basic professionalism. Thus, he refused. "Miss Lin, that's too kind of you. Unloading bricks is part of our job. It wouldn't be right for you to spend money on us." Then he urged his co-workers who came to deliver the goods, "Everyone hurry up and finish unloading. Don't delay Miss Lin's time." Though the others were also tempted, hearing Horst refuse made them feel slightly disappointed, yet they worked diligently because the base's salary was much higher than casual labor outside. They worked swiftly and efficiently, dividing all the red bricks into 10 small piles evenly around the yard, greatly facilitating Billy's wall building project by not needing to carry bricks here and there. Seeing this, Billy returned to the room and fetched 6 packs of cookies, handing them over to Horst. "Thanks for your hard work. Please share these cookies among your colleagues." Seeing the cookies in her hands, Horst's eyes lit up. This pack of cookies looked substantial, and prolonged monotonous diet made people crave flavor-rich snacks. Thinking of the taste of cookies, he unconsciously swallowed. This wouldn't be appropriate. Justice hesitated, feeling guilty. Billy thrust the package into his arms. Take it. If you don't accept it, how can we ask for your help in the future? Okay, Horst accepted, his smile becoming more genuine. If Miss Lin has any needs in the future, please let me know. Oh yes, you're planning to build a wall. Shall I find workers for you? Looking at his hopeful eyes, Billy thought that building a wall in such cold weather with Bernie alone would be quite miserable. So she decided to hire help. So she nodded, sure, I have already prepared cement materials. Justice help me hire 2 workers, and I'll give each person 5 pounds of grain. Great. Leave it to me. Horst was delighted. Acting as an intermediary, he could get some extra income. Several colleagues gave him envious looks. He really knew how to seize opportunities, earning a month's salary in just one day. Horst hadn't been gone for 10 minutes when he hurriedly brought 2 workers over. Billy explained her requirements to them. Build a 3-meter-high wall along the existing fence and then insert these glass shards on top. She had already discussed this with Bernie. Their house was already on the edge of the neighborhood, so a 3-meter-high wall would be sufficient to block most lines of sight. Even from the second floor of the neighbor's house, it wouldn't be possible to see the glass house built in the yard if the angles were chosen carefully. Inserting glass shards into the wall and connecting an electric fence later would significantly increase security. In the -40-degree environment, cement was hard to mix and almost solidified as soon as it was mixed. There was no other way. Billy and the others moved 2 charcoal stoves over to continuously heat and keep the cement workable. The 2 workers were very efficient, finishing the entire wall in just 3 days of hard work. Billy went outside, and from there, all one could see was the roof of the second floor. She was very satisfied. Originally intending to give 5 pounds of grain, she happily gave 6, even including Horst. The workers thanked her profusely before leaving. The 4 family members stood in the yard, looking at the secure wall that filled them with a sense of safety. Next, they would begin constructing the glass house. It was already evening. On their first day in the new home, everyone decided to celebrate with a housewarming dinner. Goran remembered Albert Fu, who had helped move bricks at the base. Since no prohibited items had appeared on the ground floor living room yet, having more people would make it more lively. So, Aspen and Bernie went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Goran got dressed in his gear and went out to find Albert Fu. Billy sat on the ice-cold $1 million sofa, warming her hands by the charcoal stove, thinking about the tasks ahead. Chapter 170, Base Opening. It was already April. According to the course of events in her previous life, it would be less than 2 months before the temperature would warm up. However, without giving anyone a chance to catch their breath, eternal night suddenly descended. People lived like rats in sores, never seeing the light of day. Albert, they had to endure this for 2 whole years. If it were just darkness, that would have been tolerable. During this period, there would occasionally be unexpected acid rain, impossible to prevent or defend against. Then came plagues and earthquakes. At that time, places with more people became more dangerous. It meant that this new home could only be inhabited for 2 years. What would come after the major earthquake? She suddenly felt a bit weary. Dinner is almost ready. Go see if your grandfather has returned yet. Aspen's words pulled Billy out of her heavy memories. Okay, she stood up and was about to get dressed when the front door opened. Thompson, are you back? It was Goran. Behind him came another person, Albert Fu. Billy greeted him politely, Christopher Albert. Oh, I told you I didn't need to come over. The cafeteria food was fine, but your grandpa insisted on bringing me here. Upon entering, Albert Fu smelled the rich aroma of cooking, which was miles better than the watery corn porridge served at their cafeteria. Just to see we go, let's serve the dishes. Bernie came out with freshly prepared dishes, home-style fried tofu. Billy quickly placed a charcoal brazier on the table and covered it with an iron plate. Bernie put the dish on the iron plate. This was their homemade way of keeping the food warm. The burning charcoal continuously heated the food above it, preventing it from freezing immediately after being taken out of the kitchen. Second, third, fourth, and fifth dishes were also brought to the table one by one. Braised chicken. Bamboo shoot braised pork. Spicy sour potatoes. Kelp soup. P.S. At least a couple of seasonal dishes were necessary, otherwise, such lavish meals would make it hard to explain honestly. Seeing the table full of dishes, Albert Fu's eyes nearly popped out. This. Justice was so stunned he stuttered. Such a meal used to be ordinary, but now, anywhere else, it would be a king bomb. Even during the new Alberta's celebration at his place, the feast wasn't as luxurious as this. Stevie, maybe I should eat back at the cafeteria. Feeling too embarrassed to sit down, Albert Fu tried to get up. Goran pushed him back into his seat. Little Albert, what are you talking about? It's our housewarming party today. If you don't eat with us, aren't you not giving me face? No, it's just, too sumptuous. If you say so, then please sit down and eat with us, Aspen said, bringing out the last pot of rice. Serve Christopher Albert some rice. Billy took an empty bowl and served everyone, handing the first bowl to Albert Fu. Oh, thank you, Albert Fu was somewhat uneasy. Everyone sat down. Goran raised his rice bowl and said, all right, let's start eating to celebrate moving into our new home. Eat this meat, little Albert. Goran picked up a large piece of meat for Albert Fu, who was only shoveling rice into his mouth. This is from our home-raised chicks. Aunt Yang took care of them for months until they froze overnight. But the meat is still very good, eat more. Albert's, yes. Albert Fu thanked Goran and continued eating. Billy poured 2 large spoonfuls of braised chicken broth over her rice, which immediately soaked up the juice. A bite of rice and a bite of the dish, hot and delicious. Underneath the table was a charcoal brazier. The dog dragged its food bowl close to the warmth of the brazier and ate happily. After this housewarming banquet, the family enjoyed a leisurely period. Goran's previous agricultural research institute had moved to the base. Knowing this, every day after dinner, he would visit there. The guard was still the same one who either recognized him as an old employee or remembered the many treats Billy had given him. Therefore, the guard did not stop him. Thanks to Billy's continuous supply of food, Goran got along well with his colleagues. After mixing in, he could stay inside for hours each afternoon. When he came back this time, Goran began sharing information he gathered from his former colleagues. They said that once the base opens, everything inside will be available for purchase. As long as the corresponding supplies are provided, you can access gas and heat. There's even a market, a supermarket, and a job center providing job opportunities. The base also accepts supplies with a special evaluation center for pricing and issues currency to be used within the base. Half a month later, the entire base was completed and officially opened. That day, the base was bustling all day, especially in the residential buildings area, where it was extremely noisy. The villa area also had dedicated security and housekeepers. The housekeeper asked immediately whether they needed utilities like water, electricity, gas, and heat. The price for gas had a slight fluctuation, with 300 pounds of grain or equivalent supplies required to be paid monthly. Billy suddenly felt as if she could afford the house but not the mortgage. She also had another doubt. Could people in ordinary residential buildings afford to pay 300 pounds of grain per month? After learning this, the butler laughed and said, apart from the government departments, only the villa area in the entire base has installed heating pipes. Other areas do not have them. So that was it. Billy calculated, extreme cold would soon pass, and they still had plenty of coal stored. Using some grain would make less grain, so they could skip the heating. I don't need all of these utilities. How much does each item cost separately? The butler was slightly stunned. Rich people would care about the price. However, he replied diligently, water in the villa area is free, electricity, gas, and heating are all 100 each. They are available 24 hours. I'll choose electricity. Just electricity? The butler doubted he heard it correctly. Every household in the villa area chose all of them. Albert's, Billy confirmed. Since it was unlimited 24/7, cooking, boiling water, and heating could all be done using electricity. Why should she spend more unnecessarily? The rule was to save where it matters and spend where necessary. The butler finally left with doubts. In the afternoon, Billy handed over 100 pounds of grain, feeling quite distressed. The potatoes and miscellaneous grains left in her storage were almost gone, probably no more than 300 to 400 pounds. Buying more would deplete her stockpile. However, compared to the value of diesel, trading this amount of grain for a month's worth of electricity was worth it. Electricity was connected within an hour after paying the grain. It was unknown what kind of energy the base used. The voltage was very stable. She took out everything electrical, water heaters, induction cookers, electric blankets, electric heaters. She no longer had to sneak around using the generator and could now use electricity freely. Billy felt very satisfied. New owners began moving into the villas one by one. Just as the next-door neighbors moved in during the afternoon, a sedan led the way, followed by a line of trucks, at least a dozen of them. Billy stood on the balcony of the second floor, watching her new neighbors move in. She saw items being unloaded from the trucks one by one. Hey, why are all the boxes of similar size? If they were furniture, it seemed too odd. People got out of the sedan and directed the workers, pile the cement bricks outside, take as many as needed, don't make a mess, bring the wooden boards, tiles, etc., inside. Goodness, these were truly wealthy people. These dozens of truckloads of items were actually for renovation. Chapter 171, Bonnie Moves. In the evening, Bonnie invited Billy's family to a housewarming banquet. They came to report immediately upon hearing that the base was open. Because of Billy's letter of recommendation, the Albert family not only got exempted from the entry fee of 100 kilograms of grain per person when entering the base, but also received preferential treatment during the housing lottery, making the entire process exceptionally smooth. You're amazing, Jayu. Bonnie thought of kissing Billy at this moment. You don't know, those staff members acted as if they were too good for their job, checking criminal records, education, professional skills, and even conducting physical tests. The threshold was just too high. Our team in front of us was all turned away. My family would have been no exception, but when they saw your letter of recommendation, their eyes lit up, changed their attitude, and politely welcomed us through the VIP passage. When I came looking for you just now, I saw people who had arrived around the same time as us still queuing at the gate. Billy walked hand in hand with Bonnie to her new home. As there were things to take care of at home, Aspen did not go along and sent Billy as the representative. She listened to Bonnie chatter excitedly about entering the base on the way. We're here. My place is on the 3rd floor, 3006. How does this number sound? Nice, right? Each building was 6 stories high, with identical exteriors and layouts, and the staircase was centrally located. Going up the stairs, there were 6 doors on either side. Thus, each building housed 72 households. There were at least 100 such buildings in the base, forming the largest area. Billy calculated in her heart that with 4 people per household, the residential area could accommodate 28,800 people. Including the villa area, the base could hold less than 40,000 residents. However, this was the only seed base in the entire Z province. Before the disaster, the total population of Z province was over 60 million. It was clear how strict the base's admission criteria were. Bonnie opened the door. Dad, Mom, Jiayu is here. Oh, Jiayu is here, come in and sit. Albert Freya poked her head out of the kitchen with flour on her hands. Old Albert, quickly get Jiayu some tea. Billy politely said, no need, Christopher and Auntie, please continue what you were doing. Bonnie also said, Mom and Dad, you don't need to bother, let me show Jiayu around our new home. Actually, there wasn't much to tour. The whole house looked like it wouldn't exceed 30 square meters. Entering from the main door, the kitchen was on the left. Moving inward was a living room barely big enough for a sofa, with a small table serving as the dining area. Further inside was the bedroom divided into 2 narrow spaces by curtains, each with beds less than 1 meter wide. The hallway beside the beds was so narrow that one could barely fit sideways. The house remained unfinished but was decorated warmly by the Albert family. Where's the toilet? Billy noticed the absence of one. Bonnie pointed outside the door. It's out there. Public. Alberta. Billy found that Albert Freya was using an old charcoal stove, indicating no water or electricity connection. Base utilities weren't affordable for ordinary people anyway. Albert family's housewarming feast was very simple. The staple food was corn gruel. Side dishes were braised potatoes and salted fish. This fish was caught from the reservoir and preserved by the Albert family, whom had saved it for special occasions. To gather 80 kilograms of grain, the Albert family almost ate corn gruel every meal. Today's meal of potatoes and salted fish was mainly for Billy's family visit. Dinner's ready, Jiayu, here are your chopsticks. They're not as good as yours, don't mind them. Bonnie handed her chopsticks playfully. How can I mind? You making me happy is enough. At the table, Albert Freya kept putting fish onto Billy's plate, making Bonnie pout in jealousy. Why are you jealous? If not for Jiayu's help, we'd still be outside getting beaten, never even seeing the base gates, let alone having such a peaceful life. Bonnie couldn't help shivering at the thought of the chaos outside the base. Shortly after Billy's family moved, the world outside fell into disarray. The rescue center where they stayed received waves of newcomers daily. Those better off had their homes looted, while worse cases involved female relatives being. These groups swept through neighborhoods in large gangs, leaving no household unscathed. Some people encountered multiple waves of attacks consecutively. When they arrived at the base, the entrance was already crowded with people. It was like the entire city's population had gathered there. Fortunately, Alfie had worked here before and led them through a shortcut. Otherwise, if they had to squeeze through that crowd, it might take 3 days and nights just to reach the base gate. However, even if they managed to squeeze to the front gate, there was still an inspection process to go through, and they had to pay 300 kilograms of grain as an entry fee. The vast majority of families were eliminated at this stage. But this was only the beginning. Besides those who received housing directly because of demolition quotas, others had to pay more resources for housing. For their current less than 30 square meter apartment, they needed to pay 900 kilograms of grain. The seed base not only screened for high-level talents but also required them to be wealthy. Thinking about that, Bonnie picked some fish meat for Billy. Eat more. Billy had been binge eating at home these few days. Now eating this light meal actually felt refreshing and appetizing. After dinner, Bonnie insisted on dragging Billy around the base. She had heard there was a supermarket and a job placement agency here. Everything in the base required money. Alfie's brick-moving job had ended, so the family's livelihood was a big issue. Therefore, Bonnie's main goal was to check out the job placement agency. Finding a good job would solve their immediate financial problems. There were 2 supermarkets in the base. One was located in the middle of the ordinary residential area, and the other was between the villa area and the government office building. It was obvious that the service targets of these 2 different supermarkets were different. They first came to the supermarket in the ordinary residential area. What was called a supermarket here was entirely different from pre-apocalypse times. The entire external area of the supermarket was just one small room with 4 windows inside. On one side of the wall, a whiteboard listed over 10 currently available goods along with their corresponding prices. Could it really be called a supermarket? Although the supermarket was simple, it was doing very well in business. Long lines formed in front of all 4 windows. Billy stood on her tiptoes to see the list of goods on the whiteboard. Peanut oil, table salt, millet, charcoal, cotton cloth. All were practical things under the current circumstances. But the prices were marked in the newly issued base currency, known as fireseed coins. A cup of 100 milliliters peanut oil cost 10 fireseed coins, half a pound of millet cost 5 fireseed coins, and 1 kilogram of charcoal cost 50 fireseed coins. She didn't know whether these prices were expensive or cheap. A staff member shouted loudly nearby, those who haven't exchanged fireseed coins should go to the value appraisal center to exchange goods for coins. You can't buy anything here without fireseed coins. Don't waste time queuing. The value appraisal center and the job placement agency were both in the south, requiring them to leave this residential area. The 2 chatted while walking. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Chapter 172 Re-encounter with the senior Carl. Bonnie loved to join in the fun. She pulled Billy and headed straight for the commotion. What's going on? She asked someone ahead. The salvage team brought some seafood, that person replied without turning around. Why would seafood be so interesting? I thought something happened when I saw everyone gathered like this. Bonnie pouted in disappointment. Have you ever seen an octopus bigger than a wash basin? Bonnie managed to squeeze into the crowd, dragging Billy with her. At the center, a truck was unloading its cargo. On the ground were dozens of plastic containers, 2 of which had their lids open. Inside the meter-wide boxes, there were only 2 octopuses each, frozen rock solid. The appearance of these octopuses was almost identical to those tiny fist-sized ones they usually ate. But not exactly the same, there was a subtle difference in their tentacles. The tips of the tentacles were not suction cups but rather sharp claw-like structures. Can these octopuses be eaten? Bonnie asked curiously. Haha, if they can't be eaten, why go through all the trouble to catch them? A bystander laughed. They could already imagine the drool dripping from their mouths. Such a large octopus, my whole family wouldn't finish it in 3 days. Well, don't daydream. The grain we contribute here is almost all we have saved. Now, even coarse millet at 5 fire coins is becoming too much to bear. Seafood. It's for the elites in the villa area. Billy felt uneasy watching those octopuses. They're so big, could they be mutated? Someone remarked, and Billy suddenly recalled the nuclear wastewater incident she had heard about long ago. Could it be? Let's go see the employment agency, Billy said, remembering the important task she hadn't yet done. It wasn't far away. They walked for 2 minutes and arrived. This place was even busier than a supermarket. Standing outside, they couldn't even get close enough to enter. Bonnie gaped in astonishment. Is this hopeless for us? Billy felt helpless too. Except for people like her who came through back doors or already had connections, ordinary people struggled just to get into the base. Many families, like Bonnie's, desperately needed jobs. Perhaps, we should come another day? Billy suggested. After all, it's the first day, so it's understandable that it's busy. That's how she tried to comfort Bonnie. Okay. Just as they turned around, disappointed and ready to leave, they encountered a group of nearly 20 people marching towards them. Apart from a few dressed in ordinary clothes in the middle, the surrounding 20 or so were all in military overcoats, armed with guns. These people moved in perfect formation, forming a protective circle around a middle-aged man. Please step aside, the soldier leading the way said to Billy and Bonnie. Bonnie quickly dragged Billy to the roadside, whispering curiously, this guy seems so powerful. What's his background? Probably some leader, Billy casually responded, finding the man in the middle somewhat familiar. However, her nearsightedness prevented her from getting a clear view, and she couldn't remember where the familiar feeling came from. They stood by the roadside, waiting for the group to pass. Hey! The group stopped right in front of them. The middle-aged man approached, pleasantly surprised. Dr. Lin. Billy looked up, startled. You are. Jonathan chuckled. Don't you remember me? A guard stepped forward, grinning widely. Dr. Lin, don't tell me you've forgotten. Billy finally recognized him, the critically ill senior leader she had last met at the hospital, along with his irritable bodyguard. Seeing the realization dawn on Billy's face, Jonathan knew she remembered and said, Indeed, Dr. Lin is a rare talent. Entering the base must have been quite an achievement. Justice took a few steps closer and asked, Dr. Lin, which department are you working in at the base hospital now? Still in traditional Chinese medicine? Billy shook her head. Oh, not in TCM then, perhaps emergency services? No, I don't have a job, Billy admitted. Jonathan paused, quickly realizing, I made a presumptuous assumption. I thought Dr. Lin must have entered the base based on your medical expertise. Didn't expect you to have other talents. Billy didn't deny it, preferring not to reveal the backdoor entry, as it was a bit embarrassing. Jonathan noticed they were coming from the direction of the employment agency and understood immediately. You're looking for jobs? Alberts, we were just browsing to see if anything suited us, but it's too crowded to get inside, Billy explained truthfully. Jonathan felt grateful towards the doctor who had saved his life and, upon hearing that she was job hunting, decided to offer help. Oh, Dr. Lin, what kind of job are you looking for? Maybe I can give you some advice. Billy glanced at him. She herself didn't actually want to work again, her experience at the hospital had been too grueling. However, since this man wanted to repay her, perhaps he could find a good job for the Albert family and her restless grandfather. So she cleared her throat lightly. Right now, I don't really have any specific plans. I just need to get into the base. We've almost spent all our savings, and my whole family is in urgent need of jobs. She deliberately emphasized the words whole family, hoping he would understand. Though asking for repayment like this seemed a bit shameless, what was face when she needed help? Jonathan was no fool and instantly understood her intention. Justice had already planned to help Billy find a job. A few more people wouldn't be a problem, so he immediately instructed, Dr. Lin is such an outstanding talent, her family must surely be remarkable as well. The base needs people like you to contribute. Kenny, you handle this matter and ensure Dr. Lin is satisfied. Alberts, Commander. The irritable Yang took down Billy's address. Justice hearing that Billy lived in the villa area caused a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Dr. Lin, after Commander Atticus finishes his business here, I will come visit you. As they watched Jonathan and his entourage leave, Bonnie finally spoke up hesitantly. Inna, who was he? Justice had such a commanding presence. Just his gaze made my legs tremble. Billy shrugged, I don't know either, but he's definitely someone important. With armed soldiers guarding him and even the hospital director bowing to him. So our jobs are settled then? Bonnie was a bit slow to react. Probably, Billy replied. With such a high-ranking leader, arranging a few jobs shouldn't be a problem. That's great. Inna, you're really our family's lucky star. Initially, seeing the chaotic state of the employment agency, Bonnie had lost all hope. Just as her parents had no qualifications, and her own major was completely useless here. They had relied on Billy's backdoor entry, which couldn't compare to those selected based on merit. How could they compete with others? Chapter 173, Becoming an Insider. Prince was astonishingly efficient. Billy and Bonnie had just arrived home when he followed right after. In the dead of winter, Billy noticed he was actually sweating on his forehead. Dr. Lin, these are the job listings I've prepared for you and your friend's family. Would you like to take a look? Is there anything that catches your eye? In such a short time, he even managed to find out about Bonnie and her connections. Corporal Young, it's cold outside. Come in and talk. Billy remembered the commander addressing him as Little Young, and since he was in military uniform, this seemed appropriate enough. All right. Standing by the door chatting wasn't proper. While he could withstand the cold with his tough physique, he couldn't let the delicate Dr. Lin endure the chill outside. The moment he stepped inside, Prince felt warmth enveloping him. Warmer than the commander's office. Since they got electricity, apart from the coal-fired heating system, Billy spared no expense on anything that could provide warmth. The temperature difference between inside and outside could reach 20 to 30 degrees. Outside was 40 below zero, but the indoor temperature stabilized at 10 below. Corporal Young, please sit. A thick plush sofa cover lay on the couch, and a large fur rug covered the floor, beside which sat a large electric heater. A charcoal stove was placed on the armrest, with a teapot bubbling away atop it. Billy introduced Prince and recounted how she came to know them to her family. Goran perked up upon hearing that Prince had come to discuss job opportunities. Corporal Young is indeed a capable young man. To be able to serve by the side of a commander at such a young age, Goran sounded overly flattering. But what he said wasn't wrong. Only officers of regimental level or above were called commanders, and judging from Jonathan's demeanor, he must be higher than regimental level. Where did you get that idea? Prince scratched his head, feeling shy. As Billy examined the list of jobs he had compiled, her eyes almost popped out. An A4-sized sheet of paper was almost filled with detailed information, including wages and job descriptions. There were positions in logistics, procurement, warehousing, and transportation. Some managed base finances, statistics, and analysis. And there were managerial positions in research, design, production, maintenance, and technical work. Medical, educational, and research positions still offered the highest pay. Goran was also very curious and leaned in, fighting with Billy to take a closer look. Can we choose any of these? Justice was utterly charmed. Aspen still didn't want Goran to work outside, knowing it was tough and didn't earn much. But she had always wanted Goran to stay safe at home. Now that they lived in the base, it was safer and closer to home, so she decided to let him go. Prince took a sip of tea Billy had offered him. Surprised by its quality, it was excellent Dongting Biluo tune. Just the right taste. Justice had seen it once on the commander's desk. The commander was too precious to share it with them, except that time when they performed great deeds, earning a pot of it. They had to follow elaborate rituals before drinking it, all while being mocked by the commander for not deserving such good tea. But Billy simply threw the tea leaves into boiling water and drank it casually. What a waste. Justice tried to keep calm as he set down the cup, but inside, he was tumultuous. As long as the job content is fine, you can choose from this list. Really? Any of them? Goran was stunned. Christopher, don't hesitate. Dr. Lin saved our commander. Arranging jobs is nothing. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. Seeing Billy nodding, Goran picked up the paper and chose carefully. Justicey. Billy looked over where he pointed. Agricultural product processing? Billy couldn't believe it. Assembly line worker? Seriously? Goran, Alberts, it seems most suitable for me. Oh my, destined to be tied to agriculture for life. Okay. Billy shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. What about the others? Prince asked, turning to the rest. Billy and Aspen waved their hands almost simultaneously. Not interested. Why, Dr. Lin? Are these positions unsuitable for you? Tell me what you'd like, and I'll arrange it. No, I'm just lazy and don't want to work, Billy confessed. Only Bernie remained silent. Billy knew he secretly yearned for it. Every man hopes for success in his career. Previously, there had been concerns. Once Goran went out to work, only 2 women would be left at home, which was worrying. Now that the whole family was in the base, safety had significantly improved, and with so many positions available, it would be unbelievable if he wasn't tempted. Ayo, pick one too. There's nothing much going on at home anyway, and you'd be bored staying here. Billy suggested, and Bernie surrendered after a brief struggle. I'll go to the mechanical R&D department then. Prince noted it down and asked, what about your friend? It felt a bit awkward for Billy to ask him to make another trip, so she decided to make decisions for Bonnie's family directly. Bonnie, having an accounting background, would fit perfectly in the finance department. Albert's father, also a farmer, could keep Goran company. All right, I'll report this to HR when I get back, and someone will notify you soon. Prince said his goodbyes, finishing the hot tea in front of him. It truly was good tea. Wait. Billy called him back. Billy ran into the kitchen and came out with a small jar of tea leaves. Justicey, this is for you. His love for this tea was written all over his face. Besides, he had helped secure jobs for 2 families, Billy couldn't let him do all that for nothing. "Oh, I can't accept that." Prince quickly refused. As a soldier, he shouldn't accept any gifts from civilians. Not wanting to accept didn't mean not wanting to. Billy frowned, hating such scenes of pushing and shoving. She stuffed the jar straight into his arms and scolded, "Take it. Stop wasting words." Ouch, Dr. Lynn Shaw is scary. Chapter 174 Annie's Past Life. The next day, Bonnie rushed in like a whirlwind, with her father calling out for her to slow down as he followed behind. You, I have a job." She pounced on Billy, clinging to her neck like a koala. "Cough, cough, let go of me, you're choking me." You, this morning someone suddenly came to our house and told my dad and me to go to work. It's so amazing. Was it because of the big boss we met yesterday? Do you know where they placed me? Finance department. Wow, you knew already? That's no fun. Not only did I know, but I also chose it for you. Albert's father expressed his gratitude to Billy. Although he would be working on an assembly line, the income was sufficient for him. Moreover, Bonnie had landed a pretty good job, which immediately alleviated their family's financial difficulties. Time ticked by. During the day, only 2 people remained at home, and Billy still wasn't used to it. But thankfully, since their workplaces were close, they could always return home on time every evening. In the first month, Bernie used high-tech equipment from the facility to build a small glass room for the 4 of them. The glass room was only 10 square meters, entirely made of glass except for the connecting pieces. The bottom layer was glass, followed by flooring, and all connecting parts were coated with a nanoscale anti-corrosion layer. To avoid drawing attention, the glass room was built in the corner of the yard, with discarded furniture and construction waste piled up at the entrance to block the view. In the second month, Goran and Bernie both brought back a special benefit octopus meat. The family stared at the unusually large segment of octopus tentacle on the plate, lost in thought. Ultimately, they didn't dare eat it. Sea City is a coastal city, and it took only 2 hours by car to reach the sea from their location. So, it was understandable that the salvage team caught seafood at sea and sold it back at the base. But this one was just too big. Even with a small segment of the tentacle, you could tell the original creature was massive. Although the base had tested it before distributing it to employees, and others who ate it hadn't shown any adverse reactions, it was officially on sale, albeit at a price too high for ordinary households. But Billy felt something was off. By the end of the month, the ice on the doorstep started melting. The frost melted away, and the temperature rose. June 18, 2024. Billy took off her thick protective suit from the base and switched to a regular down jacket. On June 20th, the down jacket felt a bit hot. By June 28th, a jacket with a shirt underneath was enough. Afterward, it seemed as if the weather paused, maintaining a steady temperature of 25 or 26 degrees Celsius. If it weren't already July, one might feel as if spring had returned. Billy knew this calmness was just before the storm, but she showed no emotional fluctuation. However, others were completely different. Despite experiencing repeated setbacks, people always wanted to believe in future beauty. Initially, some doubted the sudden warmth, but after the comfortable temperature stayed unchanged for half a month, the entire base fell into joyous celebration. Only Billy's family and the base government office remained silent. Of course, Billy wouldn't forget her best friend. She promptly poured cold water on the overly excited Bonnie. That day, sitting on scaffolding, she slowly painted the villa's exterior walls with nano coating to protect against acid rain corrosion, ensuring she covered every corner. Acid rain would last for 2 years, and who would want to live in a cramped glass room when a large villa was available? This was merely a last resort. With the comfortable weather, more people strolled around outside. Billy's villa was near the road at the outskirts, so she occasionally heard passers-by's envious remarks. "What are you doing?" Billy was painting the second-floor exterior when she turned around to see a young Rosa, accompanied by 2 others. She replied casually, changing the wall color. The villa's exterior was originally dull cement-colored, but with the coating, it turned a deep gray, indeed looking like it had been repainted. Annie stared at the paint bucket in Billy's hand, her eyes flickering with an indescribable light. If she wasn't mistaken, the wall was being painted with anti-corrosive nanocoating. Could this Rosa know about the acid rain? This matter was still classified, known only to a few top officials. Annie narrowed her eyes, sizing up Billy on the scaffolding without reserve. Billy was wearing a baseball cap, revealing only half her face, with her hair casually tied into a bun that hung at the nape of her neck. Strands of hair playfully danced by her temples. She was dressed in dark green workwear, the sleeves rolled up to expose her tender white arms. She worked quietly and intently, exuding a serene and tranquil beauty. Annie inexplicably felt this scene was glaringly painful to look at. "Go back," she ordered the bodyguards beside her. She needed to investigate who had leaked the confidential information upon her return. This was her last trump card against Jason. Annie turned around and walked back about 10 meters when a hauntingly familiar voice rang in her ears. You Tilda." Justice's entire figure tensed as she looked back in disbelief. A man's figure jogged past her, waving something in his hand while calling out lovingly to the Rosa on the scaffolding. You, guess what I brought you back?" Billy gave Bernie a sweet smile. "What is it?" The broad back of that man was someone Annie could never forget from both of her lifetimes. It was him. By now, Bernie had opened the gate and walked over to the scaffolding, gently coaxing Billy down. "I got you a pair of glasses, come down and try them." "Really? Alberta, be careful, don't fall." Annie's eyes turned red as she saw the man she had been desperately searching for right before her. Justice's heart screamed with excitement. She suppressed the urge to rush over and hug him. Standing rooted to the spot, her gaze grew increasingly deranged. How could he ignore her? How could he be so intimate with another Rosa? And who was that Rosa? Annie took a deep breath, glanced at the door number once more, and then walked away without looking back. Back in the office. Xiaoju, I want all the information on apartment A3011 in the Villa District within an hour. Alberts, Director Huang. As soon as the office door closed, she collapsed weakly into the chair, memories of her past life with Bernie flashing through her mind. In her past life, Annie had also met Bernie at the seed base. Back then, she had gone to great lengths to get close to a wealthy man to enter the base but was eventually discovered by his official wife, who used her family's power to force him to abandon her. She ended up destitute, living among smelly beggars in the slums. Unexpectedly, one day, a ray of light shone into her dark world. When she encountered Bernie, she was fighting with Zechariah in the slums over a small piece of expired bread, ending up blooded and pushed into a dirty pond. The stench, nausea, and grief made her sit on the ground, hugging her knees and crying aloud. A pair of clean hands pulled her up. It was him who lifted her out of the mire of her world. Chapter 175, Dr. Hugo comes online. From that day on, he would occasionally bring food to visit her and drive away those who bullied her. Each time, she was so hungry that she ate ravenously, not caring about appearances. Albert he never showed a hint of disgust. He often stared into her eyes, lost in gentle smiles. You have very beautiful eyes, like one of my family members. His voice was as gentle as a breeze, echoing in Annie's heart for a long time without fading. Gradually, she learned that he was searching for one of his family members, someone whose fate was unknown. However, he never gave up. Justice would take her along on missions outside the base to earn supplies while looking for his family member, but the results were always disappointing. Perhaps she went to another base, he would often mutter to himself, as if to comfort himself. Actually, Annie believed the person he was looking for must be dead because starvation had ravaged everything outside the base. Anything living, whether human or animal, became food. Only inside the base could some semblance of human society be maintained. Although leaving the base for missions paid well, the risks were higher. They almost didn't return several times. She had hinted multiple times that he should accept reality, give up the search, and cherish what was right before him. Until she died from a sudden acid rainstorm, she never got a response from him. But she felt that he must have liked her. The care and concern he showed her were unforgettable, he just couldn't focus on love with his family missing. After reincarnation, she searched desperately but never found any news of him. Albert now. Justice didn't recognize her at all. Annie slammed the table in front of her heavily. How dare someone intervene? That Rosa must die. Justice's fierce eyes gleamed with determined resolve in the darkness. On Billy's side. She put on her custom-made glasses, and the world suddenly became clear. She had nearsightedness of nearly 200 degrees. Without them, everything 5 meters away was blurry, and beyond 10 meters, humans and animals were indistinguishable. Once, because she didn't see a nail on a piece of wood and thought it was dirt, she grabbed it and cut her hand open. No wonder he took all the equipment they found in the optical shop recently. Justice was waiting for her here. Billy examined the glasses lovingly. Brooke, did you make this? The light golden frame sparkled in the light. Alberta, Bernie said, pleased to see her happiness. This is for 150 degrees, which doesn't match your prescription yet. I'll make you a better pair once I fix the vision tester we salvaged. With access to precise instruments from his workplace, fixing these things was a piece of cake for Bernie. Goran also eyed the glasses enviously and pointed at himself. Brooke, can you make one for me? Justice had presbyopia. No problem, I'll make them together soon. A few days later, Goran proudly wore his new reading glasses to work. That night, visitors came by. The dog growled low at the visitor at the gate, warning them off. Billy and company feared attracting unnecessary trouble from its barking, so they never allowed it to bark loudly. Dr. Hugo Tilda. When Billy came out, she saw Angry Young holding gifts, grinning widely with white teeth. Standing next to him was his superior, Jonathan. Atticus commander, Sergeant Young. She patted the dog's head to signal it was safe, then warmly welcomed them in. Aspen and Goran had gone out for a walk after dinner, so only Billy and Bernie were home. Bernie had been going straight to his room after dinner lately, mysteriously working on something. Since the temperature returned to normal, the family chose their respective rooms to live in. Commander Atticus, Sergeant Young, please enjoy some tea. Billy served them the same Dongting Biluochun tea as before. Jonathan took a sip of the tea, his eyes brightening momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Angry Young, who had been watching his superior surreptitiously, noticed the brief flash of admiration in Jonathan's eyes. Justicey, last time he behaved like a country bumpkin, thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. Seeing his commander react similarly made him feel much more balanced. Putting down the teacup, Jonathan exchanged pleasantries. Dr. Hugo, how have you been? Are you adapting well to life in the base? Thanks to Commander Atticus, we are doing great here. Sergeant Young has arranged suitable work, and the base treats us very well. Billy found herself engaging in polite banter. Speaking of work, I haven't thanked you yet. Jonathan laughed heartily. I'm glad you're satisfied. In the next breath, he lamented, it's a pity Dr. Hugo isn't willing to join the base hospital. It truly wastes talent. Now I have to come to your house when I need medical attention. Billy explained, my skills are rather rudimentary. I dare not compare myself with the experts at the base hospital. It's just that Commander isn't picky. What's wrong with you? Aspen interjected. Phut, those few at the base hospital now were all from the original batch in the hospitals. A bunch of unethical quacks who got in through back doors. I wouldn't trust them to treat the Commander. Kenny, watch your words. Jonathan feigned displeasure. Knowing his leader wasn't truly upset, Aspen continued, our Commander has been having constant pain on one side of his waist lately. Justice can't stand or sit for long periods. Rest helps a bit, but there's still a mountain of work for him to handle. Where would he find time to rest? Recently, his condition has worsened a lot. I think it's not good to rely too much on those painkillers. Dr. Hugo, you studied traditional Chinese acupuncture. Could you give the Commander a few needles? Billy felt a lot of pressure treating a high-ranking official. Upon hearing it was likely just muscle strain, she relaxed. It wasn't difficult, she could handle this. She asked Jonathan to lie down on the sofa and confirmed it was indeed muscle strain through pressing and questioning. Hold on a moment. She went upstairs with quick steps to fetch her equipment. The 4-piece set of Lin family traditional Chinese medicine. Massage, acupuncture, physiotherapy, cupping. They had some at home. She used electric acupuncture needles along with infrared therapy lamps. By the time she finished the whole process, over an hour had passed. At some point, Jonathan had fallen asleep, even snoring. Billy didn't wake him. Instead she simply played chess with Aspen behind the screen in the tea room, drinking tea after losing. 2 hours later, Aspen's stomach was rumbling with water sounds, but the leader still hadn't woken up, making his bladder almost burst. And it was so embarrassing, he hadn't won a single game. On the sofa, Jonathan finally stirred awake. Aspen bolted as if granted amnesty, quickly dashing away. Chapter 176, Getting Closer. How long did I sleep? Jonathan asked. About 2.5 hours. Oh, I need to hurry back. Jonathan stretched lazily. Hey. It didn't hurt anymore, and he felt much more relaxed overall. Dr. Hugo, your skills are really great. It doesn't hurt anymore. Billy modestly replied, not at all. Acupuncture therapy can only provide temporary relief, it can't cure the problem. The most important thing is to get plenty of rest and take care of yourself. You're welcome to come anytime if you need anything. It was almost dark, and Jonathan didn't want to be courteous any longer. Thank you, Dr. Hugo. Actually, I came today with another request for Dr. Hugo. Please tell me. I heard from my colleague that your partner knows how to fit glasses. Is this true? This pair of reading glasses I have is already 3 years old. The prescription has changed long ago, but I haven't had the chance to replace them. Partner, so they were officially recognized by others now. At the mention of these 2 words, Jonathan's face instantly turned red as the clouds. Billy nodded and told him to wait a moment before escaping in a hurry. At Bernie's door, Billy knocked on the door and then pushed it open without waiting for a response. She saw Bernie hurriedly hiding something. Billy cast a suspicious glance his way. What was going on with this guy recently? Was he keeping something from her? Brooke, Commander Atticus is downstairs. Justice wants you to help him fit a new pair of reading glasses. Is that okay? Bernie stood up, slipping the object in his hand into his pocket seamlessly. No problem. You go down first. I'll come once I grab what I need. Okay. After Billy left, Bernie sighed with relief, nearly having been caught. Justice reached into his pocket and carefully pinched the item inside. It was time. Downstairs. After Bernie finished taking measurements for Jonathan, he informed him that the glasses would be ready within 5 days and would be delivered when done. Jonathan was very pleased. The young people have good skills. I heard you work at the machinery department. Keep it up, and you'll have an illustrious future. Then, he signaled Jasmineng. Dr. Hugo, I rushed here today without bringing much as gifts, causing you both so much trouble. Please accept these small tokens of appreciation. Justice took out the gift he had brought. Naturally, Billy refused to accept it. But the other party didn't engage in customary refusal and left the items behind, departing promptly. 4 days later, after finishing work, Bernie dropped by to deliver the reading glasses to Jonathan. The address provided by Jonathan was within the military zone. Upon reaching the entrance, Bernie explained his intention to the guard. After confirming inside, they let him pass without hesitation. Bernie asked for directions along the way and found Jonathan's office easily. Sergeant Yang, hearing Bernie's voice, warmly welcomed him in. At that moment, Annie was just coming out of an office at the end of the corridor and happened to see Bernie being welcomed into Commander Atticus's office. Justice actually knew Commander Atticus, and judging from the situation, their relationship seemed quite close. That arrogant Amal, who always looked down on everyone, greeted him so warmly. No wonder he could suddenly parachute into the machinery department. That department was one where ordinary people couldn't get in even if they broke their heads trying. So he had such a powerful backing. Annie thought she had seen through it. She not only didn't despise Bernie for using connections, but also admired him even more. In the previous life, Bernie had done quite well in the base on his own merits. If he hadn't always been so focused on searching for someone, unable to fully develop his career, he definitely could have climbed higher. Indeed, gold will shine no matter when or where. In this life, he managed to connect with Jonathan. If they could join forces, there would be no worry about making a place for themselves in the base. Annie was already envisioning the smooth sailing future for the two of them in the base. But that Rosa. From the information Annie gathered, Billy's background was unremarkable. Before the apocalypse, she was just a regular white-collar worker, and now she didn't have a job and was staying at home relying on Bernie's income. How could such a rosa match up with him? She completely ignored the fact that the villa belonged to Billy and instead assumed that everything was earned by Bernie, and Billy's family was merely clinging onto him to live off his efforts. If you feel uncomfortable, please have Sergeant Young inform me. Bernie completed his task and came out. I'll send you off. Amal wanted to escort him but was politely declined by Bernie, so he stopped. Turning around, Bernie suddenly noticed a young rosa standing in front of him, staring straight at him. Sorry, he thought he was blocking her path, so he politely apologized and tried to move aside. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Annie flashed what she thought was a charming smile and gently asked. Bernie glanced at her, assuming she was staff. Seeing strangers questioning each other in a military area was normal. Oh, I'm not from here. I came today to deliver something to Commander Atticus. Now I'm leaving, he briefly replied. So, you and Commander Atticus have a good relationship? Bernie frowned. The other person's words were somewhat impolite. Thus, his response was polite yet distant. We don't really have any relationship. I just came here to deliver something for someone. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Having said that, he directly walked around Annie and left. Watching his hurriedly departing back, Annie's smile gradually faded. No worries, there's always tomorrow. It was unknown whether Goran had been showing off Bernie's gift to everyone at work or if Jonathan had recommended him, but recently, people suddenly started seeking Bernie's help in fitting glasses one after another. Apart from ordinary people, not only did neighbors from the villa area come, but even leaders from both military and political circles. Of course, everyone who came brought gifts. Some brought tobacco, alcohol, and beverages, while others brought snacks. Although these were common things for Billy's family, they were indeed heavy gifts for an ordinary household now. Bernie could still refuse the ordinary people, but he had to give face to the leaders of the base. Over time, Bernie found himself losing all his free time. After coming home from work every day and having dinner, he would have to go to work again. Today, they had another unexpected visitor. Hoyt. Billy's eyes widened when she saw him. She hadn't contacted him since joining the base. Why did he come? Hoyt entered very casually and sat down on the sofa. Wow, a limited edition polyform sofa. Wow, the coffee table is by Baker. Sister Jiayu, you surprise me. Living in a villa with top luxury furniture, such a tycoon, and you used to haggle over pennies with me. That's outrageous. Billy ignored him. Why are you here? Hoyt feigned sadness and clutched his heart, so heartless. If I don't find you, will you ever remember me? Bernie's hand trembled as he set the teacup down, making a clear sound. Hoyt gave him a sidelong glance, so stingy, can't even take a joke. Anyway. Hoyt lounged with his feet up, took a sip of tea, and then spat it out. Damn, you want to scald me to death. Chapter 177 Proposal. Selling so fast. Billy cast a sidelong glance. This kind of high-end scarce item, this guy must have sold them at a sky-high price, and yet they were all sold out. These wealthy ladies sure are extravagant. If I didn't employ scarcity marketing, they would have been snatched up in seconds. Hoyt inched closer to her with a flattering demeanor. Nice girl, can you give me some more? Billy moved even further away in disgust. I do have more, but as you can see, do I look like someone who lacks anything? I was thinking of keeping the rest for myself for later use. Billy spoke half-truths. The quantity of those items was enough for her 10 lifetimes. Don't, let's talk this over. Hoyt panicked, having promised others with great confidence. Especially that second-generation wastrel Grover, who recently spent lavishly just to please a rosa. If this deal went through, he could laugh in his sleep. Billy couldn't stand how easily this middleman made a profit. You want it? Alberta, yeah. Vigorous nodding. Then help me pay all the utility bills for the next 2 years. What? Hoyt doubted what he heard. Billy knew he had heard clearly, remaining silent with a smile. Hoyt tremulously held up 2 fingers. 2 years. Correct. With a monthly ration of 300 pounds of grain, that amounted to 7,200 pounds over 2 years, and she dared to say it. Hoyt stood dumbfounded, mentally calculating for a while. I'll give you 10 bottles of essence, 10 jars of cream, Billy added. My dear lady, why don't you go rob people? Not okay. Billy feigned regret. Alright, forget it. I'll keep them for my own use then. After all, these items will be harder to find in the future. Brooke, show him out. Oh, what are you doing? I didn't say no. Hoyt cursed himself, always being led by Billy, losing all sense of business elite dignity. Come with the payment slip to trade. Hoyt gritted his teeth. Fine, alright. Justice decided he'd double the price when reselling them. Late July. Under the setting sun. Billy lay on a rattan chair on the second-floor balcony, holding a cup of coffee in hand, while her dog curled up at her feet, occasionally wagging its tail. She quietly gazed at the distant scenery, enjoying one of the most pleasant moments since the end of the world. Tending flowers in the morning, brewing tea idly. Napping under the sun, walking in the rain, reading under the night lamp. Finding joy in the mountain breeze, being gentle with the morning bird songs. In this peaceful time, mundane daily life intertwined with poetry and daily life, small and repetitive, but very happy. A pair of warm, sturdy hands gently rested on her shoulders from behind, kneading them. Done working? Billy turned back and saw Bernie. Now he was the busiest person in the family, rushing orders non-stop. Billy and the others didn't dare disturb him except for meals. Not yet, just came to check on you. Your work is more important. Don't worry about me, Billy reassured, thinking he feared she might get bored. Justice walked in front of her, squatted down, took her hand, and said earnestly, "There's something more important." "What?" Billy asked instinctively. In the next moment, a diamond ring slipped onto her left ring finger. "Inna, the most precious thing in my life is meeting you, and the luckiest thing is regaining lost love. You said we didn't end up together in our previous lives, and future lives are too far to grasp. But in this life, I want to be with you forever. I won't say sweet words, but from now on, as long as you want or need it, and I have and can, I'm willing to give it to you. Inna, will you marry me?" Billy stared at him in daze, the sunset glow haloing his hair and face, giving off a soft golden aura. Since the end of the world, he had always silently stood by her side. Although he wasn't a superhero nor showered her with honeyed words like in dramas, he respected her decisions, supported her silently, and did his best to protect their home, offering a comforting presence. Marry him? Billy never dreamed she would marry someone she loved in this life. Being with the family was enough satisfaction for her. Despite all the twists and turns in her previous life, after weathering countless trials, the end of the road turned out to be gentle and sunny. Just as her eyes misted up as she looked at the diamond ring with visible handmade marks. Albert's. The elders were elated upon hearing the news of their marriage, considering it a well-deserved outcome after all these years. They were anxious inside but didn't dare mention it. Without a civil affairs bureau, there was no need for registration. They decided to have a simple dinner at home, inviting only close friends and family to share their joy. The elders acted faster than them, immediately flipping through the almanac to pick an auspicious date. Just 3 days later. So soon. Bernie, though anxious, didn't expect the elders to be even more eager. Inna said that the polar night is coming soon. We might as well do it as early as possible. Besides, you two are both almost 30. It's not too early. Aspen added, right, get married sooner, have kids sooner. It's also good for Inna's health. Billy quickly interrupted her. Hold on, Thompson, Amy, we've talked it over. We don't want children. This stunned the elders. What? Even if the apocalypse kept challenging their beliefs, they were still traditional elders who wanted a large family. Bernie and Billy exchanged looks. Bernie explained first, it's like this, both Inna and I feel that the current world is too chaotic and dangerous. Although we're safe in the base now with food and shelter, the dangers and accidents we face will never stop. We can't guarantee the future. The elders were speechless. Indeed, they themselves were already a burden. If they had another child, any sudden emergency. And Bernie looked at Billy, his eyes filled with pain. Given the current medical conditions, if something happens to Inna during childbirth because of pregnancy, I could never forgive myself. Goran and Aspen fell silent after hearing this and understood that this decision wasn't made on a whim. Alright, whether or not you have children doesn't matter to Thompson and Amy, as long as you two are happy. Since they decided to hold the wedding in 3 days, the family plunged into a new wave of business. Their relatives and close friends still in the base could be counted on one hand. They prepared a table at home and invited Bonnie's family. A small gift from Goran and Bernie's colleagues would suffice as wedding candy for celebration. The dishes for the banquet could be prepared and stored in the spatial pocket. The new room could be simply decorated with a few red paper cutouts of the character, happiness, and actually, there wasn't much else to prepare. Chapter 178, Wedding Banquet. Compared to the excitement of the three, Billy was not at all nervous about getting married. Instead, she persuaded the 2 working family members to go back to work. Bernie originally wanted to take a day off to accompany Billy, but he was rejected. Then he thought that he could show off at his workplace later, so he decided to pick up the wedding candy and went to work with high spirits. 3 days passed quickly. On the wedding day, red ribbons were tied on the gates of the villa, with big red lucky characters pasted on them, and red carpets were laid out in the courtyard. Billy was worried that the glass house would be too conspicuous, so she covered it tightly with several large pieces of cloth and iron sheets. Goran and Aspen dug out their old clothes from the bottom of the wardrobe, dressed in festive attire, and even put a red bow tie around the dog's neck, standing by the gate like doormen, giving out wedding candy to passers-by. The wedding candy was a red paper-wrapped lucky cake. The lucky cakes were made by Aspen over the past few days using millet flour, brown sugar, and peanuts, baked until golden and sprinkled with sesame seeds. Bernie made a lucky character mold which created small, exquisite-looking cakes. The residents of the villa area were all important people who naturally had no interest in such things. They just took one as they passed and said congratulations casually, but the residential area nearby was buzzing early in the morning. A crowd of common people came pouring in, completely surrounding the road outside the compound's gate. Aspen and the others didn't expect so many people to come, so they were naturally shocked. They had only made 200 lucky cakes, 1 for each person. They initially worried about not being able to distribute all of them, but now they found they were completely insufficient. However, this group surrounded them, showering them with auspicious words endlessly. How could they refuse? So, Aspen let Goran and the dog stay to manage the scene while she hurried back home to knead more dough and restart the oven. But even if her hands were worn out, she couldn't meet the endless flow of people coming to get the cakes. Some even tried to grab another after getting one. Finally, they announced that the inventory was running low, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Those who received the lucky cakes broke one open eagerly, and a sweet warmth wafted out. One bite revealed a crispy exterior mixed with the aroma of toasted sesame seeds and perfectly sweet filling. Really fragrant. Though the skin was made from millet flour, Aspen secretly added a bit of wheat flour, making the texture far superior to the usual millet cakes they ate. More precious still was the filling. Brown sugar was a luxury in the base, selling for 10 fireseed coins per tael and often out of stock. Most people were reluctant to eat it and tucked it away to share with their families. Those who arrived late and missed out regretfully beat their chests in frustration and left with empty stomachs and drooping heads. Inside the villa, Billy slept until noon. Living in the same home meant they could skip the traditional elaborate marriage rituals, simplifying things considerably. The wedding banquet was set for evening. Billy leisurely changed into a dress she had prepared long ago, had lunch, then returned to apply light makeup, and sat idly petting the dog on the sofa afterwards. Bernie got nervous whenever he stopped moving, so he kept checking the front yard or peeking into the kitchen, looking busy but actually doing nothing. It was finally evening when the Albert family brought gifts to congratulate them. Congratulations, congratulations. Bonnie hugged Billy warmly as soon as she arrived. Inna, you're really getting married. Billy felt a little embarrassed. Why say she was really getting married? I'm so happy for you. Bonnie continued, you two have finally become a couple. I've been so excited these few days I couldn't sleep. But you should have given me more notice. My parents have been nagging at me non-stop since you got engaged. They were thinking about me finding a partner anyway, and now that you're married, they've got a perfect reason to push me, always asking my colleagues if there are any suitable matches for me. Hey, you're not wearing this for your wedding, right? Are you serious? Just wearing this. And what's with this makeup? Just foundation and lipstick. Too casual. Bonnie talked incessantly, so much so that the dog moved to the other side and lay down covering its ears. Come on, let's fix your makeup. Bonnie insisted on dragging her upstairs to redo her makeup, and Billy had no choice but to comply. When she came downstairs after being pampered, she noticed many unexpected guests had arrived. Billy never expected that Chief Jonathan would come, accompanied by several people she didn't recognize. Little follower Amal saw Billy come down and cast an admiring glance, winking at her. Hoyt, who was usually as hyperactive as the monkeys on Mount Amay, now sat in the corner of the sofa like a well-behaved baby, casting melancholy glances at Billy. If he had known Major General Atticus would be here, he would never have dared to join this celebration. It turned out that Billy had such a powerful background, her true identity was concealed all along. Justice felt embarrassed about his previous investigations and couldn't believe she was just an ordinary citizen. Inna. Dressed up, Billy made Bernie's eyes unwilling to leave her for a second, standing dumbfounded without knowing what to do. It wasn't until Amal nudged him with his elbow that Bernie snapped back to reality, walked over to take her hand, and whispered in her ear, Inna, you look so beautiful today. Billy blushed. Bernie led her to Jonathan. Commander Atticus, Sergeant Young. Billy greeted Jonathan first. Dr. Lin, congratulations. Jonathan smiled warmly. The people surrounding Jonathan also joined in, saying their congratulations. Little Shun, Alberic, congratulations. Bernie introduced them. This is Director Zhao from our department, this is Director Han, and those few are Director Feng from Thompson's unit. Billy greeted each of them one by one. Crackling. Crackling. The sound of firecrackers came from outside. Goran, having finished setting off the firecrackers, came in. Everyone, the auspicious hour has arrived, let's take our seats. Originally, they thought only Bonnie's family would come, so they had prepared just one table. Unexpectedly, so many more guests showed up, so Aspen and the others urgently borrowed another table to place in the courtyard. Fortunately, they had prepared plenty of food beforehand, otherwise it would have been awkward. Before the feast began, Jonathan raised his wine glass and stood up to speak. Everyone, Dr. Lin is my savior, practically half of my family. Today is her big day, let's all wish her happiness and celebrate her wedding. Happy wedding. Happy wedding. Chapter 179 New Marriage. Billy, wearing silk pajamas, emerged from the bathroom with her wet hair being wiped. Let me help you. Bernie took over the towel and had her sit on the edge of the bed. Justice stood behind her, gathering her dark hair and gently stroking each strand. Billy accidentally leaned to one side, her spine colliding with the chest of the person behind her, instantly surrounded by Bernie's unique scent that filled her nostrils. In an instant, Billy's body tensed up abruptly. She didn't know where to place her hands, not daring to move again. Everything was silent. In the room, only their breathing and the sound of the towel rubbing against her hair could be heard. It seemed as if the air had stagnated. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The long period of tension was hard for Billy to bear. It's done. Bernie's words were a relief for Billy. She tried to move away from him, but her legs had gone numb and she almost fell backward. Be careful. Bernie had already moved to return the towel to the bathroom. Just hearing the noise, he turned around and saw Billy falling towards the floor, quickly rushing over to support her. Inertia brought both of them straight into the large red embroidered quilt. Just as her head hit his arm directly, and Bernie winced in pain. Embarrassed, Billy pressed her forehead into the ground, wanting to ask if he was okay, but upon lifting her head, she found herself staring at an enlarged handsome face gazing directly at her. Bernie, looking down at the person under him, breathed more rapidly. Billy's seaweed-like hair spread out like ink on the bright red sheets, highlighting her delicate skin and blushing cheeks. Just as her starry eyes shimmered, and her cherry lips parted slightly, glistening under the dim yellow light. The champagne-colored silk slip dress, due to the earlier accident, had its straps slipping off her shoulders, revealing glimpses of her magnificent figure. Bernie, seemingly enchanted, bent down and kissed her cherry lips. The kiss was urgent and heavy, his warm, heavy breaths hitting Billy's eyelashes, causing her to feel a dizzying sensation, and she instinctively tried to push him away. Unexpectedly, Billy's struggle had the opposite effect. Bernie pinned her hands above her head and explored further within her clothes with his other hand. Turn off the light. Breathless, Billy made indistinct sounds. Hand it over. Bernie's scorching breath followed closely. What? What? Bernie nuzzled her already blushing earlobe, whispering, umbrella. Boom. Billy felt a rush of blood to her head. Justice saw it then. She couldn't face anyone anymore. Bernie took a week of honeymoon leave. Billy started getting up later every day. Each time she forced herself to come downstairs for meals, she dared not look directly at her parents-in-law. Finally, the honeymoon leave ended. Seeing off Bernie, who was reluctant to leave, Billy, holding her back, finally let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Bernie returned to work, colleague Connor squinted mischievously and teased him. You've gotten thinner just after a week. Take care of your health. Cough, cough. These are wedding sweets, everyone please enjoy. Hey, didn't you give them out before, how can there still be some? The colleagues immediately surrounded him, swiftly dividing the contents of the bag. The family prepared too many, so everyone shares. Your home situation is impressive, Connor said, munching on the sweets while giving thumbs up. Due to his job, he had met rich people before, none of whom were as generous as Bernie's family. Not really, it's just a once-in-a-lifetime occasion, of course, we need to spend some. After finishing the sweet, Connor came closer and winked at him. You've married a goddess of wealth, quite enviable. There's no privacy at the workplace. Colleagues knew Bernie lived in a villa bought by Billy, often teasing him about it, which Bernie didn't mind. One inside the house, another outside, share some experience. Bernie frowned. Connor, what do you mean? When did he have another one outside? Connor looked around, making sure no one else was listening, then whispered close by, don't act with me. That Annie has been visiting our department frequently lately, claiming to discuss business with our chief. Anyone can see she's actually here for you. Tell me, what's going on between you two? Annie. Bernie furrowed his brow. Justice had a vague impression but not much. Justice only met her a few times in the chief's office when he was asked to present project reports, with Annie sitting nearby occasionally chatting with him. Which of their eyes saw that she was coming for him? Oh, speak of the devil. Zeus stood at the workshop door, and who was standing beside him if not Annie? Connor gave Bernie a look as if caught red-handed but still denying it. Little Shun, come to my office for a moment. In the director's office. Zeus, you called me. Bernie knocked and entered. Ah, Little Shun, come, sit down. Annie was sitting on the sofa, absent-mindedly sipping tea. Zeus was very courteous, placing the tea on the coffee table next to Annie, inviting him to sit beside her. Bernie, recalling Connor's teasing, didn't sit as usual but remained standing. Zeus, please let me know if you need anything. I have work to finish and might be tied up. Zeus came over and pressed his shoulder down onto the sofa, laughing. Sit down, what's so urgent about your work? It's rare for Director Huang to visit, and it would be impolite to leave without greeting her. Director Huang. Bernie's greeting was cold and distant. Seeing that he still treated her with such detachment, Annie felt a chill in her heart. After several interactions, Zeus had seen through Annie's intentions like looking into a clear mirror. On one hand, he faced his newly married subordinate, and on the other, an upper-level leader far above his pay grade, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place. Oh, no more tea leaves left. Director Huang, Little Shun, you two wait here, I'll go get some tea leaves. Zeus found a lame excuse to escape, even considerately closing the door behind him. The office instantly fell silent. Steam rose from the cup of tea. Annie broke the silence first, her tone bitter. I heard you got married. Alberts, Director Huang. Annie only learned this news yesterday. She hadn't expected that right after finding Bernie, before she could implement her plan, he had already gotten married. Upon hearing the news, she fell into a frenzied state, smashing all the furniture at home. Now, hearing that his vacation had ended, she rushed over under the pretext of work. Call me Xiaolan, I'm younger than you. Bernie shook his head. In a work setting, you are my superior, I should call you Director Huang. Annie looked at Bernie, her eyes filled with affection. What about outside of work? Chapter 180 The Poisonous Plan. Annie was getting anxious. She had planned to take things slowly, but now that he was married, how could she possibly restrain herself any longer? They were both adults, her intentions were as clear as day. An alarm bell rang in Bernie's mind. Huang, my world consists of only work and family outside of it. Family? Which family? Confused, Annie asked, aren't you still looking for your family? The family he searched frantically for in his previous life, had he found them this time around, or given up on the search? Annie knew through her thorough investigation that Bernie, aside from Billy's family, had no other relatives. Bernie was bewildered by her words. I already have a family. My newlywed wife and her family are my family. Annie stood up abruptly, her voice sharp. Family? With her? Who does she think she is? How could a Rosa who did nothing all day except stay at home eating and waiting to die gain his affection? By being pretty? Annie thought her own appearance wasn't inferior to Billy. Or was it because she appeared earlier in his life? In terms of timing, she had entered his world long before this lifetime. Annie felt jealous and frustrated. When she heard Annie demean Billy, even the usually patient Bernie couldn't help but get angry. Justice got up, trying hard to suppress his urge to curse. Huang, you're my superior, and due to our positions, I can't say some things. My wife is the most outstanding and wonderful person in the world. If anyone isn't fit for each other, it's me not being worthy of her. Being able to marry her in this life is my greatest honor. I only want to live a peaceful life with my family, with no other thoughts. Besides, I'm very busy with work and don't have time to chat. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back to work now. In the future, if you need something related to work, please inform Zeus. Emphasizing the word work, Bernie pushed the door open and left. Justice didn't want to tangle with this irrational Rosa any further. The door suddenly opened, nearly causing Zeus, who had been eavesdropping, to fall inside. Bernie greeted Zeus briefly before walking away. Justicey, Huang, would you like more water in your cup? Zeus awkwardly held up the teapot. No. Furious, Annie stormed out, sleeves flaring. Zeus felt embarrassed and rolled his eyes when she was far enough away. Pa. So shameless. Married and still hanging around like this, what a joke. How could someone like her compare to Lynn? If she were mine, I wouldn't want her either. Justice had attended Bernie's wedding and remembered Billy as generous, elegant, beautiful, and wealthy. Compared to this Annie, whether in looks or character, she was far inferior. Back in her office, Annie slammed the door shut. Inside, she raged. Seeing the teacup on the desk, she swept it off along with the documents on the table with a swipe of her hand. Clang. Glass shattered all over the floor. The spilled tea instantly soaked the documents, dripping into the carpet. Xiaolan. Killian happily entered only to see the mess. Are you all right? In 3 strides, he rushed over to pull her hand, worried about potential injuries, only to have it yanked away. Why are you here again? Killian came from a stereotypical rich second-generation family, whose wealth came from the internet business. Before the apocalypse, they were influential in Z province, and even after the apocalypse, the Shuntu family managed to secure a position in the base. Killian's father bought him an official position hoping he could restore the family's glory. Unfortunately, Killian was a classic good-for-nothing. His intelligence matched his looks, beyond description. Taking advantage of his work position, Killian frequently visited, and Annie knew he had feelings for her. But her heart belonged only to Bernie, and she had no room for anyone else, especially someone so ugly. Before the apocalypse, considering the Shuntu family business, she might have tolerated him. But now, unaware that he had long been considered trash by her, Killian anxiously helped Annie sit down on the sofa, gently patting her back. What happened? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll deal with them. Annie remained silent. To win her favor, Killian put on a serious face. Xiaolan, don't worry. Tell me who bullied you, and I'll ensure they get their comeuppance. Annie turned and scrutinized the big fool. Although the Shuntu family had declined, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. She couldn't act directly, but perhaps she could use this fool. Do you really mean it? Seeing an opportunity to show off, Killian nodded repeatedly. Of course, when have I, Killian, ever lied to you? Annie took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to him. It's her. The paper contained Billy's investigation report. Killian took the paper. Villa Area A3011? Justice started to back off. Those living in villas were either wealthy families like the Shentus or influential base leaders. If he offended them, his Zechariah would break his legs. Seeing that Killian was hesitating, Huang. Killian couldn't resist the goading from his crush and immediately thumped his chest in assurance. Who's backing down? It's just a Rosa. How do you want me to take revenge for you? A flash of viciousness passed through Annie's downcast eyes. Lifting her head with an appearance of helpless beauty, she caused Killian's heart to flutter as his hand on her back started moving downward. Xiaolan, if you accept me, I'll do anything for you. Annie suppressed the rising nausea in her throat, speaking in the most innocent tone about the most malicious things. What is most precious for a Rosa? I want her to lose everything and never be able to hold her head up again. Killian was startled by the malice in her words and shivered. But seeing Annie's seductive gaze and smelling her fragrance as they got closer, he lost all sense of propriety. All right, whatever you say, Xiaolan. 10 minutes later, Killian left contentedly. Annie sat on the sofa, disheveled, tightly gripping the high-end cream Killian had given her. Lin. Wanqiao. I'll make your life worse than death. Chapter 181, The Sun Disappears. After marriage, although life seemed unchanged on the surface, Billy felt that everything had changed. For example, Bernie now openly clung to her. They walked together when strolling. They mopped the floor together. Even showering, cough. On this day, after lunch, Billy planned to visit Bonnie's house. Wait, I'll go with you, Bernie said, walking out of the kitchen wearing an apron and his hands full of suds. There are only 2 bowls left, I'll wash them quickly. Today was his day off. The couple walked hand in hand on the road inside the base. At noon, the sunlight was perfect, and the gentle breeze warmed their bodies, making them feel cozy. In extremely cold times, the roadsides of the base were originally barren. In less than a month, clusters of tiny weeds had already sprouted from the mud, occasionally accompanied by tender yellow flowers. The greening on the ground in the residential areas was even more astonishing. Anywhere there was soil, people had planted leafy vegetables. Under suitable temperatures, cabbages grew rapidly, turning lush green under the sunlight, looking quite delightful. Life went on. People came and went along the roads of the base, most carrying luggage, walking hurriedly. They didn't have the leisure time like Billy to enjoy the scenery. Ordinary people entering the base had to work continuously just to survive, working without stopping for a moment. Those with better luck or stronger backgrounds, like Bernie, were directly provided with government food rations. Most people weren't so fortunate, leaving them with only 2 choices. First, accept the base's bounty tasks. There were two types: official tasks, which carried lower risks such as salvaging, transportation, and search and rescue missions, with relatively lower rewards, and private tasks, which had unlimited content, higher risks, but also higher rewards. Second, form groups and venture outside to look for supplies. These tasks all required going outside the base. The situation outside was acknowledged as dangerous, with various groups forming alliances and dividing territories. Anyone who could survive within the base wouldn't choose to go out. The stationed troops spent half of their daily efforts on security around the perimeter of the base. Getting off topic. The two arrived at the intersection of the neighborhood where Bonnie lived. Billy's last visit was during the Albert family's moving-in banquet. All these 6-story buildings looked the same to her, and she couldn't remember the specific location because she was directionally challenged. Fortunately, Bonnie was already waiting at the intersection. Unexpectedly, Bonnie led them outside the neighborhood. "Wonwan, isn't your home here?" Bonnie smiled, tilting her head. "Thanks to you, we moved." Their family moved from a cramped 30-square-meter one-bedroom apartment to a 60-square-meter two-bedroom apartment inside her workplace. Originally, Bonnie intended to apply for housing allowance. But after learning about their situation, the unit promptly provided a 2-bedroom employee dormitory, partly to please Jonathan. No wonder Bonnie wanted to thank Billy. The old place is rented out now, adding some extra income each month. Sitting in the living room chatting, Billy noticed 2 plant grow lights placed in a corner. "What are those?" Bonnie glanced over. "Grow lights. I know they're grow lights. How did you get them?" Billy hadn't mentioned Yeongye, Eternal Night, to Bonnie, only telling her to keep stockpiling food. Apart from acid rain, Yeongye wouldn't bring danger, and as long as they had food, there was no need to panic. Bonnie rarely became so serious. "Of course, I bought them. It cost me a month's salary. I handle finance here, and I can see the accounts for base procurement. Recently, the largest and most noticeable expense has been these lights. I thought about it and figured the base wouldn't stockpile them for no reason. They must be needed soon, so I bought 2. If they're useful, great. If not, I can sell them later without much waste." Billy was speechless. Was this still the naive girl she knew? "I can't always rely on you," Bonnie sighed. "My family has relied on your help all this time, making me feel useless." Justice's parents nodded in agreement. No feast lasts forever. Although they didn't want to separate from Billy's family, long-term dependence on others raised concerns about future survival. Billy felt both comforted and touched. She briefly mentioned Yeongye and acid rain. Now that Bonnie's family lived inside the unit, they would be safer even during acid rain, so she wasn't too worried. After a few more words, they bid farewell and returned home. Just as they walked out of the building, Billy sneezed. Without realizing, the wind had turned noticeably cooler. "Justicey, put this on." Bernie took off his coat and draped it over Billy's shoulders. Something wasn't right. Why was it so dark? She looked up at the sky. When they came out, the sun was still shining brightly. Now, although the sun remained in the same position, it seemed to be covered by a layer of white gauze, hazy and indistinct. Without direct sunlight, the temperature had dropped several degrees. It was like the prelude to a summer afternoon thunderstorm, with sudden clouds blocking out the sky. Someone nearby rubbed their arms as they passed, muttering, "It's only 2:30, but it's as cold as midnight. I should have worn more clothes. Shall we go?" Seeing that Billy was staring at the sky, Bernie urged her. "Brooke, don't you think the sun has gotten even darker since we came out?" Billy suddenly turned to ask him. Justice also looked up to observe. The intensity of the sunlight now resembled that of late afternoon around 5 or 6. The two stood there for about 5 or 6 minutes. Their eyes met, and they both saw confirmation in each other's eyes. "Right. Alberts. Let's get back quickly." They sprinted home. However, within just a few minutes, that faint white dot had almost merged with the sky, becoming almost impossible to find. Billy was almost certain, eternal night had arrived. The sun had disappeared. The last light in the sky flickered like a candle whose fuel had run out, struggling for 2 seconds before going out completely. The world plunged into pitch darkness instantly. Chapter 182, Who Said We Want to Kill You? Great, you have flashlights. Several bewildered passers-by nearby instantly gathered around. They saw that Billy still had one in her hand and their eyes lit up. "Fantastic, can I borrow one? I live in apartment 5001 in District B. I'll return it right away." Others, fearing Billy might run out if she lent them to him, also began asking for a flashlight. Billy didn't respond but walked straight to the little girl, squatted down, and asked, "Baby, where are your parents?" The little girl was too timid to speak. The man who first asked for the flashlight answered, "I know her. Her family is also in District B, in the same building. Lend me the flashlight, and I'll take her home." "Do you really think so? Does this little girl know you? How do we know you're not a human trafficker?" "Alberta, miss, lend me the flashlight. I work in the workshop right behind us. Absolutely reliable, I promise to send her back." Billy pointed at the man claiming to live in District B and patiently asked the little girl, "Baby, do you know this uncle?" She shook her head. "See, miss, just as I said, how could someone who lives next door be unfamiliar to her?" Billy didn't intend to meddle, but after waiting so long without seeing the little girl's parents coming, she couldn't bear to leave the child here alone. "Stevie, we..." Before Billy finished, a bass announcement suddenly sounded from above. "Mechanical department staff, please report to your posts immediately. Repeat, mechanical department staff, Please report to your posts immediately. The base had long anticipated this day and should have been well prepared. They had been standing there for quite some time, yet the streetlights hadn't turned on. Combined with the urgent content of the broadcast, something must have gone wrong. Just go to work. I'll take you home first. They spoke simultaneously. Billy took the little girl's hand. I'll take her home first and then come back. Just go, there must be an emergency. She handed another flashlight to Bernie. Bernie wasn't reassured leaving her alone, but the repeated broadcast urging everyone to hurry made him uneasy. Don't worry, District B isn't far from our home, and it's safe inside the base. Don't worry about me. Well, okay, bring her home quickly and then come back immediately. Only after receiving her assurances did Bernie reluctantly leave, glancing back every few steps. Billy took the little girl's hand again. Do you know the way home? She nodded. Then show Auntie the way home. Oh, what about us? You said you lived in District B too, catch up with us. The hell, are you really a human trafficker? Go to hell. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Billy led the little girl down the road. That man indeed wasn't lying, the little girl did live in District B. They hadn't arrived when they encountered the girl's parents, who were anxiously searching with torches. Stacy, thank goodness we found you. The mother grabbed her daughter. You scared me half to death. Where did you run off to? I saw her standing by the roadside crying, very dangerous. In the future, watch her more closely. Thank you, thank you. The father kept expressing gratitude profusely. You're welcome. Without lingering further, Billy started walking back home with her flashlight. By now, it had been about half an hour since the sun disappeared, yet the streetlight still hadn't turned on. She'd only been to this area once before and wasn't familiar with the small paths, so she could only proceed slowly by following the general direction. In the darkness, a beam of flashlight gradually approached. Was Bernie coming back to fetch her? When the person got close enough, Billy recognized that it wasn't Bernie but a stranger. She moved aside to let him pass. However, the man stopped in front of her. Billy, do you know me? Billy looked him over again, certain she'd never met him before. Are you Billy from Villa A3011? Alberts, that's me. And you are? Justice knew not only her name but also her address. I'm from the base hospital. Your family members came looking for you earlier, rushed out and tripped into a ditch. They are seriously injured and being treated there. Follow me quickly. What? Billy felt the world spin. Alberts, follow me. The man turned and jogged toward the hospital, and Billy hurriedly followed, imagining her grandparents lying in hospital beds, bleeding from wounds, looking pained. She didn't notice that the path they were on wasn't leading to the hospital. Nor did she see the sinister look on the man's face in front of her. As they walked, Billy gradually began to realize something was off. Just as her grandparents didn't have any photos of her or a cell phone. How did he recognize her? How did he know she was here? Thompson and Amy only knew that she went to find Bonnie, but this direction was nowhere near Bonnie's house. Also, they seemed to be heading south, yet the hospital was clearly in the northwest. Once she calmed down, many inconsistencies became clear. Are we there yet? Almost. Billy slowed her pace, took out pepper spray and a stun baton from her pocket, and hid them behind her back. Just seeing less movement behind him, the man turned around to urge her, hurry up, your family is waiting for you. Billy stopped walking completely. Who are you? This isn't the way to the hospital at all. The man's face darkened. Looking around, they were already at the edge of the shanty town, deserted and silent. Justice whistled. Out of the darkness, several footsteps approached swiftly. 2 more people came up behind her, holding ropes, looking menacing. Who are you, and what do you want? Billy quietly surveyed her surroundings. Apart from their flashlights, there was no light, and the ground beneath her feet was no longer asphalt but gravel. This was the shanty town, the most chaotic place in the entire base. No need to look around. Even if someone sees, no one will dare come to save you, the man who lured her here sneered. The survival rule in the shanty town, mind your own business and prioritize self-preservation. You still haven't answered my question. I don't remember ever knowing any of you or offending anyone. Who sent you? What they can offer, I can double it. The man laughed heartily. Double? Living in villas, you rich people sure have money. Billy's ears twitched. All? She heard him continue, we few brothers understand the rules of our trade. You can offer double, triple, quadruple, but we won't live long enough to enjoy it. Don't blame us, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the other 2 surrounded her. Billy gritted her teeth. If you're going to kill me, at least let me die understanding why. The 3 men burst into laughter. One of them said, who said we want to kill you? Billy looked at him. If not killing her, then what? That man inspected her thoroughly, his gaze blatant, and his intentions obvious. Chapter 183 Business. You guys. Just as her face instantly turned deathly pale, she stood in place, trembling like a frightened little white rabbit. The more Billy showed fear and frailty, the more excited the 3 men became. One of them reached out toward her chest. Billy waited until all 3 of them were close enough before she pulled out pepper spray from her pocket, quickly covered her own nose, and sprayed it directly into their eyes at close range. Ah! All 3 of them screamed as they clutched their eyes. It didn't end there. Billy squatted down and gave one of them an electric shock with a stun gun on his groin. Ah! Then the second one. Ah, hell! And finally the third one. Ah! The three of them curled up on the ground, holding their groins in agony, screaming in pain. They couldn't tell if it was from being numbed by electricity or beaten. Billy was fuming. She had been worried about her grandparents the whole time. How dare they try to touch her with those dog paws? She increased the voltage of the stun gun and zapped each one of them again on their backs as they lay curled up. Those on the ground were shocked so much that their bodies straightened. I can't take it anymore. Please, spare me, never again. Wrong, Justice passed out right then. Billy grabbed one of their collars, placing a cold dagger against his neck. Tell me, who sent you? It is Alwyn. Don't say. His companion interrupted fiercely. Billy chuckled bitterly, her anger burning hotter inside her. Very well, still unrepentant even at the brink of death. If that's the case, there's no need to be courteous. She flicked the dagger and plunged it directly into the throat of the man who spoke. That person stared in disbelief, gripping the dagger lodged in his neck tightly as blood trickled down along his collar. Billy yanked out the dagger, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. She seemed like a demoness walking out of hell, approaching step by step, crouching down. Justice doesn't want to live, what about you? Blood splattered onto her eyes, dripping down her lashes. Justice's expressionless face appeared even more sinister and terrifying in the darkness. I'll talk. It's the young master of the Shinto family who paid us to. Justice dared not continue, swallowing hard and carefully eyeing Billy, choosing his words cautiously, to bully you. Shinto. Billy didn't remember ever knowing such a person. When did she offend him? It seems not him but his Rosa who wanted this done. This left Billy even more bewildered. What kind of nonsense? What Rosa? I don't know. We only take the money, we can't ask about our client's privacy. I've told you everything, don't kill me. Two dull thuds followed. Approaching home, Billy quietly slipped into her room, not wanting to frighten the elderly. Bernie hadn't returned yet, so she quickly dealt with the blood-stained clothes and washed off the scent of blood from herself. That night, when Bernie came home late at midnight, Billy had already fallen asleep. The next day, upon waking up, both men in the house had already gone to work. Streetlights were already fully lit, but to save energy, the base stipulated that the lights would only be on from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Moreover, there were very few lights, only one per 100 meters. In regular residential areas, around 70 to 80% of households chose not to have electricity, relying on streetlights for illumination if they lived near enough. Those farther away had to live in darkness all the time. Later, the base adjusted, setting each streetlight to light up for 4 hours, taking turns to ensure residents' lighting needs were met. Thus, residents of ordinary neighborhoods developed 3 different schedules based on when the streetlights near their homes turned on. They could only complete all household chores and work within the short 4-hour window. Of course, none of these troubles existed in the villa area. Shinto. Billy muttered this name throughout the day. She truly didn't know him. Perhaps, someone could help her. Donovan. The young master of the Shinto family. Donovan, lounging in the Lin family residence with his feet up, cupping a teacup, heard Billy asking about Shinto by Cheng. His voice rose. Why are you asking about him? You can't be infatuated, didn't you get married already? Justice couldn't believe Billy would settle for such a useless man out of desperation. Don't jump to conclusions, she rolled her eyes. Do you know him? Everyone in Z province circles knows me. Tell me, why are you asking about him? Donovan took a sip of tea and, seeing Billy's dark expression, gulped loudly. What's wrong? Did he offend you? Kind of, but I've never interacted with him, and I don't think I've wronged him in any way. No interaction, well, not necessarily. The last time I asked you for that cream wasn't because this guy wasn't urging me. To chase a Rosa, he spent nearly 1/3 of his father's fortune. If his Zechariah found out, he'd surely skin him alive. A Rosa. The people from last night also mentioned some Rosa. Billy immediately followed up. What Rosa? The person you're asking about is Killian, the only heir of the Shinto family. Justice is uneducated and his actions are often ridiculous. Recently, he set his eyes on a small leader in the base, named Annie, I think. Anyway, he's chasing her hotly, but she completely ignores him, treating him like a monkey. We all laugh at it in our circle. Billy felt like she didn't learn much from this inquiry. What did Killian and Annie have to do with her? She didn't know either of them. How did he offend you? Donovan asked with a gossip-like face. Billy sighed helplessly. It seemed this matter needed further discussion. She didn't want to talk more about it with Donovan, so she changed the subject. Nothing. By the way, I have a business idea. Do you want to join? Upon hearing about making money, he immediately sat up straight. Tell me. Billy organized her thoughts. What I'm thinking is this, you sell skincare products alone, and although they're pricey, it hasn't hit the ceiling yet. Not hitting the ceiling yet? Donovan felt a little embarrassed recalling how he had been charging high prices. If we open a skincare salon and combine skincare with massage, we might make even more money. I'll supply the products and train the massage techniques. Additionally, if, hypothetically speaking, the sun doesn't appear again and people can't get sunlight long-term, what if we can provide a place where they can get simulated sunlight? Simulated sunlight? Donovan was bewildered. Alberts, have you heard of tanning beds? Machines that can simulate sunlight. This is possible. Donovan marveled. If this salon were opened, wouldn't those little princesses go crazy? Justice imagined an endless stream of gold flowing toward him. I'll provide the products and technology, while you provide the venue, labor, and management. 7 parts for me, 3 for you. Donovan, who had just been immersed in dreams of wealth, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing 7 parts for me, 3 for you. Chapter 184, Opening a Beauty Salon at the Base. What nonsense, don't you go too far. Hoyt jumped up in anger, feeling thoroughly wronged. Billy gave him a glance. Firstly, this idea was mine. Secondly, my products and massage techniques are the core of this venture. You know the value of these products, right? Neither part can be missing for the salon to operate. Finally, if you don't agree, I can find someone else. Places and staff are easy to come by. When it came to being a sly businessman, he was far from Billy's league. Hoyt immediately felt frustrated. Justice couldn't refute that. Not at all. Fine, forget it then. I don't like forcing anyone. Just to see it comes again, Hoyt was about to snap. Wasn't there always a way? Okay, 7% for you, fine. After settling the details with Hoyt, Billy promptly dismissed him. It wasn't that she lacked supplies, it was just that staying idle every day was boring, and the novels she downloaded had long been finished. Besides, she knew Aspen was also quite bored. If the beauty salon could be opened, on one hand, it would bring in some living expenses, and on the other, it would give Aspen something to do. Anyway, venue and labor costs were not her responsibility, so even if something unexpected happened, fleeing quickly wouldn't be a problem. Since that night's incident, Billy had been cautious, but it seemed as if nothing unusual had occurred. There were no reports of deaths in the base, nor any other strange events. Hoyt moved swiftly. Within 3 days, he secured both the location and employees. As their target customer base was the wealthy ladies from the villa area, the location was chosen to be inside the Justice family's villa. This was Billy's first visit to the Justice residence. Despite knowing the gap between herself and such an aristocratic family, seeing the extravagantly decorated villa still left her astonished. This wasn't just a gap, it was an unbridgeable chasm. This is the skincare area you mentioned, this is where we'll place the sun lamp. I'm working on getting it here as soon as possible. Hoyt cleared out the ground floor of the villa's annex, partitioning it into a few small rooms. There were luxurious single rooms for privacy and larger shared spaces for gossiping women. Billy studied several bloggers' massage lifting videos on her iPad, combining them with the acupressure points and techniques she learned from traditional Chinese medicine. She developed a 30-minute lifting massage routine. She consulted Aspen, who agreed enthusiastically upon hearing she could start work, even bringing along Albert Mu. Why let others benefit when they could earn another salary? Billy selected various skincare products and essential oils from her storage space, categorized by daily hydration maintenance, anti-aging firming, and sensitive skin repair, conducting training accordingly. Upon arrival, guests would lie down for a facial cleanse using machines, followed by a massage with essential oils, and finally, applying a mask. Those wanting sunbathing could use the separate room equipped with sun lamps. After completing their beauty treatments, guests could have makeup done before leaving. The slogan was simple: come beautifully, leave beautifully. Billy thought ahead. When business improved, they could expand into nail and hair services. Across the entire base, competition was unlikely to appear. The Lanhan, a blend of Billy and Justice Hanwen, beauty salon officially opened. Billy didn't want attention, so she only showed up for the opening ceremony, then handed everything over. With Aspen and Albert Mu handling things, and she being the supplier, there was no worry about Hoyt playing tricks. The salon's success was overwhelming. Before the apocalypse, visiting beauty parlors was a common luxury for wealthy ladies. After the apocalypse, even finding decent skincare products required connections. Having endured for a year, how could they resist a new beauty salon? Even if it meant taking risks, they'd take them anyway. By the 3rd day, they had to limit appointments due to overwhelming demand. In the first month, Billy sat down with Hoyt to settle accounts. The salon collected fire seed coins, and in that month alone, it earned 80,000 coins. Billy received 56,000 fire seed coins. To put that in perspective, a kilogram of millet cost 10 fire seed coins, and a 4-person family needed 80 kilograms a month, which amounted to 800 coins. She made nearly 6 years' worth of supplies for an average family in 1 month. Stunned by the figures, Billy almost dropped her jaw. Hoyt grinned ear to ear. Still got it, Jayu. This beats making profits from price differences. Immediately afterward, Billy went to exchange her coins for supplies. All the money in the account for top-grade rice. Excuse me? The staff member at the window thought he heard wrong. 56,000 fire seed coins, all for top-grade rice. Top-grade rice was unpreserved, though aged, it was far superior to millet. The price of top-grade rice was 50 fire seed coins per pound, the same as oil. Billy rummaged through her storage space and still decided to stock up on more rice. Having food allows you to go anywhere in the world. Grain is the real hard currency. Please wait a moment. The staff member hurried away. She wanted too much. Exchanging this much at once required leadership approval. The money in her account could be exchanged for 1,100 pounds of rice. Soon, the supervisor came running over, sweating from his forehead. Madam, you said you want to exchange all your coins for rice. Alberts, is that not possible? It's not impossible. The base does have 1,000 pounds of rice, but if you take it all at once, we may not be able to supply others. How about this? You take half today, and the rest in a few days when our next shipment arrives. Billy readily agreed. As long as there's no substituting inferior goods, waiting is fine. Of course not, the supervisor nodded humbly, smiling and escorting Billy out of the exchange center. Take care. The items would be delivered by a specialist, so she didn't need to worry. With her business done and feeling good, she hummed a tune, deciding to stroll by the salon and pick up Granny for dinner at home. To be precise, to cook at home. Justice her cooking skills were really not up to par. The security guard at the Justice family's gate had seen her coming from afar and opened the door early. When she arrived, he respectfully saluted her. President Lin, Justicello. Billy remained calm on the surface, but felt delighted inside. Familiar with the route, she went straight to the salon reception area. Seeing her, the front desk and receptionist quickly welcomed her in, offering tea and fruit platters. Carry on with your work, I'll sit here for a while. Billy dismissed the employees and sat alone in the reception area, reviewing the recent visitor list. A familiar voice, like a spell, suddenly exploded in her ear. Chapter 185 Reunion with Ariel. Lexis, your skin has always been well maintained, and after these few days of care, it looks as smooth and tender as a peeled egg. It's really admirable. Lexis replied proudly, is that so? You could achieve the same if you take better care of yourself. I've followed all these procedures many times but still can't reach even a fraction of your beauty. Clearly, you were born with good skin, something we can only envy. Billy raised her head, suppressing a surge of intense hatred. Just as her eyes met those of Arosa emerging from a private room. Wu, Yang, N.A. She actually ran into her here. In her wildest dreams, Billy never imagined she would meet her again in this lifetime. The veins on her hands stood out as she clenched the visitor book, creating wrinkles on its cover. Ariel wore light yet elaborate makeup, dressed in a tight-fitting bodycon dress and stilettos. She trailed behind Lexis, carrying her handbag, with an ingratiating smile on her face. This salon was a new battleground for social comparison among the affluent ladies of various bases. Just having money wasn't enough, one needed connections too, otherwise, a reservation would never be confirmed. She had ingratiated herself with the wife of Fabian for a long time, lowering herself to gain admittance here. For Lexis, bringing Ariel into such occasions served her vanity, as human nature craves contrast and comparisons. Having a subordinate who fawns and serves made her feel more dignified when facing other wealthy wives. For Ariel, getting into this circle mattered most, regardless of the process. She cherished every opportunity to mingle with influential figures. Spotting Arosa sitting in the waiting area, someone she hadn't seen before, she immediately wanted to strike up a conversation. Excuse me. Upon hearing her voice, the Rosa looked up, and her face wiped away any joy from Ariel's expression. It's you. Ariel's voice was shrill, trembling in disbelief. Just her freshly painted red nails almost touched Billy's eyes. Despite her refined makeup, her face contorted grotesquely. A year ago, Billy abruptly resigned and framed Carson, leading her Nikki to coincidentally discover their affair. Such coincidences didn't exist. Not only did they lose their jobs, but the scandal also became public knowledge among friends and family. By the time Ariel and Carson realized they had been tricked by Billy, it was already too late. Ariel despised Billy bitterly. Meeting her here was truly unexpected. Wherever there's no searching, there will be finding. You bitch. How dare you show your face in front of me? Ignoring Lexis's disdainful look, Ariel moved to slap Billy. The staff reacted quicker than Billy. Ariel's hand was held back before it reached her face. Please calm down. The staff tried to calm her down. After all, she was the boss. Ariel, flushed with anger, pointed at Billy, yelling, you shameless slut, how dare you betray me? Why didn't you die outside? She was displeased with the staff restraining her. Why are you holding me? Kick her out. What kind of lowlifes do you let in here? Bringing someone like this in could offend Lexis. After the temperature returned to normal, Billy opted for loose-fitting, plain cotton clothes and slippers for comfort. She considered this attire modest, refined, and full of taste. But in Ariel's eyes, it screamed poverty. Beggar. The staff exchanged glances, none daring to move. If the boss is considered a nobody, what does that make them? Lexis's face turned pale. She recognized Billy, who frequently visited. Billy was not just the secret owner of the only beauty salon in the base but also the go-to supplier for luxury goods that these affluent ladies couldn't find elsewhere: high-end skincare products, cosmetics, perfumes, and bags. In the world of the elite, Billy was a godlike figure. Ariel, this reckless Rosa, had offended Billy, jeopardizing her standing in this circle. Now she wished she had never brought her here, feeling utterly humiliated. Seeing everyone frozen, Ariel urged, what are you waiting for? We are VIP customers. Do you want to upset the Liang family because of this bitch? As she said this, she stopped struggling and sized up Billy, the scorn in her eyes deepening. Don't think you're anyone important just because you snuck into the base using underhanded means. Look at yourself, do you even belong in such a high-class place? Seeing the other's frantic and angry appearance, Billy, on the contrary, calmed down. She gave a light snort through her nose and sat back in her original spot. Lexis, did my presence here insult your family? Inside, Lexis had already cursed this jumping jester 100 times for not being discerning. She could only clean up the mess herself. She cleared her throat and was about to explain. Unexpectedly, her foolish ally spoke faster than her. You're also fit to compare with the Liang family? Just take a look at yourself in a puddle of urine. Don't think you've attached yourself to Zechariah and consider yourself important. She then addressed the petrified staff. Look at her shabby appearance. Don't really think she has the ability to consume here. Do you know that what Lexis and I spent this afternoon might be enough for her to live on for a year? Before Lexis gets angry, quickly get her out. Ariel. Lexis could no longer bear it. You can curse, but don't involve her in every sentence. Security personnel came in from outside with stern faces. Seeing this, Ariel shot Billy a triumphant smile. Billy, if I can ruin your reputation once, I can do it again. Even if you embezzled brother use money, a trash person will always be trash, never able to show face publicly. Throwing you out today is considered courteous. Tomorrow, I'll let. Justicey, what are you doing? You've got the wrong person. 2 security guards, expressionless, grabbed Ariel and dragged her away. Ariel, eyes wide with anger, struggled constantly. You blind dogs. I'm the customer. Grab her. Lexis hurriedly jogged over to apologize to Billy. President Lin, I am truly sorry. I'm not very familiar with her either. I only brought her here as a favor to Zion, but I didn't expect her to be such a person. Please don't take it to heart. Lexis's attitude couldn't have been more sincere. Ariel felt like she had been struck by lightning. Justice's face resembled an overturned palette, a riot of colors. What's going on? Lexis called her President Lin and looked flattery. The security didn't give her time to react, roughly dragging her out. Ariel finally panicked and hurriedly sought help. Lexis. Lexis seemed to completely ignore the commotion outside, focusing intently on Billy's expression. Billy smiled. Of course not. Lexis is a frequent and valuable customer. How could I distance myself from you because of such a jumping jester? Chapter 186 Retaliation. Ariel was thrown to the ground right outside the gates of the villa. The security guard showed no mercy and tossed her to the ground without a second thought. Get lost, and don't ever come back. Which wealthy madam in the compound doesn't try to cozy up to General Manager Lin? Even our Donovan speaks softly in front of him. She still dares to offend him? Isn't she looking for death? She rubbed her bruised arm and glared at the villa with bloodshot eyes. Billy. In an ordinary residential area. Dim streetlights cast their glow into the room. What did you say? Carson slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You saw Billy? Where is she? Recalling how Billy had tricked him, Carson felt a sharp pain in his teeth from clenching them so hard. Ariel sat on the bed, using saline water to clean her scraped arm. If this left a scar, Zion would surely be snatched away by other bitches. Hiss, you're yelling at me. Why don't you go yell at her? Ariel was also quite dissatisfied with Carson. Since being kicked out by her Nikki Ami, she decided to directly join forces with Carson, knowing he had some money. Unbeknownst to her, all of Carson's money had been swindled by Billy. Then came a year-long disaster. Living with Carson was far from comfortable. They barely managed to survive. Who knew, living in that ramshackle house with barely enough food each day, she endured it all for a whole year. So when Carson proposed a partnership, she agreed without hesitation. As for how they would cooperate, one would devise the plans while the other executed them. They made their way step by step into the base through flesh trade, managing to secure 2 slots. But there were only 2 slots for her, Carson, and his parents, 4 people. The ones who got left behind were naturally the older and useless Yuan's parents. Carson was ruthless. So his hatred for Billy was no less than hers. Now her target was none other than Zion of the purchasing department, who held the most lucrative job in the base. It was through Zeng that she managed to connect with Madame Liang. Carson didn't dare vent his anger on Ariel, as he needed her to maintain her relationship with Zion. Thus, he could only suppress his rage and comfort her. Nana, don't be angry. I just got carried away. How could I shout at you? Justice took the towel from Ariel's hand, dampened it with water, and gently wiped her down. It must hurt. It's all my fault. Seeing how gentle Carson was, Ariel's heart softened. Justice was far more pleasant to look at than those old and ugly men. Even though she wasn't angry inside, her words were still biting. Why are you comforting me instead of going back to your ex-lover? Though annoyed deep down, Carson remained gentle in tone. What ex-lover? How can she compare to you? That bitch has to pay for everything she did to us before. The first part was false, but the latter was undoubtedly true. She's doing great now, hooking up with top officials and opening a beauty salon in the base. You wouldn't believe how high the prices are. The customers are all rich madams. Today, Liang misses, and I did a basic moisturizing treatment, and it cost 100 fire coins. The more Ariel talked, the more jealous she became. Why should that bitch live such a good life while she had to squeeze into this small, dark room, lying beneath those ugly, smelly old men? What, 100 fire coins? Carson sucked in a cold breath. Justice couldn't even afford a cigarette that cost 20 fire coins, yet that bitch could earn 100 a day. No, if she had 10 customers, it would be at least 1,000. Fire seemed to burn in Carson's eyes. That bitch had conned him out of all his savings and used his name to take out loans. All of this should have been his. Bitch. Justice gritted his teeth. Just wait. On the 3rd day after the incident, posters detailing how Billy betrayed her fiancé, stole his wealth to support her lover, were plastered all over the lampposts outside the Late Han Beauty Salon villa. Initially, Billy stayed at home and knew nothing about it. Donovan and Aspen returned angrily. As soon as Donovan walked in, he started cursing. F***K. If I find out which bastard did this, I'll skin him alive. Aspen looked grave, hesitating several times to speak. Billy. Donovan slapped a piece of paper on the coffee table so hard that tea splashed everywhere. Justice believed someone was jealous of the booming business and devised this foul plan to discredit Billy. With rumors questioning the legitimacy of the shop owner's wealth, customers wouldn't dare come anymore. Billy pulled the paper out from under Donovan's hand. When she read the content, everything became clear. Without evidence, who cares about it? Billy said lightly, tossing the paper aside. After all, there were no traces left of anything from before the calamity. Even if Ariel had 100 mouths, what could she do if Billy didn't acknowledge it? Besides, people eating each other was not uncommon these days, let alone being cheated out of some money. Who would care? Donovan was almost amused by her calmness, given that the party involved didn't seem to care. You sure know how to take things in stride. If this spreads, it won't be good for your reputation or the salons. Billy tilted her head. So what if our reputation suffers? Are those wealthy ladies going to stop their beauty treatments just because they believe this hearsay? Is that possible? Not at all. They might hesitate for a while, but in time, even if Billy were a murderer, they would carry on with their routines as usual. Donovan fell silent, conceding the point. I'll handle this myself since it's aimed at me. You should keep an eye on the store more. Billy saw Donovan off, consoled Aspen a few words, and then returned to her room. Annie whom she didn't know at all. An enemy, Ariel. Billy felt frustrated. She couldn't just sit idly by like a salty fish anymore. In another corner of the base. You mean fiancé, fraudulent marriage? Annie confirmed the news she had heard again. Just as her subordinate Xiao Ju continued reporting, Albert's, it's buzzing around over there now. The Han Beauty Salon has suspended operations. I checked, her fiancé is named Devin, and the Rosa living with him is called Ariel. That Rosa has hooked up with Emmanuel. Ha ha ha, great, excellent. A gold-digging pretty boy, and a shameless bitch, they're perfect for each other. Half of Annie's face was hidden in shadow, her laugh cold. Such a perfect match, how can we watch them separate? Xiao Ju, you, she beckoned him closer and whispered instructions into his ear. Albert's, Director Huang. Xiao Ju left to carry out his orders. Chapter 187, the whole family goes to the station. The next day, Billy received a notification from the police station first. She was asked to come and pay fines to retrieve the others. She and Aspen rushed to the base police station, and upon entering, they saw Bernie, Goran, as well as the Albert family father and daughter all locked in a small room, looking dejected. Just as hearing the sound of the door opening, they looked up and seeing Billy, their faces seemed somewhat embarrassed. What happened? The four people exchanged glances, none of them speaking. A police officer nearby came over with a stack of tickets and asked, "Are you their family?" Billy nodded. "Albert's, officer, may I ask what happened?" They were involved in a fight, disrupting public order at the base. They are detained for 10 days, but considering it's their first offense and the victim doesn't wish to press charges, each can be released after paying 50 fire seeds. A fight. Billy turned to look at them, shocked. The four. The translation might not be accurate for this part. Justice. The police officer pointed directly at Bernie, assaulted a colleague. And those three, instead of stopping it, joined in. The officer said angrily, they refuse to admit fault even here, with extremely poor attitudes. If your colleague hadn't suffered serious injuries and didn't press charges, do you think you could leave so easily? Seeing that the four remained silent, Billy knew the officer wasn't lying. It was clearly he who. Bonnie whispered. Yang, don't say anything else. Albert's father quickly nudged her arm, knowing another night here would mean trouble. Bonnie closed her mouth angrily. Billy paid the fines for all four and signed the release forms. You're Billy? The police officer took the document from her hand, glanced at it, and suddenly stared at her curiously. Albert's, what is it? Billy felt strange. Nothing, sign and leave quickly, don't loiter here affecting our work. In the future, behave properly, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some connections. The officer's attitude inexplicably became extremely cold. Billy felt this comment was directed at her. Forget it, she'd ask at home. Silently, they returned to their villa. Now we can talk. Once everyone sat down, Billy finally asked, Brooke, tell me. Bernie hesitated and looked at her. Billy lost her patience and raised her voice. Not talking? Bonnie couldn't hold back. They accused you of marrying for money and called Bernie your kept man. That's why they fought. Billy frowned. Turning to Bonnie with a question, what about you guys? We went to try to stop the fight, but these people wouldn't stop spreading rumors. They even dared to say you used your body to get close to a senior leader in the base, and that our jobs were obtained by selling favors. Bonnie huffed. How could I bear it? My only regret is not beating them until they crawled. Bernie spoke then. Inna, don't let this upset you, it's bad for your health. We'll figure out how to handle the situation outside. Alberta, yeah, Bonnie and the others nodded in agreement. The story spread by Ariel was believable, partly true, partly false, yet logically consistent. Billy had to admit its effectiveness. She had already revealed everything to Bernie about her issues with Devin and Ariel before the disaster, so he had an idea who was behind this. Justice comforted her right away. But she didn't want Bonnie and the others involved. Rebirth was too extravagant to explain without exhausting herself. I already have a lead on this. Don't worry, I can handle it. You don't need to be concerned. After some persuasion, she managed to send Bonnie and her father away. The four members of the Lin family held a family meeting. You think the customer causing trouble at the store was Ariel? Aspen, who had been working that day and didn't come out, finally understood now. Billy continued, Alberta. I didn't expect her to get into the base. She couldn't possibly know such detailed inside information, and making such a fuss alone seems unlikely. I suspect. You suspect Devin is also in the base? Bernie finished her sentence. Alberts. So what should we do? Let them bully us? The usually quiet Goran pounded the table in anger. His granddaughter had been bullied by these two in her previous life, and now they were tormenting her again. There's something I've been hiding from you. Billy decided to reveal Shuntu by Cheng and Annie's affairs. She didn't know why she had any grudges with them, but if they targeted her family, she needed to prepare. What? There's actually such a thing. Aspen was frantic, pulling Billy's hand and checking her all over. You child, how could you hide such a big matter from the family? Where were you hurt? Bernie was radiating coldness all over. Annie? Do you know her? Billy felt his attitude was off. Bernie realized that the incident with Billy and the ruffians was mostly due to himself. Ever since he refused Annie last time, she hadn't given up. She kept finding excuses to accidentally meet him at work under the pretext of official business, and even tried to pressure him through his superior. However, Bernie believed that as long as he firmly rejected her, she would eventually give up, so he never mentioned it to his family to avoid worrying them. Justice didn't expect that Annie would target Billy. Justice explained everything about his interactions with Annie. I'm sorry, I said I would protect you, but... Bernie felt very guilty. It's not your fault, we just encountered a lowlife. Now, what matters is getting rid of this trouble quickly. Dragging it out will only affect our mood. Billy preferred to be straightforward and decisive. Dragging things out wasn't her style. Listening to her determined tone, Bernie asked, do you have an idea? I've investigated. She had probed Explosive Yang for information, learning that Annie's rise to this position wasn't because of great talent, but rather due to some special abilities. Explosive Yang couldn't disclose more due to confidentiality, but Billy pieced together enough from what she heard, coupled with the fact that the institute Annie led always managed to predict disasters in advance. She deduced that Annie was likely also a reborn individual. But it seemed her previous life experience only went up to the acid rain event. After proposing the possibility of acid rain, the institute made no further progress, leading Billy to speculate that Annie knew nothing about subsequent natural disasters. If this was the case, she could use an efficient and direct method to solve both troubles at once. Chapter 188, Mob Attacks the City. Billy's idea was to make a deal with the official base. She would provide subsequent warnings about the disasters, and in return, the base would help her solve any troubles. The advantage of this method was that she didn't have to act personally. It would be efficient when the base took charge. However, it also might expose her as a reborn individual. She was still hesitating. Indeed, anyone who stays in their comfort zone for too long finds it hard to step out. Compared to her, Billy took out the protective suits she had traded with Lin Pang. The suits came with hats and shoes, fully wrapping the body without any gaps. Even under vacuum compression, one could still feel how thick and sturdy they were. There were 4 backpacks, one for each person. To prevent unexpected situations, Billy put portable weapons, emergency medicine, water, and compressed biscuits in each backpack. She tried lifting one. It was quite heavy. In the following days, none of the worries of the Lin family came true, but the base encountered problems first. Polar night meant not only the disappearance of sunlight but also the will to live. Plants sprouted only to wither quickly without photosynthesis. Even the tenacious grass on the base's roadside couldn't survive. With the army maintaining order within the walls, things were relatively better inside the base, but outside was a different, much grimmer picture. Evil thrived in darkness. Refugees. Conflicts. Plundering. When one is in hell, peace and prosperity inside the high walls are especially jarring. A group of refugees attacked the base. The riot happened suddenly, tearing open the southern gate of the base. At this moment, several top officials, including Jonathan, were discussing how to handle the attack in the meeting room. Let me tell you, we should drive them back directly. These people won't back down unless they're beaten. An official from Jason's faction slammed his fist on the table. Hit defenseless civilians with cannonballs? Do you have any shame? A member of Denver's faction immediately retorted sarcastically. Justice, civilians? Only those inside the base count as civilians. Outside, they're just a mob. They are only doing what they must to survive. If you're so saintly, why don't you give them some food? What kind of good person are you pretending to be here? You. Jonathan's head throbbed as they argued. Enough. You were called here to discuss countermeasures, not to quarrel like market women. Justice massaged his forehead and asked Denver, how is the investigation going? It's mostly clear now. The leader of the mob is named Melinda. Justice started forming gangs and robbing 6 months ago. There are over 10 people following him. They form the core. At least 2/3 of the rest of the mob were incited by this group, which is truly deplorable. Seeing that Commander Atticus was listening intently, Denver continued. To be honest, these people are pitiful. Who wouldn't risk their lives if they can't survive otherwise? The base won't really target innocent civilians. I believe we should focus on cracking down on the ringleaders. This would serve as a deterrent and conserve our resources. Our current security personnel and weapons are insufficient. Jonathan nodded. Leave this matter to you. Justice then turned to Jason, Old Hyman. The situation inside the base is also unstable. Stability at home ensures calmness at the front. I trust you to maintain law and order within the base during this critical period. Jason, having been overshadowed by Denver, was extremely uncomfortable. However, he took this opportunity to back down gracefully. Alberts, Commander. Even staying at home, Billy could sense the tense atmosphere in the base. The patrol team near their home increased from once a day to 4 times a day. Residents were even conscripted to participate in the patrols voluntarily. However, without any compensation, very few people participated, so they could only use their own people. Goran and Bernie were both assigned to patrol duty. Evening Horizon Salon was completely shut down. Because Hoyt had no interest in making money lately, he was busy following Denver around dealing with the mob. Although Denver proposed the strategy of capturing the ringleader first, it was truly difficult to implement. Justice initially wanted to dispatch an elite team to silently eliminate Melinda, but unexpectedly, Melinda was too cautious, always accompanied by a group of people 24/7. The assassination plan failed. Trying to lure him into a trap under the pretext of negotiations? There was no way he would come. Hoyt came up with a scheme to sow discord. Melinda's second-in-command has reportedly had several conflicts with Melinda. Perhaps we can exploit him. These people simply envied the supplies and stable life inside the base. Who would willingly live in such a chaotic and dangerous manner? I don't believe he won't be tempted if I offer him these benefits. If we can successfully turn him, we can then launch an inside-out attack, ensuring we capture this group of troublemakers. Hoyt's idea was undeniably good. But whatever plan he thought of, the other side was already one step ahead. There was a mole inside the base. That day, after Billy had just finished dinner, she was lying on her bed upstairs browsing her tablet when she heard the air raid siren go off over the base. People outside were running hurriedly. Billy opened the door to the balcony on the second floor and walked out to see that the sky near the southern gate of the base was already lit up with flames, illuminating half the sky. Aspen rushed upstairs anxiously. Something happened. She barged in, out of breath. Something's wrong. They said the mob stormed in. The south gate is destroyed. Billy couldn't comprehend it. How is that possible? Previously, the south gate was damaged because of a surprise attack when we were unprepared. With the base fully prepared and equipped, how could we fail to hold the gate? After all, those rioters only had hammers and mallets in their hands, while the guards on the base towers were armed soldiers. I don't know either, but it seems there's someone inside our base working with the mob who opened the gate for them. Chapter 189, Corrosion. No way. Billy thought this person must be tired of living, allowing the rioters to attack the base. Would his life improve then? What was he thinking? The crimson in the sky seemed to be spreading, like a magnificent scene of clouds on fire. The shouts and cries grew clearer, as if they had already spread to Area B. Billy suddenly realized that grandfather and others hadn't returned yet. They were patrolling an area that seemed to be in Area B. She hurriedly put on her shoes and was about to rush out. Juyu, where are you going? I'm going to find grandfather. Amy, stay home and lock the door. Bag. Take the bag. Aspen shouted from behind while holding a backpack. Billy ran back, picked up the backpack, and rushed out without looking back. Juyu, be careful. As Billy reached the gate of the villa complex, she saw her neighbor, Daniel, being escorted back by bodyguards, pale and clutching his arm. Christopher Jong, what happened? Billy ran up and asked. Daniel's wife often visited Billy's salon, so they were quite familiar. It's Cullen, he said, clenching his right arm, which was soaked in blood. The rioters stormed in, and some have already made it to Area B. I was doing something there and got caught by surprise. Fortunately, Todd's patrol team was there, and I managed to escape. Doesn't that mean they would encounter the rioters face to face? Billy was very worried. How are my grandfather and Ahau? When I left, they were still near Building 22 in Area B. Don't worry, Cullen. Todd and his team have weapons and can hold them off for now. The officials are tied up in Area A but should provide support soon. You should go back quickly. Our neighborhood security is better than outside. Staying home will be safe, he comforted. Thank you, Christopher Jong. Billy thanked him and sprinted toward Area B without turning back. The road was filled with people fleeing in panic. Closer to Area B, the more crowded it became. The growing crowd slowed her down as she tried to push through. Why are you running towards danger? Are you trying to get killed? A kind-hearted person grabbed her upon seeing her heading towards the center of conflict. They'll kill anyone they see and loot everything. Why are you going there? Billy didn't have time to explain, only wanting to break free. Unbeknownst to her, the sounds of fighting drew closer. F***CK, they're coming. The man looked back, instantly turning pale, shouting at the fleeing crowd, hide quickly. They were at the boundary between Area B and Area C, where the largest supermarket in the base was located. Without caring whether Billy agreed or not, he forcefully dragged her into the supermarket. Billy struggled, but the man's strength was surprisingly strong, pulling her inside. Soon, others followed, pushing Billy deeper into the supermarket. The staff had long fled after receiving the news. The service windows were locked. Even though it was the largest supermarket in the base, the open area was no more than 50 to 60 square meters. People surged in desperately, filling the supermarket within minutes. The rioters, armed with weapons, had also arrived. Those inside didn't care about those still outside and hurriedly pulled down the roller shutter, locking the glass doors. Let us in. Let us in. People outside pounded on the door in terror. Someone behind the crowd was stabbed, blood splattering onto the roller shutter and through the perforated patterns onto the glass door. Justice help. Save us. No, don't kill me. Please, I'll give you anything, just don't kill me. The screams for help, pleas for mercy, and wails filled everyone's ears. Inside the supermarket, besides heavy breathing, no one spoke. Billy was pushed to the farthest corner, her heart racing with anxiety. If she tried to leave now, these people would likely kill her rather than open the door. The cries of agony outside continued. Another wave of rioters attempted to breach the supermarket. Those at the entrance held the door tightly. Everyone, help, they shouted. Everyone joined forces, pressing against the door. The rioters, unable to barge in, used their weapons, banging iron hammers against the roller shutter. Less than 5 minutes later, the force against the door suddenly lessened. At the same time, among the familiar screams, other sounds mixed in. It's raining, someone at the door said. Albert's, it was the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. The slaughter did not stop due to the rain, the screams grew louder. The person pressed against the door noticed something odd. No, wait, why are those rioters also screaming while covering their faces? Hey, really? What happened to them? Why are they all covering their faces? For some reason, those fierce rioters outside had all stopped attacking and dropped their weapons on the ground. Quick, look at their skin. People by the door jostled to peer through the cracks. They saw that people outside, whether rioters or original residents of the base, began to show large areas of redness on exposed skin, quickly developing into big blisters. Some scratched their swollen, itchy spots due to pain, only to pull off layers of skin, revealing the raw flesh underneath. What's happening to them? Someone was stunned by the scene. Look, there's something wrong with that rainwater. Their skin is smoking when it touches the water. An observant person quickly pinpointed the issue. Raindrops hitting the ground strangely made a hissing sound, causing smoke to rise from the asphalt. Flyers near the supermarket entrance were dotted with black corrosion points, resembling a beehive. Only the skin hit by raindrops was affected. The smart ones reacted quickly, realizing something was wrong with the rain and took shelter under eaves. The rain is corrosive. Look, those under the eaves are fine. As these words fell, the rain abruptly intensified. Soon, a thin layer of smoke enveloped the ground, seeping through the door crack into the supermarket, carrying an acidic, pungent odor that made people cover their noses. Ah! Those who didn't have time to hide or were injured in previous struggles screamed even more fiercely. They collapsed on the ground, curling up tightly and shielding their heads. However, under the heavy downpour, these people soon ceased to struggle. Their clothes, initially with small holes caused by corrosion, soon turned black in large patches, falling off and disappearing. Their hair also vanished. Then their skin. Their bodies seemed to melt away, with blood and flesh flowing, exposing the white bones beneath. Horribly, some still showed faint chest movements even as their skeletons became visible. Oh my god, he's still alive. Chapter 190, Corrosion, Part 2. The person at the door could no longer bear to watch and turned around, sitting on the ground in silence. The streetlights seemed to be corroded as well, flickering between bright and dim. Snap. The streetlight went out completely. Darkness enveloped the outside world. Apart from the pattering sound of rain, there was no other sound in the entire world. Fortunately, the lights inside the supermarket remained unaffected. No one spoke. Billy sat on the ground hugging her shins, lost in thought. The acid rain had come too suddenly. She wondered if Bernie and the others had found shelter. What if? She dared not think further, only burying her head between her knees, the slight tremors betraying her state of mind. Over 5 hours passed. Everyone sat sprawled on the ground, some had already started snoring. Billy remembered that in her previous life, the first acid rain lasted for 3 whole days before stopping. She glanced at the densely packed crowd around her and quietly retreated to a corner. There was water in her backpack, but she didn't dare take it out. She could only use her cuffs to hide it and sip from the bottle cap cautiously. 12 hours into the acid rain. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the pungent smell made her respiratory system uncomfortable. 24 hours into the acid rain. The rain outside continued to pour heavily. The accumulated water flowed down the slope into the source, mixing with the sewage and emitting a foul stench. Those who were taking shelter under the eaves couldn't wait any longer and started banging on the doors of nearby residents, begging to be let in, but none of the doors opened. 36 hours into the acid rain. The corpses visible in front of the supermarket were reduced to just skeletons. 48 hours into the acid rain. Those inside the supermarket couldn't withstand hunger and thirst any longer. They broke open the work window behind which was a small area of about 20 square meters with 5 or 6 shelves. Due to low daily consumption, the shelves only had a limited amount of water, food, and daily necessities. The warehouse wasn't located here. People felt disappointed. With so many people and such few resources. For the meager food on the shelves, there was significant conflict within the supermarket. Billy could only try to stay as far away from the center of conflict as possible, sitting silently against the wall with one hand always resting in her lap where she kept a dagger. Whenever she was hungry, she would break off a small piece of compressed biscuit and let it slowly dissolve in her mouth. Swallowing the food made her throat burn, her lips pale and cracked. Those who won the fights got food, while those who lost lay there weakly. 60 hours into the acid rain. Justicey. She turned her head, it was the person who had dragged her into the supermarket. Avon handed Billy a small piece of cornbread, no bigger than a baby's palm. Billy hesitated for a moment. Thinking she was hesitant due to politeness, Avon pushed it directly into her hand and whispered, "Eat quickly, don't let anyone see." Justice had picked it up during a scuffle among the group. Justice noticed this young girl who he had brought in was coughing constantly, looking as fragile as a porcelain doll. Justice felt compassion and divided his own food in half for her. Billy thanked him and accepted it. 72 hours into the acid rain. Billy's head felt heavy and dizzy. She had been watching the watch, realizing the 3-day mark was almost here. She thought the rain would stop, but instead, it rained non-stop for 3 days and an hour, 2 hours, the hour hand moving bit by bit, yet the rain showed no signs of ceasing. What's going on? People in the supermarket began to despair. This rain isn't going to stop, is it? They thought it wasn't impossible considering all the bizarre events that had happened in the past year. One more odd occurrence wouldn't be surprising. I'm dying of thirst. Does anyone have water? Just give me a sip, please. Dehydration was far worse than hunger. No one responded. The food stored in the supermarket was long gone. Avon simply sat next to her. Seeing Billy's flushed cheeks, he touched her forehead with the back of his hand. You have a fever. Billy was too weak to respond. Avon himself wasn't in good shape either. Dehydration caused his lips to crack. Billy forced herself to slip a small bottle of water into his lap secretly. You. Avon saw the small bottle of water, initially surprised, then frowned, immediately trying to return it to her. Just drink it. I still have some, she mumbled with a hoarse voice before slipping into unconsciousness again. 84 hours into the acid rain. Thankfully, the rain outside gradually lessened. Billy woke up intermittently, her mind full of worry. If it doesn't stop, the roof might collapse above them. But she shouldn't worry too much. The villa's roofs were equipped with glass, so they must have been treated here too. She wondered how Bernie and Thompson were doing, and also Amy, who had been alone at home all these days. Had she been frightened? She opened her heavy eyelids and glanced outside, where it was still pitch black. 96 hours into the acid rain. The rain seems to be almost gone, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Billy was instantly startled awake. The rain has stopped. In the darkness, indeed, the sound of the heavy rain could no longer be heard, although it hadn't completely stopped yet, the dripping sounds on the ground could still be heard. The person under the eaves across from them also noticed this. Justice cautiously observed for a long time. Hunger and his parched throat made him decide. Damn, I'm going out. Justice struggled to lift a metal door that had been discarded at the entrance porch, holding it over his head with one hand supporting the iron door and the other gripping the handle. Carefully taking the first step. The second step. The third step. All the raindrops were blocked by the metal door. Overjoyed, he quickly walked through the rain. Seeing this method work, people in the supermarket felt hopeful and started looking around for anything to shield themselves. Soon, the supermarket's promotional stands, glass windows, iron racks, chairs, anything large enough to cover their bodies was dismantled by people. A new round of competition began. Those who grabbed something immediately rushed into the rain, fearing it would be too late otherwise. One after another, over 20 people ran out of the supermarket. The remaining people could only watch helplessly. However, those who fled didn't stay happy for long as a new problem arose. After days of rain, the drainage system couldn't keep up, and the already corroded and pitted ground was full of puddles. Even areas without standing water were covered in water stains. Their shoe soles were quickly corroded. Ah, my foot. In the darkness, someone, panicking, stepped into a puddle. Justice help. Of the 20+ people who escaped, only 5 or 6 returned. Without exception, though they survived, their feet were ruined. Chapter 191, Devin. Seeing the disheveled person who returned after failing to, they were now pounding their chests in regret. But there were always those who refused to give up. Since shoe soles could be corroded, wouldn't it be fine to equip them as well? Thus, some people began searching around for things that could be placed under their feet. Billy, it's you. Billy had been taking cephalosporin these past 2 days and had been in a daze, never fully awake. Now, hearing someone call her name, she strained to open her heavy eyelids and looked up at the person. The first thing she saw was a man's face contorted with anger. The man stood against the light, his hair looking like it hadn't been cut for ages, tangled messily on his head like a bird's nest. His strands of hair were matted together, possibly from not washing for months. His chin sported an uneven stubble, seemingly trimmed with scissors by someone with very poor skills. His eyes bulged with rage, his gaunt and sallow face twisted fiercely due to anger. Billy froze. She couldn't recognize who this was. Seeing Billy's blank look, Devin grew even angrier. So, this Rosa had deceived his feelings and money, and now, after such a short time, she didn't even recognize him. Unacceptable. Bit. Justice felt a surge of anger in his heart, grabbing Billy by the collar and raising his other hand high. Billy was lifted by him, and this time she could clearly see him. Disgust flashed across her eyes. Devin's slap never landed. Avon caught Devin's raised hand, scolding, "What are you doing? Why hit someone? Who the hell are you, minding your own business? Get lost." Devin tried to shake off his hand, but despite several attempts, he couldn't budge it. It was laughable. Avon had brought Billy in as easily as carrying a chick. With Devin's skinny frame, how could he possibly shake him off? Devin roared, "Let go of me." Justice struggled violently but failed to break free, becoming more desperate. "Let go of me. I will let go if you don't hit her," Avon said. "What's it to you? Who are you?" Devin suddenly turned to Billy, who had been sitting next to him earlier. "Oh, Billy, getting braver, huh? You've hooked up with another one." Devin's tone turned sarcastic. Billy felt her headache intensify, feeling powerless but forcing herself to muster some energy. "Watch your mouth. Don't spew nonsense. Bitch, am I wrong? Deceived my fiancé's money to keep a pretty boy. Otherwise, how would you have entered the base and lived in such a nice house?" Devin spoke with hatred, "Probably used your charm to latch onto some big leader. Still unsatisfied, huh? Sneaking around? The crowd watched with interest. Embarrassed by the attention, Devin became even more aggressive. So soon, and you've hooked up with another one. Devin turned to Avon with a self-righteous expression. Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. This fickle slut will leave you broke. Avon glanced at the vicious-looking Devin and then at the weak Billy, choosing to side with her. Justice pushed Devin away, standing in front of Billy protectively. I don't care about your past issues, but you can't hit her when she's in this state. Also, I don't know her, so don't make unfounded claims. Avon didn't use much force, yet Devin stumbled back, almost falling. The onlookers also noticed Billy seemed sick, and they started criticizing Devin. Alberta, this girl looks pale. Hitting her now is just bullying. That's right. A real man doesn't bully a weak roser. Feeling humiliated, Devin wanted to fight back but hesitated upon seeing Avon's sturdy figure. Then he spotted a water bottle where Avon had been sitting. An idea formed in his mind. Justice pointed at the backpack Billy held tightly against her chest, shouting, they have food. Billy managed to stand, leaning against the wall, and laughed coldly. Devin, you want everyone to think there's food in my bag so they come to snatch it. Why do you care what I want? Look, there's a water bottle and packaging under them. She clings to her backpack like treasure. It must have food inside. Avon panicked. You're making things up. How could there be food in the bag? Those items came from the supermarket. Justice was genuinely worried that Billy's bag might indeed have food, given that she always shared her meals with him these past couple of days. Devin picked up the packaging bag from the ground, proudly displaying it to everyone. Everyone take a look. They're fooling around. The supermarket goods are all uniformly packaged. When did the packaging paper ever look like this? It's not from the supermarket either. Miss, if you have anything left, share a little with me. Once the rain stops, I'll return double, no triple. Alberta, yeah. Just now I even defended you. Share a little with me too. I haven't eaten since I came here. Billy leaned against the wall. My bag has no food. The cookies in the backpack were finished on the second day. The food and drinks she had consumed these past few days were secretly taken out from her storage space, which was indeed empty now. You're wrong, miss. Your bag looks so full, there must be plenty inside. See, the rain is about to stop. Sharing some won't hurt you. But Devin was too hasty. Justice still had the protective suit inside, making the bag appear swollen, and no one believed her words. Alberta, if you don't have anything, just open it for us to see. Billy didn't move. She only had one set of protective suits, and she couldn't risk anything going wrong. See, everyone? She doesn't dare to open it. Devin exaggerated further. She quietly opened the zipper, intending to reach inside and toss the protective suit into the storage space. But those people didn't give her the chance. Once convinced that Billy's bag contained food, where would 5 starved days leave anyone rational? Afraid of being late by a step, they feared the food would be gone. Like a pack of hungry wolves, the crowd surged forward, reaching for the backpack on Billy's chest. What are you doing? Stop. Stop right now. Avon was pushed aside by the crowd, frantically trying to pull people away, his face filled with anxiety. Billy wanted to grip her dagger tightly as a defense, but she truly had no strength left. Pushed around by the crowd, she fell to the ground. The backpack straps were firmly fastened on her shoulders, and those people struggled hard without success. Billy, along with her bag, was dragged around dizzily. Their hands clutched at her arms, her body. It hurt so much. Billy felt like she couldn't breathe. She wanted to retrieve a weapon from the storage space, but in her current state, she couldn't focus at all. It's over. Chapter 192, Devin's Death. Devin stood outside the crowd, his eyes filled with malicious triumph. Bang, bang, bang. The loud gunshots made everyone pause in their tracks. Without external support, Billy slid to the ground like a ragged doll. Everyone turned around. At the door stood 2 people in protective suits, completely covered from head to toe. One of them was holding a gun. Those 3 shots just now were fired by him. Who are you? As soon as the people asked, they thought of something. Are you from the official base? That's great, we're finally saved. Why did you come so late? I was about to starve to death. The 2 men didn't respond but walked straight toward Billy. Because of the fear of the guns they held, everyone automatically parted to make way for them. Seeing Billy's abnormal red complexion, weak breathing, and disheveled clothes with buttons popped off, and blood-red scratch marks on her exposed skin, the man with the gun felt as if his breath would stop. Justice clenched his fists tightly. Through the protective hood, everyone could sense his anger. We just wanted to ask her for some food. We didn't do anything to her. Alberta, she was sick already. It wasn't because of us. Bernie squatted in front of Billy, taking off his gloves to tidy up her clothes. Billy opened her eyelids slightly, catching sight of a familiar pair of dark eyes. Stevie, you're all right. Bernie placed his palm on her forehead. She had a high fever. Goran followed behind him, picking things up and putting them back into her backpack. Stevie, help her put on the protective suit. Let's go home first. Justice said while holding the protective suit he picked up from the ground. The 2 worked together to dress Billy in the protective suit. Upon seeing the identical protective suits in Goran's hands and on the others, everyone realized that the trio must be together. Though tempted by the protective suits, no one dared to act rashly due to the gun. But there was still one selfish person. Devin immediately jumped out, causing trouble. No, you can't leave. Bernie and Goran turned back at the same time. What are you to her? Through the helmet, Devin couldn't see clearly, only guessing that the young man tidying Billy's clothes must be someone close to her. His gentle movements revealed his care. Devin was convinced that this must be the pretty boy kept by Billy. Bernie's eyes turned cold. I'm her Nikki. Who are you? Haha, Nikki. So, you're the pretty boy she kept. A couple of adulterers, yet you have the nerve to ask who I am. Just asserting the term adulterers, Bernie's gaze grew even sharper. Unaware, Devin continued cursing. Who am I? I'm this bitch's fiancé. The house you're living in was bought with the money she swindled from me. This slut, almost engaged to me, actually dares to hook up with others. Bernie finally understood who this foul-mouthed man was. Hatred flared in his eyes. Standing up, gun in hand, he approached Devin step by step. His voice was icy. Say that again. So what if I say it again? She is a slut, a bitch. Don't tell me you didn't know before coming here. Before you arrived, she was hooking up with other men right here, and everyone saw it. How stable your green hat must be. Bernie shifted the gun's position and smashed its handle into Devin's face. Ah! Devin fell to the ground, spitting out blood mixed with a tooth. You dare hit me. Devin quickly got up, his face revealing hostility, looking around. Seeing a chair about 2 meters away, he rushed over and swung it at Bernie. Die. Bernie ducked, avoiding the first attack, then swept his leg across Devin's knees. Devin instantly went weak, crashing to his knees. Apologize, Bernie said. Apologize to Inna for all the sins you committed in your past life. Faced with humiliation, Devin, not accepting reality, stiffened his neck and retorted, fuck off. Bang. Bernie fired a shot. It hit Devin's thigh, blood gushing out, it hit an artery. Apologize to her, Bernie said emotionlessly. Ha ha ha, so I hit a nerve, huh? Apologize to that bitch. You think I will? Another shot hit Devin's thigh, accompanied by his piercing scream. Bernie stomped on Devin's injured leg, grinding it underfoot. Fuck your mother. You two adulterers, this is the base, would you dare to kill me? Devin was almost mad with fury. Ha ha ha, as long as I live, that bitch will never have a good day. Bernie withdrew his foot. Since this was the case, he had no qualms. Justice turned around, walked to the shelf inside, and picked up a glass. Leaving the supermarket. When everyone was confused, Bernie returned holding a cup of water. To be precise, it was a cup of rainwater. His face was grim as he took step by step toward Devin. What are you going to do? Devin began to fear now. Since you can't stop spouting filth, you don't need to open your mouth anymore. Justice stomped on Devin's chest with one foot, clamped his jaw firmly with one hand like a vice, and poured the strong acid water into Devin's mouth. Gurgle. The strong acid instantly corroded his throat, leaving him unable to even scream as the acid water flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. Clutching his stomach, he writhed on the ground, emitting a ha-ha-ha wheezing sound from his throat. Goran, supporting Billy who was already dressed in protective gear, came over. Stevie, let's go. Bernie carried her gently on his back and said softly, Inna, we're going home. Billy mumbled a faint acknowledgement before slipping back into unconsciousness. The three of them entered the rain without looking back. The crowd in the supermarket wore expressions of shock and envy. But after this year, who hadn't seen scenes of life and death? They were accustomed to it. Nothing was more important than their own survival. They just sighed inwardly and sat back down. No one cared about whether Devin lived or died. His legs had been hit in a major artery, blood pooling around him like a river. His throat and stomach were already completely corroded, and black blood occasionally gushed from his mouth. Justice wanted to cry for help but couldn't make a single sound. In regret and despair, he gradually stopped breathing. Chapter 193, Cooperation. Billy's high fever did not subside. There were many medicines in the space, but only she could activate it. After the riot, all functional departments of the base ceased to operate, and they couldn't buy medicine. Bernie and others could only watch helplessly. Finally, they managed to find Donovan, who provided some antipyretics. Thus, after returning home, Billy burned for 2 days and 1 night. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that she regained consciousness. The moment she moved, Bernie was startled awake. You're awake. Stevie. Justice's voice was rough like gravel. Bernie quickly got up and poured a glass of warm water at the foot of the bed. Justice, you must be thirsty. Drink some water first. After drinking the glass of water, Billy felt much more energetic. How long have I been asleep? How is it outside? She vaguely remembered being carried back by Bernie. Bernie propped up her pillow so she could rest more comfortably. You've been unconscious for 2 days, scaring Thompson and the others half to death. By the way, I haven't told them yet that you're awake. Wait a minute. Aspen and the others soon arrived. You scared Amy to death. Only now did Aspen dare to shed tears. In the past few days, with the 3 of them not returning, she had been guarding the house alone, worried sick. She finally welcomed them back, only to find Billy unconscious and carried back on someone's back. Amy, I'm fine now. Don't worry. Oh, right, how is it outside? Bernie said, the rain stopped the next morning after you returned, and everything has returned to normal. Actually, there was nothing normal about it. The acid rain came earlier than expected by half a month. Both the base officials and Billy had made preparations, but they were still caught off guard, especially during the mob attack on the city. Countless people died or were injured in the base. After the rain stopped, the sight was gruesome with bones scattered everywhere. However, this indirectly quelled the riot. These past few days, the base has been cleaning up. They announced that acid rain could fall unpredictably at any time and advised us to stay indoors as much as possible. Billy was concerned about Bonnie's family. They're all fine, no need to worry. Since you've just recovered from your illness, don't be so anxious. Oh, right. Once she regained her spirit, she made her decision. With Jason's downfall, the Justice family would likely be eager to expel his lackeys, Annie and Ariel, from the base. 3 days later, the gates of the Justice family estate finally opened. This time, Billy met Old Master Denver of the Justice family. Denver wore black-rimmed glasses and had a square face exuding righteousness. His hair was already half-grey, giving a completely different impression from Donovan. One appeared dignified and upright, the other worldly and smooth-talking. Billy came straight to the point, stating her purpose directly. You say you know what natural disaster will happen next. Albert's. Billy replied firmly. It was the first time Denver met this girl who often featured in his son's conversations. If Justice Hanwen had never lacked female companionship, he might have suspected his son harbored feelings for her due to constant mention. Today, seeing her in person, Billy exuded confidence and resilience throughout her being. Denver confirmed at a glance. These two are definitely not compatible. She wouldn't look twice at his son. What do you want? Old Master Justice didn't beat around the bush. Justice wouldn't believe Billy came out of kindness or affection for his son. I want 2 people expelled from the base. Donovan, sitting nearby, nearly jumped up. Kill people? Billy, how can you talk about such matters openly? Did you mean privately? Denver also frowned. He did not like to cooperate with people who harbored grudges. Billy shook her head. No, just expelling them from the base will be enough. She had not finished speaking yet. Little sister, who have you offended this time? Hoyt Wen made a shocked face, exaggeratedly. I remember your fiancé incident only just passed. Causing trouble again? Hanwen, please observe propriety and let Miss Lin finish her sentence. Oh. Billy continued. Actually, it's related to that incident. You should know the person who spread the rumors is dead, but his mistress was involved as well. This person staying in the base makes me uneasy. We can't possibly take revenge for your personal grievances. She hasn't really done anything to you. Hoyt Wen still couldn't stop interrupting. Whether you can expel her is your problem, and whether I can convince you is my ability, Billy said, revealing her guess. The base officials likely only predicted the acid rain, right? After that, they might be at a loss. Previous natural disasters were more accurately informed by Annie rather than official predictions. Only now did Denver truly give her a serious look. This was information only high-ranking officials like him would know. There were only a handful of people in the entire base who knew this. Justice believed those few wouldn't leak secrets, and he hadn't even mentioned it to Hoyt Wen. Hoyt Wen was utterly confused. Billy saw confirmation in the changing expressions of Denver. Thus, she became more confident. I can provide accurate information. The condition is what I just mentioned. Denver wasn't about to release hounds without seeing rabbits first. How do you prove your information is accurate? I can give you a piece of news that can be verified soon. Both Hoyt Wen and Denver asked in unison. What is it? Billy countered. First, you need to confirm if you are willing to make this deal. Billy's request was simply to expel someone from the base, which was not hard to do. Denver barely hesitated. Okay. You mentioned one person earlier. Who's the other one? Annie. Chapter 194. Want to know Bernie's past life? It's her. This Rosa, who had been active in front of all the high-ranking officials for more than a year, Jason's right-hand person. Denver didn't understand how Billy could be entangled with her. Can you explain the reason? She covets my Nikki and once even tried to get someone to assault me. Hoyt inhaled sharply at these words. She truly was a blind Rosa. She is Jason's confidant, having certainly done many unsavory deeds following him. Since you've already expelled Jason from the base, dealing with one of his subordinates would be effortless, wouldn't it? Wouldn't this also remove one of your rivals? Billy took a sip of water and continued to coax. Moreover, she initially got in through improper connections. I believe handling her won't take much effort. A trace of admiration flashed in Denver's eyes as he listened. Whether the bait or the reasons for their involvement, Billy left him unable to refuse. All right. Justice agreed. Now, tell me your news. Mutation and mold. Hoyt wore a confused expression. The previous seafood has already shown signs of mutation, but it's not just seafood. You can search within a 30-kilometer radius of the base for animals similar to bats. This information wasn't particularly shocking. Animal mutations had long existed, and this news could very well be her own speculation or something brought back by people outside the base. Thus, those on the opposite side showed no reaction after hearing her words. But what she said next was explosive. There are bacteria in the acid rain. Billy was among the first to be affected. In her past life, about a week after the acid rain began, people started getting infected. This bacterium wasn't fatal, only causing fever. What was truly terrifying was that this bacterium would cause food to rot and mold. She suffered greatly from it back then. The solution to delay the spread of mold. 1. Conduct a comprehensive disinfection of the entire base immediately after acid rain. 2. All food must be stored sealed and regularly sterilized. Otherwise, life inside the base wouldn't be much better than outside. After returning from the Justice family, Billy began waiting for a response. Since she woke up, her whole family had been tirelessly doing one thing. Sealing windows and doors, disinfecting and sterilizing. wearing masks as much as possible. 2 days later, the Justice family found the mutated bat Billy mentioned in a cave on the back mountain of the base. Unlike ordinary bats with their dark appearance, this bat had a dark yellow complexion, 2 heads, large ears like pig ears hanging down over its head, a long and sharp mouth that circled its entire face, and human-like eyes that weren't afraid of light. It was highly aggressive. In short, it was nauseating and terrifying. The soldier who caught the bat vomited on the spot. Meanwhile, the laboratory in the base also isolated bacteria from the acid rain. Billy's information was completely verified. The Justice family fulfilled their promise promptly. On the day of expulsion, Billy specially went to the entrance of the base to see them off. To prevent sudden acid rain, she wore a large protective suit, with only her beautiful eyes visible inside the helmet. Even though her face was covered, Ariel still recognized her instantly as she approached. "Billy, you bitch." Like Devin, she never seemed to recognize the situation, even attempting to attack. The guards at the gate quickly restrained her. Justice's shoulder bag fell off, spilling its contents onto the ground. Allowing them to take things with them was something Billy specifically instructed the Justice family to do. Billy wouldn't show mercy to her enemies. Upon seeing Ariel again, the hatred in her eyes remained intense. The Justice family didn't want to get their hands dirty, and neither did she. Kill with borrowed knife. Ariel carrying such a large bag alone, leaving the base, might think death couldn't come fast enough for her. Annie was smart, wearing only a raincoat and an electric scooter helmet she found somewhere to protect against acid rain. Apart from that, she seemed to have nothing else. She didn't lose control like Ariel, screaming at Billy in front of the guards. Instead, she remained calm. "Don't you want to know what happened between Bernie and me?" Billy responded indifferently. "What?" Trying to sow discord. She and Bernie had known each other for so long and traveled together, their bond couldn't be easily undermined by strangers. "Billy, you were reborn too, weren't you?" This sentence rang out like thunder in Billy's ears. She narrowed her eyes, looking at Annie with a dangerous gaze. Annie laughed maniacally. "So? Did I hit the nail on the head?" She had actually been suspicious for a long time. The first time she saw Billy, the latter was applying acid-resistant paint to her house, and this raised her suspicions. Later, after meeting Bernie, her attention on this family grew even higher. She spent a long time inquiring about Billy's information, including her purchasing demolition indicators without any signs of advanced planning, as well as her exceptionally smooth life before entering the base. Only recently did she figure out that it was likely that Billy also had a second chance at life. Seeing Billy purse her lips in silence, Annie decided to play her trump card. "Isn't it tempting to know what ultimately happened to Bernie?" "I know, oh. TSK, it's really tragic." Billy's breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean?" "Ha ha 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 ha, if you want to know, come find me." In 3 days, Changqing Road 655 No. 1 lane, alone. After saying this, she left by herself. At the gate, only Billy who was lost in thought and Ariel who was cursing remained. Once the guards confirmed that Billy and Ariel had nothing more to say, they pushed her out and ruthlessly closed the gate. There were always refugees loitering in the dark outside the gate, specifically robbing those who came out of the base alone. Thus, anyone inside would go out in groups when undertaking tasks. Ariel, being a rosa with a huge backpack, looked like an easy target for robbery no matter how you looked at it. Almost the moment the guard closed the base gate, Billy heard Ariel's piercing screams. "What are you doing? Let go of my bag." Slap slap slap. The crisp sounds of slaps echoed. Don't." Justice's voice abruptly stopped. Billy stood rooted to the spot, unmoved and unresponsive. Justice's mind kept replaying Annie's words before she left. Annie had a second chance at life and liked Bernie. Could it be something from the previous life? This also explained why Annie suddenly fell madly in love again. So, it was possible that Annie truly knew what had happened to Bernie in his past life. What did she mean by tragic? Were they also in the base in their past life? Was Bernie in danger? Billy felt dazed all the way back home. Chapter 195. Have you been looking for Justice all along? Billy had been thinking about it all the way. She didn't know if Annie truly knew the outcome of Bernie's previous life. In this lifetime, everything has changed, Hal's ending should be different as well. But, what if something was beyond her expectations? She couldn't risk that slim chance. Awoo. Billy was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the dog at the doorstep and stepped on it directly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't see you. Billy quickly apologized when she snapped back to reality. The dog yelped in pain for a while until it was finally calmed down with a can of meat. What's wrong? You seem distracted, Bernie asked, concerned. Billy hadn't let him accompany her to the city gate earlier, and now she seemed lost in thought again. Billy was awakened by Bernie's caring gaze. What happened at the base entrance? Wasn't it smooth? He asked. No. Billy decided to tell Bernie. Annie admitted that she has been reborn. Bernie nodded. Alberts, we analyzed that before. Then what? In her past life, she must have interacted with you. She said she knows how your previous life ended. From her tone, it sounds not good. So, Bernie remained calm, surprising Billy. Then aren't you worried? What if history repeats itself? She told me to find her. You can't go. Bernie blurted out urgently. She absolutely doesn't have good intentions. If you go, you'll fall into her trap. But. There's no but. We've already rewritten our fate. Listening to her so-called past life story has no value. Billy was still uneasy. What if there's something from the past life that I don't know? Tianhao, I can't allow anything unexpected to happen to you. I've lost you once, I absolutely cannot lose you again. She firmly stated, Tianhao, I have to go. Bernie sighed, alright, if you must, then let me go instead. 3 days later. Outside the base. Billy, wearing cumbersome protective gear, followed behind Bernie at a distance. A recent acid rainstorm had left the ground muddy and pungent, making walking difficult. Bones were scattered everywhere, reflecting a faint green light under the flashlight. Even in protective suits, they walked cautiously. A misstep could tear the suit on the bones. Though they expected danger outside the base, perhaps due to the recent rain, they encountered no one along the way. 655, Changqing Road Lane 1. This area was already rural, and upon arrival, they found an old 2-story wooden house. The house, already dilapidated, had been further damaged by acid rain. It rained heavily outside and lightly inside during storms. Similar houses surrounded the area, now eerily quiet, suggesting it had long been abandoned. Does Annie live here? Bernie stood outside the house, holding a loaded gun in his pocket. Billy stood 5 meters away behind a stone wall, observing any movement. Huang Inspector, I've come. Come out, Bernie called into the air. Just hearing Bernie's voice, Annie felt both surprised and delighted. Why did he come? Annie had built a makeshift shelter under a relatively intact eave using some iron sheets. Now, she huddled inside, looking around at the few items she had, a couple of rotten potatoes and some clothes. Facing her beloved, Annie anxiously wanted to check her appearance. Without a mirror, she used a puddle on the ground. She tucked her stray hairs behind her ears, straightened her wrinkled collar, and smiled sweetly as she stepped out. Tianhao, why did you come? Seeing her emerge, Bernie instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance, watching her movements warily. Why did you ask you to come? What did you want to say? Tianhao, you only talk about that Rosa. Do you know that I am the one meant for you? A trace of hurt flashed in Annie's eyes. Whether in the past life or this one, I'm certain that I only have Billy. There will never be any connection between you and me. You know? Annie was surprised. Billy had told Bernie everything about the rebirth. It's better that you know. Do you remember how we met at the base in your past life? It was you who saved me. Recalling the past, her eyes filled with emotion. Right here, you pulled me out of the mire, helped me, cared for me. You always looked at me with gentle smiles, saying my eyes were beautiful, like those of someone you've been searching for all along. Bernie grew more anxious as he listened. This nonsense, if you heard it, he'd be in trouble tonight. Justice hastily interrupted Annie's reminiscence. That's impossible. My parents died early. There are no other relatives in my family. Annie clearly paused, then blurted out, you're lying. How can there be no relatives? You nearly turned City C upside down looking for that person, and in the end, you died because of searching for that person among the refugees. Bernie fell silent. After a long pause, his low voice reached Annie's ears. Perhaps there was such a relative. So you believe me now? Annie felt a surge of joy. That person is my current wife, Bernie said slowly. I've known her for a very long time. In the past life, we were separated by a twist of fate. I think that if we were to separate now, I would spend the rest of my life looking for her. What? Annie widened her eyes in disbelief. You have been looking for her? Billy emerged from behind the wall, misty-eyed, making Bernie's figure blurry. So, this was what happened to How in the previous life. Justice had ended up like this. She walked beside Bernie, quietly taking his hand. Justice turned his head and gave her a loving smile. No. Annie screamed, impossible. She broke down. The way he looked at her was so tender, admiring her beautiful eyes. Eyes. Annie suddenly looked at Billy. Under the helmet, those beautiful star-like eyes were filled with love for Bernie, bearing a 7/10 resemblance to her own. So it's like this. Ha ha ha, so it's like this, ha 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 ha. Annie laughed until she could hardly breathe. Turns out I was just a substitute, everything good you did for me was because of her. Annie's mental world shattered, driving her into madness. Chapter 196, Don't Soil Your Hands. Billy, it's you. Annie suddenly turned her attack on Billy. If not for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You, die. Annie's eyes flared with malice. Just as a hand, hidden behind her back, suddenly lunged forward. Beware. In Annie's hand was a transparent glass bottle filled with a turbid, semi-transparent liquid. Bernie almost simultaneously pounced to shield Billy. Ah, my face. A piercing scream echoed. But it wasn't Billy's voice. Bernie, protecting Billy, turned to look at the source of the scream. Annie clutched her face, in agony and terror. Within just a few seconds, red, large blisters began to form on Annie's face. After she touched them with her hands, the blisters instantly burst and festered, red and white fluid seeping from the sores. The once beautiful and delicate face had become as horrifying as that of a demon risen from hell. A tall half-body mirror stood between them and Annie. It turned out that Billy had been observing Annie's actions all along. When an enemy invites you to meet alone, they certainly don't intend to discuss Bernie's 108 virtues. From the moment Annie appeared, her right hand had been purposefully kept behind her back. Thus, almost instantly when Annie attacked, Billy threw whatever shield she could find in the room. Well, only the mirror wasn't much use. She couldn't bear to sacrifice other valuable resources. This left Annie in misery. The huge half-body mirror clearly reflected her hideous face. Ah, I'll kill you. Already teetering on the brink of mental collapse, she became even more frenzied. She waved her arms wildly, ready to pounce on Billy. How could Bernie let her get close to Billy? Justice kicked her away. Annie's body crashed heavily to the ground, rolling twice on the acid rain-soaked earth. The acid rain instantly corroded her clothes and exposed skin. You. She wanted to curse at Bernie but couldn't bring herself to speak. Even knowing the truth, her feelings for Bernie were genuine, and how could they be easily dismissed? Lying on the ground, she alternated between cursing Billy as venomous and laughing and crying hysterically like a madrosa. Billy didn't want to leave Annie as a future threat, but Bernie held her back. Could it be that Bernie felt compassion? A trace of sadness flashed through Billy's mind. Albert Annie's feelings for Bernie couldn't be denied, his sympathy and reluctance to harm her were understandable. But Bernie said, "Let me do it. Don't soil your hands." That was unexpected. Bernie had no idea about the intricate thoughts racing through Billy's mind at that moment. Justice pulled out a gun hidden in his protective suit and aimed at the person on the ground. Annie's face, mangled and bloody, was unrecognizable, murmuring indistinctly, if only I hadn't met you. You shouldn't have harmed her." Bernie's expression remained emotionless as he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and silence returned. Rain started to drizzle. "The rain's here." Billy stepped forward and took Bernie's arm. "Sure, let's go home." Bernie turned and held her hand tightly. Under the curtain of rain, their figures faded away, leaving Annie's ruined corpse behind. Before long, another skeleton would join the old house. That night, after taking a shower, Billy lay down in the warm bed. A warm body pressed against her, wrapping her into a tight embrace. Bernie buried his head in her chest, his muffled voice coming from beneath her breast. Sorry. Sorry for what? If I hadn't saved her in my previous life and treated her as you, she wouldn't have developed such obsessive feelings for me, and you wouldn't have been hurt in this life." Billy laughed. "What are you thinking? I haven't been hurt. Besides, as long as you're by my side in this life, I'm not afraid of anything." Bernie replied with a single whom after a while. "Hey, speak if you want to speak. What are you doing?" "You." Bernie spoke concisely. Billy realized something was off too late. The acid rain fell intermittently without any pattern. Sometimes it stopped after just a few drops, other times it lasted for several days. Sometimes it ceased one moment and resumed the next, other times it would pause for over 10 days, making people think they had escaped the disaster, only to be caught off guard again. The death toll continued to rise, plunging the base into panic. The base had considered acid rain when constructing the houses and had implemented anti-corrosion measures. However, the corrosive strength and intensity of this acid rain clearly exceeded official expectations. Large areas of many roofs and outer walls exhibited corrosion reactions. At this rate, these houses would likely be reduced to just steel bars in less than 2 years. Billy's villa was relatively well protected. After she moved in, she reapplied an acid-resistant coating herself, so only minor corrosion occurred. But once the outermost layer of the wall coating was completely eroded, her villa would become as vulnerable as others. However, her self-built glass house remained sturdy. Since the acid rain began, the Lin family hardly ever left their compound. Billy stood on the second-floor balcony every day, gazing into the distance. The power lines at the base were severely affected by the acid rain, breaking down and being repaired repeatedly in a cycle. Standing on the second floor, it seemed that some streetlights were constantly flickering, giving Billy a sense of looking at stars after staring for a long time. Occasionally on the roads, people appeared dressed in bizarre armor. Life still had to go on. As most people didn't have protective suits, they used whatever materials they could find. Some joked that they looked like mutants. The base saw genuine mutant animals appear, rats and bats. The Lin family had blocked off the sores from the first day they moved in. After the acid rain, all vents at home were sealed, leaving only a small hole, with added protection mesh, open for daily ventilation. Thus, no mutant animals entered Billy's home. But she heard the screams of fighting and killing every day in the base. She often saw those red-eyed rats crawling out of the sores. Under the streetlights, one could see that the mutated rats were large, with sharp teeth. They could even bite through saw pipe openings, showing no fear of humans but rather rushing towards them. A bite from one of these rats wasn't just painful, the terrifying part was the bacteria they carried. More than a dozen people who were bitten by the rats went into shock and eventually died. Bats were even more terrifying. Just thinking about them made Billy feel nauseous. The base patrol team's daily task shifted from routine patrols to catching rats and bats. However, the protective suits were very cumbersome, and chasing after agile rats resembled the cartoon characters Tom and Jerry, funny yet heart-wrenching. Chapter 197, Kate. The Spark base posted a notice. It contained 2 main points. First, research had found that acid rain contained a type of bacteria that could significantly affect both human health and crops. After acid rain, the base would carry out routine disinfection. Residents were asked to wear masks and ensure all food was stored in sealed containers. Second, studies showed that mutant rats and bats carried numerous unknown pathogens, therefore, residents must not consume any part of these animals. As a precaution, they should avoid eating any kind of mutant animal altogether. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Oh, if we can't eat mutants, why did the base sell mutant octopus before? My goodness, my Nikki received a small portion, and our family ate it. Could we die? The base is so irresponsible. Some people were already desensitized to such news. Damn it, One thing we can't do and another thing we can't do. What are we supposed to eat? Dirt. Give everyone food if you have the capability. I've been eating rat meat for some time now. It tastes like chicken, crispy and crunchy. Look, I'm perfectly fine. What kind of bacteria can ruin food? There isn't much to eat anyway. How can people live like this? Ha ha ha, our food never stays overnight. All the base does is tell us what not to do, but never solve any problems. Why do we hand over so much food then? Well, we're still safer inside than outside. At the base authority's office, Billy selectively shared some of her past life experiences with the Justice family as agreed upon. As for how she knew all this, it naturally fell on the shoulders of the big boss who always had to cover up. Whether the Justice family believed her or not, Billy couldn't care less. In her previous life, bacteria-induced fevers and coughs, along with food spoilage, could be controlled. However, 2 years of prolonged darkness and dampness, coupled with the bacteria in acid rain and the increasing number of human and animal corpses each day, led to long-term consumption of infected mutant animals. Eventually, a deadly plague broke out 2 years after the acid rain began. It took the base 3 months to develop a remedy. However, within a month of the plague's outbreak, the population in Z province dropped from over 60 million to fewer than 1 million. The base prioritized its internal population when distributing the medicine. Billy, unable to enter the base at the time, nearly died before finally getting access to the medicine, by which point she was barely breathing. Though Billy survived, she suffered lasting damage, her voice became raspy, breathing laborious, and her body aged rapidly, resembling an old Rosa. The virus continued to mutate, leaving a small portion of the population unaffected by the medicine. Before she could catch her breath, the bodies of those who died from the plague began to rise from the ground, becoming undead zombies. Being bitten or scratched by them resulted in rapid infection. The only way to prevent this was to cremate the bodies before they mutated or decapitate the undead zombies. And then came the massive earthquake that ultimately claimed Billy's life. Back in the present, Billy recalled that the original medicinal formula comprised more than 10 ingredients. Frustratingly, she could only remember 3 of them: Delancey, Nujinkiao, and Fouchong. The information Billy provided was limited, and the plague hadn't yet broken out. Even if the base officials were informed early, their research progress would still start from scratch. But any help was better than none. The plague was still over a year away. For now, Billy could only stay calm. Life for the Lin family remained monotonous, much like living through a typhoon every day. Meanwhile, the rest of the base inhabitants were quite busy. Getting caught in acid rain, sickness. Not getting caught in acid rain, bacterial infection, sickness. Not getting caught in acid rain, no bacterial infection, food spoiled, nothing to eat, hunt rats, eat meat, sickness. While Billy didn't remember the anti-plague formula, she vividly remembered the remedies for bubonic plague and bacterial infections. Otherwise, how could she have survived more than a year until the base developed the antidote? Thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Just as her daily routine back then was, find food, can't find food, catch rats, get sick, find medicine, recover, find food, can't find food, catch rats, get sick. An endless loop. After a year, her 20-something body deteriorated to the state of someone in their 70s. Thus, when the base started seeing a surge in patients, Billy immediately donated a batch of herbs to the base hospital and resumed her role in treating the sick. Call her a saint or call it a show. Billy felt that being reborn was a gift from heaven, and she needed to be grateful. Wishes made must be repaid. Therefore, while ensuring her own safety, she wanted to help others whenever she could. On the other hand, leading a high-quality life while surrounded by others' misery provided her with some psychological comfort. Drawing from her extensive experience of relying on medicine as food in her previous life, Billy was extremely efficient in diagnosing at the Spark Base Hospital, always prescribing the most effective medications. Moreover, Jonathan and Denver, a few top officials of the base, would occasionally come to her for medical consultations, which significantly elevated Billy's reputation within the Spark Base. Fame can be as dangerous as notoriety. Such days only lasted a month before something happened. That day, after seeing the last patient, Billy had just taken off her white coat, preparing to hand over her shift. "Dr. Lin, don't leave yet. There's a patient outside who specifically asked for you." Justice colleague Boone came to find her. Such requests for Billy were common every day, and they were already used to it. Billy did not refuse, then let them in. Boone opened the door. "You may come in." "Inna." It was the voice of a strange Rosa. There was a hint of nervousness and joy in her tone. Billy looked up. When she clearly saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face, all her muscles stiffened. Kate, Justice's biological mother. The youthful beauty and flamboyance Billy remembered from Kate were long gone. Justice's eyes, very similar to Billy's, were filled with weariness, each wrinkle around them seeming to tell the story of years of hardship. Behind her stood a man and a Rosa. The man was about the same age as Kate, holding a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. The Rosa was clearly much older, with grey hair. Billy glanced at this group of 4 and immediately concluded, a family of 4. "Inna, I'm your mother, do you remember?" Billy felt no emotion towards the Rosa who abandoned her since childhood. Justice's expression was cold, but she still maintained her professional duty as a doctor. "Who here needs medical attention?" Chapter 198, Kate's Love. Kate panicked. "Inna, why don't you recognize me? I'm your mother." Billy seemed a bit irritable. "If you're not here to see the doctor, please leave, there are other patients waiting." She said this as she made shooing gestures. The man spoke up. It's my son, he's sick. All right, put him on the bed so I can examine him. The man complied. While examining the little boy, Billy asked the man, what seems to be the problem? Justice started vomiting and having diarrhea 2 days ago, and has had a fever all along. The little boy was burning with fever, and Billy checked his temperature. 41.6 degrees Celsius. That number gave her quite a shock. With such a high fever, how could you have waited until now to bring him in? We didn't know. The man's voice trailed off. What did he eat before this happened? The elderly Rosa who had been standing at the door finally spoke up. What else could we eat but rat meat? After a thorough examination, Billy had an idea of what was wrong. Justice was brought in too late. The bacterial infection had spread to his lungs, causing acute pneumonia. Such a high fever would have caused irreparable damage to his body. She regretfully informed them, you should take him home. The man became frantic. What do you mean take him home? You haven't treated him yet. Kate thought that Billy was still resentful towards her and refused to save her son because of it. I know I was wrong in the past. If you have grievances, vent them at me. Malcolm is just a child, he's innocent. Billy shook her head coldly. It has nothing to do with you. The boy was brought in too late. In his condition, he needs ECMO support to survive, otherwise, medications won't help. Unfortunately, we don't have those facilities here. No, you're lying. The elderly Rosa screamed. How can you just let my grandson die without doing anything? The man became agitated, grabbing Billy's arm. You can't leave. You have to cure my son. It's just a fever, he can't die from this. Billy tried to back away while responding, I understand your concern, but I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. If you don't trust me, you can try giving him some medicine, but I've already told you the result. She quickly wrote out a prescription and placed it on the table. Kate snatched up the prescription and ran to the pharmacy. Justice Nikki and mother-in-law were crying over the little boy, calling him their darling. With the prescription written, Billy wanted to leave, but the man grabbed her arm tightly. You can't go, Alberts. You can't leave until my grandson gets better. Billy winced in pain from the tight grip. She tried to shake free, but it was no use. There were only Billy and these people in the room, and the door was closed, so no one outside knew about her predicament. Just as she was preparing to use force to free herself, Kate's mother-in-law burst into a loud wail. Malcolm! Malcolm! Wake up, Malcolm! Justice hearing this, the man turned to ask his mother, Mom, what's wrong with Malcolm? Justice! Malcolm isn't breathing. My grandson. Kate rushed back into the room, panting and breathless, carrying the prepared medicine. Justice hearing her mother-in-law's words, she dropped the medicine bottle to the ground with a loud clang. Dark brown liquid splattered everywhere. Malcolm! Kate screamed, lunging toward the bed. Billy sighed inwardly. As the man's attention shifted, his grip on her hand loosened, and she tried to pull free. But this action startled the man. Justice glared at her with red eyes, like a wild beast, and fiercely threw her to the ground, shouting, This is all your fault. You didn't treat my son. Kate's mother-in-law also looked up, pointing at Billy and scolding, You unscrupulous doctor. We trusted you and came especially to see you. Now compensate for my grandson's life. The old Rosa rose and clawed at Billy's hair. Lying on the ground, Billy quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding her grasp. You're even trying to escape. I'll kill you. The man glanced around and spotted the stainless steel water kettle on the table. Justice picked it up and slammed it down hard on Billy's head. All this happened almost simultaneously. Billy had barely dodged the old Rosa's hands when the man's water kettle smashed down. Bang! The sound of the kettle hitting a head echoed. The water kettle rolled away on the floor. Billy stared in shock at the Rosa who had fallen on top of her. She had suddenly lunged forward, shielding Billy from the blow. Kate had been struck on the back of the head. Blood trickled down her hair and soaked into the collar of her shirt. The other two people, having seen the accidental injury to Kate, were already dumbfounded, frozen in place. Kate had left the door open when she entered, and the commotion quickly attracted the attention of the on-duty staff and other patients. Murder! Murder! Someone screamed. My God, so much blood. Kate lay in Billy's arms, her eyes starting to lose focus. Billy stared blankly at Kate. The aged, weathered face before her eyes gradually overlapped with the face she had once loathed. Why? She seemed to be asking Kate, but also herself. Since she had abandoned her long ago, why would she risk her life to save her? She couldn't understand. Kate was fading fast. She managed to pull a regretful smile for Billy with her last bit of strength. I'm sorry. The crowd around them called the police, and the Bay Security Police came to take Kate's Nikki and mother-in-law away. Soon, Kate's body was also carried away. Billy sat dazed in the office chair. She looked at the pool of dark brown blood on the floor without saying a word. She had never felt the warmth of a father's or a mother's love since childhood, to the point where she almost forgot that she had parents. To her, Kate was no different from a stranger. Today was the first time she had so vividly felt what it was like to be protected by a mother. It felt as if a crack had been opened in her frozen heart. But, just as she had just gained this feeling, she lost it again. Billy went home. Justice's mood was heavy. Aspen and Goran, as always, waited for her to come home before starting dinner. What's wrong? You're not in a good mood today? Billy's depressed state must have been obvious, for the three of them quickly noticed. Billy looked at her grandparents who had raised her, and quickly lowered her head to eat, hiding the moisture welling up in her eyes. Justice's uncle had died young, leaving Kate as the only remaining child of the elderly couple. She didn't want to make Aspen and the others sad. Nothing, just tired. Oh, I told you not to push yourself so hard. Our family doesn't need money. How will you deal with it if you ruin your health? Come, eat more meat to replenish your strength. Billy held her bowl and obediently said okay. Chapter 199, Relocation Plan. Time flies like an arrow, and years pass like a shuttle. The merciless passage of time is like a gentle breeze, fleeting and leaving no trace. Ultimately, the base's houses could not withstand the corrosion of acid rain. After more than a year of devastation, over 1/3 of the residential buildings in the ordinary area had collapsed. Especially the rooftops and outer walls were severely eroded, with some even collapsing. Base materials were limited. To accommodate as many people as possible, they maximized space utilization by reconstructing a venue similar to a sports stadium, which included only public restrooms. Its sole purpose was merely to provide shelter from the elements. Although residents who lost their homes grumbled incessantly, they ultimately had no choice but to compromise. What else could they do? After enduring harsh conditions for so long, many people had become numb. Merely surviving was considered fortunate, and they no longer expected living conditions to improve. They just got by day. The glass roof of the Lin family villa had been leaking for a while, continuously dripping on the cement below, eventually corroding a large hole through it. Subsequently, the acid rain also corroded through the second-floor slab. Once the exterior acid-resistant coating was worn away, the interior walls offered no resistance. 2 of the walls were now perilously close to collapse, and continuing to live there would likely result in disaster. The base could repair houses but required material contributions from the residents. Billy did not want to part with her resources. Thus, a month ago, the entire Lin family moved into a glass house within the courtyard. After nearly 2 years of exposure, the glass house remained intact. One day, 2 years after the onset of acid rain, sunlight flooded the sky. People outdoors were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. Ah, my eyes. Only those at the top of the pyramid within the base enjoyed regular electricity. Most residents had adapted to the darkness. The sudden appearance of sunlight, akin to a blind person regaining sight, left their eyes struggling to adjust. Billy was reading a book in her room. For the past 2 years, the Lin family seldom ventured out except for necessary excursions. Even then, they were fully equipped head to toe to avoid infection. A sudden beam of light penetrated the curtains. Justice's first thought was that it was a searchlight from the base. But she quickly realized this light was different from any produced by a bulb. Rip. She yanked the curtains open. The intense sunlight forced her to shield her eyes instinctively. The sun had returned. Billy was overjoyed. But she immediately sensed something amiss. The return of light heralded the arrival of darkness. The plague was coming. She had stayed within the base all these years not only because of its good security but also because she was waiting for the base's research on antiviral drugs. But the medication was not ready yet, and the plague was imminent. How could she not be anxious? She rushed out of her room immediately. Goran and the other 2 were standing at the door, marveling at the sunlight. It's finally sunny. My clothes haven't dried for days, reeking of mildew. Thompson, Amy, Bernie, I'm going to the Justice family. Billy rushed past like a gust of wind and vanished instantly. Why is she always so impulsive? Goran muttered behind her. Billy was in a hurry. They had agreed to give her a copy of the antiviral drug formula immediately upon completion. Now, she couldn't wait any longer. Having visited the Justice family frequently, Billy was well known and allowed unrestricted access. Hoyt and Denver were discussing the reappearance of the sun when Billy burst in. Before catching her breath, she demanded, "Where's the medicine? What's the progress?" Hoyt sighed, "My dear, you were here last week asking the same thing. It's not ready yet. You'll have to wait." "How long do we need to wait? Didn't you say you had a preliminary formula? Do you think making medicine is as easy as having a meal or using the restroom?" Hoyt rolled his eyes. "Justice Jingwen, how can you speak to Cullen like that?" Denver reminded him disapprovingly. Patiently, he explained to Billy, "We do have a preliminary formula, developed based on the current viral mutation patterns and the information you provided. However, without actual cases, we cannot conduct clinical trials, and we cannot guarantee its efficacy." Billy pondered and asked, "How long will it take once we have cases?" Denver paused. "I'm not a professional, but based on previous reports, approximately a month from the appearance of the first infected case." "Another month. All right," Billy conceded, feeling helpless. "If uninfected people take the current medicine, will it have adverse effects? Waiting for another month is too long." Since there's already a preliminary formula, as long as there are no adverse reactions, she planned to give it to her family first. Perhaps it would have a preventive effect. There haven't been any. Denver could confirm this point. "All right, then give me a few doses of the preliminary medication." Hoyt was puzzled. "What do you need this unfinished product for?" Billy explained her thoughts. "Is that even possible?" Hoyt was shocked. "But isn't this virus terrifying enough? We already have a preliminary drug, and we only need a month to finalize it. Aren't you being overly cautious?" Billy couldn't tell him how dire things were in her previous life. "You don't need to worry so much about me. Just give it to me quickly. Rest assured, I'll only use it within my family, it won't leak out." Billy suddenly thought of the beauty salon and added, "I'm thinking of closing the salon. What do you think?" Over the years, the 2 of them had made huge profits from this store. Billy would always run to the base exchange center to trade the earnings for food as soon as she earned money. Now everyone in the base knew that the true granary of the Spark base was at Villa A3011. She had become the richest person in the entire base. But with Jonathan and Denver backing her up, no one dared to challenge her. Just hearing that Billy wanted to close the store, Hoyt, of course, didn't want to lose this gold mine. Why close it? Once the plague ends, we can reopen it. Justice was quite confident about dealing with the plague. Although Billy had told them the general situation that would follow, zombies seemed too absurd. Not only did Hoyt not fully believe it, but he also thought that the base was well prepared and could quickly control the situation if it appeared. It's foolish not to make money when you can, Hoyt muttered to himself. But Billy was the major shareholder and the supplier of materials. If she pulled out, Hoyt couldn't continue on his own and didn't dare to oppose her either. Billy could see his dissatisfaction with her decision on his face. She didn't bother to argue with Hoyt. We'll see about reopening later. For now, it definitely has to be closed. When the plague comes, who would still visit? Keeping it open would just mean paying employees without earning. Well, alright then, Hoyt was convinced by Billy. Hugo, Denver suddenly interrupted their conversation. Alberts, what is it? Justice looked serious. We've seriously considered the situations you mentioned and prepared contingency plans for every scenario. Regarding the base, we've made the worst-case preparations. Billy perked up her ears. If the base can't control the plague, to ensure the continuation of the human spark, we might have another relocation plan. Chapter 200, Bonnie, a fateful meeting. Denver sincerely invited. There are very few spots available, but I have already spoken with Commander Atticus. Your family can be added to the fire seed plan list. Relocation. Actually, Billy had always been pessimistic about the base's control of the plague. She initially intended to grab the medicine and flee. After all, the more people there were, the more dangerous it was with zombies. Billy did not plan on relocating with the main group. After years of attrition, the global survival rate was less than 1% of what it was before the apocalypse. Now, there were hardly any refugees left outside the base. Even if there were, they were malnourished and diseased, probably unable to fight a healthy 7-year-old child. As long as they avoided crowds, those scattered zombies weren't so frightening. On the contrary, the base, with its large population, was more dangerous. Moreover, the earthquakes that would follow couldn't be solved by following official guidance. Moreover, she had accumulated enough supplies over the years. Continuing to follow the main group would make her timid and cautious. What was the point of hoarding so much and not being able to enjoy it? But she didn't refuse immediately. She herself could decline this opportunity, but there was still the Albert family. Billy immediately asked, if I want to give my spot to someone else, is that okay? Denver was quite surprised that Billy wouldn't take the valuable spots herself. To him, these spots represented chances to live. But Denver was still honorable and nodded. I've confirmed with Commander Atticus. I've reserved 4 spots for you, and you can dispose of them as you wish. All right. Billy returned home with the 7 vials of medicine she obtained. Originally, she planned to drop off 3 at Bonnie's place, but unexpectedly, they weren't home. Before entering her yard, she saw Bonnie and her parents coming out, with Goran and others following behind. Wanwan, Jayu, you're back. I was about to look for you. Bonnie had matured over the years and no longer rushed up to Billy in a boisterous manner like before. I just went to your place to find you. Turns out you came to our place, Billy said. The 2 families sat down again. Jayu, let me tell you something. Don't be scared, Bonnie opened with a mysterious and tense expression. Our base might be facing a big problem, Bonnie swallowed and continued. There are rumors in the office that we might have an outbreak, and the base is preparing to relocate supplies. Billy was surprised. What Denver told her as a secret was already spreading outside. Gossip existed everywhere. Bonnie hadn't noticed that Billy wasn't surprised at all. Continuing on her own, what do we do if there really is an outbreak? Billy thought for a moment. Wear masks and stay isolated at home. You fool, staying at home would starve us to death. We can't just sit here waiting to die. Billy wanted to hear Bonnie's plan, which was rare for her to come up with. Bonnie mysteriously took out a box from her backpack and placed it on the table. What's this? The medicine I got. Now it was Billy's turn to be shocked. Had the medicine she acquired at such great cost become worthless? Chastity from our department's mother-in-law's friend's daughter works at the research institute. It took me a lot of effort to get only 2 vials. Opening the box, inside were 2 clear vials of medicine, completely different from the light blue ones Billy held. Bonnie took one out, slightly embarrassed. I only got 2, so I can only give you 1. There were different versions of the medicine. Billy couldn't recall Justice family mentioning this. Having worked with the Justice family for so long, she trusted the character of Donovan and Denver. They wouldn't overlook something so important. Moreover, the medicine wasn't circulated yet. There was only one possibility left. Bonnie had been scammed. Billy sighed inwardly. Still unreliable. Bonnie brought not only the medicine but also managed to get a dozen masks, offering half to Billy right away. Wanwan, Christopher Albert, Aunt Albert, Billy started helplessly. Can I ask you something? Alberta. Billy recounted everything Denver had told her about the relocation plan. Now, if that day comes, would you be willing to relocate with the official base authorities? The 3 from the Albert family were caught off guard, exchanging puzzled glances. Jayu, you're giving us your spots, but what about you? Alfie asked. I have my own plans and don't intend to follow the official relocation. Well, can't we go with you? Billy sighed. My plan isn't 100% safe. If I also have to take care of you guys, I'm afraid. In short, following the official transfer will be much more secure than coming with me. If you want to follow me, that's okay too. In a situation where she had to rely on herself alone, she could barely protect her own family. The Albert family fell silent. Since the apocalypse, the sense of security for the Albert family had entirely come from Billy. Reflexively, they wanted to follow her. Bonnie was very reluctant to part ways with Billy. It was ultimately Alfie who made the decision. We'll go with the official transfer. Dad. Bonnie expressed her dissatisfaction. Wanwan, we've been taken care of by Yuyu and her family for long enough. If we go with her, it would only be a burden to her. Following the base's relocation is better for both our families. Bonnie couldn't argue back and sat there, head down, not uttering another word. Okay. By the way, I have 3 vials of medicine here, which I got from the official base. They should be more reliable than yours, but it's not guaranteed. Billy placed the 3 vials of medicine into Bonnie's box, then got up and took out a stack of masks from the drawer and placed them on the table as well. These are for you. It will be very dangerous and hard times ahead. Do you still have supplies? The Albert family had accumulated some fireseed coins over the years. Exchange all of them for food and water, especially water. Once the plague breaks out, the water source will be the first to be contaminated. Stockpile enough food, lock the door, and don't go outside. I'll speak with the base about the transfer. If the day comes, someone will naturally lead you away. But you. Bonnie suddenly hugged Billy, sobbing, but I can't bear to part with you. Billy stroked her back and comforted her. It's only a temporary separation. Believe in our fated meeting, we'll meet again if fate allows. Bonnie pressed against Billy's shoulder, muttering a muffled through her nose. Chapter 201, Disgusting Abscesses. After the Bonnies family, the Lin family locked their doors and didn't go out at all before the base developed the medicine. To minimize contact with outside air as much as possible, the glass house was also renovated a second time, sealing even the smallest gaps, leaving only one ventilation port. The ventilation port was also connected to an air purifier. Typical medicine is only effective for 72 hours. Taking it early would only result in metabolism by the body, wasting it. Therefore, Billy did not take it out in advance. Before this, she followed her experience from her previous life and prepared a traditional Chinese medicine formula for her family to drink daily. In reality, defeating the virus involves not only eliminating the virus but also strengthening the body's health, or else one might die before the cells in the body could kill the virus. So the medicine she now gave to her family were all formulas aimed at boosting immunity. As for physical fitness, Billy was quite confident in her family members. After all, since the apocalypse began, exercising for an hour after meals has almost become a habit for the Lin family. Almost on the night when the Lin family closed their doors. In a corner bed of the newly built public shelter in the base, a gaunt man with a pale face was coughing uncontrollably with his hands over his mouth. His hands and face were covered with blood lumps the size of eggs. Some of the lumps had burst, oozing pus, while others remained intact, revealing red and white pus beneath the thin layer of skin. The man coughed violently for a long time, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. TSK. The person next door complained through the curtain, coughing day and night. Can you let people sleep? Mila hurriedly apologized. Sorry, my Nicky isn't feeling well lately, he will get better soon. Look at his dying look, I can believe that he's about to pass away, not getting better immediately. It's a lie. If you want to die, hurry up and go outside, don't die here to bring bad luck. The Rosa and her family were rather timid and dared not argue back, only continuously apologizing meekly. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face, so the loud cursing next door quieted down. However, the conversation between the neighboring family clearly penetrated the curtain. You say, could he be sick? You're stating the obvious, if he wasn't sick, he wouldn't cough like this. Not what I mean. I'm saying, hasn't he contracted something nasty? Look at those growths on his body, how disgusting. Justice started spitting blood just these past 2 days. Have you seen anyone who got sick from eating rat meat look like him? Enough, go to sleep, don't think nonsense just because you are full. You should think about how to get some food instead. Well, okay, cough, cough, damn, coughing is contagious, cough, cough. At midnight. The wife turned over in her sleep and the cold sensation under her hand instantly woke her up. Hubby. She pushed the man's body, which had already stiffened like stone. Ah. The wife sobbed heartbrokenly. Don't scare me, hubby, wake up, wake up. The sharp cries of the wife woke everyone in the shelter. What the hell, who's screaming in the middle of the night? Can you let people sleep? Shut up, keep yelling and I'll shut you up permanently. Albert's hours of running for survival in the post-apocalyptic world had completely erased any sense of compassion. The wife now couldn't care less about other people's attitudes. Justice her world had collapsed. She pushed her already stiffened Nicky's corpse and wept bitterly. What the hell, still crying? Let me show you a lesson. Lights came on in the shelter, and people gathered around where the cries came from. The dim light illuminated this small cubicle. The Rosa was wearing only her underwear, kneeling on the bed, clinging to the man's corpse and crying her heart out. When people saw the man's corpse clearly, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of corpse was this? Just looking at the man's face, sunken eye sockets, hollow cheeks, dried red-brown bloodstains at the corners of his mouth made it clear he was nothing more than a skeleton. Albert, his body was swollen like a fat man's. There wasn't a single patch of normal skin on his whole body, just large and small red abscesses. Before he died, it seemed the itching was unbearable. There were scratches of various sizes on the abscesses, along with wounds that hadn't healed. Flies crawled on the ruptured abscesses, viscous white pus trickled down onto the bedsheets and mixed with the blood vomited out, creating a disturbing red and white pattern. The stench of blood and feces hit them right in the brain. Gross, someone retched. Oh my God, how disgusting. Someone pinched their nose. Justicey, is he dead? Hurry up and throw the body out if he's dead. Leaving it here will cause a stench. Ah, is this still a human? Everyone was chattering incessantly, not even thinking to comfort the Rosa who was weeping helplessly on the bed. Move aside, move aside. The shelter's duty staff arrived with a stretcher upon hearing the commotion. Though they had seen many corpses, the sight of this man's body still made them feel nauseous. Even with gloves on, they hesitated to touch it. Hurry up and take it away, it smells awful. The crowd urged. The two staff members could only mutter their misfortune as they steeled themselves to pull the man's body. No, don't. The Rosa on the bed suddenly burst out, lying over her Nicky's corpse, unwilling for them to take him away. Because of her violent movement, the quilt covering her slid off, exposing her naked body. Hiss, people felt another chill down their spines. They saw that the exposed skin of the Rosa also had bumps of various sizes, densely covering her chest and back. Just her condition was just slightly better than this corpse. Oh my God, what did you do to yourself? Whoa, I'm going to have a panic attack. Damn, I can't hold it, I need to vomit. Seeing this, the staff members did not dare to pull the Rosa either. Your Nicky is gone, blocking us like this has no meaning. Alberts, look at what's growing on your body. Hurry up and get treatment, or you might follow in your Nicky's footsteps. The Rosa had just acted impulsively, but her inherent weakness made her slowly release her Nicky's corpse. Put your clothes on and come with us, the staff member said. The staff members placed the stretcher on the ground and lifted the quilt covering the corpse. The sticky fluid had stuck to the quilt, so when they lifted it, a large piece of flesh came off with it. Someone ran off again. They held back their nausea and went forward to lift the man's body by the head and feet. The corpse practically fell apart with every touch. By the time they struggled to transfer the body onto the stretcher, it looked like someone who had been skinned alive. At this point, most of the onlookers had already run away. It was too disgusting to watch. The Rosa followed the stretcher, crying. The shelter once again fell into silence. Chapter 202, Lockdown. In the early hours of that morning, the Rosa returned in a daze, clutching an iron canister that held her Nicky's ashes. 2 more days passed. Night fell. In some corner of the shelter, there were constant rustling sounds of something being moved, occasionally accompanied by squeaking noises. A light sleeper in a nearby compartment was woken up. What's that noise? Justice strained his ears to listen for a while. It seemed to come from the neighbor who had just lost her Nicky a couple of days ago. What on earth is going on at this hour, he cursed, turning over and trying to go back to sleep. The noises from next door paused for a few seconds but then resumed unexpectedly. Enraged, he swore, "You damned Rosa, what nonsense are you up to? Can't you understand human language? Stop making noise." Slipping into his slippers, he switched on the small light in his compartment and flung open the curtain. "Damn it, if you make another sound," the words stuck in his throat as they died out. The dim yellow light from inside the compartment revealed a horrifying scene. The Rosa lay naked from the waist up on the floor beside the bed, her eyes wide open. A tipped-over water glass spilled water everywhere. Over a dozen mutated rats with glowing red eyes were feasting on her corpse. Just her abdomen had been ripped open, exposing her intestines which were dragged out by the rats. One of them, startled by the commotion, leapt onto the bed holding a piece of intestine that stretched all the way from her belly, hanging down and swinging. Ah! Startled, the mutated rats wanted to run away but could not bear to leave their meal behind, so they darted around with large chunks of flesh in their mouths. The shelter was lively once again. Holy crap! Something just flashed past my face. Damn it! How have these rats gotten so big? These mutant rats were even larger than those encountered before, with incredible bite strength that allowed them to carry half an arm around. Damn, it's charging at me. Quick, kill it, don't let it get away. Chaos ensued in the shelter. Half an hour later. Frowning, the staff members squatted down searching for pieces of the body dragged around by the rats. Dead rats neatly lined up on the ground. Everyone looked at the scene solemnly. For no other reason, the appearance of the Rosa's body matched that of the man's 2 days prior. Only 2 days had passed, yet a living person had inexplicably died. No matter how little compassion they might have, everyone sensed something was wrong. You think, it could be an infectious disease? No, it can't be. Don't scare me like that. Is it about the disease now? Look at those mutated rats, they eat human corpses. We've been eating rats every day. Doesn't that mean we indirectly ate? Stop talking, But someone thought differently, and Zechariah reached for the dead mutant rats on the ground. What are you doing? The staff member hurried to stop him. The Zechariah did not halt, he stuffed each rat he caught into a bag. You're not using them anyway. Might as well give them to me. Howell, are you crazy? Someone screamed. Those rats just ate human flesh. The Zechariah was not mad, he was very clear-headed. Eat human flesh, so be it. I'd starve otherwise, even eating people would be fine. In this apocalyptic world, dignity, decency, or disgust mattered little anymore. Anything edible or inedible went into the stomach. All grass roots and tree barks outside had been dug up during extreme cold and heat spells. Now the only way to survive was catching rats and bats. If one day even rats were gone, they would have no choice but to eat people. Upon hearing the Zechariah intended to take them home to eat, the staff quickly dropped the stone they were holding and tried to grab the Zechariah's bag. Put them down immediately. These rats were dirty to begin with, carrying unknown viruses. Now they've eaten a corpse, who knows what viruses they harbor now. They cannot be eaten. Ignoring him, the Zechariah slipped away in a flash. The base took the incident at the shelter very seriously. The Rosa's body was sent to the lab immediately, and staff were dispatched to disinfect the area. Where are the items? Following orders, the staff was supposed to move and destroy everything in the compartment. But standing before an empty space except for a tattered bed, he was dumbfounded. No one answered. Desperately, he shouted, "Whoever took anything from here, bring it back right now." No one stepped forward. Frustrated, the staff member yelled, "Do you want to be greedy over trifles? That Rosa died from an illness. Taking her belongings could infect you too. Return them immediately. We need to destroy them." What kind of illness? Someone timidly asked. What kind of illness? How should I know? It's still under research. These two people died so miserably. Anyway, it's a bad disease. Did you take anything? The person hesitated for a long time and then pulled out a pair of women's leather shoes from the plastic bag behind them. She herself only had a pair of sandals that she had picked up, with broken parts tied up with rope. The staff asked, "Anything else?" That person shook her head and muttered quietly, "No more. I only managed to get this pair of shoes." Who else took something? Hurry up. The staff shouted at the top of his lungs for a long time but only managed to retrieve a few scattered items. 3 days later, the base laboratory confirmed the detection of a virus in the Rosa's body and conducted experiments on lab mice. Within the first 72 hours after the lab mice were infected with the virus, there were no abnormalities. Between 72 and 84 hours, they started developing abscesses all over their bodies and experienced breathing difficulties. At 96 hours post-infection, the lab mice convulsed and struggled with severe respiratory distress, dying within less than 15 minutes thereafter. The presence of the virus was confirmed. Samples were immediately sent to the pharmaceutical research lab. After serious deliberation by the higher-ups, to prevent the spread of the virus, the entire public shelter of the base was placed under lockdown. "Let us out. Why are we locked up? Alberta, we're fine. Why can't we go out?" Residents of the shelter exploded with anger. Waking up one morning, dragging their weak bodies to prepare to go out for food as usual, they found the big door of the shelter already locked, with warning lines outside and soldiers guarding it. The base has ordered that due to the appearance of an infectious virus in the shelter, to prevent its spread, temporary quarantine measures have been imposed. The duration is unknown. During this period, you must stay here, and meals will be delivered 3 times a day. What? An infectious virus? Was it those couple from a few days ago? Oh God, it really is an infectious disease. If it's contagious, why are you locking us up here? By locking us in and not letting us out, aren't you sending us to our deaths? Other people's lives matter, don't ours count? Let us out. Just then, a more desperate scream echoed. Justice, help. That man is coughing. Is he infected? The crowd immediately scattered, leaving a man standing in the middle, holding his mouth while coughing softly. On his exposed forearm, red bumps identical to those on the previously deceased couple were clearly visible. Chapter 203, The Epidemic Spreads. The laboratory had been operating on a 24-hour overtime schedule. However, the pace of their research was far from matching the speed at which the virus spread. In fact, the first batch of infected individuals were outside the base. The couple in the shelter fell ill 3 days after returning from outside. The Nicky started developing bumps all over his body and began coughing the day after they returned. The base implemented quarantine measures for the shelter and ordered residents not to go out in the near future, but the staff members still had external contact. No matter how cautious or well protected the staff were, they could not escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, the virus began spreading among the base's staff first. Once the initial infections within the base were confirmed, the authorities immediately distributed preliminary medication. As expected, it had little effect. Even though the base completely sealed off the entire shelter, incinerated infected corpses, destroyed all items that had been in contact with the deceased, isolated close contacts, and disinfected twice daily, it was not enough. The virus spread incredibly fast. A week later, the virus had already spread beyond the shelter. Bang, bang, bang. A fully clad staff member knocked on the Lin family's door. "Disinfection is done. Come out and take your things inside," he said through a loudspeaker, shouting towards the door. Justice then dropped off the supplies and went on to knock on the next door. Goran wanted to open the door. "Don't go." Billy stopped him. "Going out increases the risk of infection. Don't go." Billy's concerns were valid. The next day, 4 people from the villa area were taken away, all wrapped up tightly. Good heavens, this virus is too powerful. Aspen watched from behind the glass as someone she recognized, an A3013 security guard, was being carried away on a stretcher. Justice was big and strong, with biceps so muscular that they bulged against his clothes. It only took a few days for him to waste away, his broad uniform hanging loosely on his frame. Justice lay on the stretcher, coughing violently as if trying to cough out his lungs, red rashes covering his exposed arm. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. If you notice any symptoms such as coughing, shortness of breath, or red boils on family members, please notify the base's Epidemic Control Department immediately. The loudspeaker played this message every time someone was taken away. At first, Billy would see neighbors visiting each other or standing on balconies chattering when 1 or 2 people were taken away. By the second week, more and more people from the villa area were being sent away, and panic grew with the virus. People no longer visited each other. Apart from fetching supplies delivered by staff, there were barely any signs of human activity. The loudspeaker message changed to, residents are prohibited from going outside during the epidemic. Keep your windows and doors closed at home and disinfect twice daily. If you notice any symptoms such as coughing, shortness of breath, or red boils on family members, please notify the base's Epidemic Control Department immediately. Black smoke began rising intermittently from the southwest corner since the outbreak. In nearly a week, it never ceased. A layer of grayish-white powder coated the outside of the glasshouse windows. Aspen was curious and wanted to wipe it off. Billy glanced at her. Ash. Scared, Aspen quickly withdrew her hand holding the cloth. By the third week, supplies at the Lin family's door had not increased for 5 days. Clearly, the authorities hadn't delivered supplies in 5 days. I haven't seen staff in protective suits for quite some time. The families in the villa area were relatively well off and weren't affected much. The common area, however, couldn't hold on. People were starving at home for days, and some couldn't bear it anymore. Wow, Carolinang, I told you villas have good stuff. Look, supplies are left right at the door. A young man with a crew cut peeked around the Lin family's gate, eyeing the supplies dropped into the yard by staff, his eyes shining. F***CK, some suffer while others thrive. Another person accompanying the youth climbed the gate immediately. Since the villa area had always been safe and the family moved into the glasshouse for daily life, the power lines were rewired, and the electric current to the iron gate was disconnected. Thus, the person easily climbed over the gate. Huey, squat down and let me step on you, the person told the crew-cut youth, who promptly squatted to help his companion climb in. Billy heard the commotion in the yard. Opening the curtain, he saw 2 men riding atop the iron gate, attempting to climb in. I'll go check, stay inside and keep the door locked, he said. Bernie immediately put on a mask and the protective suit he wore during acid rain. Billy wanted to follow but was shut inside by Bernie. Justicealpliss, Billy and the others could only watch through the glass. As soon as Bernie stepped out, the 2 young men who were climbing down were startled. One of them lost his grip and fell into the courtyard. Ouch. My butt hurts so much. Bernie picked up a shovel left behind from construction near the wall. Who are you? The 2 young men, upon seeing only Bernie, immediately lost their fear. One of them picked up the supplies from the ground and stuffed them into his arms, while the other pulled out a hidden dagger, acting arrogantly. They did not answer Bernie but sized him up instead, then asked, do you live here? You look pretty well fed. Conditions must be good. Seeing that the 2 were thin and still looked like teenagers, Bernie did not want to make things difficult for them. This is my home, and you're trespassing. I'll let it go this time, and these supplies are yours. But don't come back, or I won't be so lenient. The crew-cut youth exchanged glances with his companion. Huey, do you want to leave? These good things he just left outside, there must be even more and better stuff inside. I'm not leaving. Justicey, did you hear that? We're staying. What are you going to do about it? Bernie tightened his grip on the shovel, but he hesitated to hurt the 2 immature youths. I'm not kidding, if you don't leave, I will take action. The 2 laughed loudly. Just you alone, fight both of us. They waited for a while, hearing no movement from the villa, seeming to have concluded that Bernie lived alone, thus becoming bolder. The crew-cut youth even approached Bernie with the dagger in hand. Bernie knew that if he backed down again, they wouldn't give up. Justice decided to step forward with the shovel. Chapter 204 Infection. Damn it, screw this. Faced with Bernie's tenacity, the other person spat, drew a knife, and followed him. Bernie had just knocked the dagger out of the hand of the man with the crew cut when the other knife was already thrusting towards his chest. Ayo! Billy's heart raced as she watched. Without time to put on protective gear, she only donned a mask, grabbed her pistol, and pushed the door open. Get out! She pointed the gun, standing 5 meters away from the intruders. The intruders were clearly startled by Billy's sudden appearance. Despite being scared, they still bluffed bravely. Big sister, who are you trying to scare? This gun looks pretty real. Bang! Billy didn't waste any more time and fired a warning shot into the air. F***CK, it's a real gun. The 2 instantly retreated to the door, colliding with it loudly. Don't shoot, we're leaving. Billy held the gun steady. Leave the stuff behind. Even if she couldn't use it, she wouldn't let these people benefit from what they tried to rob. Alberta, okay. Despite their reluctance, the 2 left the supplies hidden in their arms and climbed back out the way they came. Ayo, are you hurt? After the alert was lifted, Billy lowered her gun. I'm fine, but you came out without protective gear. Hurry up and go back to disinfect yourself. Well, I'm already out here, no rush. Billy walked to the door and picked up the detached wires, sighing. It seemed they couldn't save on electricity after all. Ayo, reconnect the power to the gate. Okay, I'll do that, you go back inside. Dark grey dust drifted down from the sky, accumulating on the ground in a thin layer, leaving shoe prints wherever they stepped. Although she hadn't made direct contact with those 2, before entering the house, Billy sprayed herself from head to toe with disinfectant twice. Ayo, I've left the disinfectant at the door. When you come in, make sure to disinfect too. Leave your protective suit at the door after disinfecting. Got it, go inside quickly. However, she had underestimated the virus's infectiousness. On the third night, Goran suddenly developed a low-grade fever. What's happening, Inna? Grandpa hasn't gone out either. Aspen was anxious and at a loss. Billy inwardly panicked. Could it be something she and Bernie brought in the day before? But neither she nor Bernie showed any symptoms yet. Perhaps it was because Goran was older, with a weaker immune system. Billy immediately took out the 4 doses of medicine. Amy, help Grandpa sit up. Goran's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his teeth clenched, mouth shut tight. They tried for a long while but couldn't get him to take the medicine. In the end, it was Bernie who forcibly opened Goran's jaw and poured the medicine down his throat. Amy, Ayo, you should take some too. If she and Bernie brought the virus in, then no one in the family could escape. Goran remained unconscious, and Billy felt an overwhelming regret. She wished she had slapped herself for allowing Bernie to go out. If only she had shot those 2 intruders when they came in. Aspen wiped tears. Inna, will this medicine work? The thought that Goran might end up like their neighbors carried away on stretchers terrified her. Billy bit her lip. She wasn't sure. Let's wait a few hours and see. Billy took out her stockpile of antibiotics and gave Goran an injection. She also handed out masks. Although we may have already been infected, let's wear them anyway. From the moment Goran developed a fever, Billy, along with Bernie and Aspen, didn't dare to rest, fearing his condition would worsen. They checked his temperature every half hour. It seemed the medication worked. By late night, Goran's temperature returned to normal, and he regained consciousness, complaining about hunger. Aspen cooked him a large bowl of porridge which he finished before lying down again. Only then did Billy and Bernie feel relieved enough to go back to their room to clean up and rest. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Billy was shaken awake by Aspen. Aspen sobbed. Inna, it's bad. Thompson is running a high fever again. Billy and Bernie rushed into Goran's room in their nightwear. Goran looked as though he had just been pulled out of water, his hair was drenched in sweat, and the pillow was soaked. She touched his forehead, it was alarmingly hot. Billy quickly instructed Bernie to help her raise Goran and forcefully fed him another dose of antipyretic. Rolling up Goran's sleeve, she noticed scattered red rashes starting to appear on his skin, albeit still quite small. This won't do. I need to find the Justice family. I'll go with you. No, stay and keep an eye on Grandpa and Grandma. Bernie insisted. You stay. You have medicine in your space, and you know a little about medical care. I would be useless here. Alright, but please hurry back and be careful on the road. Bernie took his self-defense weapon, put on protective gear, and left. Billy stayed by Goran's side, worrying about Bernie. Aspen could not help, she could only sit by the bed wiping her tears. Bernie was gone for 2 hours. During this time, no matter what medicine Billy gave Goran or which acupoints she stimulated, he did not regain consciousness. Moreover, after 2 hours, the lumps on Goran's arms started spreading across his body, gradually growing larger. Brooke is back. Aspen noticed Bernie appearing at the door. Justice carefully disinfected himself from head to toe, then took off his protective suit and disinfected his body again before entering the room. Brooke, how did it go? Did you get the medicine? Aspen grabbed his arm eagerly. Billy was also nervous. The epidemic in the base had worsened day by day with no signs of control. She was really worried that they hadn't developed a cure yet. Bernie pulled out 3 vials from inside his jacket. I got them. Billy and Aspen both sighed in relief. Hurry up and give it to your grandfather. Aspen tried to grab the vials, but Bernie pulled his hand back. Brooke. Bernie sighed and explained. The Justice family said the medicine just came out of the lab. There's currently no human clinical trial data. Billy immediately understood what Bernie meant. That is to say, these injections had only been tested on animals, not humans. Injecting them might have no effect or, worse luck, cause irreversible harm. Cough, cough, cough. While Billy was thinking, Aspen suddenly started coughing. She and Bernie looked over. Aspen waved her hand hastily. I'm fine, cough, cough. Your grandfather is more important. Tianhao, what do you mean by that? Aspen didn't understand. Billy showed a troubled expression. Amy, he means this medicine hasn't been tested on humans yet. It may not work, and it could even make things worse. Aspen panicked completely, tears rolling down like pearls cut from a string. What do we do then? What about your grandfather? Billy clenched her teeth. She would definitely get infected anyway. The government had studied for so long with some of her provided remedies, surely the medicine wouldn't kill him. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Goran started coughing heavily, then he vomited all the porridge he ate at midnight. Chapter 205, Contagion, Part 2. Schwanli. Aspen hurried back to the bedside, wiping away the filth around his mouth in a panic. Forget it, let's take a chance. Apsel, give me the medicine. Billy extended her hand to Bernie. Inna, you can't take the risk. Bernie knew what she was thinking. Apsel, Thompson can't wait. Don't worry, I believe the Justice family wouldn't give it to you unless they were sure. Bernie shook his head. You can't try the medicine. At this moment, Aspen stepped forward and interrupted them. Let me do it. Bernie remained unmoved. Aspen grew anxious. I'm old anyway, so what if I die? You two are young, and besides, this concerns your grandpa. As his wife, only I should take the medicine. Granny, don't talk about dying like that. We all need to be fine. My physical condition is good, and I know pharmacology, so I'm the most suitable. No, precisely because you know pharmacology, if anything happens to me, I'll rest easy knowing you can take care of your grandpa. As the two were arguing. Don't argue, neither of you should take the risk, Bernie said with conviction, and there's no need to test it anymore. What? Billy was momentarily stunned. Weren't they saying the drug's efficacy wasn't clear? Then she realized something, making her break into a cold sweat. She had forgotten that Bernie only brought back 3 doses of the medicine. Why would the Justice family only give him 3? Apsel, did you? She couldn't believe her own guess. Aspen was also puzzled. Bernie smiled gently. I've already tried it. Apsel. Aspen was shocked. I injected myself at the Justice family's place, but we need to observe for 22 hours. Bernie spoke calmly as if it weren't a matter of life or death. Billy pursed her lips and said nothing. After a while, she sighed, took Bernie's hand, and sat down. His hands were a bit cold, and Billy could feel a faint tremor. It was impossible not to be scared. Still 22 hours to go, right? Apsel, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Alberts, I trust you. Seeing the situation was settled, Aspen didn't say anything more and returned to Goran's bedside, wiping away her tears. Schwanley, Apsel risked his life for you, so you have to fight too. The only response was Goran's heavy, burning breaths. Bernie sat quietly in the chair, showing no signs of distress. 2 hours later, daylight broke. The loudspeaker outside broadcasted again. All residents, during the epidemic, please stay indoors and lock windows and doors. Disinfect twice a day. If any family member exhibits symptoms such as coughing, wheezing, or red boils, report immediately to the Disease Control Department. If an infected relative passes away, notify immediately, do not hide it or handle it yourself. Repeat, if an infected relative passes away, notify immediately, no hiding or handling on your own. Apsel, eat some noodles. Aspen put 2 eggs in everyone's bowl, especially Bernie's, which had noticeably richer toppings. Billy, worried about Goran and Bernie, had no appetite, but thinking she might be infected too and if she fell ill, the whole family would be lost, she forced herself to swallow a few bites. Goran's temperature was even higher now. Last night he was occasionally lucid for a few minutes, but now there was no response. The fever medication wasn't working. The bumps on his body had spread all over. Billy used sterilized needles to puncture the lumps, releasing pus and blood, then applied antiseptic ointment to the wounds. To prevent dehydration, she hooked him up to intravenous glucose and saline solutions to replenish fluids and nutrients. After finishing this, she went to check on Bernie. Cough, Apsel, cough, are you feeling okay? Bernie shook his head, showing no signs of abnormality on the surface. In reality, his fists clenched under his clothes. The drug was very potent, and he felt like he was being steamed, hot all over, yet touching his skin would feel icy. His feet, hidden under the table, were trembling slightly. If Billy were meticulous enough, she'd notice small red spots on Bernie's neck. Suddenly, the kitchen sounded with the crash of dishes breaking. Granny. Billy rushed over. Aspen lay on the floor, coughing uncontrollably, clutching her chest. Billy helped her lie down next to Goran. A thermometer read 38.4. Inner, I'm fine, cough, cough, take care of Thompson, Aspen gasped, feeling something swollen in her throat, almost choking her. Billy gave her 2 pills and let her lie down to rest. They barely made it to 6 o'clock in the evening. There were still 12 hours left until the trial period ended. Bernie was struggling to hold on, afraid that Billy would notice, so he kept pushing through. Cough, cough, cough. Billy felt a slight dizziness herself. This virus was spreading too fast. She took some ibuprofen for herself and continued to sit by the bed, checking the temperature of the elderly couple and using cold towels to reduce their fever. Billy managed to get through the hazy night until midnight when Goran suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, instantly waking her up. 39.2. Goran already had heart disease. Listening with her stethoscope, Billy could hear premature beats and irregular heart rhythms. This couldn't go on like this. Brooke, give me the medicine. Billy couldn't wait any longer. No one responded. She stood up, feeling dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Supporting herself on the table, she walked over to Bernie. Justice was now slumped over the table. Asleep. Billy murmured. Brooke, wake up. Billy gently pushed Bernie, only to find his upper body collapsed on the table, revealing half of his face, flushed red. Billy tried to slap her own face to stay calm. Don't panic, don't rush. She used a thermometer to measure Bernie's temperature. Fortunately, it was less than 38, but there were some red spots on his neck. Bernie had shown no symptoms at all, but after taking the medicine, the onset of illness came even faster than for Billy. But it wasn't certain if it was due to the medication. Clenching her teeth, she decided to wait a bit longer. Dragging her sick body, she cared for 3 people. Despite her strong will, Billy couldn't hold out. On her way to change the water again, her vision suddenly went black, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 206, The Last Night. Pain. Just ache. Body ache, every bone felt like it was melting. You. Billy's eyelashes fluttered, and she lifted her heavy eyelids. You're awake. Ahow, come quickly, you is awake. The first thing she saw was Aspen's magnified face, then Bernie's head poked over from the side. Both had looks of concern in their eyes. Billy's lips parted slightly, trying to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a violent coughing fit began. Cough, cough, cough. Thompson, cough, cough. Aspen hurriedly helped her sit up to ease her breathing, while Bernie turned to fetch water. Your grandfather is fine, his fever has gone down. Justice woke up, ate a little, and went back to sleep. How do you feel? When Aspen woke up, Billy was lying on the lounge chair next to her, with bandages on her head and blood seeping through. She seemed like she had just been pulled out of water, unconscious no matter how many times they called her name, which frightened Aspen immensely. I'm okay. What happened? Seeing Aspen's expression had returned to normal, Billy asked. Aspen rolled up her sleeve to show Billy. The red rashes on her arm had faded significantly. Ahau gave us all medicine. I've gotten much better. So has your grandfather. It's just that does your head still hurt? Ahau said he found you lying on the kitchen floor when he woke up, bleeding from your head. At this, Billy instinctively touched the back of her head. Ouch, she grimaced in pain. Don't touch it. Are you crazy, child? Bernie brought hot water and fed it to Billy. Ahau, when did you wake up? Bernie recalled, around 2 in the morning. I don't even know when I fell asleep. When I woke up and saw all of you collapsed, my heart almost stopped. Although Bernie was still in a state of exhaustion when he woke up, he indeed felt much better. It seemed the medicine worked. Justice immediately gave each of them an injection, staggering as he did so. Aspen was the first to wake up, followed by Goran. In contrast, Billy, who had cared for the 2 elders for several days and fell, remained unconscious. After waking up, Billy drank some porridge and then drifted off to sleep again. When she woke up fully rested, it was already dusk the next day. She was awakened by the commotion outside. Why should they get the medicine first? Just because they have money? My mother is about to die. Are you human at all? We refuse. We refuse. Please save my son. My parents are dead, and my wife passed away yesterday. I only have my son left. Please, it doesn't matter if I die, just save my son. Billy propped herself up. Ahau, what's happening outside? Bernie hurried over to prop her up with pillows. Those outside are people from District B and C. There were only 200 doses of the first batch of medicine, and they decided to prioritize Villa A, so, the people from District B and C disregarded the risk of infection and came to cause a disturbance, right? All for survival. Billy lowered her eyes. Justice's pale face, lacking any color after recovering from her illness, looked even whiter, emphasizing her delicate features. She no longer had her usual strength and looked like a frail little white flower. Bernie couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Don't worry. Additional security has been dispatched to the base, and they won't let them in. Even though the villa residents got the medicine first, more than half had already died. After a few conflicts between the crowd gathered at the entrance of the villa area and the authorities, they realized their weak force was futile against the might of the base. With the authorities promising that medicine would be supplied to District B and C within 3 days, the crowd dispersed. The delay resulted in a rise in death tolls. Many organs had failed or were overworked due to the disease. Those who survived despite waiting for the medicine had various complications, appearing to have aged 10 years since the onset of the illness. Just like Billy had experienced in her past life, the first batch of medicine temporarily controlled the virus. But this virus was very cunning, choosing to hide within some people, quietly upgrading. The current calm was temporary. Billy knew that the second wave would soon break out. That would be the true beginning of hell. Living dead. Billy planned to leave the base once the 2 elders had somewhat recovered. So soon. Aspen and the others were reluctant to part ways, having finally found a place where they could settle down. In another week, the virus had been controlled within the base, and now free medicine was being distributed outside. In another week, the situation outside would temporarily improve. Leaving now would mean certain death. Even though the virus was under control, the base's announcements never ceased. Residents, if any of your family members have unfortunately succumbed to the infection, please immediately notify the base's disease control department for centralized cremation. Absolutely do not conceal this information or dispose of the bodies yourself. I repeat, if any of your family members have unfortunately succumbed to the infection, please immediately notify the base's disease control department for centralized cremation. Absolutely do not conceal this information or dispose of the bodies yourselves. If discovered, severe punishment will be enforced. The Justice family took Billy's words to heart. For this entire week, the outside was filled with constant noise and cries. Don't take my Nicky away, please, let us see him one last time. Let go. My mother is already gone, her last wish was for a proper burial. Is it too much to ask? We can bury her ourselves, you don't need to interfere, let go. People are like this. During the pandemic, when their lives were on the line, they only thought about how to survive. Albert, once the virus was controlled and their lives saved, they began to care about other things. The base took a firm stance, and whenever an unreported case was found, they would forcibly remove the body from the home. Any resistance to enforcement, they would be knocked out and taken away together. Most families were already numbed by suffering, complying with whatever the base said, obeying because without the base's medicine, they would have been dead long ago. But there were still a few stubborn ones. Billy, having regained her strength, began packing up to leave. She visited the Justice family and the Albert family for a final farewell. Bonnie naturally had tearful eyes, but the base had already arranged her relocation plan, so she could only bid farewell to Billy. The Justice family had known she was leaving and asked if they could help, but Billy declined. The virus in the base has been temporarily controlled, but outside, why don't you follow us for relocation? Hoyt finally extended an olive branch to her. Their years of interaction made him admire Billy. Denver also urged her to stay, recognizing that Billy's connections could be a significant asset to the Justice family. Billy had her own plans and politely refused. Back at her place, Aspen and the others had already packed everything, waiting for Billy to store them in the spatial dimension. The Wuling car, which was still in the spatial dimension, came out just as it was when put in, with the engine rumbling and snow remnants from the cold spell still on the hood. Important items were stored in the spatial dimension, while some useless large furniture were tied onto the truck bed to avoid suspicion. That night, the family sat under the lights, studying the map. Chapter 207, Anomaly. The main objective now was to stay far away from crowds. The denser the population, the more concentrated the zombies would be. After a night of discussion with the map in front of them, they decided to head southwest. Southwest had 8 parts mountain, 2 parts water, and 1 part farmland. Unlike the northern plains, it was the most underdeveloped and impoverished region of Zed province, all twisty mountain roads, remote villages, and few residents. People had surely fled these areas long ago. Even if some still remained, amidst so many mountains, any family could easily find a remote spot deep in the forest and live isolated from the world. After determining their location and route, the family went to sleep, spending their last night at the base. Billy didn't know that this night would bring earth-shattering changes by the time he woke up. At 2 a.m., Fireseed Base Zone C. A scruffy middle-aged man squatted on the ground, furrowing his brows. His wife, beside him, was trying to console their crying daughter while speaking to her Nikki. "Honey, can we not report it? What if they find out?" Before the man could answer, an elderly man who emerged from the inner room interrupted, scolding the Rosa. "You cursed star. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want them to drag your mother-in-law off to burn, leaving no whole body behind? How can she reincarnate underground?" Ashamed by the reprimand, the Rosa glanced toward the inner room and fell silent. Inside lay her recently deceased mother-in-law. Just as her father-in-law insisted they not report it to the base and instead keep the body at home for 3 days as tradition demanded. Although worried, she and her Nikki dared not defy the elder's wishes. The Zechariah handed the Rosa a ragged cloth and ordered her, "Go clean your mother-in-law's body and dress her decently." Looking to her Nikki for support, she was met with an unexpected response. "Why look at me? Am I supposed to do it?" Resigned, the Rosa put down her child, took the cloth, and entered the inner room. Afraid of being discovered, the curtains in the room were tightly drawn. Only a sliver of light from the doorway illuminated the bed where the covers bulged unnaturally. A pus-filled hand emerged from beneath them, hanging limply over the edge of the bed. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the room. The Rosa swallowed hard. Trembling, she approached the bed and pulled back the covers. The corpse looked terrifying, its skin dark purple, eyes wide open in sunken eye sockets, mouth gaping unnaturally wide. The pus-ridden hand gripped the bedsheet tightly, as if in great agony before death. The ruptured pustules had left pus stuck to her clothes. She struggled but finally managed to remove her mother-in-law's upper clothing. She brought a basin of water and wetted a towel to clean the body. Lowering her head, she focused on her task, completely unaware that the corpse's hand hanging over the edge was slowly twitching. After cleaning the upper body, she reached for the pants. Suddenly, her father-in-law appeared impatiently at the door. "Are you done yet? Why does it take you so long to?" But then he froze at the door, trembling uncontrollably, pointing wordlessly at something behind her. Confused, the Rosa looked up and felt a force pulling her left shoulder. Instinctively, she turned to the left. A purplish-black, festering hand clawed at her shoulder. Turning back, she faced the empty, lifeless eyes of the corpse. "Aya!" She screamed and dropped the cloth, rushing toward the door. Unexpectedly, the corpse clung to her clothing, pulling her back and biting into her exposed neck. "Aya!" the Rosa screamed in pain, struggling. Dad, justice help me." The father-in-law, terrified, collapsed on the floor. Justicer Nikki rushed in, only to witness his mother's reanimated corpse feasting on his wife. The corpse raised its head, dripping with blood. Justice too nearly fainted in horror. With her throat torn open, the Rosa lay gasping for breath on the bed, her pleading gaze fixed on the doorway. Unfortunately, the 2 men at the door were paralyzed with fear. Sensing new prey, the corpse released the Rosa and crawled toward the door in a bizarre, swift motion. "Aya, Mom, what's wrong with you?" The Nikki fled in panic, abandoning his father at the door. The Zechariah, sitting on the ground, trembled violently, urine trickling down his legs. The corpse quickly reached him and lunged forward. "Pee-pee, please, save me." The Zechariah was crushed under her weight as a bloody chunk of flesh tore from his neck. "Justice help, help." At 4 a.m., the base's alarm suddenly blared. Billy's family jolted awake. "What's happening?" "I don't know, lie still." "I'll go check," Bernie said, getting up and putting on his clothes. Billy had a vague sense of foreboding. "Wait, take the gun with you." She took the gun out of her storage and handed it to Bernie, instructing, "Find out what's going on and come back immediately." "All right, don't worry." After Bernie left, Billy's unease grew more and more intense. "Thompson, Amy, we might have to set off earlier." "Oh, okay." The 2 elders almost always followed Billy's advice without question, so they began packing up at once. The last bit of luggage was packed. The car was given a final check. The 3 people and the dog sat anxiously at home waiting for Bernie to return. There seemed to be some commotion in the distance outside. Screech. Bernie almost sprinted back as if he were running a 100-meter dash. His clothes were disheveled. Seeing him return, the 3 stood up simultaneously. "How is it?" Bernie panted from running. Not good. There are zombies in Zone C. They've already bitten several people. Everything is in chaos. Billy was startled. It happened so quickly. Hurry, get in the car. We're leaving now. Once scratched or bitten by a zombie, one would be infected and eventually turn into the same kind of monster. Bernie opened the yard gate, and the four scrambled into the car. The two elders stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately, Billy caught them in time. Nyan Gao, get in the car. The dog obeyed and jumped into the car, sitting beside Aspen. Bernie sat in the driver's seat, while Billy sat in the passenger seat. Vroom. The engine started. Their car smoothly left the villa area and drove south along the main road of the base towards the south gate. This road had to pass through the intersection of Zones B and C. From afar, Billy could already see many people fleeing from the intersection of Zone C. They ran while looking back in terror, as if pursued by ghosts. Chapter 208 Escape from the base. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing crowd rushed to the car where Billy and others were. The car screeched to a halt. Ding dong, Bernie honked the horn. To their surprise, those people seemed to see a lifeline and kept banging on the windows. Save me, let me in. Justice help. Bernie anxiously honked the horn repeatedly. Move out of the way. Seeing that Bernie didn't open the door, those people looked back, terror-stricken, and fled forward again. With the first glimmer of dawn, the four people in the car clearly saw the situation ahead. Through the mist, several figures staggered out crookedly. One of them was particularly small with an odd walking posture. Upon closer inspection, all of them sucked in a cold breath. These people had empty, soulless eyes, covered in rotting flesh, and emitted wild beast-like roars. One person had an arm broken off, only a strip of skin hanging. What they had initially seen as a short figure was actually half a person. His lower body had vanished, leaving only the upper part supporting itself, but he seemed unaware of pain, dragging himself forward with his hands. These people appeared to have stiffened joints, running with extremely strange postures. Their target seemed to be the people fleeing ahead. Those. Are those the living dead? Even though Billy had mentally prepared, Aspen and the others were still terrified. What should we do? Bernie asked, as those people blocked their path. Billy told Bernie, don't care, just drive through. Aspen didn't understand. If we go through, we'll hit them, we'll kill them. After speaking, Aspen realized she wasn't thinking clearly. Had said these were already dead people. Sit tight. Bernie shifted gears and stepped on the gas, driving straight ahead. Instead of avoiding the car, those people became even more excited by the noise and ran toward it. Bernie gripped the steering wheel tightly, focusing on the road ahead. Bang! The entire car shook as the front tilted towards the roadside. Bernie quickly corrected the steering wheel, the tires screeching sharply on the pavement. The remaining people didn't seem to notice their comrades being hit. Instead, they turned around and continued charging at the car. Bang bang bang. They clung to the car, striking it barehanded. Bernie straightened the steering wheel, stepping down hard and throwing the clinging people aside. They had narrowly escaped. All four breathed a sigh of relief. There were occasional people on the road ahead, but no more living dead. It seems those few were the source. Aspen and the others were still shaken. That was terrifying. Did you see that? The one thrown by the car had its legs bent at a 90-degree angle, yet it got up like nothing happened. The car raced along the base's roads and soon reached the south gate. The air raid siren sounded, and the base gates began to close. The guard on duty rushed out when he saw the car. Bernie rolled down the window. Just a cello, we need to go out. Please open the gate for us. Are you sure you want to go out? Bernie gave the guard a puzzled look. Alberts. All right, please wait. The guard immediately returned. The base gate slowly opened. The car drove out of the base. Near the base stood a large area of makeshift shacks, garbage piled everywhere, yet not a single person was in sight. Previously, within 3 kilometers of the base perimeter, shacks surrounded the area. Living near the base provided security benefits and opportunities to trade for supplies with base residents. Thus, it used to be quite lively here. Now, it was eerily quiet. Billy held a map and compass, guiding Bernie. Why is it so quiet? Bernie also felt something was wrong. Be more alert. They headed southwest. Apart from the road near the base, the outer roads were severely damaged. The asphalt road in perfect condition 2 years ago was now filled with garbage, abandoned building materials, or wrecked cars left on the roadside. Bernie drove cautiously. Occasionally, a rare passerby could be seen. The car sped towards the first town. Town Y. As they approached the town, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Brook, look. The road ahead was blocked by a dense crowd. Those people, weak bodies burdened with luggage much larger than themselves, led their families, trudging tiredly out of the town. Billy frowned, uneasy. Brook, be careful. The sound of the engine drew the attention of the people on the road. Seeing the intact car, their eyes lit up with eagerness, and they turned to run towards the car. Bernie didn't have time to turn around and find another route. The car was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Please, give us a ride. Open the door, Please, do something good, I can't walk anymore. I'll sit in the trunk. Do you have any food? Give me some food, my son is starving. The people inside the car remained unmoved. Some started climbing onto the truck bed, squeezing into the narrow gaps between pieces of furniture. Bernie was caught in a dilemma. With so many people, it would be impossible to move even if he tried to ram through them. Justice rolled down the window slightly and told the crowd outside, "We're already full inside. Please let us through." "Nonsense. This car is huge, how can it not have space? I saw it, only 4 people and a dog inside, there's still plenty of room. You'd rather give the dog a seat than save lives? Do you have a conscience? They've got all that furniture in the truck bed, see, it's lychee wood. They must be rich, and surely have more good stuff inside. Don't let them go." The crowd swarmed the car, continuously pounding on the windows, urging them to get out. Those who climbed into the truck bed were already tossing the furniture down. Billy drew her gun from her sleeve, pointing the black muzzle out of the small crack Bernie had opened. "If you want to die, just try." Everyone froze for a moment but then seemed emboldened by their numbers, growing even more agitated. "Don't believe her, it's just a toy gun, meant to scare people." Before this person could finish speaking, Billy fired a shot into his forearm. Ah! The man clutched his injured arm and collapsed in pain. The crowd instantly took a step back. "Get out of the way." Billy held the gun coldly. Please, just give us a ride, we promise to get off at the county town. Get out of the way." Survival instincts made everyone reckless. Justice, her bullets are limited, once they're gone, she can't kill all of us. "Right, get out." Billy wanted to fire another warning shot. These people, however, charged directly. Under their pushing and pulling, the car rocked violently from side to side. If not for the seatbelts, the 4 occupants would have been tossed around. The poor dog yelped as it slammed from the front of the car to the rear. Chapter 209, Falling into the Water. The car was shaking too violently for Billy to aim her gun through the crack in the window, so she didn't dare to fire. Bernie tried to lower the window further when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the car window began to drop uncontrollably. This gave outsiders an opportunity. They grabbed Bernie's hand and started dragging him out of the car. "Stop." Afraid that a stray bullet might hit their own people, Billy used the butt of her gun like a hammer and struck at the hands grabbing Bernie's upper body. Ah! But there were too many of them. As soon as she knocked one hand away, another took its place. Rip! Bernie's clothes were torn apart. With the force on him suddenly reduced, he managed to retreat back into the car. Billy fired 4 consecutive shots out the window. Someone screamed in agony after being hit, falling to the ground, and the crowd retreated significantly, immediately lightening the weight on the car. The car window was reclosed. "Drive over them." Billy's temper flared up. Bernie restarted the car and shifted gears. "They're running. Damn it, we die together then. Attack their tires." Some individuals among the crowd seemed to have given up everything, red-eyed, and began stabbing the tires with tools shaped like awls. Bernie slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and those crowded around the front of the car were instantly thrown onto the hood with a bang, causing the windshield to shatter into a web of cracks from the intense collision. Beads of sweat trickled down Bernie's forehead as the dashboard indicated a tire pressure warning. Not good, the tires are deflating. The resistance inside the car made the outsiders even more frenzied. They howled, striking and destroying the vehicle like demons. The side mirrors were ripped off, and the windows showed numerous crack lines from heavy impacts. Seeing the windows about to shatter, Aspen and Goran hugged each other tightly, cowering in fear. Billy reloaded her gun. She decided to fight to the death. What if she killed everyone? Suddenly, it was eerily quiet outside. All destructive actions halted abruptly. The 4 people inside the car hadn't figured out what happened when they heard cries of panic erupting. Those people had abandoned attacking the vehicle and fled like they were being chased by ghosts. What's happening? Aspen lifted her head, still shaken. With the rearview mirror gone and unable to see behind, Bernie cautiously opened the driver's door with his gun ready. Justice poked his head out for a look. Not good, zombies are coming, over 10 of them. At the end of the road, besides the fleeing people, Bernie recognized the peculiar gait of these dozen zombies. One person who ran slowly was caught by a zombie and had a chunk of flesh bitten off from their neck, blood spurting far away. 3 out of 4 tires had already deflated, and the windshield was cracked into a spiderweb pattern, making it unusable. Billy still had another car in her spatial item storage. But the crowd ahead was densely packed, and even if they had a car, they probably wouldn't be able to escape quickly. What if the same situation happened again? Out of the car, out of the car. Bernie and Billy each pulled one person, while Doggy followed closely behind Billy. The 4 of them stumbled into the fleeing crowd. Screams of victims being torn apart by zombies echoed behind them. People ahead could only run for their lives, not daring to look back even once. Mommy, a little boy sitting by the roadside, cried loudly. His young mother had been knocked down during the rush, her head hitting the ground hard, and was trampled over by others rushing past. The young mother never got up again. Billy, pulling Aspen, ran desperately following Bernie. Seeing the crying child, she could only cast a sympathetic glance before continuing to flee. Mommy, not far ahead, the child's cries abruptly stopped. Reaching the end of the road, there stood a suspension bridge, drastically narrower. Albert Loish River water raged beneath the bridge. With no other choice, they could only cross the bridge. Zombies pursued from behind, pushing people to squeeze forward frantically on the bridge. Bernie protected Goran while keeping an eye on whether Billy was keeping up. It was extremely crowded, and he had to take care of the frail Aspen, so Billy struggled to keep pace. In the surging crowd, they felt powerless, like pieces of driftwood, moving only with the flow. She shielded Aspen closely, standing herself closer to the edge. They've caught up. The crowd behind suddenly panicked. Billy felt a surge of force from behind, pushing her outward and forcefully separating her hand from Aspen's. Inner. Aspen screamed. The suspension bridge had no railings on either side. Billy was directly pushed off the bridge. Just as hearing Aspen's scream, Bernie turned around just in time to see Billy falling into the raging river below. His eyes were wide with desperation. Bernie struggled desperately towards the edge of the suspension bridge, but no matter how hard he tried, the surging crowd always pushed him back. Woof. Doggy, anxious, leaped down directly. Next to Town Y, in Town Z. Night. Inside an old, unfinished building. On the ground, a bonfire was burning, surrounded by scattered trash. Cans, plastic shells, rags, and bones picked clean. A person was dozing off on a broken bamboo chair, covered with a dirty blanket that had lost its original color. Anthony, wake up. 3 figures appeared in the darkness. The leader kicked the sleeping person on the chair. The one who followed dropped a burlap sack casually onto the ground. Thud. The contents of the sack made a heavy sound as it hit the ground. Ah, Enoch, you're back. Anthony woke up immediately after being kicked, quickly giving up his bamboo lounge chair. Seeing the sack on the ground, he exclaimed happily, Enoch, you caught prey again. The boss lounged comfortably in the chair. Lucky day, fished one out of the river. Get the water boiling and prepare, we're about to eat. Fished out of the river? Anthony seemed deflated. Dead people didn't taste good, especially those bloated from drowning. The other person who returned with the boss kicked the person in the sack. Of course it's alive. Spent all day in town, couldn't get anything, almost stumbled into a dead-end spot. Adrian almost didn't make it out. Didn't expect to pick up this one for free on the way back. Justice turned around, asking, Justicey, Adrian, how are you doing? Need me to check you? Adrian huddled, instinctively covering his injured arm. No, just bumped into something, a bit swollen, should be fine in a few days. Adrian sat in the corner, trying to hide himself in the dark. The sleeve of his shirt had a small tear, and faint bloodstains vanished under the cover of darkness. Chapter 210, Overpowered. Adrian's arm wasn't just bumped during the day, it had clearly been grabbed by that corpse. But he didn't dare say anything. Once they knew he was injured by a dead person, they would definitely kill him immediately. So he closed his eyes and pretended to be tired, resting as an excuse. Matt believed Adrian's explanation and, thinking of the appearance of the person in the sack, felt an itch inside. Enoch, this Rosa isn't bad looking. It's a pity to kill her right away. Why don't we let the brothers have some fun first? Enoch, who had been half closed-eyed, was now intrigued by his brother. Justice thought about how they found this Rosa by the riverside. The river water soaked the Rosa's clothes, tightly hugging her slender yet shapely figure. Justice's waist was waist, her chest was chest. After being soaked in river water, her pale skin looked even more translucent, gleaming like jade under the moonlight. In recent years, he wasn't without women. Justice'd seen many who offered themselves for food, starving with only bones left on their bodies, rough and dark yellow skin uglier than he himself. Compared to those, she was simply top-notch. Instantly, Enoch's little tent pitched up. Ha ha ha, Matt is right. Eating her directly would be such a waste. I haven't touched a Rosa in ages. Enoch stood up, hoisted the sack from the ground, and strode toward the next room. The adjacent room was still an empty, unfinished space. Billy woke up from pain after being thrown twice onto the ground. She emitted a sound from her throat. Enoch removed the sack from Billy, revealing her perfectly proportioned body underneath. Damn, she's amazing. Eager like a monkey, Enoch quickly tore off his pants and pounced on Billy, tearing at her clothes. The buttons on her blouse were violently ripped off, exposing smooth, white shoulders and a high, snowy cleavage. Billy opened her eyes to see a man with matted hair, covered in black filth, tearing her clothes while sprawled over her. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in her right hand, stabbing directly into the man's neck. Quick, precise, deadly. Before he could scream, the man died unexpectedly. She got up, adjusted her clothes, and began examining her surroundings. Voices conversing came from outside the door. Enoch hasn't finished yet. Haha, why are you so anxious? It's normal for Enoch to take longer since he hasn't had a Rosa in a long time. You might not want to get off her soon either. Haha. But that Rosa is so beautiful, I'm almost reluctant to eat her. You're foolish. Not eating means starving to death. We found nothing useful in town today, it'll be even harder later. It's just a joke. Justicey, why is Adrian so quiet today? Adrian sat panting heavily in the darkness where the firelight couldn't reach. Justice didn't respond when called. It had been 4 hours since he was scratched. Now he felt his lips dry, and it seemed like there were bugs stirring in his blood, gradually taking over his body. His hearing became sharper, he could clearly hear their breathing and the thudding heartbeat in their chests. Justice sensed one of the 2 heartbeats in the next room stop earlier and wanted to warn them it must have been something wrong with Enoch, but at this moment, his throat was swollen, and his whole body burned, making it impossible to speak. Sensing something was amiss, Matt stood up and went to find Adrian. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to Matt's heartbeat getting closer, it was as if he could feel the rapid flow of blood through his veins. Justicey, Adrian, are you okay? The figure in the corner lay motionless, lifeless. Matt crouched down to shake the body. Adrian, flash. Suddenly, the tightly shut eyes opened, revealing grey pupils turned straight lines. Matt fell back in shock. Adrian suddenly pounced forward, tackling Matt to the ground, opening his mouth now with fangs and biting into the pulsating artery in his neck. Matt screamed again. What are you shouting about? Do you want to attract those things? Anthony ran over, stopping mid-sentence as he saw Adrian crouching over Matt, munching noisily, while Matt's eyes stared wide, his neck chewed to the bone. Zombies. Anthony bolted away. But Adrian, now a living dead seeing live prey, wouldn't let go, abandoning his meal to chase after Anthony. Billy hid behind the door, holding her breath and peeking out. Enoch, save me. Damn it, they were coming her way. Suddenly, Billy held a machete in her hand. To deal with zombies, decapitation was the fastest method. Anthony hadn't even reached the door of the room where Billy was when he was knocked down by Adrian. After 2 screams, his throat was bitten through. Blood flowed down his throat into his trachea, and Anthony helplessly made huff, huff, huff sounds. Adrian squatted on Anthony's corpse, burying his head to feed. Billy held the machete, trying to hold her breath as she wanted to circle around to his back. Unexpectedly, the zombie's hearing was incredibly sharp. As soon as she got close, it suddenly turned its head. Seeing a living person, it immediately let out a roar and pounced. Billy rolled on the spot, rolling behind the zombie, quickly stood up, and slashed at its neck. Gurgle. A human head rolled on the ground, still having unchewed human flesh inside its mouth. Billy felt greatly relieved. She had done this action countless times in her previous life. This lifetime, having enjoyed peace for so long without practicing, she was afraid she might become rusty. Holding the machete, she came to the body of Anthony who had just died, raised the machete, and swiftly chopped. Anthony's head was also separated from his body. If she didn't chop off his head, it wouldn't be long before this corpse would stand up again. Relieved, she was about to stand up when a black shadow pounced on her, making her drop the machete nearby due to the impact. There was another one. The one that pounced on Billy was Matt, who had been bitten dead earlier. At this moment, Matt's head was supported only by bones, lacking muscles, tilted to one side, but it did not hinder him from opening his bloody mouth to tear Billy apart. Billy, being pushed down, hit her head hard on the ground. Just as her brain buzzed, and she didn't react in time even as the fangs were almost touching her skin. In a critical moment, a dark yellow figure flew over from a distance, knocking down the person on top of Billy. Growl. Chapter 211, Saving the Master. Roar. The zombie was pushed aside by Doggy and let out a beast-like roar. Bernie's training was undoubtedly very successful. Doggy bit down on the zombie's neck with all its might, fiercely tearing and twisting using the strength of its body. Rice cake. Billy couldn't stop what happened when she finally saw clearly. The zombie's head was already only partially connected by a piece of bone and couldn't withstand Doggy's violent tugging. Gurgle. The head rolled to Billy's feet. Whine, whine, whine. Unlike its previous ferocity, Doggy wagged its tail and approached Billy in a friendly manner. How did you get here? Where is Brooke? Billy stroked Doggy's head, craning her neck to look outside. Unfortunately, there wasn't even insect chirping in the dark night, let alone the figure of the person she was thinking about. She thought Doggy had come with Bernie. Whine, whine, whine. Doggy looked aggrieved. Its fur was still wet and stuck to its belly. After Billy jumped, it desperately swam toward her, but it was too weak and got swept away by the swift river, moving farther and farther from Billy. Finally getting ashore, it searched tirelessly and smelled Billy's scent on a riverbank. Simultaneously, it smelled other male scents as well. Following Billy's trail, it eventually found this place. And immediately saw someone bullying its master. Did you come here by yourself? What happened to Brooke? Billy, seeing Doggy's pitiful look, was startled. She didn't know that Doggy had jumped into the river after her, thinking that something must have separated Bernie and Doggy. Billy was suddenly worried. But now, she was more concerned about Doggy's safety. It had just bitten a zombie after all. Humans turn immediately after being bitten by zombies. What about dogs? She didn't know. Come over here, let me check. She pulled Doggy over and carefully examined it from head to toe. There were no bites inside its mouth, but there were many small scratches hidden under its fur. However, these didn't seem to be from the fight just now but rather like it had been scratched by small branches. Billy disinfected and medicated all of Doggy's wounds. She didn't know what would happen if an animal was bitten by a zombie. But at that moment, Doggy was obediently leaning against her, looking affectionate. She could never abandon it. Besides, it had just saved her life. Night fell, and Billy planned to rest here for the night and set out tomorrow to find Bernie. Taking out some food from her space bag, she shared it between herself and Doggy. After much thought, she made a muzzle out of fine wire and cloth strips herself. In case Doggy mutated, having a muzzle would help. Doggy resisted at first, but under Billy's insistence, it wore it obediently without struggling, just lying down dejectedly to sleep. Exhausted from searching all day, worried about the surroundings not being safe, Billy slept uneasily throughout the night. Early the next morning, Billy rubbed her sore shoulders and yawned, getting up. Doggy was still sleeping soundly beside her. Despite all the noise Billy made getting up, Doggy didn't wake up. On any other day, even the slightest sound would put Doggy on alert. Rice cake, breakfast time. She took out Doggy's favorite canned food, opened it, and placed it under Doggy's nose. Doggy blinked its eyes, whimpered once, and went back to sleep. Billy's heart sank. Was it infected? She used a thermometer to measure Doggy's rectal temperature. 39.8. Normal dog temperature is between 38-39. Billy felt sad. Doggy had been with her for so many years, and they had developed a deep bond. But she wouldn't give up. Unable to eat by itself, she fed Doggy water and minced meat with a syringe. She found a large hiking backpack, cut 2 simple holes in it, and put Doggy inside, exposing its little snout for breathing. She carried Doggy on her back and set off to find her companions. Afraid of falling into the same predicament again, she didn't dare show off in town or drive the car. This town was extremely desolate, emitting an indescribable stench of decay. The wind blew, sweeping piles of garbage in the air. Occasionally, someone would pass by on the road. Billy, upon seeing people, would immediately draw the 60-centimeter-long machete hanging from her waist, ready to fight anyone who dared to approach. People who originally intended harm upon seeing her alone gave up when they realized she wasn't easy to provoke. Billy reached the riverside and began walking upstream along the bank. Believing that if Bernie were looking for her, he would probably follow the river downstream as well. At the border of Y and Z towns, Bernie held a cold coarse wheat cake in his arms and hurriedly walked towards an abandoned shack. This coarse wheat cake, not even the size of a palm, was covered in grey dust as if it had rolled on the ground a couple of times. It looked thoroughly unappetizing. In the past, they wouldn't have given such an item a second glance. But now, this was what he traded his only gun for. It was one of the few rations left for him and Goran, Aspen. When they parted ways with Billy, it was completely unexpected. Other than a pistol, he had nothing else on him. Everything was stored in Billy's space. Without Billy, they realized how comfortable their lives had been over these years. After escaping, they followed the river downstream. Because Billy had fallen into the river, Goran had even had a heart attack from worry, and Aspen, being elderly, wasn't in any better shape. The 3 of them were in extremely low spirits. Bernie could only keep comforting himself that not finding a body was a sign of hope. Not only did he need to stay optimistic, but he also had to take care of the 2 elders properly. Otherwise, Billy would be heartbroken to see he hadn't taken good care of them. Downstream, the town's stores and houses had long been plundered empty. The wild vegetables by the fields had been searched repeatedly, leaving the land barren, almost completely devoid of vegetation. In the past few days, they could say they had eaten 1 meal every 3 meals. The 3 of them, sleeping rough and scavenging for food, dug up wild vegetables and ate tree roots. Their faces, once plump and fair, quickly became gaunt, and their clothes, dirty and disheveled, made them look like vagrants. Thompson, Amy, I'm back. Bernie returned to the makeshift shelter. This shelter was extremely rudimentary. When they arrived, it had already been abandoned for a long time. The roof was just made of some dried branches mixed with plastic bags, hardly qualifying as a shelter at all. Goran lay on a bed cobbled together from 2 logs, his lips pale, while Aspen rubbed his chest beside him. Chapter 212 Reunion. Ayo, have you found you? Just as hearing Bernie's voice, Aspen greeted him with delight, but seeing that he was still alone when returning, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Not yet. Bernie sounded discouraged. Nine, I found a bun that still has some warmth. You and Albert can share it. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Bernie handed over the bun in his arms to Aspen. Alas, without finding you, how could your Albert and I have the mood to eat? Aspen pushed the bun back. Ayo, you should eat it. These days you've been taking care of me and your Albert every day and going out to find you. Without food, your body will collapse. Bernie pretended to be relaxed. I already ate on the way. This is for both of you. Justice split the bun into 2, gave half to Aspen, then walked to Goran's bed, gently propping him up and breaking the bun into small pieces to feed Goran. Aspen held the half bun and tried to put it into Bernie's arms. Ayo, don't fool Nine. You keep this one, and we will only eat this half. I really did eat, Bernie insisted. Listen to us. Your Albert and I won't go outside to do activities. We can endure less food. If you fall down, who will look for you? The 2 kept giving the half bun back and forth. Suddenly, a dark shadow swiftly snatched the half bun from their hands and dashed out of the door. Who? Bernie followed suit and chased after. A child dressed in rags, covered in dirt, was running in front holding the half bun tightly. Bernie took large strides and reached out to grab it back. Seeing he was about to be caught, the child stuffed the bun into his mouth directly. Bernie grabbed the collar of the child's clothes and scolded fiercely, "Give it back." The child wasn't afraid at all. Justice crammed the last bit in and swallowed with a gulp. The bun was dry and choked him, causing his eyes to roll back white. Frustration and anger boiled within Bernie as he had nothing else left to trade. Justice couldn't bring himself to hit a child, so he shook the kid by the shoulders. "Give it back." The kid rolled his eyes and let out a loud wail. Bernie was confused. Justice was the victim here. Why was this kid crying? Jared. Who bullied you? 3 adults ran out of a shack nearby. They were also ragged and dirty, clearly part of the same family. Bernie subconsciously released his grip on the child. The 3 adults charged forward menacingly, and one of them picked up a stick without any reason and lashed out at Bernie. "Damn it, bullying my son, I'll beat you to death." Bernie barely dodged the blow. The child slipped behind the parents, revealing half his face, sticking out his tongue at Bernie. "My son stole my bun, and I asked him to return it. I didn't bully him," Bernie explained. One of the women spat, "Lying through your teeth, accusing someone without evidence. Where is the bun?" "Just swallowed by him." The Rosa placed her hands on her hips. "So there's no evidence, huh? I can say you robbed my son's bun. Give it back." The parents being unreasonable made Bernie frown. No wonder the child was raised like this. The Rosa continued to press. "You even tore his collar. If you don't compensate us, you won't leave. Alberta, you won't leave." These days, anyone who could eat a bun must have relatively better conditions. Seeing Bernie's clothing, though dirty, was well made and decent, they obviously weren't in the same class as these people. Today, they intended to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Bernie laughed angrily. Justice robbed me, and I have to compensate you. Can those ragged clothes get any worse? The man waved the stick, shouting threats. Less bullshit, if you don't give something today, you won't leave alive. Another man echoed him, waving his arms wildly. Alberts. If I didn't want to argue with a kid, I wouldn't. But since you're being relentless, I have to stand up for myself. Justice kicked up a brick from the ground and held it in his hand. The three opposite him were enraged. Bastard, begging for trouble. Behind him, Goozy struggled suddenly. What's wrong, are you hungry? Billy asked. These past few days, Goozy's condition fluctuated between good and bad. In the morning, he could still eat something, but in the afternoon, calling him would yield no response. It left Billy's mood on a roller coaster. Woof woof. Goozy, unusually, sniffed in one direction constantly, wriggling to come down. Seeing no one on the street, Billy put down her backpack and let Kirk stand on the ground. Its muscles were limp and weak, several attempts to stand ended in failure. Billy noticed it barking mournfully toward a direction, growing more agitated, sensing something was off. Nyango, do you smell something? She suddenly had an epiphany. How? Can you smell a house scent? Kirk, hearing the familiar name, barked more vigorously. Billy hurriedly placed Kirk back in the backpack and asked in the direction of its barks, is it that way? Bark. Receiving confirmation, Billy sprinted toward the adjacent street without delay. She ran incredibly fast, her heart bursting with joy. From afar, she saw a crowd seemingly beating someone. They held sticks, ruthlessly striking the person in the center without cease. That person, outnumbered 3-1, clutched a brick, facing attacks from all sides. One strike barely dodged, another followed immediately. Though appearing skilled, he still took several hits. Billy's eyesight, lost in the water incident, made her nearsighted. She could barely see clearly from a distance. Running closer, she finally identified the surrounded figure as Bernie. Oh my god, Billy exploded in anger. Ahow! She drew the large machete hanging at her waist and charged forward. The three attackers paused in shock at the sight of a petite girl, fierce-looking, swinging a large machete towards them like a berserker. The machete gleamed menacingly from afar. What the hell? Earlier, fighting Bernie hand-to-hand, they gained no advantage over him, relying solely on their numerical superiority to maintain parity. Now, with an armed assailant charging at them. It was terrifying, too much to handle. The three instantly dragged the child who was watching nearby and scattered. Billy panted heavily, but the attackers had fled. How did you? Before she could finish, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Bernie's eyes were red-rimmed, trembling slightly as he held her close. Chapter 213 Reunion, Part 2. Billy comforted him instead. What's wrong? I'm back now. Bernie calmed down and turned Billy around, carefully examining her from head to toe. Only after finding no injuries did he feel reassured. The puppy made 2 whimpering sounds in the backpack, drawing Bernie's curiosity. How did you end up with it? Justice had seen the puppy jump in after her, but the current had quickly swept it away, and he had thought it was lost. To make a long story short, let me explain later. Where are Thompson and Amy? Bernie took Billy's hand and led her toward the shack. Thompson and Amy were very worried about you, they even suffered from heart trouble. Now that you're back, it's better. When Billy appeared at the entrance of the shack, Aspen and the others nearly thought it was an illusion. Jarju. The 2 elders exclaimed in unison. Thompson, Amy. She hugged Aspen, while Goran struggled to get up despite his illness. You're finally back, you scared us half to death. Jarju, tell Thompson if you're hurt anywhere. Falling from such a high bridge with such a strong current, not finding her for days, though they dared not imagine the worst, they feared Billy had met a dire fate. I'm fine, see? Billy spun around to show she was healthy. Woof woof. The puppy kept fidgeting inside the backpack. The 2 elders also noticed the puppy on Billy's back. Oh, Nyanjiao is here too. Jarju, how can you carry it like that? It must be heavy. Aspen helped remove the backpack from Billy's back and unzipped it for the puppy. Nyanjiao, you're such a good boy. Did you find Jarju? Bark. Hey, what's that on its mouth? Aspen reached out to take it off. Billy stopped her promptly. It's like this. With a serious expression, she recounted everything that happened to her and what had occurred to the puppy. Right now, it's unstable. I can't guarantee it won't mutate, so just to be safe, it should keep the muzzle on. Just fearing that the puppy might have been infected trying to save Billy, tears welled up in Aspen's eyes. Since the apocalypse, Billy and Bernie often left early and returned late to stockpile supplies, while the puppy had been taken care of by the elderly couple. Over time, it became like family to them. Now, hearing that the puppy might become like those living dead, how could they not feel upset? But don't worry too much. It's been 5 or 6 days, and it only has fever and convulsions but no urge to bite or other symptoms. Its symptoms are completely different from human infection, which generally causes mutation within hours. Maybe this virus doesn't affect animals much, Billy consoled them. By the way, how are you, Thompson? Billy recalled what Bernie said about the heart attack. Seeing Billy return safely, Goran felt relieved and visibly better. Justice waved his hand. I'm fine. Billy took out some medicine and a bottle of water. Anyway, take the medicine. Oh, how? What happened earlier? Bernie looked embarrassed. How could he admit he fought over half a biscuit? Unexpectedly, Aspen didn't give him any face. Sigh, it's all our fault, dragging a how down. These days, he has to look after us and search for you, bringing back food and giving it to us without eating himself. Just look at how exhausted he is. Earlier, a group robbed our food supply, so a how went to reason with them. So that was it. Billy understood why they had all lost weight after just 4 or 5 days. Glancing around the exposed shack, she knew it wasn't safe. She took out a few steamed buns and 2 packs of pickled vegetables from her space. Come, eat something for now. It's getting dark, and we need to move somewhere else. Okay. Having not eaten properly for days, the 3 hungrily devoured the steamed buns. As they ate, Goran and the others marveled at how blessed their life had been in recent years. In less than 5 minutes, the meal was devoured. On my way here, I saw an empty residential house about 2 blocks away. Let's stay there tonight. The 4 packed up, there wasn't much to pack, Bernie carried the puppy, and they headed toward the house Billy mentioned. It seemed the owner had left long ago. The door lock was broken, and the insides were in disarray, covered with thick dust as if thoroughly searched. Bernie tidied up 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Coming downstairs to find Billy, he found her finishing an alarm system at the staircase landing. Fine fishing lines with small bells attached at the ends were strung across the entrance and the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, ensuring that any intruder would immediately trigger the chimes. Billy and Bernie took turns keeping watch for the night. The 2 elders, who had been living in fear and hardship these past few days, could finally rest easy. They fell into a deep sleep in their room, unable to stay awake any longer. Go to sleep first, Bernie said after taking off the large machete from her waist and attaching it to himself. I'll take the first half of the night. After days of exhaustion and now feeling at ease, Billy felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Okay, wake me up when it's time. She returned to the room, not even bothering to change out of her clothes before diving into the bed. She didn't know how long she had been asleep. In a haze, she felt someone removing her clothes. Just as she was about to strike back, a familiar scent of pomegranate shower gel wafted into her nostrils. Is it time? She mumbled unclearly. Alberta. Then I'll get up. Billy was incredibly sleepy, struggling to rise, but Bernie gently pushed her back onto the bed. It's time, Bernie murmured against her neck, nibbling softly. The pent-up emotions from the past few days burst forth like a flood. Tonight, Bernie was unusually rough, behaving like an inexperienced young man, impulsive and uncontrollable. Flecks of red bloomed on her pale skin. At a critical moment, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Are you in your safe period?" Billy, already lost in passion, barely heard him, only vaguely responding with a couple of unconscious nods. That night, her watch during the latter part of the night was merely moved to another location. Chapter 214, Dog Warning. The next day, the 4 people and 1 dog set out again, well prepared. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they intentionally trampled their nice clothes in the mud and tousled their hair to look like birds' nests. Dog was still listless. Bernie carried it on his back, covered with a waterproof cloth to shield it from view. The family moved slowly, stopping frequently. They traveled during the day, avoiding crowds. At night, they sought shelter in abandoned houses. At first, refugee groups could be encountered everywhere on the road. Their disheveled appearance did not draw any attention, let alone robbery. Rather than avoiding others, people actually avoided them, fearing they might get robbed too. Most of the living dead were concentrated in cities due to more human activity there. Billy and company detoured around large towns, choosing rural paths instead. Occasionally, they would encounter a few living dead, but could handle them easily. Time passed slowly. Dog was not infected and fully recovered its vitality after half a month. But this process had been nerve-wracking for Billy and the others. At first, its fur started falling out, becoming completely hairless within 3 days. Its canine teeth also fell out, and its energy dwindled day by day. Billy continued to feed it with syringes, providing water and nutrients. Later, its body underwent changes. Its fur grew back overnight but turned a glossy black rather than its former brown-black color. Its amber-brown eyes gradually lightened to a rare golden hue, and the round pupils narrowed into slits. New teeth grew back, including fangs instead of canines. Its claws became sharper, with thorns growing on the paw pads. Getting scratched by such claws would definitely peel off a layer of skin. Its sense of smell became even sharper, able to detect danger from several streets away. It would suddenly bare its fangs and growl threateningly without warning. Seeing Dog increasingly aggressive, Aspen and others felt both heartache and fear. They couldn't bear to kill or abandon it. Albert, keeping it posed a potential risk to the family. Ultimately, they decided to keep it. No matter what Dog became, it was still part of the Lin family. Fortunately, Dog remained the same as before, just stronger. After its recovery, it seemed immune to the living dead virus. With Bernie's previous training, Dog took care of most of the living dead they encountered along the way. This left Billy and Bernie standing around holding machetes, feeling utterly useless as Dog showed off its prowess. Living dead outnumbered living humans on their journey. A month later, the 4 wanderers finally reached their destination. In a small village nestled in the mountains and beside water in southwestern Zed province. The village was completely abandoned and far from town. The only access, a stone bridge, was blocked by fallen rocks from the mountain. It perfectly matched Billy's criteria for safety. They used an inflatable boat to cross the river. Entering the village, they saw ruins stretching as far as the eye could see. The once vibrant ivy had withered, with new vines now masking old traces. Plants in the forest remained resilient, regaining vigor after harsh conditions, transforming desolate land into lush greenery over time. Since the acid rain ended 2 years ago, barren mountains were now lush again. Exploring the entire village, they found no living humans. In one villager's cellar, they discovered a living dead creature chained up, which tried to attack them upon hearing noises. After dealing with it, they settled in a relatively intact house. With fields in the village, the elderly couple returned to farming joyfully. Dog fully embraced its nature, rolling around and exploring the forest, heedless of calls to return, coming back covered in mud daily, earning scoldings but repeating the cycle each day. Billy and Bernie enjoyed tea in the courtyard, savoring tranquil moments. Such life continued for another month. One evening, Billy woke to Dog's continuous barking. She put on her clothes and went to the door. Lighting a candle, Dog stood at the door, barking at the night sky. Seeing Billy get up, Kirk kept circling around her, whimpering anxiously. Ooh ooh ooh. What's wrong? Billy checked once. The alarm device at the door was still intact, showing no signs of intrusion. Kirk continued to circle around her legs, incessantly whimpering in extreme distress. Suddenly, the candle on the table toppled over with a soft thud. Thinking she hadn't placed it securely, she hurried to straighten it. Bark bark bark. Kirk barked even more intensely. What's going on? Billy asked. Just as she finished speaking, the candle on the table tipped over again, and at the same time, she felt a faint tremor underfoot. In that instant, she understood the reason for Kirk's anxiety. An earthquake. Realizing this, she immediately rushed into the inner room to wake Bernie and the elderly couple. What's happening? Are there zombies? Awakened by Billy, the elderly couple, still half asleep, instinctively reached for the machetes beside their pillows, ready for battle. This was a habit they had developed while traveling. An earthquake is coming, quickly. The elderly couple instantly snapped to full awareness. Bernie also came over, putting on his clothes. An earthquake. Justice had heard Billy's words too. Billy nodded solemnly. Alberts, I just felt a slight shake. Kirk is very restless and keeps barking. It must have sensed something. We need to move quickly. Another reason they chose this house was because it had a large courtyard, surrounded by no other trees or buildings, making it an ideal spot to deal with an earthquake. Since the earthquake hadn't started yet, they swiftly packed their belongings. 15 minutes later, the whole family stood. Will there really be an earthquake? Aspen couldn't help but doubt. The wind was clear, and the moon bright, with crickets chirping around them, a picture of peace, devoid of any premonition. Chapter 215, Major Earthquake. Time slowly passed, and after waiting for another 2 hours, nothing unusual still happened. Everyone was awakened in the middle of the night, and now they all began yawning. Let's go back to sleep. We can leave one person on night watch, Billy suggested. Okay, the elderly couple replied, stifling yawns. They picked up their stools and prepared to return to their rooms to catch some sleep. Billy's leg was tugged by a force as she took a step forward. Looking down, she saw Kirk biting her pants tightly. Let go, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. But even the path beside the house had cracks. Running anywhere would be the same. Ow, let's fly. Do you remember how to operate it? The helicopter that had lain dormant in the space for years finally came to use. I should be able to, Bernie said. In the next moment, a helicopter instantly appeared in the courtyard. Billy went up to open the door but couldn't. The key. Where did I put the key? Searching everywhere, she sadly realized she didn't know where she had thrown it. Just as her habit of losing things was really problematic. The cracks in the ground grew larger, even tilting the heavy helicopter. It was getting increasingly tilted. If she couldn't find the key soon, the helicopter might tip over and become scrap. Billy was drenched in sweat. Jiayu, we have time, don't worry. Bernie held her shoulder. Calm down and think where you put it. Billy took several deep breaths, recalling carefully. After receiving this helicopter, she hadn't moved it again. So the key must be where she first placed it. She calmed down, closed her eyes, and thought about the key's appearance and what happened then. That key was found in a sports car. Albert's sports car. Got it. A brass-colored key appeared in her palm. The 4 people and the dog scrambled into the helicopter, leaving everything to Bernie. Bernie learned to fly with an instructor for half a year, without actual flying but practiced extensively in the simulator. Though tense, Bernie remained calm, familiarizing himself with the dashboard and mentally reciting the takeoff procedures. Ignition, startup. As the next tremor hit, the helicopter shook violently along with the ground. Billy's tuition wasn't wasted. The blades above started spinning. Suddenly, her heart tightened as the helicopter successfully took off. Looking out the window, under the night sky, the ground below seemed blurred, but it was clear the earth was being churned like in a blender, constantly cracking and flipping. Cracks continuously appeared and widened, cutting into the earth like scalpel marks, slicing terrible seams into the land. The ground rumbled, seeming to emit mournful groans. Their house, once a small white dot, disappeared from Billy's sight in an instant. In her previous life, she was like that little house, swallowed without struggle, vanishing without a trace, as if she never existed in this world. Aspen hugged Kirk and shivered. Goran pressed against the window, silently watching the scene below. Where are we going? Bernie broke the silence. Billy patted her face to shake off her sadness. I don't know either, let's head south first. Billy pointed in a random direction. The helicopter flew through the night sky for 4 hours, until a streak of red dawn entered Billy's eyes. The rumbling of the earth had subsided. "Where are we?" the elderly couple in the backseat asked. "I don't know." Billy glanced down. The ground was already distorted beyond recognition, making it unidentifiable. Judging by the ruins of buildings, this place had once been a city. It should be F City in Province F, Bernie roughly judged based on the helicopter's coordinates. Justice even, is that a ship? How could a ship be inland? Justice controlled the helicopter to fly at a low altitude, allowing Billy and the others to see more clearly. Sure enough, it was a massive ship, its wreckage inexplicably resting atop the city's buildings. "Justicey, over here. Justice help." Faint cries came from below. Survivors, seeing the helicopter hovering overhead, clung to this lifeline like people grasping at straws, climbing onto the ruins and frantically waving and shouting for help. "Save us, save us." A mother holding an infant, covered in grey-white dust, called out to the sky for help. But the helicopter, as if it hadn't seen them, circled once and flew south. "Damn. Come back. Come back." Hope given after despair only to be taken away again. People became enraged. They picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the sky, venting their inner fury. The 4 in the air were heartless. Even if they went down to save people, they could save only a few. Moreover, human nature can be evil. They had learned this lesson well enough. Each has their own fate. With no psychological burden, Billy directed Bernie to continue flying south. After continuous flight for 6 hours, the fuel gauge in the cockpit hit bottom. The earthquake has temporarily stopped. Let's find a relatively flat place to land and rest. The helicopter hovered and finally landed on a remote mountainside by a stream covered with grass. As soon as the helicopter stabilized, Billy jumped out. She took out the fuel stored in her space and filled the tank. The elderly couple was escorted by Kirk to find a place to relieve themselves. After filling the fuel tank, Billy set up a small table, 2 small stools, and a reclining chair, inviting Bernie to sit down and rest. Chapter 216, Major Earthquake, Part 2. She took out a plum rice roll and handed it to Bernie. "We've been driving for 6 hours, and you haven't slept well. Eat something and take a quick nap." Millimeter. Bernie took a big bite of the rice roll. He was indeed tired. With the rice roll in his mouth, he asked Billy, "How much longer will this earthquake last? Do we have enough fuel?" Billy sat on a small stool, sipping milk slowly. Hard to say. There was no earthquake at this time in her previous life. "The fuel we got from Donovan won't last long. It should be enough to keep us running for about 30 more hours. If things follow the course of my previous life, the major earthquakes will intermittently continue for around a week. Which means this amount of fuel can only sustain them for 4 hours each day. Once the fuel runs out, they will have to flee like everyone else on the ground. We'll try to save as much as we can and come down when the earthquake stops," said Bernie. "Right. You'd better get some sleep now." Bernie nodded and soon began to snore softly. Billy looked around. Although their location was already quite secluded, she still put the helicopter into the space just to be safe. Unexpectedly, shortly after putting away the helicopter, a group of about 10 people ran over from a distance. Billy instantly became alert, took out a large machete and held it across her chest. The dog had also returned with the 2 elders. Neither side dared to approach the other. They stared at each other nervously. Finally, the Zechariah leading the group broke the awkwardness. "Young girl, don't be afraid. We mean no harm. We just want to ask if you saw a helicopter land here just now." Billy felt secretly relieved that she had put it away. Just as her face remained calm, answering calmly without breaking a sweat, "We are looking for the helicopter too. There's no sign of anyone here." This clearly disappointed the group, who murmured amongst themselves, "That's odd. I clearly saw it coming down here. Maybe it went into the mountains." "Impossible. Where could it land in the mountains? It must be nearby." The old leader confirmed again, "You really didn't see it." Billy shook her head. "If I found it, I would have taken off immediately. Why would I stand here staring?" "That makes sense." The Zechariah, who seemed quite influential, waved at the others. "A few of you go search the north, the rest come with me to the east. I don't believe such a large thing could hide anywhere." The group left with determination. Billy observed closely and noticed several people eyeing the dog greedily as they passed by. They couldn't stay here any longer. She packed up the table and woke Bernie. "We've been exposed. We need to find another place to settle." The 4 hurriedly set off. Fortunately, near the foot of the mountain, they found a simple stone house hidden among the trees. Though most of it had collapsed in the earthquake, one small room was still usable. They rested there, setting up the table and chairs. Bernie fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Billy, the 2 elders, and the dog took turns guarding. Early the next morning, another earthquake struck. The family rushed to an open area. Plop. The helicopter landed. The family skillfully boarded, buckled up. "Wait, wait." Voices shouted from afar. Billy focused and recognized the same group from yesterday. How stubborn they were, still not giving up. "Hurry." Billy urged Bernie to take off. Rumble. The blade spun. Wait for us, wait for us." Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The people lost balance, falling down, but their strong survival instincts made them quickly get back up and stumble toward the helicopter. Bernie slowly raised the helicopter. "Stop, take me with you. Justice help me." Several fast runners reached under the helicopter, jumping and trying to grab the landing gear. Mid-ascent, the helicopter suddenly tilted. One person actually grabbed hold of the landing gear. Billy opened the window and yelled down, "Let go, we're ascending." The person clung onto this lifeline, unwilling to let go. "Please, please let me up. I can't reach you, and holding on like that won't help. Moreover, the door can't be opened mid-flight. You should let go while you're still close to the ground." Billy was being patient, even making Bernie hover in place. "No, I won't let go. You can't leave me to die." The person saw their companions falling one by one into the cracks and refused to let go, gripping tighter. "If you want to die, I won't stop you." Billy slammed the window shut, cutting off all sounds from outside. None of the 4 people inside the helicopter had any intention of saving the man. As the helicopter ascended higher and higher, the man's grip gradually weakened. Seeing that Billy and the others were truly indifferent to his fate, he couldn't help but start cursing wildly, spewing out all sorts of obscenities. Unfortunately, the roar of the rotor blades drowned out all of his cries completely. Billy and the others could not hear a thing inside the cabin. Ultimately, the man lost his strength. His hand slipped, and he let out a tragic scream as he fell from the sky. This earthquake lasted only half an hour. After confirming that the earthquake had paused, they once again found a secluded place to land. Upon landing, they immediately put away the helicopter and relocated, seeking a safe spot to wait for the next earthquake. Days passed like this, enduring for 5 days. The earthquakes still hadn't ceased. There was only a small amount of fuel left in Billy's space. That day, while they were flying aimlessly toward the northwest, a black dot suddenly appeared right ahead. Using the binoculars, they saw 2 helicopters flying in the same direction as them, only visible from behind. It startled Bernie. Those 2 helicopters were on a completely different scale from theirs, more than 3 times larger. Their bodies were entirely dark green, seemingly with some words painted on them. Billy carefully identified them through the binoculars. Fireseed Base Cultural Relics Transport Justice Helicopter, she read out each word. They had encountered an organization. It was a Fireseed Base helicopter. Judging by the appearance, it seemed to be transferring supplies. "What should we do?" Bernie asked. "They haven't noticed us yet. Should we follow them?" Billy asked the others, "What do you think?" Following the base would ensure temporary safety, but it came with many restrictions. First, their helicopter would be hard to explain. Each helicopter had its identification, and if the base wanted to, they could trace its origin. The most crucial reason was that Billy didn't know what would happen next. She couldn't judge whether following the base was beneficial or not. The supplies stored in her space were enough for her family to live comfortably for life, so there was no need to follow the base. Living independently would give them more freedom. Chapter 217, Settling Down. "Since we've already made up our minds, I won't change it." Bernie took the lead in stating his position. "So do we." The 2 elders followed suit immediately. "Great, let's continue on our way." To avoid the base's helicopters, they turned around and continued northeast. The massive earthquake lasted for a full 8 days. Just as the fuel was about to run out, and Billy thought they would have to escape by foot, the ground finally stopped shaking. They stayed at the campsite for 3 whole days, with no signs of further earthquakes. Previously, minor tremors would occur every 2 hours, and major ones every half day. This time, it had been 3 days without any seismic activity. "Is this over?" Aspen asked. "Maybe," Billy replied. During these days, they aimlessly flew around. The immense force from the Earth's core had twisted and deformed the land and scenery beneath them, rendering their surroundings unrecognizable. To prevent any accidents, they stayed in place for another week. Only after confirming that the earthquake had completely ended did they start considering where to go next. Standing on the ruins of a building, Billy gazed into the distance. Although the residual dust in the air obscured her view, she could still see mountains faintly through the clouds. "Let's head there," she decided. And so, they set off again. Along the way, amidst the debris and carnage, they had become numb to what they saw. As long as the family could stay together, being in hell didn't matter. Their hearts were filled with yearning for a new life. On the journey, when Kirk heard sounds from under the rubble, they would dig through the ruins. At first, they could still save 1 or 2 survivors, but as time went on, such opportunities grew scarce. There were even fewer people on the road. Sometimes an entire day would pass without encountering a single survivor. Even the undead seemed less numerous. After more than 10 days of trekking, they finally reached the vast mountain range. These mountains appeared to have been forced up by the earthquake, with the base covered in rocks and yellow soil. But looking up, there was lush forest covering the upper half of the mountains. They searched around the foothills for a long time before finding a relatively gentle slope they could climb. The path up from the base was like rock climbing, with slipping at every step. The family gritted their teeth and slowly climbed upward. Kirk, however, moved effortlessly, as if walking on flat ground. The mountains were very tall, and it took them 3 full days to get past the rocky area. Beyond that, the terrain became gentler, allowing them to walk upright, and vegetation began to thrive. After another day's walk, they arrived at the upper part of the mountain waste. Just as here, it was a dense, vibrant new forest that seemed largely unaffected by the earthquake. Most trees remained standing. They even found a small path paved with stone slabs. This suggested that this mountain had seen human activity in the past. Following the path, they passed through a bamboo grove, and the scenery suddenly opened up. They could see mist surrounding the mountain waste, with endless mountains stretching to the horizon. At the fork in the trail, stone steps wound upwards. "There's a house," Aspen suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, between the shadowy tree branches at the end of the path, a roof came into view. Everyone instinctively tensed, hands gripping their daggers. But Kirk showed no signs of unease, indicating that no one was likely inside. Cautiously climbing up, they reached the end of the stone steps to find a large, flat clearing with a two-story house in the center. The house's exterior walls were built of stones mortared with cement. Though somewhat dilapidated, its survival through the earthquake spoke volumes about its sturdiness. Kirk dashed happily inside first. Billy followed closely behind. Inside, the house was as old-fashioned as its exterior, with stone walls and a cement floor. The ground floor was divided by wooden utensils, cabinets, and a washstand. On the right was a dusty dining table with 4 long benches. In front of the table was an old-fashioned rural kitchen range. The left side was empty except for several bamboo baskets stacked against the wall, all covered in thick layers of dust. A wooden staircase led to the second floor at the far end. As Billy ventured deeper, she noticed a narrow wooden door behind the kitchen range. Kirk stood at the door wagging his tail wildly. She removed the bolt and opened the door, revealing a small stream flowing beside the house. Outside the door was a large water tank connected to a bamboo pipe leading from the mountain, dripping clear mountain water into the tank. Kirk eagerly drank from the tank. "Inna, come take a look." Bernie's excited voice called from above. He was already upstairs. Billy led the well-watered Kirk up the wooden stairs. The wooden staircase creaked under the pressure. On the second floor, there were 2 rooms on either side. At this moment, the doors of the rooms had already been opened, and Bernie was standing on the balcony upstairs, waving to Billy. "Come here quickly." Billy hurried over, and he pointed at a streak of green. "Look." She leaned against the stone balustrade and looked. To the right, there was actually a grapevine. The roots of the grapevine were embedded in the soil on the first floor, winding its way up the house to the second floor balcony. The emerald tendrils twined around the hollow stone-carved white balustrade of the balcony, with leaves gently swaying in the sun like a painting. So beautiful, Billy couldn't help but marvel. And more, look at the trees below. Bernie continued to guide her. When they came in, they didn't notice much, but as Bernie pointed them out one by one, Billy realized that the few trees around the house were all unusual. To the right of the grapevine was a plum tree, and in front of the left side of the house were 2 short loquat trees. Behind the loquat trees, there were even about 10 waxberry trees. The original owner of this house must have loved life very much. "This place is perfect," Billy said with a radiant smile, turning back to Bernie. "Let's settle down here." Bernie wrapped his arms around her from behind, a faint smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Agreed. After confirming that the foundation of the house was undamaged, the family cleaned up a bit and settled in. Billy spent her days exploring the mountains with Kirk, quickly getting to know the surroundings. Within a week, the area within 10 miles of the house was thoroughly explored by the pair. This mountain held surprises everywhere. She found large patches of chestnut, peach, and persimmon trees, likely planted by the farmers who lived here before. These trees grew incredibly well. It was early autumn now, and the persimmon and chestnut trees were laden with fruit, their branches bending under the weight, making both her and Kirk drool. "They aren't ripe yet, can't pick them," she wiped away her saliva, saying to Kirk, though she was also reminding herself. Kirk wore a rope around his body, with cloth bags on either side, one for wild vegetables Billy had picked, and the other for pheasants Kirk had caught. Thinking about the pheasant in the bag, Billy fell into deep thought. Throughout her exploration, she noticed that all plants and animals showed signs of mutation. The fruits on the trees were unusually large, which she initially attributed to rich soil. Until she pulled out a taro larger than her face and saw a pheasant with eagle-like claws. At some point, this world had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Chapter 218, Rebirth. Twilight. Billy saw the smoke rising from her home far away, and she and Kirk hastened their steps homeward. Around the original 2-story building, a circle of walls had been erected. The wall construction had only just begun. In recent days, similar small buildings were found deserted in several other places as well. Many of these small buildings had completely collapsed. They carried back the stones from those collapsed buildings to build their own courtyard walls. Though on such a high mountain, with the pile of boulders at the foot where even living dead wouldn't be able to climb up, they still planned to construct tall walls for greater peace of mind, walls so high that no one could climb over. They intended to encircle the house with immense walls, leaving only one gate open, creating an isolated castle of the apocalypse. Thus, Bernie and others had been busy with this project these few days. Perhaps due to the arduous journey, Billy recently felt unwell frequently, so they assigned her the easiest task, patrolling the mountain with Kirk. Kirk's combat power was off the charts now, following it gave Billy's parents complete peace of mind. Actually, it also meant allowing Billy to slack off. Today at the dinner table, there was a dish of stir-fried mountain chicken cubes, which Kirk enjoyed immensely. Initially, Billy's family didn't dare eat these mutated things. Even when they found the giant mushroom before, Billy initially hesitated to pick it until Kirk nibbled it and placed it in her palm. She took a small bite cautiously, waited for hours without any issues, then dared to bring it home to cook. Now, considering Kirk's changed capabilities, if something it deemed safe to eat should pose no major problems. If mutation of flora and fauna was an inevitable trend, they ought to adapt to nature's will. Even though countless resources were available in the space, living in a mutated environment required their bodies to adapt early. So occasionally, they would try out the mutated plants and animals tested by Kirk. Over time, everything went surprisingly fine. The towering wall rose within half a month, completely blocking the view of the 2-story building from outside. Bernie also built a watchtower for observing the surroundings. Beside the two-story building, a large warehouse was constructed using chopped wood, and the ground was covered with crushed stones. Simple but clean and sturdy. With the walls completed, safety wasn't an issue anymore. She immediately transferred most of the supplies from her space into the warehouse. Although storing them in her space was convenient for her, it was inconvenient for other family members. When they needed something, they always had to ask her. Sometimes, when she wandered the mountains with Kirk, the distance exceeded the range of the walkie-talkies. Looking at the full warehouse, she felt content, patting her hands happily. The land beside the small house, diligently cultivated by her parents, was divided into neat ridges. The sprouted vegetable seeds emerged in orderly green shoots. Various fruit trees were planted around the wall base. When Billy came out of the warehouse, she saw Goran among the ridges, holding up some finger-sized vegetables happily, saying to Billy, "Let's eat fresh vegetables tonight." "Really? That's great." Fresh leafy greens stir-fried with mushrooms were served, instantly tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Only Billy held her mouth, staring at the dishes on the table with a pained expression. "Inna, why aren't you eating?" "It's super delicious," Bernie urged as he added a serving to her bowl. Billy pushed the leaves around in her bowl, unable to believe how something that smelled so repulsive to her could taste so good to them. Defying disbelief, she tried a bite, closing her eyes and putting it in her mouth. Billy nearly vomited the contents of her stomach. "What's wrong?" Bernie hurriedly patted her back. "Still feeling queasy?" Since the earthquake made her vomit once, she developed a lingering problem, losing appetite and occasionally vomiting. Justice and her parents tried every means to strengthen her health, but nothing worked. Billy looked woeful, wondering if she was falling ill. However, besides nausea, she felt no other discomfort. After washing up, she lay in bed with Bernie. Lately, Bernie had been busy building the house, leaving little time for intimacy between them. Being young and vigorous, it was hard for him to endure, and now he couldn't hold back anymore. Amidst their intimate moments, Billy suddenly had a revelation. When was the last time she had her period? But before she could ponder further, Bernie initiated another passionate round. Intimacy lingered in the room. Half asleep, it seemed a faint voice wafted from the void. "Since your wish has been fulfilled and you have embraced rebirth, I am no longer necessary. From now on, it's all up to you. I wish you happiness." Billy felt something inside her chest seemed to crack open. The next day, Billy got up with a sore body, while Bernie had already gone out to work. Thud. Something fell from her chest to the ground. Looking over, the jade gourd she always wore around her neck was now lying quietly on the floor, broken into two halves at some point. She picked up the jade gourd, closed her eyes, and tried to probe it with her mind as usual. The space was gone. Last night's dream. No, it wasn't a dream. Billy sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, unsure of what to do. Accustomed to the security provided by the space, she felt an emptiness in her heart now. Why did the jade gourd suddenly break? Not sooner, not later, but precisely at this moment. Was there something different? In the dream, it said that the wish was fulfilled. Did that mean the apocalypse had ended? And what did rebirth mean? A flash of inspiration suddenly struck her brain. She quickly took her own pulse. The pulse was smooth and strong, like beads sliding across a plate. It was a slippery pulse. She was pregnant. And according to the pulse, she had been for more than 3 months. She hadn't noticed at all. Rebirth, it referred to this. When Bernie learned of this news, he was loosening the soil in the ridges for the elders. His hoe hung high in the air as he froze there like a fool. The next second, he dropped his hoe and dashed to Billy, picking her up. "Really? Alberta, would I lie to you?" Huge joy flooded his senses, and he spun Billy round and round. The two elders stood aside, hugging each other, tears of relief streaming down their cheeks. When Billy first announced they wouldn't have children, the elders were disappointed but understood it was the most rational choice. They had prepared for this, but occasionally worried about who would accompany Billy after they were gone. How wonderful. Just like this world, stumbling and patching along the way, enduring countless storms, they finally welcomed new life. Many years later, 2 adults and a child appeared in the ruins of the decrepit city. "Mom, what's that?" A little boy sitting on his father's shoulders pointed to a car half buried in the ruins, his eyes full of curiosity. "That's a car." "What is a car?" "A car is." A gentle breeze blew across the ruins, carrying away the young Rosa's voice. Beneath the ruins, all past events and lives gradually turned to dust. Above the ruins, spring returned to the earth. The end.